in a tale woven with the threads of agriculture, infrastructure, and gastronomy, devoid of dark themes involving Hongjun and the Dao, and lacking a central female protagonist or system. The narrative may initially appear somewhat hasty as it ventures into the cosmos, yet it shall gradually attain a state of refinement. As chaos gave way to the moonlight, the true form emerged upon the Yin Star. The jade essence condensed in the frost of the 9 realms, casting a serene glow that penetrated the depths of the night and the netherworld. Having sought profound truths from the primordial chaos and attained enlightenment through the Tao, I concealed the cosmic array of the stars within my sleeve, my feet treading upon the luminous sun and moon of the universe. With a single thought, I could cause the snow to cascade from 1,000 mountains, and with the convergence of 3 flowers atop my head, I could quell countless tribulations. Not merely a carefree wanderer in the mortal realm, but rather one bound by the karma of all sentient beings. Should you inquire about this gentleman's name and surname, he is none other than the sovereign of the Xian Moon, the master of the Yin. Chapter 1. The Birth of Xianyu. In ancient times, Pangu carved the heavens and the earth, birthing myriad beings, and thus the primordial world began to take shape. The vast land resembled an egg, suspended in the ethereal realm, floating upon the waters. The sun, moon, and stars each followed their ordained paths across the celestial dome. Among the celestial bodies, the Yin Star hung alone at the zenith of the heavens, its lunar radiance surging like a tide through the ancient desolation. Upon this celestial body grew the primordial divine tree known as the laurel, its peaks stretching into the azure sky, invisible to the eye. Its branches spanned countless miles. At the twisted roots of the laurel, the palace of the moon stood majestically, its eaves high and sharp, with 9 tiers of jade steps winding upwards. Within the main hall, the supreme primordial spiritual treasure, the Yin Moon Wheel, hung suspended in the air, safeguarding a Daoic embryo. At a certain moment, a pure light broke through the Daoic embryo, soaring towards the heavens, and a humanoid figure gradually began to coalesce. After countless eons of arduous cultivation, I have finally taken form, dressed in a robe of cloud-patterned jade white, with silver hair cascading over his shoulders. Xianyu rose from the grand hall, standing upon the cold jade steps, his gaze reflecting the towering laurel tree. In that instant, the Yin Star radiated immeasurable brilliance, manifesting in the skies above the primordial world, illuminating the hearts of all beings. While 3,000 true symbols of Yin emerged from the void, intertwining to form a crown, bestowing it upon him. He was the essence of the primordial Yin, born as a Deluo golden immortal, destined to wield the path of Yin. This crown of Yin, decreed by the Tao, symbolized the authority of the Yin Star sovereign. With the 3 clans in division, it appears that my emergence into this world is not too late. Upon receiving the Tao's coronation, Xianyu immediately learned of the current state of the primordial realm. At present, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans each occupied the seas, skies, and lands of the primordial earth. Due to the contention for resources and territories, along with old grievances, the 3 clans gradually grew estranged, leading to continuous conflicts. Aside from the Yin Star, the positions of the other star sovereigns remain vacant. It seems that Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and many other star sovereigns have yet to emerge. It is likely that most of the primordial deities on the earth are still in gestation. With the 3 clans in a delicate balance, it would be prudent for a humble star sovereign such as myself to remain discreet. With a flicker of thought, Xianyu retracted the radiance of the Yin Star, concealing his presence from the primordial heavens, and proceeded to exit the palace of the moon, surveying his own domain. The majestic palace of the moon appeared diminutive when compared to the towering laurel tree. Approaching the laurel, Xianyu gently caressed its trunk, his eyes filled with wonder at the marvels of creation. In a past life, he had wandered under the moonlight on a May mountain. In a moment of reverie, the bright moon embraced him, and ethereal smoke enveloped his true spirit, merging into the primordial realm, fusing with the essence of the Yin, thereby replacing the original primordial deities Changxi and Shihe. Marvelous, truly exquisite. Xianyu's admiration extended beyond the mere appearance of the laurel. It encompassed the profound principles it embodied. The myriad of enigmatic laws intertwined, evolving into the unique moonlight path of the laurel tree. Harnessing the power of this path, the laurel tree harmonized with the Yin Star and connected with the countless celestial bodies, warding off the encroachments of chaos. While dissipating its essence, transforming it into boundless spiritual wisdom that nourished the primordial world. The profundities of the Great Tao are indeed wondrous. It is no surprise that many innate deities of the primordial realm would go to great lengths for their own paths. From Pangu and the 3,000 chaos deities to the current 3 races, and even to the future Demon Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Everything in the primordial realm seems inextricably linked to the concept of Tao. Though we innate deities are not burdened by concerns of lifespan, before the Great Tao and the calamity, we remain akin to clouds and mist in the heavens, drifting with the winds, destined to vanish. In the novels of his past life, some claim that calamities were the handiwork of the Heavenly Dao harvesting souls. Others believed that they naturally arose from the accumulation of karma among countless sentient beings, leading to inevitable endings. Xianyu had yet to witness a calamity firsthand and dared not make hasty conclusions. Nevertheless, each calamity in the primordial realm was a river of blood, where countless enlightened practitioners, with a single misstep, could see their arduous cultivation reduced to ashes. If the narratives of my past life were to unfold, I, as the Lord of the Yin Star, would likely have to endure a calamity as well. According to legend, Emperor Jun wed Chang Shi and Shi He, jointly witnessing the heavenly marriage and seizing the opportunity to control the Yin Star, thereby perfecting the grand celestial formation. Now that the Lord of the Yin Star had transformed into a male figure, would Emperor Jun still partake in the heavenly marriage? From Xian Yu's perspective, he harbored no fondness for these yet-to-be-born feather beings. Mere beasts clad in fur and armor, burdened by tremendous karma, dare to covet the dominion of this humble Taoist of the Yin Star. Returning to the Guanghan Palace, Xian Yu seated himself cross-legged, the Yin Moon wheel floating before him, and the crown of crossing calamities radiating boundless Tao essence, assisting him in focusing on his cultivation. Whether traversing the primordial realm or confronting calamities, one must possess sufficient strength. Having arrived in the primordial realm, how could I not venture to witness the culmination of the Great Tao? How could I not attain that transcendent fruit position? As Xianyu refined these 2 spiritual treasures to better harness their powers, he simultaneously used the principles contained within them as a reference to refine his understanding and mastery of the Yin Tao. The current primordial world had only recently experienced a calamity of ferocious beasts, and the innate spiritual energy and Tao essence remained exceptionally rich. Ordinary beings could often achieve the true immortal realm upon manifestation, while those with better foundations might reach the profound immortal level. With diligent cultivation, they could potentially attain the golden immortal status. Beings began their cultivation of the primordial spirit from the true immortal level, and once their primordial spirit reached true unity and their celestial body remained untainted, they could step into the profound immortal realm. Profound immortals further refine their primordial spirits, comprehend the laws, and transform their primordial spirits, giving birth to mysterious divine abilities. Should a profound immortal fully grasp a particular law and integrate it into their essence, spirit, and the 3 flowers, refining a spark of indestructible golden essence, they could transcend the constraints of lifespan and thus enter the golden immortal realm, achieving immortality. Continuing to condense the 3 flowers, once they gather atop, it signifies the completion of the golden immortal. After achieving the status of a golden immortal, one must further master the myriad laws to refine the 5 energies within one's chest. To successfully cultivate even a single energy is to be recognized as a Tai golden immortal. When one reaches the stage where the 5 energies converge, it signifies the attainment of the complete Tai realm. Upon reaching the pinnacle of Tai, the aspiration to transcend into the realm of the great Luo golden immortal necessitates the transformation of previously comprehended laws into a singular, profound path. Concurrently, the 3 flowers, which began to bloom at the golden immortal stage, fully flourish, coalescing into a fruit of the great Luo Tao. The higher one's innate potential, the more exquisite the blossoms of the 3 flowers, and the more profound the Tao fruit becomes. Upon attaining the great Luo golden immortal status, the experience is entirely different. The great Luo represents the sovereign of a singular path, existing eternally across all realms of time and space. Subsequent to reaching great Luo, the journey primarily involves the continuous contemplation and refinement of one's own path, striving for a more complete Tao fruit. Initially, upon achieving great Luo, one's path resembles a diminutive sapling, requiring ongoing nurturing and cultivation to flourish into a towering tree. The Xianyu is born from the complete transformation of the lunar Dao Qi, naturally flowering into 9 exquisite grades, embodying the cultivation of a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Should she thoroughly comprehend the Dao of the lunar wheel, it is not beyond possibility that her lunar path might reach full maturity, subsequently advancing her to the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. As Xianyu delves into profound cultivation, the Guanghan Palace radiates a hazy, celestial light, serving as her protective ward. The laurel sways gently, and the fragrant essence of the osmanthus intertwines with the Dao's aura, enriching her pursuit of enlightenment. Chapter 2. The Dragon Tribe's Incursion. As the lunar wheel cycles, countless epochs, with each epoch spanning 129,600 years, swiftly pass. Within the Guanghan Palace, the lunar wheel hangs high, and Xianyu opens her eyes, her entire being enveloped in lunar brilliance, her presence firmly established at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Alas, the tree wishes to remain still, yet the wind does not cease. Uninvited guests have arrived at her doorstep. I am Aeons of the Dragon Tribe, summoned by the ancestral dragon's decree, inviting the Lunar Star Lord to join our dragon clan. A dragon-headed figure, a Great Luo Golden Immortal, stands before the laurel tree, accompanied by a ragtag assembly of dispirited sea beings. Surrounding the laurel tree is a formidable innate formation known as the Inviting Moon Formation. This formation safeguards the laurel and the Guanghan Palace beneath it, serving as a protective array for Xianyu's Dao Sanctuary, one that is exceedingly difficult for an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal to breach. Aeons, clearly recognizing the formation's exceptional nature, tempered his aura and resolved to employ diplomacy before conflict. My esteemed friend, your journey has been arduous. Why not step inside for a moment's respite, allowing me to extend my humble hospitality? Xianyu, retracting her aura to the early stage of Great Luo, opened the formation's gates, stepping out of her sanctuary to stand before Aeons, sincerely inviting him in. Seeing that the Lunar Star Lord merely occupied the early stage of Great Luo, while he himself was a bona fide mid-stage expert, Aeons felt assured of his advantage despite the favorable terrain. You all shall wait here, he commanded his followers, then, with a flourish of his cloak, strode confidently into the formation, with Xianyu trailing slightly behind. Indeed, the Star Lord possesses remarkable fortune, such a rare and exceptional innate spiritual root. Since entering the formation, Aeons' gaze had not strayed from the laurel tree. The lunar star is barren and desolate. Why not take this laurel tree with you back to the Dragon Tribe, where under our protection you may enjoy a carefree existence as an immortal? Xianyu did not respond to Aeons' grandiose proposition, instead inviting him with a warm demeanor to sit beneath the laurel tree. He once constructed a small pavilion beneath a laurel tree, named the Moon Abode, and fashioned a tea table and chairs from the cold jade of the moonlight, often finding solace in sipping tea and contemplating the Tao. This osmanthus flower tea I offer is said to aid in the enlightenment of the mind. Would you care to try it, my friend? The two sat in the Moon Abode, as Xianyu presented a cup of tea. The water used for this osmanthus tea is the dew that condenses upon the laurel leaves, greatly beneficial to one's primordial spirit. Should a true immortal take but a sip, they could bypass countless years of arduous cultivation and ascend directly to the realm of the profound immortal. Aeons lifted the teacup to his nose, inhaling its fragrance and appearing enraptured, yet hesitating to take a sip. Why does the esteemed Lord of the Moon, so grand in stature, act with such humility? This tea, it must be suspect. As Aeons spoke, he suddenly lashed out, his dragon eyes blazing with fury as he hurled the teacup to the ground with tremendous force, unleashing the oppressive aura of a mid-stage Great Luo. Xianyu's expression turned frosty, the latent intent to kill surging forth in his gaze. He pointed a finger, and a beam of lunar annihilation surged toward Aeons' visage. In a moment of desperation, Aeons manifested his true dragon form, bracing himself to withstand the blow, yet still found himself struck down, blood spilling from his mouth. You! Before he could finish his words, the nearby teacup transformed into a lunar disk, a chilling light flashing as a massive dragon head rolled to the side, with the headless corpse morphing into a colossal dragon carcass. Ah, how rude of you, my friend, to taint my sacred ground with such foul blood. The aura of a late-stage Great Luo erupted, sweeping through the space. Xianyu raised his hand to grasp, and from the earth beneath the laurel tree, a transparent five-clawed true dragon was drawn forth, landing in his palm. I am the son of an elder of the dragon clan. My grandfather is the ancestral dragon. Should you dare to kill me, the dragon clan will surely march upon the moon. Despite his fierce demeanor, Ao Gui's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. Rest assured, my friend, I am a benevolent soul. Xianyu summoned a divine light that pierced Ao Gui's true spirit, delving into his memories. Ah, merely a disregarded general within your clan. No wonder you lack even a decent innate spiritual treasure. Having discerned his background, Xianyu waved his hand to erase Ao Gui's autonomy and then reinserted his shattered primordial spirit into the dragon carcass. Next, he formed a seal with his fingers, weaving the Lunar Dao patterns across the dragon's flesh until it transformed into a lifelike jade dragon sculpture. With a thought, he connected the moon with the laurel tree, causing the ground to split open as the tree's roots emerged, enveloping the jade sculpture and drawing it deep into the earth. Excellent. This way, we can evade early detection from the dragon clan, while simultaneously transforming a true dragon into perpetual fertilizer, allowing it to contribute to the moon and the primordial world throughout its existence. This is a truly win-win strategy. A true great luo is exceedingly difficult to kill. Their Dao fruits illuminate the river of time, eternally validated, their existence everlasting. Their past, present, and future are intertwined with their essence, granting them dominion over their own timeline. Even in death, as long as the Dao persists, they can emerge from the river of time. However, this was the moon star, Xianyu's domain, where the moon reigned supreme, suppressing all other paths, rendering ordinary great luo incapable of unleashing their full potential. Moreover, Xianyu had merely sealed him away, not truly killing him. With the invitation of the moon array isolating the heavenly secrets. The fragrance of osmanthus flowers dulled the senses. It can be said that from the moment Ao Gui stepped into the formation, he had already become the fish on the chopping block. Descendant of the ancestral dragon, who in the primordial world does not know that the nature of dragons is inherently lustful. Those who claim to be descendants of the ancestral dragon could easily line up from the moon star to the sun star. If Xianyu were to obediently join the dragon clan, she might very well be devoured completely. Furthermore, she might even have to offer her life for the dragon clan. I am the lord of the primordial Yin. As long as I refrain from committing heinous acts, with the favor of heaven upon me, I shall remain untroubled. Between the primordial land and the starry sky lies a barrier of 9 layers of fierce winds, within which fire, lightning, and thunder rage uncontrollably. Any ordinary great luo, without precious protection, would suffer grievously if caught within. Ao Gui's acquired spiritual treasure was shattered during the perilous crossing of the wind barrier. Had it not been for his subordinates paving the way with their lives, he might not have made it through at all. Aside from traversing the wind barrier, there are 2 other routes into the starry sky. One involves climbing up Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou bears the oppressive force of Pangu, guarded below by the Qilin, making it a treacherous path. The other route utilizes the supreme, innate spiritual root, the Wutong tree, from the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. The Wutong tree contains the essence of spatial laws, connecting numerous spatial nodes within the primordial realm, allowing passage into the starry sky. This is also one of the foundations upon which the Phoenix clan commands the skies of the primordial world. However, the Dragon clan's relations with the Phoenix and Qilin clans are strained, making it unlikely for them to dispatch a large army from their territory to invade the starry sky. Even if they did come, Xianyu harbored no fear. As long as she remained on the moon star, even a consummate great luo would find no advantage here. As for those above the great luo, such beings are indeed rare and would not act lightly. Even a Hongjun golden immortal would not dare to risk damaging the moon star by striking at me. Otherwise, calamity would descend, and even a Hongjun would fall. After contemplating, Xianyu felt considerably reassured, eventually directing her gaze towards a group of fish, crabs, and shrimp outside the formation. Come in. Transforming into Ao Gui's likeness, she emerged, opened the formation's gate, and mimicked his accent to command the Dragon clan's water army. As a host of seafood gradually entered the ice house. With the formation sealed, the osmanthus tree concealed itself, and the entire moon star resembled a desolate ice field, devoid of life. Chapter 3. The visit of the Phoenix clan. The Tying star stands as one of the most vital celestial bodies in the primordial realm. serving as a bulwark against the encroaching chaos. Before the birth of Xianyu, it relied passively on the laurel tree and the Tying Star, a method that was far from efficient. Chaos embodies disorder and tumult, inherently positioned against the essence of the world and its beings. Under the assault of chaotic energies, compounded by the intrinsic influence of the Tying Dao, the entire planet has become desolate. Apart from the areas ensconced by the inviting moon array, the vast expanses of Tying Star are devoid of life, rendered into barren wastelands. Indeed, the Tying Star possesses an air of desolation. Moreover, as a sacred ground, it must not appear too shabby. Xianyu raised her hand toward an open space not far from the moon abode, channeling her power outward. The once solid frozen earth yielded beneath her touch, creating a large depression. With a graceful sweep of her hand, the laurel tree swayed, shedding an endless cascade of jade dew, which pooled into a crystal-clear basin beneath its branches. This pool shall be called the Moon Pool. Yet, merely having water is insufficient. It must also teem with fish. Casting a glance at the confined Dragon Clan's aquatic troops, Xianyu shook her head. Their feeble strength was lamentable enough, and they were each burdened by karma, rendering them unworthy even as fertilizer, let alone as ornamental fish. In a flash of cold light, tens of thousands of lowly fish, shrimp, and crabs were reduced to ashes, leaving behind merely a few hundred fragments of essence. Alas, the plight of the Tying is grievous. Next time I venture into the primordial lands, I must guide some beings to ascend. Furthermore, I ought to transplant some spiritual roots to enhance the verdant development. In the ensuing time, Xianyu immersed herself once more in her cultivation, harmonizing with the laurel tree to aid in refining the chaotic energies, resisting the chaos while simultaneously comprehending the profound truths within, thereby perfecting her divine abilities. The moonlight Dao of the laurel tree possesses a profound effect on the consciousness of sentient beings. Should the primordial creatures imbibe the jade dew infused with the essence of the laurel's Dao, they would awaken their spiritual intelligence and embark on the path of cultivation. Xianyu's Tying Annihilation Divine Light is founded upon her own Tying Dao, merging the path of extinction embodied by the Tying Moon Wheel with the Moonlight Dao, tailored to the nature of the soul. As time elapses, tens of thousands of years pass in the blink of an eye. The moon pool, steeped in jade dew, becomes increasingly extraordinary, its waters swirling with an intricate tapestry of laws and Dao principles. Xianyu gazed into the depths, witnessing the waters roiling and morphing into a hazy representation of the primordial landscape. The base of the moon pool connects to the laurel tree, with Ao Gui's Dao body completely transformed into a dragon vein, lying beneath, nourishing both the Tying Star and the laurel. The moon pool appears to have become the eye of the Tying Star, through which Xianyu can vaguely observe the primordial lands. While monitoring the primordial realm may be a stretch, surveying the starry skies suffices. With a wave of her hand, the scene within the pool shifted once more. A figure adorned in resplendent crimson and gold plumage, a fiery-haired deity, approached the Tying Star with haste. Mid-stage of the Great Luo? Could this be a member of the Phoenix clan? In the starry expanse, the approaching Yuan Ti halted abruptly before the Tying Star, respectfully bowing in a grand gesture. I am Yuan Ti, envoy of the Phoenix clan, here to pay homage to the Lord of the Tying Star, as commanded by our clan leader, Yuan Feng. Xianyu did not respond, and Yuan Ti made no further advance, remaining steadfast in place. The ability to perceive my gaze indicates that this Yuan Ti is no ordinary being. She likely possesses significant treasures. Enough. Regardless, let us first introduce the grand formation. Once within its embrace, his fate shall no longer be his to dictate. With this thought, Xianyu waved his hand, conjuring a portal from thin air, with moonlight transforming into butterflies to guide his path. I am Xianyu, at your service, envoy of the Phoenix clan. Might you join me in my Guanhan palace for a moment? Apologies for intruding upon the Star Lord, replied a robust figure with thick brows and large eyes, as he stepped respectfully into the welcoming portal. How peculiar. Was it not said that the Phoenix clan was known for their arrogance? How could such a suave individual emerge from their ranks? As Yuan Ti crossed the threshold, he found himself beneath a laurel tree, standing before Xianyu by the moonlit pool, and he graciously performed a deep bow. My friend, we are both beings of great virtue. There is no need for such formality. Xianyu responded with a respectful nod in return. The Star Lord embodies the essence of the primordial wilderness, a guardian for all beings, stationed alone upon the moon, thus deserving the respect of the Phoenix clan. Xianyu sidestepped this gesture of reverence. I, a humble servant of the heavenly decree, must bear the responsibilities bestowed upon me. I do not merit such accolades. Upon guiding Yuan Ti into the moon chamber, Xianyu offered him a cup of laurel tea. The latter accepted the cup, but refrained from sipping, instead producing a variety of primordial spiritual materials and presenting them before Xianyu. Your Excellency, I apologize for this disturbance. I hope you will accept this humble offering. Noticing Xianyu's lack of movement, Yuan Ti clasped his hands, his demeanor serious and his tone earnest. I come here on behalf of my clan to seek an alliance with the Star Lord. The Dragon Clan is notorious for its tyranny. Their ambitions to unify the primordial world and dominate all races are well known. Presently, it is only through the combined efforts of the Phoenix and Qilin clans that we can stand against them. A millennium ago, we detected that the Dragon Clan had dispatched a small force to traverse the starry expanse, aiming to seize control of it. I have come at the behest of our leader, Yuan Feng, to forge an alliance with you. Yuan Ti took a sip of the tea, subtly observing Xianyu. Noticing that the latter appeared unfazed by the news of the Dragon Clan's incursion, he surmised that the intruders had already been dealt with. Your Excellency may be unaware, but I stand alone, barely managing to guard the moon. I fear I may not be able to assist the Phoenix clan against the Dragon Clan. Xianyu finished his laurel tea and set down the cup, speaking slowly. I understand, yet this does not preclude our alliance. As the Star Lord watches over the cosmos, and the Phoenix clan defends against the Dragon Clan, would this not be a splendid arrangement? However, having already offended the Dragon Clan, should he further antagonize the Phoenix clan, it would lead to complications. Nevertheless, one must consider that this alliance may only be a verbal agreement. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xianyu consented to the proposal, accepting the gifts brought by Yuan Ti, and in return, he presented a considerable amount of jade dew and true moon water. With this exchange of gifts, their rapport grew warmer. Xianyu was keen to glean information from the envoy of the Phoenix clan, and Yuan Ti was not averse to conversation. Thus, beneath the laurel tree, they engaged in tea and discourse, gradually finding common ground. A century slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yuan Ti shared numerous secrets of the primordial world with Xianyu, most of which revolved around the question of which beings were the most delectable. Moreover, this fellow even brought his own ingredients, preparing a sumptuous seafood feast for Xianyu. The Feng clan is closely associated with the path of fire, yet Yuan Shi has chosen to cultivate the culinary arts derived from the teachings of Yuan Feng, mastering the control of heat to a level that is almost unbelievable. Yuan Shi is truly an extraordinary individual. Ha ha ha, indeed, it is the Star Lord. Over the past few centuries, the two have genuinely become friends. Xianyu shared his culinary inspirations from memories, while Yuan Shi adeptly executed them, recreating numerous exquisite dishes from his past life. Alas, if only the ingredients had been more suitable, this Kunlun abalone would have been even more perfect. The Kunlun abalone is a classic Cantonese dish from the grand banquet of the past, crafted primarily from the skin of the dragon fish and abalone. Meticulously prepared through intricate processes such as marination, sun-drying, and steaming, paired with precious ingredients to create a rich abalone sauce. The texture combines gelatinous elasticity with tenderness, boasting a profound umami flavor, which had once been lost to time. Yuan Shi had more than enough ingredients to make a rich broth, yet it lacked the star component, the dragon fish. Although he substituted it with other fish skins, something still felt amiss. How about we venture to the East Sea in search of it? Chapter 4. By the Eastern Sea within the moonlit residence, Yuan Ti took a taste of the abalone from Kunlun Baopu, his eyes brightening in astonishment at the exquisite texture, rendering him momentarily speechless. The dried abalone from the golden immortal realm, having absorbed the essence of ingredients like the luminous mollusks of the Eastern Sea through a rich broth, boasted a delightful chewiness and resilience, with a flavor that was both fresh and profound. Yet, the more delectable the abalone proved to be, the greater the regret for the two companions. It was hard to fathom how delectable the dish could be had the dragon skin been included. Xianyu set down the chopsticks crafted from laurel branches and wiped the corner of her mouth. What if we ventured down to the mortal realm? Although the three clans of the primordial era experience minor frictions, they largely maintain a facade of peace and can be observed for a while. We might also gather some spiritual roots and treasures. Ha ha ha, what a splendid idea. Yuan Ti chuckled heartily, retrieving a crimson gold token from his robes. The token shimmered with divine patterns, a dense aura of spatial Dao entwining around it. This is our clan's Wudong Ling. With but a thought, it can connect to the ancestral tree and open a portal for transport. Xianyu accepted the token, her fingers gliding over its weighty form, which resembled gold yet was not. Faint rings of tree growth etched upon its surface. Truly a remarkable treasure. Yuan Ti laughed. Your praise is unwarranted. This is merely a postnatal spiritual treasure, not capable of bearing much ancestral power. It can manage a mere 10 or so transports at best. After returning the token, Yuan Ti's thoughts stirred, and the Wutong Ling emanated a radiant crimson gold light. I have already made arrangements with our clan, so let us proceed directly to the Eastern Sea. Upon uttering these words, a portal opened in the void, and the two stepped through, swiftly arriving at the edge of the starry sky. The vastness of the primordial realm was such that even a being of immense power like the Yuanfeng ancestral dragon could scarcely traverse it in a single thought. Relying solely on the Wutong Ling, such a feat was even more unattainable. After several transports, they finally arrived at their destination. The Eastern Sea's shores were alive with crashing waves, where the water met the sky in a dazzling display of light. The salty, humid sea breeze greeted them, and in the distance, jagged rocks emerged from the swirling tides, where ethereal fish leapt and shells shimmered. Further still, celestial islands floated amidst the sea of clouds, shrouded in spiritual mist, resembling a painter's canvas. Xian Yu inhaled deeply, savoring the area's spiritual essence. To be candid, the spiritual energy along the Eastern Sea may not surpass that of the Lunar Star, yet it was intermingled with the fragrances of flora, the salty scent of the sea, and the vital breath of myriad beings, complex and vibrant, standing in stark contrast to the solitude of the Lunar Star. Having long heard of the Eastern Sea's abundant resources, witnessing it firsthand today confirmed its renowned reputation. As the ancestral home of the Dragon Clan, the Eastern Sea was rich with spiritual materials. Today, we must thoroughly scour its offerings. Yuan Ti declared, raising his hand to weave a red-hued light screen, enveloping himself as he plunged into the vast ocean, with Xian Yu following closely behind. This was dragon-patterned purple jade algae, born from the confluence of tides, taking a millennium to grow a mere inch, and it was known for its exquisite flavor. Yuan Ti summoned a strand of algae from 100 feet away and presented it to Xian Yu. The algae shimmered like purple crystal, its leaf veins resembling flowing dragon patterns, imbued with abundant spiritual energy. This delicacy is delightfully crisp with a pleasant texture. Xian Yu nodded in satisfaction, contemplating how it could be served as a salad. Her gaze swept across the seabed, and she suddenly noticed a flicker of silver light among the sands. With a graceful flick of her sleeve, Xian Yu summoned a handful of fine sand, which cascaded down like shimmering grains, leaving behind a pearl the size of a thumb. This silver-white orb, imbued with a glimmering aquatic light, resonated with the echoes of the tides. The tide sound pearl? Yuan Ti exclaimed in astonishment. This treasure, formed from the moonlight absorbed by the tide sound shell, could aid aquatic cultivators in their enlightenment. To think such fortune could be found so effortlessly. Xian Yu toyed with it for a moment before stowing it away. Since she had a connection to the moon, she decided to bring it back to adorn the moon pool. The two wandered along the ocean floor, gathering an array of rare treasures. They found fire corals growing in the crevices of the rocks, their crimson hue akin to blood, capable of enhancing vitality. And the jade-like clams buried beneath the sandy shallows, their shells as white as jade, with sweet flesh perfect for broth. Noticing Xian Yu casually collecting even the sea snail shells, Yuan Ti expressed confusion. What purpose does this luminous shell serve? It's not edible. My moon pool could use some fish, shrimp, and shellfish for decoration, and this luminous shell seems rather appealing. While they conversed, an unfamiliar aura enveloped them, compelling them to halt their actions. A towering figure emerged from the waves, clad in azure-scaled armor, with dragon horns adorning his head, exuding a striking and gallant presence. He wielded a water-splitting spear, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Who dares to act recklessly in my Eastern Sea? Yuan Ti raised an eyebrow, recognizing the figure. Oh, General Lan, is the Eastern Sea your domain now? Am I not allowed a leisurely stroll? Lan's expression turned icy, pointing the spear directly at Yuan Ti. Yuan Ti? You sneak about in my Dragon Clan's territory. Are you plotting something nefarious? And who is this companion of yours? He turned his gaze toward Xian Yu, who was quietly observing him. Xian Yu stepped forward, clasping her hands in salute. I am but a humble wandering cultivator from the southern wilderness. Today, I accompanied my friend Yuan Ti to the Eastern Sea merely to gather some ingredients, with no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Lan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Xian Yu closely. Her aura radiated a profound and ethereal essence, far from that of an ordinary cultivator. Gathering ingredients? You two possess incredible audacity. To consider the aquatic race as mere sustenance is to show blatant disrespect to my dragon clan. General Lan, while the Eastern Sea is indeed under the jurisdiction of your clan, it is also a realm shared by myriad beings of the wilderness. We have not trespassed into your dragon palace as forbidden grounds, so why this hostility? Yuan Ti retorted, visibly displeased with the arrogant demeanor of the young general. Such cunning words. If I do not teach you a lesson today, what face will my dragon clan have left? Lan's cold voice reverberated as he swung the spear, conjuring a colossal wave that surged towards them. With a sigh, Xianyu elegantly unfurled her sleeve, conjuring a divine light that formed a barrier, effortlessly blocking the massive wave. Yuan Ti, meanwhile, shouted fiercely, summoning golden flames that transformed into a fiery phoenix, launching it at Lan. Seeing this, Lan hastily summoned his own power, his dragon scales glowing with a cerulean light, ready to meet the fiery onslaught. A thunderous explosion ensued, and as the smoke cleared, Lan stood unscathed, albeit astonished as he gazed at Xianyu, a great Luo golden immortal. Yuan Ti stood with arms crossed, a sly smile playing on his lips as he regarded Lan. General Lan, do you presume to challenge us both single-handedly? Lan's expression darkened. Though he was merely at the mid-stage of the great Luo, the ease with which this wandering cultivator had deflected his attack indicated formidable strength, especially alongside Yuan Ti, who shared his realm. In the East Sea, where the crowd outnumbers us, have you lost your senses? The pride of the dragon clan does not permit retreat. Just as I was preparing to engage once more, a distant dragon's roar echoed. General Lan, cease. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged dragon clad in a brocade robe approaching, his countenance benevolent and his aura profound. Upon recognizing the visitor, Lan promptly bowed. Elder Ao Guang. Ao Guang waved his hand dismissively and, with a warm smile, addressed Xianyu and his companion. My esteemed friends, your journey from afar has not been met with the hospitality of my clan. General Lan's temperament is quite impetuous. I hope you can forgive him. Yuan Ti clasped his hands in acknowledgement, replying, your words are too kind. Elder, we have acted presumptuously. Since you have graced the East Sea with your presence, why not visit my dragon palace? Today coincides with a banquet hosted by our clan, and it would be a delight to have you savor the exquisite delicacies of the East Sea. Ao Guang extended his sincere invitation to the two. Sensing Xianyu's reservations about attending the gathering, Yuan Ti politely declined Ao Guang's offer. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang made no further remarks and simply turned to depart with Lan. Chapter 5. The Undersea Secret Realm. As Ao Guang and Lan departed, Xianyu and Yuan Ti continued their leisurely stroll beneath the ocean. Do you know those two? Yuan Ti inquired. I am an envoy of the Phoenix clan and have visited the Dragon Palace numerous times, having interacted with both of them. The pale-faced youth clad in green armor is Lan, the Grand General of the East Sea. The middle-aged dragon is Ao Guang, the esteemed elder of the East Sea, holding significant power. Upon mentioning Lan, Yuan Ti's eyes reflected disdain, indicating her unfavorable impression of him. How curious that a Grand General and a High Elder would suddenly appear at the East Sea, especially during a banquet at the Dragon Palace. That makes sense. Yuan Ti quickly realized. This gathering is a celebration hosted by the Dragon Clan's ancestor, the Azure Dragon deity, for his eldest son. Naturally, Ao Guang and Lan should not be absent. The Azure Dragon deity? Xianyu queried. Yes, Azure Dragon Mengzhong, one of the 3 primordial ancestors of the Dragon Clan. Thousands of years ago, upon the birth of his eldest son, he invited all the great clans of the wilderness to the feast, and our Phoenix clan also sent envoys. Why didn't you attend? Xianyu asked. The Phoenix clan has more than one envoy, and moreover, I had already been assigned a mission to the starry skies. Yuan Ti explained. Ah, I see. Xianyu began to grasp some internal matters concerning the Phoenix clan, having previously refrained from inquiring about their affairs. A banquet that has lasted for millennia. The Dragon Clan truly indulges in extravagance. Such is the way of the Dragon Clan. However, even if we were to attend now, we would likely only be left with cold leftovers. That is indeed true. Regardless, why those two have come here is of no concern to us. We should first seek out the Dragon Tun, Xianyu mused, agreeing with Yuan Ti's reasoning, and thus veered away from the direction of the Dragon Palace. Delving deeper into the ocean, it is said that the Dragon Tun, an ancient ancestor, was a primordial deity and demon contemporary with the ancestral dragon. He took the title of Dragon Tun, aspiring to unify the Dragon Clan and the 4 seas. Regrettably, he ultimately faced annihilation. Annihilation? Xianyu echoed. Indeed. Though his clan was destroyed, there were still survivors. I once encountered one in the East Sea. The duo chose an unnamed ocean trench, venturing inward in search of traces of the Dragon Tun. As centuries passed, they delved deeper until they noticed the surrounding waters growing murkier, ominously exuding a foul scent. How peculiar, Yuan Ti frowned, igniting a flicker of golden flame at her fingertips, illuminating the expanse for thousands of miles. The waters of the East Sea are typically clear. How could they become so polluted here? Xian Yu's gaze sharpened, and with his spiritual sense, he scanned the surroundings. Noticing the cliffs on either side stained with flecks of blood, the seabed was interspersed with remnants of flesh and bone, as if the traces of some creature had been torn apart lingered here. Something feels amiss, he murmured. The aquatic creatures in this vicinity seem alarmingly sparse. Yuan Ti surveyed the area, observing that despite the abundant spiritual energy and flourishing corals and seagrass, there appeared to be no life, only an eerie silence. Is this the dragon ton? Yuan Ti exclaimed, summoning half of a massive decaying fish head from the coral thicket 1,000 miles away, its skin almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding stones of the seabed. Indeed, this is unmistakably a remnant of the dragon ton. The so-called dragonfish is, in fact, the giant grouper, which Xian Yu is naturally familiar with. It appears that there was once a dragonfish in the vicinity, so they decided to venture further. Before long, the two discovered a spatial fissure several zhang long among the crevices of the ocean floor, exuding a chilling aura. The surrounding fish and shrimp, affected by this malevolent energy, devolved into chaos, viciously slaughtering one another until only a sea of corpses remained. Is this the entrance to a miniature world? Yuan Ti nodded, affirming Xian Yu's assessment. It is not uncommon to find miniature worlds within the vast wilderness. Even a Deluo golden immortal can effortlessly open one. As for those innate miniature worlds, they are as numerous as the stars in the sky. It is no exaggeration to say that each flower can represent an entire world. Shall we venture inside? Perhaps there lies a spiritual treasure. A flicker of excitement sparkled in Yuan Ti's eyes, for he recalled that many innate spiritual treasures are birthed within their own realms. This secret domain, naturally formed, might very well harbor some treasure. As for the menacing aura at the entrance, in Yuan Ti's eyes, which had witnessed the calamities of ferocious beasts, it was hardly a concern. Yuan Ti and Xian Yu concealed their auras, revealing only their cultivation as golden immortals, and then slipped into the spatial fissure. When one is out in the world, it is prudent to keep a hand hidden. Upon entering the miniature world, they were immediately met with a pungent stench of blood. Suspended in the air, they looked up to find the entire realm shrouded in darkness, the sky resembling a bloodied canvas, and the waters murky as ink, teeming with grotesque aquatic creatures engaged in violent skirmishes and devouring one another. Some fish bore 3 heads, gnawing at each other. Others, shrimp and crabs, had twisted limbs adorned with sharp spikes, and some were grotesquely swollen like small hills, equipped only with a massive maw lined with jagged teeth, ravenously consuming all living beings in their vicinity. What on earth are these creatures? Both regretted their decision to enter, for the scene was truly unsettling. Suddenly, a creature resembling a grouper, adorned with hundreds of tentacles, burst forth from the crimson clouds above, roaring as it charged towards them. Instinctively, Yuan Ti unleashed a palm strike, golden flames erupting from his palm, transforming into a net of fire that enveloped the creature. However, the beast did not flinch or evade. It allowed the flames to scorch its flesh, blackening and peeling away, yet it continued its relentless advance until it was utterly incinerated. Yuan Ti's expression shifted slightly. Is this the dragonfish? How could it have transformed into such a monstrosity? Xian Yu waved her hand, unleashing the light of the Tai Yin, freezing several dozen incoming grotesque dragonfish into ice. Yet, in the next moment, their flesh inexplicably disintegrated, turning into a mist of blood that was eagerly consumed by the surrounding aquatic monsters, which continued their onslaught. This is troublesome. Xian Yu summoned the Tai Yin moon wheel, a beam of cold light slicing through, reducing hundreds of the monsters before them to ashes. Be careful. Yuan Ti witnessed the slain creatures dissolving into blood mist. Converging beneath Xian Yu's feet, a colossal mouth formed from the blood surged through the water's surface, intent on devouring the two. Seeking death, Xian Yu's gaze turned icy as she thrust her palm forward, instantly shattering the giant mouth, and the surrounding space was torn asunder, becoming unstable. A massive crocodile, covered in countless toothy maws, emerged from the depths, its head nearly severed by Xian Yu's strike, unequivocally dead. Several blood-colored loaches of the Tai Yi realm swarmed in to partake of the crocodile's carcass. The entire world is engulfed in slaughter and devouring, resembling a colossal breeding ground for malevolence. Let us proceed. Xian Yu's divine consciousness pinpointed the depths of the small world, and Yuan Qi immediately understood. The two ceased their entanglement and soared directly towards the core of the small world. Along the way, countless grotesque aquatic beings surged forth in relentless assault, yet they were vanquished by the radiance of the Tai Yin and the golden flames. At last, they reached the central region. In the blood-red marsh, An altar constructed from piled bones stood tall. Above it hovered a sixth-grade black lotus, continuously emanating an ominous aura, gradually corrupting and transforming the aquatic beings of the entire small world on a fundamental level. Yuan Shi, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the black lotus, discerned its position between the innate and acquired realms. If fortune favored them, it could potentially reverse its innate state and evolve into an innate medium-grade spiritual root. What a treasure! Just as Yuan Shi was about to act, Xianyu restrained him, for he had noticed the presence of others beneath the black lotus. Below the black lotus, at the center of the altar, an unsightly dragon-headed cultivator sat cross-legged, his form enveloped in a dense aura of blood and malevolence, immersed in meditation. Upon sensing the arrival of the two, the cultivator slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson vertical pupils. Dinner is served. Chapter 6. The eighth-rank black lotus. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the head of the dragon practitioner grotesquely twisted and deformed, its scales shedding to reveal the crimson flesh beneath. In the next moment, the entire dragon head split apart like petals, and a colossal tongue, 100 feet long, thrust forward towards Yuan Ti's face. The surface of the tongue was lined with barbed protrusions, each tip entwined with the force of dark laws, leaving behind rifts of void in its wake. With a thunderous roar, the massive tongue swept through the air, and the phoenix flame barrier hastily conjured by Yuan Ti was effortlessly engulfed, not even a spark escaping. The path of devouring. A shock coursed through Xianyu's heart, and the lunar wheel of the dark moon surged into a 1,000-foot silver disc, shielding Yuan Ti. The giant tongue collided with the lunar wheel, wrapping around it, its tip ferociously licking the surface of the wheel, even dimming the light of the dark moon. This adversary is proving to be quite troublesome. Xianyu's expression shifted slightly. With a flick of her fingers, she cast a spell, causing the lunar wheel to spin abruptly, releasing a chill that carved countless gory marks upon the giant tongue. How audacious, to speak so brazenly at the mere early stage of the Great Luo. Yuan Ti raised her hand to summon a scarlet orb, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the fire spirit pearl, instantly morphing into myriad golden red flames, coalescing into fiery arrows that shot towards the dragon practitioner. Despicable, shameless. Previously, the dragon-headed practitioner had underestimated the newcomer, believing that her mere Tai cultivation would be easily subdued, only to discover that he had kicked a formidable obstacle this time. As the blazing fire approached, the dragon practitioner hastily split his tongue into countless tendrils to fend off the barrage of flames. Seizing the moment, Xianyu unleashed a beam of the dark moon's extinguishing divine light, severing the layers of tentacle shields. The divine light maintained its momentum, racing towards the opponent's neck. With a piercing swiftness, the divine light merely grazed the dragon practitioner's scaled armor, leaving a shallow white line. The practitioner, still puzzled by the seemingly minor impact of the attack, was taken aback when he felt an excruciating pain deep within his soul. It was too late. The dark moon's extinguishing divine light silently penetrated the flesh of the dragon-headed practitioner, striking at the essence of his soul. The dragon practitioner let out a shrill scream as his head trembled violently, the crimson vertical pupils abruptly losing focus, his aura of blood and malevolence surging like boiling water. What an opportunity! A gleam of brilliance flashed in Yuan Ti's eyes as the fire spirit pearl above her head erupted in radiant brilliance, transforming into a myriad of blazing chains that intertwined to form a fiery prison, ensnaring the dragon practitioner tightly. Boom! Within the prison, golden flames roiled, incinerating flesh and blood, as the scales of the dragon practitioner cracked inch by inch, revealing the writhing, distorted flesh within. Damn it, you have forced my hand. The dragon practitioner roared in rage, suddenly opening his mouth to expel a mass of pitch-black heart's blood, the liquid interlaced with eerie runes, morphing into a blood talisman that merged into the patterns on the altar. In an instant, the entire small world trembled violently, and countless grotesque water creatures emitted heart-wrenching wails as their bodies exploded uncontrollably, transforming into a surging mist of blood, frantically pouring into the Black Lotus. This is absurd. He is sacrificing the entire small world. Yuan Ti's expression shifted dramatically. Xianyu's gaze sharpened as she beheld the Black Lotus, which, after consuming an endless stream of blood and malevolence, grew at an observable speed, its originally 6th rank petals blooming further into the 8th rank Black Lotus. 8th rank, Black Lotus? A tremor coursed through Xianyu's heart, as an ominous premonition stirred within her. Could this object possibly be connected to the legendary 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus? That was the supreme treasure of the demon ancestor, Luo Hu. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the miniature world began to collapse, the very fabric of space fracturing inch by inch. While an endless tide of malevolent blood energy surged toward the two, the dragon head cultivator strained to maintain his breath, summoning the lotus platform to shield himself, deflecting all of Yuan Yi's attacks. The cultivator grinned savagely as the 8th grade black lotus erupted with boundless dark light, instantly tearing apart the fabric of space. There was no escape. Yet, the flames that could sear through the laws of nature fell upon the black lotus, which remained utterly unscathed. Yuan Yi, do not pursue the desperate. Hearing Xian Yu's call, Yuan Yi halted, casting a lingering glance at the place where the dragon head cultivator had vanished. Let us depart. In her hand, the Wutong order radiated a divine golden light, opening a portal in the void. With a thought, Xian Yu connected with the laurel tree, and its ethereal silhouette materialized behind her. Freeze. The might of the late-stage Deluo spread forth, forcefully suppressing the encroaching storm of space and malevolent energy. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Yuan Yi pulled Xian Yu and stepped into the portal. Boom. The miniature world collapsed completely, an endless storm of destruction engulfing the surroundings. Lan, who had been lurking not far away, sensed the commotion and rushed over. Rebel, where do you think you're going? The dragon head cultivator, still recovering his breath, caught sight of Lan charging toward him with the water separation trident, and in his frustration, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Oh heavens, why do you treat me so harshly? You wretched creature, have your day now. I did not see you in such a predicament when you harmed our kin. The dragon head cultivator was utterly powerless to retaliate, desperately burning his essence to forcefully manipulate the 8th grade black lotus while evading. Though he was of the dragon lineage, he was of mixed blood, a remnant of the Longtuan clan. The dragon race adhered to a brutal hierarchy, especially given his lineage as a rebel. Throughout the ages, he bore endless humiliation, painstakingly ascending from the most primitive celestial being to the Tai golden immortal, lingering in the Tai realm for millions of years. He was willing to pay any price for strength. What right do you have to condemn me? I merely wish to lead my brethren to enlightenment. The dragon head cultivator's mind spiraled into madness as faces of the beings he had consumed flickered upon his skin. Even the extraordinary 8th grade black lotus could not endure under the strain of a master whose spirit and essence were nearly depleted. Lan, unwilling to waste any more time, transformed into a stream of water, suddenly appearing beside the black lotus, and with a sweep of the water separation trident, he beheaded the dragon head cultivator. Damn it! For your wretched self, I even missed the banquet of ancestor Mengzhong. This audacious individual dared to ambush the eldest son of God Mengzhong, truly courting death. The 8th grade black lotus was indeed a treasure. Lan took control of the black lotus, erasing its marks and assimilating it into his own spiritual core, hoisting the body of the dragon traitor as he returned to report to the Grand Elder. Beyond the trench, the void split open, and 2 figures emerged. Phew, we are finally out. Yuan Ti let out a long sigh, glancing back with a lingering sense of trepidation. That little world was indeed peculiar. Its self-detonation was no less formidable than a full-force strike from a late-stage Deluo. Yet, had the Star Lord intervened earlier, it is conceivable that he could have secured that precious artifact. Yuan Ti felt a twinge of confusion. He was acutely aware that Xian Yu's cultivation surpassed his own, and judging by the technique used to summon the ethereal image of the laurel, it would not have been difficult to retain that dragon-headed cultivator. Xian Yu, with a profound gaze, spoke softly. Are you aware of the origins of that black lotus? The 8th grade black lotus is but a step away from blooming into a 9th grade treasure. Moreover, it serves not only as a spiritual root but also as a spiritual treasure, ranking among the rarest of wonders in the world. To Yuan Ti, the black lotus appeared to be an invaluable treasure. After a brief silence, Xian Yu sighed. Though the black lotus is indeed remarkable, it is steeped in too much malevolence. This was a valid point, as it had been cultivated through the sacrifice of countless souls. Upon hearing this perspective, Yuan Ti furrowed his brow, seemingly grasping Xian Yu's concerns. Chapter 7. The Sea and the Bright Moon. It seems that the Black Lotus is destined to fall into Lan's hands. The two quickly sensed Lan's presence in the distance, seemingly engaged in battle with someone, most likely the fleeing dragon head cultivator. The East Sea is indeed his territory. Yuan Ti comprehended Xian Yu's implication. Once Lan was free, he might very well seek them out for trouble. To be honest, he was reluctant to entangle himself with that brash individual. Alas, it appears that this journey will not bring them to the Dragon Ton. Considering the characteristics of the transformed dragon head cultivator, they both realized that this fellow was likely a remnant of the Dragon Ton clan. Nevertheless, their current harvest was already substantial. Xian Yu weighed the treasures in his hands, feeling quite satisfied. After wandering the EC for several hundred years, they had indeed acquired many valuable items. Let us depart and ascend to the shore. Two streaks of light darted through the air as Xianyu and Yuan-Ti once again set foot on solid ground. The golden sun descended in the west, painting the sky with hues of twilight, as the crimson glow of sunset spread across the heavens and earth. The two stood side by side atop the Cheshire Mountain. The endless cliffs, carved as if by knives and swords, rose majestically into the clouds, their exposed rocky surfaces etched with the marks of wind and frost. Resembling the Earth's resilient spine, eternally confronting the waves in the ebb and flow of the tides. Beneath the steep cliff, jagged stones loomed like colossal crocodiles, serpents coiling amidst them, as if yearning to break through the waves, embodying the desolation and grandeur of the mythos of mountains and seas. Stay here and do not move. I shall return shortly, Xianyu instructed, watching as Yuan-Ti soared down the cliff, landing on a nearby beach. Yuan-Ti glanced left and right, soon discovering a tall coconut palm. With a flick of his hand, several large green coconuts fell into his embrace. Though they were merely postnatal coconuts, their quality was still commendable. Returning to the mountain's summit, Yuan-Ti peeled away the outer layer of the coconut and made an opening, presenting it to Xianyu. Xianyu accepted the coconut, sipping the sweet juice that spread a refreshing sweetness throughout his mouth, clearing his mind. This coconut was indeed extraordinary. Regrettably, the primordial coconut tree had been seized by the dragon clan, leaving only the postnatal trees grown from its seeds. Yuan-Ti expertly fashioned a hole in the coconut with his fingers, lifting it to his lips to drink deeply. What a splendid occasion. How about you show off your skills, brother Yuan-Ti? Haha, that was precisely my intention. Xianyu encouraged Yuan-Ti to catch some seafood while he attempted to extract sea salt from the East Sea, preparing for a simple barbecue feast. A mass of seawater was drawn up by Xianyu, his magical essence enveloping it as he refined the impurities within, crystalline specks emerging like distant stars in the sky. Is this the essence of seawater's saltiness? Yuan-Ti approached Xianyu, a multitude of seafood trailing behind him. He dipped his finger into the white crystals and tasted them. Wonderful. With this ingredient, my culinary skills shall reach new heights. The art of cuisine remained obscure in the primordial era, not only due to the innate being's indifference to carnal desires, but also because various seasonings had yet to come into existence. Without seasonings, even the most skilled hands would amount to naught. Thus, the culinary arts would only flourish after the postnatal beings, led by humanity, took the stage in history. As the sun sank into the East Sea, the golden-red rays of sunlight gradually diminished. The bonfire blazed as Yuan-Ti borrowed some spines from a golden immortal sea urchin to fashion skewers. The two sat opposite each other across the fire, surrounded by an array of grilled delicacies. The combination of coconut juice and barbecue was truly delightful. It is often said that the finest ingredients require the simplest methods of preparation. Indeed, only through such simplicity can one truly savor the essence of the ingredients. A sprinkle of coarse salt instantly released the fragrant aroma of the 9-segment shrimp. It must be acknowledged that these transcendent seafood delicacies far surpassed the ordinary ones of the past. As they dined and conversed, the luminous moon ascended to its zenith, casting a serene glow upon the starlit sky, where the solitary lunar orb shone brightly. "Look, Star-Lord," exclaimed Xianyu, rising to the cliff's edge and gazing upwards. The radiant moon hung high, its silvery light spilling over the boundless ocean, where the crests of waves shattered into myriad sparkling stars. In the distance, the silhouette of an immortal isle appeared to float like jade in the moonlight, while the rhythmic sound of the tides ebbed and flowed, as if the entirety of the primordial world breathed in harmony with the rising moon. Eastward to the Chowstone, to behold the vast sea. Xianyu, entranced by the full moon, unconsciously recited verses from a poem of a past life. As the words flowed, the essence of the lunar path intertwined with his voice, manifesting into innate divine patterns that materialized in the air. Yuan-Ti, gnawing on a lobster claw, leaned closer with the grilled fish, eyes wide as he beheld the poem, observing the vast sea. "What splendid prose!" Yuan-Ti exclaimed, pointing to the lines about the movements of the sun and moon and the brilliance of the starry river in utter admiration. "I possess no such talent. I merely echo the words of my predecessors." Xianyu, moved by the moment, raised his hand and infused a surge of lunar power into the divine patterns, imprinting them onto the cliffside to create a stone inscription, thereby continuing to absorb the essence of this place. Perhaps, in years to come, it could evolve into a sacred site for enlightenment. Which predecessors? Yuan-Ti pondered. Could it be that the one whom the Star Lord refers to as a predecessor is a primordial being? With a gentle smile, Xianyu snatched the sea base from Yuan-Ti's hands. The fish skin, grilled to perfection by the phoenix flames, shimmered in a translucent amber hue. Biting into it revealed a delightful crunch intertwined with a sticky tenderness, the fresh flavors exploding between their lips. The two returned to the warmth of the bonfire, clinking their coconut drinks together as they continued to eat, drink, and converse. Suddenly, Yuan Ti's talisman at his waist trembled. His expression shifted, revealing a hint of reluctance. "I have been summoned by my clan. I must take my leave," he said apologetically to Xianyu. Go on. I shall take care of the remaining delicacies." "You need not worry," Xianyu replied. As the crimson gold portal opened, Yuan Ti's figure vanished within, leaving behind only the echoes of their friendship. The cliff fell silent, accompanied solely by the sounds of the tide and the moonlight. Xianyu strolled to the cliff's base, where the rocks, weathered over millennia, formed natural hollows. He casually sat down, allowing his long hair to cascade over the damp stones. As he gazed up at the starlit sky, he suddenly noticed that the lunar star shone exceptionally bright tonight. Could it be that in the absence of the Star Lord, the moonlight grew even more resplendent? The moon began its descent, slipping behind the clouds, and the world dimmed. At that moment, Xianyu felt a subtle tremor beneath him. He beheld the retreating tide, revealing the rocks that had been sculpted by the waves for countless years. Humans experience joy and sorrow, partings and reunions, while the moon endures phases of fullness and emptiness. The fullness of the moon leads to eclipse, and the path of the Dao is one of gain and loss. A realization dawned upon Xianyu. In the ethereal palace of the moon, one paradoxically fails to perceive the true essence of the luminous orb, tirelessly pursuing perfection while neglecting the inherent imperfections of the lunar essence. Following the fullness of the moon, one inevitably encounters its waning and deficiencies. As the dark moon ascends, a full moon emerges behind it, shrouded by clouds and mist, obscuring both the heavens and the moon, rendering the figure of Xianyu increasingly indistinct, as if even the secrets of the cosmos have been severed. This is the phenomenon of the moon's concealment. The lunar phases shift from completeness to incompleteness. With a flick of his hand, Xianyu erases a portion of the distant cliff as if it had never existed. This is an eclipse of the moon. Having grasped two formidable abilities in one breath, Xianyu feels a profound satisfaction. Wait, is there someone spying on me? The warning from his primordial spirit dispels his earlier joy in mastering these powers, and a grave expression settles upon Xianyu's face, filled with trepidation. Could it truly be the fabled Rahu? After all, he had previously encountered a black lotus suspected to be linked with the annihilation of worlds. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, it is best to depart from this place. Casting a final glance at the eastern sea, Xianyu transforms into a stream of light, vanishing from sight. Chapter 8. The wind of refinement atop the summit of Mount Sumru, ominous black clouds loomed overhead. The enigmatic figure of Luo, who sat cross-legged upon the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus, his uncanny eyes abruptly opening, reflecting a towering 8th rank Black Lotus shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy. Has it only just blossomed into the 8th rank? With a subtle shift in thought, Luo who instantaneously became aware of the occurrences within the Eastern Sea's miniature world. This Black Lotus was a transformation of the seed from the 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus. In the past, Luo who had discreetly entrusted the seed to the weaker members of the 3 clans in need of assistance, subtly guiding them to nurture the Black Lotus through acts of slaughter, thereby reaping its benefits in return. This Black Lotus served not only as a protective spiritual treasure, but also elevated one's cultivation, making it irresistible to all. Thus, this lotus had traversed numerous hands, inciting countless tragedies, ultimately transforming into a manifestation of demonic flames, suffused with endless resentment and malevolence. No matter, with this 8th rank Black Lotus, I possess sufficient means to proceed with the next phase of my plan. Luo, who severed the connection with the Annihilation Black Lotus beneath him, and, utilizing his formidable powers, obscured the celestial secrets tied to this Black Lotus to prevent any scrutiny from the Ancestor Dragon. Having tidied up loose ends, Luo who lifted his gaze, penetrating the vastness of space, seemingly glimpsing the moon surrounded by stars and the auspicious Xianyu. How intriguing! I shall see if you, Moon Monarch, can bear the weight of the lunar authority. After a moment of contemplation, Luo who waved his hand, casting forth a pitch-black talisman. The talisman transformed into a wisp of ethereal light, silently traversing the primordial heavens, heading straight towards the chaos beyond. Meanwhile, Xianyu was rapidly advancing towards the layer of gale winds in the 9th heaven. Having comprehended 2 divine abilities and acquired numerous treasures from the Eastern Sea, he intended to return to the moon to assimilate them. Moments passed, and Xianyu finally reached the edge of the gale wind layer, the sight before him causing him to gasp in astonishment. This journey had truly enlightened him to the vastness of the heavens. Above the 9 layers of the celestial dome, winds of 4 colors, blue, red, white, and black, intertwined like a web, each gust harboring the terrifying power capable of rending the very flesh of a great Luo golden immortal. Within the winds, lightning and fire coalesced, illuminating the air with a dragon-like brilliance, annihilating space in their wake. No wonder ordinary great Luo dare not cross with ease. That Ao Gui had merely left his protective treasure here, and considered himself fortunate for it. Xianyu took a deep breath. The lunar calamity crown above him radiating myriad glimmers, the moonlight cascading down like water, safeguarding his being. As he stepped into the gale wind layer, he immediately felt as though he had plunged into a mountain of blades and a sea of fire. The first wave of blue wind surged forth, instantly stripping away a third of his lunar barrier. Xianyu stifled a groan, feeling as if his primordial spirit were being pierced by thousands of steel needles. Without delay, he summoned the lunar moon wheel, the silver disk hovering above him, harmonizing with the calamity crown to stabilize his footing. This was merely the first layer. Gritting his teeth, Xianyu pressed onward, investing several millennia to reach the second layer. The red wind, mingled with purging violet flames, rushed towards him, igniting the very essence of the air, while the moonlight from the calamity crown visibly diminished. In a moment of desperation, Xianyu, inspired by a sudden insight, recalled the lunar eclipse he had comprehended by the eastern sea. He instinctively withdrew some of his defenses, allowing a wisp of the red wind to infiltrate his body. As the celestial phenomena of the dark moon unfolded and the lunar eclipse transpired, Xianyu seized the opportunity presented by the blazing force that scorched his corporeal form. He meticulously infused the essence of the lunar path into this fiery energy, gradually wearing it down and refining it. Xianyu soon discerned that his physical body and magical prowess were undergoing a metamorphosis, becoming increasingly pure and concentrated under the tempering influence of the fierce winds. Could creation emerge from destruction? A glimmer of realization sparked in Xianyu's eyes as he promptly revised his strategy. No longer would he resist with unbridled force. Instead, he would employ 9 parts of his strength to withstand the onslaught, while allowing 1 part to guide the fierce winds into his being. His body and magical energy were continually purified, and as the tempestuous winds were gradually extinguished by the lunar eclipse, their potency diminished until they were entirely absorbed and digested by Xianyu. Indeed, this tempestuous layer proved to be a veritable sanctum for physical refinement. He gradually slowed his pace, allowing the lunar wheel and the crown of calamity to hover nearby in support. Should he find himself overwhelmed, he would not hesitate to draw upon the jade dew of lunar radiance for healing. Upon reaching the third layer, white gales intermingled with the divine thunder of metal descended upon him, causing Xianyu to shudder. Yet, to his astonishment, he discovered that the distractions within his consciousness had been swept away by the lightning's brilliance. This was the fruit of his cultivation of the lunar path, coupled with his insights into the path of the laurel tree, endowing his spirit with a profound depth that surpassed that of other innate deities. Had it been anyone else, they might have been rendered foolish by such a tempest. After traversing the 4th layer of fierce winds, Xianyu had begun to acclimate to this process of tempering. He resembled a raw gem, allowing the winds to carve and shape him. With every 100 miles he advanced, his physical form solidified. With each divine thunderbolt he endured, his magical energy grew more refined, and his spirit became increasingly lucid. Though the subsequent 5 layers of fierce winds were even more tumultuous, the trials of the preceding 4 had equipped him with the prowess to navigate them with ease. He became a lone vessel upon the waves of destruction, rising and falling yet never sinking. After countless millennia, he finally emerged from the final layer of fierce winds, standing amidst the cosmos, radiating an unprecedented brilliance. His once slender celestial form now solidified like adamantine, exuding an aura of immortality that enveloped him. Achieving the Great Dao of the corporeal realm, he reveled in the transformative changes he had undergone. With the strength of his current physical form, he could easily shatter the early stages of the Great Dao. A streak of light flashed, and he departed from the edge of the tempest, heading directly towards the lunar star. Along the way, Xianyu beheld the vast expanse of the cosmos. The chaos loomed like an abyss, dark and unfathomable, while the stars twinkled like multicolored grains of sand, coalescing into a river of stars that flowed majestically, encircling the primordial void and safeguarding it. As he observed the endless stars traversing their paths, Xianyu's spirit gradually became entranced, sinking into a state of enlightenment. The lunar wheel materialized behind him, resonating with the lunar star, while the crown of calamity cast a luminous glow, shielding him from external disturbances. The stellar firmament resembled an abyss, with the river of stars surging like a dragon. The vast cosmic mist enveloping countless stars, shattering the void and illuminating the chaos, piercing through the ancient celestial tapestry and cascading down the eternal rhythms of the Tao. As a millennium passed, Xianyu slowly opened his eyes. Marvelous! A new divine ability was bestowed upon him. A thought flickered in his mind, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing at the juncture of the cosmos and chaos, having traversed countless light years. The stars were arranged in harmonious order, not to be disturbed lightly. The divine ability he had comprehended was aptly named star shifting. As the name implies, it grants the wielder the power to effortlessly alter the positions of the stars, wielding immeasurable might. In the primordial realm, the stars revered the lunar sun, with the Z-Way star following closely in esteem. Xianyu, the Lord of the Moon, stands as the solitary star sovereign of the primordial realm, in many respects embodying the essence of the celestial rulers. It is precisely for this reason that he possesses a profound understanding of the significance of the stars. The celestial bodies traverse their unique orbits, collectively forming a protective barrier for the primordial world. While the manipulation of stars may be exhilarating, it exerts a considerable influence on their nature, rendering him reluctant to act against them. Though the stars remain unmoved, he himself can take action. Xianyu has redirected the focus of his celestial manipulation from the stars to his own being, utilizing the radiance of the stars as a conduit, wherever the starlight reaches. He may venture. The potential for this divine ability is immense, serving not only as a means of evasion, but also as a lethal technique. Reflecting upon the passage of time, he realizes that he has been away from the moon for over a month. Having been absent for such an extended period, it is time to return. Just as Xianyu prepares to depart, he unexpectedly finds himself engulfed by a wave of chaotic energy that has silently approached. A peculiar, infantile wail echoes from all directions, the chaos swirling around him, inadvertently ensnaring him in place. The chaos permeates, rendering the distinction between above and below non-existent. As the world around him is thrown into disarray, Xianyu can only rely on the protective light of the dark crown to shield himself. The sound, resembling that of a baby's cry, seems to command the chaos. Could it be that entity? Chapter 9. The chaotic battle in the distant past. Following Panga's creation of the heavens and the earth, the corpses of the 3,000 chaos demons he vanquished fell upon the primordial land. As time flowed, these remains birthed countless ferocious beasts. These beasts, born from the essence of the corpses and the resentment of the demons, were inherently brutal and devoid of intellect, existing solely to devour all that lay in the primordial realm. In those early days, the myriad races faced near extinction under the onslaught of these beasts. In a critical moment, the Dragon clan commanded the waters, the Phoenix clan controlled the flames, and the Qilin gathered wisdom. These three races united with various innate deities to confront the enemy. After a bloody struggle, they ultimately eradicated the ferocious beasts, leaving only a few to escape into the chaos. Following that cataclysmic battle, the primordial creatures were almost entirely decimated. Thankfully, the Tao of Heaven emerged, bestowing boundless merit to restore the desolate land. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, as the main force of the alliance, received the greatest share of this merit, thus becoming the focal point of the heavens, a status that has persisted to this day. Among the ferocious beasts, stood out for their malevolence, Chaos, Xiongqi, Taowu, and Taodai. Each possessed the strength of a perfected great Luo, and their abilities were enigmatic and unfathomable, leaving no one certain of their complete demise. Xianyu faintly sensed the identity of the approaching entity, her expression growing grave. She gestured, summoning 6 strands of true Yin fire to envelop her in a protective barrier, dispelling the chaotic aura. A massive, round mass of flesh charged towards Xianyu, only to be firmly intercepted by the luminous crown of her protective aura. This grotesque sphere bore no facial features, only a gaping, jagged wound that traversed much of its body, emitting a mournful, infantile wail from within. Xianyu reluctantly referred to this wound as the mouth of chaos, using it to orient the amorphous mass. Indeed, it was chaos among the 4 great ferocious beasts. Yet, its current state appeared dire, suffering from injuries and seemingly having regressed to the late stage of Great Luo. Based on Xianyu's calculations, her chances of victory were slim unless she could draw the battlefield closer to the realm of the true Yin Star. The chaotic energies surged like a tide of ink, concealing a murderous intent within. With a series of hand seals, Xianyu summoned 6 clusters of pale flames that erupted in size, cleaving through the chaos to unveil 6 resplendent galaxies. As the true Yin fire surged forth, the lingering resentment boiled over, saturating the surroundings. Suddenly, the fissures on the surface of the flesh sphere widened, revealing 3,000 gleaming white fangs. The infantile wailing transformed into a soul-stirring melody, with visible sound waves cascading outward. Struck by this close-range assault, Xianyu felt the brunt of the attack. Her protective aura flickered uncertainly, and the true Yin fire dissipated into countless sparks, with blood seeping from her ears. Thankfully, having recently transcended her physical limits with the help of the gale, she managed to withstand this onslaught. Drawing upon her abilities, Xianyu connected with the true Yin Star, and a phantom of laurel appeared behind her, stabilizing her form. As chaos gathered momentum, it surged forward with a cataclysmic force. The lunar will rotated, barely allowing her to parry the blow. Using the momentum, Xianyu propelled herself backward, unleashing a beam of obliterating true Yin divine light that tore through the chaotic energy, propelling her toward the direction of the true Yin Star. The ferocious beast, driven by greed, could not bear to let its prey escape and pursued her, enveloping the surrounding chaotic energy in its wake. The infantile wails echoed, and the space around her seemed to thicken, gradually obscuring Xianyu's sense of direction and spatial awareness. Bang! As Xianyu raised his hand, he channeled the profound essence of the Taiyin path, forcefully seizing the chaotic energy and transforming it into a palm the size of a star. He turned back and delivered a fierce slap to the chaos, sending it retreating thousands of miles away. Enraged and humiliated, chaos exhaled a grayish, mysterious light, disintegrating everything in its path into primordial chaotic energy. Xianyu had to respond with utmost caution, retreating while battling, successfully drawing chaos from the edge of the starry sky to the vicinity of the Taiyin star. Indeed, it was a formidable beast that had survived the calamity. Its skills were truly extraordinary. Utilizing his divine abilities to shift stars and constellations, the space surrounding chaos began to twist and compress. Bang! The rounded mass erupted like a collapsing star, shattering into countless streams of grayish energy. The eerie cries echoed, and the scattered grayish streams coalesced, allowing chaos to reform once more. Well. It has been ages since I found myself in such a predicament since my emergence. At this moment, Xianyu's silver hair was scattered, and his cloud-patterned robe bore a tear at the shoulder, blood staining a large portion of the sleeve, with wisps of gray mist clinging to the wound, hindering its healing. Although chaos had been dispersed several times by Xianyu, it appeared unchanged on the surface, yet its essence had diminished significantly. This was not the realm of chaos. It could not freely draw upon chaotic energy to restore itself, and it sensed an exceedingly annoying force subtly sealing this place. The sound of an infant's wailing reverberated through the cosmos, while the prey remained motionless. After a moment of hesitation, chaos decisively fled in the direction away from the Taiyin star. Want to escape? Too late. Taiyin dominates. Unseen forces intertwined with the heavenly path, and with the will of the heavens upon him, Xianyu merged with the Taiyin star, his essence rapidly achieving the pinnacle of the Great Luo, continuing to ascend to an inconceivable realm. The Taiyin star manifested in the primal heavens, radiating boundless brilliance, illuminating the chaos in all directions, amidst the river of time. A bright moon rose, uniquely shining through the ages. Chaos was astonished to find that no matter how fast or far it fled, that individual was always behind it, drawing ever closer. No, it's not that this person can catch up to me. It's that I cannot escape this damned moonlight. Chaos exhaled grayish light, further tearing its wounds, its essence reaching the pinnacle of the Great Luo, preparing for a desperate struggle. Taiyin burying the world. In the river of time, the bright moon descended in the west, and Xianyu's figure vanished, the moonlight gradually fading, along with the chaos within it dissipating. Boom! The heavens trembled. Soon after, celestial lights appeared, and vast merits descended from the skies, transforming into 24 golden lotuses that sequentially flew into the palace of Guanghan, surrounding Xianyu. With a wave of his hand, 6 golden lotuses flew to the body of the laurel mother tree. The Taiyin moon wheel and the dewy crown each merged with 3 golden lotuses, while the remaining 12 golden lotuses were refined by Xianyu into a merit golden wheel, absorbed into his being. This merit was a heavenly reward bestowed upon Xianyu for slaying chaos. The celestial phenomenon in the starry sky was naturally perceived by the mighty beings on the primal earth, especially the moonlight that traversed the river of time and the immense merit that accompanied it. The formidable chaos, one of the 4 great ferocious beasts, has met with a dramatic demise. Not only has it perished in the present time and space, but it has also been entirely erased from all realms of the past, present, and future. In the primordial wilderness, beneath the Great Luo, no one remains aware of the existence of the beast chaos. As for those above the Great Luo, their transcendental understanding of the Tao surpasses the flow of time, thus having little impact. The renown of the Great Yin Star Lord has since spread across the vast expanse of the primordial land. How foolish chaos was, allowing its adversaries to return to their own domain. Great Yin Star Lord, are you favored by the heavens? Intriguing. This time, you have indeed passed the test. Beneath the western Shumi mountain, Rahu, seated upon the 12-petaled black lotus of annihilation, opened his eyes. Glancing at the four-sword embryos being forged within the blood pool below, he then fell silent once more. Chapter 10. Managing the dojo in the vast expanse of the mortal realm, a millennium is but a fleeting moment. While within the ethereal confines of the Moon Palace, eternity stretches endlessly. The tumult of primordial chaos bears no relevance to Xianyu, who remains secluded within the palace, mending her wounds. The fierce battle of your left her grievously injured. However, with the aid of the Lunar Star and the Laurel Tree, coupled with the divine favor of fate, she managed to vanquish the primordial chaos. After tens of thousands of years, the gates of the Moon Palace creaked open once more. Xianyu emerged, standing by the moon pool, her vitality restored to its zenith, having taken significant strides along the path of enlightenment. The radiance of the Lunar Star shone brightly, intertwining the primordial and the contemporary realms, where under the moonlight, all laws dissolve into nothingness, leaving the essence of the lunar path standing alone. Such profound power transcends even the boundaries of the Great Luo. The concept of lunar burial of the world is even more domineering, as it forcefully encompasses all, entombing the past, present, and future, penetrating to the very core and burying the fruition of the path at its source. Through the divine alignment with the Lunar Star, Xianyu, at the late stage of Great Luo, has precociously experienced some of the arcane mysteries of the primordial chaos. Was her encounter with chaos merely serendipitous, or was it orchestrated by some unseen hand? It did not appear to be the handiwork of the Dragon Clan. Nor could it be the Phoenix Clan. Could it truly be the machinations of Rahu? Regardless, this incident has turned calamity into fortune. Yet, how should this entity be dealt with? The lunar moon will manifested, with a pulsating mass of flesh sealed in its center. Beyond the essence of Xianyu, the Lunar Star and the Laurel Tree, an immense and formidable power enveloped it. This overwhelming force is indeed the handiwork of the Heavenly Dao. Had it not been for the subtle intervention of the Heavenly Dao, which severed the connection between the primordial chaos and the chaos beyond, Xianyu would have faced considerable difficulty in resolving the matter. The ferocious beast of chaos has been utterly eradicated, and thus this entity cannot possibly be remnants of chaos. It is rumored that the four great ferocious beasts are manifestations of the primordial divine demons, distinct from ordinary beasts. This assertion appears to hold truth. As Xianyu scrutinized the essence of the flesh, she discerned a profound and enigmatic Tao that seemed discordant with the principles of the primordial world. The difficulty in vanquishing the four great ferocious beasts stems from their extraordinarily defiant origins. Born as great Luo golden immortals, the primordial divine demons wield a complete path, with their physical forms steeped in their own Tao essence, achieving a state that is nearly impossible to entomb or extinguish. The divergence in paths is not necessarily a detriment. However, this remains a cumbersome remnant, fraught with malevolent and resentful energies. Fortunately, these have been sealed by the Heavenly Dao. Had they been allowed to fester, they might have birthed another entity akin to the ferocious beast of chaos. Retaining this entity would be a catastrophe. Alas, the most prudent course of action would be to suppress it upon the Lunar Star, preventing it from wreaking havoc upon the world. With a mere thought, a layer of solid ice enveloped the mass of flesh, propelling it from the Moon Palace into the depths of the moon pool, encircled by layers of authentic lunar water. Upon the sealing of the divine demon's flesh within the moon pool, a delicate mist arose from the water's surface, the handiwork of the Heavenly Dao. How marvelous! With the Heavenly Dao itself obscuring the celestial secrets, it seems that this vicinity of the moon pool will be impenetrable even to the most enlightened sages. Having resolved the issue of the divine demon's remains, Xianyu retrieved hundreds of radiant spiritual roots and treasures. Part of these items were gifts originally bestowed by Yuan Ti, while the remainder consists of rare treasures collected during the journey to the Eastern Sea. Although the Great Yin Star serves as a primordial sanctuary, it remains excessively desolate and frigid, necessitating some degree of transformation. Xianyu's gaze swept across the surroundings, ultimately settling upon a verdant spiritual root, the primordial Qingling vine. This was one of the precious gifts taken from the treasure trove of the Feng clan. This vine, categorized as a wood element spiritual root, may not rival the exquisite quality of the laurel tree, but it is nonetheless a remarkable treasure birthed by nature, ranking among the mid-tier primordial spiritual roots. It possesses a thriving vitality, capable of autonomously absorbing and expelling spiritual energy, thus embodying the essence of the wood Dao. Planting this Qingling vine outside the Guanghan Palace would not only enhance the aesthetics, but also help to harmonize the cold and desolate energies of the Yin Star. He raised his hand, drawing forth the vine, which transformed into a stream of emerald light. Soaring to the edge of the sanctuary and taking root atop the central node of the Yaoyue Grand Formation. Infused with the spiritual energy from the formation, the vine rapidly unfurled, spreading across thousands of miles in an instant, its jade-like leaves intertwining to form a fence that encircled the sanctuary. Indeed, this Qingling vine harmonized splendidly with the Yaoyue Grand Formation, imbuing it with an added layer of profound intricacies, much to Xian Yu's satisfaction. He then produced a seed, vibrant and crimson like fire, the Li Hua Wudong seed, another gift from Yuan Ti. This seed, derived from the ancestral primordial Wudong tree of the Feng clan, harbors a trace of the primal Li Hua essence. If planted correctly, it may potentially evolve into a realm of fiery fortune. However, given that the Yin Star is an exceedingly yin domain, recklessly planting a fire element spiritual root could provoke an imbalance between yin and yang, likely resulting in the tree's demise. After thoughtful consideration, Xian Yu conjured a wisp of true yin fire to envelop the Wutong seed, allowing it to gently descend beside the moon pool. While the seed had yet to germinate, using the true yin fire as a catalyst, coupled with the moon pool's waters to harmonize its inner laws, might very well enable it to evolve into the yin fire pathway. Indeed, under the influence of the moon pool's waters, the Wutong seed took root and sprouted, its crimson roots extending like veins, even reaching the bottom of the moon pool. Ultimately, a small purple Wutong tree, approximately a foot tall, emerged opposite the moon chamber. Its branches adorned with a flowing cold flame of ethereal purple-red, perfectly adapted to the environment of the Yin Star. Could this be a completely novel postnatal variant of fire? Xian Yu regarded the still-developing mutated Wudong tree with great interest. It appeared that in the future, he could attempt to cultivate mutated spiritual roots through human intervention. However, the thought was quickly quelled. The pressing task at hand was to properly manage the sanctuary. Xian Yu then took a cluster of 9 aperture spiritual coral, along with numerous spiritual fish, aquatic plants, and shellfish pearls, placing them carefully at the bottom of the moon pool. This 9 aperture spiritual coral, a rare treasure nurtured for millennia in the depths of the Eastern Sea, possesses the ability to autonomously absorb and expel water spiritual energy, thus evolving into a water element realm of fortune. As soon as the coral entered the water, it radiated a shimmering blue light, rendering the moon pool's waters increasingly clear, even giving rise to faint spiritual mists that coalesced into a small aquatic realm of fortune. Consequently, the sanctuary now boasted spiritual roots representing the elements of wood, fire, and water. Although it may not rival the grand heavenly realms of the prehistoric Earth, it nonetheless represented a commendable beginning. Finally, Xian Yu retrieved a palm-sized piece of Yin cold jade, a substance forged in the depths of the Yin Star, renowned for its remarkable hardness and suitability for refining spiritual treasures. This substance is indeed suitable for the crafting of some exquisite tiles. Irregularly sized Yin cold jade is embedded throughout the sanctuary, forming winding pathways of stones and delineating various areas such as gardens, medicinal fields, and green belts. The remaining myriad of floral and spiritual roots have each found their rightful place, transforming the once desolate sanctuary into a verdant paradise. With the initial layout of the sanctuary complete, the remaining details may be gradually refined in the future. Xian Yu stands before the Guanghan Palace, surveying her arrangement of verdant vines entwined around the palace walls, the phoenix trees reflecting upon the moonlit pond, the lofty mountains cascading with streams, and the luminous spiritual jade. Though it may not rival the grandeur of the ancestral grounds of the 3 clans, it possesses a unique, ethereal elegance that harmonizes perfectly with the identity of the Yin Star monarch. How fortuitous! Just as the sanctuary has been arranged, a distinguished guest arrives. While Xian Yu is admiring her sanctuary, she suddenly senses the surface of the moonlit pond stirring, and a familiar figure emerges. Chapter 11. Farewell to Yuan Ti. The surface of the pond rippled gently, reflecting the scene beyond the moonlit star. Yuan Ti, one hand grasping a rather daft gray-feathered bird, and the other cradling an exquisite gift box, flew towards the osmanthus tree. Xianyu, it has been many years. I hope you have fared well. Yuan Ti presented the gift box to the gray bird, then set it down and graciously performed a bow towards the approaching Xianyu. There is no need for such formalities, my brother Yuan Ti. Xianyu observed Yuan Ti's excessive politeness with a hint of exasperation, and could only respond with a respectful nod. In days of yore, our Phoenix clan made a pact with the Heavenly Dao, governing the world with the 5 virtues, leading all avian beings. If I were to abandon benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, I would sever my ties to the Phoenix clan and betray the Heavenly Dao. Thus, these rituals cannot be neglected. Xianyu led a group through the portal constructed of azure vines, and the trio entered the dojo, taking their seats within the moon abode. Indeed, you speak wisely. It is I, the uncouth wild cultivator, who has been lacking in decorum. Xianyu teased as he retrieved tea cups, preparing tea for the two. Such words. Who in the primordial world is unaware of the mighty being above the starry skies, favored by the heavens, whose virtues shield him, and who single-handedly vanquished the ferocious beast of chaos? All thanks to the assistance of the Heavenly Dao. Otherwise, I would be no match for chaos. Regardless, your reputation has spread far and wide. Now, many formidable experts in the primordial realm are aware that you, the Lord of the Moon, are cloaked in virtue, and it is likely that no one will dare provoke you henceforth. That is difficult to say. Ao Gue has been missing for such a long time. The Dragon Clan must have already reacted and may be preparing to cause trouble. Rest assured, the Dragon Clan is preoccupied at present, and they will not seek you out anytime soon. Oh, how so? Approximately several tens of thousands of years ago, the Azure Dragon Sovereign led the Dragon Clan's main forces to the north, preparing to thoroughly subjugate the Black Tortoise. Oh, how fares the battle for the North Sea? Can the Dragon Clan conquer the Black Tortoise Clan? Xianyu felt a pang of worry. Should the Dragon Clan gain complete control over the North Sea, their power would surely escalate. The ancestral figure of the Black Tortoise Clan, the Zhiming Sovereign, is also a formidable Hunyuan Golden Immortal. As long as the Zhu Long and the Ancestor Dragon remain uninvolved, the Black Tortoise Clan cannot be easily dealt with. After all, they are notoriously difficult to handle. Can the other 2 Hunyuan Golden Immortals of the Dragon Clan restrain themselves? Those 2 are under the watchful eyes of my family head and the Primordial Qilin. Moreover, it seems there are some internal matters within the Dragon Clan, but that is a lengthy tale. Let us first attend to our official business. Official business? What mission has the Phoenix Clan entrusted to you? Xianyu's gaze fell upon the gray-feathered bird, whose expression bore an uncanny resemblance to a husky from a past life. Its neck topped with a head broader than its body, and a beak resembling a wooden boot, truly a sight to behold. This creature cannot possibly be a distant ancestor of the whale-headed stork from my previous life, can it? I have come to seek you out on behalf of the Phoenix Clan for a transaction. Yuan Ti signaled the gray-feathered bird to present the gift box. However, the creature, perplexed, merely stood behind Yuan Ti, tilting its head and gazing vacantly at Xianyu. You simpleton, why do you not hand the gift box to the Lord of Stars? Yuan Ti turned and gently tapped the forehead of the great gray-feathered bird. This creature is the child of a dear friend of mine. As for its name, it remains unassigned for now, so let us refer to it as the dim-witted bird. Xianyu accepted a gift box crafted from the exquisite innate spiritual root of the phoenix tree. Upon opening it, she beheld a swirling conflagration of red and white flames. Vibrant life intertwined with the chilling essence of death, both opposing yet harmoniously unified, an extraordinary spectacle. What a grand gesture. What transaction does your clan leader wish to pursue with me? You must have noticed, this is the nirvana fire condensed through divine power by my clan's leader. Should one decipher its essence, one could attain an unparalleled divine ability. However, I, the embodiment of the cold and bitter Yin, possess no equivalent treasure. Xianyu closed the gift box and pushed it back towards Yuan Ti. Oh, how blind you are to your own fortune. Yuan Ti drained her cup of laurel tea and urged the dim-witted bird behind her to hasten in drinking. Yet the creature merely cradled the teacup, lifting its large head to gaze at the laurel tree beside the moon abode. Our Phoenix Clan's cultivation of the nirvana fire demands a high standard for the soul. While this jade dew possesses remarkable effects on the spirit, displeased by the dim-witted bird's foolish demeanor, Yuan Ti seized it, pried open its beak, and poured the laurel tea inside. Xianyu understood Yuan Ti's intentions. How much does your Phoenix Clan desire? Name your price. Yuan Ti glanced toward the jade dew moon pool outside the moon abode, saying nothing yet implying everything. Not long ago, while tending to my sanctuary and nurturing spiritual roots, I expended quite a bit of jade dew. After accounting for the fixed share given to the vast wilderness, I might still be able to spare a portion. Xianyu gestured, causing a laurel leaf to drift down into Yuan Ti's hand. After inspecting it with her spiritual sense, Yuan Ti sprang to her feet, pulling the dim-witted bird along to bow in gratitude to Xianyu, the Star Lord. I, Yuan Ti, represent the Phoenix clan, and I thank you for your great virtues. Enough, enough. Aside from this jade dew, I possess little else. Realizing that the laurel tree could continuously yield substantial jade dew, Yuan Ti soon felt at ease and redirected her focus to Xianyu's sanctuary. Oh, is this spiritual root indeed a phoenix tree? Upon seeing the purple phoenix tree by the moon pool, Yuan Ti expressed her surprise. Indeed, this is cultivated from the fire phoenix seed you gifted me long ago. The two approached the young phoenix tree and began to discern the profound laws within it. The unusual fire upon its leaves seems to bear the essence of true Yin fire. Is that possible? While it was still a seed, I employed true Yin fire as a catalyst, allowing the essence of the Yin path to infuse its origin, leading to its transformation into this form. Such skill. This way, there is no need to worry about the spiritual root's ability to endure the environment of the Yin star, while subtly elevating its foundation. Although the acquired fire and phoenix tree are still in gestation, both could perceive their extraordinary nature. So what shall we name this phoenix tree? It cannot remain as the fire phoenix, can it? How about naming it the Netherflame Phoenix? The name Netherflame Phoenix, indeed fitting. Xianyu then took Yuan Ti for a leisurely stroll along the cold jadestone path, conversing as they explored the sanctuary. Did not Brother Yuan previously mention that the Dragon Clan is facing difficulties? What has transpired? Do you recall Lon? Yes. The Grand General of the East Sea. What has become of him? He has betrayed his clan. Yuan's tone was somewhat somber, suggesting that he did not perceive this as a favorable development. Betrayal? That is inconceivable. Lan's character does not align with that of a traitor. The specifics remain unclear to me. At any rate, this is how the Dragon Clan has publicly proclaimed it. However, the treachery of a mere mid-stage Deluo seems unlikely to inflict significant damage upon the Dragon Clan. One Deluo, of course, is insignificant. Yet this matter has implicated my clan as well. A flicker of resentment passed through Yuan's eyes. Oh, a late-stage Deluo? When did you achieve such a breakthrough? Just now, in a moment of excitement, Yuan's unstable aura was discerned by Xianyu. Had I not experienced a sudden breakthrough, I fear I might not have returned. As this matter was broached, the light in Yuan's gaze gradually dimmed, and after a moment of silence, he began to recount events from tens of thousands of years ago. Chapter 12. The entangled fates of Dragon and Phoenix. Initially, Yuan Ti departed from Xianyu due to a summons from his clan, indicating that the clan leader had emerged from seclusion and required his presence to discuss clan matters and participate in a gathering. By the time he attended to various affairs and returned to the East Sea, tens of thousands of years had elapsed. Upon his arrival in the East Sea, Yuan Ti stealthily slipped to the rear of the Dragon Clan's territory, intending to gather some provisions for his next visit to Xianyu. This area served as a place of exile for the Dragon Clan, where their military presence was comparatively sparse, making it an opportune spot for resource collection. After incapacitating a large golden immortal dragon tortoise, Yuan Ti extracted a drop of true Yin water and, channeling his magical energy, perfectly chilled it before stowing it away. The true Yin water from his friend Xianyu was truly exceptional. It could preserve food for eons without spoiling. He resolved to procure more next time. Yuan Ti retrieved a sizable egg from the dragon tortoise's lair, pondering how to prepare it. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura. Yuan Ke. What was she doing here? He realized. Had it not been for their blood connection, he might not have detected her presence at all. This was troubling. She must be here for Lon. Foolishness. Utter foolishness. Rumor had it that not long ago, the Dragon Clan had made a significant show of punishing a traitor who had illicitly consorted with the Phoenix Clan. Yuan Ti surmised that Yuan Ke and Lan's romance had likely been discovered. As fellow emissaries of the Phoenix Clan, Yuan Ke frequently resided in the East Sea, inevitably interacting with the esteemed General Lan. As their encounters accumulated, it seemed a bond had formed between the two. Yuan Ti had inadvertently uncovered their relationship during one of his previous visits to the East Sea. However, considering his childhood friendship with Yuan Ke, he refrained from exposing the affair and instead provided assistance in keeping it under wraps. Nonetheless, he harbored no fondness for Lan, who reciprocated his disdain. Forgetting to collect the remaining eggs, Yuan Ti quickly suppressed his aura and followed the familiar sensation. He understood Yuan Ke's character well. Persuasion would be futile. Thus, he stealthily trailed behind her, ensuring her safety. At the base of the Lonyuan cliff, the earth's fire writhed like 1,000 crimson serpents. Lan's dragon form was pierced by countless chains of profound ice, suspended above the churning sea of molten lava. his flesh perpetually scorched by the searing flames while his soul endured the torment of the icy breath. Yuan Quebec, you must not come here. Dragon blood dripped into the inferno, creating a steamy mist laced with golden patterns. At this moment, he lacked even the capacity to seek death. With a melodious cry that pierced the depths of the ocean, Yuan Ke transformed into human form and descended through the flames. The fire of rebirth erupted from her embrace, suppressing the raging earth fire and temporarily shielding this realm from the celestial secrets to avoid detection by the masters of the South Sea Dragon Palace. She then summoned a superior innate spiritual treasure, the golden phoenix hairpin, and severed all the chains binding Lan. As the oppressive dragon binding chains fell away, Lan transformed into his human form, plummeting toward the sea of lava below. In an instant, Yuan Ke caught him, unfurling her wings to soar and landing on a platform at the cliff's edge. She cradled her beloved, calling out tenderly, tears streaming down her face. Yuan Ke, it is far too perilous. You ought not to have come. Lan struggled to rise, gently wiping the tears from Yuan Ke's face, gazing tenderly at her slightly rounded abdomen. Fear not. I have procured a cluster of nirvana flames from the clan leader. In the midst of their tender exchange, the sudden sounds of battle erupted, accompanied by a surge of murderous intent. Do you two wish to ascertain where this is? A furious roar from Yuan Ti echoed from below the cliff, and Yuan Ke glanced down, witnessing the latter being ruthlessly beaten by two late-stage dragon clan elders. Ha ha, I told you, Lan must be a traitor. It was undoubtedly he who colluded with the Phoenix clan, leading to the demise of my dragon clan brethren. 9 coiling dragon pillars rose from the magma, and intricate formations emerged above Lan Yuan, sealing heaven and earth, while in the distance, dragon clan water forces surrounded the area. It is the dragon clan's 9-turn locking dragon formation. Yuan Ti's exclamations were drowned out by the explosive sounds of divine powers clashing. An elder from the dragon clan materialized behind Yuan Ke, drawing his long sword, his late-stage aura crashing down like a tidal wave. As a general of the dragon clan, consorting with the Phoenix clan, today you shall all perish. Yuan Ke remained silent, raising her hand to unleash a torrent of flames, which the elder effortlessly dispersed. The two engaged in battle above Lan Yuan. Although Yuan Ti's cultivation surpassed that of Yuan Ke considerably, the situation was exceedingly dire. Were it not for Yuan Ti's solid foundation and the protection of the fire spirit pearl, bolstered by the local earth fire, he would have long been vanquished by the two late-stage dragon clan elders. Caw. This fellow is in a sorry state, watching others display affection while he faces obliteration. Ha! What a pitiful singleton. Yuan Ti spat out a mouthful of essence blood, wishing to pierce his adversary with a glance. Humph! You two worthless old mudfish, dare to challenge me one-on-one. With the fire spirit pearl above his head, Yuan Ti absorbed the boundless earth fire beneath him, the ferocious energy forcing him to reveal his true form. This scruffy bird must be driven mad. The two dragon clan elders, thinking Yuan Ti was about to self-destruct, retreated in haste, unwilling to approach. Today, I shall use Lan Yuan as a cauldron, employing the earth fire to roast the true dragon. The late-stage aura emanated from Yuan Ti, and a colossal pelican avatar emerged, its immense beak threatening to engulf the two true dragons in one gulp. Seeking death. What audacity! The dragon's roar resounded, and the two elders ceased their nonchalance, no longer holding back, each summoning their respective spiritual treasures to strike at Yuan Ti. The pelican avatar sustained only a moment before being shattered, and Yuan Ti's true form was sent flying, crashing against the cliff and becoming ensnared, unable to move. Despite Yuan Ti's temporary breakthrough, the odds of victory remained slim. Elsewhere, Phoenix blood splattered, and golden hairpins lamented. Though Yuan Ke was battered and bruised by the elder, she steadfastly shielded Lan behind her, never retreating an inch. What shame do I bear for the dragon clan? Do you not covet my 8th-grade Black Lotus? Seeing her beloved sustain grievous injuries, Lan's nails dug into her palms, an aura of malevolence rising around her, as a black lotus blossomed quietly within her gaze. Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the heavens, as Lan manifested the remnants of a true dragon's form, soaring into the sky. As the dragon's scales shed from its form, they transformed into armor, shielding Yuan Ke. With her in tow, it soared towards Yuan. Dragon blood congealed into sharp blades, striking at the surrounding formations. Take her away, I implore you. Lan's dragon horns shattered piece by piece, as the primal force entwined with the 8th-grade Black Lotus coalesced into a ghostly blue orb, hurtling towards the heart of the formation. Boom! The explosive power of a mid-stage Deluo combined with a top-tier postnatal spiritual treasure was far beyond the capacity of ordinary beings to withstand. Elder Een, positioned nearby, was instantly reduced to ashes, along with two other elders who suffered grave injuries. The formation collapsed entirely, its residual waves cascading outward, resulting in the demise of half the onlooking shrimp soldiers and crab generals, while the rest were severely wounded and scattered in flight. Long before land's self-detonation, Yuan Ti had already ensconced herself and Yuan Ke within the fire spirit pearl, sinking into the molten depths of the earth's core, steadfast against the aftershocks of the explosion. Roar! The elder Een, having reformed his physical body, was blinded by rage and, in a fit of fury, unleashed his strongest attack upon the magma of the earth's core. A 1,000-mile river of primordial water cascaded from the heavens, instantly flattening Long Yuan. The earth ignited violently, and magma flowed tumultuously, affecting a vast expanse of ocean for millions of miles, where countless bodies of fish and seafood floated upon the surface. With their refuge obliterated, Yuan Ti and her companion found themselves encircled by the three elders. Yuan Ti, this time I have brought calamity upon you. Words were futile. It was time to contemplate an escape. Holding the fire spirit pearl above her head, Yuan Ti stood back to back with Yuan Ke. Rest assured, the nirvana fire of the clan leader is no mere ornament. Yuan Ke manifested her true form as a fire phoenix, swallowing the nirvana fire of the Yuan Feng. Flames of celestial intensity ignited upon her golden red tail feathers, her essence achieving the pinnacle of Deluo. A streak of golden light descended into Yuan Ti's embrace, and before she could comprehend, she was thrust into the spatial rift torn open by Yuan Ke, witnessing her transform into an inferno that incinerated the three dragon clan elders completely. That nirvana fire was a manifestation of the Yuan Feng's divine power, the strength of a Hunyuan adept, capable of reducing everything to naught but ash. Chapter 13. Beneath the laurel tree, Xianyu and Yuan Ti stood side by the moonlit pond, recounting tales of the past. After emerging from the chaotic currents of space, I returned to my ancestral land and entered seclusion to heal my wounds. It was not until several centuries later, upon receiving a summons from the clan leader, that I hastily made my way to the starry expanse. Thus, I had not even prepared any provisions for this occasion. Yuan Ti spoke with a hint of embarrassment. No wonder your cultivation appears so superficial. To endure severe injuries and forcibly break through the mirror, followed by a hasty seclusion of several hundred years, how could that possibly suffice? If hidden ailments were to arise, or if your foundation were to be compromised, what would you do in the future? Your clan leaders rather. Xianyu. Yuan Ti, upon hearing Xianyu's admonitions, was not at all vexed, but interjected only when the subject of her clan leader was broached. Rest assured, my clan leader is not what you imagine. When I returned to the ancestral land, the leader bestowed upon me numerous treasures to aid in my healing. My foundation is perfectly intact. Xianyu accepted the wooden box handed to her and opened it to reveal a swirling orb of tricolored divine water, dazzling with golden brilliance, cool silver radiance, and profound purple mist, shrouded in an enigmatic divine glow. What is this? This is the healing treasure bestowed by the clan leader, the three lights divine water. Just a single drop can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. Such a precious item. Why would you give it to me? I have a favor to ask. Yuan Ti turned to point at the gray-feathered giant bird bowing incessantly beneath the laurel tree. This foolish bird's mother is Yuan Quebec. The child suffered damage to its essence during a battle and was subsequently forced into premature birth. It is a miracle that it has survived. No wonder. I noticed earlier that this little creature's soul was troubled, and its bloodline is rather peculiar. Xianyu cast a beam of moonlight and gently scooped up the gray-feathered bird. Scrutinizing it closely, this creature possesses the bloodline of the dragon clan, and many within the clan harbor biases against it. Yet the crux of the matter lies with its intellect. In its current state, whether within or outside the clan, it would struggle to survive independently. Therefore, I wish to enlist your help to see if we can offer this child some healing. Indeed, it is a challenging case. Its innate spirit is lacking, and its intellect has not yet awakened. However, the combination of dragon and phoenix bloodlines within is rather promising, and its physical foundation is sound. Xianyu pondered deeply while gently stroking the head of the gray-feathered bird, which closed its eyes in contentment. In terms of soul restoration, your clan leader undoubtedly surpasses me. All I can provide are some jade dew and laurel blossoms. Yuan Ti was subtly maneuvering to acquire the three lights divine water for herself. There are two approaches. The first is to nurture it slowly with the laurel blossoms and jade dew, allowing time for improvement. The second is to cultivate your Phoenix clan's nirvana fire. Through the Phoenix's rebirth, one can seek life amidst death, thus compensating for its innate deficiencies. Xian Yu produced a laurel leaf filled with ample jade dew and laurel blossoms, handing it to Yuan Ti. The former is a safe route, while the latter is perilous. Of course, pursuing both paths simultaneously is also an option. Very well, let us first allow it to establish its foundation with jade dew, and once its intellect awakens, I shall teach it the nirvana technique. Yuan Ti appeared to be in high spirits as she retrieved the small dried fish she always carried with her, offering it to the gray-feathered bird and encouraging it to frolic beneath the laurel tree. Have you decided on a name yet? We cannot simply call it the dull bird forever, can we? Observing the gray-feathered creature cleverly negotiating with the small fish, Yuan Ti finally spoke. Let us name it Jin Huan, wishing it a joyous life henceforth. In truth, being somewhat simple-minded is not such a burden. One need not dwell on trivial concerns, but rather live with a carefree heart. Xian Yu nodded in agreement. It is no small feat indeed. For in the present chaos of the primordial realm, strife abounds. Yuan Ti shook her head, choosing not to continue on that subject. Xian Yu, born of great strength, had not witnessed the brutal realities of survival among clans and therefore could not grasp the malice that the primordial realm harbored towards the weaker beings. A grand feast may be out of reach, but what of the laurel wine you mentioned last time? Xian Yu raised her hand, summoning a jade jar that soared from the moon pool and landed gently in her grasp. The dark moon is harsh and cold, and without the necessary ingredients, brewing wine is impossible. Then what is this? A fortunate happenstance, one might call it. It can be dubbed the Chaos Ice Jade Elixir. Upon returning to the moon dwelling, the two settled down, and Xian Yu poured the exquisite elixir into two slightly larger crystal cups before handing one to Yuan Ti. Oh, what a peculiar taste. It is refreshingly cool, crisp, and effervescent on the tongue. Yuan Ti's eyes sparkled. After savoring a sip, she found herself unable to resist several more. This concoction is primarily made from jade dew, complemented by true lunar water, with a hint of chaotic residue. After its creation, it must be sealed at the bottom of the moon pool to prevent the dissipation of chaotic energy. Chaotic energy, isn't that the bane of living beings? Not the true chaotic energy. The laurel tree, while resisting the onslaught of chaos, also purifies the chaotic energy, transforming it into spiritual essence that nourishes the primordial realm. During this process, a residue is produced that contains no spiritual power and is harmless to living beings. Even if ingested, it is swiftly expelled. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Ti let out a burp. Jin Huan, hearing the commotion, waddled over, staring intently at Yuan Ti's belly, as if eager to sample this intriguing concoction that caused such rumbles. What are you staring at? Children shouldn't drink this. It won't help you grow. The Chaos Ice Jade Elixir indeed had a delightful taste, though the burping was rather undignified, causing Yuan Ti to feel a bit embarrassed. However, unable to resist the bird's playful antics, she ultimately poured half a cup for Jin Huan. Glug glug, glug glug. After tasting a sip, Jin Huan's eyes widened, and it hurriedly dashed to the laurel tree, chattering excitedly before pouring the elixir at the roots, seemingly wishing for the laurel to enjoy it as well. A gentle breeze rustled, and the laurel draped down a few strands of moonlight, lifting Jin Huan onto its branches, where a slender twig descended, twisting into a laurel crown that rested upon Jin Huan's head. Observing the charming interaction between the tree and the bird, Yuan Ti smiled warmly. This laurel is truly extraordinary. Its spirit is even more vibrant than that of my clan's ancestral spiritual root, the phoenix tree. The laurel tree, in relation to heaven and earth, transcends mere existence as a spirit root. It is the very essence from which the boundless dew is condensed. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ti's countenance grew solemn, and he performed a sincere bow before the laurel tree. Your noble virtues, dear friend, deserve the reverence of all beings. My previous failure to pay my respects was indeed a display of disrespect, and I humbly seek your forgiveness. The branches of the laurel quivered gently as numerous droplets of dew fell, presented as a gift to Yuan Ti. Ji Huan, entrusting the laurel tree with his joy, began to cultivate his own sanctuary. He first extracted a drop of the divine water known as the Three Lights, provided by Yuan Ti, dividing it into several portions to nourish the spirit roots he had previously planted, while the remainder was wholly infused into the moonlit pool. Yuan Ti also willingly lent a hand. After they had tended to the sanctuary, they retrieved the nirvana fire of Yuan Feng, engaging in profound discussions and contemplating divine powers. After all, Yuan Ti, belonging to the Phoenix clan, possessed an unparalleled familiarity with the nirvana fire. Several hundred years passed, and Yuan Ti, accompanied by Ji Huan, bid farewell to Xianyu, for he needed to return to his clan to report. As they watched Yuan Ti depart, the Taiyin star once again returned to its tranquil state. Chapter 14. The Starseed and the Laurel after Yuan Yi's departure. Xianyu found himself in a tranquil state, his thoughts stirring with a desire to traverse the starry expanse. Since his inception, he had only ventured beyond the realm of the moon star. It was high time for him to explore other celestial bodies. As a streak of light traversed the cosmos, Xianyu strolled through the celestial realm, the moon star gradually receding beneath him. A millennium later, Xianyu arrived at a remote and nameless celestial body. He meandered across the barren landscape, surveying the surroundings where only gray-brown rock formations and shattered craters lay in sight. The fierce winds howled, stirring up fine star dust that whispered against his robe. This cosmic expanse proved to be even more desolate than he had imagined. Bending down, he picked up a stone glimmering with silvery light, delicately tracing the intricate patterns upon its surface with his fingertips. This object, known as star pattern iron, although not of the innate category, boasted remarkable resilience and contained a hint of stellar power. If refined with true fire, it could be forged into a fine spiritual material. A modest yet valuable find indeed. Xianyu casually tucked it into his sleeve and continued onward, expanding his consciousness across the entire celestial body. He swiftly detected a faint wave of spiritual energy. Following this sensation, Xianyu arrived at a fissure in the Earth's crust, where deep within, a hazy cluster of starlight swirled slowly, as if nurturing something profound. Could it be a crystallized essence of a celestial body? This item, a condensation of stellar essence, belonged to the innate realm. If fortune favored him, after countless epochs, it might even give rise to a piece of innate spiritual matter or a living being of innate origin. Regrettably, the proximity to chaos had caused this essence to become somewhat dispersed under the relentless winds. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyu raised his hand to form a gesture, establishing a protective array of lunar energy. The array's pattern swirled, transforming into a thin barrier of moonlight that enveloped the fissure, shielding it from the chaos's encroachment. This formation was inspired by the inviting moon array. Though hastily arranged, it sufficed to fend off the fierce winds. Whether it would take shape depended on the essence of fate. He chose not to seize this treasure. The starry expanse was already too barren. To strip it of even this modest chance would be excessively avaricious. The current celestial realm was indeed too impoverished, which explained why the three tribes of the primordial era had no intentions of claiming the stars. Occupying the stars would require sending forth guardians, a distant endeavor with scant resources, proving to be a laborious and thankless task. Were it not for his emergence, the dragon clan likely would not even bother dispatching cannon fodder to the moon star. At present, the stars were left to fend off the chaos purely by instinct, functioning with minimal efficiency, not to mention the necessity of allocating essence to nurture the star monarch. Perhaps I should take some action. Channeling his celestial arts to shift stars and constellations, Xianyu promptly returned to the moon star, arriving beneath the laurel tree. My old companion, it seems you are in for quite a sacrifice this time. Xianyu gently caressed the trunk of the laurel tree, speaking softly. The laurel's silhouette swayed as 365 branches, carrying fragments of the laurel's essence, broke off and fell into Xianyu's hands. The essence of the laurel diminished significantly in that instant. Seizing the opportunity, the chaotic winds scattered numerous laurel flowers and leaves, which Xianyu collected with a heart full of tenderness. Beneath the moon pool, the jade dragon transformed from the dragon clan's Deluo emanated a gentle spiritual energy and Dao essence, nourishing the laurel trees, while Xianyu drew water from the pool to irrigate them. Unexpectedly, Ao Gui proved to be quite useful. In the future, there may be opportunities to convert some virtuous souls from the dragon clan to illuminate the vast wilderness. Subsequently, Xianyu collected some jade dew from the laurel branches and leaves, along with the primordial essence brought by Ao Gui, and departed from the Taiyin star. The vast wilderness is centered around the Taiyin, the Sun, and the Z-Wei, surrounded by 365 principal stars and encircled by 129,600 auxiliary stars, radiating outward and connecting to countless smaller stars. This was the embryonic form of the later Zhoutian star array. Xianyu's task was to plant a cutting of the laurel tree on each principal star, aiding the stars in resisting chaos while also providing shelter for the nascent star lords. As for the Sun star and the Z-Wei star, Xianyu had no intention of intervening. Those two celestial bodies were entangled in significant karma, and he did not wish to become a mere garment for those troublesome birds. Following his instincts, Xianyu arrived at the pivotal hubs of the stars, digging holes, watering them, and planting trees. He then extracted the primordial essence of the sea beings, refining it simply to remove impurities, which he utilized as fertilizer. Once he ensured the survival of the laurel cuttings, he proceeded to the next star. This process, while not difficult, was indeed quite tedious. Xianyu diligently toiled for nearly 6,000 years before successfully planting laurel trees on all the principal stars. During this time, he also collected various local specialties from different stars, predominantly various types of ores. While their quality was average, their aesthetic appeal was high, shimmering brightly and pleasing to Xianyu's heart. What excited Xianyu the most was discovering a patch of low-grade, innate spiritual root star mushrooms on an auxiliary star close to chaos. These star mushrooms resembled blue poisonous fungi, with a low rank, yet they could actively resist the chaotic energy by harnessing the brilliance of the stars, displaying robust vitality and rapid reproduction. As long as there were sufficient nutrients, they would continuously release spores to proliferate. This was, in fact, the divine spiritual root that Xianyu envisioned for constructing the starry expanse. Later, Xianyu spent over 20,000 years traversing numerous stars, planting the star mushrooms wherever he went. Initially, he hoped to encounter some spiritual treasures, but as time passed, his desire for such treasures waned, and he even deliberately avoided the Sun Star and the Ziwei Star. Alas, after nearly 10,000 years of labor, it was time for him to return and rest. Just as Xianyu prepared to head home, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred in the heavens. Startled, Xianyu looked up to see golden light cascading from the sky, vast and magnificent, like a celestial river pouring down, illuminating the entire star domain. Was it the golden light of merit? Standing deep in the starry expanse, Xianyu gazed at the laurel cuttings and star mushrooms he had personally planted, feeling a stir within his heart. Over the years, he had traversed desolate stars, sowing vitality. Although he had not sought rewards, the starry sky had ultimately transformed because of him. The golden light fell like rain, scattering gently. 30% entered his body. 30% nourished the laurel trees, and the remaining 40% dispersed to various stars, nurturing the newly sprouted laurel cuttings. As the merit infused his being, Xianyu felt his primordial spirit become clear, his Dao cultivation subtly ascending, and his understanding of the Great Dao growing ever more profound. Behind him, a radiant wheel of merit gradually coalesced, accentuating his increasingly divine and compassionate demeanor. The celestial principles of fairness dictated that, although he had not deliberately sought merit, his actions undeniably rectified the deficiencies in the cosmic defense against chaos, thereby fortifying the primordial realm. Such a noble deed did not go unnoticed by the heavens, which, in turn, bestowed upon him the fruits of merit to acknowledge his contributions, a delightful surprise indeed. Xianyu smiled faintly, not allowing himself to be overly elated. While merit is commendable, it remains a mere externality. What truly matters to him is whether the cosmos can thus be revitalized. Upon returning to the moonlit star, the laurel tree sensed his arrival, its branches quivering as if in joy. Xianyu gently caressed the trunk, saying, "Old companion, you have endured much this time." The laurel swayed, seemingly in response. What astonished him further was the sight of those previously removed branches, which had miraculously regrown, even more lush than before. It appears that the nourishment of merit has greatly benefited you as well. Though the cosmos had been desolate, it now exuded a vibrancy. Xianyu gazed into the distance, faintly sensing that the laurel's offshoots had begun to nourish the stars, making their light ever more resplendent. One day, this expanse of stars may flourish as abundantly as the primordial earth. Xianyu mused softly to himself, then turned to head towards the moon chamber, preparing to enter seclusion and contemplate the insights gained from this experience. Chapter 15. Undercurrents deep within the East Sea lies a vast abyss known as the Return to the Void, an eternal reservoir that gathers the waters of the world yet remains insatiable. Its expanse is boundless, and its depths unfathomable. Above the swirling vortex of the Return to the Void hovers a colossal island, rivaling the size of celestial bodies. Within the sprawling coral forests, countless precious night pearls illuminate much of the ocean floor. Myriad crystal palaces, shaped by the terrain, spiral and coil like a beehive in a whirlpool. Inside the dragon palace, 9 coiling dragon pillars support the towering canopy, and the most exquisite throne of conch shell has long been suspended in midair. The ancestral dragon remains in seclusion, while the azure dragon leads the forces outside. All significant matters within the clan are entrusted to the ancestral dragon's brother, the candle dragon. Is this truly the brilliant strategy you devised? Betraying our own kin, using our brethren as bait, only to be annihilated in return? At the foot of the Grand Hall steps stands a young man clad in purple robes, his gray hair flowing, facing away from the ancestral dragon's throne. His posture is defiant, hands clasped behind his back, and his voice brims with fury, exuding the formidable aura of a mid-stage golden immortal. Not far off, the Dragon King of the North Sea and 9 elders are suppressed to the ground, rendered immobile. The violent clash against chaos has awakened this ancient ancestor of the Dragon clan, who, upon emerging from seclusion, received the news of the 3 elders' deaths, igniting his wrath. I have secluded myself for merely a few millennia, and you have created such a monumental blunder, truly incompetent. The Candle Dragon retracts his aura, raising a hand to beckon. And a tributary of the river of time flows forth from the void, revealing the scenes of the 3 elders' demise in the Dragon Abyss. As it nears the fire of nirvana, the river suddenly churns, shattering the images before him, rendering them irretrievable. Indeed, what a cunning scheme. A fledgling phoenix in the mid-stage of the Great Luo realm has exchanged the lives of 3 of our venerable elders in the late stage of the Great Luo. The Candle Dragon paces restlessly, then sits sideways on the steps beneath the throne, one hand resting on his forehead while the other taps rhythmically on a glass pearl of the railing. Ayo, was it not you who claimed that someone volunteered to venture into the starry sky a while ago? What is the situation now? After a prolonged silence, the Candle Dragon slowly speaks, reporting to the ancestor. I am currently unaware. The 3rd elder, Ayo, bows his head, trembling in fear, uncertain why the ancestor has suddenly broached this matter. He recalls that Ao Gue is one of his descendants, of which he has some recollection. However, his Dao fruit remains intact, and his soul lamp has not extinguished. He is likely just missing. The Candle Dragon opens his violet eyes, gazing through the towering palace gates towards the farthest reaches. How foolish of me. I neglected the starry sky and failed to consider that celestial beings could emerge in this era. Earlier, when he glimpsed the river of time, he caught sight of the shadow of the moon star sovereign, which surprised him greatly. After all, according to his calculations, the stars had not yet fully formed, making it improbable for a star sovereign to manifest. Ancestor, no matter how formidable the moon star sovereign may be, he is but one solitary individual. With cultivation only at the Great Luo realm, what is there to fear? Indeed, Ancestor, our primary adversaries at present are the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Once we extinguish these 2 factions, the starry sky shall naturally belong to us. Foolishness. The 8th elder and the 9th elder spoke in succession, only to be struck aside by the Candle Dragon's palm, landing against the coiling dragon pillar. You initially disregarded the esteemed Dragon clan, displaying arrogance and contempt towards others. How can I trust that you are capable of managing our noble lineage? The hearts of the Dragon clan have grown restless and haughty. Enough of this. You may leave now. The Candle Dragon waved his hand in resignation, urging the elders to depart swiftly. The 9 elders trembled as they rose from the ground, casting furtive glances at one another before retreating in a dejected manner. Within the Dragon Palace, the Candle Dragon stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the long empty throne, lost in thought. The Dragon clan governs the 4 seas, revered by all aquatic beings who acknowledge the ancestral dragon as their leader. His word can govern the affairs of the world, wielding unparalleled power. Beneath the ancestral dragon are 2 formidable beings, his brother, the Candle Dragon, who oversees the clan's various matters, and the Azure Dragon, Meng Zhong, the divine lord of the Dragon clan, commanding its military and leading battles across the lands. Additionally, there are the 4 great dragon kings, safeguarding the 4 seas. Below them, numerous elders and generals assist in managing the territories. The 4 seas are divided by geography, each domain governed by a leader commanding countless naval forces. The ancestral grounds of the Dragon clan lie in the East Sea, with the Phoenix clan to the south and the Qilin clan near the central Zhou mountain, resulting in particularly fierce conflicts in the southeastern region. To the north lies the ancestral land of the ferocious beasts, often plagued by their rampages, shrouded in malevolence, making survival arduous for living beings. The western region features Mount Shumi, the ancient domain of the formidable Rahu. Due to its fearsome reputation, the 3 clans exercise restraint in this area, rendering it relatively peaceful. Beneath the majestic Mount Shumi, in the depths of the earth, lies a blood pool resembling a massive tumor, growing at the very heart of the ancestral veins. With endless rivers of blood flowing along the branches of the ancestral pulse, Rahu floated above the blood pool, the 12th great annihilation black lotus blooming before him, its petals sweeping across the realm, eliciting the wails of countless resentful souls, the aura of blood and malevolence rising like a thick fog. Upon the lotus platform, Four sword embryos hung inverted upon an altar made of piled corpses, each body radiating the essence of the great Luo. The four sword embryos flowed with the lifeblood of myriad races. At this rate, how many years will it take to complete this sacrificial refinement? Perhaps it is time for him to make his appearance. Rahu raised his hand and revealed a fragmented dragon pearl, within which coiled a remnant soul. Lon, do you harbor hatred? Raha's voice resonated with a chilling enchantment. Your kin covet your spiritual treasure, framing you as a pawn, tormenting you. Observing Lan's vacant gaze, Raha smiled. Your beloved perished for you, along with the unborn child, consumed entirely by the flames of nirvana. Upon hearing the news of Yuan Ke, a flicker of emotion finally stirred in Lan's eyes. You were destined to be obliterated in the dragon abyss. Yet my benevolence prevented me from witnessing the suffering of the affectionate, and thus I intervened to save your life. Rahu formed a seal with one hand. A black lotus enveloped in vast demonic energy surged into the dragon pearl. Now, I grant you another opportunity. Use this 8th grade black lotus to restore your essence, and I shall provide you with a new body, hoping you may seek justice for your beloved. Lan's fragmented soul emitted a silent howl as her dragon horns darkened inch by inch. Witnessing the successful transformation, Rahu expressed profound satisfaction, raising his hand to cast the dragon pearl into the blood pool, while the shadow beneath him morphed into a dark silhouette that followed suit. Deep within the Western Sea, a resplendent dragon palace rested upon the ocean's geomantic essence. Ha! A splendid leap. Such a delightful performance. The Dragon King Aeon, seated at the head of the grand hall, reveled in the spectacle. The enchanting mermaids danced, while the mermen serenaded, and in a moment of jubilation, Aeon bestowed a coveted treasure upon the performing mermaid. In such a splendid and picturesque setting, how could one forego exquisite delicacies? Come forth. Quickly summon Brother Squid to grace my feast. Moments later, 2 shrimp soldiers presented a colossal platter of perfectly boiled squid, adorned with seaweed, tantalizing the senses with its aroma and flavor. As Aeon prepared to savor the dish, he noticed the squid on the platter sprouting grotesque black scales. A fleeting shadow passed through the hall, the candlelight flickered, and then, in an instant, everything returned to normal. Now, you are the Dragon King of the Western Sea. Rahu's voice echoed throughout the chamber, while Aeon remained composed on his throne, effortlessly dispatching the mermaids, mermen, and the shrimp and crab soldiers present. Chapter 16. The Western White Tiger beneath the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Goetiu whirlpool churns, drawing in and devouring the waters of the world. Its might capable of effortlessly tearing apart the Great Luo. The reason the Dragon Palace can remain steadfast upon the Goetiu lies in the existence dwelling deep within. Brother, Yuan Feng is excessively arrogant. The Candle Dragon manifested a towering figure, riding the river of time, descending into the depths of Goetiu. What troubles you? Upon hearing his younger brother's grievance, his vast golden vertical pupils, resembling a starry sky, opened wide, and his immense form slowly shifted, causing the Goetiu whirlpool to reverse its flow. Yuan Feng is cunning indeed. She has used the Nirvana fire to secretly harm our clan's juniors. The Candle Dragon lightly touched the river of time, revealing the images of the 3 elder dragons who had fallen. Nirvana fire. Yuan Feng. The resonant roar of the dragon echoed, causing the entire East Sea aquatic race to prostrate themselves, kneeling towards Goetiu. I wish to extract a trace of the Nirvana fire's essence from the river of time. I implore you, brother, lend me your strength. The Candle Dragon, a mid-stage Hongjun golden immortal, found himself at a disadvantage against Yuan Feng, who was at the late stage, and thus sought aid from his slightly more powerful elder brother. Very well. A magnificent golden dragon pearl quietly emerged within the river of time, the innate treasure known as the ancestral dragon pearl, born alongside the ancestral dragon. Upon witnessing this, the Candle Dragon also summoned his accompanying spiritual treasure, the Candle Dragon lamp. The grayish-white flame flickered, navigating against the currents of the river of time, capturing a wisp of essence. The river of time stirred with waves. Before it could disperse, it was smoothed by the ancestral dragon pearl above, evading anyone's notice. Do not rush to act. Stir the waters a bit to prevent Yuan Feng from detecting us. Having settled the details with his elder brother, the Candle Dragon leisurely returned to the Dragon Palace, gathering the elders to relay the situation. The 3rd elder, bearing the essence of the Nirvana fire and a treasure that conceals heavenly secrets, quietly departed from the East Sea towards the West Sea. The Grand Elder manifested a towering Dharma form in the East Sea, issuing a proclamation against the villainy of Yuan Feng to the myriad beings of the wilderness. In essence, It condemned Yuan Feng as hypocritical and devoid of martial ethics, striking first against the clan's juniors and assassinating elder dragons. The ancestral dragon, enraged, expressed strong condemnation of such actions and demanded that Yuan Feng pay a price. Shortly thereafter, the Phoenix clan envoy released a statement, asserting that the Dragon clan had fabricated falsehoods, reversing right and wrong. They claimed that it was the Dragon clan who had devised the ambush against their clan's prodigies, and that Yuan Feng's bestowal of the Nirvana fire was merely an act of self-defense. As soon as the Phoenix clan issued their statement, news arrived of the South Sea Dragon King leading an army to attack the undying volcano, prompting them to summon their kin to battle, even recalling diplomatic envoys like Yuanqi. Upon seeing that the ancestral dragon intended to take real action, the beginning Qilin hurried to Mount Buzhou, calling out for both sides to exercise restraint and to sit down for earnest discussions, rather than acting impulsively. This conflict persisted for tens of thousands of years, plunging the southern and eastern regions of the wilderness into an endless cycle of slaughter, with golden immortals perishing and countless lives lost, including 2 great Luo. In the western wilderness stands Mount Shumi at its center, to the west lies the Western Sea, and to the north, one can reach the Blood Sea. Beyond Mount Shumi to the north, crossing the Blood Sea, one arrives in the northern wilderness. To the east of Mount Sumeru, near the location of Mount Buzhou, lies another mountain known as Mount Wanshou. Between Mount Wanshou and Mount Sumeru stretches an endless expanse of rugged ridges, sloping from east to west, resembling a reclining tiger. Abundant in minerals, yet sparse in trees, this range is named White Tiger Ridge. This ridge serves as the territory of the primordial White Tiger clan. The clan leader, Bai Sha, is a renowned general under the auspices of the first Qilin, specializing in the art of warfare. His strength has reached the pinnacle of Great Luo, mere moments away from stepping into the realm of Hunyuan. Father, His Majesty Qilin has decreed that the 3 clans should refrain from engaging in large-scale warfare and instead pursue the path of benevolence together. Striving for peaceful development in the cave of the clan leader, Bai Yi, the young clan heir, stood small yet resolute, brandishing a silver spear. Despite possessing only the strength of the early Tai, he faced his father, who had attained great Luo perfection, without a trace of fear on his youthful face. Enough. You, a mere child, what do you understand about principles? Bai Sha's fierce gaze pierced through the air, his aura mixed with an enduring scent of blood. Interrupting his son's earnest discourse, he could not fathom how, after a lifetime of battles, having tasted dragon liver and sipped phoenix blood, such that even the first Qilin would regard him as a hero, he had given birth to such a loquacious and innocent son. When the opportunity arose, he simply suggested to the first Qilin to lead troops to assist the Phoenix clan and launch a surprise attack on the Dragon clan. Yet this boy, upon discovering it, had stormed over with his spear, chattering incessantly. Father, His Majesty Qilin governs with benevolence, fostering harmony among our beastly kin and continually mediating the conflicts between dragons and phoenixes, saving countless lives. His merits are immeasurable. If you were to deploy troops to battle, it would undoubtedly escalate the war, resulting in the demise of countless beings' silence. How long have you lived? And how long have I lived? As his son extolled the virtues of the first Qilin, an inexplicable anger flared within Bai Sha. You speak of benevolence. Do you even know what it entails? Do you think the peace of the beastly kin is built upon benevolence? Ridiculous. It was your father and the first Qilin who carved a path through blood and steel. Do you know of the beast altar in the ancestral grounds of the Qilin, where countless bones lay buried, remnants of those who defied the Qilin clan? A pure and intense killing intent radiated from him as Bai Sha flicked his fingers, sending Bai Yi's silver spear flying, embedding it into the jade wall of the cave. This was the first time Bai Yi had witnessed his father's fury. Gazing at the menacing scars etched on his father's face, he felt lost, his expression shifting from solemnity to confusion, ultimately welling up with tears. Overwhelmed by a sense of grievance, Bai Yi transformed into a small white tiger and dashed out without looking back. Elder Bai Kuei, stationed at the entrance, entered the cave only to find the clan leader staring blankly at Bai Yi's spear. Leader, the young master is still but a child. Since his birth, he has either been learning in the Qilin clan or by your side, having had no opportunity to witness the perils of the primordial world. Humph. It is all that old Qilin's fault for corrupting my son. Bai Sha retorted. Bai Kuei, what do you suggest we do now? Bai Sha removed his son's spear and caressed its surface, feeling a pang of regret for having frightened his own child away. The young Bai Yi is the cherished offspring of the clan elder, and indeed the sole heir. Born into an abundance of affection from the Bai Sha and the entire Baihu clan, Bai Yi is exceptionally clever, earning the deep fondness of even the primordial Qilin. who often takes him under its wing for training. The young clan leader is poised to ascend to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal before even reaching a pivotal moment in his development. A feat made possible by the guidance of this formidable figure from the late Hongjun stage. You wonder if he harbors any resentment towards me. Fear not, esteemed clan leader, for the young master has shown remarkable intellect from a tender age. Once he calms his thoughts and reflects, he shall undoubtedly grasp the clan leader's heartfelt intentions. Your words carry weight. Yet, I still harbor some unease. I shall personally ensure his protection from the shadows. Having said this, Bai Kuei performed a respectful bow to the clan leader, seized by Yi's long spear, and transformed into a gust of wind, pursuing him swiftly. Upon exiting the dwelling, Bai concealed himself from his clansmen and dashed towards the ancestral land of the Qilin, tears streaming down his face as he ran. Chapter 17. The Sorrow of the White Tiger. Bai soared through the winds, racing homeward for over 1,000 years. Finally arriving at his doorstep, it would be inappropriate to approach the Qilin clan leader empty-handed. He must bring gifts. Bai was not truly naive. He understood well that the current standing of the White Tiger clan was earned through the sacrifices of his father and kin. Yet, precisely for this reason, he opposed his father's call to arms. From what he knew, the Dragon and Phoenix clans were far more powerful than the Qilin clan. Should the White Tiger clan intervene, they would directly confront the Dragon clan, leading to inevitable casualties. Thus, the White Tiger clan must refrain from being the vanguard. Moreover, the Beast clans revered the Qilin. If any force were to be deployed, it ought to be the Qilin clan first. Unfortunately, his father, in his recklessness, understood nothing of strategy. Not only did he fail to comprehend, but he also chastised Bai. Uncle Kuei, you have accompanied me all this way. It is time for you to reveal yourself. Young master, shall we not return? Bai Kuei stepped out from the void, holding Bai's silver spear. I intend to bring some gifts to visit the Qilin clan leader. Do you have any thoughts, Uncle Kuei? Well, there is a gung metal mine not far from here. Acquiring some innate gung metal would suffice. Bai agreed, taking the silver spear from Uncle Kuei and absorbing it into his being for nourishment. This gung metal would be ideal for crafting weapons for the Qilin clan's use. According to his plan, the Qilin clan should take center stage, leading the other beast clans in a direct confrontation with the Dragon and Phoenix, while the White Tiger clan remained in the shadows, providing weapons and armor. After all, the White Tiger clan was rich in various minerals, particularly the unique innate gung metal mine, which contained the essence of the innate gung metal path, capable of inflicting harm upon even the most formidable foes. His own silver spear was crafted from this exquisite innate gung metal, a postnatal spiritual treasure. While it did not possess the innate indestructible spirit light of primordial treasures, its power was certainly comparable to that of typical innate treasures. Bai Kuei believed that the act of gifting was quite trivial. How could the esteemed leader of the Qilin clan possibly accept a trifle from a junior? Nevertheless, it was commendable that the young master had such considerations. Our little young master is so thoughtful and endearing. It's no wonder that the ancient Qilin holds him in such high regard. Having made their decision, the two set off toward the mining area. Dragon King, someone approaches. There's no need to gather this essence. Cho, cloaked in black, concealed his presence in the shadows, cautioning the West Sea Dragon King, Run. Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? Run, adorned in a resplendent red feather robe emblazoned with gilded larks, crowned with a phoenix hairpin and delicate vermilion-dusted lips, evoked the image of a stunningly noble phoenix. Thousands of years prior, Cho, under the orders of the ancestral Candle Dragon, had stealthily arrived at the West Sea Dragon Palace, bearing the aura of the Nirvana fire, to conspire with Run against the White Tiger clan. The plan was straightforward, to disguise themselves as members of the Phoenix clan, launching a surprise attack on the White Tiger clan to seize their innate gung metal mine, and subsequently, to use the essence of the Yuan Phoenix's Nirvana fire to frame the Phoenix clan for the deed. In the vast expanse of the Primordial World, the Nirvana fire of the mixed origin realm is a rarity only the Yuan Phoenix can wield, evoking a sense of skepticism. Although the plan may seem cliché, it remains a true classic, practical, and effective. Initially, Cho harbored concerns that the Dragon King of the West Sea, disguised as a member of the Phoenix clan, might reveal some flaw. However, to his astonishment, this individual proved to possess a remarkable finesse. With a mere change of aura and donning female attire, they appeared even more captivating than a true member of the Phoenix lineage, adorned in the regalia of the Phoenix clan. Every gesture radiated such an imposing presence that even the Yuan Phoenix might mistake them for kin. The White Tiger clan, known for their martial prowess, possesses a temperament that can rival even the primordial Qilin. To deal with such brash individuals, The most effective strategy is to provoke their emotions. Hence the tragic fate of the White Tiger clan members in the mining site. Deep within the mine, countless colossal white tiger corpses were heaped into an altar, their blood coalescing into a crimson pool that seeped into the earth, following the ley lines toward Mount Shumi. What fate! The visitor turns out to be the young clan leader of the White Tiger. Their original plan was to stealthily eliminate the White Tiger clan and the cherished heart of the primordial Qilin, yet opportunities had eluded them until now. As he presented himself so conveniently, they would surely spread the news shortly. You must take action to intercept them, or our escape will be jeopardized. Indeed, Ao Cho grasped a lantern, its bronze handle supporting a dim, grayish light, the ancestral candle dragon lamp. It possesses the ability to conceal the heavenly secrets and sever the threads of time and space, more than sufficient to deal with beings beneath the mixed origin realm. Uncle Kuei, what is the situation? Observing the desolate entrance of the mine, Bai Yi and Bai Kuei furrowed their brows. Could it be that someone has been derelict in their duties? Uncle Kuei, extraordinary occurrences often herald unusual phenomena. We must signal the clan. The young master speaks wisely. I shall venture inside to investigate. The two believed that the clan's experts would soon receive news, unaware that this realm had already been shrouded by Ao Chao's candle dragon lamp. In a sense, they were no longer within the primordial world, but had been isolated into a separate temporal space. Moments later, two fierce-eyed white tigers, seemingly eager to devour, ventured deeper into the mine. Roar! Without exchanging pleasantries, Bai Kuei summoned the winds and unleashed his mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Shattering Claw. A crimson aura surging forth directly toward the red-clad figure seated upon the pile of tiger corpses. Ao Run opened his phoenix eyes and, raising a hand, conjured a fire phoenix infused with a faint trace of nirvana fire, effortlessly countering Bai Kuei's lethal strike. Is this the virtue imparted by the Yuan Phoenix? The silver spear stirred 1,000 flakes of snow as Bai Yi propelled his gung metal aura through the air, aiming directly for Ao Run's visage, only to be deflected by a mere flick of the finger. Bai Kuei shielded the young master behind him, his heart sinking to the depths. Young master, flee. It's the great perfection. He is merely at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal. Although he might hold his ground for a moment against a being of great perfection, defeat is inevitable. As Ao Run pressed the attack and deliberately slowed his momentum to toy with Bai Kuei, he rendered him unable to assist Bai Yi, understanding his own limitations. Bai Yi realized that he would only be a burden to Uncle Kuei. In a swift motion, he transformed into a gust of wind, racing toward the exit. Hidden in the shadows, Ao Cho awaited this very moment. Bai Yi, a shadow, imperceptible to the divine consciousness, suddenly surged forth from the shadows of the rocky wall, charging directly towards Bai Yi. With a roar, Bai Kuei relinquished an arm, evading the onslaught of Ao Run, and darted toward the direction of the young master. Yet he was still a moment too late. Bai Yi was struck by a powerful blow from the late stage of Deluo, sent hurtling backward, crashing against the walls of the mine, as falling stones rained down, leaving his fate uncertain. Phoenix Clan, what is it that you truly desire? Bai Kuei cautiously extracted Bai Yi from the rubble, cradling him in his arms. Gazing upon the critically injured young master, forced to reveal his true form. His fur bristled in rage, wishing he could rend the two individuals before him to shreds. Should anything happen to my young master, the Beast Clan shall undoubtedly raise the southern undying volcano to the ground. Ao Run and Ao Cho exchanged glances, both aware that their objective had been achieved. Earlier, Ao Cho had held back. Otherwise, under the full force of Deluo, a mere Tai, he would have been obliterated to dust. Now that both of these individuals were tainted with the essence of nirvana fire, they could peacefully await their demise. Chapter 18. The Cataclysm of Primordial Chaos. A diminutive, jet-black sword soared forth from Ao Run's sleeve, seemingly unremarkable, yet concealing a tempestuous aura of malevolence. The moment it was unleashed, the mind descended into a veritable sea of corpses and blood, an endless purgatory. Bai Kuei manifested his colossal Taoist form, attempting to withstand this lethal assault. However, the Taoist body, forged from innate metal, crumbled before the sword's aura as if it were mere paper, effortlessly disintegrated into countless fragments. The sword pressed on relentlessly, piercing through Bai Yi's forehead before circling back to return to Ao Run's sleeve. Thinking to escape, Ao Cho brandished a lantern, casting its light upon Bai Kuei's severed arm. In that instant, a spectral white tiger essence quietly seeped into the dismembered limb. Bai Kuei realized that his demise was inevitable. He had cultivated the path of slaughter, complemented by the Tao of wind, rendering death a specter he feared not. Yet, He lamented for his young master. He loathed the two before him, and even more so, himself. Had he but intercepted the fleeing young master, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. The seeds of today would invariably bear fruit in the future. With the fortune of the White Tiger clan, I curse the Dragon and Phoenix clans. In days to come, may you be beset by endless calamities, eternally ensnared, reduced to mere sustenance for others. Bai Kuei fixed his gaze upon the candle dragon lantern held by Ao Cho. Recognizing it as a treasured artifact of the Dragon clan, resolute, he detonated his innate spiritual treasure. The mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the sky-breaking claw, combined with the self-detonation of a great Luo's essence, instantly transformed the vast expanse of the mine into ruins, even tearing the very fabric of space apart. Where countless spatial fissures lay in wait, threatening the demise of any who dared to tread. Protected by the candle dragon lantern, Ao Run and his companion emerged unscathed, calculating the celestial mechanics with precision and confirming the demise of Bai Yi and his companion. Ao Run swaggered away from the territory of the White Tiger clan, tearing through space with an air of nonchalance. Roar! No sooner had the two departed than a colossal tiger claw shattered the fabric of space, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent from the rifts. Where it passed, all flora withered and all life perished, as if the heavens themselves could no longer bear the weight of such malice, teetering on the brink of destruction. Roar! Upon his arrival at the mine, Bai Sha did not pursue the fleeing duo. With a resounding roar, he overturned the ruins of the mine, revealing the scattered remnants of Bai Kuei's flesh and bones, along with a shattered silver spear. My son. Other elite members of the White Tiger clan soon arrived, first noticing the broken spear in their leader's grasp, then the sacrificial altar of tiger corpses in the center of the ruins, and the dismembered remains of the Grand Elder. Their eyes bloodshot, they manifested their true forms as white tigers. My son is dead. All living beings shall accompany him in death. Bai Sha clutched the broken spear, crushing within it a lingering essence of rebirth, and howled to the heavens, the might of a Hongjun golden immortal surging forth, breaking through the stagnation of his long-ensnared realm. On that fateful day, the tigers roared through the forests, fierce and unyielding, leaving a trail of lifeless beings in their wake. Bai Sha led the clan's army eastward from Mount Wanshou, heading straight for the southern immortal volcano, annihilating every feathered creature in their path. The Qilin clan, upon receiving the news, chose silence, while the Phoenix clan's main forces were deeply enmeshed in the southeastern battlefield, embroiled in combat with the Dragon clan, unable to extricate themselves. Under various circumstances, the Foam clan's stronghold in the northwest was utterly powerless to halt the advance of the White Tiger clan, compelled to retreat repeatedly, consolidating their forces in a desperate attempt to preserve their remaining strength. That year, the White Tigers surged eastward, and the fall of golden immortals fell like rain. While the great Luo was soaked in blood, chaos reigning as all creatures of the primordial wilderness lived in constant fear. The heavens unleashed a murderous intent, shifting stars and altering abodes. The earth, too, was rife with bloodshed, as dragons and serpents rose from the land. Humanity, engulfed in strife, witnessed the very fabric of existence unravel. As the celestial and human realms converged in calamity, the primordial powers sensed the transformation of heaven and earth. Even the distant Xianyue on the Tying Star was roused from her seclusion by the surging aura of slaughter. How could the White Tiger clan be so deranged? How dare they commit such atrocities? By the moon pool, Xianyue stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her brow furrowed. The surface of the pool rippled, steam rising in tumult, coalescing into a blood-red tableau. Within the vision, the white tigers appeared, their eyes pitch black, imbued with an aura of savagery, their ferocity unparalleled, the blood of living beings staining their white patterns, as if they were demons crawling forth from a sea of blood. At the forefront, the clan leader of the White Tigers was particularly frenzied, wielding the might of primordial chaos, leaving desolation in his wake. Fortunately, the ancestral power of the Foam clan, Ancestor Ling Wang, emerged from the everlasting volcano to impede the White Tiger clan's advance. This White Tiger clan leader was indeed uncanny. In merely a few tens of thousands of years since the establishment of the Tao of primordial chaos, his cultivation had progressed as swiftly as the onslaught of his clan. The White Tigers advanced eastward, taking half a Yuan Hui's time, yet were hindered for a millennium by Ling Guang. From an initial disadvantage against the Zhuge, they had now reached a point of equal footing, their strength having surged dramatically. One could only wonder about Yuanzi, and that silly bird. In the vast expanse of the primordial wilderness, Xianyue had but two acquaintances. It was impossible for her not to care. Alas, if necessary, She could descend into the wilderness to rescue the two, bringing them back to the starry skies and granting them celestial titles, sheltered by the Tao of heaven, ensuring their safety. With a wave of her hand, she dispelled the vision in the moon pool, collecting some water to carry with her, and departed from the Tyne star. Soaring westward, Xuanyue's recent period of seclusion had not been lengthy. She had merely grasped a rudimentary form of the nirvana fire. The urgency to emerge stemmed from the influence of the heavenly tribulation, as the tribulation's essence surged forth, clouding the heavenly mechanisms and affecting her understanding of divine powers. Additionally, there had been unusual movements in the western White Tiger constellation. During a time of great calamity, the potential for unforeseen variables was heightened, and she wished to avoid anything beyond her control encroaching upon her territory. According to messages relayed by the Laurel, a Star Lord had emerged in the western Kuei constellation, which was quite unusual. Kuei, the foremost star among the seven of the White Tiger, represented the tail of the White Tiger and governed literary fortunes. A Star Lord should not have manifested at this time. Considering the circumstances of the White Tiger clan on the primordial land, Xianyue hastened to investigate. Without hesitation, she activated the stellar shift divine powers, shimmering between the stars, and after several hundred years, finally arrived at her destination. Upon stepping onto the first star of Kuei, she immediately sensed the presence of a profound golden Tao aura, which had not been there during her last visit. Intriguingly, a primordial golden vein was in the process of gestation. Approaching the laurel sapling she had previously planted, Xianyue quickly discerned its unusual nature. Beneath this laurel tree, a primordial vein of pure metal, known as Gingjin, gradually unfurls, imparting a lustrous sheen to the branches and leaves, significantly hastening the dissipation of chaotic energies. Who approaches? A young boy clad in white, barely reaching the waist of the moon, leaps from the laurel, wielding a broken spear tip, and shouts at the moon with an endearing fierceness. Indeed, he has arrived prematurely into this world. The moon carefully scrutinizes the child, who is in the early stages of his celestial journey, and begins to form conjectures about his origin. Reports from the Laurel's offshoots indicate that approximately 50 to 60,000 years ago, a spatial rift materialized near the constellation of Kuei, from which the body of a white tiger cub fell. Drawn by the nascent celestial essence of the Star Lord, it merged with this energy, resulting in the untimely emergence of the White Tiger Star Lord. Chapter 19. The Celestial Monarch by E. As Xianyue's thoughts stirred, a radiant golden wheel of virtue materialized behind him, while moonlight and starlight coalesced at his feet, forming a pristine white lotus that elevated him, exuding an air of extraordinary nobility. I am Xianyu, the celestial monarch of the Yin Moon, the sovereign of the laurel. He smiled kindly at the child, gesturing towards the nearby laurel tree. The celestial monarch of the Yin Moon? I am Bai Yi, the celestial monarch of the White Tiger. Bai Yi retracted his tattered broken spear, gazing at the golden wheel of virtue behind Xianyu, and belatedly performed a bow. This was a figure of great stature, one not to be trifled with. There is no need for excessive formalities. I have come to water and nourish this laurel tree. Xianyu retracted the golden wheel of virtue and approached the laurel, producing the moon pool water he had brought, and poured it at the tree's base. The branches swayed, blossoming with numerous laurel flowers, their fragrance wafting for miles, delicate yet tinged with an undertone of solemnity. Truly, the essence of a place nurtures its spiritual roots. While the quality of this offshoot pales in comparison to that of the mother laurel tree, it has nonetheless absorbed the influence of the Kuei constellation and the essence of the Gung metal path, resulting in the unique blossoming of laurel flowers. Senior, why is your laurel tree situated upon the Kuei constellation? Bai Yi inquired, observing Xianyu as he calmly harvested laurel flowers and collected dew. He could not help but ask, recalling how, shortly after his own emergence, he had nearly been beaten by the laurel tree for attempting to pluck its flowers. Only in recent years had he formed a bond with this laurel, allowing him to cultivate upon its branches. 100,000 years ago, I soared through the starry sky, witnessing the stars struggle against the chaos. I thus broke a branch from the mother laurel tree and planted an offshoot on each principal star to assist them in resisting the chaos and nurturing celestial monarchs. Xianyu moved closer to Bai Yi and shared some laurel flowers and dew with him. Thank you, senior. Do not mention it. The two sat down beside the laurel tree. From now on, this laurel shall be entrusted to you. Take good care of it. This was planted by you, senior. Bai Yi's eyes widened as he glanced at Xianyu and then back at the laurel tree above him. You are the celestial monarch of the White Tiger, entrusted with the authority of the White Tiger Star. Naturally, you must shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. This laurel offshoot can lend you a helping hand, serving as my token of introduction. Responsibilities? Indeed. The duty to construct the White Tiger constellation to guard the stars and to withstand the chaos. The starry sky is exceedingly barren, and my planting of laurel trees was intended to contribute to its vitality. Do not overthink it. Bai felt a genuine respect for this elder, turning to survey the desolate surroundings, feeling somewhat awkward to simply sit on the ground with him. After discussing the laurel tree, Xianyu spoke of the conditions on the primordial land, particularly concerning the White Tiger clan, which left Bai Yi in contemplative silence. Thus, are you Bai Yi of the White Tiger clan, or Bai Yi, the celestial monarch of the White Tiger? Aye. There is no need to rush your answer. Ponder it carefully first. Xianyu's demeanor was tranquil, his entire being intertwined with the essence of the laurel offshoot, using this opportunity to glimpse some of the mysteries of the gung metal path. As time flowed gently by, Bai Yi bowed his head, wrestling with his inner turmoil. Senior, the young clan leader of the White Tiger tribe has perished. I am the Star Lord of the White Tiger. After a considerable time, Xianyu received a response from Bai Yi. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to escort me down to the starry void to resolve my karmic ties. With Bai Yi's cultivation at the Tai realm, he could scarcely withstand the panga pressure emanating from Zhou Mountain. As for traversing the 9 layers of gale, that would be tantamount to courting death. Perhaps this is for the best. The weight of karma upon this lad is exceedingly burdensome. Allowing him to linger in the starry expanse is far too perilous. Should the White Tiger clan leader lead his forces from Zhou Mountain into the cosmos one day, it would spell disaster. His willingness to request descent into the starry void is indeed the most favorable outcome. Fear not, with the protection of the Star Lord's divine status. As long as you refrain from reckless actions, all shall be well. Once you have resolved your karmic ties, I shall guide you back. The two established their agreement and promptly set forth toward the heart of the cosmos. There, a connection to the summit of Zhou Mountain awaited, allowing them to evade the gale layers and enter the primordial land. At the foot of Zhou Mountain, in the ancestral land of the Qilin, the primordial Qilin transformed into a white-haired elder, stealthily exiting the ancestral grounds to meander upon Zhou Mountain while contemplating the intricacies of life. The Phoenix and Qilin tribes are allies, yet the White Tiger tribe serves as the general of the beast race, truly a comrade. To intercept the White Tiger would be akin to fracturing the beast race, a self-inflicted wound. However, failing to impede the White Tiger raises the specter of conflict between the Phoenix and Qilin tribes. Bai Yi's demise is shrouded in mystery. The Phoenix tribe could not be so foolish as to recklessly attack the White Tiger tribe over a trivial vein of gung metal. Yet, the aura of the Nirvana fire looms large. The Dragon tribe stands as the most direct beneficiary of these events, their motives abundantly clear, yet they possess an alibi. For the Azure Dragon was engaged in the northern expedition, while the 2 elder dragons remained dutifully in the returning ruins. Furthermore, the White Tiger tribe seems to harbor its own issues. With Bai Yi's death, the entire White Tiger tribe appears to have descended into madness. He has sent messages to Bai Sha, that brash fool, only to be met with silence. In this time of rising calamity and complex human sentiments, he finds himself utterly confounded, unable to discern the truth. I am the envoy of the Phoenix tribe, Yuan Ti, dispatched by the tribe leader Yuan Feng to pay my respects to His Majesty the Qilin. Yuan Ti knelt before the ancestral hall of the Qilin, calling out and weeping, while the 5 esteemed elders of the Qilin were unable to budge him. This fellow had come hundreds of years ago bearing great gifts to meet the primordial Qilin, expressing a desire to become a hostage of the Qilin tribe. Upon being politely declined, he stubbornly refused to leave. This audacious behavior left the 5 elders astounded, unable to force him away, nor could they simply allow him to depart. Thus, the 2 parties have been ensnared in this stalemate for centuries. The primordial Qilin, unable to bear the sight any longer, discreetly slipped out of the grand hall, choosing to avoid the turmoil. His reluctance to intervene was primarily due to his suspicions regarding the Phoenix tribe. We of the Phoenix tribe have been wronged. Yuan Ti wept bitterly. When the conflict between the dragons and phoenixes first ignited, numerous Phoenix experts emerged on the battlefield, or rather, reckless madmen. These lunatics first exchanged wounds with the Dragon tribe, and when on the brink of death, they dragged the Dragon tribe into Nirvana. Following a series of attacks, the Dragon tribe was annihilated, while the Phoenix tribe not only survived, but successfully underwent Nirvana, breaking through their realm. The Phoenix tribe once held the upper hand against the Dragon tribe on the battlefield. This raised suspicions in the primordial Qilin, leading him to believe that Yuan Feng had been secretly nurturing and surpassing the Dragon tribe, intending to dominate the remaining 2 tribes and tear the facade asunder. Not long after this idea was conceived, news reached the Baihu clan that the Feng clan had launched an assault on Bai Yi, seizing the innate Gongjin minds. Upon learning of Bai Yi's predicament, Shi Qilin nearly rushed to the Feng clan to confront Yuan Feng. Fortunately, reason ultimately prevailed, leading to a decision to observe the situation first. Alas, our Feng clan is in dire straits. Yuan Ti's anguished roar. The Dragon clan boasts 3 mixed origin beings, while the Feng clan has 2, and the Qilin clan is represented by only 1. As for the reckless Bai Sha, he remains in a state of confusion and cannot currently be classified as a controllable combat force. Should he and Yuan Feng engage in mutual destruction, the only victor would inevitably be the Dragon clan. The conflict between the Dragon and Feng clans has persisted for hundreds of thousands of years, resulting in the loss of countless kin. This is no mere charade. Presently, the emissaries dispatched by Yuan Feng seem to have cast aside all semblance of dignity, perhaps indicating that the Feng clan is truly on the brink of collapse. Shi Qilin's gaze transcended time and space, landing upon Yuan Ti as he scrutinized the younger generation of the Yuan Feng family. This young man is renowned for his decorum throughout the primordial realm, yet now he appears utterly devoid of pride for the sake of the Feng clan. Perhaps, this time, both the Feng and Baihu clans have been ensnared in a calculated ploy. Chapter 20. The unforeseen opportunity as Xianyu and Bai Yi descended from the heart of the starry sky. The surrounding ethereal essence grew increasingly potent as they approached the formidable Buzhou mountain. Further down lay a vast sea of clouds, revealing a broad continent emerging from the mist. Its imposing presence palpable. This was indeed the fabled summit of Buzhou mountain. Xianyu summoned a radiant moonlight, transforming it into an ethereal robe which he draped over Bai Yi. This was the Ta-Yin Dewy robe, a divine technique he had gleaned from the Dew-Yi crown, utilizing moonlight as a conduit to connect with the Ta-Yin star, enabling him to wield the path of the Ta-Yin for protection, impervious to all forms of malevolence. Not only did it safeguard his own being, but it could also be conferred upon another. Additionally, Xianyu sealed several strands of mystical power onto Bai Yi, and with the enhancement from his own White Tiger constellation, they were sufficiently fortified to withstand the formidable pressure emanating from Pangu. Bai Yi surveyed the land with curiosity, finding it unlike his expectations. There were no blooming flowers or verdant grasses, only smooth jade stones polished by the furious winds at the mountain's peak. To be frank, the summit was rather ordinary, but the vast sea of clouds was indeed extraordinary. The billowing clouds resembled layers of fine silk, rolling over the peaks like waves. Initially, they appeared as steely gray, but soon transformed into shimmering silver scales, interspersed with rising violet mists that danced and morphed into various forms, encircling Buzhou mountain. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the horizon, revealing a streak of golden light, akin to a master artisan splitting jade. A crimson orb leapt forth, tinting the cloud sea in a fiery hue, resembling waves of molten gold. The sun partially emerged, sending forth myriad golden rays piercing through the cloud gaps, too brilliant to behold. The duo, captivated by the scene, took a long moment to regain their composure. Xianyu relaxed his mind, dispersing his consciousness to merge with the surrounding realm, savoring the profound essence of the Tao. Intriguingly, the pressure of Pangu was far removed from his initial expectations. He had assumed that this oppressive force was a manifestation of the Tao left behind by the fallen Pangu, but it now seemed otherwise. This power bore a resemblance to the Heavenly Dao. No, the wilderness itself was indeed a transformation of Pangu's essence. Thus, the Heavenly Dao was intrinsically linked to Pangu's strength. When he had once harnessed the power of the Heavenly Dao to subdue chaos, he had encountered its force up close and was somewhat familiar with it. The pressure at Buzhou mountain did not fluctuate with altitude, but was contingent upon one's cultivation level. Xianyu, being at the late stage of Deluo, clearly felt a significantly stronger pressure than Bai Yi. The primary purpose of this force seemed to be the protection of Buzhou mountain. With such a binding power in place, even a Hunyuan golden immortal could not easily damage Buzhou mountain. Xianyu retracted his consciousness and began to outline his plans. His descent from the starry sky had 3 principal objectives. The foremost was to seek opportunities. His last venture into the wilderness had not yielded favorable results. This time, he was determined to seize resources and treasures related to the Ta-Yin before the innate deities emerged. Secondly, he sought to assist Yuan Shi and Jin Huan. Yuan Shi was the first friend he encountered in the wilderness, and he could not bear to see him fall victim to the impending tribulations. Any assistance he could provide would be invaluable. The third objective was to resolve the karmic ties afflicting Bai Yi. Moreover, there was the Dragon clan. He recalled the grievances of Ao Gui's invasion of the Ta-Yin Star, and this time, with an opportunity at hand, he naturally wished to enlighten a few fortunate true dragons to return to the Ta-Yin Star, contributing his life to the wilderness. It seems that fortune favors the bold. Having just arrived in the wilderness, he was already reaping rewards. Suddenly, as if guided by an unseen force, a surge of energy stirred Xianyue's spirit. As though something was beckoning him, a sign of impending opportunity. No longer ambulating leisurely, Xianyue waved his sleeve and summoned a wisp of cloud, carrying Bai Yi as they soared swiftly along the celestial path towards their destination. Before long, the duo arrived at a sea of clouds, where they discovered a spatial vortex concealed within the mist. Surrounding them, rays of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight were perpetually drawn into this enigmatic whirlpool. Additionally, 365 clouds of varying shapes danced around them, shifting unpredictably. This secret realm typically lay hidden deep within the cloud sea, veiled by a grand formation that obscured the celestial secrets. Without the pull of fortune, it would have remained unfound. The innate formation was formidable, not easily breached by brute force. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of the array, Xianyue refrained from immediate action. After ensuring Bai Yi was settled, he summoned the Tying Moon wheel to float beside him, wandering and observing while calculating with his fingers. Indeed, the trajectories of these clouds bore a connection to the stars. As the Lord of the Tying Star, he had comprehended the profound ability to shift stars, rendering this grand array not overly challenging for him. With a single thought, he connected to the Tying Star, and the dewy crown radiated with radiant light, a luminous moonlit illusion emerging behind him. Closing his eyes, Xianyue attuned himself to the circulation of spiritual energy within the formation, seeking the cloud clusters corresponding to the Tying. Upon opening his eyes, he pointed, seizing a cloud of white jade hue. Although breaching from the outside proved difficult, penetrating from within was considerably simpler. Break. Carefully observing the operation of the grand array from the inside out, Xianyue finally identified the breakthrough point. With the Tying Moon wheel transforming into a silver shuttle that pierced the core of the formation. With a resounding crack, an invisible barrier shattered, revealing the entrance to the secret realm, and Bai Yi followed Xianyue as they plunged into the vortex. As they stepped into the secret realm, it felt akin to entering a miniature starry sky. Above, the 28 constellations flickered and revolved, while the sunlight, moonlight, and starlight drawn into this realm coalesced into a divine pool of tri-light at its center. Beside the small pool stood a colossal tree, its leaves resembling those of a maple, shimmering silver, with a trunk soaring to unimaginable heights, piercing the void, its branches adorned with countless fruits, twinkling like stars. A supreme, innate spiritual root. Bai Yi gasped in astonishment at the tree's rank. The celestial tree of the stars. Not only Bai Yi, but even Xianyue was taken aback. Unexpectedly, this tree was not in the starry sky, but on the peak of Mount Buzhou. Wait, the two mixed feathered birds of Diju and Tai were also discovered atop Mount Buzhou. Thus, it was not surprising that this starry tree had fallen into their hands. Setting aside its rank, this spiritual root held immense significance for the Star Lords. Each fruit borne by this tree represented a true star. Should they obtain the celestial tree, they could potentially create stars, becoming the legendary progenitors of the celestial bodies. Furthermore, its branches could be refined into artifacts that would grant mastery over the stars. In the legends of the past, the sovereign of the heavenly realm, Emperor Hongjun, forged the celestial banners from the branches of this tree, distributing them to his subordinates to command the myriad stars, thereby completing the grand formation of the celestial bodies. With the aid of this formation, he attained the exalted status of the Hongyuan Daluo Jingxian, a level of power akin to that of a saint. Thus, the saying that he who possesses this tree possesses the cosmos is not mere rhetoric. Indeed, this object is fated to be connected with my Tying Star. As Xianyue was about to approach and claim the treasure tree, he sensed a disturbance behind him. Be cautious, esteemed elder. A fierce, thunderous roar resonated through the air. As an immense beast, resembling a whale with deep blue hues and adorned with a pair of starry wings, materialized from thin air, surging forth with a tumultuous malevolence directly towards Xianyue. A beast of such ferocity, Xianyue swiftly gestured with his fingers, channeling the power of lunar radiance within the secret realm into 3,000 chains of binding light, encircling the beast from all directions. However, the creature wielded its wings with ferocity, severing the chains of lunar light with ease, and leaped forward, landing before the celestial tree, unleashing a wave of sinister energy that entwined with the starlight, spreading ominously outward. Chapter 21. Mount Xiaobuzu. How intriguing. An ethereal robe materialized around Xianyue, effortlessly deflecting each incoming attack. With fingers sharpened like claws, Xianyue unleashed 3,000 chains that fragmented into a dense and intricate web, ensnaring the ferocious beast. The creature's eyes reflected a flicker of fear as it attempted to flee once more, only to be easily enveloped like a rice dumpling. This was no ordinary beast. Typically, such creatures, consumed by malevolent energy, are devoid of fear, even in the face of death. However, through its star-like eyes, Xianyue perceived a glimmer of trepidation within this entity. Despite being shrouded in sinister energy, it retained a faint spark of sentience, which compelled it to seek escape. The beast continued to struggle valiantly, drawing starlight towards its wings. With a resounding roar, it transformed into a shower of starlight, dissipating into the ether. It had merged with the essence of this realm using the starlight, which explained its ability to conceal its presence right beneath Xuanyue's nose. It seemed this creature had consumed fruit from the stellar tree, resulting in a transformation that rendered it half ferocious beast, half innate spirit. Coupled with the continuous influx of lunar radiance from the secret realm, it managed to preserve its feeble consciousness amidst the encroaching malevolence. Do you play with starlight and moonlight? I fear you not. Xianyue raised a hand, drawing upon the surrounding starlight and lunar essence, manifesting a towering Dharma form. With an outstretched hand, he grasped a fragment of space. Gradually, the Dharma form diminished, merging into Xuanyue's being as a cacophony of roars emanated from his palm. Upon opening his hand, a diminutive, plump fish darted forth, yet it could not escape his grasp. Indeed, despite being a ferocious beast, it had not caused any significant bloodshed. Its cultivation had reached an impressive culmination, and had it not been for the clash between its stellar essence and the ferocious origin within, it might have ascended to a higher realm long ago. Recognizing the creature's admirable potential, Xianyue felt a fondness blossom within him. Thus, you shall be my steed. I shall not treat you poorly. Xianyue produced a sphere of lunar pool water and presented it before the beast. This lunar pool water, primarily composed of jade dew, combined with the waters of the three luminaries and nourished by the lunar principles of the moon laurel tree, matched the legendary 10 innate divine waters of the primordial chaos in essence. As the beast gazed upon the delectable divine water, its formidable prowess compelled it to swallow the lunar pool water in one gulp, thereby acknowledging Xianyue as its master. From this day forth, you shall be known as Xingkuan. Xianyue decisively bestowed the name upon it, releasing the creature from the confines of his palm world. Xingkuan, displaying remarkable discernment, shrank its form, restraining its malevolent energy, and affectionately nudged Xuanyue's pant leg, bowing its head in a subdued manner, much like a loyal hound. Despite harboring malevolence, it exhibited great restraint, a testament to its formidable willpower. This creature can nurture the soul and will be of immense benefit to you. In high spirits, Xianyue retrieved another orb of lunar pool water and handed it to Kuan, while he himself approached the stellar tree, plucking a star fruit to present to Bai. You, bearing the title of Star Lord, shall find this star fruit exceedingly beneficial. Seize an opportunity to refine it. It can significantly enhance your cultivation. Senior, this item is far too precious, especially considering it was you who obtained it. Bai was deeply astonished by Xuanyue's prowess, only reacting when the fruit landed in his embrace. Enough. You are the esteemed Lord White Tiger. Why do you linger on trivialities? Here, accept this gift. We, the celestial beings, are all one family and should support each other. Upon hearing this, Bai ceased to be polite and eagerly accepted the fruit with both hands, his eyes brimming with excitement. Star Kuan, understanding the moment, enlarged his form, lifting the two out of the secret realm. Xianyue raised a hand, transforming the entire secret realm into a minuscule space, which he tucked into his sleeve. Star Kuan soared down the mountain with Xianyue and Bai, both of whom held a star fruit, contemplating its essence for refinement. After countless millennia, they finally approached the foot of the Buzhou mountain. Were it not for Star Kuan's extraordinary abilities, tirelessly merging with the starlight to hasten their journey, they would not have reached the vicinity of the mountain within such a short span. Over the years, Xianyue had been cultivating on Star Kuan's back, successfully refining 9 star fruits, comprehending the celestial pathways within, and integrating some of those insights into his own Yin pathway. In this brief period of several millennia, his cultivation had significantly advanced, now just a step away from achieving the pinnacle of Deluo. His powers had become increasingly profound, with starlight and moonlight accompanying his every gesture, exuding an extraordinary aura. Bai, with a lesser cultivation, had managed to refine less than half a fruit with Xianyue's guidance. Nonetheless, this effort propelled Bai's cultivation from the early stages of Tai to the mid-stages. Throughout these years, Xianyue consistently offered instruction to Bai, who grew to trust and rely on him more. even desiring to take him as a master. However, Xian Yu, harboring reservations, gently declined, leaving Bai Yi in sorrow for quite some time. Eventually, unable to withstand the child's forlorn gaze, Xian Yu's heart softened, and he relented, allowing Bai Yi to refer to him as master. Master, this Buzhou mountain is so vast. I can only imagine how immense the primordial wilderness must be. With such extensive territory, why do the three clans continue to engage in relentless conflict? No matter how expansive the primordial wilderness may be, resources are finite. With the three clans having developed to their current state, the multitude of tribes inevitably leads to strife, and where there is conflict, the seeds of discord are sown. What if everyone in the primordial wilderness embraced the benevolence of the Qilin clan, replacing hatred with compassion? That is a daunting prospect. Not everyone can accept the path of the primordial Qilin. Why is that? The leaders of the three clans are all primordial beings, each possessing their own unique path. Do you think they would willingly abandon their own ways? The great path. I am merely a humble Deluo golden immortal. How could I dare to speak on matters concerning such existences? Seeing that his master was unwilling to pursue the topic further, Bai Yi resorted to trifling conversation. Master, when shall we arrive at the foot of Buzhou Mountain? Soon. Master, when will I become a Deluo golden immortal? Soon. Master, when will you accept me as your direct disciple? Soon. Ouch. That hurts. That hurts. That hurts. Realizing the audacity of this boy's scheming, Xian Yu turned back and tapped Bai Yi's head, which felt quite solid, a clear indication of a good mind. Master, I was wrong, Bai Yi exclaimed, one hand cradling his head and the other clutching Xian Yu's arm in a plea for mercy. This child, Xian Yu couldn't help but smile faintly, his thoughts wandering toward the boy's future. His situation is quite unique. He has emerged prematurely through the vessel of the White Tiger clan's young chieftain, having intertwined with a fragment of the latter's essence. In a sense, this can be regarded as a peculiar form of reincarnation, a reversal into a second life. However, he is not entirely the young chieftain of the White Tiger clan. Should the karmic ties of his past life remain unresolved, he risks not only the proliferation of inner demons, but also the bleakness of his path to enlightenment, with a significant possibility of a fractured psyche. Unable to discern his true identity, the karmic threads binding him are intricately linked to the primordial beings, a rather delicate predicament. Perhaps it would be wise to enlist the assistance of the primordial Qilin. A thorough strategy must be devised to help him resolve his karmic entanglements. Alas, I am uncertain about the current state of the chaos in the Hongjun realm, or the condition of the White Tiger clan in relation to the Phoenix clan. Furthermore, there is the matter of Yuan Ti and Jin Huan. The Phoenix clan is besieged by both the Dragon clan and the White Tiger clan, placing them in a most dire situation. I am left wondering how they are faring now. Chapter 22. Meeting the primordial Qilin. Before the two could step into the domain of the Qilin clan, they were confronted by a venerable old man with white hair. Clad in rough hemp garments and leaning on a green bamboo staff, he appeared before Xian Yu and Bai Yi, halting Xing Kuan in his tracks. Who are you? Bai Yi exclaimed, drawing his broken spear and assuming a defensive stance. The old man glanced at the spear in Bai Yi's hand, then looked skyward, sighing repeatedly. You are not Bai Yi, you are the White Tiger Star monarch. Upon observing the enigmatic elder, Xian Yu began to discern his identity. Bai Yi felt an inexplicable familiarity with the old man, but could not penetrate the depths of his true essence due to his own limitations. How do you know I am the White Tiger Star monarch? Bai Yi inquired. As soon as you set foot in Mount Buzhou, I sensed your presence. To be precise, I sensed the spear. With a wave of his hand, the old man summoned the broken spear from Bai Yi's grasp. This spear was forged by me when the young lord of the White Tiger clan ascended to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. It remains nameless, he continued, caressing the spear's fractured edge. I had intended to wait until he reached the Great Luo level to infuse my Dao mark into the spear, transforming it into a primordial spiritual treasure that aligned with his path, at which point he would bestow it with a name. At this juncture, both Xian Yu and Bai Yi could be certain that the venerable figure before them was none other than the Qilin clan's leader, Shi Qilin. I am Xian Yu. Honored to meet you, Elder Shi Qilin, Xian Yu declared, not wasting words. As he performed a respectful bow, he revealed the resplendent wheel of virtue, surrounded by an ethereal image of laurel, embodying the continuous essence of the lunar path. This wheel of virtue had grown significantly since its inception, for as the Lord of Laurel, as long as the laurel and the moon star persisted, an unending stream of virtue would flow to him. Shi Qilin regarded Xian Yu with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes, then shifted his gaze to Bai Yi, who was sheltered behind Xian Yu. Bai Yi followed suit, offering his name and bowing in respect. Shi Qilin reciprocated the gesture gracefully, openly acknowledging his own identity. The Star Monarch is a person of great virtue, bestowed with heavenly favor. Why do you venture into such murky waters? My disciple has an unresolved karmic matter, hence my journey to the primordial wilderness, Xianyu replied. Hearing this, Bai Yi's spirit soared with joy. Was his master finally acknowledging his identity? Shi Qilin stroked his beard thoughtfully, then waved his hand, causing a precious sword to materialize before Bai Yi. This is the high-grade primordial spiritual treasure, the Sword of Benevolence. I wish to exchange it for the broken spear in your possession. Would that be agreeable? Bai Yi looked to Xianyu, uncertain of how to proceed. Simply follow your heart, Xianyu advised. Encouraged by his teacher's words, Bai Yi accepted the spiritual treasure and absorbed it into his being for cultivation. Thus, the karmic bond between you and my Qilin clan is resolved, Shi Qilin stated. By choosing to exchange the broken spear for the Sword of Benevolence, you signify your relinquishment of the identity of the White Tiger clan's young lord. Therefore, you are no longer entangled with my Qilin clan. Seeing Bai Yi's confusion, Shi Qilin offered a brief elucidation. Thank you, esteemed elder. Bai Yi expressed his gratitude, seeing that the primordial Qilin was so amiable, showing no inclination to wield its status as a Hongjun golden immortal to intimidate others. Xianyu let out a sigh of relief. She stowed away the merit golden wheel and produced a jade vial from her sleeve. This vial contained dew distilled from the osmanthus, known for its restorative effects on the soul. Additionally, I have infused it with a touch of true water from the moon and the divine water of the three lights. Thus it possesses considerable healing properties as well. What a marvelous treasure. The primordial Qilin accepted the jade dew, examining it closely, visibly pleased. Nourishing the soul. Could it be related to the Phoenix clan? The primordial Qilin, astute as it was, immediately connected the dots regarding the Phoenix clan, its eyes gleaming with insight. My young friend, the remaining causality lies with the White Tiger clan. The primordial Qilin shifted the conversation towards the White Tiger clan. I owe my existence to the physical form and part of the essence of the young patriarch of the White Tiger clan. With such a premise, I must bear the consequences. Bai Yi gazed into the primordial Qilin's eyes and said, You are merely of Tai cultivation. How can you shoulder such burdens? I wish to meet the patriarch of the White Tiger clan and reveal the truth to him. Thereafter, whether to kill or to punish, it shall be at their discretion. The truth? The primordial Qilin narrowed its eyes, turning to look towards the East Sea. The assailants who ambushed the White Tiger clan were 2 in number, one of whom wielded a lantern emitting a grayish-white light and sported a pair of dragon horns. Noticing the primordial Qilin's reactionless demeanor, Bai Yi found it odd. Could it be that the Qilin was already aware? That lantern belongs to one of the ancestral dragons, the Candle Dragon's treasure, the Candle Dragon Lantern. The primordial Qilin saw through Bai Yi's doubts and began to elucidate. The direct beneficiaries of this incident are the Dragon clan, and naturally, suspicion would fall upon them. However, without evidence, it is difficult to pass judgment. After all, even the Hongjun must adhere to reason and cannot simply act on subjective assumptions. Alas, Bai Sha is a reckless individual. Once he sets his mind on believing the culprits are from the Phoenix clan, even I cannot sway him from that belief. To elaborate, my reluctance to intervene is somewhat related to the Star Lord. Xianyu, who had been stealthily aligning herself with Bai Yi, was suddenly called out and momentarily at a loss for words. The Star Lord must have provided the Phoenix clan with a considerable amount of jade dew, I presume? Xianyu furrowed her brows, uncertain of the implication of the elder's words. Thousands of years ago, the Phoenix clan, relying on an undying army, fought valiantly against both the Dragon and Tiger clans without suffering defeat. An undying army? Indeed, on the battlefield, they exchanged wounds for wounds, lives for lives. When on the brink of death, they would drag their opponents into nirvana, and crucially, the success rate of this nirvana is remarkably high. The strength of the Phoenix clan often surges dramatically post-nirvana. Such a strategy is unbearable for anyone. At this point, the primordial Qilin expressed a deep sense of lament. Xianyu's frown deepened, as if realizing that her momentary thought had significantly impacted the conflict among the 3 clans. Why had the primordial Qilin suddenly brought this matter to light? Could it be that it was also coveting the jade dew? May I inquire, esteemed elder, what is the current state of war among the 3 clans? At present, the White Tiger clan is being thwarted by the Vermilion Bird at the vicinity of the Fire Cloud Mountains, while the Dragon clan has only deployed forces from the East Sea and South Sea, and they are already showing signs of retreat. If the Dragon clan withdraws and the Phoenix clan comes to their aid, then the White Tiger clan will find themselves in dire peril. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi could not help but interject. Indeed, the Beast clan, having witnessed the prowess displayed by the Phoenix clan, hastily concluded that the assailant responsible for the assassination of the White Tiger clan's young leader was none other than the Phoenix clan. They clamored for permission to mobilize their forces to attack the Phoenix clan. Had it not been for my intervention, along with the presence of the envoy Yuan Ti as a hostage from the Phoenix clan, the avian and terrestrial beasts would likely have already clashed. Upon hearing the words of the esteemed Qilin, Xian Yu and Bai Yi exchanged glances, both feeling the gravity of the situation. The elder mentioned that Yuan Ti was in the Qilin clan. Indeed, could it be that Star-Lord knows that individual? Xian Yu then produced a piece of osmanthus leaf, still containing a fair amount of jade dew, and respectfully offered it to the esteemed Qilin. Yuan Ti is a dear friend of mine. I humbly request permission to meet him. Star-Lord, you are too kind. Having traveled from afar, how could I not extend my hospitality? After scanning the osmanthus leaf with his divine sense, the esteemed Qilin beamed and graciously invited the two to be his guests. He had anticipated that procuring jade dew would require considerable effort, yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover this connection between Star-Lord and Yuan Ti. The three descended from Mount Buzhou and proceeded towards the territory of the Qilin clan. Chapter 23. The Kirin Banquet. The esteemed Kirin, a formidable entity of primordial power, made a decisive move, opening a spatial tunnel. Xian Yu gathered the Kuan into the secret realm of the starry tree within her sleeve and, accompanied by Bai Yi, stepped into the spatial passage. In an instant, they materialized atop Kirin Cliff, the ancestral land of the Kirin tribe. Located to the east of Mount Buzhou, Kirin Cliff rises majestically, reaching heights that pierce the heavens, shrouded in ethereal mists. 9 primordial veins of earth converge from the surrounding landscape, encircling the main peak like a jade belt, while 5 towering mountains stand sentinel. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, the Kirin summoned forth rolling clouds, manifesting 9 resplendent pavilions. Celestial springs cascaded from the void, forming a curtain, and the surrounding pure air transformed into a heavenly ladder of auspicious clouds, inviting all to ascend. Welcome, Your Majesty. 5 esteemed elders, each a consummate master, descended upon clouds to greet them, first paying homage to the Kirin and then bowing respectfully to Xian Yu and her companions. We have prepared the banquet. We kindly invite Your Majesty and the Star-Lord to take your seats. Xian Yu hastily returned the gesture of respect, offering a generous tribute of osmanthus flowers. Observing this, the Kirin felt a deepening satisfaction with the Moon Star-Lord. In high spirits, the Kirin took it upon himself to elaborate on the splendid vistas of his ancestral homeland as they proceeded to the banquet. The Kirin tribe is divided into 5 branches according to the 5 elements, each occupying one of the 5 surrounding mountains of Kirin Cliff, extending outward as dwelling places for the tribe. Each branch is overseen by a consummate master and several grand elders who manage its affairs. The central Kirin Cliff serves as the Kirin's sacred ground, adorned with grand palatial complexes, which function as the assembly hall for the beastly kin and the residences of various clan leaders. Furthermore, there are spaces designated for esteemed guests, where it is said Yuan Ti has been accommodated. In addition to the Kirin, Xian Yu observed numerous other beastly beings, including sheep, wolves, deer, and tigers. Most had come to the Kirin tribe in pursuit of wisdom, whether for enlightenment, cultivation, or even mere sightseeing. Our Kirin tribe, unlike the Dragon and Phoenix clans, is modest in number and lacks grand ambitions. We simply yearn for a stable wilderness where all tribes coexist harmoniously. Indeed, the Kirin tribe possesses a remarkably gentle and humble disposition. From the chieftain to the ordinary members, they treat Xian Yu, Bai Yi, and even the lesser races with utmost respect, regarding all with equality and without a hint of disdain. Under the governance of our venerable predecessor, the beastly kin has flourished, truly a testament to boundless merit. Witnessing the harmonious coexistence of myriad tribes within the Kirin territory, Xian Yu felt a profound admiration for the chieftain of the beastly kin, who indeed deserved the title of Your Majesty. Enough of such trivialities. Let us proceed to our seats. In the grand hall, the Kirin took his place at the head, with Xian Yu and Bai Yi seated to his right, while the other elders and clan leaders from various tribes settled throughout the hall. Bai Yi, sitting beside Xian Yu, gently tugged at his mentor's sleeve. Master, who is that red-haired man across from us? He keeps making faces in our direction. That is Yuan Ti, the envoy of the Phoenix tribe, a dear friend of mine. Xian Yu nodded in acknowledgement toward Yuan Ti, signaling that they would converse after the banquet. After all, this gathering belonged to the Kirin, and as the guest, Yuan Ti understood the customs of courtesy. And that child, is he also from the Phoenix tribe? Bai Yi inquired about the gray-clad child beside Yuan Ti, who bore a small bun atop his head, with a few strands of black hair cascading down at his temples. He stood motionless, gazing at Xianyu, seemingly in a state of stupor. His name was Jin Huan, a good-hearted child. Upon noticing the laurel wreath in the child's hands, Xianyu instantly recognized him. Observing that Jin Huan had successfully transformed, it was evident he had embarked on his cultivation journey, which filled Xianyu with joy. Master, he is not taller than I am. He was born before you, so by seniority, you should address him as brother. Xianyu playfully teased Bai Yi, who, upon hearing this, sulked, clutching Xianyu's garment, and turned away from Jin Huan. Humph, my cultivation level surpasses his. Gradually, Xianyu perceived the source of Bai Yi's discontent. The boy seemed to harbor a hint of jealousy, fearing that Jin Huan had captured Xianyu's favor. Jin Huan was indeed a disciple of Yuan Ti. Once Bai Yi ascertained that no one was vying for his master's attention, his spirits lifted once more. Their interaction did not escape Yuan Ti's notice, who found Bai Yi, this little star lord, quite amusing. Shortly thereafter, attendants entered, presenting trays of spiritual fruits as guests took their seats, directing their focus towards the esteemed figure of the primordial Qilin at the head of the table. Today, we are honored by the presence of the Star Lord in the Qilin clan. I am exceedingly pleased and have arranged this feast to extend a warm welcome. Xianyu rose to pay his respects to the distinguished guests, exchanging pleasantries before delving into the main discourse of the banquet. Such gatherings among the innate sacred beings of antiquity differ vastly from the feasts of later generations. Indulgence in food and merriment is not the focus, but rather the profound exchange of wisdom. Though termed a discussion, it was essentially a teaching session, particularly with the primordial Qilin, a being of immense power, in attendance. The heavens boast 5 stars, while the earth is governed by the 5 elements. The heavens are adorned with constellations, and the earth is lined with mountains and rivers. Qi flows through the earth, manifesting elegantly in the heavens. Through form, we discern Qi, establishing the essence of humanity. Seated upon a cloud platform, the primordial Qilin's voice resonated like a grand bell, his profound teachings echoing in the surroundings, causing an overwhelming sensation of enlightenment to envelop those present. Time swiftly passed, and as a millennium slipped by, guests gradually awakened from their reverie, expressing their gratitude to the primordial Qilin, who, upon sensing the conclusion of the gathering, gracefully departed, leaving the attendees to engage in mutual discourse and to assimilate the wisdom shared. Reluctantly, Xianyu emerged from his state of enlightenment. For an innate sacred being like him, a millennium felt but a fleeting slumber. Yet, despite the brevity of time, the insights gained were extraordinary. The teachings of the primordial Qilin encompassed the profound principles of feng shui, utilizing the earth to embody the 5 elements and transform misfortune into fortune, guiding one towards auspiciousness while averting calamity. This path of feng shui was not merely a fusion of wind and water, but an intricate tapestry encompassing the cosmos. Yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the interplay of change and permanence, rendering it remarkably profound. It is said that the primordial Qilin, alongside the leaders of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, transcended the realm of the Golden Immortal by forging a new path, thereby perfecting the cosmos. Having listened to these teachings, Xianyu was deeply inspired. Drawing from the principles of feng shui, he gained considerable insight into the interplay between the paths of the stars and the moon, fostering ideas about his future journey. I am Jean Lin, humbly presenting myself. After the initial emergence of the Qilin, the esteemed elder from the lineage of the Golden Qilin was the first to speak, manifesting the Golden Qilin's ethereal form and initiating a new round of discourse. The others present, unreserved, promptly showcased their unique skills, engaging in spirited discussions and exchanges. Apart from a few younger individuals, the remainder were all at the Great Luo level. Although the scene could not rival the grandeur of the Qilin's teachings, it was nonetheless a spectacle to behold. In an instant, myriad laws intertwined within the grand hall, as divine deer appeared, transforming the surroundings into a lush tableau of verdant flora. The bright moon ascended, casting its silvery light across all realms. The fiery phoenix danced while the Qilin rested, and the guests reveled in the profound essence of the teachings. Time swiftly passed, and after several hundred years, the discourse concluded, leading to the dispersal of guests and the temporary end of the gathering. Yuan Qi, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly led Xianyu and Bai Yi to her abode, reflecting on the fact that they had not seen each other for several 100,000 years. Chapter 24. Reunion with old friends. Yuan Ti's residence is perched on a platform halfway up Qilin Cliff, adorned with pavilions, towers, flourishing flora, and tranquil fish ponds. Little one, do you still recognize me? Xianyu crouched down, gently pinching Jin Huan's cherubic cheeks and ruffling his hair. The child offered no verbal response. merely nudging his head against Xianyu's palm. With the blessing of the laurel tree and an abundance of osmanthus and jade dew, this child finally awakened from his slumber tens of thousands of years ago, truly embarking on his path of cultivation, transforming into a primordial Dao body. Yet, he remained dazed. Unable to articulate words, Yuan Ti discreetly communicated with Xianyu, wishing to spare Jin Huan from overhearing. The deficiency in his primordial spirit is indeed a complex matter, but we shall take our time. That this child could enter the golden immortal realm after millennia is already commendable. With the advantageous lineage of the dragon and phoenix clans, his cultivation of the nirvana fire will undoubtedly be more accessible. One day, he shall complete his being. Bai Yi, although unaware of their exchange, possessed keen insight and vaguely discerned certain truths. Bai Yi, you must treat Jin Huan with kindness and never bully him. Rest assured, master, I shall look after him diligently. That is splendid. Yuan Ti encouraged Jin Huan to accompany Bai Yi on a leisurely exploration to foster their bond, while she and Xianyu settled in the cloud pavilion at the cliff's edge. This pavilion, built upon the precipice, offered a breathtaking view of the clouds, hence its name. What do you think? Isn't it delightful? Indeed, it rivals my moon abode. Indeed it is. I constructed it with my own hands. The cloud pavilion, with its eaves adorned with wind chimes and beams intricately carved with phoenix motifs, certainly bore little resemblance to the architecture of the Qilin clan. Have you truly built this pavilion on the ancestral grounds of another? Are you considering making the Qilin clan your permanent residence? What's to be concerned about? When the time comes to depart from the Qilin clan, I shall simply take the cloud pavilion with me. Yuan Ti gestured towards the concealed formations surrounding the pavilion, informing Xianyu that this structure was a unique treasure of a different realm, capable of enlarging and shrinking for easy transport. I have heard that in recent years, you have become a hostage of the Qilin clan. It seems you are living quite comfortably, even contemplating the construction of a cloud pavilion. It's manageable. I willingly entered the Qilin clan, primarily to monitor the movements of the Beast clan. I do not seek the Qilin to assist against the Baihu clan, yet they must not lay a hand on the Foam clan. This cloud pavilion bears the craftsmanship of my clan's patriarch, capable of shielding from the gaze of the primordial great ones. Yuan Ti retrieved several plates of fruits from her sleeve, placing them upon the table. These fruits had just been presented by the attendants following the banquet. The Mu Qilin lineage within the Qilin clan has made significant strides in cultivating spirit roots, and these fruits were indeed delightful. Though this fellow outwardly exuded courtesy, he became considerably more relaxed in the company of acquaintances. What is the true state of affairs between your Foam clan and the Baihu clan? Learning that the cloud pavilion could prevent the scrutiny of the primordial great ones, Xianyu felt considerably reassured and picked up a crimson fruit, probing into the state of conflict between the Baihu and Foam clans. The leader of the Baihu clan is utterly deranged. He clings to a mere wisp of nirvana fire's aura, relentlessly pursuing my clan, truly mindless. When the Baihu clan was mentioned, Yuan Ti's expression hardened, her lips pressed into a thin line, revealing her vexation. Clearly, the White Tiger clan harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the indiscriminate slaughter of the Avian clan. The Phoenix clan is reluctant to confront a formidable entity of mixed origins and even less inclined to sever ties with the Qilin clan. Thus, they have no choice but to enlist the aid of the venerable ancestor Lingguang to keep their adversaries at bay beyond the fiery peaks of the Fire Cloud mountain range. To be thwarted? This suggests that the Phoenix clan has no intention of delivering a fatal blow to the White Tiger clan, though the White Tiger clan's actions are brutal. The number of fallen members from the Phoenix clan is relatively few, primarily involving other avian beings. Yuanqi paused for a moment, swallowing several fruits before continuing. To achieve this, the clan has expended considerable resources to soothe the hearts of its people. Xianyu discerned the implication in Yuanqi's words. The Phoenix clan intends to raise their grievances high, only to let them fall gently. In order to avoid a rift with the Qilin clan, they must allow their subordinate clans to suffer some losses. The fact that the Phoenix clan can withstand the combined assault of two clans is largely thanks to the jade you provided. Our clan leader has conveyed that the Phoenix clan owes you a significant debt of karma, which can assist you in accomplishing a task. After consuming a 1,000-year-old crimson fruit, Xianyu carefully tucked away the seed, intending to bring it back to the Great Yin Star in hopes of cultivating some postnatal crimson fruits there. What a coincidence! I am preparing to settle a karmic debt with the White Tiger clan and was just lamenting the lack of a way to do so. The White Tiger clan. Xianyu recounted the origins of Bai Yi in detail, as well as the circumstances involving the Dragon clan's ambush on the White Tiger clan, framing it as an act perpetrated by the Phoenix clan. He dared not confront a ruthless entity of mixed origins, even while possessing the reincarnated essence of the other party's beloved child. Therefore, he planned to leverage this favor to solicit assistance from the Phoenix clan's formidable being, confident that they would not decline. Indeed, those cunning and treacherous old mudfish of the Dragon clan. After all these years, the chieftain of the White Tiger clan may have already come to his senses. This journey will reveal the truth to him. Not only can it resolve the karmic ties with Bai Yi, but it may also prompt the White Tiger clan to withdraw their forces, or even collaborate to resist the Dragon clan. Yuan Shi concurred with Xian Yu's first two thoughts, but deemed cooperation with the White Tiger clan improbable. I shall first relay the news back to the clan, then bid farewell to the Qilin clan leader. Certainly, I can also borrow some manpower along the way. For Xian Yu, having more allies equates to greater safety. Yuan Shi plucked a strand of her hair, transforming it into a flicker of nirvana fire, connecting it to a divine consciousness in the flames to transmit the message. It seems that Yuan Feng is quite the schemer, hiding a flicker of nirvana fire everywhere. No wonder the Primordial Qilin is skeptical of the Phoenix clan. Ultimately, the Primordial Qilin's reluctance to take action stems from doubts about the Phoenix clan. Yet they cannot allow the Phoenix clan to suffer excessive losses, hence the prolonged inaction. Observing Yuan Shi's actions and recalling the flicker of nirvana fire within herself, Xian Yu exhibited an odd expression. What is the matter? The nirvana fire transformed back into hair, returning seamlessly to Yuan Shi's head, betraying no sign of peculiarity. Can your clan leader summon nirvana fire to any location at will? No, but my nirvana fire is exceptional. It harbors a fragment of the clan leader's thoughts, enabling the transmission of information. Perhaps sensing Xian Yu's concerns, Yuan Shi offered an additional explanation. Like the ember of nirvana from our initial transaction, it solely embodies the grand path of my clan's patriarch, devoid of any extraneous elements. The nirvana flame of your clan's patriarch is indeed remarkably potent. Xian Yu rose and beckoned Bai Yi and Jin Huan to approach. Yuan Ti stored the cloud pavilion, swallowing it whole, and led the group to meet the Primordial Qilin. After all, the journey from Mount Buzhou to the Fire Cloud mountain range is not extensive. This matter should be addressed promptly. You two arrived rather swiftly. Upon their arrival at the entrance of the Qilin Patriarch's abode, they beheld the Primordial Qilin seated upon a stone chair in the courtyard, inviting them inside. Yuan Ti, Xian Yu, pays respects to the esteemed elder. Do you two wish to visit the White Tiger clan? Esteemed elder, our Phoenix clan and the White Tiger clan have both been wronged by the Dragon clan. Now, with the two clans embroiled in conflict, countless lives have been lost. We implore you to intervene and halt the bloodshed. We must not allow any more innocent lives to perish. Yuan Ti solemnly bowed to the Primordial Qilin, who lifted him with his magical power. This matter bears my share of the blame as well. Now that the truth has come to light, this cycle of slaughter must indeed be brought to an end. The Primordial Qilin then retrieved the previously confiscated broken spear and handed it to Bai Yi. This spear shall be entrusted to you, my young friend, and will be returned to Bai Sha in due course. Once the instructions were clearly imparted, the Primordial Qilin raised his hand, piercing through the fabric of time and space to establish a temporary portal. He then commanded Jin Lan, the elder of the Hongjun lineage, to accompany Xian Yu and the others to the location of the White Tiger clan. Chapter 25. The Fire Cloud Battlefield in the Southwestern Wilderness. The Fire Cloud mountain range stretches endlessly, connecting to Mount Wanshou in the north and the Immortal Fire Mountain in the south. Influenced by the innate yang fire energy from the south, the spiritual flora within the mountains predominantly exhibits fire attributes, their crimson leaves fluttering like a burning cloud of flames from afar. The battlefield of the Phoenix clan and the White Tiger clan lies in the eastern part of the Fire Cloud mountain range, where overwhelming malevolence and a persistent stench of blood cast a sinister scarlet hue upon the surrounding red leaves. Beside the main ridge of Fire Cloud Mountain, in an unnamed mountain, a massive azure stone altar lies hidden within the depths of the mist, surrounded by 18 banners of black with red inscriptions. Countless formations extend along the earth veins toward the battlefield. At the center of the altar, the Dragon King Ao Run of the West sits cross-legged, presiding over the grand array, subtly guiding the essence and vengeful souls of fallen beings through the earth veins into Mount Shumi. To my astonishment, that brash fellow, Bai Sha, seems to be holding his ground quite well. A black lotus blossoms into existence, shimmering with purple light, transforming into a young man clad in black robes who gazes intently at the battlefield below. You have expended considerable effort to summon boundless malevolence to saturate the White Tiger clan, aiming to forge a deadly sword. Yet, it appears you still lack the right timing. The avatar of Luo Ho turns to assess the red-clad Ao run. What brings you here? The Dragon King of the East Sea has already retreated, and the South Sea Dragon King is likely to follow suit. Before long, the Phoenix clan will have the opportunity to deal with the White Tiger clan. Luo Ho's expression reveals some dissatisfaction. Although he has amassed a significant amount of essence over the years, he remains far from his goal, especially since the three clans have yet to sustain any real damage. I am already aware of this matter. The main forces of the Dragon Clan have embarked on an expedition to the North Sea alongside the Azure Dragon. The conflict between the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan is destined to create a great commotion with little substance, and a retreat is merely a matter of time. News of the Dragon Clan's withdrawal has likely reached the Qilin as well, and when that occurs, the Qilin will undoubtedly send emissaries to engage with the Phoenix and White Tiger clans. Ao Run's implications suggest yet another act of framing and deception. How fortuitous! For I harbor the same intention. Ling Guang and Bai Sha are both formidable beings of the primordial realm. Should Luo Ho refrain from taking direct action, the likelihood of failure is considerable. Ao Run leaves behind an avatar to manage the grand array while his true self slips into the void, with Luo Ho's avatar closely following suit, both vanishing from sight. Yuan Yi and his companions traverse the portal opened by the initial Qilin, emerging from Mount Buzhou to arrive at the periphery of the battlefield. Where shall we go next? I have already informed old ancestor Ling Guang. We can proceed directly to the main camp. A pair of black eyes quietly materializes, relaying the whereabouts of Xian Yu and her companions to Luo Ho's avatar, which breaks into a grin and promptly activates the grand array. Just as Yuan Yi is about to move, an unexpected turn of events occurs. From the distance, the malevolent energy on the battlefield surges like a rising smoke, almost coalescing into a tangible form. The heavy scent of blood permeates the air, tinting it a dark crimson. Something is amiss. Xian Yu frowns, her consciousness sweeping across the surroundings, suddenly realizing that the battlefield appears to have transformed into a colossal vortex, devouring the malevolent energy of the heavens and the earth. With the center of the vortex seemingly situated within the domain of the White Tiger clan. What is happening? Yuan Yi exclaims in astonishment. This malevolent energy seems excessively dense. The others also sense the anomaly. Perhaps it is the nature of Bai Sha's cultivation in the path of slaughter, drawing upon malevolent energy as sustenance. Thus it is only natural for the malice to be somewhat potent. Jin Lin's tone was clearly laced with uncertainty. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the heart of the battlefield, followed by a violent whirlwind of sinister energy spiraling skyward, stirring the very clouds. Was that Bai Sha? Yuan Ti's pupils constricted. In the center of the battlefield, the patriarch of the White Tiger clan, Bai Sha, manifested a towering white tiger avatar. His body entwined with inky malevolent energy, his eyes crimson as blood, and a palpable aura of slaughter coalescing around him, warping the very fabric of space beneath his feet. Roar! Bai Sha howled towards the heavens, his malevolence surging like a tidal wave, affecting the White Tiger warriors on the battlefield, their eyes bloodshot, their battle fervor intensifying uncontrollably. This is bad. He has succumbed to the malevolent energy and has gone berserk. Jin Lin's expression shifted dramatically. Ling Guang, you dare to plot against me? Bai Sha bellowed, his form flickering as he traversed millions of miles in an instant, charging towards the Phoenix clan's camp. Boom! A crimson flame shot skyward. As Zhuge Ling Guang spread his wings, the sound of his phoenix cry echoing through the skies. Bai Sha, have you lost your mind? However, Bai Sha was completely engulfed in madness, unable to comprehend any words, as the malevolence transformed into colossal claws, mercilessly tearing towards Ling Guang. Bang! The two formidable entities collided in an instant, a terrifying energy storm sweeping across the area, obliterating nearby beings with sheer force. This is disastrous. They have begun to fight, and we can hardly approach. Yuan Ti gritted his teeth. We must retreat. Xian Yu decisively commanded, leading everyone swiftly away. Yet, at that moment, whoosh! A figure appeared silently behind them, enveloped in draconic energy, exuding a fierce aura. It was an entity of complete Dao. Where do you think you are going, esteemed guests? The Dragon Clan. Jin Lin spun around abruptly, his eyes filled with both malice and bewilderment, as this red-clad dragon seemed somewhat familiar. The red-clad Ao Run gathered his feathered attire, raising a hand to summon endless draconic energy that coiled into chains, swiftly ensnaring them. From the West Sea, Ao Run has come to invite you all to your demise. Xian Yu's heart sank as she instantly realized the Dragon Clan intended to frame them. Xing Kuan. Xian Yu called out sharply, and Xing Kuan immediately soared from her sleeve, transforming into a streak of starlight, whisking away by Yi and Jin Huan to safety. Under Xian Yu's guidance, Xing Kuan had come to understand that the sun and moon were also stars, thus the sunlight and moonlight were indeed starlight. Consequently, his ability to evade had ascended to a new realm. Now, even ordinary Dao entities could not contend with him. Ao Run glanced at Yuan Ti and Xian Yu, then at Jin Huan, who was swept away by Xing Kuan, his lips moving as if he wished to speak. Xian Yu, noticing this figure's hesitation to act, Yuan Ti urged, unleashing the fire spirit pearl, transforming it into a fiery phoenix shadow that lunged at Ao Run. Xian Yu nodded, raising her hand to unleash the cold light of the moon. The two feigned an attack before turning to flee, yet were intercepted by the responsive Ao Run. Meanwhile, a powerful figure in a black cloak, whose strength was indiscernible, descended from the void, exuding a tremendous dragon might that pressed menacingly towards Jin Lin. Is the Dragon Clan truly seeking to wage war against the Phoenix and Shilin clans? With a resounding roar, the golden unicorn surged with radiant light, transforming into a divine manifestation of the Qilin to confront its adversary. The dead require not an abundance of knowledge. The avatar of Rahu, disguised as a formidable dragon warrior, let out a cold laugh as the dragon energy surged within its palm, rending the protective golden light of the golden unicorn with a single claw. Blood spewed forth as the golden unicorn staggered back, its eyes wide with horror. The battlefield descended into utter chaos. White Sha and Ling Guang clashed fiercely, their energies of metal and fire colliding with cataclysmic force, tearing the heavens and earth asunder. On the periphery of the battlefield, Xian Yu and Yuan Ti battled against Ao Run, while Xing Kuan valiantly shielded by Yi and Jin Huan with his life. Meanwhile, the avatar of Rahu advanced step by step towards the golden unicorn, its gaze filled with lethal intent. In mere moments, the golden unicorn's once proud physical form had been shattered multiple times. Suddenly, the avatar of Rahu halted, turning its gaze towards the battlefield, causing a jolt of apprehension to ripple through the hearts of the others, all sensing impending doom. Chapter 26. The Descent of Meng Zhang. Raising his gaze to the heavens, one could behold an immense sun illuminating the sky, which had been transformed into a vivid crimson by the southern Ming's fiery essence. The earth was ablaze, a landscape of charred red stretching for miles. With a resounding cry akin to that of a phoenix, a magnificent golden-red banner emerged, covering a significant portion of the celestial expanse. It was the ancestral banner of the Flame of Departure. Yuan Ti gasped in astonishment, decisively shattering the Wutong order, unleashing all of its formidable power to barely open a small portal amidst the overwhelming pressure of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Dao. Xian Yu instantly recognized the legendary supreme innate spiritual treasure, formed from the leaves of the chaotic azure lotus, symbolizing the southern fire. It wielded the might to disrupt chaos and restore balance, causing all evils to retreat and rendering it immune to myriad laws. With a flourish of his banner, Ling Guang summoned countless flames of the southern Ming, transforming them into fire phoenixes that surged forth like a tidal wave towards Bai Sha. Each phoenix contained the power to incinerate mountains and boil seas, distorting the very fabric of space in their wake. Bai Sha roared furiously, summoning a pair of wings adorned with wind and thunder, their quality reaching that of supreme innate treasures. As Bai Sha merged with the wings of wind and thunder, it seemed as if all the elements of nature converged upon him, bestowing him with immense power amid the clamor of thunder and the howling winds. A colossal black, red, and white tiger phantom materialized, embodying the essence of boundless slaughter, entwining with wind and thunder as it ascended to confront Ling Guang's earth-shattering strike. In the vast expanse of the sky, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning intertwined, forming a gigantic vortex that devoured and annihilated everything in its vicinity, even erasing the very fabric of time and space. The thunderous vortex erupted, and Bai Sha emitted a heart-rending wail. Had it not been for Yuan Ti and Xian Yu's swift retreat, he would have undoubtedly perished. Ultimately, Bai Sha, a newly ascended Hunyuan, found himself at a disadvantage against Ling Guang, a seasoned powerhouse of the same realm. The white tiger avatar began to disintegrate under the relentless flames, as the southern Ming's fire infiltrated his body, seeking to incinerate him from the outside in. Under the scorching embrace of the southern Ming's flames, the suffocating aura began to dissipate, and Bai Sha's eyes regained a glimmer of clarity. Ling Guang waved the Flame of Departure banner, sweeping away the encroaching winds and thunder. Ascending to a higher vantage point to gaze down upon Bai Sha, his phoenix-like eyes glinting with a chilling light. You, a mere novice in Hunyuan, dare to act so presumptuously before me? Today, I shall reveal to you the true might of Hunyuan. Holding the flame of departure banner aloft, Ling Guang flapped his wings, and the myriad fire phoenixes coalesced into a singular, colossal vermilion bird, descending with an earth-shattering momentum. Boom! The heavens trembled with a cataclysmic explosion as Bai Sha was struck down into the depths of the earth, reducing the surrounding mountains to desolation, with even the subterranean veins scorched, revealing molten rock beneath. At this moment, the laws of heaven and earth were thrown into disarray, and the stars and moon dimmed, rendering celestial maneuvers impossible. As the residual wave approached, Xianyu hastily summoned the degree of peril crown, invoking the Taiyin degree of peril robe, while linking the Taiyin star with the laurel tree to shield their group. However, they were still propelled several 100,000 miles away. Jin Lin, caught in closer proximity, was utterly obliterated by the aftermath. Far beyond the reaches of light years, the celestial being Star Kuan chose to endure the repercussions with his corporeal form to protect two children, ultimately sustaining grievous injuries that brought him to the brink of death. The avatar of Luo Ho gazed skyward, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face, before decisively releasing the golden-scaled creature, dissipating his form into a radiant light that securely shielded Aeon. Is this the might of the primordial chaos? Xianyu murmured to herself, emerging from the mound of earth in disarray, wiping the traces of blood from the corner of her mouth. Yuan Ti manifested his true form, carrying Xianyu upon his back, taking advantage of the moment to flee further into the distance. The ancestral being has truly become enraged. Before Yuan Ti could finish his thought, the overwhelming South Ming fire was summoned back into the hands of Ling Guang, coalescing into a cluster of golden-white flames. In the heavens, Ling Guang, shining alongside the sun, seemed unwilling to relent. The Dragon Clan's rabble, do they truly believe I cannot perceive you? With a mere glance, flames erupted around Aeon, yet the shield formed by Luo Ho's avatar still held its ground. Just as Ling Guang prepared to strike again, an ominous premonition surged within him. The path of water between heaven and earth was inexplicably drawn, the moisture in the air condensing into mist, and a fierce wind arose. A dragon's roar echoed from the depths of the heavens, and suddenly, a torrential downpour fell upon the world. Each droplet shimmered with dark azure runes, striking the ground and transforming into rivers that suspended in the air, turning 1,000,000 miles of scorched earth into an ocean in an instant. The golden white flames in Ling Guang's grasp trembled violently as the South Ming fire surged, creating a realm of its own. With a howling wind, accompanied by a deluge, a tempestuous world of rain and storm crashed down, encasing Ling Guang in its heart. 49 pillars of water dragons rose to the heavens, their entwined serpentine patterns resonating with the torrential rain, forging a watery prison across the expanse of the earth. The winds approach, the rains descend. Mengzhong, in his true form, tore through the void, wielding the decree of wind and rain, radiating brilliant light. The surface of the token ignited with 84,000 runes of wind and rain simultaneously, causing the celestial river to upend, the abyss to open, and the bone-chilling winds to ensnare the weak waters, morphing into 1,000,000 ferocious azure dragons with scales and claws, charging toward Ling Guang with intent to annihilate. Ling Guang's expression turned grave as he spread his wings, the flames of his banner billowing, tearing a gap amidst the downpour. Countless firebirds, born from the South Ming fire, soared skyward, where they evaporated the weak waters and reversed the chilling winds, carving out a realm of blazing fire amidst the tumultuous waves. Mengzhong, what do you intend to do? The Phoenix clan has harmed the young lord of the White Tiger clan. Naturally, my Dragon clan has come to support Brother Bai Sha. Ling Guang instinctively cast his gaze down upon the battlefield, where the swirling malevolence rapidly coalesced into a fearsome white tiger with wings, its eyes a tumult of clarity and chaos. Bai Sha, keep your wits about you. The true culprit in your son's death is the Dragon clan. Ling Guang, even now, do you still seek to deny it? Meng Zhang glanced at Bai Sha, lightly waving the decree of wind and rain, causing countless azure dragons to transform into a sky filled with icy shards, shrieking as they pierced toward Ling Guang. Two colossal forces of primordial chaos collided violently, and the vast sky was instantaneously split into realms of ice and fire. The fire phoenix of the eastern skies danced with the sun, igniting the heavens into a fiery inferno. The azure dragon of the western void commanded the waters, freezing the vast land into solid ice. The winds, fire, thunder, and rain seemed intent on obliterating this very realm. At this moment, Aeon had already fled hundreds of light years away under the protection of the Black Lotus. What could this situation possibly be? He was profoundly astonished by the appearance of Meng Zhang. After all, The entire primordial world was aware that the ancestral dragon of the dragon clan, the Azure Dragon, was leading troops to confront the Xuanwu clan of the North Sea, making it entirely implausible for him to be present on the Tiger Phoenix battlefield. Moreover, the timing of Meng Zhang's intervention was too fortuitous. Not too early, nor too late, but precisely after Ling Guang and Bai Sha had engaged in combat. The chaos caused by Bai Sha's uncontrollable absorption of malevolent energy was orchestrated by Luo Ho. And even the closest expert, Zhu Ke Ling Guang, had failed to perceive it. Others, even less so. Could it be that Meng Zhang had been monitoring the entire battlefield? The moment this thought crossed Ao Run's mind, his expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. This could not be. Luo Ho had been present all along. He could not have failed to notice Meng Zhang. Ah, indeed. Luo Ho had dispersed his avatars only before Meng Zhang's arrival, likely sensing in that fleeting moment that Meng Zhang was approaching. This must merely be a coincidence. It surely is a coincidence. Ao Run understood that he could not escape the gaze of a transcendent being, so his panic was futile. The pressing concern was to devise a plausible explanation for his presence here. Chapter 27. The chaos of the primordial war. The sudden appearance of Meng Zhang interrupted the plans of all present. Meanwhile, the repeatedly vanquished Jin Lin emerged once more from the river of time, dragging his weakened body to reunite with Xian Yu and Yuan Yi. The Dragon Clan truly excels in their schemes. Yuan Yi, filled with resentment towards Meng Zhang, extracted a single strand of hair and transformed it into a wisp of nirvana fire. What shall we do next? I have already relayed the news back to our clan. As for the rest, we shall assess the situation as it unfolds. Xian Yu, possessing a robust physical form, was minimally affected by the residual energies and swiftly regained his strength within mere breaths. Yuan Yi also suffered no significant harm. Observing that the treasures Jin Lin carried had been utterly obliterated, they each produced some laurel blossoms and healing fruits, offering them to one another. Thank you, esteemed friends. Upon witnessing Jin Lin absorb the healing treasures into his body and gradually stabilize his condition, Xian Yu proposed they seek out Bai Yi and the others. With the protection of Xing Kuan, they should encounter no further troubles. Regardless, it is imperative to locate them swiftly, especially since Ao Run lurks in the shadows. Once Xian Yu determined their location, he employed the stellar shift technique, teleporting the group instantaneously. Xing Kuan, his mount, was intrinsically linked to him, enabling the precise identification of their whereabouts. The starlight cleaved through the chaotic currents of spiritual energy, and as Xian Yu transported Yuan Yi and Jin Lin, they ultimately arrived at a ravaged and nameless valley. Xing Kuan's massive form coiled in a corner of the valley, its starlight dimmed, its scales marred by burns and cracks, exuding a breath so faint it resembled a candle flickering in the wind. Upon sensing his master's presence, Xing Kuan emitted a low rumble. Unfurling his celestial wings to reveal the safety of Bai Yi and Jin Huan, both sheltered beneath him. Bai Yi, pale as a ghost, was fervently channeling his own magical energy into Xing Kuan. Are you all unharmed? Xian Yu's heart tightened as he descended beside Xing Kuan, pouring forth his abundant and pure lunar energy into the creature and retrieving a collection of healing fruits to perform a simple refinement before infusing them into Xing Kuan's body, aiding in stabilizing its essence and mending its wounds. Sensing the warm currents within, Xing Kuan understood that they were truly safe this time, allowing himself to shrink down into a palm-sized, plump fish, contentedly hiding within Xian Yu's sleeve. Master, Bai Yi, regaining his composure, bowed to the gathered company, the terror still etched upon his face. Jin Huan, in a flurry of excitement, dashed into Yuan Yi's embrace, her dark eyes darting about, her body trembling not entirely out of fear, but rather from a primal thrill rooted in her bloodline. Bringing you both to the battlefield was indeed a hasty decision. I nearly endangered you. Xian Yu, too, felt a pang of apprehension, not just for these two youngsters. Even the three great beings of Dao were facing the chaotic clash of primordial golden immortals for the first time, and a moment's inattention could spell disaster. Hundreds of light years away, three immense powers of the primordial realm clashed violently in the heavens, their released energies effortlessly tearing apart the fabric of time and space. Xian Yu, Yuan Yi, and Jin Lin turned their gazes towards the sky, which had been rent asunder by ice, fire, wind, and thunder. Ultimately, Meng Zhang's tempestuous world could not endure the might of the three primordial golden immortals, and after sustaining for several centuries, it crumbled with a resounding collapse. A resonant howl echoed as a colossal tree broke through the surface of the water, revealing Meng Zhang in his true form as an azure dragon, coiling majestically atop the giant trunk. The path of wood supplanted the path of water, continuing to dominate this realm. The divine Lord Ling Guang flapped his wings, emitting a piercing cry as the fiery banner fluttered in the wind, swirling with the searing South Ming fire, charging towards Meng Zhang. With a flick of his dragon tail, Meng Zhang urged the giant tree to grow further, causing countless branches to detach and transform into wooden dragons, seeking to ensnare Ling Guang. White Sha, seizing the opportunity, summoned the forces of wind and thunder, unleashing blades of golden metal imbued with endless malevolence towards Ling Guang. Each clash between the three obliterated vast expanses of void, the laws of nature lamenting as darkness enveloped the heavens and the earth, seemingly threatening to dislodge even the stars from their celestial orbits. Although Ling Guang's path of fire countered the path of wood, his own strength was slightly inferior to that of Meng Zhang. Moreover, with the assistance of the stormy edicts, Meng Zhang not only suppressed Ling Guang, but also harnessed boundless moisture to nourish the path of wood, resulting in Ling Guang's increasing struggle. The party led by Jin Lin gazed from a distance at the towering tree, with the azure dragon merging with it, exerting pressure upon the cosmos. Ling Guang valiantly confronted both White Sha and Meng Zhang, yet his condition steadily deteriorated. If this continued, the ancestor would inevitably face defeat. Yuan Ti grew increasingly anxious. The battle in the realm of chaos was not one that could be resolved swiftly. In his mind, if they could just delay a little longer, reinforcements from their clan would arrive. However, no news had yet come from the clan. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the broken spear in by Yi's arms flew forth, transmitting a message into the consciousness of all present. Damn the Dragon Clan. Yuan Ti's surprise was swiftly overshadowed by fury as he smashed a side of the mountain into dust. Moments prior, the Primordial Qilin had utilized the causal connection with the broken spear to relay a message. The Ancestor Dragon has emerged, accompanied by the Candle Dragon and the ancestor of the Xuanwu clan, to visit the Phoenix clan. I have arrived at the immortal volcano, Primordial Qilin. From this message, it seemed that Yuan Feng and the Primordial Qilin were intercepted by three mixed-element golden immortals, making it unlikely that they could support Ling Guang. Yuan Ti, do not panic. His Majesty the Qilin has already reached the immortal volcano. With the two clan leaders joining forces, the Ancestor Dragon will surely not dare to act recklessly. Jin Lin quickly reassured Yuan Ti. Indeed, the Dragon Clan merely sought to delay Yuan Feng's arrival for assistance. Yes, the situation at the immortal volcano should be manageable. The key to breaking the stalemate lies in the fire cloud battlefield. Upon hearing the reassurances from Xianyu and Jin Lin, Yuan Ti gradually regained his composure. Right, as long as we resolve matters here, the Ancestor Dragon will naturally retreat. A resounding cry of a phoenix reverberated through the heavens as Ling Guang summoned a resplendent, multicolored phoenix feather, imbued with the essence of the five virtues and swirling with the power of life and death. The feather transformed into an exquisitely magnificent and supremely noble divine bird's apparition, soaring forward to engage the azure dragon perched upon the sacred tree. Meanwhile, Ling Guang prepared to incapacitate White Sha. Having absorbed an immense amount of malevolent energy, White Sha's eyes glowed crimson as he was enveloped in a thick, blood-red aura of slaughter. With a thunderous roar akin to a tiger's, the golden energy of slaughter coalesced into innumerable tangible blades and spears, infused with the might of wind and thunder, sweeping in all directions to wreak havoc. The onslaught of the white malevolence was ferocious and indiscriminate, seemingly intent on annihilating everything in its path. Let us engage. Ling Guang devoured the flame banner of the southern Ming into his being, and as his phoenix feathers ignited with torrents of ethereal fire, he transformed into a nebulous conflagration, hurtling towards the white malevolence, incinerating countless malevolent energies along the way. The ancestor had begun to unveil his hidden cards. Yuan Ti gnashed his teeth, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, lamenting his own inadequacy that prevented him from aiding the ancestor. Master, I wish to awaken the white malevolence. At this declaration, the crowd turned their gaze towards Bai Yi, who stepped forward to boldly voice his thoughts. In the short term, it is impossible for us to summon other primal great beings to assist us. Thus, our sole hope lies in awakening the white malevolence. At that time, should the white malevolence join forces with the divine monarch of the vermilion bird, this predicament can surely be unraveled. Naturally, Xianyu and others were aware of this method. But to intervene in the battle of the primal golden immortals and successfully awaken the white malevolence was no trivial task. Chapter 28. Awakening the White Malevolence Master. Now is the opportune moment. Bai Yi gazed into the distance, where malevolent energy swirled amidst flames, his resolve unwavering. The southern Ming fire of the vermilion bird could counteract the malevolent energy, and the white malevolence had been gravely injured by the deity at this moment. His consciousness was closest to clarity, theoretically sound, yet still perilously risky. Xianyu was reluctant to let Bai Yi take such a risk and dismissed the proposal. Master, allow me to go. Bai Yi stepped forward, his tone earnest. The reason the white malevolence was consumed by the malevolent energy was not only due to being schemed against, but fundamentally because the grief of losing his child remained unresolved. If I were to appear before him and reveal the truth, perhaps it could awaken him from his stupor. Yet, in his current state, unable to distinguish friend from foe, approaching recklessly could spell disaster. Yuan Ti was also somewhat tempted, yet still apprehensive. This is the heart-guarding scale bestowed upon me by His Majesty the Qilin. It is sufficient to withstand a full-force strike from a mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Jin Lin silently produced a piece of Xian Huang's scale, one of the initial Qilin's trump cards, and the reason he could easily return from the River of Time after his demise. This item was usually in harmony with his Dao fruit and would never be used unless absolutely necessary. I possess a strand of Nirvana fire, capable of injuring Hunyuan and shielding against heavenly secrets. Yuan Ti, moved by Jin Lin's display of such a precious artifact, unhesitatingly revealed his greatest trump card. Additionally, I can contact Ancestor Ling Guang to collaborate with us in creating an opportunity. Xianyu pondered deeply, calculating the odds of success, and found the feasibility to be quite significant. I possess a divine ability that is remarkably effective against souls, while it may not affect an ordinary Hunyuan Golden Immortal. The situation of the white malevolence is unique, and it may prove effective. Coupled with my evasion technique, even if the situation becomes untenable, I can still retreat unscathed. Exchanging glances, the group quickly reached a consensus. In that case, Xianyu and I shall enter the battlefield with Bai Yi, while fellow Taoist Jin Lin will remain here to care for Jin Huan. Jin Huan, being too weak, and Jin Lin being in poor condition, made them unsuitable for the battlefield. It was most prudent for them to stay put. Everyone, exercise utmost caution. Jin Lin entrusted the Xian Huang scale to Xianyu and solemnly bowed to the three. Jin Huan reluctantly detached himself from Yuan Ti's embrace. Watching as Yuan Ti and Xianyu departed towards the cataclysmic battlefield, unable to hold back his tears that fell to the ground. Sighing, Jin Lin could not help but lament the fate of this half-blood phoenix. He had heard whispers of its lineage. One could only say that the enmity between the dragon and phoenix clans had already wrought too many tragedies. Perhaps, only by uniting the primordial realm under his ancestors' command, allowing the Qilin to become the leader of all clans, could true peace be attained. After Yuan Ti and the others departed, a pair of eyes emerged from the shadows of a mountain hollow, watching Jin Huan, who was cradled in Jin Lin's arms. Ao Run had been lurking nearby, using the power left by his Luo Hu avatar, even before Xianyu and the others arrived. Observing Jin Huan's youthful visage, he discerned hints of the Yuan K's features within his brow and eyes, feeling an inexplicable connection and resonance from the depths of his bloodline. Ao Run was certain that Jin Huan was indeed his child, the flesh and blood of the Yuan K. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, a fierce agony intertwined with an inexpressible guilt overwhelming his consciousness in an instant. The former Lan had perished. Now, he was but a covert agent of the Dragon Clan, cloaked in the guise of Luo Hu. Perhaps, he and Jin Huan would never again recognize one another in this life. The fear and concern etched on Jin Huan's face were unmistakable to Ao Run. He could scarcely fathom the sorrow that would engulf her should she lose her parents, and then her master. Alas, it is settled. Yuan Ti, for the sake of my son, I shall extend my assistance to you. Yuan Ti and his companions raised shields crafted from the Xian Huang scales and summoned the flames of nirvana to obscure the heavenly secrets, stealthily infiltrating the battlefield's edge over the course of several centuries. Meng Zhang remained poised, allowing Bai Sha to gradually wear down Ling Guang's state, certain that no reinforcements would come to aid him. Upon receiving Yuan Ti's intel, Ling Guang too altered his strategy, methodically eroding the surrounding malevolent energy and quietly guiding Bai Sha toward the battlefield's periphery. Be cautious. Once we step onto the battlefield, the Qilin armor and the flames of nirvana will no longer conceal our presence, and we shall confront the gaze of the three primordial beings. Yuan Ti patted Bai Yi on the shoulder, admiring his audacity to face the might of a primordial golden immortal with mere Tai Yi cultivation. Fear not, esteemed Yuan Ti. My master has always said that those blessed with profound virtue are destined for divine protection. The group steadied their resolve to observe the situation, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Ao Run reached the battlefield's edge and established contact with his doppelganger, stationed deep within the Fire Cloud mountain range, orchestrating the demonic formation. Upon receiving the command, the doppelganger swiftly drew a drop of blood infused with primordial dragon power from his heart and forcefully pressed it onto the crimson array before him. "Scatter!" he roared. His eyes filled with determination as he transformed into a swirling black mist, merging with the blood into the array. With a crack, the array shattered. The once continuous siphoning of malevolent energy from the world, converging at the Fire Cloud battlefield, suddenly twisted and collapsed, unleashing a tremendous repulsive force. A low hum resonated as the invisible grand formation lurking beneath the entire battlefield quietly dissipated, the once thick, viscous malevolent energy streaming into Baisha abruptly severed, as if by an unseen hand. The suffocating scarlet malevolence that enveloped the battlefield began to visibly dissipate and dilute at an astonishing pace. The source sustaining Baisha's frenzied power was abruptly curtailed by more than half. A resounding roar erupted from Baisha, shaking the heavens. As his assault came to an abrupt halt, Ling Guang's eyes sparkled with opportunity, and he unleashed a divine spell, the vermilion bird burning the heavens, enveloping the sky in an endless domain of southern Ming fire, incinerating the very laws of this realm. The dense, inky malevolence that had previously swirled around Baisha began to churn violently, dissipating as if exposed to the blazing sun. A searing pain erupted from the depths of his primordial spirit, a remnant of Ling Guang's southern Ming fire, now unrestrained by the malevolent energy, akin to countless red-hot needles piercing fiercely into Baisha's sea of consciousness. The excruciating agony of simultaneous internal and external assaults, akin to frigid water cascading upon one's head, momentarily cleared the crimson gaze of Baisha, which was otherwise consumed by madness and bloodshed. Meng Zhang sensed something amiss the instant the formation shattered. This formation, meticulously crafted by Luo Ho, was intricately linked to the Earth's veins of the Fire Cloud mountain range. And with his prowess at the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, he had concealed it so effectively that even the ancestral dragon would remain oblivious. Yet, as the formation was reversed, it was still detected by the primordial golden immortals present. Just as Meng Zhang was about to investigate the source of the anomaly, he was interrupted by Ling Guang. After severely wounding Baisha, Ling Guang immediately manifested the Great Sun Dharma form, closing in on Meng Zhang for close combat. Outside the battlefield, Bai Yi and Yuan Ti focused their attention on Xian Yu, who remained in a meditative state with eyes shut. Sensing their gaze, Xian Yu opened her eyes and abruptly soared into the air. "There is no need to rush. I wish to summon another ally from the sidelines." Chapter 29. Rectifying Injustice in Midair, Xian Yu manifested a colossal avatar of the Star Lord, with the Do-E crown radiating a hazy celestial light. The lunar moon transformed into a pristine, white lotus platform, gently elevating him. "Come forth." As he wielded his authority, the heavens and earth underwent a dramatic transformation. The Tying Star abruptly emerged against the backdrop of the primordial sky, the silhouette of laurel trees overshadowing the world, surrounded by infinite moonlight that gave rise to myriad extraordinary phenomena. With a mere thought, a resplendent wheel of merit appeared behind Xian Yu. The sky rained down countless auspicious signs. Golden lotuses blossomed, jeweled ornaments cascaded like pearls, and the echoes of the Great Dao resonated throughout the cosmos. Paying homage to this venerable true cultivator, Heavenly Dao is supreme. I, the humble Xian Yu, witnessed the Feng and Baihu clans embroiled in a tragic conflict, suffering from unfounded grievances, resulting in immense casualties among all beings. Thus, I beseech the divine will to descend, to cease hostilities, and to rectify this injustice. As Xian Yu's words reverberated through the heavens like thunder, countless formidable beings turned their gaze, for the commotion he stirred was indeed monumental. Arrogant. A mere Star Lord dares to challenge the Dragon Clan, seeking death. Xian Yu's declaration unmistakably indicated that the slaughter was instigated by the Dragon Clan, sowing discord and trampling upon their dignity. Meng Zhang, infuriated, seized the opportunity while Ling Guang was distracted and unleashed a wooden dragon towards Xian Yu. Unfazed by the approaching divine attack, Xian Yu reverently bowed to the heavens. I, the humble Xian Yu, in the name of the Tying Star Lord, implore the sacred judgment of the divine will. Before Meng Zhang's assault could reach him, it was effortlessly deflected by the Qilin armor. Observing the radiant wheel of merit behind Xian Yu, Meng Zhang dared only to restrain his strength, intending merely to teach him a lesson. Ling Guang, regaining his senses, once again entangled Meng Zhang, while Yuan Ti, receiving a signal from Xian Yu, stealthily approached Bai Sha alongside Bai Yi. Humph, presumptuous young one. The divine will is far-reaching. How could you possibly shake it? Do you truly believe? Meng Zhang's dragon-like eyes narrowed as he began to mock and threaten Xianyu, entirely oblivious to the latter's genuine capability to attract the attention of the Heavenly Dao. Buzz. Before Meng Zhang could complete his sentence, an overwhelming aura descended upon the scene. Swirling above Xianyu's head, as if an invisible pair of eyes scanned the battlefield, calmly surveying all beings below. Both Ling Guang and Meng Zhang felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively retracting their powers, staring in disbelief at Xianyu suspended in midair. In the center of the battlefield, Bai Sha knelt, battered and bruised, his crimson eyes alternating between clarity and madness. Bai Yi, wielding a fragment of a shattered spear, raced towards Bai Sha with Yuan Ti. With each step closer, the fragment's energy surged, as if responding to something. Roar. Sensing the anomaly, Bai Sha abruptly lifted his head, instinctively channeling his malevolence towards the two. Yuan Ti summoned the nirvana flames of the Yuan Phoenix, actively drawing fire, entangling with the malevolent energies morphing into various ferocious beasts. While Bai Yi hesitated only for a moment, raising the Rinda sword to protect himself as he continued to approach Bai Sha. Bai Sha clan leader. Bai Yi's heart inexplicably raced, as a multitude of familiar yet foreign images flooded his mind. Gazing at the memory of a little white tiger playing and frolicking in his father's embrace, tears streamed down Bai Yi's cheeks unbidden. A familiar voice pierced through the ominous aura, and the shattered remnants of the spear radiated a blinding golden light, while a waft of a familiar essence permeated the air. Bai Sha's pupils abruptly constricted, the frenzied malevolence momentarily suspended. My son. His voice emerged hoarse and deep, as if clawing its way from the depths of an abyss. No, that is not right. You are not my son. Who? Are you truly? Bai Sha raised his hand, ensnaring Bai Yi within his grasp, his gaze fixed intently upon the fractured spear. Bai Yi inhaled deeply and proclaimed, I am the White Tiger Star Lord, born from the primordial transformation of the young clan leader. I have come to reveal the truth to the clan leader and fulfill the dying wish of the young clan leader. Bai Sha's breath hitched, the clarity in his eyes fading once more into a crimson haze. It is not the Phoenix clan that murdered the young clan leader, but the Dragon clan. They concealed the heavenly secrets with the candle dragon lamp, severing time and space, ambushing the White Tiger clan, and framing the Phoenix clan to incite war between the two clans. Bai Yi's words resonated through the heavens and earth, clearly heard by all present, including Tianyi. This spear is the relic of the young clan leader. This sword was bestowed by His Majesty the Qilin, both of which can attest to the veracity of my claims. In the name of the White Tiger Star Lord, I shall resolve this entangled fate. The past is gone. I am the Star Lord Bai Yi, not the young clan leader of the White Tiger. As his words fell, Bai Yi forcefully enveloped the broken tip of the silver spear with the power of the constellations, transforming it into a silvery meteor that shot toward Bai Sha. Bai Sha grasped the broken spear, the chilling touch and lingering familiar essence affirming the truth of the words spoken before him. Roar. Bai Sha's fur bristled, his tiger eyes widening in fury. The suppressed malevolence surging anew, but this time it was not mere madness. It was an overwhelming sorrow and heart-wrenching agony from being deceived. Dragon clan. Bai Sha's roar rent the heavens, brimming with boundless hatred. You impudent youth. How dare you speak such nonsense? Meng Zhang's complexion changed dramatically, losing his composure. Previously, his attention had been captivated by the Moon Star Lord, leaving him oblivious to Bai Yi, with no thought to discern his origins. He had not anticipated that the Dragon clan's meticulously orchestrated scheme of framing and instigation would be publicly exposed by a mere young Star Lord of the Tai realm. The winds and rains shifted, and a towering ice spire, forged from the essence of the devouring immortal water, with a chilling aura capable of freezing souls, instantaneously crossed the void, piercing toward Bai Yi. Meng Zhang, what are you panicking for? Ling Guang's flame banner unfurled, an incandescent barrier of crimson gold spanning the heavens, incinerating the lethal ice spire. Simultaneously, her gaze toward Bai Sha was fraught with complexity. Bai Yi's words and the broken spear illuminated the grievances of the Phoenix clan for all to see. The Dragon clan's treachery has been unraveled. Clan leader Bai Sha, do halt this slaughter at once. Sensing the commotion instigated by Xianyu, Jin Lin could not suppress the surge of his power, hastening to the scene with Jin Huan. Calling out to Bai Sha cast a deep glance at the youth, Bai Yi, in his palm, gently tossing him toward Xianyu. His eyes were a maelstrom of madness, anguish, regret, and rage, ultimately transforming into a roar filled with infinite sorrow and resolute vengeance. Dragon Clan. This grudge is one that cannot be shared under heaven. As the roar faded, the colossal white tiger materialized with a sudden flash. Its wings of wind and thunder radiating an unprecedented brilliance as it charged towards Meng Zhang in the presence of the Heavenly Will. Meng Zhang's face turned a ghastly shade, and he cast a fierce glare at Xianyu, who was enveloped by divine intent, realizing that this scheme was destined for utter failure. The Storm Command opened a portal in the void, into which Meng Zhang vanished without a trace. The white tiger's strike missed its target, and in a fit of rage, it obliterated the ground within 1,000 miles into mere fragments. Moments later, accompanied by the remaining warriors of the White Tiger clan, it too disappeared. In the far distance, Ao Run, witnessing the dissipating malevolence, dared not linger and hastily departed. The Heavenly Will, too, quietly departed at an unknown moment, while Xianyu reigned in the extraordinary phenomena and descended to the ground. The gathered crowd looked upon the battlefield, nearly reduced to nothingness, and finally let out a collective sigh of relief. Chapter 30. Post-war arrangements. How are you? I hope you are unscathed. Xianyu stepped forward and patted Bai Yi's shoulder, her heart heavy with concern after witnessing him in the clutches of Bai Sha. Do not worry, my teacher. I am perfectly fine. Bai Yi thumped his chest, a radiant smile illuminating his face, as if an invisible burden had been lifted, leaving him invigorated. What a brave lad, charging forth with the Ren de sword in hand. Truly worthy of being the White Tiger Star Lord. You possess great courage. Yuan Ti expressed his admiration for Bai Yi. The successful resolution of this calamity owes much to the contributions of the three of you. As Jin Lin approached, leading Jin Huan, Xianyu stepped forward to take Jin Huan and intended to return the Qilin armor, but the latter graciously declined. The Star Lord is a person of great virtue. My clan leader holds such individuals in high esteem. Consider this armor a gift for the Star Lord. Jin Lin understood the significance of forging a favorable relationship with this being capable of invoking heavenly will and was willing to part with the protective scales. Seeing this, Xianyu no longer hesitated and accepted the armor, recognizing its utility and its rarity as a remnant of the primordial era. In the heavens above, Zhu Ke circled several times, noting the absence of the Dragon Clan's assassin who had previously ambushed Yuan Ti, and thus had no choice but to retract its fiery essence. Manifesting in human form before the crowd, Ling Guang donned resplendent gold and crimson armor, exuding an air of valor, with fiery red hair and eyes that held authority. Though his aura appeared somewhat diminished, the pressure of his primordial essence still commanded reverence from the heavens and the earth. We pay our respects to Lord Ling Guang. Xianyu and the others hastily bowed, with Yuan Ti kneeling on one knee, his demeanor respectful. Ling Guang's gaze settled on Xianyu, offering a slight nod, his tone gentle. The vindication of the Phoenix clan is largely thanks to your efforts, young friend. Xianyu clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, You honor me, my lord. I merely acted in accordance with heavenly will. Xianyu seized this opportunity to assert his influence, knowing that the more he downplayed his role, the more others would associate him with the divine intentions. To be candid, his call for divine intervention had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Initially aimed at capturing Meng Zhang's attention to create an opportunity for Bai Yi, he never expected the Tao of Heaven to respond. Regardless, your assistance in this matter will be remembered by the Phoenix clan. Should there come a time of need, the Phoenix clan shall repay your kindness in full. Ling Guang's lips curled into a faint smile as he lightly tapped his fingertips, a wisp of 5 virtues transforming into a crimson gold feather, drifting towards Xianyu. This is my token. Treat it as if I were personally present. It can command avian creatures and grant you access to the immortal volcano. Should you find leisure in the future, I invite you to visit my Phoenix clan. Thank you, esteemed elder. Xianyu solemnly accepted the token, his mind racing with thoughts of how the Phoenix feather, along with the Qilin armor, combined with the treasures beneath the laurel tree, might one day culminate in a grand museum of the 3 clans on the Tyne Star. The Phoenix clan stands as an ally to the Star Lord, and thus shall not idly witness the Dragon clan's incursions into the starry skies. This I assure you, my lord. Ling Guang, recognizing that Xianyu had severely offended the Dragon clan, proactively promised to align with him, ensuring that any future actions by the Dragon clan would be weighed against the stance of the Phoenix clan. Meanwhile, Jin Lin observed that although Ling Guang did not regard him with disdain, he also did not spare him a glance. Realizing that Ling Guang still harbored some reservations towards the Qilin clan, despite the lingering gloom in his heart, Jin Lin stepped forward and offered a profound bow to Ling Guang. Regarding the recent affairs of the White Tiger clan, the Qilin clan indeed bears some responsibility. Once Elder Baisha regains consciousness, I shall personally bring an apology and accompany him to the undying volcano to atone for our misdeeds. Lingguang merely acknowledged with a faint sound, a response of sorts. Jinlin did not linger, instead clasping his fists in farewell to Xianyu and the others before hastily departing as a streak of dark yellow light. His ancestral elder had already proceeded to the undying volcano to assist Yuan Feng in confronting the dragon clan's second ancestor and the elder of Xuanwu. He needed to return promptly to oversee the ancestral grounds, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. After all, the dragon clan's plot had fallen through, and the ensuing turmoil would likely be considerable. Seeing the other elders of the Phoenix clan arrive in succession, Lingguang began to organize the aftermath of the battlefield. He entrusted Yuan Ti with the care of the surviving clansmen and the reconstruction of the Fire Cloud mountain range, while leaving several Phoenix elders to guard crucial points before hastily making his way back to the undying volcano. This battle had taken a heavy toll on him, and he needed to return swiftly to recuperate. Furthermore, with the ancestral dragon present at the undying volcano, while Yuan Feng and the first Qilin could manage, the Phoenix clan would ultimately lack a degree of assurance without his assistance. As Lingguang departed, Yuan Ti let out a long sigh of relief and turned to Xianyu with a smile. The Star Lord has truly made a mark this time. It seems that no one would dare to lay a hand on you any longer. Bearing such immense merit, you even summoned the Heavenly Dao to intervene. Xianyu shook his head and chuckled softly. It is merely a matter of leveraging circumstances. If we are to speak of true foundations, it is your Phoenix clan that possesses profound depth. Foundation? How much foundation do we truly have to squander? Yuan Ti lamented, a hint of sadness creeping in. The arrival of the will of the Heavenly Dao was a clear indication that the devastation wrought by the three clans' conflict had captured the attention of the heavens. Xianyu, perceptive to Yuan Ti's subtle change in expression, paused momentarily before seizing the opportunity to invite her to ascend to the heavens and evade calamity. Yuan Ti, the vastness of the starry sky is in need of a Star Lord to preside over it. Why not accompany Jin Huan with me to the celestial realm? Yuan Ti was taken aback. Are you attempting to undermine my position? Xianyu's expression remained serene. What do you mean by undermining? I merely suggest that you take a position in the heavens. Becoming a Star Lord is indeed a blessing from the Heavenly Dao. Yuan Ti quickly grasped the implications. Can you truly appoint a Star Lord? If you are willing, I can petition the Heavenly Dao. Establishing several positions for Star Lords is not difficult. Moreover, the position of the Star Lord of the Vermilion Bird constellation is entirely vacant, making it the most suitable choice. He wielded control over the celestial tree of the zodiac, and with his own authority as the Lunar Star Lord, aside from the Sun Star and the Purple Microstar, the other positions for Star Lords were manageable. Yuan Ti paused in thought, but ultimately shook her head in refusal. Perhaps it is best to decline. I appreciate your goodwill. Given that all three clans are in a relentless quest for expansion to enhance their power, should I become a Star Lord, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Dragon Clan. If they were to launch a full-scale assault on the starry sky for the sake of the Star Lord position, it would only bring you trouble. The position of Star Lord is not one that can be attained by just anyone. Yuan Ti continued to refuse. Xianyu, I acknowledge your strength and the favor of the heavens upon you. Yet, the Dragon Clan is formidable as well. Should they be resolute in their desire to seize the Star Lord position, they may well find a way. Noticing Xianyu's intent to persuade further, Yuan Ti patted his shoulder gently. Rest assured, my prowess is formidable. What could possibly go amiss? It would be wise for the Star Lord to maintain his position with utmost sincerity. Upon discerning his resolute intention, Xianyu ceased her insistence and turned her gaze towards Jin Huan, who was quietly listening nearby. Dear child, diligently follow your master in your training, and perhaps your teacher will take you to play on the Tying Star when time permits. Jin Huan fondly touched the laurel wreath upon his wrist, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and he turned eagerly towards his master. Very well. Once I have attended to my affairs, we shall embark together. Then it is settled. My dear friend, do remember to bring ample provisions, as we shall have 2 additional mouths to feed. Quite reasonable. Now please draft a menu. As night deepened, the scorched earth of the Fire Cloud Mountains twinkled with countless sparks, reminiscent of rebirth. Yuan summoned all his kin, presenting an abundance of ingredients to host a lavish barbecue feast at the Fire Cloud encampment. The gathering indulged in merriment, engaging in lively conversations and philosophical discussions, gradually dispelling the ominous shadows of past calamities. Chapter 31. The Fury of Rahu. As the bonfire gathering concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only Xianyu and Yuan Ti. The venerable ancestor Lingguang had conveyed a message indicating that all was calm in the ancestral land, and and the dragon clan had retreated. Could it be said that the conflict among the three clans has come to an end? Indeed. Reflecting on the words of her ancestor, Yuan Ti felt a wave of trepidation. Fortunately, you were here this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. With the dragon clan having gained an additional ancestral figure from the Xuanwu clan, should anything ill befall ancestor Ling Guang, the balance would tip, and there would be no one left to thwart the dragon clan. What of this Xuanwu ancestor? His name is Ji Ming, and he stands alongside ancestor Ling Guang as an early-stage Hunyuan golden immortal. Years ago, he was considered a neutral force, but later, he led the Xuanwu clan to seize a significant portion of the North Sea territory, leading to friction with the North Sea Dragon King. In light of recent events, it seems that their disputes were merely a ruse. Alas, the Dragon Clan is indeed cunning, quietly enlisting a Hunyuan powerhouse. Xianyu gazed skyward, observing the moon drifting westward as dawn approached. With a graceful gesture, she summoned the moonlight, which converged in her palm, forming a crystalline jade pendant. Yuan Ti, she suddenly spoke. In the event of a life-threatening crisis, shatter this jade pendant to harness a fragment of the power of the Taiyin. If I can reach you in time, I may yet save your life. Yuan Ti accepted the pendant and tucked it away. Excellent. It is settled then. Should I ever call for help, do not fail to come. Upon uttering these words, Yuan Ti produced a red feather and handed it to Xianyu. This is a remnant from my first nirvana, imbued with a fragment of my soul. We can use it to communicate with one another. That is indeed commendable. But are there any limitations? In the vast wilderness, there exist numerous methods and treasures capable of transmitting information across distances. Yet they are insufficient in the face of the expansive and boundless primordial world. This nirvana feather communicates through the soul, transcending time and space under normal circumstances. Xianyu understood the implications. There are many alternate realms and treacherous forbidden places in the primordial expanse, the former often fortified with formidable barriers, while the latter typically rendered devoid of laws and powers. Should one inadvertently wander into such forbidden zones, the nirvana feather would naturally lose its efficacy. However, being merely a fragment of the soul, it would inevitably incur somewhere. Rest assured, I possess plenty of treasures that can nourish the soul. Xianyu stored the nirvana feather within the space of the stellar tree, placing it in the pool of 3 light divine water to be gradually nourished by starlight and moonbeams. This feather held significant value for Yuan Ti, as it contained a part of his soul. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intent, it could spell trouble. Thus, it could only be entrusted to someone of absolute trust. Does your Phoenix clan have a penchant for gifting feathers? Including the one Jin Huan gave me. I now possess 3 Phoenix feathers. How impoverished. Alas, I have little else of value to offer. Yuan Ti shrugged, expressing his lack of worthy treasures. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Where do you intend to go? Last time I left the starry sky in haste, so this time I plan to embark on a leisurely journey with Bai Yi. Yuan Ti finds himself entangled in a multitude of affairs, rendering him unable to depart. Jin Huan must accompany him in cultivating the nirvana technique, making it impractical for him to abscond. Thus, this journey shall consist solely of him and Bai Yi. When shall we set forth? At dawn. Why the haste? Shall we not linger a while longer? Remaining here would only disrupt your important matters. It is far better to depart early. I had intended to enlist both of you for some labor. In that case, I must surely take my leave. Ha ha ha, merely jesting. Once I have attended to my affairs, I shall bring Jin Huan to seek you out. Very well, we are indeed in need of a guide. As the envoy of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Ti possesses a familiarity with the vast lands of the primordial world that surpasses even Xianyu. At the Dragon Palace, within the Grand Hall of Long Yuan, Ao Run promptly dismissed his attendants upon returning and commenced a thorough review of the recent battle's events. From the shadows of the hall, a dark mist began to spread, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Ao Run, seated upon the dragon throne, intended to rise and pay his respects to Luo Ho, but the latter unexpectedly teleported before him. Bang! A pale, slender hand seized Ao Run's throat and forcefully slammed the back of his head against the throne's backrest. Luo Ho's nails embedded into Ao Run's skin with such force that it nearly crushed his windpipe. I inquire of you. Luo Ho's voice resonated with the chill of the abyss, his crimson eyes glinting ominously in the darkness. Why did you spare the Phoenix clan envoy? And why did you recklessly dismantle my killing formation? Breathless and unable to resist, Ao Run stammered. I have an old acquaintance with Yuan Ti. In a moment of weakness, I did not strike to kill. As for the formation, I was concerned that the nearby Hunyuan golden immortals might detect its flaws and trace them back to Shimi Mountain. Huh. Luo Ho let out a cold laugh, increasing his grip's pressure. The formation I established is imperceptible even to the ancestral dragon. By what presumption did you think to destroy it? Had I not intervened later to erase the traces within the river of time, you would have been discovered by Meng Zhang and Zhu Long. The sound of Aeon's neck cracking under the strain echoed, dragon blood seeping through the crevices of his scales, yet he dared not utter a sound. Old acquaintance? Weakness? Luoho leaned closer, an aura of malevolence coiling around Aeon. Why did you not inform me that the little phoenix by Yuan Ti's side is of your bloodline? Aeon's pupils constricted. The demon ancestor sees clearly. I harbor no intention of deceit. I merely. Luoho released his grip, allowing Aeon to tumble from the throne and crash to the ground in a disheveled heap. Merely what? Afraid I might act against your son? Crawling on the floor. Aeon was scrutinized from above by Luoho. He began, but Luoho indifferently raised his hand, sending Aeon flying 10 zhong away with a single strike. Bang! Aeon shattered a pillar of the hall, blood spurting forth continuously. Yet, Luoho refrained from pursuing further, instead dissipating his murderous intent with a deep sigh. After accompanying me for so long, do you not understand my character? In ancient times, the god of war of the Japanese constellation defied the odds, vanquishing ferocious beasts to protect the lives of the innocent, all under the boundless favor of the Heavenly Dao. Over the years, he has intervened numerous times to rescue those unfortunate souls who have lost their homes and loved ones due to the conflicts among the 3 clans. Even you owe your life to his intervention. Do you perceive him as a cruel and malevolent being? He approached slowly, placing his palm gently upon Aeon's head. As demonic energy transformed into a gentle, healing force. You are the first of the demon race born from my essence. Why would you seek to deceive me? Aeon looked up in astonishment, meeting the gaze of Luohua, feeling somewhat at a loss. He harbored hatred towards the Dragon Clan and resentment towards the Phoenix Clan, thus desiring the destruction of all 3 clans. He had believed himself merely a pawn in Luohua's game, and a pawn should possess no vulnerabilities beyond the control of the master. Lan Na, your heart is in turmoil. After healing Aeon's wounds, Luohua turned and seated himself upon the dragon throne. My command for you to infiltrate the Dragon Clan is not solely to grant you an opportunity for vengeance, but also for the sake of the demon race. Remember, you are of the demon lineage. As Luohua's figure gradually faded away, the echo of the words demon race lingered in the hall. Chapter 32, The Dragon Palace of Time, the Demonic Clan. Aeon gradually rose to his feet, softly uttering these 2 words, as a thought, apart from vengeance, began to take shape. Since the Dragon Clan has cast me aside like refuse, I shall annihilate them and take their place as the Demon Clan. A shadow of an 8th grade black lotus materialized behind Aeon, radiating a splendid glow, subtly hinting at a trend towards blooming into the 9th grade. Whoosh! The decree of the West Sea Dragon King unexpectedly flew out from his sleeve, delivering a message into Aeon's mind. Hasten to meet me. Recognizing it as the command of the Ancestor Dragon, Aeon dared not hesitate and promptly responded in affirmation. The West Sea lies immeasurable light years away from the Ancestor Dragon's location, making it impossible for him to travel there in his true form. This Dragon King's decree, crafted by the Zhurong himself, relies on the fortunes of the Dragon Clan to facilitate passage to a concealed ethereal dragon palace, the Zhurong Hall, hidden within the River of Time. This illusory space was jointly established by the Venerable Zhurong, along with the Ancestor Dragon and Meng Zhang, who specialize in the mastery of the temporal path. It transcends the physical realm, existing as an incorporeal essence, accessible only through the embodiment of the Dragon Clan's fortunes. Thus, the ability to enter the Zhurong Hall itself serves as a form of selection. Fortunately, I am entirely of the Dragon Clan. The method by which Luoho assisted in seizing Aeon's body was remarkably sophisticated. He first utilized the essence of the 8th grade Black Lotus to restore Lan's true spirit. This Black Lotus, painstakingly cultivated by Luoho, embodies the quintessence of the demonic path. Once fused with its essence, it naturally transformed into a member of the Demon Clan. The second step involved erasing Aeon's true spirit, a task trivial for Luoho, who had attained the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. After all, the mightiest among the Dragon Clan, the Ancestor Dragon, was merely at the late stage of the primordial golden immortal and thus oblivious to Luoho's machinations. The third step entailed a method akin to grafting, wherein Lan's divine soul was fused with Aeon, inheriting all aspects, including the Dao fruit. Once transformed into a member of the Demon Clan, Lan inherently possessed the characteristic of demonic influence over all, and with Luoho's assistance, usurping Aeon became effortless. remaining undetected by any. At this juncture, Luoho's demonic path had yet to reveal itself in the primordial world, and the demon clan remained covertly hidden. Therefore, the world was entirely unaware of Luoho's methods and consequently could not guard against them, having concocted a plausible excuse and ensured that no flaws remained. Aeon's divided soul merged with the West Sea Dragon King's decree, arriving at the River of Time. An endless, boundless silver river flowed forth from the void, its upper and lower reaches shrouded in dense chaotic mist. Below the Great Luo, one would perish upon contact, while above the Great Luo, few dared to linger. Throughout history, numerous powerful beings, confident in their extraordinary abilities, sought to alter the past of the primordial world or seize control of the future, yet invariably, they vanished without a trace. The river before him was not true water, but rather the manifestation of time. The infinite main trunk of this river represents the temporal mainline of the primordial world. A single drop of water can signify the timeline of a living being, while a section of water can represent the timeline of a small world or secret realm. The primordial realm is vast, filled with numerous secret realms and subsidiary worlds, akin to countless stars, with varying flows of time, thus stirring the currents beneath the river of time. If one were to disturb the flow of a particular stream, it could indeed alter the corresponding timeline. However, this river of time is not something that just anyone can unsettle. Once the flow of time is interfered with, it may lead to the chaotic distortion of time within a realm, or in more severe cases, to annihilation. The causality and karmic repercussions are immense. Even a few missteps could lead to the downfall of a celestial sage. The submerged reefs beneath the surface of the river embody the existence of golden immortals. These golden immortals integrate the laws into their essence, solidifying their immortal golden nature, thus allowing them to remain steadfast amidst the passage of time, achieving a state where the universe ages, yet they do not. The stones that rise above the water correspond to the Tai golden immortals. As for the Deluo, their transcendent path manifests as towering mountains that rise above the river of time. With the might of their path's fruit, Deluo golden immortals can constrict their own timelines, suppress a segment of the river of time, and thoroughly master their own temporal existence, thereby earning the right to tread upon the river of time. Aeon's journey was not to admire the scenery, hence, he did not linger. Instead, following the guidance of the Dragon King's edict as he soared towards the upper reaches of the river of time. Moments later, a vast sea of clouds unfolded before him, with 3 resplendent stars of gold, azure, and violet shimmering within the clouds. This golden sea of clouds represented the fortunes of the Dragon Clan, while the 3 stars corresponded to the 3 primordial golden immortals. These 3 ancestors, as pillars of strength, upheld the entirety of the Dragon Clan, and in turn, were buoyed by its fortunes. Sensing Aeon's arrival, a cloud billowed forth, coalescing into a form that bore his fragmentary soul. Guided by the currents of fate, an ancient purple portal materialized before him. Aeon decisively stepped through, finding himself within the Hall of the Candle Dragon. The hall was furnished similarly to the ancestral hall of the Dragon Clan, with 3 dragon thrones suspended at the top, indicating that the 3 ancestors had yet to arrive. Third brother, why do you arrive so late? A figure clad in azure robes approached, followed by a burly man with a red face and a silver-armored warrior. Eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, it has been far too long. Aeon greeted the East Sea Dragon King Aoqua, the South Sea Dragon King Aoyan, and the North Sea Dragon King Aoying with a respectful gesture. I was delayed due to the time spent recuperating from injuries. Injured? Could it be from the Fire Cloud Mountains? Aoqua inquired, stroking his long beard. Indeed. I was caught in the wake of the Vermilion Bird's powers. Lingguang truly has a charmed fate. After all this time spent in the old ancestors' scheming, she somehow evaded capture. Upon hearing the news of Lingguang, Aoyan's fury surged, his complexion reddening further, resembling a fearsome beast. However, this battle was not without its gains. The Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan can no longer maintain their previous intimate relations. Furthermore, Lingguang has sustained significant injuries. And with our Dragon clan now allied with the Xuanwu clan, we have gained another primordial golden immortal. In this ebb and flow, the Phoenix clan is destined for decline. Fourth brother speaks wisely. Sensing the arrival of 3 formidable auras, the 4 immediately ceased their conversation and turned to pay their respects to the thrones. We pay homage to our ancestors. Rise. Looking up, they beheld the ancestor dragon seated at the head, the candle dragon resting with closed eyes to the right, and the azure dragon god seated on the left. Today's meeting primarily concerns the matter of the Fire Cloud battlefield. I trust you are all informed? Aeon, what prompted your presence on the Hongjun battlefield? Meng Zhang's voice, imbued with authority, pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning from his dragon-like eyes. Aeons immediately knelt, articulating the carefully prepared explanation with clarity. Upon hearing that our clan intended to withdraw its troops, I surmised that the Phoenix clan would likely dispatch forces to aid Lingguang. Given that, the Qilin clan would probably not remain idle and might send envoys to advocate for peace. Thus, I conceived a plan to seize the opportunity to eliminate the Qilin envoy, framing the Phoenix clan for the act, thereby ensuring enmity between the two factions. Given your astuteness in devising such a cunning stratagem, why did you not report it to the clan? Zhulong suddenly opened his eyes, his tone gentle yet genuinely interrogative towards Aeons. This, after all, was merely a conjecture on my part, and even if the Qilin clan were to send representatives, tracking their movements would prove exceedingly difficult. Should I inform the clan and mobilize a significant force to intercept, it might inadvertently draw the attention of the Phoenix and White Tiger clans, thus inviting calamity upon ourselves. After much contemplation, I held little hope for this plan. So I decided to take a stroll, not anticipating that I would indeed encounter the situation. Zhulong summoned a projection of the river of time, sweeping away the chaotic mists of the past, and confirmed that everything transpired as Aeons recounted. In light of this, let us consider the matter closed. The ancestral dragon pondered for a moment before concluding this topic and introducing the next agenda. Let us discuss the esteemed Yin Star monarch. Chapter 33. The truth of the slaughter must be killed. Aeons' words resonated with conviction. How dare a mere Yin Star Lord leverage the Heavenly Dao to undermine our dragon clan? If we do not slay him, how will the myriad races of the world regard us? In my view, we should directly dispatch a dragon king to ascend to the heavens, seize Yin Star, and usurp that fellow's position. Unacceptable. Aeons swiftly countered Aeons' proposal. The Yin Star serves as a pivotal axis for the operation of the primordial celestial bodies. It must not be disturbed lightly. Furthermore, this Star Lord possesses immeasurable merit and has divine favor. To slay him would invite misfortune. What if we could win him over? Aeons suggested another idea. However, his close ties with the Feng clan render it rather improbable. Moreover, prior to the convergence, Aeons had taken the initiative to recruit the Yin Star Lord, and his whereabouts remain unknown to this day. As Zhulong spoke, he conjured an ephemeral vision of the river of time. The assembly observed Aeons approaching the Yin Star with a small contingent, eager to delve deeper into the unfolding events. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted within their minds, shattering the illusory scene in an instant. With a muffled groan, Zhulong coughed up a trace of blood, his face darkening as he clenched his teeth in rage. Damn it! The Heavenly Dao has intervened to veil the secrets of Yin Star. The ancestral dragon narrowed his eyes, waving his expansive sleeves to discreetly dissipate the impending thunderous tribulation brewing above the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Could it be that this Yin Star Lord is a spawn of the Heavenly Dao, receiving such blatant favoritism? Mengzhong struck the armrest of his throne, his expression a blend of astonishment and fury. Though the four dragon kings beneath Zhulong had not witnessed the entire spectacle, they could surmise the generality from the reactions of the three ancestors. Originally a proponent of war, Aeons, upon witnessing his ancestors' misfortune, abruptly ceased his fervor for an assault on Yin Star. Aeons, though pained by the loss of a significant figure from the Eastern Sea lineage, dared not dwell on it further. Aeons' audacity was not a recent occurrence. Perhaps this tribulation was simply destined for him. Ancestor, could it be that Xuanyue's immense merit is tied to the Star Lord's position? We might consider occupying other stars, thus allowing us to contend with him, one suggested. Among the celestial bodies, aside from Yin Star and Baihu Star, whose positions have been fully realized, the rest remain desolate. Even if our dragon clan were to occupy them, they would serve little purpose. Indeed, we cannot have our dragon sons descend to offer aid to the impoverished. The fortune of a couple of minor stars is insufficient for a clan as grand as ours. As for the pivotal stars like Yin, the Sun, and Ziwei, without the Heavenly Dao's endorsement, they are unattainable. Furthermore, the Feng clan would not idly observe our occupation of the starry skies. Upon hearing Zhulong mention the Feng clan, everyone recalled the Feng clan's ancestral tree, the primordial phoenix tree. With such an exceptional innate spiritual root, the Feng clan could easily traverse the celestial realm. Should our dragon clan enter, we would merely become trapped prey, easily encircled and slaughtered by the Feng clan in alliance with Xianwei. Does this mean that the Yin Star Lord is beyond our reach? None of the four dragon kings dared respond to the ancestral dragon's query. The hall fell into a profound silence. The only sound echoing was the gentle tapping of Zhulong's fingers against the armrest of his throne. After a prolonged silence, the ancestor dragon slowly spoke, his voice deep and resonant like a profound abyss. Alas, it seems we must temporarily set aside the matter concerning the Lord of the Yin Star. Humph. The Heavenly Dao may protect him for a time, but it cannot safeguard him for eternity. Once he loses the favor of the heavens, his life and death will no longer be within his control. Meng Zhang let out a cold snort, yet he refrained from rebuttal. Although he was reluctant, he understood the futility of opposing fate. Neither the Ancestor Dragon nor the Candle Dragon expressed anger over this failed scheme. After all, for beings of their caliber, their temperaments had reached an exceedingly refined state. A single failure was inconsequential. There would be ample time in the future to settle the score. Moreover, one should not harbor excessive aspirations regarding the starry expanse. It is closest to chaos and harbors numerous unsavory elements. Should the Dragon Clan venture there, they could very well find themselves entangled in misfortune. The Ancestor Dragon's remark left some perplexed, yet seeing the clan leader's reluctance to elaborate, they dutifully acquiesced and refrained from discussing the conquest of the Starry Realm. Ah, Aruan, I have yet another task for you, the Candle Dragon spoke casually. Devise a means to sow discord between the Xianyu and the Feng and Qilin clans, particularly the Feng clan. Aruan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, fearing he had become a professional scapegoat for the Dragon clan's machinations. There is no rush, take your time. Additionally, investigate the recent surge in the Feng clan's success rate in their rebirths. The Ancestor Dragon then assigned Aruan another task before transitioning to the next topic. Aoying, from now on, the North Sea will be under the jurisdiction of the Xuanwu clan. You shall serve under Jiming. Aoying was momentarily taken aback, lifting his head in astonishment. Ancestor, has not the Xuanwu clan always been in constant conflict with our North Sea? There is no longer a need to keep this from you. Meng Zhang's lips curled into a cryptic smile. In truth, during the banquet for my son's birth, the Dragon clan extended invitations to all clans far and wide, and the Xuanwu envoy discreetly approached us and forged a clandestine alliance. The frequent skirmishes in the North Sea were merely a fade, a ruse even unbeknownst to you, the Dragon King of the North Sea. Meng Zhang stroked his beard with a smile, slowly revealing the truth to all present. Thus, the subsequent campaigns against the Xuanwu were mere fabrications. I merely dispatched an avatar to the North Sea for reconnaissance. Aruan's eyes flickered, his heart astonished. He had not anticipated that the Dragon clan had orchestrated such intricate schemes, managing to place numerous infiltrators without even the keen-eyed Luo, who noticing. Once Meng Zhang's avatar diverted the attention of the myriad clans of the Primordial World to the North Sea, it would then be Aruan's turn to take action, launching an assault on the Baihu clan, framing the Feng clan, thereby inciting discord between the Feng and Qilin clans. The original plan was to compel the Shi Qilin to intervene, yet that old fellow surprisingly held back. Fortunately, Bai Sha had broken through to the primordial golden immortal stage. Though unexpected, it served our clan's interests perfectly, successfully escalating the war and drawing Ling Guang out of the immortal fire mountain. The Candle Dragon raised his hand, manipulating the river of time to reveal a corner of the fire cloud battlefield, where the chaotic aura surged, and the frenzied figure of Bai Sha could be faintly discerned. The clan leader and I have been closely monitoring the developments on the fire cloud battlefield. The Candle Dragon dared not directly gaze upon the battlefield, fearing detection by Ling Guang, a fellow mixed-origin golden immortal, which might inadvertently provoke a premature response. Thus, he could only deduce the state of affairs from the intensity of the malevolent aura permeating the battlefield. The ancestral elder of the Xuanwu clan, Zhi Ming, had long since departed from the Northern Sea to rendezvous with our kin. With Ling Guang away from his lair, the Phoenix, Yuan Feng, stood alone and vulnerable. We four were then divided into two groups. Once the malevolent aura became utterly unmanageable and Bai Sha lost all sense of reason, I, alongside the clan leader and Zhi Ming, would confront Yuan Feng. Meanwhile, Meng Zhang would descend upon the Huayun battlefield through a spatial tunnel, using Bai Sha's hand to incapacitate Ling Guang. The Candle Dragon gently stroked his dragon whiskers, his tone filled with regret as he recounted the conclusion. Alas, the unexpected interference of that Xianyu thwarted our efforts. Although this scheme did not come to fruition, the gains were not insignificant. The ancestral dragon spoke to comfort his younger brother. Following this battle, a rift had formed between the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Ling Guang was gravely injured, while Zhi Ming had joined our clan. In this ebb and flow, the Phoenix and Qilin clans were destined for defeat. Our dragon clan would surely triumph. The voice of the ancestral dragon resonated like a mighty bell, inspiring all present, as if they could envision the dragon clan vanquishing the Phoenix and Qilin clans, unifying the world. The dragon clan will prevail. The four great dragon kings, filled with fervor, joined their clan leader in exclaiming the inevitable victory of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 34. Organizing the battlefield. The Azure Dragon ambushes the Vermilion Bird. Under the decree of heaven, the three clans cease their hostilities, and news of the Fire Cloud battlefield rapidly spreads among the myriad tribes of the Primordial World. All beings, aside from marveling at the terrifying power of the Hongjun Golden Immortal, engage in discussions about the enigmatic Lord of the Dark Moon. The memory of the ferocious beast, Chaos, being vanquished by the Great Dao's consummation, is still fresh in their minds. Now, this figure summons the decree of heaven to alleviate the bloodshed, which is truly astonishing. After all, in the eyes of the world, the will of heaven is lofty and unfathomable, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals. The last time the consciousness of the Heavenly Dao descended was eons ago, during the establishment of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. In an instant, Xian Yu became one of the most formidable entities to be reckoned with in the primordial realm. The mere thought of engaging in battle with her, only to have her invoke the heavens and summon the decree, would unsettle anyone's composure. Whispers of the Dark Moon's Lord being a progeny of the Heavenly Dao spread like wildfire. "Teacher, what is the matter?" Bai Yi and Xian Yu sat opposite each other on the back of the Star Kuan, listening to their teacher impart wisdom, when they noticed him suddenly pause. "It is nothing," a discourteous individual attempted to spy on the Dark Moon, prompting the Heavenly Dao to deliver a reprimand. Long before Zhu Long attempted to gaze upon the Dark Moon from the River of Time, Xian Yu had received a warning about the relationship between the Dark Moon and the Heavenly Dao. The Dark Moon is sealed with the remnants of the Chaos Divine Demons and the presence of the Heavenly Dao's seal. If Zhu Long dared to pry, he would be courting trouble. The Heavenly Dao? Is it the Dragon Clan? Indeed, it is likely that notorious Zhu Long, who cultivates the Dao of Time. He is exceedingly treacherous, first instigating conflict among the three clans, and now he has turned his gaze to the starry expanse. Bai Yi looked at Xian Yu with concern. For the disparity in strength between the Dragon Clan and the Celestial Realm was indeed vast. It is not a significant issue, as long as he remains clear-headed. He will not act against us directly. Provided the Hongjun Golden Immortal does not intervene, no ordinary Great Luo can contend with my teacher. Hearing Xian Yu's words, Bai Yi felt a sense of calm wash over him. The Star Kuan carried the master and disciple closer to the center of the Fire Cloud battlefield, emitting a low hum to signal that they were nearing their destination. "Teacher, why have we come here?" As they surveyed the battlefield, it was a desolate sight, scarred and barren. The earth had been torn asunder, forming countless chasms, from which the remnants of corrosive immortal water seeped, eroding the scant remains of scorched earth. The air was thick with strands of malevolence and resentment, and even the sunlight appeared distorted, casting an eerie crimson halo. The cry of the Star Kuan echoed across the lifeless battlefield, while the surrounding celestial shields flickered under the influence of some invisible force, wavering as if they might extinguish at any moment. The entire Fire Cloud mountain range had been irrevocably transformed. The damage inflicted upon the fabric of the world by this great conflict was indeed profound. If left unaddressed, it would take dozens of epochs to recover. Xian Yu raised her gaze toward the center of the battlefield, where a vast expanse had been crushed by divine powers. The edges bore deep claw marks, reaching thousands of fathoms, with malevolent energy lingering and the laws of wind and thunder rampaging, manifesting a forbidden zone. At the bottom lay an unfathomable expanse of dark water, which seemed to possess a life of its own, slowly expanding and growing. Countless withered branches twisted and coiled above its surface, transforming into eerie entities that devoured the surrounding vitality. The sky was adorned with remnants of the southern Ming's departing flames, mindlessly incinerating everything in their vicinity. The lingering resonance of the three primordial golden immortals continued to erode this realm, each force clashing against the other, perpetuating the struggles of yore. The setting sun, resembling a blood-red orb, stained the scarred earth in dark crimson, silently recounting the tale of the cataclysmic primordial battle. "Master, what shall we do?" Bai Yi gazed upon this desolate and perilous land, seemingly sensing his teacher's thoughts. Though fraught with danger, this place bore the profound aftermath of the three primordial golden immortals, rendering it an excellent locale for enlightenment. Xian Yu gently tossed the Yin Moon wheel above his head, and an immeasurable moonlight descended, enveloping Bai Yi and Xing Kuan in its protective embrace. "You and Xing Kuan shall remain here to cultivate and contemplate the mysteries of the primordial path, while I venture to the center of the battlefield to conclude matters." Given their cultivation at the Tai realm, venturing into the heart of the battlefield would pose a risk. Thus, it was safer for them to remain behind. After providing clear instructions, Xian Yu teleported to the edge of the immense pit at the battlefield's center. First, He summoned the Qilin armor for his protection, then retrieved the nirvana fire bestowed by the Yuan phoenix and the feathers of the vermilion bird. The wandering flames of the southern Ming, attracted by the feathers of Ling Guang, converged from all directions, merging into the fray. The transformation of the southern Ming flames instantly provoked a tumult from the remaining forces. The residual malevolence morphed into countless ferocious beast apparitions, surging toward Xianyu. Yet the nirvana fire erupted in a blaze of red and white, incinerating them entirely. The withered branches floating upon the dark water sprouted tender buds. As an invisible force quietly descended beside Xianyu, attempting to siphon away his vitality. The essence of this Mengzhang's path is truly peculiar. Xianyu formed seals with his hands, as moonlight swirled around him, his robes billowing, and a celestial laurel tree's ethereal silhouette gradually emerged behind him. The laurel's branches danced gracefully, its silver radiance cascading like a waterfall, with each leaf embodying the essence of the Yin path, gently swaying and showering boundless clarity. Yin Star. Manifest. With a soft command, the true form of the Yin Star projected from the heavens, harmoniously intertwining with the laurel's apparition. Xianyu's form began to dissolve, merging with the Yin Star. In that fleeting moment, his consciousness seemed to connect with the entirety of the starry cosmos. As the vast power of Yin poured forth like a tidal wave, cleansing the chaotic laws of the battlefield. Malevolence, weak water, departing flames, wind, and thunder, all these tumultuous remnants of the primordial path gradually subsided under the suppression of the Yin power. As a conduit for celestial will, Xianyu harnessed the power of the heavenly laws to untangle the path's principles in this realm. His consciousness, delicate and intricate, permeated every inch of land, mending the shattered threads of law, akin to repairing a fractured spider's web. As time flowed, tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. The black water in the pit gradually became clear, the withered branches transformed into fine ash, the southern Ming flames absorbed by the Ling Guang feathers, and the ominous shadows of malevolence purified by the moonlight and nirvana fire. The entire battlefield began to rejuvenate. Beneath the scorched earth, tender sprouts emerged defiantly. Nourished by the starlight and moonlight, Xianyu opened her eyes, silver radiance swirling within her gaze. With a graceful wave of her hand, countless runes erupted from her sleeves, imprinting themselves in the void, forming a magnificent array. The Yaoyu formation established. At the moment the formation descended, the starlight from the 9 heavens cascaded down like a celestial river, while the moonlight, delicate as gossamer, softly enveloped the land, nurturing all living things. A resounding hum. The heavens were suddenly pierced by a beam of golden light, and an immeasurable lotus of merit descended from the skies, transforming into layers of radiant canopies suspended above Xianyu's head. She regarded this with indifference, yet in the distance, Bai Yi and Xing Kuan were profoundly astonished by the spectacle. Over the years, they had observed Xianyu dispelling malevolent energy and untangling the chaotic paths of existence, reaping great rewards. Once Xianyu gathered the celestial merit into her embrace, she flickered and reappeared beside Bai Yi. Indeed, her foundation was solid, and the prospect of achieving Deluo was bright. Bai Yi beamed with joy at his master's praise. A miniature version of Xing Kuan let out a melodic cry, gently nudging Xianyu's garment. Very well, you are not lacking either. Xianyu affectionately patted the top of Xing Kuan's head, who then joyfully spun in circles. With the mission of merit accomplished, it was time for their departure. Xing Kuan revealed his grand form, lifting the master and disciple into the air, soaring upwards for 90,000 miles. Looking back, the once devastated battlefield, now shrouded in a hazy, starry glow, revealed hints of green sprouts and hidden vitality. One day, this place will once again witness the splendor of its former glory. Chapter 35. The Covenant of the Phoenix Clan. The southern volcanic range is a realm of primordial fire, perpetually ablaze, with molten earth surging forth like a profusion of blossoms. At its heart stands the grandest of volcanoes, the undying volcano, the progenitor of the primordial fire veins. This undying volcano embodies the essence of the way of fire, resembling an immense furnace, gathering the flames of the world, from which many renowned divine fires originate. The spiritual essence between heaven and earth circulates in a continuous cycle, and with each passage through the undying volcano, it undergoes a process of refinement and purification. After this purification, the majority of impurities are incinerated into nothingness, leaving only a small fraction of indelible impurities that remain within the undying volcano, merging with the flames to form lethal fire calamities. These calamities are exceedingly perilous. Below the Great Luo, contact with them results in certain death. Despite the dangers posed by these fire calamities, the Phoenix clan venerates the undying volcano as their ancestral land. This reverence is twofold. Firstly, they recognize it as a pivotal nexus for the circulation of primordial spiritual essence, rich in fortune and opportunity. Secondly, it is the birthplace of the Phoenix clan, perfectly resonating with their path. The Phoenix clan's method of rebirth, known as nirvana, was derived from the insights of the primordial phoenix contemplating the teachings of the undying volcano. To avert the outbreak of fire calamities that could cause harm, the primordial phoenix has long guarded the mouth of the undying volcano, relocating his accompanying supreme innate spiritual root, the divine Wutong tree, to this site. Thus, the volcano's mouth has become the core of the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. Within the mouth of the undying volcano, magma has crystallized into rubies, and a towering Wutong divine tree has taken root. Its trunk, a deep crimson like blood, soars to immeasurable heights. Its branches stretch wide, seemingly reaching out to all corners of the primordial world. Each leaf is aglow with flames of red and gold, exceptionally beautiful, with hints of spatial profundities swirling amidst its foliage. Beneath the Wutong tree, a man clad in a crimson gold robe sits cross-legged, lightly plucking the strings of a guqin. The melody flows like a crystal-clear spring, resonating with the deep rumbling of the undying volcano's pulse, transforming into strands of vitality that flow into the body of a valiant woman beside him, who is meditating with closed eyes. The man possesses striking beauty, with features reminiscent of a painting, long hair like ink, and a single crimson gold divine pattern swirling at his brow. He is the progenitor of the Phoenix clan, the primordial phoenix. The woman, still recovering from grave injuries, is Zhuke Lingguang. Suddenly, the music falters. The primordial phoenix lifts his gaze, piercing through the endless void towards the battlefield engulfed in fiery clouds. Divine merit descends. Lingguang also opens her eyes, a fleeting flicker of crimson flame appearing within. To her astonishment, he has managed to purify the traces left by the Hongjun golden immortal. The primordial phoenix resumes his gentle strumming, his expression as placid as a still pond. He has cleverly utilized your feathers and my nirvana fire. Thus, it can be considered a fortuitous strategy. Those two elements were rightfully his, so it is not truly cunning. The primordial phoenix glances at Lingguang, somewhat surprised that she would advocate for an outsider. Had he not invoked the will of heaven, his escape would not have been so effortless. Lingguang harbors a favorable impression of this Yin Star Lord. The will of heaven. Indeed, it is the will of heaven. The primordial phoenix gazes upwards, letting out a deep sigh, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Clan leader, do you believe he is truly a scion of the Heavenly Dao? Lingguang expresses her curiosity regarding this Yin Star Lord's origins. The Heavenly Dao is impartial, showing no favoritism to any being, and it is inconceivable that there could be a scion born of such a force. He possesses the ability to invoke the will of heaven and garner its favor, indicating that his actions are in accordance with the celestial order. Yet Yuan Feng shook his head, her expression gradually becoming more solemn. Lingguang was taken aback. What does this mean? Yuan Feng lightly tapped the void with her fingertip, revealing a scene of the war-ravaged fire cloud battlefield, a place of devastation where malevolence ran rampant, laws collapsed, and the heavens lamented. In this conflict, the primordial golden immortals unleashed their powers, wreaking havoc upon the world, nearly transforming the fire cloud battlefield into a desolate wasteland. Although the heavenly order is seldom manifested in the world, it possesses its own will. If we continue to act with such reckless abandon, one day, we shall become the adversaries of the gods of old. Lingguang furrowed her brow. So, you mean, the heavenly order is warning us? Yuan Feng nodded. The purification of the battlefield by the Lord of the Yin, along with the heavenly merits bestowed, serves as undeniable evidence. What then shall we do? The dragon clan instigated this war. Surely we cannot allow them to take advantage of us. Lingguang assumed the clan leader was advising her to refrain from taking action in the future, causing her to grow anxious. What is the rush? We are all primordial golden immortals, yet you still display such impatience. A slight smile graced Yuan Feng's lips as she shared a carefully devised plan with Lingguang. The Lord of the Yin may summon the heavenly will, and so too can our Phoenix clan. The Dragon clan has allied with the Xuanwu clan and with Jiming. They boast 4 primordial golden immortals, while our Phoenix clan, in alliance with the Qilin clan, along with the newly ascended Baisha, also has 4. Although it appears that both sides are evenly matched, Yu and Baisha are both injured and slightly inferior in strength compared to the opposing side. Thus, we do not have an advantage in terms of combat power at the level of primordial golden immortals. Consequently, it becomes imperative to restrict their involvement. This aligns with our clan's interests and, more importantly, with the will of heaven. Yuan Feng swept her fingers across the strings, and the melodious sound of the zither resonated throughout the ancestral grounds of the Phoenix clan, prompting the elders and officials to set aside their tasks and pay their respects beneath the Wutong tree. 1,000 years later, atop the immortal volcano, Yuan Feng stood before the Wutong divine tree, adorned with a gilded crown, clothed in resplendent robes of 5 virtues and 9 colors, and cradling the Phoenix seal, the treasured artifact of the Phoenix clan, while divine flames of crimson and gold surged around her. Ling Guang manifested her true form as the vermilion bird, accompanied by countless birds in flight. Yuan Feng gently tossed the Phoenix seal, which suppressed the fortunes of the Phoenix clan, into the sky, followed by a blaze of flames and banners, as innumerable celestial treasures blossomed with boundless radiance, evolving into an infinite array of phenomena, transforming into a pillar of light that soared to the heavens. Heavenly order above, I, Yuan Feng, pledge the fortunes of my clan as a guarantee, to forge a covenant with the heavens. As her voice echoed, the sky suddenly darkened, endless thunderclouds gathered, and the might of heaven descended, compelling all beings of the primordial wilderness to bow in submission. Yuan Feng took a deep breath and proclaimed, I have witnessed the dragon clan instigating a primordial war, causing the heavens to shatter, the earth to split, and rivers of blood to flow, resulting in great harm to the wilderness. Therefore, my Phoenix clan, in alliance with the Qilin clan, is willing to make a pact with the dragon clan and the heavens. Henceforth, should any disputes arise, let none descend lightly from the realm beyond the great Luo. Those who violate this decree shall face divine retribution. All clans of the wilderness shall unite against them. Upon uttering these words, the primordial wilderness trembled. In the ancestral grounds of the Qilin clan, the Shikolin, having received the news, opened his eyes wide and immediately soared from his domain, manifesting a towering millions of feet high, letting out a resonant roar. We, the Qilin clan, are willing to sign this covenant. In the realm of the world's fortunes, 10 portions are distributed, with the Phoenix and Qilin clans jointly holding 4 portions. The Dragon clan possessing 3, and the remaining 3 portions allocated to the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. As the initial Qilin responded to the summons, the fortunes of the Phoenix and Qilin clans surged in unison, and a resplendent purple-gold divine tablet gradually formed in the skies above the primordial expanse, bearing the emblems of the Phoenix and Qilin clans. This divine tablet, drawn by the threads of causality, carried the will of the Phoenix and Qilin clans as it soared towards the ancestral grounds of the Dragon clan in the Eastern Sea. Wherever the divine tablet traversed, the myriad beings became aware of its significance, and countless souls extolled the virtues of the primordial Phoenix, paying homage to the celestial order. After all, none wished to have over their heads the looming presence of entities capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Chapter 36. The Golden List of Longhan in the ancestral land of the Dragon clan. Upon learning of Yuan Feng's intentions, Meng Zhang was filled with wrath, causing countless precious shells to be reduced to dust under his overwhelming pressure. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal cannot act? Yuan Feng intends to sever our clan's advantage. The expression of the ancestral dragon was equally grim. Brother, this agreement must not be signed. Zhu Long hastily interjected, fearing that his elder brother might unwittingly endorse a pact detrimental to the Dragon clan. The alliance of the Qilin clan and the Feng clan had already formed an unseen momentum. Should they refuse, the ancestral dragon gazed solemnly towards the vast heavens, where a colossal golden purple eye loomed. Rest assured, I am here. Meng Zhang transformed into his true form as the Azure Dragon, soaring forth from the ancestral land to confront the eye of Heaven's way. The Xuanwu clan has allied with us. The fortunes of our 2 clans combined shall not falter against them. We can still reverse the tides. Once Zhu Long regained his composure, he quickly identified a potential breakthrough. With Meng Zhang's words, the ancestral dragon's heart was resolute. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies, the true form of the ancestral dragon emerged slowly from the depths of the Eastern Sea. The vortex of the Guishu reversed, as boundless waters cradled a perfectly round dragon pearl, which floated gently upon the ancestral dragon's claw. Heaven's way is supreme. The protagonists of this war are the Feng clan and the White Tiger clan. Our Dragon clan intervenes to uphold righteousness and quell their disputes. The Feng clan, in ignorance of heavenly principles, acts recklessly, while the White Tiger clan, fierce and brutal, slaughters countless beings, and thus deserves retribution. In the name of the Dragon clan, I beseech Heaven's way to seal the Hunyuan golden immortals of both clans to forestall their calamity upon the world. The ancestral dragon S pearl, intertwined with the clan S fortunes, obstructed the golden purple contract that soared towards the dragon clan's ancestral land. Far away in the northern sea, Jiming also dispatched a phantom of a turtle snake to stand beside the ancestral dragon S pearl. Under the watchful gaze of the Eye of Heaven S Wei, the golden purple divine list and the ancestral dragon S pearl countered each other, gradually achieving a precarious balance. Ling Guang's expression darkened at this sight, and he clenched his teeth, exclaiming, "How shameless of the dragon clan! That war was clearly instigated by them in the shadows." The Eye of Heaven S Wei remained tranquil, suspended in the skies above. The divine will is merciless and does not heed words, but rather observes actions. If one were to pursue the matter, all parties were culpable in that prior conflict. Yuan Feng, suppressing his fury, maintained a calm demeanor. Rest assured, the other wandering cultivators of the primordial chaos are eager for the Hunyuan to refrain from participation. As if to corroborate Yuan Feng's words, after a period of observation, various wandering cultivators began to connect with the will of heaven, signing the contract drafted by Yuan Feng. However, not all wished for peace among the three clans. On Mount Shumi, Luo Ho meticulously forged 4 sword embryos while simultaneously keeping an eye on the commotion stirred by Yuan Feng. This is not good. This step is unwise. If the Hunyuan does not intervene, how can chaos ensue in the primordial? How will my grand plan unfold? The timing for the emergence of the demon clan has yet to arrive, and I am uncertain whether those unreliable beings can be depended upon. In Luo Ho's eyes, the black lotus unfurled, manipulating the threads of causality in the unseen realm, as long-hidden agents received their orders to support the Dragon Clan. It was impossible for Luo Ho to personally aid the Dragon Clan, as doing so would undoubtedly reveal his identity. In addition, the primordial realm is rife with ambitious individuals who eagerly anticipate the three clans engaging in mutual destruction, hoping to reap the benefits of the ensuing chaos. These entities naturally oppose the contract established by Yuan Feng, aligning themselves with the Dragon Clan. Under the influence of various factors, the golden and purple divine list has yet to descend in earnest, and even the myriad totems inscribed upon it are showing signs of fracturing. Yuan Feng may have overestimated the goodwill of the people. Not all yearn for peace. Some are simply too eager for advancement. At the main peak of Huiyun Mountain, Xian Yu and Bai Yi sat upon the back of the star Kuan, gazing skyward as they observed the unfolding contest. Reminiscent of watching live PK matches on a certain popular platform in their previous lives. "Teacher, do you think the plans of the Feng clan will come to fruition?" Bai Yi expressed his concerns, noting the waning momentum of the golden and purple divine list. The primordial waters run deep, aside from the three clans. There are numerous Hunyuan golden immortals who would not idly watch the three clans settle into stability. Xian Yu's gaze grew profound as he speculated that Luo, who had likely already made his move. "Teacher, should we extend our support to the Feng clan?" "Indeed, we must. This matter holds greater benefits than detriments for our starry realm. We must seize the opportunity. The Dragon Clan must be compelled to sign this contract, whether they desire to or not." With a wave of his hand, a vast expanse of starry sky appeared upon the golden and purple divine list, symbolizing the will of the stars. In an instant, the celestial bodies of the universe began to shine brilliantly, and an immeasurable stream of starlight coalesced upon the divine list. The myriad totems, which were beginning to disintegrate, instantly solidified, and the contract was irrevocably established. Meng Zhang's eyes widened in fury, astonished that the Taiyin Star monarch would intervene at this juncture. The previously balanced scales tilted dramatically with the influx of stellar energy. The golden and purple divine list radiated an overwhelming brilliance, subtly suppressing the ancestral dragon pearl, with the majesty of the Heavenly Dao resonating throughout all sentient beings. The golden and purple divine list surged forth with boundless momentum toward the ancestral dragon. "Damn it, even if my dragon clan remains uninvolved, do you think you can withstand the might of our forces?" Zhu Long clenched his teeth in frustration, unable to refrain from threatening the denizens of the primordial realm. "Rest assured, we of the Feng clan are willing to open the doors of convenience for all of you." Yuan Feng's Dharma form manifested in the firmament, supporting the scattered cultivators while simultaneously enticing them. Seeing the tide turn unfavorably, Meng Zhang was filled with unwillingness. Just as his carefully laid plans were on the verge of being erased by the Feng clan, he could no longer contain himself, roaring, "A mere contract dares to bind me." Meng Zhang transformed into his true form, the Azure Dragon. His colossal body traversing the heavens as he lashed out at the golden and purple divine list with a claw. Boom! The long simmering thunder pool suddenly ruptured. unleashing countless bolts of purple divine lightning imbued with immense pressure and destructive force, cascading down to strike Meng Zhang's dragon form. With a splatter of dragon blood falling into the eastern sea, Meng Zhang cried out in agony. His scales charred, and his corporeal body severely wounded by the blow of the Heavenly Dao. Realizing the dire situation, the ancestral dragon hastily summoned the ancestral dragon pearl to shield Meng Zhang from the remaining heavenly retribution. Enough. My dragon clan is willing to sign this contract. With a deep sigh, the ancestral dragon lightly waved his claw, and the dragon clan's totem was finally emblazoned upon the golden and purple divine list. Alas, this pact has been accepted by my Xuanwu clan. As the dissenters gradually relinquished their resistance and affixed their signatures to the treaty, the brilliance of the Zijin divine list surged magnificently, solidifying into a tangible entity, transforming into a unique spiritual treasure, the Longhan list. The will of the Heavenly Dao reverberated once more. With the three clans in agreement, the primordial prohibition takes effect from this day forth. The golden immortals of the primordial realm shall not act lightly in the Hongwang. Those who contravene this decree shall face divine retribution from above and be beset by the multitude of clans from below. As the words echoed, 3 beams of golden light descended upon the undying volcano, the Qilan Cliff, and the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, manifesting as contractual seals inscribed within the fortunes of the 3 clans. With this matter concluded, the eye of the Heavenly Dao gradually closed, its oppressive aura dissipating, while the Longhan list transformed into a set of rules, merging seamlessly with the fabric of the universe. Zhulong, unwilling to accept the outcome, clenched his fist tightly, yet could only remain in silence. The ancestor dragon seized the gravely injured Meng Zhang, flicked his tail, and without a backward glance, sank deep into the realm of return. Chapter 37. The Fiery Cloud Cave. After the descent of the Dragonhan list, the myriad clans of the world suddenly fell into an eerie tranquility. At last, the primordial wilderness could find some semblance of peace. Bai Yi was quite elated by the signing of this covenant. However, that may not be the case, for a storm is brewing on the horizon. Xianyu understood that this divine list could not truly usher in lasting peace. Master, if the primordial golden immortals remain uninvolved, the conflicts among the 3 clans will remain manageable, leading to an increasingly tranquil primordial wilderness, will it not? On the back of the Star Kuan, Bai Yi listened to his teacher's words, somewhat perplexed. Although the Dragonhan list could temporarily restrain the primordial golden immortals and prevent the conflicts among the 3 clans from escalating to the level of the primordial, it also officially set into motion a military competition throughout the entire primordial wilderness. A military competition? Bai Yi was baffled by his teacher's terminology. The so-called military competition can be understood as an all-encompassing preparation for war. Xianyu patiently explained to Bai Yi, consider this. If the primordials do not intervene, the focus will inevitably shift to the Great Luo. Thus, in order to enhance their own advantages, the ancestral figures of each clan will undoubtedly begin to intensify the training of their descendants, aspiring to cultivate several more Great Luo golden immortals. This will yield a temporary peace. However, how easily can one become a Great Luo? The resources consumed in the process are boundless. It is foreseeable that disputes over resources will certainly arise in the future. Must there be conflict among the 3 clans? This question is best posed to the 3 clan leaders, who knows their thoughts. Xianyu's path diverged from that of the 3 clans, rendering him unqualified to judge arbitrarily. All right, do not dwell too much on it. As Star Lords, our foundation lies in the starry skies. Thus, we must diligently cultivate ourselves and strive to protect the cosmos, for that is the true path. Indeed, Master. Bai Yi quickly adjusted his mindset, and the 2 continued their journey on the Star Kuan, heading towards the main vein of the fiery cloud mountain range. The Star Kuan carried the master and disciple through the depths of the fiery cloud mountain range, where the sea of clouds surged like a blazing inferno, leaving behind the scorched battlefield millions of miles away. The mountains gradually rose higher, amidst verdant peaks exuding an aura reminiscent of the primordial chaos. Ancient trees towered like coiling dragons, while vines cascaded down like rivers of stars. Upon witnessing the breathtaking scenery, Xianyu could not help but dismount from the Star Kuan, inviting Bai Yi to stroll through a grove of maple trees. All around, various bizarre celestial birds could be seen, strange beasts with 3 heads, 4 tails, and 5 feet, and a 1,000-legged reptile sporting a beak. Suddenly, Bai Yi spotted something intriguing. Completely retracting his aura as he stealthily descended from the treetops to grasp a fist-sized creature. Master, what is this? It has neither limbs nor facial features. Xianyu cradled the round, wingless creature, covered in soft red fur, which felt almost weightless. This seems to be a type of avian? Upon sensing the reaction from the Lingguang feather in his hand, Xian Yu was rather surprised. Perhaps drawn by the Lingguang feather in Xian Yu's grasp. Countless tiny red-haired spheres hiding among the forest's crimson leaves began to converge, swirling around the two in a lively dance. Indeed, the essence felt somewhat diminished. Observing these small entities, Xian Yu found them quite intriguing. She retrieved a handful of moon pool water from her sleeve and, infused with boundless spiritual energy, sprinkled it around. The little red-haired orbs eagerly chased after their opportunities, scattering in all directions, while Xian Yi and the others ventured deeper. Along the way, the Earth's spiritual aura coalesced into a rainbow mist, enveloping them in the fragrant essence of flora. Occasionally, primordial spiritual springs gushed forth from crevices in the cliffs, their waters crystalline as shattered jade, cleansing the soul upon consumption. Xian Yu's gaze was captivated by this bizarre and splendid landscape. After all, the cold of the moon was no match for the breathtaking beauty of the primordial earth. Bai scooped up a handful of the spiritual spring, feeling as though his spirit were bathed in a gentle rain. Xing Kuan, shrinking his form, perched upon Xian Yu's shoulder, inhaling the mist deeply, his scales shimmering with starlight. A clear indication of the purity of the spiritual energy in this locale. Master, these trees and flowers are simply exquisite. Could we transplant some to the starry sky? He inquired, suggesting to plant them near your laurel tree, nurturing them with ample dew and tender care to ensure their survival. Considering that this lad didn't even possess a proper cultivation ground, Xian Yu encouraged him to gather some preferred spiritual roots and items from the surroundings to prepare for future cultivation. Xian Yu had already set her sights on several spiritual roots and celestial plants and promptly began her own collection. This maple tree is quite remarkable, its age sufficient. Although it may not be primordial, its form is undeniably appealing. Utilizing her divine powers, Xian Yu effortlessly collected half of the mountainside into the starry tree space within her robe, placing her chosen spiritual roots beside the three light pool water. As the master and disciple gathered spiritual roots, they also refilled the areas they had searched, leaving behind a few drops of dew for nourishment. Mindful not to disrupt the ecosystem, time swiftly passed over 10,000 years, and Xian Yu suddenly sensed a slight tremor in her spirit. Following the resonance of the heavenly way, she arrived at the foot of the highest peak of the main vein. Lifting her gaze, the majestic fire cloud mountain pierced through the clouds, its body a deep crimson as if forged in a furnace. 9 waterfalls cascaded from the waist of the peak, their sounds reverberating, enveloped in mist. The group ascended the winding mountain path until they reached a cliff face at the mountainside, gathering wind and water, converging energy back to its essence. This place surely harbors a hidden paradise. Xian Yu calculated with her fingers. The lunar cycle of the Taiyin hung overhead, its silver light piercing the void like a probing needle. In an instant, the sea of clouds before the cliff rippled, revealing formations of red clouds that manifested into a grand array. The surrounding patterns intertwined like dragons and snakes, displaying the shapes of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, while embodying the chaotic interplay of yin and yang, an astonishing primordial array. Indeed, this place concealed a top-tier paradise. Xian Yu speculated about the origins of this celestial haven. After all, aside from the fire cloud cave belonging to the red cloud ancestor, there could be no other top-tier paradises atop Fire Cloud Mountain. This array was ever-changing, and Xian Yu devoted hundreds of years to deciphering its intricacies. You too, step back a bit. Noticing that Bai Yi and Xing Kuan had retreated to a safe distance, Xian Yu waved her sleeve, invoking the celestial forces of the stars to manifest 365 main star phantoms, forcibly stabilizing the constantly shifting focal point of the array. Upon being attacked, the grand formation unleashed countless clouds and mist that morphed into myriad exotic beasts, weaving countless illusions in an attempt to ensnare Xian Yu. Come forth. Xian Yu seized the moment, summoning the Taiyin moon wheel, transforming it into a beam of cold brilliance aimed directly at the core of the grand formation. Crack! Moments later, the focal point shattered with a resonant sound, and the ethereal clouds dispersed, revealing the entrance to the fire cloud cave heaven before them. As the trio stepped into this celestial realm, they beheld a magnificent dome where crimson clouds cradled palatial structures, while the ground was adorned with a winding spirit spring encircling a jade platform. Celestial cranes danced gracefully in the foreground, clutching rare mushrooms, and golden-scaled fish glided through the depths, all amidst an abundance of divine roots and treasures visible in every direction. So many, countless treasures. Bai Yi stood in awe, rendered speechless by the spectacle before him. even in his previous life as the young chieftain of the White Tiger tribe. He had never encountered such a plethora of exquisite artifacts. A gentleman cherishes wealth, acquiring it through righteous means. One must not exhaust the spiritual roots within this cave heaven. Rather, one should leave seeds behind, granting future generations a chance at fortune. Xianyu gathered a considerable amount of moon pool water for Bai Yi, imparting a few instructions before allowing him to venture forth with Xing Kuan in pursuit of treasures, while he himself followed the guidance of the heavenly path in search of his own destiny. Chapter 38. The Jade Disk of Creation. Xianyu ventured alone into the depths of the fire cloud cave, where the crimson clouds beneath her feet flowed like flames. Surrounded by ethereal mist, swaying celestial flowers, and the melodious sound of spiritual springs, presenting a scene of serenity. Logically, this fire cloud cave should be the birthplace of the red clouds. Yet, how was it that not a single trace could be found? The vastness of the fire cloud cave was unrivaled, comparable to the ordinary realms of the Great Thousand. After centuries of searching, Xianyu finally discovered a stone tablet inscribed with the markings of the fire cloud cave. This tablet represented the core of the cave, once refined. It would grant dominion over the fire cloud realm. Strangely, although the spiritual energy in this place was abundant, an unsettling discord lingered in the air. She gently caressed the tablet, allowing her fingertips to channel the moonlight as a thread of divine consciousness gradually seeped into it, seeking to uncover its mysteries. Beneath this tablet, there should be a connection to the fire cloud mountain's veins, nurturing and safeguarding the fire cloud realm. Suddenly, a chilling and malevolent aura surged forth from the tablet like a venomous serpent, encroaching upon her divine sense. Startled, Xianyu swiftly withdrew her consciousness, and the tiny moon wheel appeared above her head, casting a cool moonlight that extinguished the malevolent energy. As she focused intently, Xianyu observed that deep within the earth veins, strands of black-red malevolence lingered, spreading like a spider's web, continuously eroding the spiritual essence of the fire cloud mountain. This malevolence appeared to originate from the fire cloud battlefield. At first, Xianyu assumed that the malevolent energy from the battlefield had infiltrated the fire cloud realm through the earth veins. Yet, this was incongruous. Though the malevolence from the battlefield was substantial, the fire cloud mountain was a top-tier innate blessed land, inherently protected by spiritual resonance and the heavenly way, thus incapable of such easy corruption. A flash of insight crossed Xianyu's eyes as she raised her hand to calculate with her fingers, invoking the Tien Dao to connect with the heavenly mechanism, attempting to trace the cause and effect. Unable to find clarity? This place certainly harbors secrets. Recognizing the obscurity of the heavenly mechanism, Xianyu immediately realized that this was no mere coincidence. It was highly probable that someone was orchestrating events from the shadows. Reflecting upon past events, she recalled the battlefield where an immense wave of malevolence had suddenly erupted, rebounding against Bai Sha, provoking a fierce battle between Zhu Ke and Bai Hu, only to be inexplicably weakened afterward. It seemed as if there was an unseen hand manipulating the situation. Could it be that, apart from the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, other entities were also involved? Xianyu instinctively recalled the two dragon cultivators who had once attempted to ambush her in Yuan Ti. Could it be Luo Ho? In Xianyu's memory, Luo Ho was the chief instigator of the calamity among the three clans. Attributing any incident to him was seldom a misjudgment. No wonder the heavenly way had guided her here. If this matter were to be left unchecked, the yet-to-emerge red clouds might fall under the influence of this malevolence, tainted by innate slaughter and calamity, ultimately leading to disaster. Xianyu's thoughts delved into the stone tablet, reaching the depths of the earth veins, following the thread of malevolence toward its source. Upon arriving at the heart of the earth veins, she beheld a crimson jade lotus platform suspended above the heart's spiritual spring. At the center of the lotus platform, a mass of red clouds swirled and transformed, at times resembling an infant, at times dissipating into mist, embodying the yet-to-take-form red clouds. However, at this moment, the red clouds were tainted by strands of black-red malevolence, akin to a malignant growth, seeking to erode its spiritual essence. Indeed, Xianyu, unwilling to delay, waved his sleeve, and the power of the moon transformed into silver threads, carefully enveloping the red cloud. He then invoked the laws of the cave realm, temporarily relocating it to the celestial palace atop the cave's summit. This palace, situated at the highest point of the fire cloud cave, was entirely forged from primordial crimson jade. Its walls intricately etched with cloud patterns imbued with Taoist essence, and protected by a primordial grand formation that shielded it from external disturbances. Once the red cloud entered, the encroaching malevolent energy was immediately mitigated. Unfortunately, The path of creation was not Xianyu's forte. This malevolent energy was intricately tied to the true spirit of the red cloud, making its removal a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, it was merely a few wisps of malevolent energy, and the issue should be manageable. Seeing that the red cloud had settled, Xianyu turned back to the depths of the earth's veins, preparing to cleanse the remaining malevolent energy. The Fire Cloud Mountain's earth veins lay like a great dragon at rest, ideally radiating crimson brilliance and pulsating with spiritual energy. However, now, the veins were enshrouded in a tangle of dark red malevolent energy, akin to poisonous vines ensnaring the dragon's body, relentlessly devouring the veins' spiritual essence. Xianyu stood at a nexus of the earth veins, forming seals with his hands while the ethereal image of Laurel manifested behind him. As the branches swayed, an infinite cascade of moonlight poured forth like the Milky Way, washing away the malevolent energy. With a hissing sound, the malevolent energy encountered the moonlight, erupting violently like boiling oil meeting water. Those malevolent energies seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, transforming into fierce, monstrous phantoms that roared and charged at Xianyu. Humph! He scoffed coldly, and the lunar wheel of the moon suddenly split, morphing into 365 beams of cold light, arrayed like stars, shredding the monstrous phantoms to pieces. However, the malevolent energy continued to surge endlessly, as if something deep within the earth veins was perpetually generating it. Beneath the earth veins lay something. In a flash, Xianyu darted toward the area where the malevolent energy was densest. At the deepest point of the earth veins, a fragmentary, pitch-black altar quietly floated, its patterns sprawling like veins, continuously siphoning spiritual essence from the earth veins and converting it into malevolent energy. At the center of the altar, an illusory image of a demonic sword flickered in and out of sight. This handiwork is most likely the arrangement of Rahu. Xianyu's expression turned grave. Although this altar was already in ruins, it still insidiously polluted the earth veins. If it were not completely destroyed, Fire Cloud Mountain would inevitably succumb to corruption. Dismantling a broken formation is straightforward, but the real challenge lies in doing so without attracting Rahu's attention. Xianyu invoked his divine ability, Moon Concealment, and waved his hand to conjure an illusory cloud that enveloped the area. He then connected the laurel tree with the celestial star tree, utilizing the power of these two supreme primordial spiritual roots to obscure the heavenly secrets. Having prepared everything, Xianyu summoned the lunar wheel, and as it spun, boundless moonlight transformed into sharp moon blades, striking fiercely at the altar. Boom! The altar trembled violently, and the phantom of the demonic sword emitted a piercing shriek, causing the malevolent energy of the earth veins to surge back furiously. Xianyu was well prepared for this. From his sleeve flew the flames of rebirth and the feathers of celestial light, merging crimson flames with moonlight to create a divine radiance of red and white that gradually incinerated the phantom of the demonic sword. After a millennium, the altar could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered, allowing the malevolent energy of the earth veins to be purified little by the moonlight. At that moment, beneath the ruins of the altar, a glimmer of white light quietly emerged. What is this? Xianyu's pupils contracted as he summoned the object, revealing a palm-sized fragment of a jade disc, its surface smooth and lustrous, inscribed with profound symbols of the Great Dao, enigmatic and unfathomable. A fragment of the creation jade disc. Xianyu's heart trembled violently at the sight of the fragment before him. It was a piece of the chaos supreme treasure. The creation jade dish, imbued with the laws of the Great Dao. Even a mere shard of it held immeasurable value. How could such an object appear here? Sensing that the guiding force from the void had vanished, Xianyu was certain that this fragment was the opportunity bestowed upon him by the Heavenly Dao. This object was extraordinary, capable of suppressing fortunes, comprehending the Great Dao, and communicating with the heavenly way. Its uses were boundless. If Luoho were to realize that he had narrowly missed this treasure, he might very well be driven to the brink of fury. Heaven grants no favors to those who do not seize their opportunities. As one of the favored children of the Heavenly Dao, Xianyu firmly believed that he would not be led astray. Taking a deep breath, he carefully tucked the fragment away. As the formation platform crumbled and the malevolent energy was extinguished by the moonlight, the spiritual veins of the earth began to mend themselves, and the discord within the cave gradually dissipated. Once reassured that all was well, Xianyu exited the earth's veins, only to find Bai Yi and Xing Kuan awaiting him at the stone tablet, cradling a trove of treasures. Teacher, I just sensed the malevolent energy. Xing Kuan, like an eager pup, sniffed around, circling the stone tablet a few times, attempting to convey to everyone that the malevolent presence lurked beneath the ground. It was merely the residual waves of malevolent energy from the fire cloud battlefield. I have already dealt with it. Given the involvement of that scoundrel Luo Ho, revealing the truth to them would only pose a risk. Chapter 39. The perfected Tao of the great Luo Xianyu and his companions returned to the main hall of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, meticulously examining the primordial Tao fetus suspended in the center of the hall. The swirling crimson mist occasionally coalesced into the form of an infant, only to disperse like flowing clouds. However, several strands of dark red malevolent energy clung stubbornly to the depths of the true spirit, proving difficult to eradicate. Such a formidable essence. Bai gazed at the crimson cloud's Tao fetus, feeling quite astonished. The malevolent energy from the battlefield had originated from the hands of a primordial golden immortal, a challenge even for ordinary great Luos to manage, and for the Tai. Contact would spell certain death. Yet, this unborn Tao fetus was able to instinctively resist the malevolent energy, indicating the profound depth of its roots. This was the first red cloud in the world to attain Tao, favored by the heavens, undeniably a true primordial sanctity. Xianyu's magical power transformed into threads, attempting to probe into the Tao fetus to extricate the malevolent energy, but it provoked a violent tremor from the Tao fetus. Indeed, forcibly removing the malevolent energy would inevitably harm the red cloud's true spirit. With a soft sigh, Xianyu lightly tapped his fingertip, and an ethereal image of the laurel tree manifested in the hall. As its branches swayed, cool moonlight scattered, transforming into delicate silver rays that merged into the crimson cloud. He then produced several laurel blossoms, crystalline as jade, exuding a rich essence of the Taiying. The petals fell, tracing a complex array on the hall's floor. As the array formed, the pure spirit energy within the cave gradually converged like rivers flowing into the sea, nourishing the red cloud Tao fetus. For now, this would suffice. Xianyu withdrew his gaze and turned to Bai Yi and Xingkuan. This opportunity is significant. You both must seize the chance to cultivate diligently. With a flourish of his sleeve, a starry fruit soared forth, its surface shimmering with starlight, containing the vast essence of the celestial Tao. A primordial spiritual fruit born of the celestial star tree. Xingkuan, your origin is unique, and it may be challenging for you to break through to the great Luo for the time being. For now, focus on your physical form. When you return to the Tying Star, I will assist you in resolving your origin issues. Xingkuan swallowed the fruit whole, nuzzling Xianyu's palm affectionately. Xianyu then produced a jade slip, along with an array of laurel flowers and various spiritual fruits. Bai Yi, your cultivation is merely at the mid-stage of Tai. This is the perfect time to solidify your foundation. Only with a strong foundation will you have the opportunity to attain the great Luo in the future. Therefore, continue refining the remaining celestial fruits and tempering your physical body and spirit. This jade slip contains a spatial divine ability, a trivial creation of mind during leisure. But it should suffice for you. Bai Yi respectfully accepted it, replying earnestly, disciple shall not fail to meet the master's expectations. Xianyu nodded slightly. Sending the two away, the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace boasts numerous side halls. You both should seek a secluded place to enter closed-door cultivation without idleness. Once the two had departed, Xianyu turned, stepping forth to a secluded valley at the edge of the cave. In the valley, clear springs flowed, ethereal mists whirled, and the surrounding cliffs were etched with natural Tao patterns, faintly resonating with the heavens and earth. This place was indeed suitable for comprehending the creation jade dish. His consciousness enveloped the entire cave, probing several times to ensure there were no flaws. Satisfied, Xianyu waved his hand to set up a simplified version of the Moon Invitation Great Array and began his closed-door retreat. He seated himself cross-legged, and from his sleeve flew forth a shard of a luminous white jade dish, the fragment of the creation jade dish he had acquired earlier. A jade disc floated before him, adorned with profound runes that ebbed and flowed with the essence of the cosmos. Merely gazing upon it for a moment sent ripples through his soul, as if he were confronting the very tenets of celestial truth. To his astonishment, this fragment of the jade disc harbored a complete manifestation of the Great Yin path. No wonder fate had guided him to seek this object. Xianyu took a deep breath, forming intricate seals with his hands, as the Great Yin lunar wheel materialized above him, casting a silvery glow that enveloped his being. He began to comprehend the profound mysteries contained within. With a gentle hum, the jade fragment quivered slightly, as streams of true intent from the great path flowed into Xianyu's consciousness like a trickling brook. In an instant, the scenery before him transformed, immersing him in an endless chaos where he beheld the great yin's rise and fall, the shifting phases of the moon. His spirit stirred with awe, compelling him to cast aside distractions and delve wholeheartedly into the enigmatic revelations. Time flowed like a swift current. Within the fire cloud cave, the ethereal energy circulated incessantly. The crimson cloud of the Daoic embryo, nourished by the lunar array, still bore remnants of malevolent energy, yet it no longer eroded the true spirit, instead hinting at a burgeoning awakening. In a side hall at the outskirts of the celestial palace, Bai Yi was enveloped in shimmering starlight intermingled with the fierce essence of metal swords, while a spectral image of a white tiger loomed behind him, roaring with a thunderous might. Meanwhile, Xing Kuan transformed into a colossal being that obscured the sky, floating like a cloud, its scales glittering with starlight, exuding an increasingly profound aura. Within the valley, Xianyu had been seated in meditation for countless millennia. On this particular day, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted within the fire cloud cave. With a thunderous boom, a beam of pure light surged from the valley into the heavens, shattering layers of restrictions and ascending into the ninth sky. In that fleeting moment, 12 lunar phases materialized above the cave, transitioning from the new moon to the full moon, and back again in an endless cycle. Each lunar phase contained a distinct resonance of the Tao, some exuding a cold, aloof majesty, others vast and grand, and yet others sharp and decisive. Is the master on the verge of a breakthrough? Bai Yi's eyes flew open, filled with astonishment as he gazed toward the horizon, immediately taking flight toward the valley. Xing Kuan, too, awakened from his cultivation, instantly shrinking to a more manageable form, transforming into starlight to teleport to his master's side. Within the valley, Xianyu was surrounded by a tide of lunar radiance, the Great Yin lunar wheel hovering above him, with 12 lunar phases encircling him. The illusion of the lunar laurel materializing, blossoms blooming in abundance, their fragrance wafting for miles. Great Yin has attained perfection. As the words fell, the 12 lunar phases converged into a singular resplendent moon, suspended behind Xianyu, exuding the aura of ultimate completeness. Rising to his feet, he waved his sleeve lightly, gathering all manifestations of the extraordinary phenomena. He felt the surging power within him, his spirit unified with the Great Yin path, enabling him to command the forces of heaven and earth with every gesture, standing in a realm where the Great Yin reigned supreme, revered above all paths. With the attainment of ultimate completeness, he was prepared to embark on the journey of exploring the primordial path. His gaze shifted toward the celestial palace in the clouds. The crimson cloud of the Daoic embryo continued to oscillate within the array, but the malevolent energy had significantly diminished. It appeared that with further nurturing over time, the crimson cloud would take form, heralding the imminent emergence of primordial deities from the ancient times. Lost in contemplation, Bai Yi and Xing Kuan had swiftly arrived. Congratulations, Master, on your remarkable progress in cultivation. Bai Yi joyfully offered his felicitations, while Xing Kuan affectionately rubbed against Xianyu's sleeve, playfully seeking attention. Considering the passage of time, it has been a full cycle since we entered the fire cloud cave. During this seclusion, both of you have made significant advancements in your cultivation as well, which is commendable. Upon witnessing Bai Yi having thoroughly refined a star fruit and transcended to the late stage of Tai, and seeing Xing Kuan having polished his corporeal form to the level of Deluo, Xinyu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Just as the group returned to the main hall of the Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, they discovered that someone had been waiting there for quite some time. I am the humble Taoist Hongjun, and I pay my respects to the Lord of the Great Yin Star. Chapter 40. Hongjun's teachings within the grand hall of the Yunding Heavenly Palace. Xinyu gazed at the venerable elder before her, his hair and beard as white as snow, clad in a time-worn Taoist robe, with eyes that sparkled with the innocence of a child. A shiver coursed through her heart. Hongjun? This name resonates like thunder in the legends of later generations, where he is depicted as the one who expounded the Tao at the Zixiao Palace, enlightening all beings and harmonizing with the heavens, ultimately becoming a supreme existence in the primordial world. Although this elder had yet to reach such heights, it was evident he was on the verge, his current strength rivaling that of the ancestral dragon or Luo Hu. The fact that Hongjun had chosen to manifest in the Fire Cloud Cave and was patiently awaiting her arrival raised her curiosity. I am the Great Yin Star Lord, Xinyu, and I pay my respects to Senior Hongjun. With a heart full of caution, Xinyu, accompanied by Bai Yi and the Star Kuan, performed a respectful bow, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of the boundless merit atop her head. Hongjun smiled gently, yet his gaze was profound as an abyss, capable of seeing through all illusions. Xianyu's wariness was laid bare before him. My young friend need not be concerned. We are both favored by the Heavenly Dao, bearers of a shared mission. True kindred spirits. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. With an unassuming gesture, Hongjun revealed a fragment of boundless merit from his person, a silent testament to his benevolence. I have come seeking a particular treasure. Xianyu raised her brows slightly, taken aback. Might I inquire what treasure senior seeks? With a flick of his sleeve, Hongjun summoned a shard of a luminous white jade plate, upon which Taoist rhythms flowed. Identical to the fragment of the creation jade plate she had previously acquired. Understanding dawned upon Xianyu. According to legends from her past life, Hongjun was indeed the destined child of the primordial world, possessing countless treasures, likely having ties to most of the spiritual artifacts of the Great Desolation. With an abundance of spiritual treasures, his standards naturally soared, and the only object that could truly captivate his interest would be a chaotic supreme treasure like the creation jade plate, known for its unique attributes. As she beheld the larger and more complete creation jade plate in Hongjun's hand, it was impossible for Xianyu to suppress her envy. Do you recognize this treasure, young friend? This is the companion treasure of the ancient Pangu, the creation jade plate, which shattered during the cataclysm of the heavens. Xianyu, aware that she could not conceal anything from such a being, decided to be forthright and produced the fragment of the jade plate she had previously obtained. Over 100 years ago, I was guided by the Heavenly Dao to discover this object in this very location. Suddenly, Xianyu had a realization. Could it be that the future Hongjun would occupy a sage's seat and inherit the primordial purple energy at the Zixiao Palace because of this fragment of the creation jade plate? After all, if Xianyu had not ventured here, it would have been Hongjun who acquired the fragment from the Fire Cloud Cave, later repaying the karmic debt of Hongjun with a position of sanctity. If viewed in this light, had she inadvertently seized Hongjun's opportunity? For a moment, Xianyu felt the jade plate had transformed into a hot potato. I wish to exchange a supreme, innate spiritual treasure for the fragment of the creation jade plate in your possession. Hongjun's tone remained exceedingly amiable, not once leveraging his status as a Hunyuan Jinxian to exert pressure upon her. As Xianyu observed Hongjun effortlessly produce a multitude of supreme, innate spiritual treasures, she fell into a contemplative silence, while Bai Yi, holding the star koan, stared in astonishment. Such wealth, yet one calls oneself a humble practitioner. What should I call myself? Xianyu silently scoffed at this thought. Facing the astonished and envious gazes of the three before him, Hongjun smiled even more kindly. The creation jade plate, a treasure born alongside the primordial deity Pangu, encompasses the entirety of the 3,000 great avenues. Even a fragment of it possesses boundless utility. It seems that a top-tier innate spiritual treasure still falls short in comparison. Before Xianyu could voice his desire to negotiate, Hongjun, stroking his beard, unilaterally raised the price. Moreover, since the young friend had acquired this object not long ago, it was reasonable to assume that he had yet to fully comprehend its profound truths. To exchange it at this point would indeed be a loss. Thus, I can assure you, young friend, once you have thoroughly grasped the essence of the creation jade plate fragment, you may present it to me. As you have reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo, you must be preparing for the path of Hunyuan, correct? If so, I would be willing to exchange some insights regarding the attainment of Hunyuan in return. Having spoken thus, if Xianyu were to refuse, it would indeed be somewhat unreasonable. Furthermore, what Hongjun truly valued was the profound truths contained within the jade plate, rather than seeking to align himself with the Heavenly Dao. Thus, the jade plate was not an absolute necessity. This way, Xianyu stood to gain significantly from the transaction. Many thanks, esteemed elder. Seeing Xianyu readily agree, Hongjun felt quite elated and pushed a plethora of treasures before him, inviting him to choose freely. Take any treasure that catches your eye. Xianyu hastily perused the many treasures and selected a scroll enveloped in infinite starlight. Ever since this exquisite innate spiritual treasure had been presented by Hongjun, it had captured Xianyu's heart. For him, its value surpassed even that of the creation jade plate fragment. After all, regardless of how high the latter's rank, it ultimately remained but a fragment. Observing that Xianyu had taken only one treasure, Hongjun sighed inwardly at the young man's discernment. After a moment's contemplation, he produced 3 large peaches, offering them to Xianyu. These were the fruits of the supreme innate spiritual root, the Ren water peach. Consuming them would render one's celestial body immaculate and significantly enhance one's mastery over the water Dao. Xianyu, accompanied by Bai Yi and Xing Kuan, expressed his gratitude once more to Hongjun. Since our meeting is a stroke of fate, shall we engage in a discussion of the Dao? I humbly seek your guidance. Hongjun retrieved 4 mats, all of which were innate spiritual treasures. The group settled within the hall, with Hongjun seated at the head. The resonance of the Dao swirling around him and auspicious clouds manifesting above embodying his vital essence and spirit in a triflower formation, each flower blooming with 9 petals. The creation jade plate floated in the air, radiating immeasurable brilliance, aiding others in their understanding of the Tao. From the one emerges the two. The two gives birth to the three, and the three begets all things. All things bear the yin while embracing the yang, harmonizing through the merging of energies. Hongjun began to expound on the Tao, his voice resonating like the celestial music of the Tao, each word a precious gem that pierced to the very essence. As his words fell, myriad rays of light filled the hall, golden lotuses sprang from the ground, and countless innate Tao patterns manifested in the air. Xianyu listened intently, his 3 flowers appearing above him, the 12 lunar phases encircling, evolving the transformations of the bright moon and the path of the dark moon, mutually validating the teachings of Hongjun. The Tao expounded by Hongjun was not merely a singular path, but rather an elaboration of his own principles and methods, progressing step by step from the most fundamental realm of true immortality to the ultimate completion of the Great Luo. Seeing that Xianyu and others had gained insights from his teachings, Hongjun felt a profound sense of accomplishment. To walk the path of virtue in harmony with the will of heaven. Indeed, the Lord of the Great Yin Star is truly a kindred spirit. With admiration gleaming in his eyes, Hongjun raised his hand and, with a flick, released a strand of pure light from the creation jade plate, merging it with Xianyu's Taiyin moon wheel to lend her assistance. Meanwhile, Bai Yi and Xing Kuan had already immersed themselves in the resonance of the Tao, their auras continuously ascending. Bai Yi's ethereal white tiger roared behind him, while the sharp sword energy of metal surged forth. Xing Kuan transformed into a celestial nebula, his scales shimmering with starlight, as if on the verge of breaking through some constraints. Even the red cloud Tao at the center of the hall, nourished by the sound of the Tao, gradually coalesced into a tangible form amidst the swirling red mist, faintly revealing the outline of an innate Tao body, its spirit greatly enhanced. 3,000 years drifted by, and Hongjun's teachings approached their conclusion. Thank you, esteemed elder, for the grace of your teachings. Upon awakening from the boundless essence of the Tao, Xianyu respectfully performed a gesture of reverence towards Hongjun. Chapter 41. Secrets of the Primordial Chaos. My young friend, there is no need for such formalities. We are merely exchanging insights among fellow practitioners. Observing that Bai Yi and Xing Kuan were still immersed in their contemplation, Xianyu summoned a veil of moonlight to shield them from disturbance. Hongjun, I have noticed that the leaders of the Yuan Feng, Shikolan, and other 3 clans have forged entirely new paths, thereby transcending to the realm of the primordial golden immortal, whereas figures like Bai Sha, Ling Guang, and Meng Zhang have not. I wonder what profound mysteries lie in this distinction. With a thought, Hongjun conjured a barrier encapsulating the two, clearly wishing to keep this matter from spreading. Are you aware of the origins of the current cultivation system within the Honghuang? Xianyu was taken aback to hear Hongjun broach such a topic. I beseech you, esteemed elder, to enlighten me. It is worth noting that before the establishment of heaven and earth, there were no so-called Great Luo golden immortals within the primordial chaos, nor any entities akin to Tai Yi, only the myriad gods and demons birthed from the Tao. Each of these beings wielded mastery over a complete path, each one embodying the essence of the primordial Great Luo golden immortal. Subsequently, upon the emergence of the great deity Pangu, who vanquished the 3,000 gods and demons to initiate creation, he perished in the process, his essence transforming into all things, his will likewise evolving into the Heavenly Dao that now safeguards the Honghuang world. Xianyu sat upright, fully engrossed in Hongjun's words. Following immeasurable epochs, life gradually began to manifest in the Honghuang. It can be said that all beings of the Honghuang were born from the remains of the great deity Pangu and the primordial gods and demons. Hongjun stroked his beard and continued, I, along with the ancestral dragon Yuan Feng and others, were among the earliest beings to emerge at the dawn of creation. Through countless epochs of exploration, we gleaned insights from the remains of Pangu and the 3,000 gods and demons, gradually formulating the cultivation system we know today. This system's realms are recognized by the Heavenly Dao and are universally applicable within the Honghuang. Of course, the specific methods of cultivation may vary among different clans. For instance, the Feng clan practices the Nirvana method, while the Dragon clan follows the path of transformation. Nonetheless, all paths ultimately converge. Cultivation prior to the realm of the primordial golden immortal is relatively straightforward. The true challenge lies in the subsequent stages. Xianyu cast a furtive glance at this future Dao ancestor, sensing an air of superiority in his demeanor. To safeguard the Honghuang world from the encroachment of chaos, the Heavenly Dao has isolated the Honghuang from the chaos's paths, In other words, the current paths of the Honghuang are not complete. Should one only seek to comprehend the paths of the Honghuang, attaining the pinnacle of the Great Luo would be the utmost limit. Thus, the leaders of the three clans have each pioneered a novel path. Xian Yu's long-standing confusion began to dissipate significantly. Indeed, as long as the new path withstands the scrutiny of heaven and earth, it can establish itself within the cosmos, allowing the practitioner to genuinely become a source of that path, thus attaining the fruit of the primordial golden immortal. Furthermore, by continually expanding and developing one's new path, rooted in the Honghuang world and radiating into the chaos, once the new path thoroughly permeates the chaos, one can attain a status akin to that of the primordial gods and demons, ultimately achieving the realm of the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. If the leaders of the three clans are now nearing the late stages of the primordial golden immortal realm, does that not imply that their paths have already completed a significant portion of their encroachment into the chaos? It cannot be that simple. In order to prevent the primordial world from being tainted by chaos, it must sever the pathways of chaos. It is inconceivable for a mere Hongjun golden immortal to easily reverse the corruption of chaos. Hongjun tugged at his beard and sighed, a hint of helplessness in his demeanor. The Tao of chaos inevitably must confront the tribulations of chaos, not to mention the ancestral dragon. Even I, a humble Taoist, cannot claim absolute certainty in this matter. Hence, the leaders of the three clans have yet to take that crucial step into the Tao of chaos. Their strength, therefore, is merely a result of leveraging the fortune of their clans, a clever shortcut. Upon observing that the primordial world could effortlessly withstand chaos, the ancestral dragon aimed to unify the primordial realm first, amassing power, and then elevate his own path with the strength of the entire primordial realm to resist the tribulations of chaos, ultimately achieving the Tao of chaos and breaking through to the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Although the Yuanfeng and the first Qilin outwardly espoused peace, their intentions were quite similar, differing only in methods. As Xian Yu came to a sudden realization, he was also struck dumb by the revelation. No wonder the three clans were compelled to vie for supremacy. It was indeed for the sake of validating their paths. Therefore, the Heavenly Dao does not oppose the power struggles among the three clans, as regardless of who succeeds, a new path will emerge from the chaos, thereby enriching the primordial foundation. Indeed, the control the leaders of the three clans wield over the primordial world is reflected in their fortunes. The stronger the clan, the more territory they occupy, and thus, the greater their fortune. Consequently, the method of Tao validation employed by the leaders of the three clans may be termed the method of fortunate pathways, as their strength is intricately tied to that of their clans. What of the Tao validation methods of Meng Zhang and his companions? They happened upon the remains or legacy of chaotic deities and demons through fortuitous circumstances, refining these remnants to directly ascend as Hunyuan golden immortals, treading the ancient path of deities and demons. Upon mentioning this method, Hongjun's gaze turned derisive, seemingly unimpressed by it. Remembering that a piece of chaotic divine demon relic lay sealed beneath his own Taoist temple's moon pool, Xian Yu hastily pressed on with his inquiry. May I ask, esteemed elder, how does this method compare to the creation of a new path? Humph, it is a dead end. A dead end. Unless one is a reincarnation of a chaotic deity or demon, it is difficult to end well. A Deluo golden immortal can still claw their way out from the river of time through their Tao fruits, let alone a chaotic deity or demon who is the source of a path. Xian Yu's heart sank as he instantly comprehended the peril of this method. Once embarked upon this path, it might be manageable if one falters midway, but if successfully traversed, one would become a beacon for the return of chaotic deities and demons. Thus, the Heavenly Dao's severance of the pathways between the primordial realm and chaos is, to some extent, a preventative measure against the resurgence of chaotic deities and demons. Moreover, breaking through to Hunyuan Golden Immortal via the creation of a new path is a win-win scenario. It not only circumvents the threat of chaotic deities and demons seizing control, but also fortifies the primordial realm with the support of the new path, potentially allowing it to even reverse the taint of chaos when the time comes. Precisely. Witnessing Xian Yu's insight, Hongjun expressed his admiration. Unfortunately, the path of fortune validation through the three clans is ultimately a journey only a select few can undertake, and it bears significant karmic implications with the universe. Whether one can successfully traverse it remains uncertain. Thus, I aspire to establish a method that enables everyone to attain enlightenment, with the least achievement being the status of a primordial golden immortal, thereby allowing the vast wilderness to flourish increasingly. When Hongjun uttered these words, his tone was resolute. and his gaze seemed capable of piercing through the chaos of the 10 directions. The elder possesses profound fortune, unparalleled wisdom, and great perseverance, and is surely destined for success. On behalf of all beings in the wilderness, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the path you have opened, esteemed elder. Xianyu rose from the mat and sincerely bowed to Hongjun. Regardless of the teachings of previous lifetimes, at this moment, he perceived that this esteemed Hongjun embodied the spirit of pioneering, truly possessing the essence of the Dao ancestor. I shall gladly accept your kind words, young friend. Hongjun stood and assisted Xianyu to his feet, his eyes brimming with joy as he regarded the young man before him. It appears you are soon to embark on the preparation of establishing a new path. Here are some insights from me, which may serve as the nascent form of my method, left for your reference. Remember, do not examine this jade slip too early. Wait until you have formed your own ideas and clarified your path before doing so. Should you contemplate too soon, preconceived notions may hinder your understanding. Hongjun harbored immense confidence in his method. Even in its rudimentary form, it would undoubtedly inspire the vast majority of cultivators to willingly emulate him. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. Xianyu accepted the jade slip presented by Hongjun, expressing his gratitude multiple times before carefully storing it away. Chapter 42. The Celestial Star Map. In light of this, I shall take my leave first. With his objectives accomplished, Hongjun contemplated departing from this place. After retracting the mat beneath him, he turned to leave. Senior, please wait. I have one more matter to inquire. Oh, what is it? Hongjun glanced back at Xianyu, who promptly directed his gaze towards the Dao of Hongyun. This innate divine has been tainted by malevolent energy, and it pertains to its true spirit. I am uncertain how to proceed. Hongjun surveyed the grand formation laid out by Xianyu, then spoke slowly. This is not a significant issue. It is merely a few strands of malevolent energy. How could they possibly affect an innate divine being? Moreover, my young friend, you handled the matter with great timeliness and established a formation to purify the malevolent energy, so there should be no cause for concern. Even if there were, it would merely result in a slight alteration of temperament due to the influence of this malevolent energy, nothing more serious. However, the ley lines of this cave haven been damaged by the malevolent energy. If we wish to support the transformation of it requires further nurturing. This fragment of the creation jade plate was obtained from this little one's domain, and he has listened to our discussions of Dao. Our fates are indeed intertwined. Allow me a moment to ponder. With one hand clasped behind his back and the other stroking his beard, Hongjun lowered his head in contemplation. Although the damaged ley lines of Huiyun Cave could eventually restore themselves, the process would be lengthy. If neglected, it could delay the transformation. Xianyu anticipated that Hongjun would act directly, but to his surprise, he proposed an alternative plan. In the northwest of Huiyun Mountain lies a peak known as Wanshou. Wanshou Mountain is renowned for its remarkable talents and spiritual essence, and it harbors a supreme innate spiritual root. If we were to transport this there, the foundation of Wanshou Mountain would be sufficient to support its transformation into the world. As for Huiyun Cave, through the intertwining of causality, it shall eventually return to your hands. Xianyu suddenly recalled that, according to previous tales, Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi were the most famous duo in the Primordial World. It would not be inconceivable to pair them as childhood friends. Then I shall take it upon myself to deliver this to the supreme, innate spiritual root. Perhaps the two can complement each other. Then this matter is entrusted to you, my young friend. I shall take my leave. Hongjun had faith in Xianyu's abilities and fortune, believing that finding a supreme, innate spiritual root would not require his intervention. Xianyu intended to return the mat beneath him to Hongjun, but the latter waved his hand, indicating that he had plenty of such items and gifted it directly to Xianyu. After watching Hongjun depart, Xianyu turned back to glance at Bai Yi and Xing Kuan, who were still in deep contemplation. Seeing that the two would not awaken anytime soon, he turned and entered the side hall. With a wave of his sleeve, Xianyu cast a barrier to shield against external disturbances. He then sat cross-legged, turning his palms over to retrieve the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Celestial Star Map, exchanged from Hongjun. This map, woven in hues of purple and gold, shimmered with starlight, as if countless celestial bodies floated within it. Upon unfolding it, an endless cascade of starlight descended, illuminating the entire hall as if enveloped in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Indeed, Hongjun's fortune is truly remarkable. Such a treasure has come into his possession. With focused intent, Xianyu infused her magical energy into the celestial diagram, simultaneously sending forth a strand of her divine soul to imprint a mark within. As the diagram of the celestial spheres underwent initial refinement, Xianyu gradually discerned its foundational essence. The star map trembled slightly, evolving into a resplendent starry domain that floated before her. The arrangement of stars within this spatial diagram corresponded perfectly to the celestial bodies of the primordial cosmos, even mirroring their trajectories with absolute fidelity. This artifact leaned towards being an auxiliary treasure, aside from ensnaring and confining others and defending against attacks. It possessed the ability to suppress fortunes, obscure or deduce heavenly secrets, and was indeed a pivotal spiritual treasure for mastering the stars of the primordial realm. As Xianyu attuned herself to its energies, her heart swelled with awe. This treasure was birthed in response to the myriad stars of the primordial expanse, encapsulating within it an ethereal cosmos. If she could capture a fragment of the primordial world's stellar essence and integrate it into the diagram, transmuting the illusory stars within into tangible celestial bodies, she could seize dominion over their corresponding celestial authority, effectively wielding the power of the planetary monarchs. Wait, if I were to refine the star tree's secret realm into the celestial diagram, would that not allow for the genuine creation of a tangible, authentic starry world? Contemplating this, Xianyu felt a surge of fervor, her hands weaving intricate gestures as she infused the star tree's secret realm into the celestial diagram. Refine. A lunar wheel manifested above Xianyu, its cool moonlight cascading like a waterfall. The power of her primordial spirit transformed into countless silver threads, weaving through the starry trajectories of the diagram, guiding the laws of these two realms to merge. As time elapsed, thousands of years slipped by in an instant. Within the side hall, Xianyu was enveloped in swirling starlight, the celestial diagram hovering before her, its brilliance intensifying, resonating faintly with the primordial starry sky. Strands of stellar power traversed the boundless void, converging upon her. Success. Xianyu's consciousness entered the celestial diagram, revealing the world she had forged. In the midst of an abyssal void, a towering divine tree radiated immeasurable starlight, beneath which a shimmering pool of the three lights' divine water gleamed. With a graceful motion, Xianyu waved her hand, causing several mature fruits from the star tree to detach and be drawn to their designated positions. As those fruits left the mother tree, they began to swell rapidly, transforming in an instant into genuine stars, bursting forth with limitless brilliance, orbiting the star tree in a slow, graceful dance. Indeed, the star tree could continuously nourish the celestial diagram, and in return, the diagram could sustain the star tree. Given time, it might even transcend its limitations and evolve into a primordial spiritual root. The mission of the celestial star tree was, in essence, to serve as a contingency. Should the myriad stars of the primordial realm ever face annihilation due to insurmountable forces, the fruits of this star tree could fill the void left by the fallen celestial bodies. Consequently, the Heavenly Dao granted the celestial star tree considerable authority, enabling it to forge star banners that could command the stars. However, to Xianyu, this seemed akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Xianyu dispatched a fragment of her consciousness to alight upon one of the stars within the diagram, effortlessly traversing the boundless realms of time and space to connect with its counterpart in the primordial starry sky. To strengthen my control, I must integrate a true essence of the stars, for what I possess can only be deemed a mere imitation. The forging of the stellar essence is destined to be a monumental endeavor, requiring that I await the completion of Xianyu's numerous affairs concerning the primordial earth before I can find the time to pursue it. Should I succeed in replicating the vast cosmos of the primordial realm and mastering the legendary Great Yin Star array, this celestial map would become a powerful trump card at the level of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. Furthermore, it may even grant me the title of the master of all stars in the future. In an instant, Xianyu elevated the significance of this Great Yin Star map in her mind, placing it second only to the breakthrough into the Hongjun Golden Immortal stage. As tens of thousands of years passed, Xianyu further solidified the newly opened starry expanse, while simultaneously orchestrating the arrangement of numerous stars, enhancing their might beyond previous limits and ensuring greater stability. Perfecting this celestial realm also allowed for the continuous refinement of the Great Yin Star map, yielding a truly advantageous dual benefit. Calculating the passage of time, it seemed nearly appropriate. Those two young ones should have emerged from their seclusion by now. Contentedly, Xianyu stowed away the spiritual treasure and exited the side hall, only to discover that Bai Yi and Xing Kuan had already completed their enlightenment and were waiting for her outside the hall. Chapter 43. The Herb Market Master. I have thoroughly refined my own Dao fruit, and my strength in the late Tai stage has been firmly established. Observing Bai Yi's radiant eyes and his ability to control his breath effortlessly, Xianyu realized that his recent insights had been extraordinary. Oh, Master, your attire has changed. Bai noted that the teacher was no longer clad in pure white garments. This is the celestial diagram of the cosmic stars. A treasure acquired from the esteemed Hongjun Xian Yu has integrated the celestial diagram into his Dao robe, transforming half of its originally jade-white cloud patterns into a delicate lavender hue, adding an air of nobility to its previously ethereal quality. With a flourish of his sleeve, Xian Yu drew Bai Yi and Xing Kuan into the starry realm depicted in the celestial diagram. Where are we? How did we get here? Bai Yi gasped in shock at this sudden turn of events, clutching the starry Kuan tightly. Do not panic. This is a starry sky created by my use of the celestial diagram, its status theoretically rivaling that of the starry expanse of the primordial world. It serves as my personal realm, or domain, and even a perfected Deluo may not easily escape it. Regrettably, a true perfected Deluo cannot be so effortlessly ensnared within the celestial diagram. Gazing at the vividly real stars, and the immense celestial tree of stars surrounded by them, comparable in scale to the myriad worlds, Bai Yi was rendered speechless in astonishment. Roar! Xing Kuan soared from Bai Yi's embrace into the void, manifesting its colossal form to demonstrate its cultivation achievements to its master. Given its sheer size, the entire Cloud Summit Palace seemed diminutive in comparison, rendering it impossible to unleash its full power in the outside world. Since its physical body broke through the Deluo realm, Xing Kuan's size had dramatically increased, almost triggering the self-defense mechanisms of the cave heaven during its ascension. Bai Yi observed Xing Kuan, now nearly the size of a star, recounting the events that had transpired before Xian Yu's emergence. Indeed, its intelligence had surpassed its former self. However, due to the beastly bloodline within, it remained unable to articulate speech. Both of you have done well. Continue to strive for improvement in the future. Xian Yu nodded slightly, clearly pleased with their cultivation outcomes. By the way, where is Elder Hongjun? He has long departed. What shall we do next? Shall we continue to organize the fire cloud cave heaven? Organize? Never mind. It would be wise to leave some foundation for the next occupant. The fated master of this cave heaven is still alive. Xian Yu ruffled Bai Yi's hair and instructed Xing Kuan to reduce its size before putting away the celestial diagram. The fated master? Is that the innate Dao embryo? Yes. We have also gained considerable advantages this time, so I intend to lend him a helping hand by sending him to Mount Wanshou, as the damaged earth veins here are no longer conducive to his subsequent transformation. He extended his hand, summoning the red cloud Dao embryo from the central hall, enveloped in a beam of moonlight, and gently lowered it into the sleeve of his robe containing the celestial diagram. The stars within shimmered brightly as Xian Yu temporarily placed the Dao embryo beneath the celestial tree of stars, and the red cloud, aware of Xian Yu's good intentions, offered no resistance whatsoever. Let us depart. Upon hearing the words, the star Kuan joyfully stretched its massive form, transforming into a colossal beast that obscured the heavens. Xian Yu and Bai Yi stepped upon its back. With a resounding cry, the star Kuan soared into the sky, swiftly passing through the barriers of the fire cloud cave and plunging into the vast primordial firmament. The star Kuan glided through the 9 heavens, beneath the sea of clouds, where mountains and rivers unfurled like a painted scroll. Gazing eastward, the once lifeless and desolate battlefield of Fire Cloud now teemed with life. In the central basin of the battlefield, a vast lake had formed, its shores adorned with low shrubs radiating outward, where antelope and deer grazed peacefully. Master, it seems there were no such creatures before we entered the Fire Cloud cave. How have so many appeared all at once? Bai Yi inquired, recalling that during the fierce conflict between the Tiger and Phoenix clans, any capable beings had long fled. Now that the war has ceased for a while, those beings have naturally begun to return. Indeed, it is far more vibrant and lively with the presence of life. Bai Yi suddenly remembered the red-haired little ball he had encountered in the Fire Cloud Mountains, lacking in intelligence and unable to flee. He pondered its current fate. The star Kuan flapped its wings majestically, carrying the master and disciple like a streak of light through the clouds, gliding low along the winding tributaries to the northwest. The sea of clouds is surging below, revealing glimpses of the vegetation and jagged stones beneath. After several centuries, the group had strayed far from the main vein. As they soared through the air, Xian Yu's gaze shifted to a valley nestled among the mountains below. Though the spiritual energy of the valley was not as dense as that of the main vein, it possessed a certain clarity. More striking was that the valley entrance was not desolate, but rather adorned with numerous simple grass huts and wooden houses, some natural caves having been slightly modified for use. Following the undulating terrain, figures moved about in the valley, bustling with life. The sounds of shouts and laughter faintly echoed, presenting a scene starkly contrasting the grim remnants of the Fire Cloud Mountains. "Master, it is quite lively below," Bai Yi exclaimed, intrigued as he leaned over to peer down. Since his emergence into the world, he had predominantly remained by Xian Yu's side in tranquil cultivation or in the isolated realms of the Fire Cloud Cave, never having witnessed such a vibrant marketplace filled with myriad beings. Xian Yu, intrigued as well, instructed the Star Kuan to descend for a closer look. Upon landing, the Star Kuan shrank its vast form, transforming into a palm-sized chubby fish, perching itself upon Xian Yu's shoulder. The master and disciple concealed their auras, resembling ordinary wandering cultivators, and strolled into the bustling marketplace of the valley. The lively atmosphere enveloped them, as stalls lined the pathways, or animal skins were spread out before grass huts, showcasing an array of goods. There were peculiar postnatal spiritual roots, glimmering with faint Dao essence, and an abundance of unknown creatures' bones, flesh, and claws. Bai Yi recoiled slightly, feeling disdain as he stepped back behind Xian Yu. He simply could not fathom the purpose of these blood-soaked remnants filled with resentment. Xian Yu navigated through a cluster of stalls selling flesh and bones, arriving at a grass hut laden with an abundance of spiritual herbs. Selecting items while inquiring with the portly, white-bearded shopkeeper, "How can these spiritual plants be exchanged?" At this time, the primordial world had yet to establish a unified currency, and beings predominantly engaged in barter. Both the ethereal waters and the enchanted soil are suitable, but it would be most advantageous to possess rare items that facilitate the growth of spiritual roots. Upon observing Xian Yu's extraordinary demeanor, the elder cultivator felt compelled to respond with utmost respect, hoping to procure the treasured object of his desire. While there is no shortage of spiritual waters, Xian Yu is cautious about revealing her identity, as the Jade Dew is unique to the Yin Star. In contrast, the three-light divine water would be a more fitting choice, especially since he possesses an entire pool of it. "Are these crimson jade fruits ripe? Senior, you may not be aware, but these crimson jade fruits are derived from the primordial red jade tree located deep within the Valley of Herbs. They bear fruit once every 100,000 years, and I assure you, they are genuine. I stake the reputation of my Bearby clan on it." Xian Yu had indeed heard of the Bearby clan, a renowned race in the primordial world, aside from the three major clans. They primarily focus on nurturing spiritual roots and plants, with their population spread across the vast expanse of the primordial realm, engaging in trade with myriad races, thus maintaining a stance of absolute neutrality. Chapter 44. The shadowy pursuit. In light of these circumstances, I shall accept all the goods here. How about I inquire about a few more pieces of information? Xian Yu, harboring the intention of establishing a bountiful orchard on the Yin Star, observed the commendable quality of these spiritual fruits, which indeed possess the essence of the innate level. Thus, she resolved to acquire them all, hoping to cultivate some postnatal seedlings from their seeds upon her return. The portly elder accepted the small jade vial from Xian Yu, promptly unsealing it. A fleeting wisp of vibrant solar and lunar brilliance swept through the air. The elder momentarily froze, hastily resealing the vial and concealing it within his robes, lamenting his own foolishness for inadvertently revealing the whereabouts of such a treasure in plain sight. The essence of the three-light divine water, having escaped for but an instant, stirred the commotion among the surrounding stalls near the thatched cottage. The elder quickly ushered Xian Yu and her companions inside, instructing the chubby assistant nearby to help Xian Yu pack her assorted goods. "Please, esteemed elder, join me for a discussion." Though the thatched cottage appeared modest in size, it concealed a realm of wonders within, pavilions and towers, all meticulously crafted, clearly the handiwork of a great Luo golden immortal. Xian Yu accepted the tea offered by the elder and slowly began to inquire, "What information does the esteemed elder wish to know?" "I assure you, I shall speak candidly and thoroughly. First, could you enlighten me about the origins of this market?" This Baichao workshop was formed prior to the Half-Yuan Assembly, spontaneously established by a group of wandering cultivators under the leadership of the Thousand Threads Lady. My clan, the Xiongfeng, has long operated within the Baichao Valley and was later invited to join this gathering. Isn't this area around the Fire Cloud Mountain within the territory of the Phoenix clan? How could such a substantial number of wandering cultivators congregate here? While there are indeed wandering cultivators under the governance of the three clans, they typically do not form gatherings as large as the Baichao Valley. It seems to be subtly developing into a tribal alliance. Are you familiar with the cataclysmic primordial war of yore? I have heard of it. What of it? After that monumental conflict, the cultivators around Fire Cloud Mountain either fled or perished, suffering immense casualties. Had it not been for the Yin Star Lord, who used his profound powers to dissipate the lingering malevolence and chaos of the battlefield, the Fire Cloud Mountain range would likely have transformed into a desolate wasteland. Perhaps the Phoenix clan, observing the dwindling population due to the war and the subsequent devaluation of this land, gradually retracted their influence, relinquishing control over the northwestern main vein of Fire Cloud Mountain, while maintaining a strong military presence in a few strategic locations to the southeast. Upon grasping the entire context, Xian Yu commended Yuan Ti's decision. It seemed that the gathering of wandering cultivators here was likely a move subtly encouraged by Yuan Ti. The true intention was perhaps to position these wandering cultivators as a buffer between the White Tiger clan and the Phoenix clan, should conflicts arise in the future. The wandering cultivators would undoubtedly bear the brunt, granting the Phoenix clan ample time to react. What is the origin of these wandering cultivators? Why do the stalls outside predominantly sell the flesh and blood of living beings? The portly elder hesitated momentarily, casting a furtive glance at Xian Yu, evidently speculating on the motives of her group. I sense you still harbor concerns, but is my vial of 3 light divine water not valued enough? A fleeting aura, far surpassing the typical might of a great luo, swept through the air, causing the elder to instantly prostrate himself on the ground, trembling as if shaken by a tempest. The elder jested, claiming that the treasure could easily purchase not only the small old man's humble abode, but also the surrounding land. Within the 100 Herb Valley, the power dynamics are intricate, with the insect tribe being the most formidable. The nominal ruler of this marketplace, Lady Qinxi, is an innate venomous spider who has achieved enlightenment, boasting a cultivation level that likely resides in the mid-stage of the Great Luo. At last, the portly elder felt free to express himself before Xian Yu, divulging everything he knew. The scattered cultivators willingly acknowledge Lady Qinxi as the master of the marketplace, not only due to her cultivation prowess, but primarily to gain access to the teachings she imparts. Most scattered cultivators possess shallow foundations, relying on their own explorations for cultivation, supplemented by various methods gleaned from disparate sources. As for resources pertaining to magical treasures, they primarily rely on plundering, thus adhering to the survival of the fittest rule of the forest among scattered cultivators. Please, my friend, do rise. The ground is cool. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the old Taoist priest from his seated position. Was this method related to flesh and blood? This technique could imprison a cultivator's true spirit within their corporeal form, fostering a growing resentment that could be rapidly transformed into enhanced cultivation by devouring the souls of these flesh and blood entities. A chill ran through Xian Yu's heart. He had not anticipated such a sinister method to exist in the primordial realm. Was this not akin to the malevolent practices depicted in the novels of his previous life? Though he and Yuan Ti and others consumed flesh, they targeted only those burdened with heavy karmic debt, providing them with a swift release. Bai Yi and Xian Yu gradually withdrew the gentleness from their expressions. The portly elder discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, lowering his gaze, completely unaware of Xian Yu's thoughts. Did the Feng tribe have knowledge of this matter? The Feng tribe seemed indifferent to these petty squabbles. In fact, some high-ranking members appeared to desire the slow assimilation of outstanding scattered cultivators like themselves. Xian Yu keenly sensed a hint of conspiracy, his expression turning grave. My friend, in this valley, your karmic burden is the lightest. I urge you to be cautious. Xian Yu rose and patted the shoulder of the portly Taoist, refraining from further inquiries. Accompanied by Bai Yi and Xing Kuan, he exited the humble abode, accepting the package handed to him by a young boy at the entrance, seamlessly merging into the bustling crowd of the marketplace. Teacher, where shall we go next? Upon learning of the scattered cultivators' practice of enhancing their powers by consuming the flesh and blood of others, Bai Yi's fondness for this marketplace significantly waned. Having arrived at such a lively market, he wished to explore and see if anything caught his fancy. Xian Yu walked with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze briefly scanning the various stalls. To be honest, in such a gathering of scattered cultivators, aside from the rare spiritual roots and fruits, there was little of interest to his discerning eye. As he ambled, an intriguing item at one of the stalls captured Xian Yu's attention. My friend, what is this? He approached a golden immortal cultivator with a grasshopper's head, picking up a handful of the intriguing item and examining it closely. The more he looked, the more it resembled the rice he had longed for. Esteemed elder, this item is called rice grain. Before the avian tribe gained consciousness, they delighted in consuming this. The Feng tribe has been known to procure it for trade. As with the previous portly elder from the Bearby tribe, half of the marketplace had already recognized Xian Yu as a wealthy patron. From where does this item originate? This is what I, of the Locust clan, have cultivated. Although these rice grains possess a certain degree of spiritual energy, they are merely products of the acquired realm, lacking in quality, which does not particularly please Xian Yu. Are there any rice grains of a higher innate quality? Indeed, esteemed elder, there exists such a variety deep within the depths of Baijiao Valley. Is there a specific location? Xianyu extracted a vial of Taiyin True water and placed it into a jade bottle. It is found in the deepest marshy area of the valley. The locust cultivator accepted the jade bottle from Xianyu, meticulously packaged all the rice grains on the stall, and offered them to Xianyu with profound gratitude. The Taiyin True water is one of the 10 most precious waters of the primordial era, its value sufficient to purchase both the locust cultivator and his stall entirely. Observing this, the other stall owners hastily presented their rare spiritual roots and plants, fervently calling out in hopes of capturing Xianyu's attention. However, after receiving the rice grains, Xianyu chose not to linger in the market any longer, but instead, accompanied by Bai, made her way directly towards the heart of Baijiao Valley. Chapter 45. Encountering calamity. The innate rice stalk holds immense value for my master. It must be acquired. Let us proceed directly to the depths of the 100 Herbs Valley. Stepping out of the bustling marketplace, Xianyu cast a glance around and addressed Bai. The starry Kuan leapt from his shoulder, stretching and expanding in the wind, instantly regaining its colossal form that overshadowed the sun. The two ascended upon the back of the Kuan, transforming into a streak of light as they pierced through the clouds, heading straight for the heart of the 100 Herbs Valley. In stark contrast to the clamor of the valley entrance's marketplace, this realm was steeped in dense spiritual energy, imbued with a primal, untamed aura. Towering ancient trees, their gnarled branches entwined, obscured much of the sunlight, casting dappled shadows upon the forest floor. The humid air was rich with the extraordinary fragrances of various herbs, mingling with the earthy scent of soil and decaying organic matter. Beneath their feet lay a thick carpet of moss and unfamiliar ferns, soft and silent underfoot. Vines, like colossal serpents, coiled around the ancient trunks, adorned with vividly colored flowers that exuded an oddly sweet fragrance. Unique insects flitted through the trees, their luminescence flickering as they emitted a faint, buzzing sound. Xianyu's gaze swept through the woodland, his consciousness stirring, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Some herbs, once commonplace in his past life, now thrived with an extraordinary vigor unique to this primordial realm. Broad leaves akin to fans, the light-veined plantain, vines as resilient as iron, blooming with flowers of gold and silver, the honeysuckle, and even a few stalks of mugwort, their serrated edges releasing a faint, spicy aroma. The once ordinary medicinal plants had transcended the mundane under the abundant spiritual nourishment of this ancient world. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, a soft lunar force enveloped the selected herbs, carefully uprooting them along with their soil and tucking them into his sleeve within the celestial map of stars. Master, these herbs appear rather unremarkable. Why collect them? Bai, ever observant, noticed similar plants nearby and mimicked Xianyu, digging them up to present to his master. This is epimedium, a plant few today would recognize, yet it will become a cherished treasure for many in the future, Xianyu explained, simultaneously channeling the boundless starlight from the celestial realm to nurture the cluster of epimedium and various spiritual herbs, particularly those of innate quality. Indeed, the 100 Herbs Valley lived up to its name. As Xianyu traversed further, he discovered countless medicinal herbs that had been commonly utilized in his past life, gathering them diligently to prevent their destruction or extinction due to future conflicts. The group ambled leisurely, collecting herbs as they approached the marshy expanse they initially intended to reach. Please, dear friend, halt. A voice, alluring and melodious, resonated as if whispered directly into their ears, weaving a spellbinding charm that pierced through the forest's tranquility. Bai felt a disarray in his thoughts and instinctively turned his head, only to be restrained by Xianyu's hand pressing against the back of his neck. Thud! Xianyu struck Bai's head sharply with his finger. Ouch! Bai cried out, clutching his head in pain, finally regaining his senses. Such trifling sorcery dares to flaunt itself before me. Xianyu scoffed coldly, akin to a chilling spring dispelling the enchanting force woven into that voice. His gaze was electrifying, and though he did not turn around, his consciousness had already formed an invisible net, capturing the scene behind him in its entirety. A mere several dozen yards away, for figures materialized from the void, subtly encircling them in a half-moon formation. At the forefront stood a stunningly beautiful woman draped in a vibrant, multicolored veil. Her enchanting visage bore a peculiar black mark at her brow, and her delicate fingers were entwined with nearly invisible transparent threads, connecting her to the surrounding flora and the very fabric of space. You must be the revered mistress of the 100 Herbs, Qianxi Nyang, he mused. Assessing her presence and noting that her cultivation level far surpassed what the rotund Taoist had claimed, now firmly situated in the late stage of the Grand Luo realm. Qianxi Nyongyang's eyes flickered with surprise, seemingly taken aback by his swift reaction that had pierced through the illusionary allure of the butterfly of enchantment. Beside her stood an elderly man, clad in brown linen and adorned with antennae, known as the ancestor of the locusts. He too had reached the mid-stage of the Grand Luo realm, exuding an insatiable greed as his gaze fixated on the sleeves of Xianyu, clearly coveting the treasures he possessed. Accompanying him was a magnificent butterfly, the butterfly of enchantment, boasting a wingspan of nearly 10 feet, its wings adorned with mesmerizing colors. Gently fanning the air and silently dispersing nearly imperceptible scales of rainbow dust. On the other side was an emaciated figure, the ancestor of deadwood, resembling a sculpture of decayed timber, emanating a suffocating aura of decay, and holding a pitch-black staff as he closed his eyes in meditation. A discerning eye, my friend. Surely, feasting upon your Grand Luo mid-stage flesh will enhance my own vision, he remarked. Xianyu had always concealed his true strength while traveling, often hiding 1 or 2 realms as a matter of course. Noticing Xianyu's unperturbed demeanor, Qianxi Nyongyang, fearing unforeseen changes, swiftly unleashed her lethal move. Toxic illusionary array, arise. With her command, the other 3 cultivators simultaneously enacted their incantations. In an instant, the space within several hundred yards around Xianyu and his companions distorted violently. A vibrant, toxic mist surged forth, reeking of a pungent sweetness, causing the surrounding vegetation to wither and char instantaneously. Countless twisted phantoms erupted, as if innumerable vengeful spirits were shrieking and lunging through the toxic haze, accompanied by a swarm of venomous insects and snakes surging from every direction. Moreover, resilient transparent webs silently ensnared the space above and below, wielding a malicious power that imprisoned and eroded their very energies. The suffocating aura of decay further gnawed at the trio's vitality, like maggots clinging to bone. This formation combined Qianxi Nyongyang's spatial confinement with toxic threads. The illusionary scales of the butterfly of enchantment, the predatory venom of the ancestor of locusts, and the deathly aura of the ancestor of deadwood. The cumulative might was sufficient to easily ensnare and slay those in the late stage of the Grand Luo realm. Even an ordinary perfected Grand Luo would find themselves severely diminished. Bai Yi was shielded behind Xianyu, although he did not turn to face the illusion. The sudden eruption of terrifying demonic might and toxic imagery had drained the color from his face. Xing Kuan was about to manifest his colossal form, but was halted by Xianyu. Do you think that just because you have followed me thus far, I would remain oblivious? Xianyu's voice was calm and unwavering. Long before departing from the 100 Herbs Valley Marketplace, he had sensed the subtle yet greedy and malevolent intentions lurking nearby. It seems that his extravagant spending in the marketplace, coupled with an ordinary demeanor, has incited a sinister desire for murder and plunder. Xianyu surveyed the formation with keen eyes, and a general understanding began to form in his mind. Although this formation was indeed lethal, it was merely a crude amalgamation of various poisons, lacking sophistication. A flicker of unease passed through the crowd as they exchanged glances, prompting them to intensify their efforts. In light of this, allow me to showcase my own skills. As soon as the words left his lips, Xianyu stepped forward. Raising one hand, his ample robe sleeves billowed without wind, creating a resonant sound. The celestial star chart unfolds. Chapter 46. Confronting the enemy in an instant. The celestial river rewound, and the surrounding scenery shattered and reformed like a mirror. With a swift motion, the once turbulent poisonous mist, the fearsome illusions, the lethal webs, and the corrosive death energy, all were erased as if by an invisible hand. The scene before them transformed in a heartbeat. The 4 celestial maidens were caught unawares, abruptly drawn into an expansive starry sky. They found themselves amidst the boundless depths of the cosmos, where countless stars moved in intricate, arcane patterns. Beneath them lay an endless void, resembling a gaping abyss or a shadowy grave. At the center of this celestial panorama stood a colossal tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens, flowing with immeasurable starlight. Beneath it, a pool of tricolored divine water shimmered with dreamlike ripples. The air was suffused with an extraordinarily pure celestial energy and the chill of the moonlight. The branches of the celestial tree intertwined, forming a vast throne that radiated boundless starlight, with countless starry fruits appearing like jewels embedded within it. Xianyu manifested a towering Dharma form, seated upon this throne, surrounded by myriad stars. An ethereal laurel crown materialized above him, and a 12-fold golden wheel of immense merit loomed behind, exuding an aura of complete transcendence that pressed down upon the world. The celestial maidens gazed in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Their meticulously arranged, lethal array, designed to ensnare even the most formidable beings, crumbled silently into nothingness without a trace, as if it were but a rootless weed, unable to withstand even a moment outside the laws of the primordial realm. What? Where's this? My powers have been suppressed? The space is entirely sealed off. Such a terrifying presence. The old ancestor of the locust was instantly filled with an overwhelming dread. Realizing the magnitude of the entity he had provoked, the celestial maiden fixated on the lunar wheel suspended above Xuanyue's head and the robe formed from the celestial star chart, her eyes igniting with fierce jealousy. It was merely the power of a spiritual treasure flaunted. If we eliminate him, we shall share his riches. With a fierce shout, the celestial maiden managed to rally her companion's spirits. Old Ancestor Deadwood understood that the situation was irretrievable and resolved to fight to the death. He slowly opened his desiccated eyes, and countless withered branches and leaves materialized, coalescing into a tree giant as immense as the stars, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of death. The enchanted butterfly flapped its wings, expanding and shedding endless colorful scales, attempting to conjure an illusory realm within this starry domain to shield against Xuanyue's influence. A rare opportunity for experience is perfectly suited for you two to hone your skills. Xuanyue intended to seize this moment to refine Bai Yi and Xing Kuan, so their cultivation could truly translate into combat prowess, knowing that he would ensure their safety. With a thought, Xuanyue conjured a colossal starry hand, which swept forth, instantly scattering the four from Deadwood. Stars shifted and rearranged. With a flourish of his sleeve, he separated the four in an instant. Bai Yi stood upon the white tiger star, wielding the Ren's sword, as the celestial power continuously reinforced him, momentarily elevating his strength to the pinnacle of Tai. Though his mastery of the laws was still far from genuine Tai perfection, a majestic white tiger, embodying the power of the stars, howls towards the heavens, brandishing an enormous sword above its head, surrounded by an aura of auspiciousness that dispels all negativity and malevolence. Old thief, prepare to meet your end. The tremendous sword energy sweeps across the surroundings, severing one of the beard strands of the withered wood ancestor. Momentarily taken aback to find himself a target for a mere ant of the Tai realm, the withered wood ancestor quickly regains his composure. His fury igniting as dark vines writhe around him, lunging towards Bai Yi with lethal intent. You insignificant whelp, behold my might. Yet, before the vines can ensnare him, Bai Yi's sword cleaves through them effortlessly. The withered wood ancestor transforms his staff into a black wooden sword and strikes down upon the white tiger star, engaging Bai Yi in combat. The two exchange powerful techniques and engage in fierce swordplay, intertwining with bouts of hand-to-hand combat, testing the limits of their physical prowess. Regardless of the circumstances, the withered wood ancestor maintains a decisive upper hand, while Bai Yi's innate abilities gradually evolve in the heat of battle, even merging with the Ren de sword to manifest new variations. Observing the withered wood ancestor's compliance, Xuanyue discreetly withdraws the hidden Taiyin extinction divine light from his sleeve, allowing the two to duel without interference. He had initially intended to severely weaken the withered wood ancestor for Bai Yi's training, but this unexpected cooperation made it unwise to deliver a fatal blow prematurely. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Xing Kuan and Mi Hua Dai is far more brutal. Xing Kuan manifests his colossal form, slapping the void with his fins, unleashing ripples of stellar power that obliterate Mi Hua Dai's scales and powder. With a powerful flap of her wings, Mi Hua Dai conjures a pink whirlwind that threatens to dazzle the senses. The gust collides violently with the waves of starlight, mutually annihilating each other. Bursting forth from the waves, Xing Kuan opens his cavernous mouth, intent on devouring the petite butterfly. Mi Hua Dai ascends, her vast wings casting shadows upon the sun, sweeping towards Xing Kuan with force. Like Xing Kuan, Mi Hua Dai possesses the bloodline of a ferocious beast, which has prevented her from fully transforming, leading to her ostracization by her kin and ultimately becoming a rogue cultivator. Eventually, through the nefarious arts of Qian Xin Yang, she enhances her primal beast essence by consuming resentment and blood, forcefully breaking through to the Daluo stage. While she is deemed a cultivator, she is not much different from a savage beast, endowing her physical form with exceptional strength. Xing Kuan observes with disdain as this seemingly insignificant creature attempts to obstruct him with her wings. In terms of physical prowess, Mi Hua Dai surpasses ordinary cultivators. Yet she pales in comparison to Xing Kuan. Just as Xing Kuan prepares to deliver a devastating blow to Mi Hua Dai, the intricate patterns upon her body suddenly illuminate. and her form gradually transforms into scales and powder, vanishing into the void. Caught off guard, Xing Kuan crashes into a star, shattering it into countless fragments. Upon turning around, he finds that the unsightly butterfly has unexpectedly positioned herself above him, igniting his wrath as he melds with the starlight and charges at her. Xinyu, seated upon the throne of stars, gazes down, observing Xing Kuan darting about like a fool, while Mi Hua Dai remains poised and still at the center of the chaos. Alas, this plump fish possesses no wit whatsoever. Xinyu shook her head with a resigned smile and pointed a finger, causing a beam of starlight to streak across the sky and land upon the wings of the illusory flower butterfly. The creature let out a piercing cry, attempting to flee, yet it was inevitably struck with a sharp sound. As the peculiar patterns on the illusory flower butterfly's wings were torn by Xianyu, the star Kuan finally regained consciousness. Realizing it had been toyed with, the ferocious energy within the star Kuan could no longer be contained. Its once clear eyes turned a fiery red, and the bloodline of the beast within it surged, manifesting bone spikes all over its body, exuding a ferocity rivaling that of the illusory flower butterfly at the Great Luo realm. Devoid of its innate divine abilities, the illusory flower butterfly found itself at a disadvantage against the frenzied star Kuan, relying solely on its higher cultivation to continue the struggle. Chapter 47. Vanquishing Evil and Subduing Demons, Part 1. With a resounding crash, the celestial array that had long imprisoned Lady Qianxi shattered into fragments. Amidst the dust of disintegrated stars, her true form was wholly unveiled. No longer human, she had transformed into a grotesque and fearsome primordial spider, her massive body comparable to the combined mass of 3 or 4 ordinary stars. Countless long legs, adorned with a sinister green venomous pattern and as sharp as divine spears, supported her bloated abdomen, which was encrusted with an innumerable array of crimson compound eyes. Each eye seemed to encapsulate a distorted, tormented soul, radiating endless malice, greed, and madness. A piercing insectal shriek rent the silence of the cosmos, imbued with a malevolence that penetrated the very essence of existence. Who are you? Lady Qianxi's voice reverberated from her myriad eyes, layered in echoes, rife with suspicion and profound trepidation. Though her cultivation was merely at the late stage of the Great Luo, her arcane abilities were enigmatic and her methods insidious. She harbored confidence in her capacity to escape even when faced with a perfected Great Luo. Initially, she had perceived Xianyue as merely a mid-stage Great Luo, while she herself was but a step away from perfection. If she could devour Xuanyue's blood and soul, along with the scattered cultivators in the Herb Valley, she would undoubtedly achieve her breakthrough. The absence of overt traits denoting affiliation with the 3 clans further led Lady Qianxi to believe Xianyue was merely a wealthy, unaligned cultivator, devoid of identity or backing, easily manipulated. Thus, after conferring with the likes of the ancestor of the locusts, they devised this ambush plan. They had anticipated that, given their years of collaborative experience, dispatching a mid-stage Great Luo would be well within their capabilities. Little did they know, they had encountered an iron wall this time. I am but an unnamed scattered cultivator. Xianyue sat serenely upon his celestial throne, his laurel crown radiating a gentle luminescence, while the 12 layers of merit wheels illuminated the starry expanse with sanctity and grandeur. He regarded the abominable creature, a grotesque amalgamation of countless living beings, blood, and vengeful souls, with an unwavering gaze, though a chilling intent flickered in the depths of his eyes. To consume myriad beings and forge such a wicked form, from whence did this 1,000 eyes, 1,000 legs monstrosity arise? His voice, though not raised, pierced through Lady Qianxi's shrieks with clarity. Kekekek. Lady Qianxi let out a harsh cackle, her myriad eyes glimmering with an eerie light. It is the unparalleled talent of this sovereign, a supreme method attained in the abyss of the Herb Valley. The survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Their becoming a part of me is their destiny. Attainment? A faint smirk curled at the corners of Xianyue's lips, laced with subtle derision. What a remarkable notion of attainment. His consciousness had already swept over the layers of karma entwining Lady Qianxi, thick and viscous like a tangible sea of blood. The anguished wails of souls almost transforming into waves that darkened the once pure starry sky. Such overwhelming sin could not be allowed to persist. As for the knowledge he sought, it could be readily extracted through soul-searching. Before his words had fully dissipated, Xianyue gestured with a flick of his finger. Boom. Above the starry firmament, dozens of colossal celestial bodies, ablaze with a brilliant white flame, abruptly altered their trajectories, as if manipulated by an unseen hand, hurtling toward the sinister form of the Lady of 1,000 Threads with cataclysmic force. Before the stars could arrive, the terrifying pressure had already compressed the space, eliciting pained groans from the fabric of reality. Hiss! The Lady of Thousand Threads sensed a lethal threat. Her swollen abdomen contracted violently, and thousands of scarlet compound eyes simultaneously snapped open in fury. A putrid green toxin surged forth like a bursting dam, erupting with a thunderous roar. Sizzle! Wherever the noxious light traversed, the very essence of space corroded, dissolving like snow under the scorching sun. The foremost stars, illuminated by the vile green radiance, had their solid cores instantaneously darkened, softened, and shattered, akin to metal succumbing to a potent acid. Even before actual impact, they transformed into pools of viscous stardust, exuding toxic vapors. Observing this, Xian Yu's gaze turned icy. The lunar wheel above her head radiated with an overwhelming brilliance, and a beam of light, distilled to perfection, erupted forth, as if capable of freezing time itself. This was the celestial light of lunar extinction. Hiss! The speed of the light transcended the barriers of space, disregarding the onslaught of the toxic flood, and accurately swept across the colossal form of the Lady of Thousand Threads. Puff! 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 Like a scalding iron piercing decayed leather, hundreds of scarlet compound eyes on the lady's armored abdomen exploded in an instant as the pale brilliance surged past, leaving no time for a mournful cry. Viscous, foul-smelling dark green ichor mixed with shattered ocular tissue splattered in all directions. The vast body of the lady convulsed violently, emitting a wail so harrowing that it seemed as though a significant portion of her very soul had been forcibly excised. Ah, such a dreadful divine power. In the throes of profound agony, the Lady of Thousand Threads finally grasped the stark reality. The moonlight, chilling yet imbued with an ultimate aura of annihilation, bore down upon her soul, proving to be the greatest nemesis of her wicked form, founded on resentment and filth. A direct confrontation would surely lead to certain doom. The cunning instincts of the insect within her swiftly overshadowed her pain and fury. Her massive form twisted violently, and instead of weaving a net to ensnare Xianyu, her long, poisonous legs thrust madly towards the nearby nebula that imprisoned the ancestral locust. Countless beams of sickly green light illuminated the nebula, its surface flickering with uncertain starlight. Inside, the ancestral locust evidently sensed the upheaval in the lady's intentions. Xianyu remained poised and unmoving, her expression as indifferent as ancient ice, merely brushing her fingers lightly across the armrest of her starry throne, as if caressing invisible strings of a celestial instrument. The very structure of the starry expanse underwent an arcane transformation in an instant. The lady's venomous spear-like limbs, aimed at the nebula's location, inexplicably struck emptiness. It was as if that region of space had been entirely shifted and replaced, now residing in an unreachable corner of the cosmos. A mixture of astonishment and a tinge of despair filled the Lady of Thousand Threads' compound eyes. Yet at that moment, open for me. A furious roar erupted from within the nebula that confined the ancestral locust. Within the confines of the prison cage, countless minuscule black-green locusts, no larger than a fingernail, surged forth as if summoned from the ether. These locusts possessed razor-sharp mandibles that glimmered with a metallic sheen, relentlessly devouring the laws and formations that flowed within the confines of the nebula. Each locust, undeterred by the prospect of death, charged forth in succession, their bodies disintegrating upon contact with the starry energy, yet an endless stream of successors emerged. Crack, crack, on the wall of the cage. An exceedingly small and previously unstable weak point, disrupted by the attack of the Goddess of Threads, was relentlessly gnawed upon by the billions of locusts, creating a pinhole-sized aperture. Boom. The voice of the ancestor of flying locusts resonated with determination. Countless locusts detonated at that aperture. Bang! A fist-sized breach was finally blasted open. A dim brownish stream of light shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, revealing the beleaguered and weakened ancestor of flying locusts, whose exoskeleton was battered and spirit diminished. Chapter 48. Vanquishing Evil and Subduing Demons. Part 2. The moment the ancient grasshopper escaped its entrapment, it did not unite with Lady Qianxi to launch an assault on Xianyu, as she had anticipated. Instead, without hesitation, it transformed into a streak of light and, with unparalleled swiftness, hastened towards the celestial throne, sliding on its knees. "Spare me, esteemed elder. I beseech you for mercy." The anguished cries echoed through the starry expanse. As the colossal form of the ancient grasshopper left long trails in the void, its demeanor reduced to utter humility, with its head nearly brushing against the starlight at Xianyu's feet. "Esteemed elder, you misinterpret my actions. I am but a pawn, coerced by that wicked old hag. Lady Qinzi, to protect my 10,000-year-old grandson, I had no choice. The ancient grasshopper trembled as it prostrated itself before Xianyu, incessantly pleading for clemency. Grasshopper. Lady Qinzi's countless compound eyes glared fiercely at the timorous creature. You wretched insect, offending the esteemed elder. I am willing to serve as your humble dog. I would offer my very essence, simply to beg the Star Monarch to spare my insignificant life. With disheveled appearance and tears streaming down its face, the ancient grasshopper quaked in fear. This sudden turn of events momentarily distracted the ancient deadwood, allowing Bai Yi to seize the opportunity and strike it back into a heap of rubble. Xian Yu's gaze was lowered, observing the ancient grasshopper, now kneeling in abject humiliation beneath the throne, and a slight smile curled at the corner of her lips. Just as it seemed that the situation had settled, an unexpected shift occurred. A fissure opened in the space before Xian Yu, and from it emerged the ancient deadwood, which had been entangled with Bai Yi for some time. Its withered claws, like hooks, surged forth, enveloped in an aura of desolation and death, aimed directly at Xian Yu's face. Perish. At that very moment, the seemingly harmless ancient grasshopper, which had been kneeling in submission, transformed its whimpering pleas into a ferocious howl. Its lowered head shot up abruptly, its compound eyes flashing with the most malicious madness. A pair of hidden wings, honed with countless lethal poisons and sharpened to a degree rivaling innate spiritual treasures, emerged from its abdomen, resembling the barbed stinger of a scorpion. They tore through the fabric of space, silently yet swiftly lunging towards Xian Yu's vital core. Master. Upon realizing that the ancient deadwood he had just repelled was merely a piece of charred, decayed wood, Bai Yi's eyes widened in horror. The Ren de sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, yearning to provide assistance, yet it was already too late. In Bai Yi's eyes, a massive, ghastly white web enveloped the area behind his master, a colossal net that covered half the star domain, having been woven together unbeknownst to anyone. Countless tormented souls, twisted and wailing, clung to its strands, each filament coursing with the toxic ability to dissolve magical power and corrupt the primordial spirit. Lady Qinzi's enormous, malevolent form lay concealed behind the web, her remaining compound eyes fixated intently on Xian Yu, imbued with a reckless desperation. The vast net silently constricted, akin to a celestial trap, intent on ensnaring Xian Yu along with his throne, to dissolve and devour them whole. With the deadwood's lethal claws in front, the grasshopper's venomous stinger launching a covert strike from below, and Lady Qinzi's deadly web looming behind. 3 layers of lethal intent were intricately calculated, ruthlessly executed, and harmoniously coordinated, with the timing reaching an exquisite peak. As various assaults loomed, the eyes of Lady Qinzi, Ancestor Deadwood, and Ancestor Locust simultaneously erupted with a blend of ecstasy, cruelty, and a hint of disbelief. While the 3 reveled in their anticipated triumph, Xian Yu, seated upon the celestial throne, finally lifted his gaze. In his eyes, there were no stars, no earthly matters, only an endless, profound, and chilling moonlight, akin to 2 diminutive, eternal moons of the cosmos. Stasis. A word, seemingly mundane, escaped his lips. Buzz. Time appeared to freeze entirely in that moment. An indescribably vast, eerily cold moonlight blossomed from Xian Yu's eyes, spreading boundlessly. A flawless, immaculate moon manifested in the starry expanse without warning, filling every inch of space and becoming the sole sovereign of this realm. The moonlight cascaded like liquid mercury, gentle yet imbued with an irresistible, absolute will. The venomous stinger of Ancestor Locust, poised a mere inch from Xian Yu's robe, became suspended. Ancestor Deadwood's withered claws, ablaze with deathly flames, halted 3 inches from Xian Yu's brow. Lady Qinzi's expansive, pallid web, which blanketed the starry domain, froze mid-air, akin to an insect trapped in amber. The sword light, slashed by Bai Yi, the cosmic waves stirred by Xing Kuan, and even the drifting stardust in the void, all fell into an absolute stillness the moment the luminous moon manifested. The ecstatic gleam in the trio's eyes was abruptly supplanted by boundless terror, confusion, and a dread that emanated from the depths of their souls. Their thoughts could still function, yet not a single nerve could be mobilized. They could only watch helplessly as the moon, which occupied their entire field of vision, loomed over them. Xian Yu remained seated, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 3 foes suspended in the void. The Aeon shall bury the world. As his words resonated, the perfect, immaculate moonlight that filled the heavens began to reveal a faint dimness at its edges. This dimness swiftly spread like a plague. The radiant moonlight receded at a visible rate, retracting. The moon, began to wane. The new moon, like a hook, and the crescent moon, like a sickle. The phases accelerated in their transition. Each transformation was accompanied by a terrifying resonance, the essence of all things returning to silence, heralding an inevitable end. Under the moonlight's embrace, Lady Chinsi, Ancestor Deadwood, and Ancestor Locust found their bodies beginning to transform with the lunar phases. First, their surfaces dulled, as though shrouded in dust. Then, the very substance that constituted their forms, whether it be Lady Chinsi's vengeful compound eyes, Ancestor Deadwood's decayed, hardened frame, or Ancestor Locust's venomous exoskeleton, began to silently wither away, not shattering, not dissolving, but as if subjected to the relentless erosion of eons, disintegrating from the most microscopic level, dissipating. Their bodies, akin to sand sculptures, gradually transformed into the finest dust beneath the still moonlight. Their expressions, once filled with horror and fear, swiftly morphed into utter despair and incredulity. They could distinctly sense the foundations of their existence crumbling, life inexorably spiraling into the void. Yet they were unable to utter a single cry of despair or even muster a feeble struggle. As that radiant moon transformed into an almost imperceptible, gossamer remnant of its former self, the formidable and grotesque figure of Lady Chinsi, the desiccated form of the ancient Deadwood, and the humble yet malevolent body of the ancient Locust, along with the last flicker of despair frozen in their eyes, were erased as if by a gentle stroke of an eraser on a pencil drawing, dissolving entirely into nothingness. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no carnage of flesh and blood. Only wisps of dust, so fine they were nearly invisible, drifted languidly in the still moonlight, ultimately merging seamlessly into the vast expanse of the starry sky, leaving not a trace behind. The cycle of the lunar phases continued, leading to a final obliteration. Thus, the three formidable fiends of the great Luo realm, along with their monstrous sins, were thoroughly expunged from this world. Chapter 49. Reckoning the remnants, Xian Yu slowly rose from the throne of stars, and the towering manifestation of his divine form quietly dissipated. With a gentle sweep of his robe, the cosmic map of celestial bodies revealed billions of stars, obediently returning to their rightful places along their enigmatic trajectories, as the shattered star domains swiftly restored under the flow of boundless starlight. With a single step, Xian Yu materialized within the vast starry formation where the colossal star beast, Xing Kuan, lay in slumber. This gigantic creature coiled amidst the densest starlight, its radiance flickering erratically, with colorful phantoms and a fierce aura seeping through the gaps in its scales. Earlier, he had seized the moment when the mysterious flower butterfly was gravely wounded by his divine power, swallowing it whole in an attempt to forcibly refine the creature. However, the bloodline within the mysterious flower butterfly clashed violently with its own celestial essence and the ferocious beast bloodline, ultimately leading it into a deep sleep. Master, what has become of Xing Kuan? Bai Yi hastily approached Xian Yu, casting a worried glance at the deeply slumbering star beast. Xian Yu's eyes shimmered with silver light, his Taiyin divine eye penetrating the veil of reality. He deftly gestured, unraveling the intricate celestial mechanisms. After a brief moment, he nodded slightly, a flicker of understanding crossing his gaze. Calamity and fortune are intertwined. This is Xing Kuan's tribulation, as well as its opportunity for transformation. With a graceful motion, he summoned a gentle cascade of starlight to envelop the sleeping Xing Kuan, gradually guiding it beneath the cosmic tree, submerging it in a pool shimmering with the divine radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. The pure and vast waters of the three lights infused the star beast's form, while the celestial tree shed boundless clarity, harmonizing the tumultuous essence within. Meanwhile, the nebulous red cloud of Dao also basked in the divine waters, its spirit invigorated by the nourishing starlight. Once Xing Kuan was attended to, Xian Yu focused his thoughts and departed from the celestial realm of the cosmic map, reappearing in the Valley of Herbs. As his foot touched solid ground, Bai Yi's taut nerves relaxed somewhat, yet remnants of fear lingered in his eyes. He could not help but whisper, "Master, are those three fiends truly annihilated?" The Dao fruit of the great Luo intertwines with the laws of heaven and earth. As long as the great path persists, complete obliteration is elusive, unless one wields the immense power of a primordial golden immortal. The final technique I employed, Taiyin burying the world, drawn from the celestial map and augmented by the primordial power of the cosmic tree, barely grazed the threshold of a primordial golden immortal's might. The Thousand Threads Empress and the Deadwood Patriarch, who faced my divine power directly, have indeed been entirely buried within the eternal void of Taiyin, their forms and spirits extinguished, their true essences obliterated by the lunar cycle, leaving no chance for return. Xianyu paused for a moment. However, the grasshopper ancestor seems not entirely vanquished. What? Not completely dead? Bai gasped in astonishment. Xianyu refrained from elaborating further, raising his hand in a summoning gesture. The half of the purple star robe, manifesting from the cosmic map, stirred without wind, revealing the intricate illusion of the map before him, where boundless starlight coalesced into the most complex celestial trajectories. Within the image, the scenes of the grasshopper ancestor and the deadwood patriarch being obliterated by the Taiyin burying the world were clearly retraced, like the imprints of pathways inscribed within the celestial map. Rest assured, he shall not escape. In the month of Xian, the celestial map of the stars was unfurled, allowing the divine consciousness to delve into the river of time and observe alternate timelines, thereby deducing the whereabouts of the ancient locust ancestor. Moments later, Xianyu retracted the celestial map. To his astonishment, the audacity to conceal oneself within the 100 Herbs Valley, playing a game of darkness beneath the lamp. In a sudden flash of starlight, Xianyu grasped Bai and vanished from sight. The next instant, they appeared at the fringes of the 100 Herbs Market, before a humble grass hut that initially sold postnatal rice. Behind the stall, a golden immortal cultivator with the head of a locust was meticulously arranging a few spirit herbs. His actions seemingly ordinary, yet deep within his compound eyes lay a repressed terror and profound stillness. My locust companion, it appears there is no innate rice as you claimed in the depths of the 100 Herbs Valley. The locust cultivator collapsed to the ground, trembling like chaff. His voice hoarse and shrill. Please spare my life, Senior. I should not have deceived you. The innate rice is with me. I am willing to offer everything, including all my possessions. The locust quivered, retrieving all spiritual roots and treasures from his bosom, including the innate rice. Your prowess is extraordinary. Might I inquire how you managed to escape? The locust cultivator, who sold rice, had evidently transformed into an early-stage Deluo. No, it would be more accurate to say he had fallen to the early-stage Deluo from a higher realm. Such a feat could not merely be attributed to a common possession-snatching technique. The ancient locust ancestor found it challenging to articulate, as it involved his fundamental secrets. Very well, since you are reluctant to speak, I shall take matters into my own hands. Before his words had fully faded, Xianyu pointed his finger like a sword, directing it towards the prostrate locust cultivator. A beam of divine light from the dark moon penetrated the ancient locust's head, aiming directly at his soul's essence. Buzz. The locust cultivator's head drooped, consciousness slipping away. When he awoke, he would become a lifeless entity, devoid of spirit and intellect, yet still possessing life. With the enhancement of Xianyu's cultivation, this dark moonlight was wielded with increasing finesse, capable not only of assaulting the soul, but also of probing or erasing the consciousness of living beings. This ancient locust ancestor was indeed a prodigy, having utilized the sinister techniques of the Thousand Threads Lady to evolve a secret method that integrated the entire locust clan within himself, refining countless kin's essences into his being. He alone constituted the clan, as all locust cultivators were him, and he was all locust cultivators. Should the ancient locust ancestor be slain, the residual clan would automatically transform into a new ancient locust ancestor. This technique was undeniably astonishing. Amidst Xianyu's astonishment, he felt grateful he hadn't dispatched him directly. Otherwise, in the vast wilderness, where would one find another small locust? Given this, let him be eternally sealed within the realm of stars. Xianyu raised his hand, forming a seal, as the mystical dark moon script materialized, gradually enveloping the body of the ancient locust. The surface of his insect form was swiftly covered by a layer of translucent jade, shimmering with starlight, ultimately transforming into a lifelike jade sculpture of a locust. With a sweep of his robe, he collected this jade sculpture, imbued with immense energy, into the celestial map of stars. The sculpture soared directly to the base of the celestial star tree, landing steadily beside the Three Glories divine water pool. The roots of the celestial tree, sensing the purity of the nourishing essence, instinctively entwined themselves upwards. Threads of starlight and vital energy were gradually extracted, merging into the trunk and nurturing the entire celestial expanse. The shattered fragments of stars, which had been damaged in the previous battle, began to mend at an accelerated pace. Rejuvenated by this pure source, the fractured cores of stars recoalesced, and the dim starlight slowly rekindled. Much like the algae beneath the moonlit pool, this exquisite sculpture of a locust became an eternal cornerstone beneath the celestial tree, silently atoning for its grave transgressions with its primordial essence, while nourishing the celestial sanctum forged by the Xianyu. Bai Yi observed in awe, his spirit swaying with a mix of reverence for his teacher's formidable prowess and an acute awareness of the immutable laws of retribution. Let us proceed. Xian Yu's voice pulled Bai Yi back from his reverie. We shall head straight for Mount Wanshou. The master and disciple transformed once more into starlight, soaring towards the northwest, leaving behind a multitude of hidden gazes in the marketplace, rendered mute by trepidation. Chapter 50. The message from Yuan Ti. The majestic Wanshou Mountain and the fiery Huoyun Mountain are adjacent to each other, their energies intertwined. After traversing the complex terrain of the 100 Herb Valley, less than 100 light years remain until the borders of Wanshou Mountain. If the star Kuan were to exert itself fully, it could arrive within a century. However, having consumed the enigmatic flower butterfly, the fierce beast's bloodline clashed with the essence of the stars, leaving it in a deep slumber beneath the star tree, immersed in the three-light, divine water pool. Unable to awaken for the time being. Master, allow me to take the reins this time. Bai Yi volunteered, forming a spell with his hands. A concentrated mass of metallic cloud energy surged beneath his feet, though not as expansive as the star Kuan, which could obscure the sky and travel vast distances in an instant. It was nonetheless stable and swift as the wind. Xian Yu nodded, stepping onto the cloud's crest. Bai Yi cautiously channeled his magical power, parting the turbulent winds as they soared steadily northwest. Below them, the primordial land unfurled like a splendid tapestry, with undulating mountains and rivers flowing like ribbons. The vibrant energies mingled with a hazy glow, and occasionally, the sounds of cultivators clashing echoed, with blood surging in the air, a testament to the ferocity of their battles, likely those who practiced the thousand threads lady's methods. Xian Yu stood with his hands clasped behind him atop the cloud, his gaze seemingly calm as it swept over the landscape below. Yet his heart was tumultuous as a stormy sea. The malevolent techniques of the thousand threads lady within the 100 Herb Valley, along with the peculiar secret arts of the locust ancestor, clung to his mind like a parasite. Such venomous and ruthless methods, aimed at devouring true spirits and vengeful souls, could not be dismissed with mere enlightenment. The source of this malevolence subtly pointed towards the lurking figure of the demonic ancestor, Luo Hu, who thrived on chaos. Yet, where was the evidence? From the soul-searching insights, it appeared that the memories of the thousand threads lady and her associates were shrouded in chaos. Devoid of any direct intervention by Luo Hu, this seemed more like a malignant growth, nurtured by their inherent racial traits within a specific environment, such as the tumultuous 100 Herb Valley. To accuse Luo Hu without substantiation not only lacked credibility, but could also provoke a more insidious scheme from that ancient demon. Should he inform Yuan Ti? Xian Yu unconsciously rubbed the scarlet feather gifted by Yuan Ti within his sleeve. The contraction of the Phoenix clan's influence to this extent, with the gathering of scattered cultivators in the 100 Herb Valley, was likely a tacit strategy approved or even encouraged by the Phoenix clan as a buffer. Did the elders responsible for this area within the clan possess knowledge of the situation? Were they already subverted? As his thoughts whirled, weighing the pros and cons, the feather in his hand emitted a radiant crimson light. Buzz! The scarlet feather suddenly grew hot, breaking free from Xian Yu's sleeve. It spun in the air, flames surging forth, transforming in an instant into a miniature pelican, no larger than a fist, its entire body ablaze with fiery red. This lively little pelican, with its small, glimmering eyes, flapped its short wings and hovered before Xian Yu. With a wide mouth, Yuan Ti's boisterous voice boomed, "Ha! Xian Yu, to what delightful place have you journeyed? Why have you not sent back any word? Have you been ensnared by some celestial maiden? It is merely a fortunate stumble into a premier cave of wonders, resulting in a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Dao." Listening to Xian Yu's nonchalant recounting, the little pelican widened its eyes in disbelief. Xian Yu gazed at the comical little creature, struggling to suppress a smile. "Brother Yuan Shi, is this truly your form before your rebirth? Indeed. What do you think? Isn't it incredibly imposing?" Yuan Shi opened its beak wide, mimicking a grand gesture of devouring the world, with a hint of envy in its tone. "Ha! Truly imposing, exceedingly so." Xian Yu's mind wandered to the memory of a zoo in a past life, where a pelican devoured its colleague, and he finally succumbed to laughter. "What's the matter? Why so amused?" Yuan Shi tilted its head, looking curiously at Xian Yu, then glanced back at Bai Yi, who was diligently riding the clouds, bewildered. All right, it's nothing." Xian Yu felt a sense of relief wash over his previous turmoil. He flicked his fingers, sending a beam of light into the pelican, conveying the information he had gathered. "I have just emerged from a loose cultivator market known as Herb Valley at the foothills of Firecloud Mountain." Upon receiving the information, the fiery pelican's eyes glimmered with a sharp red light. "Herb Valley? That place is currently managed by loose cultivators, a chaotic mix. Have you encountered trouble on your journey? By the way, where's that large, plump fish? The little pelican settled on Xian Yu's shoulder, scrutinizing the clouds beneath him, as they typically traveled aboard the Star Coin. A few rogue cultivators practicing dark arts ambushed us. The Star Coin swallowed a mid-staged Luo's illusory butterfly and fell into a deep slumber. Xian Yu slowly recounted the characteristics of the dark arts employed by Qian Si Nyang and her companions, their coordinated assault, and the eventual outcome. Deliberately omitting his suspicions regarding the Luo Ho demon sect, emphasizing instead the malevolence of their methods which feast upon true souls, generating boundless karma. These loose cultivators indeed employ ruthless and sinister tactics, uncharacteristic of the righteous path. Their origins are likely nefarious. The pelican narrowed its eyes, Yuan Qi's voice turning grave, imbued with a sense of lethal intent. To employ such despicable methods, consuming vengeful souls, generates boundless karma. This is tantamount to self-destruction. Such abominations deserve eradication without mercy. The affairs of the loose cultivators in Herb Valley are overseen by another elder of our clan named Chiyu. He initially intended to recruit these loose cultivators into the Phoenix clan to replenish our battle losses. Yet, that individual is indeed somewhat hasty and profit-driven, fixating only on those of exceptional cultivation, likely neglecting proper vetting and allowing these filth to infiltrate. I am aware of this matter and shall address it with Chiyu subsequently. Upon hearing Yuan Qi's declaration, Xian Yu's heart settled. Did you send a message, Brother Dao? Is there something amiss? The fiery pelican flapped its wings and flew before Xian Yu. Ah, quite the coincidence. I have been dispatched by the clan leader to visit White Tiger Ridge to pay a call on the new clan leader Jin Bing, and to inquire about your journey. I plan to make a trip to Mount Wanshou. Mount Wanshou? The pelican's beak opened and closed, clearly astonished. What a coincidence. The White Tiger Ridge lies not far west of Mount Wanshou. Therefore, shall we not convene at the borders of Mount Wanshou? We could venture to the White Tiger clan together, providing companionship along the way, thus sparing you and your disciple from the solitude of your journey. Upon hearing the mention of the White Tiger clan, Bai Yi, who was riding on clouds nearby, perked up his ears in interest. Xian Yu, sensing Bai Yi's enthusiasm, consented to the proposal, for their original intent was to explore the vast wilderness, and a journey to the west would indeed be delightful. Chapter 51. The frenzied Bai Sha elder Yuan Ti mentioned earlier that the new chieftain of the White Tiger clan is the Watchman. But what of Bai Sha? Where has he gone? The fiery red pelican turned its head, its small green eyes gazing at Bai Yi, and then let out a complex sigh. Alas, that rascal Bai Sha is truly a ruthless character, a genuine fool. The pelican flapped its small wings, landing firmly atop Bai Yi's head. On that fateful day in the Fire Cloud battlefield, he was outmaneuvered by the old mudfish Meng Zhang, severely wounded by my ancestor. And after barely managing to return to White Tiger Ridge, he hastily settled his clan and passed the chieftain's position to the Watchman. And then, lo and behold, Yuan Ti's voice suddenly rose, imbued with an indescribable mix of admiration and helplessness. He then single-handedly, dragging his half-damaged body, circumvented Mount Shumi and charged straight towards the West Sea Dragon Palace. What a fierce blaze of wrath. The West Sea Dragon Palace was thrown into chaos, with countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals perishing and the dragon offspring wailing across the fields. The West Sea Dragon King Ao Run was driven to the brink, finding no refuge in the heavens or the earth, with half of his dragon scales torn away, nearly ripped apart. Truly, it was a roar of the tiger across the West Sea, with dragon blood staining the waves. The pelican spoke with fervor, as if witnessing that earth-shattering revenge firsthand. Ultimately, the ancient ancestor of dragons was compelled, from countless light years away, to forcibly borrow the fortune of the West Sea Dragon clan to manifest an avatar, intervening to save Ao Run's life. Bai Sha indeed reached the limits of his strength, enduring through injuries as he charged forth, only to be struck down by the enraged avatar of the ancestral dragon, left half dead. The pelican's voice grew somber. Fortunately, the golden Qilin of the Qilin clan, the elder Jin Lin who had accompanied us to the Fire Cloud battlefield, arrived just in time, realizing something was amiss with Bai Sha's decision to abdicate. The primordial Qilin quickly sensed the danger and sent Jin Lin to find him. Upon arrival, Jin Lin summoned the illusory form of the primordial Qilin using the Qilin cauldron, blocking the ancestral dragon's attack and rescuing the barely alive Bai Sha. Wait, did this occur before the signing of the Long Han list? No. It was tens of thousands of years after the signing of the Long Han list. Now it was Xian Yu and Bai Yi's turn to be astonished. No. Has he gone mad? Indeed, The West Sea Dragon King never anticipated that immediately after signing the Longhan list, a Hunyuan Golden Immortal would come to strike him down. And a proponent of the Longhan list at that. The little pelican stretched its wings with effort, barely reaching its beak, covering its mouth with a smile. Clearly, it took delight in the misfortunes of the West Sea Dragon clan, considering that it was the self-proclaimed West Sea Dragon King who had initially come to massacre them. Xian Yu's curiosity was piqued. She had no idea such significant events had transpired during her seclusion in the Fire Cloud Cave. So, does this mean Bai Sha was punished by the will of heaven? Naturally, had it not been for the heavenly tribulation, Bai Sha would have had to divert his attention to resist it, and Ao Run, being at the Great Luo level, would have been swiftly slain by the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Bai Yi remained silent, while Xian Yu began to feel sympathy for the reckless fool. And what happened afterward? After Jin Lin summoned the illusory primordial Qilin to block the ancestral dragon's assault, the three parties observed the thunderous pool in the sky growing increasingly perilous, and dared not provoke the heavenly path any further, promptly ceasing their hostilities. After the departure of the ancestor dragon, Jin Lin accompanied the barely breathing Bai Sha to the Feng clan to offer a sincere apology. Aware of his impulsive actions that led to an egregious calamity by attacking the Feng clan, Bai Sha voluntarily proposed to relinquish his position as clan leader, in a bid to stabilize the alliance between the beast and bird tribes, and to provide the Feng clan with a satisfactory resolution. He chose to suppress the fiery calamity of 10 Yuan meetings in the everlasting volcano as atonement. Suppress the fire calamity, Bai exclaimed in shock. He had heard from his teacher about the terrifying nature of the fire calamity at the mouth of the everlasting volcano. Any being below the Great Luo would perish upon contact, and even a Great Luo Golden Immortal, without special techniques or treasures for protection, would struggle to withstand its corrosive and incendiary force for long. Although Bai Sha possessed the essence of chaos, he was already gravely injured. This Bai Sha truly is a formidable individual. Indeed, the pelican paused, his tone imbued with deep respect. Our clan leader, seeing his plight, voluntarily took a step back, forgiving his transgressions and promising that the bird and beast tribes would forge a lasting alliance. However, there is no need for excessive concern. While the mouth of the everlasting volcano is perilous, it is also a place of fortune, otherwise our clan would not have regarded it as our ancestral land. The pelican shook his large head. Thus, my visit to the White Tiger Ridge is primarily to convey our safety to the new clan leader. Xian Yu remained silent for a moment before speaking. Since you must pass by Wanshou Mountain, let us rendezvous on its western side, as you suggest. Very well. The fiery pelican flapped its wings. I possess the Wudong order, so I should not be too late. Wanshou Mountain is a place of exceptional spirit and rich earth veins, rumored to harbor many treasures. You might as well scout for any delectable creatures or fruits. Let us meet at the foot of Wanshou Mountain. As the words fell, the fire-red pelican, transformed from feathers, shimmered with crimson radiance, its form swiftly dissipating into a flurry of light, ultimately becoming a delicate crimson feather that gently landed back in Xian Yu's palm, still warm. Centuries later, Xian Yu gazed toward the northwestern horizon. Within the depths of the cloud haze, the silhouette of a majestic divine mountain, shrouded in auspicious mists, gradually became discernible. The mountain's contours were as robust as a slumbering dragon, brimming with vitality akin to a boundless ocean. The energy of the earth surged upward, faintly forming a cascade of mysterious yellow and jade-like jewels, enveloped in an indescribable, profound aura that isolated itself from the clamor of the world, creating a realm of its own. From a lofty vantage point, one could observe the various tribes of beasts nestled within the mountainous expanse, their ancestral grounds adorned with statues or banners of the Qilin, clearly venerating the Qilin clan as their sovereign. With a subtle shift in thought, Xian Yu restrained his aura and, accompanied by Bai Yi, transformed into ordinary wandering cultivators, casually stepping into the periphery of the Wanshou mountain range. Before long, the master and disciple encountered a tranquil valley, nestled against the mountains and waters. Scattered throughout the valley were intricately woven circular huts made of spiritual wood branches and soft grass stalks, alongside vast fields brimming with life, cultivating plump carrots and jade-like alfalfa. Groups of snow-white mountain hares, with lively eyes, either frolicked playfully or sat in serene meditation, embodying a harmonious coexistence with nature. This place was the domain of the moon-hidden rabbit tribe, affiliated with the Qilin clan. The arrival of Xian Yu and Bai Yi stirred a modicum of excitement. A few robust rabbit demons, tasked with vigilance, perked up their long ears, their ruby-like eyes scrutinizing the two visitors, whose serene yet unfathomable presence evoked a sense of intrigue. Shortly thereafter, An elderly rabbit, his beard flecked with gray and leaning upon a spiritwood cane, emerged from a throng of youthful rabbits. His transformation was not entirely complete, as he deliberately retained his elongated ears and three-parted mouth. Yet, his gaze exuded the wisdom of ages coupled with a hint of respectful caution. Esteemed elders, my apologies for not extending a proper welcome. The old patriarch spoke gently, his long ears slightly drooping, his demeanor exceedingly humble. While he could not discern the depth of Xian Yu's cultivation, he could certainly perceive Bai Yi's prowess, which was evidently in the late stages of Tai, and his foundation was remarkably solid. It was apparent that the other individual must be a formidable figure of Deluo. May I inquire what brings you esteemed elders to our humbly Weiying Valley? Xian Yu replied with a faint smile, clasping his hands in salutation, his tone warm and inviting. The patriarch is too kind. My disciple and I have journeyed here and are enchanted by the enchanting elegance of Wanshou Mountain. However, as newcomers, we are not well versed in the customs of this place, and we seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, the old rabbit patriarch's vigilance lessened somewhat, and he promptly stepped aside to invite them in. You honor us with your presence. Please, come inside for tea and further discussion. Chapter 52. Entering the Longevity Mountain, the venerable patriarch graciously invited the group into his cavernous abode, which also served as the assembly hall for the clan. At the center of this grand hall stood a magnificent statue of the primordial Qilin, exuding an aura of majesty and solemnity. The attendees took their seats around a stone table, where an agile little rabbit presented delicate tea infused with spiritual flowers, its fragrance wafting gently and refreshing the senses. After savoring a cup of the ethereal tea, Xian Yu directly inquired about the particulars of Longevity Mountain. Upon hearing her question, the elder's eyes flickered with a glimmer of nostalgia. In the years prior to the establishment of the three clans, this place was renowned for its abundant spiritual energy, attracting numerous formidable forces vying for its dominion, resulting in considerable turmoil and bloodshed. Fierce clans like the Earth-Splitting Beast and the Howling Moon Wolf clashed violently here, shaking the very foundations of the mountain and nearly damaging the spiritual veins. Fortunately, the ancestral figure of the Qilin clan, the primordial Qilin, personally intervened. With unparalleled powers, he subdued the warring factions and quelled the discord. The esteemed ruler, recognizing that Longevity Mountain was a treasure bestowed by the cosmos and not the exclusive domain of any single clan, established regulations based on the size and strength of each lineage, allocating the peripheral resources of Longevity Mountain for their respective sustenance. He gestured towards the undulating mountains beyond the valley. The Moonshadow Rabbit clan, for instance, was granted this serene valley to thrive, required only to periodically offer a modest tribute of spiritual herbs and flora, while adhering to the edicts set forth by the Qilin clan. As for the core region, it was designated as a realm without a master, clearly stating that it was a gift from the heavens, not the property of the Qilin clan. Any cultivator from any direction, should they possess the fortune, could enter and explore in search of their own opportunities and fortunes. The Qilin clan would neither obstruct nor provide protection, whether one encounters fortune or misfortune, success or failure, all depended on one's own destiny and capabilities. Understanding dawned upon Xian Yu, and she nodded slightly. The actions of the primordial Qilin not only showcased the Qilin clan's dominion over the primal beasts of the wilderness, but also harmonized with the principle of the heavenly way, offering a glimmer of opportunity to all beings, a truly astute maneuver. Upon learning of Xian Yu's desire to traverse Longevity Mountain, the elder further elaborated on some of the wonders found deep within its confines. The depths of Longevity Mountain were replete with opportunities, countless spiritual roots, and precious stones. Many years prior, a cultivator from the Xian immortal realm ventured into the mountain in search of treasure, inadvertently stumbling upon a secret realm. Upon his emergence, he inexplicably experienced a significant extension of his lifespan, nearly matching that of the heavens. Since then, others have entered the mountain in search of fortune, occasionally returning with increased longevity due to serendipitous encounters, and thus the mountain earned its name, Longevity Mountain. Increase in lifespan. Could it be that the fragrance of the ginseng fruit was fortuitously wafting through the air? Xian Yu mused quietly, yet remained somewhat perplexed. After all, treasures like the ginseng fruit, being roots of the earth, were typically protected by the heavenly way. How could an ordinary person encounter them so easily? Especially someone like the unrefined Kalami, who had yet to attain the golden immortal stage. Do you know what it is that causes such an increase in lifespan? That remains uncertain. Each year, many seek treasure within the mountain, yet none have truly discovered it. At this moment, the world was brimming with spiritual energy, and cultivators were not particularly fervent in their pursuit of longevity. There were numerous substances capable of extending life, and moreover, once one ascended to the golden immortal level, they could naturally align their lifespan with that of the heavens. Thus, beings of the golden immortal rank and above are generally reluctant to invest considerable time in the pursuit of treasures that extend lifespan. As for those below the golden immortal, their insufficient abilities render such quests nearly impossible. If the fabled ginseng fruit tree truly exists, only those with destiny can hope to behold it. What prominent clans govern the periphery of Mount Wanshou? As Xianyu intends to enter the mountain for matters of importance, it is only prudent to gather intelligence on the surrounding powers. The old man, lacking in capability, had never ventured to the other side of Mount Wanshou and possessed scant knowledge. No matter, my friend, please speak candidly. It is said that to the west lies a formidable clan of celestial horses, while to the east, the earth-shattering beasts reign supreme. To the north, the howling moon wolves are the fiercest, and to the south, the influence of the spirit-horn deer clan is most potent. The old chieftain stroked his few silver whiskers and lowered his voice further. There is one matter you must be aware of, esteemed elder. Recently, various strong clans, such as the earth-shattering beasts, howling moon wolves, and spirit-horn deer clan, have been preparing to enter the mountain together in search of treasures. It is rumored that a century ago, deep within Mount Wanshou, ethereal rays of light appeared, lingering for years and exuding a fragrant aroma for miles, likely signaling the emergence of a rare spiritual root or treasure. Fearing that a direct assault for the treasure would incite bloodshed and contravene the laws of the Qilin clan, these factions have agreed to delineate territories and enter the mountain together, allowing each to seize opportunities as they arise. Xianyu contemplated the core of Mount Wanshou and the radiant light, suspecting it might be an omen of the ginseng fruit's ripening. Should this be the case, both he and Bai Yi would be in for a delightful fortune. His gaze swept over the small rabbits standing nearby, noting the faint lunar patterns shimmering upon their pointed ears, stirring an intrigue within him. With a flick of his sleeve, a jade vial silently landed upon the stone table. The vial, translucent and ethereal, contained a mist of lunar dew that swirled like liquid starlight, emanating a cold, Taoist aura. The flora within the hall responded to this energy, visibly sprouting new buds at an astonishing pace. This was the lunar dew, greatly beneficial to living beings. Xianyu recalled the old chieftain mentioning that they were known as moonshadow rabbits, which hinted at their connection to the Yin Star. Suddenly, a small white rabbit, hiding behind the old chieftain, could not restrain itself and let out a soft exclamation. Its three-part mouth opened unconsciously, and its round, crimson eyes were glued to the jade vial, while its long ears stood rigid with anticipation. Another, bolder rabbit, could not resist reaching out with its forepaw, only to retract it quickly under the chieftain's stern gaze, emitting a faint gurgling sound in its throat. Upon witnessing Xianyu's offering, the old chieftain's eyes widened in astonishment. This gift was of immense significance to the Moonshadow Rabbit clan, and he felt a deep yearning arising from the core of his being, causing him to grasp his staff tightly. To Xianyu's surprise, the chieftain took a deep breath and slowly pushed the vial back. Esteemed elder, your generosity is overwhelming. I, a humble old man, cannot accept such a gift. He trembled as he rose, suddenly bowing deeply in a gesture of profound respect, his voice laden with earnest supplication. Should you show compassion, might you allow a young one from my clan, Shadow, to accompany you as an attendant? This child possesses an innate affinity for the Yin, with exceptional talent. Keeping him within the clan would indeed be a waste. The chieftain drew forth a rabbit whose fur resembled frost and whose pupils gleamed like silver moons, precisely the one Xianyu had previously observed. Xianyu's gaze swept across the moonshadow rabbit known as Ying, who, despite its youth, had already attained the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, an admirable accomplishment. Upon closer inspection, the moonshadow rabbit radiated a purity of lunar essence that far surpassed that of its kin, possessing an ethereal grace. However, Xianyu had grown accustomed to tranquility. Having Bai Yi by his side was sufficient, and the presence of additional attendants felt rather uncomfortable. The fateful connection had yet to manifest. With a flick of his sleeve, Xianyu rose, leaving the jade vial on the stone table untouched, thereby declining the elder patriarch's request. A fleeting glimmer of regret flashed in Ying's eyes, only to vanish in an instant. As if she would willingly abandon her kin to serve as an attendant. Let this jade vial be accepted by you, dear Taoist, as a token of gratitude for conveying the tidings of Wanshou Mountain. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a gentle breeze swept past the master and disciple, dissolving like moonlight in the morning mist, leaving only the jade vial on the stone table, exuding its ethereal glow. The elder patriarch paused momentarily, then sighed deeply, handing the vial to Ying. Little Ying, I fear I may never have the opportunity to break through to the Great Luo realm in this lifetime, but you still hold hope. The Moonshadow Rabbit clan must produce a Great Luo. I wish to seek a place for you to venture into the mountains in search of treasures with the Lingjiao Deer clan. You must accompany them on our behalf. That esteemed elder has expressed an interest in treasure hunting in the mountains. Perhaps fortune will favor you. The elder patriarch's discerning eyes gleamed. He could sense that this being, capable of casually presenting such extraordinary treasures, was undoubtedly a formidable ally for the Moonshadow Rabbit clan. Chapter 53. The Return of Kuan Yuan. Deep within Mount Wanshou, ancient trees obscure the sky, blocking the sunlight and moonlight. The dense spiritual energy coalesces into a milky white mist, flowing slowly through the dim forest, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. Xianyu leads by to a relatively expansive vantage point, raising his hand to calculate. The celestial map of the cosmos unfurls before him, with streams of starry brilliance flowing across the purple-golden scroll. The shadows of 365 primary stars flicker and dance, evolving into intricate trajectories. Indeed, Mount Wanshou is a paradise of the immortal realm. It lies to the east of Mount Buzhou and connects to Mount Xumi in the west, serving as a pivotal hub for the spiritual currents of the west, blessed by the primordial heavenly path, with fortunes extending endlessly and spiritual caverns as numerous as the stars. Standing beside Xianyu, Bai rises on his toes, curiously observing the results of his teacher's calculations. Master, with so many treasure caverns, if we explore them one by one, won't we take an eternity? With a wave of his sleeve, Xianyu dissipates the faint starlight. The location of the supreme innate spiritual root must be a unique and unparalleled treasure site within Mount Wanshou. We shall focus on the most significant ones. After borrowing a wisp of breath from the Hongjun Dao, Xianyu produces some laurel branches and leaves, remnants from when he had previously cultivated laurel saplings amidst the starry sky. The ginseng fruit tree, along with the laurel, is among the 10 great innate spiritual roots of the primordial era. One symbolizes the essence of earth, while the other represents the moon. There may well be a connection between the two, as Xianyu intertwines the essences of both with the star map. 3 luminous points suddenly ignite within the hazy shadows representing Mount Wanshou, distributed in a triadic formation, their brilliance flowing and revealing hidden treasures. Heaven, earth, and humanity, 3 treasure caverns. Xianyu's gaze sweeps across the star map. The position representing heaven is the most precious, that of earth is the most substantial, and humanity is the most spiritual. From this map, the heavenly position should be the core of Mount Wanshou, a convergence of fortunes, sheltered by the heavenly path, difficult to pinpoint precisely, only generally located deep in the west. Shall we first explore the earth and humanity positions? Xianyu suggested, indicating the nearest luminous point on the map, which radiated a profound and weighty light, marking the earth treasure cavern. The spiritual root we seek is known as the ginseng fruit tree, belonging to the earth element, and its presence in the earth treasure cavern is highly probable. The humanity treasure cavern is more unpredictable, fraught with potential disputes. We can investigate that later. Bai recalled the information provided by the elder of the moon hidden rabbit clan and suddenly understood what his teacher meant by disputes. In other words, venturing to the humanity treasure cavern now might lead to encounters with other beast clans also seeking treasures. Indeed, Xianyu nodded. With a sweep of his robe, the celestial star map transformed into flowing light and vanished into his Dao robe. He took Bai along, becoming an ethereal breeze, following the trajectory laid out by the star map, merging into the vast forest. Along the way, they sensed several strong waves of energy, clear and peaceful, most likely belonging to the Lingjiao Deer clan, as they were stealthily traversing through their territory. After several millennia, Xianyu and Bai finally arrived beneath a colossal cliff resembling a tortoise in repose. The cliff stands like a screen, isolating the interior from the exterior. Below, the depths are shrouded in darkness, permeated by a heavy, leaden atmosphere that exudes a palpable sense of oppression. Gazing around, one perceives the earth's essence here as thick and suffocating, a yellowish haze enveloping the surroundings, with bare rocks exposed and the occasional clusters of pines adorning the landscape. Teacher, this place seems devoid of vitality compared to others. It hardly resembles a land of celestial blessings. Let us proceed and investigate further. Xianyu and Bai approached the base of the cliff, where they discovered a naturally formed narrow fissure, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. A layer of nearly imperceptible, yet incredibly resilient yellowish light membrane sealed the entrance securely. How? As Bai drew near, an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain bore down upon him, causing him to stumble and fall, mouth full of dirt, unable to rise for quite some time. Lo CG. Jimin. Xinyu, possessing greater cultivation than Bai Yi, felt as though he bore the weight of a divine mountain upon his shoulders, nearly collapsing as well. Fortunately, having endured the trials of the ninefold gale, his physical form had transcended to a higher realm, allowing him to withstand the pressure and maintain his footing. Taindui, channeling his divine powers. Xianyu conjured an illusory robe, enveloping Bai Yi and shielding him from the crushing gravity, before using a spell to propel him far away. Wait for me outside while I break this formation. Xianyu observed the nameless grand array before him, his eyes shimmering with silver light, the tine eye piercing through the veils of reality. This formation is intriguing. The light membrane was woven from countless intricate yellow runes, swirling and intertwining, harnessing the forces of the entire cliff and the Mount Wanshou, forming an indestructible unity. This array, utilizing the geographical features and ley lines, created a self-sustaining cycle, making it feel as though one bore an immeasurable weight within. No wonder the area was silent, devoid of flora and fauna. Bai Yi landed safely on a crooked pine tree in the distance, spitting out the sand and dust from his mouth, wiping his face clean, and cheering for Xianyu from afar, eager to witness his teacher dismantling this troublesome grand array. Indeed, this array possessed an ominous quality. With its core placed upon the ley lines of Mount Wanshou, any disturbance to the ley lines would surely invite divine retribution. As Xianyu journeyed thus far, he had encountered numerous innate grand arrays, priding himself on his aptitude for formations, yet he found himself momentarily at a loss before this morally binding array. Very well. If it comes to it, I shall simply breach it directly. What is there to fear from mere weighty oppression? Cloaked in an illusory robe, with the celestial diagram of constellations unfurling above him, Xianyu stepped forward toward the fissure. Upon sensing Xianyu's invocation of divine powers, the gravitational pressure intensified several-fold. In this realm, apart from the profound path of Earth, no other pathways existed, and the overwhelming weight seemed intent on thoroughly subduing Xianyu here. Seeing that his teacher chose to confront the array directly rather than dismantle it, Bai Yi's curiosity deepened regarding the origins of this formation and the treasures contained within. He held absolute faith in his teacher. This minuscule array paled in comparison to the grand formation of the fire cloud cave that his teacher had once shattered. Time flows silently, and the weight upon Xuanyue's shoulders continues to increase. The void trembles, as if even space itself is on the verge of being crushed. The burden he bears is comparable to the very essence of Mount Wanshou, and the air within a radius of thousands of miles has long since become stagnant. Even his thoughts are stifled, unable to move. Xianyue takes a deep breath, unwilling to pause, for he knows that once he halts, it will be exceedingly difficult to resume his stride. At last, with a decisive step, Xianyue plunges into the profound chasm. The weight that rivals that of Mount Wanshou suddenly vanishes, and he feels an overwhelming sense of lightness, as if his very spirit is buoyant. What a magnificent Kuan Yuan Guade Song formation! In the days to come, I shall undoubtedly acquire not just one, but 1,000 of such formations for the Yin Star. Contemplating the future guests who dare to breach the Yin Star, facing the combined weight of the myriad celestial bodies in the primordial cosmos, Xianyue cannot help but chuckle to himself. Chapter 54. The Earth Spirit Pearl. The fissure before him was a spatial rift, leading into an extraordinary realm. Upon entering, an incomprehensibly pure essence of Earth surged forth, invigorating the spirit. Before him lay a vast subterranean cavern, its ceiling adorned with countless translucent, earthy yellow stalactites that radiated a gentle luminescence, illuminating the chamber as though it were daylight. At the heart of the cavern, a small pool of crystalline water reflected the brilliance overhead. Suspended directly above the pool was a pearl, the size of a fist, perfectly round and exuding a warmth akin to yellow jade. This pearl rotated slowly, and with each turn, it drew forth the magnificent essence of Earth from the cavern, ebbing and flowing like the tide. Strands of pure Earth spirit energy seeped from the cavern walls, merging into the pearl, which in turn emanated a profound and weighty Dao rhythm, nurturing this space and even the deeper veins of the Earth. The Earth Spirit Pearl? While Xianyu felt a tinge of regret, she was far from disheartened. Rather, she felt a surge of joy. Although she had not discovered the ginseng fruit tree, she had encountered this remarkable treasure. The Earth Spirit Pearl was a congenital spiritual treasure, nurtured over countless ages by the essence of the Mount Wanshou's earth veins, containing the purest source of innate earth. It ranked among the finest congenital spiritual treasures and served as a vital force for suppressing the earth veins and nourishing all living things. It was only natural, after all. The Earth Spirit Pearl was indeed more suited to the treasure-laden earth cavity than the ginseng fruit tree. Xianyu circled the pool, carefully surveying her surroundings. This pool was no ordinary body of water. It was the culmination of eons of mineral essence. Should a golden immortal drink even a sip, they would likely be petrified instantly. A Tai would suffer from the torment of stones, while only a Deluo could wield such a substance. This could indeed be an excellent material for concocting poisons. A sudden spark ignited in Xianyu's mind, and a brilliant idea emerged. What if she used this pool water to brew tea, adding some special spiritual plants, tea leaves? It might very well yield something that could afflict a Deluo with kidney stones. Although it may not necessarily be lethal, it would certainly be repulsive. All these items were treasures, none of them toxic. Even if the Heavenly Dao were to scrutinize them, it might not detect any flaws. Xianyu waved her hand to detach a stalactite and, with a thought, refined it into a storage vial, collecting the pool water entirely. After retrieving the water, her gaze shifted to the Earth Spirit Pearl. This pearl was intricately connected to the mount one shows earth veins, continually nurturing them. To remove it carelessly would be akin to cutting off the very source of this vital essence. Furrowing her brow, Xianyu pondered deeply. Acquiring the treasure was not the challenge, but rather doing so without incurring the wrath of the heavens. After a prolonged contemplation, she finally devised a plan. Raising her hand, she grasped the Earth Spirit Pearl and temporarily cast it into the starry realm. As the Earth Spirit Pearl was removed, the essence of Earth within the cavern instantly fell into disarray, dissipating. The brilliance of the cavern walls dimmed, the stalactites lost their luster, and even faint cracks began to appear. The residual disturbance swiftly spread outward, shaking the entire turtle-shaped mountain, causing rocks to tumble. And the once stable power of the earth veins began to waver. Even the external Kuan Yuan Guizong formation began to dissolve. Indeed, pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry. Xianyu remained composed, retrieving the laurel leaves she had originally used to calculate the treasure site. Between heaven and earth, every sip and peck follows a predetermined course. The humble Taoist has taken this precious pearl, replacing it with a sprig of laurel to suppress the treasure cave, harmonizing the overly dense soil of this land, allowing the 5 elements to converge and life to flourish, thus fulfilling the cycle of cause and effect. However, this laurel branch is merely 3 inches long. It seems unwise to plant it directly. Contemplating this, Xianyu manifested a vast expanse of merit-laden golden clouds, from which a substantial beam of golden light surged forth, akin to the Milky Way pouring back, crashing into the laurel branch. Buzz, nourished by this merit, the laurel branch erupted into an unprecedented brilliance, becoming translucent as if infused with a silvery liquid flowing within, exuding a rich vitality and the essence of moonlight, almost solidifying into form. Gradually, tender green shoots began to sprout, emanating a gentle yet resilient energy of the Yin wood, subtly resonating with the earthy essence of the cave. Where earth nurtures wood, and Yin and Yang intertwine, Xianyu guided the laurel branch to the center of a desiccated pool, retrieving a handful of spiritual soil from the celestial realm and mounding it in the pool's center. The laurel branch sensed the presence of the spiritual soil and immediately developed roots, extending its branches. The earth's veins, recognizing the laurel sprig, began to redirect the nutrients originally destined for the soil spirit pearl to the laurel sprig. After receiving this nourishment, the laurel sprig grew rapidly, its roots reaching further into the earth's veins, establishing stability. Additional water was necessary. Xianyu flicked a finger, sending a small portion of the 3 light divine water, blended with moonlight dew, into the pool, replacing the original essence of rock and mineral. The rich moonlight radiance and the vitality of the Yin wood, nourished by the 3 light divine water, began to flow into the land, gently compensating for the void left by the departed soil spirit pearl. Seeing that everything had stabilized and the earth's veins remained intact, Xianyu finally felt at ease, conjuring a thought to exit this realm and return to the fisher's edge. Master, what just happened? The ground shook violently. Bai Yi hurried over. Nothing of consequence, merely the effects of taking the treasure, Xianyu replied, waving a hand to set up a grand lunar concealment array, centering it on the laurel sprig and the earth's veins, cloaking an area of 10,000 miles to prevent this newly sprouted laurel from being destroyed. A treasure? Is there no ginseng fruit tree? It's merely a small secret realm, hiding a congenital spiritual treasure, Xianyu explained to Bai Yi as they transformed into a gust of wind and swiftly departed. Simultaneously, within the celestial realm of the cosmic star map, as Xianyu concluded all matters, the soil spirit pearl seemed to shed some invisible restraint. Akin to a weary bird returning home, without needing Xianyu's prompting, It transformed into a streak of yellow light, soaring directly toward the towering cosmic star tree. Buzz! The yellow light merged into the root of the star tree, where the power of the stars coalesced into the earth. In an instant, the starry world trembled. Endless pure essence of earth surged forth from the soil spirit pearl, rapidly evolving and expanding beneath the star tree. The original starry earth became denser, heavier, and expanded swiftly, transforming into a truly vast yellow continent. Upon the vast expanse of the continent, the shadowy silhouettes of mountains rise majestically, while the meandering rivers reveal their intricate pathways. The air is suffused with the profound and stable essence of the earth. The celestial trees, bathed in the quintessence of the earth, stretch their branches and leaves with exuberance. As the myriad starlight cascades down, merging harmoniously with the earth's vitality. Beneath the trees, the sacred pool of the three luminaries divides into a flowing river, shimmering with reflected light, nurturing the diverse spiritual roots and celestial blooms that have taken root here. Epimedium, plantigo, honeysuckle, mugwort, along with the numerous spiritual plants collected by Xianyu, are now imbued with the combined nourishment of stellar radiance and the earth's rich soil, exuding vitality and brilliance. The many stars in the celestial realm above have also been further refined by the path of earth brought forth by the earth spirit pearl, becoming increasingly profound, with the starlight shining ever more resplendently. The interplay among the stars, the earth, the sacred waters, and the spiritual roots has forged a magnificent and perfect cycle, enhancing one another and elevating the very foundation of the celestial world to unprecedented heights. The stability of the space has strengthened, the laws have become more refined, and the concentration of spiritual energy has surged dramatically. Xianyu, sensing the transformative changes within the celestial realm and the pure power that nourishes her, finally reveals a hint of satisfaction in her gaze. Although she did not acquire the coveted ginseng fruit this time, the harvest of the earth spirit pearl has significantly bolstered the foundation of the celestial world, an experience truly beyond words. Chapter 55. The gathering storm. Centuries have passed, and the spiritual essence beneath the Xiangui cliff has long since returned to normalcy. The fallen stones and soil are now adorned with blooming flowers and shrubs, while vines have entwined much of the cliff face. A spiritual root resembling a laurel tree emerges from a crevice at the cliff's base, low and humble, barely concealing the stone fissure. Chattering birds build their nests in the cypress trees, and squirrels hide among the treetops, nibbling on pine nuts. What was once a desolate cliff is now teeming with life. Suddenly, swift beams of light dart through the air, landing before the cliff. These are the Ling Jiao deer clan, who have journeyed for centuries to arrive here. Leading them is an elder, his antlers gnarled and marked with the lines of time, dressed in simple linen garments. Exuding a profound aura, he is Mu Jiao Gong, the esteemed elder of the Ling Jiao deer clan. Following closely behind him are several formidable deer warriors, each adorned with shimmering antlers, their eyes sharp as blades as they survey the base of the Xiangui cliff. Among the deer, a particularly petite figure stands out. She is a member of the Yuan rabbit clan, quietly trailing at the rear of the group. Throughout the journey, she has remained silent, her silver moon-like eyes swiftly scanning every inch of the land, her delicate nose twitching slightly. How could there be nothing at all? In the midst of the group, a tall and imposing deer strides forward, using his mental prowess to scan the surroundings repeatedly. With such a commotion earlier, how could there be no remnants left behind? Decades prior, Mu Jiao Gong and his companions had sensed disturbances emanating from the direction of the Xiangui cliff, believing it to herald the emergence of a spiritual treasure. Thus they hastened with their kin from thousands of miles away. The elder recalled the clan leader's words. There exists a formidable innate formation near the Xiangui cliff, one that poses a risk even to those in the late stages of Daoyuo. This cliff is not a secret between the Ling Jiao deer clan and the neighboring Lai Dipai clan. Regrettably, neither clan leader possesses the strength to withstand the immense pressure of the formation, delaying their breakthrough to obtain the treasures within. Mu Jiao Gong's gaze fixed upon the postnatal laurel tree, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Perhaps out of reluctance, he raised his hand to perform a gesture, sending forth a beam of emerald spiritual light from the tips of his antlers, probing into the crevice, only to find nothing within. Humph! The formation here has been breached, and the precious treasures have undoubtedly been taken by someone. The tall deer, filled with anger, spoke out, his gaze directed towards the east, clearly implying something. The strength of an innate formation is often linked to the quality of the treasures it guards. Such a formidable formation would certainly attract those willing to disrupt established norms. Elder, this Xiangui cliff lies within our territory, and the treasures inside naturally belong to the Ling Jiao deer clan, declared a fair-skinned young deer, stepping forward, his voice brimming with indignation. It must surely be those greedy Lai Pai. Only they would dare to recklessly covet the opportunities within our domain. You speak truly. Lu Qi, echoed another, as the words of the fair-skinned youth ignited the collective fury of the deer like a spark in hot oil. This is intolerable. Those brutes once viewed our clan as prey. Our blood feud remains unavenged, and now they breach our boundaries to seize our treasures. We implore the elder to take charge. We cannot let this go unpunished. They must pay the price. The painful memories of being hunted and devoured by the earth-rending beasts were stirred, igniting a fierce indignation among the crowd. The emerald eyes of the deer blazed with a flame of vengeance, their magical powers swirling around them, while the spiritual antlers shimmered with an uncertain brilliance. Great Elder, lead us to reclaim our treasures, proposed Lu Qi, advocating for a united assault on the territory of the earth-rending beasts. Silence, barked the Elder Mu Jiao, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable authority that instantly quelled the uproar. His aged yet piercing gaze slowly swept over the agitated clan members, particularly lingering on Lu Ming and Lu Qi for a moment. Have you found any evidence? Are you prepared to incite conflict between our two clans based solely on conjecture? Just like the former White Tiger clan, the pressure of his initial stage to Luo cultivation firmly suppressed the crowd. Our clan's strength pales in comparison to that of the earth-rending beasts, and we have only begun to stabilize due to the decree of the Qilin clan. If we act rashly based on mere speculation, we would be playing into the hands of certain individuals. As the saying goes, when the clam and the heron struggle, it is the fisherman who benefits. Do you wish to repeat the fate of the White Tiger clan? Elder Mu Jiao's words fell like icy water upon the overheated minds of the spirit-antlered deer clan, rendering them momentarily speechless. Lu Qi's complexion turned slightly pale, a hint of a sinister glint flickering in his eyes before he lowered his head, refraining from further comment. The elder did not spare him another glance, sweeping his robe. If the treasures here are lost, then they are lost. Why must we insist? Our priority is to rendezvous with the clan leader and, ahead of the other clans, seek out that radiant treasure. Elder Mu Jiao transformed into a streak of emerald light, racing towards the heart of Mount Wanshou. Although the deer felt a sense of injustice, they suppressed their indignation and followed closely behind. As the spirit-antlered deer prepared to depart, Ing promptly leaped down from a gnarled tree, joining the group. It seems a certain elder has passed this way, she mused, having detected a faint trace of a presence on the tree. This essence belonged to a youth associated with that mysterious elder whom she had encountered within the clan. Had she not refined the moonlight dew bestowed by the elder and subsequently broken through to the Tai golden immortal stage, elevating her innate divine powers, she would have remained oblivious to it. Aware that the elder preferred to keep their whereabouts concealed, Ing discreetly erased this trace before departing. On the opposite side of Mount Wanshou, deep within the untamed woods claimed by the earth-rending beasts, Xiong Yi, having just devoured a spirit-antlered deer, cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Confirming that no one was nearby, he carefully extended his right hand. Within his palm, a delicate, dark-hued petal of a lotus quietly emerged, shimmering with a violet light as a shadowy figure materialized, wiping the remnants of blood and flesh from the corner of his mouth. Xiong Yi suppressed his murderous intent and ferocity, adopting a humble demeanor. I report to Lord Ao Ron. I have just slain a team of spirit-antlered deer searching for treasures and also dispatched several earth-rending beasts, creating the appearance of conflict between our two clans. Xiong Yi proudly displayed his handiwork to Ao Ron, his voice laced with flattery. Well done. Far superior to that waste Lu Qi. My lord, the cunning and treacherous old fox, Mu Jiao Gong, is indeed a formidable adversary. It is only natural for Lu Qi to falter in his endeavors, and I implore you not to hold it against him. Xiong Yi chuckled darkly, inquiring about the subsequent course of action. Although the elder of the deer clan has temporarily quelled their fury towards the war has not yet been declared. However, the resentment within their ranks simmers like kindling, ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. Once they become aware of the events unfolding on your side, they will undoubtedly be unable to contain themselves. Continue your journey towards the gathering treasure valley and rendezvous with Tan Lang. I shall instruct you further on how to proceed at that time. Upon completing the transmission, the ethereal glow of the black lotus petals gradually receded, returning to tranquility. Ao Run cast a glance at the resplendent sky above, closed his eyes, and, while cultivating, began to devise his own plans. Chapter 56. The Enigma of Spiritual Roots. The narrative unfolds in two segments. After acquiring the Earth Spirit Pearl, Xian Yu felt a significant surge in the foundations of the Starry World. Though elated, he remained focused on the paramount goal of his journey, the ginseng fruit tree. To expedite the establishment of the Hongjun Dao, Xianyu, accompanied by Bai Yi, transformed into a gentle breeze, swiftly making their way to the approximate location of the Heavenly Treasure Cave, as indicated by the celestial star map, atop the majestic Mount Wanshou. This region was characterized by its increasingly formidable and perilous mountain ranges, with an abundance of spiritual energy that seemed to coalesce into a liquid form. Exotic flowers and rare herbs flourished, while magnificent birds and extraordinary beasts appeared intermittently, embodying the quintessential ambience of a primordial celestial realm. Yet, the two companions had little time to appreciate this breathtaking scenery. Xianyu summoned the celestial star map, which hovered above him, casting a cascade of starry brilliance. With a single step, invisible star tracks unfurled beneath his feet, and his consciousness swept over the mountains, flora, and the faintest particles of dust, meticulously calculating every subtle movement of the spiritual energies within the cosmos. From the foot of the mountain to its midsection, from shadowy valleys to sheer summits. Over a millennium of time passed in the blink of an eye. Xianyu nearly trod upon every inch of this land, yet found no trace of the elusive cave of spiritual roots. The ginseng fruit tree seemed to have completely melded into this realm, or perhaps it simply did not exist here, vanishing without a trace. Despite his resolute heart, a rare tinge of agitation began to seep into Xianyu's thoughts. He ascended to the pinnacle of a solitary peak. Gazing down upon the vast sea of clouds and the undulating forest below, his brow furrowed in concentration. The celestial star map spun slowly, its starlight flowing. Yet it could not illuminate even the faintest hint of the ginseng fruit tree's presence. Could it be that his calculations were erroneous? Or was this spiritual root indeed so extraordinary that even the celestial constellations could not unveil its true form? As Xianyu's mind churned with these thoughts, a sudden and unexpected change occurred. Bai Yi, who had been quietly standing behind him, idly nibbling on a spiritual fruit, abruptly vanished from the range of his spiritual perception without warning. What? Xianyu spun around, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. Their fates were intertwined, and as a perfected Taoist, how could Bai Yi disappear silently beneath his very nose? Overwhelmed with shock, Xianyu immediately summoned all his strength to activate the celestial star map. The starry light on the purple golden scroll surged dramatically, and the boundless starlight instantaneously locked onto the location where Bai Yi had vanished, attempting to deduce the enigma. However, the outcome only deepened his astonishment and confusion. The star map clearly indicated that Bai Yi was not far from him, merely 100 paces away. Yet, as Xianyu scanned the vicinity, his consciousness sweeping across the area, he found nothing but a few ordinary ancient trees and a babbling, nameless stream, an empty expanse. The space here was as solid as rock, devoid of any spatial distortions or signs of concealed restrictions or formations. It was as if Bai Yi had been drawn into another dimension by the commonplace grove and stream. They occupied the same space, yet remained invisible to each other. Clouds of doubt shrouded Xianyu's mind. With a swift motion, he materialized at the location marked on the star map. Cautiously, he followed the stream, meandering between the ancient trees, each step taken upon the critical nodes of the star tracks, endeavoring to uncover the elusive portal. Yet, the surrounding scenery remained unchanged, the same mountains, the same forest, and the same stream. As Xianyu focused intently on her surroundings, a sudden rustling sound broke the silence, and out from a dense thicket emerged a familiar figure. Slightly disheveled and adorned with a few blades of grass, none other than Bai Yi. "Master!" Bai Yi exclaimed upon seeing Xianyu, momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly transforming into one of relief tinged with confusion as he hurried toward her. "What transpired? Where have you been?" Xianyu inquired in a low voice, scrutinizing Bai Yi to ensure he was unharmed, though he seemed to emanate an inexplicable freshness and vitality. Bai Yi scratched his head, a look of apprehension and bewilderment crossing his face. "I'm not quite sure. I noticed you were searching fervently, so I thought perhaps there were spirit fish in that clear stream over there." He gestured toward a nondescript brook nearby. "I followed the stream upstream, initially unaware of anything amiss, enchanted by the scenery which grew increasingly serene. The sound of the water became particularly melodious. As I walked, I noticed the trees around me seemed to grow taller and more vibrant, the aura thickening remarkably, adorned with many unfamiliar and exotic blossoms." Bai Yi struggled to recall, his gaze momentarily distant. "I was completely captivated and lost track of how far I had wandered. When I finally came to my senses and attempted to reach out to you, I realized I could no longer sense your presence. Panic set in, and I hurried back along the stream, trying to retrace my steps. Oh, while I was darting along the stream's edge, I caught a whiff of an extraordinarily sweet and indescribable floral fragrance. The moment it entered my being, I felt as though every pore in my body had opened up, an indescribable sense of relaxation and comfort washing over me, as if my lifespan had been significantly extended. At this point, Bai Yi's expression morphed into one of regret and confusion. But curiously, just as I left the stream's edge to investigate the source of that fragrance, the enchanting scent vanished without a trace. Then I saw you. Everything that just transpired was merely a dream I had. With that, Bai Yi gazed around at the familiar woods and the quietly flowing stream, utterly perplexed. Upon hearing Bai Yi's account, Xian Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. The floral scent. The extension of lifespan, she murmured, a significant portion of the fog in her mind lifting. Indeed, it must be the fragrance of the ginseng fruit tree. Such an extraordinary aroma can only emanate from the blossoms of a heavenly root, possessing the power to transcend the natural order. Bai Yi's experience completely reshaped Xian Yu's prior notions. She had been fixated on the pursuit of a distinct celestial realm, akin to the fire cloud cave. Yet, the ginseng fruit tree was evidently not of that kind. A celestial realm exists as a self-contained world, independent in time and space. A spark of insight illuminated Xian Yu's mind, as she recalled the title of the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, Zhen Yuanzi, from her past life, suddenly connecting various threads of understanding. A blessed land is situated in a prime location of the vast primordial reality, harnessing the natural forces of heaven and earth. Concealed within the present world, its essence remains a part of the primordial realm, unsevered from time and space. It is a realm of ethereal beauty, naturally formed at the nodes of the earth's veins. Like a whirlpool in water, it appears distinctive, yet it remains within the river's flow. Xian Yu's heart soared with clarity, as the previous sense of defeat dissipated. No wonder the celestial chart failed to yield any results in its empty projections, for it is not found elsewhere. It resides here, by this stream, amidst the mountains and fields, merely concealed by the forces of geomancy. To those without destiny, or those unversed in the subtleties of the earth's veins and geomantic principles, even if faced with the grandeur of the universe, the path remains elusive. Master, do you mean? Bai Yi also comprehended the essence, his eyes illuminating with understanding. In other words, we have been right beside the ginseng fruit tree all along. Indeed. Follow me to the stream once more. Xian Yu, revitalized in spirit, led Bai Yi back to the seemingly unremarkable unnamed stream. This time, rather than projecting the celestial chart into the void, Xian Yu suspended the celestial map above the stream, allowing the countless starry lights to descend like gentle moonlight, weaving into the waters and permeating the land on both banks. The celestial bodies illuminate the mountains and rivers. The spirit of the earth's veins reveals itself. With a low exclamation, Xian Yu formed seals with his hands, channeling the rhythm of the Dao, merging the powers of the lunar arts with that of the celestial map, and exerting all his strength to evolve the transformation of the local geomantic landscape. No longer did the purple-gold scroll depict an endless starry sky. Instead, it swiftly delineated the phantom of Mount Wanshou's mountains and rivers. The starlight transformed into countless golden threads, weaving seamlessly along the stream's course, the undulations of the mountains, and the currents of the earth's energy, intricately interlacing and projecting. Where the starry lines traversed, the seemingly chaotic arrangement of rocks, vegetation, and the flow of water revealed the inherent spiritual mechanisms of heaven and earth, each being analyzed and reconfigured. Within the projections of the celestial map, this stream ceased to be an isolated existence. It appeared as a hidden spiritual vein amidst the ebb and flow of the mountains and the earth's essence. If not revealed now, when else shall it be? Suddenly, the celestial imagery trembled. The scenery before them transformed abruptly, and the master and disciple found themselves in a completely new place. Chapter 57. The blessed land of Wuzhuang. As the master and disciple stepped into this enigmatic sanctuary, they were greeted by an intoxicatingly sweet floral fragrance that permeated the air. The scent, nourishing to the corporeal body, undoubtedly contributed to the prolonged lifespans of cultivators below the golden, immortal level. Xian Yu could ascertain that they had arrived at the fabled location of the ginseng fruit tree. Departing from the stream, following the faint yet alluring aroma, Xian Yu and Bai Yi traversed the wooded bank, eventually arriving before a Taoist temple. The plaque above the entrance proudly displayed the characters for Wuzhuang Guan, inscribed in the primordial script, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. The architecture within the temple was both ancient and elegant, featuring azure bricks and dark tiles, with eaves that curved gracefully. The tranquil courtyard was adorned with lush pines and cypresses, radiating an aura of celestial transcendence. Gazing along the eaves, their attention was irresistibly drawn to a towering tree in the rear courtyard, its expansive crown resembling a cloud, emanating a profound vitality. Master, look! Is that the supreme innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit tree? Bai Yi exclaimed with palpable excitement. For he and his master had spent over a millennium searching for this very tree in the depths of the mountains. Xian Yu beheld the verdant, cloud-like canopy with a smile illuminating his eyes. Let us venture closer, he urged. Wait, there 1TB, another formidable formation here, will there? Bai Yi asked apprehensively, casting wary glances around, fearful of inadvertently stepping into another perilous trap akin to the Kuan Yuan Gui Zong. Xian Yu's consciousness had already scanned the entirety of Wuzhuangguan, confirming the absence of any grand formations. To his surprise and curiosity, it was indeed devoid of such innate defenses. It was astonishing that such a magnificent spiritual root lay so openly before them, unguarded by any protective arrays. The sanctuary, reliant on the feng shui of Mount Wanshou's main vein, naturally formed its own protective configuration while being sheltered by the Heavenly Dao, rendering it the epitome of a concealed formation. To impose additional arrays would only serve to be superfluous. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, Xian Yu swiftly grasped the rationale behind this. Establishing an array would be akin to lighting a beacon in the night, inviting unnecessary speculation. He reflected on the fortuity of his own destiny, blessed by the Heavenly Dao, and possessing the Zhou Tian star chart, a treasure capable of unraveling celestial mysteries, alongside Bai Yi's serendipitous encounters. Finding this sanctuary would have been an arduous endeavor otherwise. For an ordinary cultivator, even a great Luo golden immortal, it would likely be akin to Bai Yi's prior experience of passing unknowingly beneath the ginseng fruit tree, only able to perceive a hint of its dispersing floral fragrance. The duo hastily traversed the temple courtyard, making their way to the rear, to the very site where the ginseng fruit resided. The trunk of the divine tree twisted like a dragon, its bark gleaming with a warm, jade-like hue. The foliage was remarkably lush, each leaf glistening with vitality, and the veins coursed with rich wood essence and the essence of earth. Countless delicate pale yellow spiritual flowers adorned the branches, the source of the entrancing fragrance. The dense, almost liquefied spiritual energy swirled around the tree's canopy, enveloping it in a misty, radiant aura. As the master and disciple approached the extraordinary tree, they noticed, nestled among the gnarled roots, a profoundly pure and weighty essence of innate earth gathering into a soil-colored Dao. This Dao resembled a slumbering infant, quietly suspended 3 feet above the ground. In the embrace of the Dao, a scroll of bright yellow antiquity is held tightly, adorned with the flowing essence of Dao, as the ethereal shadows of mountains and rivers subtly emerge. This is indeed the exquisite primordial spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, forged from the very membranes of the primordial land. Master, there exists a Dao of innate sanctity. Bai Yi scrutinizes the Dao, feeling the overwhelming source within, a tinge of sorrow washing over him. Is it possible? Another Dao destined for greatness. Bai Yi silently laments, feeling disheartened by his own inability to surpass even a mere embryo. Do not be discouraged. Devote yourself to your cultivation, and you shall surely attain the great Dao even before they emerge. Xian Yu, perceiving Bai Yi's thoughts, gently pats his shoulder and offers words of solace. Rest assured, Master, I shall become a being of the great Dao, bringing you no shame. Seeing Bai Yi's spirit undeterred, Xian Yu nods in satisfaction. Now that we have settled this Dao, we need not rush. We can take our time to traverse the primordial realms while cultivating. With a thought, Xian Yu retrieves the Hongjun Dao. Unlike its initial state, which was enfeebled by malevolent energy, the Hongjun Dao now exudes vitality. It was first infused with the essence of Dao during Hongjun's teachings, and later nurtured by the divine waters of the 3 lights and the celestial tree of the zodiac, not only restoring its source, but also giving rise to a faint semblance of consciousness, no longer a mere mass of chaotic clouds. The crimson clouds swirl, and with a chirp, they transform into a small, plump red fish, flapping its diminutive fins as it darts towards the Dao of Jinyuanzi, seemingly intent on usurping the prime position beneath the ginseng fruit tree. How mischievous! Fortunately, Xian Yu is quick-witted. With a flick of her finger, a refreshing wave of Yin power accurately strikes the fish upon its forehead. Ow! The Hongjun Dao emits a plaintive cry, instantaneously reverting to its original form. Rolling in the air with a disgruntled demeanor, its edges curling like a chastened pup with drooping ears. What do you think? This is someone else's domain. It's a privilege for you to take shape, yet you wish to occupy the nest? Ignoring its sulking, Xianyu gently guides it to rest on a robust branch of the ginseng fruit tree. Interestingly, as the Hongjun Dao draws near to the ginseng fruit tree and the Zhen Yuanzi Dao, a profound connection of energy instantly manifests among the three. The Hongyun embodies the triad of wind, water, and fire, while the Zhen Yuanzi is rooted in earth. Their convergence forms the elemental cycle of earth, wind, water, and fire, giving birth to the four symbols of creation. The ginseng fruit tree nurtures both Dao with its immense vitality of the and the power of the earths, further solidifying this auspicious ground. The substantial source energy radiating from the Zhen Yuanzi Dao stabilizes the area, while the lively essence of the Hongyun Dao injects a dynamic vitality into the slightly tranquil cycle, as if igniting the dormant life force. Together, they create an immensely stable and mutually beneficial system, visibly enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy within this blessed land, even invoking the resonance of the Dao throughout the cosmos. The Hongyun Dao drifts among the treetops, occasionally and cautiously extending a wisp of cloud, seemingly harboring a grudge as it pokes at the Zhen Yuanzi Dao below. As Xianyu observed the harmonious coexistence of the three, a sense of relief washed over her. However, the addition of the crimson cloud seemed to pose a potential burden. Contemplating this, Xianyu harbored concerns that, despite the abundant vitality of Wanshou Mountain, it might not withstand the ceaseless consumption of three insatiable appetites over time. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, she summoned the divine water of the three lights, shimmering with the hues of the sun, moon, and stars, alongside the cool moonlight of the jade dew, which cascaded like a nourishing rain upon the roots and foliage of the ginseng fruit tree. The exceptionally pure energy was swiftly absorbed by the tree, its branches and leaves unfurling, and its spiritual blossoms radiating even more brilliance, as the entire tree emanated a satisfying, lustrous glow, clearly enriched by this profound nourishment. Chapter 58. The Matter of the Red Clouds. By E gazed skyward, his eyes fixated on the unripe spiritual flowers adorning the ginseng fruit tree, a profound sense of regret filling his heart. Master, why is there not a single fruit on this tree? The legendary celestial fruit lay tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach, a sensation that gnawed at his very core. This ginseng fruit tree blooms for 30,000 years, bears fruit for another 30,000, and takes the same length of time to mature, yielding a mere 36 fruits during each cycle. Alas, it seems we have arrived too late. Xianyu, too, was tempted by the allure of the ginseng fruit. Yet the prospect of waiting here for several millennia, or even longer, was utterly implausible, for he still had to rendezvous with Yuan Ti. What of the previous batch of fruits? The ripe ginseng fruits, upon encountering metal, would fall. Upon meeting wood, they would wither. Upon touching water, they would dissolve. Upon exposure to fire, they would char, and upon contact with earth, they would be absorbed. Xianyu gestured toward the Dao beneath the ginseng fruit tree. Although no one had harvested the fruits with golden tools, there existed a Dao formed from the essence of the earth, which would draw and refine the ginseng fruits once they matured. What a marvel, treating ginseng fruits as mere sustenance. No wonder the source is so bountiful. Bai scoffed lightly, yet felt powerless. As he beheld the tree's vibrant branches, a spark of inspiration ignited within Xianyu's mind. If laurel trees could produce numerous offshoots, surely the ginseng fruit tree could as well. If the fruits were unattainable, cultivating a new ginseng fruit tree to take home would suffice. His gaze zeroed in on a side branch, approximately 3 feet long, brimming with spiritual essence. With a focused thought, a magnificent golden cloud of merit materialized, flowing like a tangible river of gold, exuding a grand and serene aura as it drifted toward the ginseng fruit tree. Dear friend, might you allow me to take a few side branches? I assure you, I can make it painless for you to become both father and mother. Xianyu, brandishing his resplendent merit, unabashedly tempted the naive spiritual root. Although the ginseng fruit tree lacked a clear consciousness, it possessed an instinctual sensitivity. It could keenly perceive the aura of Xianyu, also an innate spiritual root, fostering a natural closeness and trust. This individual not only had the recognition of the laurel and the celestial trees of the Zhoutian, but also bore the immeasurable merit awarded by the Heavenly Dao, making it impossible for him to be a villain. As his words echoed, the branch he had coveted emanated a gentle glow, willingly detaching from the trunk and soaring into Xianyu's hands. Without hesitation, Xianyu infused merit into the wound left by the severed branch, causing it to heal instantaneously, while a faint golden light of merit shimmered upon its leaves. The ginseng fruit tree swayed gently without wind, producing a rustling sound, as if expressing gratitude. Several blossoms, vibrant and rich in spiritual resonance, drifted down alongside the branch, floating toward Bai Yi. Is this for me? Bai Yi paused momentarily, then hurriedly gathered the ginseng fruit flowers in his garment, elated. Did not your master teach you the art of spatial manipulation? Why do you hesitate? Upon regaining his composure, Bai Yi promptly created a small space within his sleeve to store the blossoms, ensuring their fragrant essence was preserved and their mysterious effects not squandered. Thank you, dear friend, for your generosity. In the month of Xian, the branch of the celestial world was nourished through virtuous deeds, which cultivated roots that were subsequently planted beside the sacred pool of the three lights. By invoking the power of the earth spirit pearl, a force was drawn forth to nurture the postnatal ginseng fruit tree. With the support of the earth spirit pearl, the sapling finally stabilized. Xian Yu privately rejoiced in his good fortune for having acquired the earth spirit pearl beforehand. Otherwise, relying solely on the three lights, sacred water, and virtuous deeds would have made it uncertain whether the postnatal ginseng fruit tree could thrive. Having settled the red cloud and secured the branch, Xian Yu had already accomplished the primary goal of his journey. He cast a final glance at the red cloud Dao nestled within the ginseng fruit tree and the serene Wuzhuang temple, nodding slightly. With matters here concluded, it was time for them to depart. A gentle breeze swept through, and the figures of master and disciple vanished quietly from the ancient courtyard of Wuzhuang temple, as if they had never been there. Upon exiting the blessed land of Wuzhuang temple, the pair's figures reappeared in the real forest. Behind them, the babbling brook and the chirping birds created an ambience, making it seem as though the mystical blessed land was merely a fleeting dream. How intriguing, truly. It is no wonder that this is a top-tier blessed land of the primordial era, for it is indeed marvelous. In fact, just moments ago, Xian Yu had not initiated the alteration of the feng shui. It was the ginseng fruit tree that sensed his intent and personally escorted them out. Master, where shall we go next? Bai Yi inquired, looking up at Xian Yu. Do you think we should head to the last Renzi treasure cave? Upon hearing this, Xian Yu contemplated Bai Yi's thoughts. The Renzi treasure cave? Bai Yi pondered, weighing the pros and cons. The master previously mentioned that there might be disputes at the Renzi treasure cave. I assumed that various clans have gathered there, likely causing great chaos. We currently lack for treasures and have no compelling reasons to go. You recently obtained an earth spirit pearl, and my cultivation is still low. I have yet to fully comprehend the Ren sword, so there is no urgency to seek new spiritual treasures. In light of this, I believe it would be wise not to venture to the Renzi treasure cave. Hearing Bai Yi's rational analysis, Xian Yu clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. If you can think this way, I shall have no worries about you traversing the primordial wilderness alone in the future. Xian Yu looked at Bai Yi with satisfaction, pleased with his performance. We shall head directly to the west of Mount Wanshou and await Yuan Yi there. With a thought, a radiant light flickered in Xian Yu's palm, revealing the feather of Yuan Yi. Hello, are you there? Yuan Yi, where have you gone? Seeing that there was no response, Xian Yu was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that he is on the move? Noting Yuan Yi's absence online, Xian Yu pointed his fingertip, sending a thread of spiritual light into the feather, conveying their approximate itinerary in the form of a message. Let us proceed to the western foot of Mount Wanshou. Since Yuan Yi had yet to respond, rather than waiting idly, it would be prudent to head west and seek a tranquil spot along the mountain's edge to await him. Xian Yu raised his gaze to the heavens, observing the clouds drifting and shifting in an unpredictable manner. With a gentle flourish of his sleeve, he beckoned towards the nearest, most fluffy and pure white cloud. A sigh escaped as the cloud, seemingly summoned by an unseen decree, gracefully descended, hovering before the master and disciple. It spanned several yards, its misty aura soft and cool to the touch. The notion of traveling on a cloud was deemed overly cumbersome. Upon concluding her words, Xian Yu deftly gestured in the air, her fingertips weaving strands of silvery lunar energy that instantaneously etched a multitude of intricate and arcane runes. These myriad inscriptions flowed, intertwined, and evolved, subtly forming the embryonic shape of a wondrous formation encompassing various functions, including evasion, defense, concealment, and spirit gathering. Form the array, Xian Yu commanded, her voice resonating with authority. The runic formation in her palm radiated brilliance, manifesting as an invisible web of light, which swiftly imprinted itself into the entire cloud mass. A low hum vibrated through the cloud, its once fluffy shape solidifying slightly. It was no longer a mere drifting wisp, but had been transformed by Xian Yu's formation into an autonomous vehicle of the skies. Step aboard, she beckoned, leading the way onto the cloud. The sensation beneath her feet resembled that of treading upon smooth jade, yet imbued with the gentle caress of cloud vapor. Bai Yi promptly followed, curiously stamping his feet, feeling an extraordinary stability. With a subtle shift of her thoughts, Xianyu transmitted a divine command to the core of the cloud's formation. Target: the western slopes of Mount Wanshou. Evasion speed: steady. Concealment and defense: fully operational. Automatic hazard avoidance engaged. The cloud silently ascended, its surface shimmering with a faint glow as it seemed to meld into the celestial tapestry of sky and cloud, gliding effortlessly toward the western horizon. Within the cloud, the dense spiritual essence of the world was gathered by the formation, creating an exceptional environment for cultivation. Xianyu closed her eyes, her spirit delving into her dantian, beginning to contemplate the treasures to be gleaned from this journey to Mount Wanshou, particularly the recently acquired Earth Spirit Pearl. Bai Yi too focused his mind, cautiously retrieving a ginseng fruit blossom, slowly absorbing its pure life energy and ethereal wood essence, nurturing his body, refining his magical power, and pondering the profound truths contained within. As the sun set and the moon rose, the shadows of the mountains shifted, leaving only the starlight enveloping the pair of master and disciple. Chapter 59, Rivers of Blood, Part 1. Two flowers bloom, each expressing its own branch. Long before the disciples of Xian, you sought the traces of the ginseng fruit tree on the main peak of Wanshou Mountain. A tempest brewed in the distant Jubao Valley, hundreds of light years to the southwest. Not long ago, Jubao Valley erupted with a tremendous surge of spiritual energy, radiating a brilliant crimson light that pierced the heavens. This phenomenon, akin to a beacon in the night, swiftly captured the attention of the three major clans that had already gathered nearby. They had previously agreed to treasure hunting within their designated territories, pledging not to engage in slaughter, while the most coveted Xiahua treasures would be claimed by merit, first come, first served. Each clan dispatched its members to scatter throughout their domains, searching for opportunities while converging deeper into the valley. However, they soon received distressing news. Treasures were snatched away, and clan members frequently fell victim to attacks, suffering heavy casualties. The traces left by the assailants predominantly pointed towards the other two clans. Years of old grudges, compounded by new blood feuds, rendered the atmosphere among the three clans as taut as a drawn bowstring, ready to snap at any moment. Upon learning of their clan's plight, the clan leaders felt both astonished and yet, unsurprisingly, resigned. Over the years, each clan had been amassing resources and diligently nurturing their elite, thereby intensifying existing animosities. If they could seize Wanshou Mountain, this sacred ground, the opportunities therein could easily elevate them to the late stages of Deluo, and perhaps even glimpse the realm of perfection. Qing Mu, the leader of the Ling Jiao Deer clan, hastened his steps upon hearing the casualties among his kin, determined to secure the treasures. Otherwise, the losses would be in vain. Pan, the leader of the Lai Di Pai clan, suppressed the raging fury in his eyes upon learning of his clan's losses from Xiong Yi, ordering all members to remain vigilant. Yuanimo, the leader of the Xiao Yu Tianlang clan, remained silent, his demeanor unchanged despite the grim death toll reported by the greedy wolf. Fei Fu, the leader of the Tianma clan, grew anxious upon hearing of his clan's casualties and immediately harbored suspicions, leading his members back home without contesting any treasures. Qing Mu, Yuan Mo, and Pan forcefully quelled their clan's vengeful impulses, continuing deeper into the valley, preparing to confront the situation head-on, and if necessary, to call upon the Qilin clan for arbitration. As news of the commotion in Jubao Valley spread, each clan leader urged their gathered clansmen to hasten towards the valley. Meanwhile, within a dim crevice obscured by natural barriers in Jubao Valley, the figures of Xiong Yi and the greedy wolf subtly emerged, respectfully bowing to Ao Run, who sat amidst the shadows. We pay our respects to the master. Ao Run, upon hearing the reports from his subordinates, bore a pallor reminiscent of one recovering from a grave illness, yet his gaze was increasingly sinister. His original plan was to stir the winds at the Feng clan and investigate the mysteries of their rebirth. However, just as he was readying his departure, he was unexpectedly confronted by the madman Bai Sha, who assailed him without warning, nearly costing him his life. How could he swallow such humiliation? After hastily recovering from his injuries, he altered his course, making his way to Baihu Ridge, seeking trouble with the newly appointed leader of the Baihu clan. Yet, the latter remained withdrawn, tightly sealing off their territory and engrossed in intense cultivation, leaving him with no avenue to proceed. With a heart ablaze with fury and nowhere to vent his wrath, the beast clans of Wanshou Mountain became the prime targets in his sight. Where had the Pegasus clan gone? Why were they moving so sluggishly? Greedy Wolf and Bear Evil exchanged a glance, unsure of how to respond. The dark agents of the Pegasus clan had failed to make contact, suggesting that something unfortunate had transpired. Never mind. We shall proceed according to plan. Aruan's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with an almost imperceptible fatigue. I shall take action at the appointed time. You must act according to the circumstances. Yes. Bear Evil and Greedy Wolf acknowledged the command and melted back into the shadows, as if they had never existed. Aruan extended his hand, revealing the phantom of a 12th grade black lotus blooming in his palm. This was a contingency devised by Luo Ho to control the dark agents, a means to conceal the secrets of the heavens. Should anyone attempt to divulge secrets or harbor ulterior motives, the black lotus mark would be triggered, leading to their utter demise. As Aruan crushed the petal representing the dark agents of the Pegasus clan, their fate was sealed. The extraordinary phenomena surrounding the emergence of the spiritual treasure in the valley were orchestrated by him. The celestial radiance was merely an illusion crafted from the murderous aura he conjured with the Sword of Slaughter. He set this trap to nourish the sword embryo with the blood of the 4 beast clans of Wanshou Mountain, laying the groundwork for Luo Ho's subsequent plans. At the center of the treasure-gathering valley, at the edge of a deep pit formed by the tidal surge of spiritual energy, Ling Qingmu was the first to arrive. His gaze was sharp, immediately locking onto a small sword at the bottom of the pit, no longer than a thumb, its entire body a dark red, exuding a chilling and fierce aura. Though diminutive, the sword's edge caused even a being of Deluo like Qingmu to feel a prickling at his skin, his soul trembling in response. In such a blessed land, how could such a sinister weapon manifest? It had even disrupted his protective formation. From the residual array patterns surrounding the area, he surmised that this extraordinary treasure had spontaneously broken through the grand formation from within, triggering the tidal surge of spiritual energy. Doubts flooded Qingmu's mind, yet instinctively he reached out and grasped the malevolent little sword, pulling it into his palm. The moment it touched his hand, a bone-chilling intent surged up his arm, reaching his violet palace, causing his spirit to momentarily falter. Just then, 2 formidable presences descended with a thunderous impact. The leader of the cracking Earth Bear clan, Pan, landed like a mountain, sending shards of rock flying. The leader of the Howling Moon Wolf clan, Yuan Mo, appeared like a ghostly shadow, silent and stealthy on the opposite side. Pan's gaze instantly fixed upon the ominous red glowing small sword in Qingmu's hand, greed and wrath intertwining in his eyes. He suppressed the impulse to seize the treasure, recalling their prior agreement, and let out a cold snort, his voice akin to rumbling thunder. Qingmu, this treasure belongs to you. I am willing to concede my bet. However, your Ling Jiao Deer clan has repeatedly attacked my Bear clan's young warriors. You must provide an explanation today. Qingmu, already perturbed by the sword's malevolent aura, felt his anger surge at Pan's accusation, believing him to be the thief shouting to catch a thief, using this as a pretext to coerce him into surrendering the newfound treasure. Pan, do not speak such slander. It is you, the cracking Earth Bear, who have betrayed your word and massacred my Ling Jiao Deer clan first. If you wish to seize the treasure, why resort to such excuses? He instinctively tightened his grip on the small sword, its red glow seeming to intensify. Yuan Mo's eyes flickered with suspicion as he subtly retreated half a step, positioning Pan protectively before him. The Emerald Wolf eyes brimmed with doubt. According to the intelligence he had received, the Spirit Horn Deer and the Rift-Breaking Bear clans had indeed conspired against his wolf tribe. Were the leaders of these clans before him merely feigning animosity? An intricate play, perhaps? The mystical energies within him surged quietly, his vigilance reaching its zenith. In the shadows of the rocky crevices, Aeon's patience had reached its limit. The tardiness of the Celestial Horse tribe disrupted his meticulous plans to ensnare all 4 clans in one fell swoop. Observing the 3 clan leaders entangled in their verbal sparring, he recognized the peril of further delay. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as his concealed hand executed a peculiar incantation. The dark red dagger in Lord Qingmu's palm trembled violently without warning, emitting a shrill and piercing resonance. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted forth. Lord Qingmu felt a searing pain in his palm, as though he were grasping not a sword, but a scorching iron brand. Moreover, a terrifying will surged forth, assaulting his mind and rendering his arms' movements uncontrollable. Hiss! A flash of crimson light. The ferocious dagger, akin to a venomous serpent, broke free from Qingmu's grasp, transforming into a thread of deathly red that darted swiftly towards the nearest Pan. Chapter 60, A River of Blood, Part 2. Although Pan harbored a lingering wariness towards Qingmu, he never anticipated that this extraordinary treasure would be so ferocious. In the face of such a swift assault, he found himself bereft of the opportunity to invoke his spiritual treasure for defense. In a moment of desperation, he barely managed to turn his robust figure aside. With a sudden burst, blood erupted forth. An arm, thickly covered in dark fur and as stout as a pillar, was severed at the shoulder. The wound was smooth as a mirror, and in the next heartbeat, a torrent of blood gushed forth, entwined with a haunting crimson glow that ravenously eroded Pan's injury and severed limb, thwarting any chance of healing or regeneration. Pan let out an earth-shattering roar of agony, his eyes instantly transforming into a vivid crimson, unleashing a tempest of wrath and ferocity. All agreements, all edicts of the Qilin clan, were cast aside into the void. In this moment, his sole thought was to rend the treacherous Qingmu into fragments. You seek death. Qingmu the old rogue, with the remnants of his colossal hand, infused with the might of mountains and the fury of the earth, Pan struck down upon Qingmu. The very fabric of space groaned beneath the weight of his blow. The clan leader, the Lingjiao Deer clan, accompanied by 2 others, finally arrived at the scene, witnessing the moment Qingmu activated the extraordinary treasure to assail Pan. Within the ranks, Lucci rejoiced, unleashing a piercing cry of rage, his eyes aflame. Heedless of the consequences as he summoned his treasure, a sharp azure light soaring towards the nearby warriors of the cracked Earth Bear clan. All together now, follow the clan leader, annihilate those barbaric foes. Avenge our fallen kin. His battle cry ignited a powder keg. The elite warriors of the 3 clans, long simmering with pent-up fury, erupted into chaos. For the fallen brothers, vengeance was imperative. Kill. The Lingjiao Deer acts shamelessly, ambushing the clan leader. The Lingjiao Deer colludes with the Howling Moon Wolf clan. Slay them. Avenge our clan leader. Xiongyi mingled among the ranks of the cracked Earth Bears, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his eyes as a scheme bore fruit, yet he bellowed in righteous indignation, rallying the bear warriors around him. Warriors of the Wolf clan, reclaim our glory. Kill. The greedy wolf, within the Howling Moon Wolf ranks, let forth a stirring wolf howl. Pan was gravely injured. First, let us unite to eradicate the Lingjiao Deer, then deal with the crippled bears. This Mount Wanshou shall have a new master. He led the charge, his sharp claws lunging towards a Lingjiao Deer that approached with lethal intent. Witnessing this lightning-fast upheaval, Yuanma's pupils constricted in alarm. When Qingmu severed Pan's arm, he sensed the faintest whiff of conspiracy. Yet, as he beheld Pan's cataclysmic strike aimed at Qingmu, as the chaos ensued with treasures and flesh entangled, and as he gazed upon the dark red dagger suspended in the air, exuding a tempting yet deadly aura, an unstoppable greed surged forth. What if this were not a trap? What if he could seize the opportunity to cripple both clans, thus allowing the Howling Moon Wolf clan to unify all under their banner? With the boundless resources of Mount Wanshou at his disposal, he could swiftly transcend to the late stage of Deluo, perhaps even glimpse the realm of Deluo's perfection. At that moment, the Qilin clan would undoubtedly not reject a formidable warrior. At most, they would impose a minor punishment. Qingmu channeled his magical energy to withstand the furious strike from Pan, which left him reeling, his recently summoned small sword unsteady in his grasp once more. In Yuanma's eyes, greed and ruthlessness intertwined, leading him to make a swift decision. With a piercing howl, he summoned the elite of the Xiaoya Tianling clan, transforming them into elusive shadows. Rather than assisting either side, they acted like the most cunning of hunters, seizing the opportunity to plunge into the fray while Pan relentlessly attacked Qingmu, causing the latter's formation to descend into chaos. Yuanma's sharp wolf claws slashed towards Qingmu's vine armor, inadvertently claiming several Lingjiao Deer and Liudi Bear from the battlefield with every strike. His objective was crystal clear: to exploit Pan's severe injury and Qingmu's distraction to decisively vanquish the Lingjiao Deer at minimal cost, then eradicate the Liudi Bear, establishing a foundation for his dominion over Wanshou Mountain. Yuanma, you! Qingmu exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury coursing through him. He was compelled to fend off Pan's frenzied assault, while simultaneously countering the devious ambush from the Xiaoya Tianlang clan, placing him in a perilous predicament. Both Pan and Yuanma unleashed their respective treasures, charging towards Qingmu. Astonishingly, Qingmu managed to hold his ground against the 2 mid-stage Dalu cultivators, wielding the extraordinary small sword to engage them single-handedly, without faltering. Aeon had emerged from the concealed crevice, silently standing upon the clouds. Gazing down at the jewel-gathering valley, he beheld the countless celestial herbs and flowers within, drenched in blood and subsequently ravaged by residual energies. The news of the 3 clan leaders of Wanshou Mountain perishing together would undoubtedly incite a far greater storm of bloodshed. With one hand cradling the shadow of a black lotus, Aeon activated the grand formation he had previously laid out. the remnants of the surrounding array. Initially disrupted by the emergence of the extraordinary treasure, subtly transformed, with the killing immortal sword as its focal point, and myriad illusions augmenting it, stirring the latent murderous intent and greed within the hearts of those ensnared in the formation. Waves of malevolent energy surged forth, mingling with boundless bloodlust, gradually refining this unparalleled sword of slaughter. The cacophony of battle cries, the thunderous clash of treasures, the guttural sounds of claws rending flesh, and the anguished wails of the dying transformed the jewel-gathering valley into a hellish battleground. The earth cracked under the impact of supernatural forces, and spiritual plants disintegrated amidst the rampant energies. The warriors of the three clans fought like beasts, with lives extinguishing every moment. Seeing his clan leader ensnared, the Woodhorn Prince felt a sense of foreboding. The Lingjiao Deer clan was already at a disadvantage against the other two clans, and numerous casualties had arisen in such a short span. Only by securing a decisive advantage through high-level combatants could they hope to turn the tide of battle. Resolute, the Woodhorn Prince, despite risking severe injury, forcefully broke free from the assault of the Leoti Bear clan's elder and charged into the battlefield of the three leaders. In response to the Woodhorn Prince's reckless endeavor, Pan stomped the ground, causing an eruption of countless rock spikes that impaled him like a porcupine. Just as Pan prepared to deliver a lethal blow, the Woodhorn Prince grinned, his antlers transforming into numerous vines that ensnared his foe. Qingmu seized this opportunity. With a flash of his red-black small sword, he cleaved the Woodhorn Prince into fragments. Boom! The two massive bodies erupted violently, scattering into a torrential rain of blood. Roar! In the vast and inscrutable river of time, a ripple has emerged, heralding the return of the deceased PN from the abyss, albeit with his essence diminished to the early stages of the deluo. Cease this at once. PN's roar reverberated throughout the valley. This brush with death had awakened him to a greater clarity, yet the sights before him sent a chill coursing through his heart. Qingmu's eyes blazed crimson, akin to dripping blood, as he fervently wielded his enigmatic sword, continuing to battle the frenzied Yuanma with reckless abandon. Within Yuanma's emerald gaze swirled a twisted greed, indicative of his own descent into madness. PN's cries fell on deaf ears. The three factions of warriors, blinded by bloodlust, had begun to indiscriminately clash, their frenzied howls mingling with the flashing blades. The treasure-gathering valley had unknowingly succumbed to an overwhelming malevolence, isolating it from the outside world. Observing that his kin, the ferocious Xiong, still retained some semblance of awareness, PN executed a momentary teleportation to his side, hoping to escape. However, at that very instant, turmoil erupted anew at the heart of the battlefield. Chapter 61, Rivers of Blood, Part 2. With a sudden burst, Qingmu's head soared into the sky. The small sword he wielded had, unbeknownst to him, turned its tip against its master, decapitating him with a single stroke. Scalding deer blood splattered over Yuanma's head and face. A sinister grin froze on Yuanma's countenance, as his pupils reflected a crimson-black figure plummeting from the heavens. Cloaked in dark robes that billowed like a dragon, the figure's scarlet attire blazed fiercely like fire. Bang! Aowen nonchalantly pressed his palm against the freshly reformed deer head. The head and body erupted like overripe berries, while the primordial spirit was shredded by the shadow of a black lotus emerging from his palm. The black-red small sword fell effortlessly into his grasp. Your turn. Aowen's voice sliced through the air like an ice pick against rock. Aware of his inferiority, Yuanma's form flickered and transformed into countless gray shadows that scattered in all directions. Aowen flicked his sleeve, unleashing a multitude of ethereal blue-eye spikes that swiftly pinned the fleeing gray shades in place. With a poof, the gray shadows disintegrated, and Yuanma's true form staggered into view, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood. Pan, now oblivious to the sudden appearance of the mysterious figure, was solely focused on preserving the remaining strength of the Leoti Bear clan. Retreat. Pan summoned his spiritual treasure, the Leoti Hammer, intending to shatter the array with brute force to facilitate an escape for Xiongyi. Chief, came the earnest voice of Xiongyi at his side, causing a wave of unease to wash over Pan, his hairs standing on end. Instinctively, he activated his protective divine light and glanced back, only to find Xiongyi's mouth torn wide open, stretching to the roots of his ears, with stark white fangs glistening with a thick metallic scent of blood, poised to bite down viciously on his neck. Crack! The sound of shattering vertebrae sent a shiver down the spine as Pan's head rolled aside. Even without his head, Pan swung the Leoti Hammer, sending Xiongyi flying. In the distance, the greedy wolf and deer Chi quickly approached, preparing to join forces to take down the half-defeated leader of the Leoti Bear clan. In response to this sudden turn of events, several surviving Grand Luo elders from the three tribes halted their actions, eyes wide with rage. Realizing their predicament, they exchanged glances and lunged toward Aurwen, hoping to seize a slender chance of survival. Commendable courage. Aurwen drew his sword in the air, the blade of the Slaughter Immortal sword humming as it split into 6 bloodlines. Without any earth-shattering collisions, the bloodlines pierced through the protective spiritual light, penetrating the foreheads of their targets. Before the 6 corpses could collapse, their essence and blood path were devoured by the sword's core. The dark red blood markings along the sword's spine suddenly glowed, its ferocious might surging, coalescing into a phantom of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The Grand Luo were notoriously difficult to kill. Even Xianyu, without resorting to the power of the primordial layer, had to seal them as a primary measure. As for Aurwen, he could only proceed methodically, employing the power of the Slaughter Immortal sword to repeatedly slay these Grand Luo. With each kill, a trace of their path was obliterated, until their fruit of the path was completely extinguished. Years later, the valley fell into an eerie silence. The blood mist array gradually closed in, compressing and refining the scattered remnants into a viscous river of blood that flowed into the sword's core. Xiongyi licked the golden red blood of the celestial wolf from the corner of his mouth, while Lucci toyed with Pan's Liati hammer, as the group meticulously cleaned the battlefield. Master, a little rabbit has dashed away. Should it be dealt with? The small creature has not witnessed the forbidden sights, so perhaps it is best to spare its life and utilize its voice to spread the word. This little rabbit is none other than the shadow of the Moonshadow Rabbit clan. In truth, there are others like her, hailing from minor clans, who follow the larger clans in hopes of seizing opportunities. However, most remain at the periphery, too fearful to venture into the heart of the territory, lest they be deemed as having ulterior motives or coveting treasures. Despite her tenacious presence within the group, she remains marginalized, often relegated to the role of a scout to clear paths. Left far behind her companions, she can only search for treasures around the valley's outskirts, striving to gather resources for her clan. After all, the clan leader has bestowed upon her the precious jade due from a revered elder, and she cannot be ungrateful. Alas, it seems she is destined to be devoid of any encounter with that esteemed figure. From the very beginning, she recognized the naivete of the clan leader's aspirations, so she never truly hoped to find that elder, focusing instead on the acquisition of resources as her primary task. The earth here is rich with vitality, surely. There must be treasures buried within. As she excavates, a terrifying surge of energy emanates from the depths of the treasure valley, akin to a colossal stone cast into a stagnant pool, instantly unleashing cataclysmic waves of destruction. She is far enough from the core region to merely witness the eruption of multicolored lights and hear the distant echoes of battle cries. A confrontation has erupted. The overwhelming pressure from several powerful Deluo Golden Immortals surges forth without restraint, colliding like an invisible tsunami sweeping through the valley. In an instant, she feels as though her heart is gripped by an icy hand, her blood running cold. The cacophony of intense and brutal fighting crescendos, accompanied by violent tremors of the earth and chaotic currents of spiritual energy, while the acrid scent of charred vegetation and blood rapidly fills the air. The winds howl ominously. The instinct for survival overrides all curiosity and luck. Shadow immediately manifests her true form, her 4 limbs unleashing an unprecedented power, transforming into a silvery blur as she flees desperately from the center of the energy storm, wishing fervently for more legs to run. However, the pure essence of her lunar aura draws the attention of predators. A howl, filled with surprise and greed, resonates not far behind her. The skin on her scalp prickles as her peripheral vision catches a swift gray shadow tearing through the air, charging straight towards her. It is a howling moon wolf of the Tai realm. Its emerald eyes fixate on her, a greedy gaze seemingly penetrating her very being. The Moonshadow Rabbit. A creature of the Tai realm. Such purity of moonlight. The Moonshadow Rabbit clan, dedicated to the worship of the moon, possesses essence and flesh imbued with the quintessence of lunar energy, making them a coveted delicacy for the howling moon wolves, not to mention their exquisite flavor. Yet, since the edict of the Qilin clan was proclaimed, forbidding mutual slaughter among the beast clans of Wanshou Mountain, the Moonshadow Rabbits, who have attained immortality, have become a luxurious prize that the howling moon wolves can only yearn for from afar, especially since their territory has been confined to the north of Wanshou Mountain. Shadow's heart plummets to the depths. This wolf possesses a cultivation level superior to her own. Should it ensnare her, escape would be nearly impossible. Moreover, the Valley of Treasures has become a battleground of devastation. Any delay could plunge one into the cataclysmic aftermath, instantaneously reducing them to mere dust. There is no time to engage in combat. Absolutely no pause. Shadow clenched her teeth, willing to ignite her vital essence, her entire being radiating with the brilliance of moonlight. Her speed surging once more, akin to a meteor slicing through the nocturnal veil, frantically weaving through the jagged rocks and gnarled ancient trees. Humph, little rabbit, you cannot escape. The celestial wolf let out a menacing laugh, its forepaws striking the air, the howling wind propelling it forward with equal ferocity. The two figures, one pursuing and the other fleeing, moved with the swiftness of lightning, narrowly skirting the chaotic currents of energy. Shadow, utilizing the innate agility and petite stature of the Moonshadow Rabbit clan, adeptly maneuvered through the intricate terrain, occasionally slipping into narrow crevices or sharply turning along steep cliffs. The celestial wolf, larger and more powerful, found its flexibility slightly lacking in such extreme conditions. Several of its lunges fell just short. The shrill howl of its claws tearing through the air, echoing near Shadow's ears, the resultant gusts stinging her cheeks. Her heart raced like a drum, each breath laced with the metallic tang of blood, just as she was on the verge of escaping the Valley of Treasures. A colossal claw of condensed magical energy hurtled towards her, aimed precisely at the spot where she would land next. Shadow's eyes turned crimson. Instead of evading, she unleashed every ounce of strength, casting forth a beam of moonlight that forced the howling lunar wolf back a step, though she was sent flying thousands of meters away. Gravely injured, suddenly, a grand formation rose, isolating the wolf and the rabbit from one another. Shadow, severely wounded, had no time to ponder the origins of this formation. Struggling to rise from the ground, she took a deep breath, clutching the treasure she had discovered in the mountains, and continued her desperate flight. She had to return to her clan immediately to inform the chieftain, regardless of the outcome in the Valley of Treasures. The major clans of Mount Wanshou were destined to clash. Chaos was imminent on Mount Wanshou. Chapter 62. An unexpected encounter with Yuan Ti. Having gathered the malevolent essence and blood from the treasure-gathering valley, Ao Run discreetly departed with his three subordinates. As the sun rose and set over the course of centuries, the once mighty spirit beasts that dominated this valley, along with the three clans who ventured into the mountains in search of treasures, had all been reduced to ashes. Only the insignificant flora managed to endure, drawing strength from remnants of their roots and seeds, and thriving amidst the remains of the great battle. Curiously, despite the valley's topography suggesting it should be a land of fortune, there was not a single spirit root of any notable age to be found. Bai crouched at the edge of a cloud, employing his eye technique to survey an unknown valley billions of miles away, mumbling to himself. This valley, shaped like a gold ingot, possessed the qualities of gathering wind and water, yet alas, a gaping hole marred its beauty, causing all its potential to drain away. As Xian Yu and Bai Yi traversed the former treasure-gathering valley, their attention was piqued. A gaping hole. What could have caused such a phenomenon? Since witnessing the mysteries of the Five Zhuang Temple, Bai Yi had developed a keen interest in the principles of feng shui. Fortunately, during their time at Qilin Cliff, Xian Yu had gleaned considerable knowledge from the first Qilin, and combined with his own insights into formations, he was more than capable of instructing Bai Yi. Look at the trees in this valley, Bai Yi remarked. They are merely a few hundred years old, significantly smaller than those outside the valley. This is clearly abnormal. Most likely, they succumbed to external forces, perishing before new growth emerged. And in the valley's center, there lies a conspicuously deep depression, where the trees are even younger, barely over a century old. Could it be that a great battle erupted here? With this prompt, Bai Yi quickly pieced together the puzzle. Indeed, it was not just any battle. It must have involved several great luo, for such extensive geological alteration could not have occurred otherwise. It was truly regrettable that such a prime piece of feng shui had been lost. The clouds floated gently, carrying the master and disciple past the majestic silhouette of Mount Wanshou. Bai Yi withdrew his gaze from the valley, resting his chin on his hand, unable to suppress his curiosity. Master, it has been several centuries. Why have we received no news from Master Yuan Ti? Since learning of the impending reunion with Yuan Ti, Bai Yi had eagerly anticipated witnessing the progress of Jin Huan in this one Yuan meeting, especially considering that he had achieved a breakthrough to the late stage of Tai during this time. Just as Xian Yu was about to respond, his brow suddenly furrowed. The nearby space distorted without warning, collapsing as if a stone had been cast into still water, creating ripples of silvery gray. A familiar yet intense spatial fluctuation surged forth. With a crack, the fabric of space shattered, revealing an opening. Following this, a uniquely designed pavilion emerged. The pavilion, entirely sculpted from warm red jade, featured soaring eaves and intricate carvings, reminiscent of the cloud pavilion once inhabited by Yuan Ti in the Qilan construction. Inside the pavilion, Yuan Ti, clad in a flowing red robe, steadied himself against a pillar, while Jin Huan clung to his leg, strands of dark hair dancing in the wind, both appearing somewhat disheveled. Yuan Ti's gaze instantly locked onto the familiar figures amidst the clouds not far away, Xianyu. Yuan Ti pointed in the direction of Xianyu and Bai, prompting the cloud pavilion to glide alongside the cloud formation. Haha, who would have thought I would encounter you here? What brings you both here? Yuan Ti, accompanied by Jin Huan, stepped out of the cloud pavilion as Xianyu and Bai rose to greet them. I sent you a message earlier. Why didn't you reply? Yuan Ti noticed Jin Huan's disheveled hair and absent-mindedly tidied it. I received your message and was about to respond when an unexpected incident occurred, Xianyu replied, her thoughts conjuring chairs and teacups from the clouds. And the four of them settled down. An unexpected incident? Yuan Ti inquired. Indeed. I intended to take a shortcut by opening a spatial tunnel with the Wutong Order. Planning to land in the treasure-gathering valley, I had passed through there many years ago and left behind spatial coordinates. However, I was unaware that a malicious individual had set up a sinister formation that enveloped the entire valley, which caught me off guard. While piloting the cloud pavilion, I collided directly into it. This sent us both spiraling back into the shattered spatial tunnel, trapped in chaotic currents for hundreds of years. Yuan Ti accepted the tea Xianyu offered, taking a sip to ease the lingering effects of their ordeal. And now, just after emerging from the spatial turbulence, we run into you. Ah, I see, Xianyu nodded in understanding, also confirming that a significant event had indeed transpired in the treasure-gathering valley hundreds of years ago, likely involving treasure-seeking beasts. Isn't this cloud pavilion a type of cave heaven artifact? How can it ascend to the heavens? Yuan Ti chuckled. The last time I saw your family star koan, I was utterly fascinated and intended to seek one for myself, but none met my expectations. When my family leader learned of this, he decided to integrate a segment of a Wutong tree branch into my cloud pavilion, thus endowing it with the teleportation capabilities of the Wutong Order. Additionally, I inscribed flight runes upon it, allowing it to soar into the skies. Yuan Ti appeared quite pleased with the cloud pavilion, cheerfully describing this multi-functional treasure that combined teleportation, flight, and habitation. This cloud pavilion is indeed an essential artifact for home travel and adventures through the primordial wilderness. Bai glanced at his own cloud formation and then at his master's cloud pavilion, suddenly feeling nostalgic for the star koan. If only the star koan were here, it would undoubtedly be more impressive than this cloud pavilion. Yuan Ti caressed the cloud-formed table, his consciousness traversing through the cloud formation, revealing countless intricate array patterns, instantly brightening his expression. Xianyu, the formation of these clouds is truly remarkable. It can transform an ordinary cloud into something akin to a treasure. It truly turns the mundane into the extraordinary. The star koan has fallen into a deep slumber and won't awaken anytime soon. For now, we must rely on this means of transport. The primordial expanse is vast, and a casual stroll could span thousands of years, without a steed to carry us. It would indeed be quite inconvenient. Yuan Ti then shifted his attention to Bai. My dear boy, it's only been a little over 100,000 years since we last met, yet you've already reached the late stage of Tai. You are indeed formidable. Yuan Ti patted Bai's shoulder and retrieved a Wutong seed from his robe, handing it to the latter. In the cultivation of the Tai realm, mastering the laws is paramount. I see you have already cultivated the energies of gold, water, earth, and stars. You are merely a breath away from attaining the fullness of Tai. The phoenix tree seed, belonging to the fire element, encapsulates the essence of spatial Dao, making it a remarkable object for contemplation. Thank you, esteemed master. Bai graciously accepted the seed and tucked it away into the spatial realm he had created within his sleeve, promptly pouring a cup of tea for Yuan Ti. What about me? Do I not receive a gift? Xianyu, with a playful demeanor, extended her hand towards Yuan Ti in expectation. Oh, go on. You, a perfected Great Luo, asking for a gift from someone at the later stage of Great Luo. Does that even make sense? Yuan Ti could not help but roll her eyes. Alas, one cannot say it like that. I, being of the Tying, dwell in bitter cold, where not a blade of grass grows. Enough of your lamentations. The jade dew of your Tying star is abundant everywhere. Yuan Ti retrieved a sturdy branch from her spatial sleeve and tossed it to Xianyu. I knew you would be fond of spiritual roots. This branch was obtained through considerable effort and favors from the ancestral tree. Xianyu gently caressed the crimson leaves, admiring the branch that flowed with endless spatial Dao essence, a subtle smile gracing her lips, clearly pleased with the gift. However, let it be known in advance that the properties of this phoenix tree conflict somewhat with the environment of the Great Yin Star. It is more challenging to cultivate than the Lihua phoenix tree. Rest assured, I possess my own clever strategies. Xianyu carefully placed the branch of the phoenix tree into her starry world, nurturing it within the divine three-light water, and then handed Yuan Ti a generous portion of the divine water. I do not have much to offer, only this. It seems that only Xianyu in the entire world can afford to lavish three-light water so freely. Chapter 63. The Celestial Pegasus soars. How fares Jin Huan's cultivation? Does he lack for jade dew? What can a mere child of the golden immortal realm possibly require? Although Yuan Ti indicated that there remained a considerable amount of jade dew from the last time, Xianyu nonetheless produced a bottle of concentrated jade dew and presented it to Jin Huan, along with an abundance of osmanthus leaves and flowers. I am never short of jade dew. Despite giving it to Jin Huan, I shall not be stingy. As Xianyu was speaking, he suddenly reached out and gently pinched Jin Huan's face a few times. Once Jin Huan regained his senses, he looked at Xianyu, blinking in confusion, seemingly pondering why he was being pinched for no reason. Xianyu, as the illustrious lord of the Great Yin Star, is this how you treat a child? Yuan Ti swatted Xianyu's hand away and playfully pinched the other side of Jin Huan's face. Jin Huan's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at his teacher and then back at Xianyu, ultimately burying his head in his arms to shield his cheeks from further teasing. This innocent display elicited hearty laughter from the other three. Ha ha ha, enough, enough. I shall not tease you any longer. Let senior brother Bai Yi take you out to play. With a flourish of his hand, Xianyu summoned a massive cloud from the horizon, deftly transforming it into a whimsical cloud amusement park complete with pirate ships, Ferris wheels, and all manner of attractions. I have laid numerous formations within. The ways to enjoy it, you shall discover for yourselves. After serving Yuan Ti a cup of tea, I noticed that he remained captivated by the amusement park. Xianyu mused, this creation appears rather amusing. Indeed, a native of the primordial wilderness, lacking in experience. As the two young ones ventured off to play, Xianyu and Yuan Ti conversed over tea. Yuan Ti passionately recounted his clever strategies in the southwest, encouraging the avian clan to flourish and even facilitating the migration of birds from distant lands. He even reported back on the issue of loose cultivators that Xianyu had previously mentioned, ensuring it was addressed within the clan. Xianyu briefly recounted his journey with Bai Yi into the Fire Cloud Cave to dispel malevolent energies and escort the innate Dao fetus to Mount Wanshou. Since the creation jade plate had already been promised to Hongjun, he omitted further details, merely stating that they had acquired the celestial map of the zodiac in the Fire Cloud Cave. As Yuan Ti was not in haste to reach the White Tiger clan, Xianyu's cloud drifted leisurely onward. On the cloud, they established a sandbox space, each showcasing their skills, engaging in philosophical discourse while Jin Huan and Bai Yi listened attentively. Amidst their discussions, they did not neglect to instruct their two disciples. Xianyu, being well-versed in physical cultivation, took Jin Huan under his wing. For the latter possessed the rare bloodlines of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, a prodigious talent for physical training seldom seen in a millennium. With a robust physique and the assistance of jade dew, he would be better equipped to cultivate the nirvana technique. Perceiving that Xianyu had taken his disciple, Yuan Ti then guided Bai Yi, aiming to refine the 5 energies within him to achieve a breakthrough to the Great Dao as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 years passed, and the group finally arrived at the western boundary of Mount Wanshou. A millennium prior, Xianyu had retreated into the cloud pavilion to contemplate the nirvana fire that he had yet to fully comprehend, and to this day, he had not emerged. Yuan Ti relocated the cloud pavilion to the center of the cloud mass and expanded it into a more colossal floating isle, while also revamping the primal amusement park of Xianyu. Building upon the array that suppressed Xianyu's cultivation, he eliminated all safety measures and simultaneously heightened the difficulty, introducing numerous illusions and phantoms, as well as the elements of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. Amidst the interplay of reality and illusion, countless surprises awaited, perilous situations abounded. Adding to the thrill, on one occasion, Bai Yi and Jin Huan nearly plummeted from an altitude of billions of miles while riding the roller coaster, leading them to gradually lose their enchantment with the amusement park thereafter. Seizing the opportunity during Xianyu's seclusion, Yuan Ti claimed the entire amusement park for himself. Jin Huan, behold the vast expanse of the grassland, Bai Yi exclaimed, as they crouched at the edge of the cloud isle, gazing into the distance. Before them lay an interminable stretch of grassland, extending endlessly toward the horizon. Mount Wanshou, with its towering peaks to the east and lower elevations to the west, featured steep cliffs and short, diminutive ridges. However, the western foothills elongated significantly, gradually flattening and leading to a sprawling plain beyond the treasured valley. According to Yuan Ti, this grassland was named Luaha Prairie. From their vantage point above the cloud mass, the Luaha River appeared as a meandering jade ribbon traversing the prairie. On its banks, spirited steeds galloped, each adorned with wings, their manes flowing in the wind, hooves striking the clouds. In the heart of the prairie stood an ancient tribe. At its center, a white jade altar. Atop the altar stood a statue of the primordial Qilin, grander and more majestic than the one Bai Yi had seen before among the moon-hidden rabbit clan. Surrounding the altar were 12 totemic pillars, each intricately carved with images of galloping steeds, representing the dominion over the various tribes of the prairie. The vast expanse of Luaha Prairie lay beneath a cerulean sky. Although Xian Yu's party was concealed by a cloaking formation, the massive cloud isle eventually revealed its presence once the surrounding clouds dissipated. The substantial size of the isle caught the attention of the Deluo cultivators of the Tianma clan below. At the center of the tribe, the red-maned Tianma guardians stationed beside the white jade altar gazed skyward, their keen eyes reflecting the unusual sight above, releasing a series of long, resonant whinnies. In a brief moment, formidable energies surged from deep within the tribe, and at the forefront was Fei Fu, the clan leader of the Tianma. His powerful physique, adorned with silver-white mane glistening like metal under the sun, unfurled a pair of expansive wings, casting a shadow over a small portion of the sky. The oppressive aura of a late-stage Deluo radiated outward, seemingly serving as a warning to the intruders. Following Fei Fu were 3 elders of the clan, all Deluo golden immortals, their wings beating the air, summoning a howling wind as their sharp gazes, filled with vigilance, directed toward the cloud isle. Hovering 100 zhang away from the cloud mass, Fei Fu and his party paused, refraining from probing with their spiritual consciousness out of courtesy. May I inquire which esteemed friends have graced the airspace of my Tianma clan? Fei Fu's voice resonated with a calm authority befitting the ruler of the prairie. However, when his gaze fell upon the 2 children at the edge of the cloud mass, he appeared momentarily taken aback, startled by the sudden surge of powerful energy. Bai Yi instinctively shielded Jin Huan behind him, preparing to invoke the name of the Feng clan. Just then, a thrilling cry erupted. A boisterous and almost frenzied laugh erupted abruptly from the peculiar edifice on the opposite side of Cloud Island. Following this, a crimson streak of light, akin to a runaway meteor, shot forth from the heart of a complex formation nestled within the clouds. The red luminescence traced a peerless arc, narrowly grazing the edge of the cloud before it came to a halt, its brilliance fading to reveal the figure of Yuan Shi, clad in a crimson robe. Billowing in the fierce wind stirred by his rapid movement, his hair was tousled, yet his face radiated an exuberant flush of excitement, clearly reveling in the thrill of the moment. This thunderous chariot of the 9 heavens is truly exhilarating. After swiftly readjusting his attire, he extended a courteous greeting to Fei Fu. My friend Fei Fu, it has been many years. I trust you have been well. Chapter 64. The Luaha Prairie. Upon seeing the 2 familiar children earlier, Phoebu had an inkling regarding the identity of the master of this cloud island. With Yuan Ti's appearance, his suspicions were conclusively confirmed, and the tension in his demeanor, along with his solemn expression, melted away like snow under the sun, replaced by an overwhelming surge of joy. Brother Yuan Ti, it truly is you. Phoebu's voice brimmed with incredulous delight as he rushed forward with his kin, performing a respectful bow to Yuan Ti. The 3 Tianma elders trailing behind also recognized this esteemed elder of the Feng clan, promptly retracting their hostility and approaching with reverent greetings. The last time we met at Qilin Cliff, you were in the mid-stage of Deluo. It is indeed a cause for celebration to see you now in the late stage. Yuan Ti had sensed this familiar aura beforehand, hence his reluctance to step forward immediately. I fortuitously encountered some opportunities on Wanshou Mountain and managed to break through. Jin Huan, who stood behind Bai Yi, also stepped forward. He recalled Phoebu from his time visiting the Qilin clan with his master, where Phoebu frequently sought his mentor's counsel. Little Jin Huan, it has been quite a while. After exchanging pleasantries with Jin Huan, Phoebu turned his gaze toward Bai Yi. Junior Bai Yi, it is an honor to meet you, Senior Phoebu. So, you are the disciple of the Great Yin Star Lord. Indeed, your innate talent is remarkable. Phoebu had crossed paths with Bai Yi previously at the Qilin banquet, Chapter 23, accompanying the Great Yin Star Lord, though he only learned the boy's name now. Phoebu then retrieved 2 pieces of 9 aperture spirit jade from his robes, presenting them to the 2 children as tokens of their meeting. These jades, treasures found at Wanshou Mountain, possess the ability to calm the mind and aid in enlightenment. Bai Yi and Jin Huan graciously accepted the gifts, expressing their gratitude. Yuan Ti led the group toward the center of the cloud formation, passing by an amusement park that piqued the interest of the 4 Tianma clan members. Brother Yuan Ti, what is this? Fibu inquired, observing the peculiar structures adorned with intricate formations that were anything but ordinary. Haha, these are formations set by the Great Yin Star Lord, designed to test the 2 younger generations. Yuan Ti hesitated to mention their purpose as mere entertainment, as that would tarnish the dignified image of the Feng clan's envoy. Brother Yuan Ti, why do we not see the Xinhua Star Lord? Just as Fibu posed the question, the mist at the center of the cloud island dissipated, revealing the figure of a cloud pavilion. An ethereal and expansive aura, capable of cleansing the soul, enveloped the space. Xinhua emerged slowly, surrounded by a gentle moonlight glow, his expression imbued with a trace of the fire of nirvana, which lent him an air of transcendent grace and solemnity. Elder Fibu, it is a pleasure to see you again. A soft smile graced Xianhua's lips, recalling their brief encounter in the Qilin clan. I am Fibu, paying my respects to the Xinhua Star Lord. Upon seeing Xianhua, Fibu hurriedly approached and performed an elaborate bow. After all, the tales of this Star Lord's exploits had echoed throughout the primordial realm, each one a testament to his formidable prowess. With the formidable beast of chaos subdued, I beseech the heavens to bestow their grace and quell the strife among the 3 clans. Moreover, I have skillfully untangled the chaotic pathways of the fire cloud battlefield, thus saving countless souls. In the presence of such a powerful and benevolent being, Fei Fu was filled more with reverence than anything else, feeling a slight sense of constraint. Brother Yuan Ti and Star Sovereign, you have traveled from afar. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome. Fei Fu exclaimed, might I invite you to our clan's territory for a brief respite, allowing me to extend my hospitality? Xianyu glanced at Yuan Ti, who promptly affirmed his availability, noting that their journey from Loha Grassland to Baihu Ridge would not consume too much time. Observing the eager expressions of Bai Yi and Jin Huan, Xianyu discerned their interest and readily accepted Fei Fu's invitation. Then I must trouble you, Chief Fei Fu. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ti immediately stowed away the entire Cloud Island and, alongside Xianyu, led Jin Huan and Bai Yi in following Fei Fu. Moments later, they arrived at the entrance of the Tianma tribe. The silver-haired Tianma, accompanied by 10 members of the Tianma clan, formed a line to offer their welcome, while the rest of the tribe quietly observed from a distance, their eyes filled with both awe and curiosity. Fei Fu guided Xianyu and the others through the Tianma tribe, showcasing the major territories of the grassland and sharing tales of the unusual and the wondrous. After sunset, Fei Fu, along with the elders of the tribe, convened a bonfire gathering near the shallow banks of Loa. Please forgive our humble resources compared to other regions of the primordial, Fei Fu remarked. He personally led the young men of the tribe into the water to catch a batch of fish, which he then prepared with his own hands. Soon, several large roasted fish were presented. Xianyu and Yuan Ti each received one, while a fish belly larger than Bai Yi was shared between Bai Yi and Jin Huan. Bai Yi, bewildered at being presented with a roasted fish belly of such grandeur, found himself at a loss, having never encountered such a scene after years of traversing the primordial with his teacher. In such gatherings, shouldn't elders engage in philosophical discussions first? Why was a piece of roasted fish being offered to him? It did smell quite delightful, though. As he pondered, he turned to see Jin Huan devouring her portion with great enthusiasm, and even his teacher had joined in, prompting him to quickly follow suit. How does this roasted fish please your palates? Fei Fu inquired. Indeed, the perfectly roasted black fish of the Tai realm boasts exquisite flesh, enhanced by spices and salt that elevate its flavor to perfection. Fei Fu finished off a fishtail with 3 swift bites, wiped his mouth, and began recounting his experience visiting the Qilin clan, where he had the fortune to sample Yuan Ti's culinary skills. A single bite had completely captivated him. After befriending Yuan Ti, Fei Fu had learned much about culinary arts from him and had heard tales of Xianyu, recognizing their unique insights into gastronomy. Friend Fei Fu, you may be unaware, but this Star Sovereign is indeed the foremost gourmet of the primordial. I merely possess the gift of words. In practice, I could never compare to you two, Xianyu replied, feeling a bit bashful at their praise. But the Star Sovereign is too modest. I have heard from Brother Yuan Ti that it was you who discovered the salt and spices. Once, I had but a fleeting encounter in the ancestral land of the Qilin, which I now lament. Today, as fate would have it, the two of you have passed this way, prompting me to invite you to savor my culinary creations and assess whether I have mastered the art. Fibu distributed the freshly grilled fish among the group, and I must say, Xianyu indeed relished the meal, while Jin Huan and Bai Yi were wholly engrossed in their feast. scarcely lifting their heads. Observing the delight of others in the grilled fish I prepared filled Phoebe with a sense of pride, and he could not help but express a wistful thought. Alas, if only I had met Brother Yuanqi and the Star Lord sooner. My Fima clan would not have had to subsist on the meager grass of the Yuan Hui for countless seasons. Like Yuanqi, Chief Phoebe is a remarkable individual. Since his return from the Qilin clan, he has disseminated their governance methods, established 4 elders to oversee the cardinal directions of the grasslands, and has significantly advanced the culinary arts learned from Yuanqi, particularly in grilling. This transformation has turned the originally herbivorous Tianma clan into omnivores. Were it not for the edicts of the Qilin clan, the cattle and sheep of these plains would surely be in dire straits. However, since the beasts of burden cannot be indiscriminately consumed, we must turn our attention to the aquatic creatures of the Luo River. Moreover, the black fish within these waters are voracious predators, and apart from the Tianma clan, few can contend with their ferocity on the grasslands. Chapter 65. The Secrets of the Prairie. The banquet of the Pegasus clan diverges from those of other realms, characterized more by revelry and camaraderie than by philosophical discourse. It resembles the gatherings of later generations, a convivial assembly where individuals indulge in feasting, merriment, and lively conversation. By the way, where are the esteemed visitors from Mount Wanshou headed? I intend to accompany Bai Yi on a journey through the wilderness to explore its wonders. I plan to pay a visit to the newly appointed chieftain of the White Tiger clan, and fortuitously, as I pass by Mount Wanshou, I will take both of them along for a delightful excursion to White Tiger Ridge. Yuan Ti candidly shared his intentions with Fei Fu, casually picking up a fish and approaching the fire, preparing to cook it himself. Haha, splendid. However, one must heed an important point. To navigate this prairie, one must rely on this river. Fei Fu gestured towards the expansive Luo River beside them, guiding everyone on their way. The Luo River originates from the Wanshou mountain range and flows all the way to White Tiger Ridge, where it bifurcates into 2 tributaries. One meanders around Mount Shumi, merging with the Southern Sea, while the other heads north, its destination unknown. Only by following the Luo River downstream can one traverse the entire prairie and reach White Tiger Ridge. Otherwise, one would encounter numerous detours. Oh, and why is that? Before my departure, I heard our clan's ambassador from the west mention that the Luo River prairie is alive, constantly changing. Whether flying in the air or walking on the ground, one must adhere to the path of the Luo River to find their way out. Yuan Ti adjusted the fish on the fire, adding some oil, and divulged the information he possessed. Alive. Not only was Xianyu astonished, but even Jin Huan and Bai Yi, engrossed in their meal, raised their heads in anticipation of further revelations. Indeed, the Luo River prairie is truly alive. What does that mean? Xianyu's formidable consciousness spread forth, delving into the depths of the prairie, tracing the course of the Luo River both upstream and downstream, seeking the extraordinary, yet seemingly uncovering nothing of significance. The Luo River prairie is not as straightforward as it appears. It possesses an enchanting allure that ensnares ordinary beings, making escape exceedingly difficult once they enter. Enchanting? But I have not sensed anything unusual. Yuan Ti instinctively glanced at Xianyu, for among those present, he was the most accomplished in both cultivation and array techniques. Strange, I have not detected any traces of formations. Fei Fu casually plucked a few blades of grass from the surroundings, presenting them to Xianyu and Yuan Ti for inspection. Isn't this merely ordinary pasture? It seems unremarkable. Yuan Ti pondered for a long while, still unable to discern anything noteworthy. As he surveyed the vast expanse of the prairie, he found it predominantly covered with this seemingly mundane grass imbued with a hint of spiritual energy, and as for its grade, it was truly akin to roadside weeds. Aside from the untamed herbivorous creatures yet to awaken their intelligence and embark on cultivation, no one would pay them any heed. These grasses seemed to originate from the same source. To validate his hypothesis, Xianyu summoned the moonlight, drawing a blade of grass from across the Luo River. Indeed, these grasses share the same origin. They are all from the same plant. Yuan Ti received the 2 blades of grass, differing in size and shape, from Xianyu's hand, activating his mystical vision to trace their roots. It is indeed true. The chieftain of the Flying Abdomen remarked, "You claim this grassland is alive. Could it be that all the grass here is but a single entity?" Indeed. The chieftain casually tossed the weeds in his hand into the fire. In truth, the entire expanse of the Luo River grassland is governed by a singular, colossal strand of grass. This immense entity dictates the perpetual transformations of the landscape, akin to an imperceptible labyrinth of enchantment. Today it stretches eastward, while tomorrow it recedes westward. The internal dynamics of the grassland are in constant flux. To navigate out of this expanse without following the Luo River's course is a formidable challenge. The chieftain seized a fish and hurled it towards the distance. To the astonishment of Yuan Shi and his companions, the surrounding weeds silently consumed the fish entirely. Witnessing this, Bai Yi sprang to his feet, casting aside the weeds that had cushioned his seat into the flames, then cautiously checked his posterior to ensure his safety. Ha ha ha. My young friend need not worry. This grassland only preys upon solitary beings. There is no cause for alarm with our numbers. But why does it only attack those who are alone? I cannot say. These weeds possess no discernible intelligence, and I am perplexed by the underlying mechanics. The chieftain shrugged, conveying his uncertainty. There are indeed other peculiarities, such as the prohibition against lighting bonfires within the grassland near the Luo River, lest one be pursued by ominous shadows. Xian Yu raised her gaze, and indeed, not a glimmer of light was to be found. Observing the weeds swaying in the boundless darkness, her understanding was once again challenged. Goodness, the operational mechanism of this grassland feels oddly familiar. If the deficiency of the Luo River were to be rectified, would it not resemble a bizarre dungeon? This spiritual root is quite uncanny. If one were to gather the essence of the countless weeds throughout the grassland, how immense would it be? A superior innate spiritual root? Or perhaps an exceptional one? Or even something more advanced? In any case, Xian Yu found herself unable to make predictions. The term uncanny is aptly used. The chieftain suddenly expressed a sentiment of reflection. This peculiar spiritual root has fashioned a realm of its own within the Luo River grassland, sheltering the ordinary beings from external threats while simultaneously ensnaring them within. Intrigued by the spiritual root capable of evolving such a bizarre grassland, Xian Yu promptly excavated a patch, roots and soil intact, to integrate into her palm-sized world. To her surprise, the grass instantly disintegrated into ash, vanishing from sight. How intriguing. It seems this spiritual root has conformed itself to the very essence of rules. Her words illuminated the minds of all present. Rules. While challenging to comprehend from a botanical perspective, it indeed resonates when viewed through the lens of regulation. If it is indeed a rule, then it would be of little use to a great Luo golden immortal who wields the path of the universe. Here, savor my grilled fish. Yuan Shi offered the roasted fish to Xian Yu. Eating grilled fish alone could become rather monotonous. As the ethereal light of the crescent moon flickered, Xian Yu procured a handful of mint from the celestial realm, combining it with jade dew and a modest amount of lunar essence to concoct a simple yet refreshing herbal tea, which he shared among the gathering. Though lacking the exquisite chaos iced jade nectar and fine wines, the event still reached a euphoric zenith. The chief of the Fei Fu clan and Xian Yu abandoned their previous discourse, instead inviting the young men of their clan to perform for Xian Yu. A spirited assembly of the Pegasus tribe encircled the bonfire, reveling in song and dance. Encouraged by his mentor and invited by the Pegasus kin, Jin Huan joined in the festivities. Bai Yi, clearly enamored with the flavor of the grilled fish, transformed into a magnificent white tiger, plunging into the Luo River in pursuit of fish. His teacher, Bai Yi, returned with a bounty of fish and shrimp, laying them before Xian Yu and gently tugging at his garment, imploring his mentor to assist in grilling his catch. Xian Yu affectionately ruffled Bai Yi's hair, feeling somewhat exasperated. Over the years, his reluctance to provide Bai Yi with sustenance stemmed not only from a lack of time, but primarily from his inclination towards theory rather than practice. Initially, he had been the source of ideas, while Yuan Ti executed them. Were he to undertake the task of preparing food, he doubted he could achieve the same level of excellence as Fei Fu's grilling. Ha ha ha, allow me to take over. Fortunately, Yuan Ti and Fei Fu promptly seized the assortment of river delicacies Bai Yi had caught, continuing to grill for the eager crowd. The banquet persisted into the late hours of the night. Chapter 66. The arrival of the Qilin after the banquet concluded. Phoebu arranged for Xian Yu and the others to reside in 4 triangular-shaped grass huts, nestled closely beside the tribal altar. Though referred to as huts, they resembled tents, enveloped in a layer of luaha spirit fish skin to shield the interior from the outside world. Inside, they were furnished with jade tables and chairs sourced from Mount Wanshou, exuding a rich, primitive artistic essence. I beg your pardon. Our Tianma tribe has long dwelled in the fringes and is unaccustomed to the abodes of the East. Moreover, the Luaha prairie lacks various divine minerals and stones, rendering it impossible to construct palatial edifices akin to the ancestral grounds of the Qilin, Phoebu explained. Bai Yi Jin Huan surveyed this unique dwelling with curiosity, undeterred by its simplicity, for he and his master had floated upon clouds for countless years. Xian Yu, too, showed no disdain for the grass hut. Instead, she regarded everything with keen interest. These 4 huts were likely the most opulent structures in the entire tribe, even surpassing Phoebu's own dwelling, which was merely a thatched roof atop a haystack. There is no need for such formality, esteemed chief. We, as practitioners, do not place value on external extravagance, Xianyu remarked, her sincerity deepening Phoebu's respect for the Star Lord. Once, an envoy from our tribe sought to persuade the Tianma to join the Avian clans, but upon witnessing their living conditions, he promptly abandoned that notion, Phoebu lamented. Indeed, otherwise, our Tianma clan would not have become part of the terrestrial beasts. Is that so? The Tianma clan possesses wings. Why could they not belong to the Avian tribes? Bai Jin Huan quipped. That envoy was indeed a fool, blind to the truth. Yuan Shi and Phoebu exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. What is past is past. Thankfully, Brother Yuan Shi has not looked down upon our Tianma tribe, treating us with courtesy. I am content, Phoebu declared. Both Brother Yuan Shi and the chief are individuals of great character. Ha ha ha. I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. The following morning, the Tianma tribe bathed in the golden rays of the rising sun, and the waters of the Lua shimmered with a glistening brilliance. At the center of the altar, the white jade statue of the primordial Qilin unexpectedly erupted in resplendent golden light. A heavy and commanding aura, capable of ruling over all beasts, enveloped the entire tribe in an instant. Upon sensing this formidable presence, Chief Phoebu and the elders hurried to the altar, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Grand Elder Jinlin. As the golden light receded, it coalesced into an imposing figure. Jinlin, clad in dark golden scaled armor, bore a resolute countenance, his brow etched with gravity and sternness. His eyes, sharp as lightning, swept over the kneeling members of the Tianma tribe before settling upon Phoebu. Rise, he commanded. Once Phoebu and the others stood, they remained with hands at their sides, awaiting Jinlin's words. The Grand Elder's gaze shifted towards the tents not far from the altar. Xianyu, Yuan Shi, and Bai Jin Huan stood at the edge of the tent, offering their respects. Star Lord Xianyu, Taoist friend Yuan Shi, it is a pleasure to see you well, Jinlin greeted, clasping his hands in a gesture of propriety. Though the concern in his brow remained palpable, Taoist friend Jinlin, it has been a long time. The two replied, immediately discerning that Jinlin's manifestation bore significant responsibilities from the Qilin clan, casting a heavy atmosphere over the gathering. They had no intention of meddling in the affairs of the terrestrial beasts, nor did they wish to become entangled in such matters. As Xianyu smiled gently, she took the initiative to speak. It seems that Taoist Jinlin has pressing matters to attend to. We intend to take a couple of young ones for a stroll in the depths of the Luohua Prairie, so we shall not disturb you. Jinlin was aware of the unique status of these two individuals and believed they were not entangled in the affairs of the gathering Treasure Valley. Please make yourself comfortable. Star Lord, once matters here are concluded, I shall pay a visit again. Xianyu nodded, leading by Yi and Jin Huan, transforming into 4 streaks of radiant light, soaring directly towards the depths of the prairie, that seemingly boundless green ocean. As their figures vanished amidst the endless verdant expanse, the gentle demeanor on Jinlin's face quickly vanished, replaced by an imposing authority and profound concern. Phoebu, I ask you, what transpired a millennium ago in the depths of the gathering Treasure Valley in Wanshou Mountain? Why did our Qilin clan receive urgent news stating that Qingmu, the leader of the Lingjiao Deer clan, Pan, the leader of the Lady Bear clan, and Yuanma, the leader of the Xiaoye Skywolf clan, along with several esteemed elders from the 3 clans and countless elite warriors, all perished? Upon hearing this, Phoebu trembled, his face turning pale as beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. Although he had long suspected the elite forces of the 3 clans faced dire consequences in the gathering Treasure Valley, hearing the confirmation of their complete demise still left him astounded. Had it not been for his earlier decisions, the Tianma clan would likely have followed suit, reduced to mere wisps of souls lingering in the gathering Treasure Valley. Phoebu, it was said that your Tianma clan also participated in the treasure hunt that day. Why are you unharmed? Phoebu dared not conceal anything, recounting the events from a millennium ago in their entirety, reporting to the Great Elder. A millennium ago, an anomaly suddenly appeared deep within Wanshou Mountain. The sky was filled with radiant hues that lingered for years, fragrant scents wafted for miles, and everyone believed it to be a portent of great treasures emerging. The leaders of the Lingjiao Deer, Lady Bear, and Xiaoye Skywolf clans successively sent envoys to communicate with our clan, agreeing to divide the areas according to the Qilin laws, to seek treasures together in the mountains, relying on fate, and forbidding any act of aggression. Our clan also participated. Phoebu's voice quivered with lingering trepidation. Our clan was divided into 7 teams. As we journeyed halfway, sudden calamity struck. A small scouting team from our clan, nearing the borders of the Xiaoya Skywolf territory, was ambushed. According to the sole survivor who fought desperately to escape, the attackers were indeed the Xiaoya Skywolves. They were ruthless, intending to seize the spiritual mines discovered by our team. And all our warriors perished save for him. The survivor, filled with rage and sorrow, implored me to lead them in seeking vengeance against the Xiaoya Skywolves for the blood of their fallen brothers. In the midst of this rising fury, many clansmen were incited by his words. Upon hearing Fibu mention the Xiaoya Skywolves attacking the Tianma clan, Jinlin's brow furrowed deeply. I am acutely aware of the weight of the Qilin laws and understand that this matter is suspicious. It cannot rely solely on one person's words. Moreover, the incident occurred at the ambiguous boundary of our two clans' territories. How can we be certain it was not a misunderstanding or a frame-up by others? Thus, I strictly forbade any clan member from taking independent action and prepared to confront Yuan Ma face to face. Just as I was striving to soothe the crowd, another upheaval occurred. Fibu took out a drop of milky white Kuan Yuan earth heart milk from his bosom. The mountain range where our clan resides trembled violently, without warning. The earth trembled and split, as if a dragon were rolling within its depths. The cataclysmic event, akin to a dragon's awakening, struck with utmost ferocity and suddenness. Amidst the chaos, a lone survivor was unexpectedly consumed by a gaping chasm that had abruptly formed. This abyss, unfathomably deep, exuded a violent essence of the earth, sealing itself in an instant and drawing him into the very heart of the world, leaving his fate unknown. Meanwhile, Fei Fu experienced a flicker of fortune amidst the calamity. By a fortunate turn of events, he stumbled upon a small patch of Kuan Yuan earth heart milk during the upheaval. Fei Fu paused momentarily. The earlier slaying of his kin, followed by the dragon's upheaval, filled him with a profound sense of unease. Thus, he decisively led the remnants of his clan to swiftly retreat from Wanshou Mountain, making haste back to the Luohua grassland. Fei Fu sighed heavily, bowing deeply to Jinlin. What he once perceived as a mere escape from disaster, he now recognized as a significant blessing for the Tianma clan. The aforementioned account bears not a single word of falsehood. Chapter 67. The Western Expedition of the Pegasus. Jinlin listened intently to Fei Fu's account, his expression grave. To be candid, he would prefer to believe that an external party had orchestrated the discord, inciting enmity and leading to the demise of the Wanshou clans, rather than such bloodshed arising from internal strife. The former represents an external threat, while the latter signifies a profound internal crisis. It is known that a 1,000-mile dike can collapse due to an ant hole. For the Qilin clan, managing external threats is not particularly challenging. The real difficulty lies in addressing internal issues. He meticulously recorded the information conveyed by Fei Fu within a jade tablet that floated in his palm for future reference. What do you surmise to be the cause of the demise of Qing Mu and the others? I have not witnessed the past events and cannot truly fathom what transpired, nor deduce the underlying reasons. Fei Fu discerned the unspoken intent behind Jinlin's inquiry, which was merely to gauge his awareness of the situation. Does the clan leader genuinely remain uninformed? As previously stated, should there be any concealment, may the heavens strike me down. Noticing the envoy's continued probing, Fei Fu took an oath to affirm his sincerity. Jinlin, observing this, felt it unwise to press further. May I inquire about the current state of Wanshou Mountain? It seems there have been no whispers from the Luohe grassland. Fei Fu, not driven by covetousness towards Wanshou Mountain, simply wished to ascertain whether the recent upheaval would impact the Luohe grassland. Jinlin perceived Fei Fu's intentions and was left somewhat speechless. Given that the Pegasus clan is the most powerful faction of Wanshou Mountain, wouldn't it be inviting trouble to disclose information proactively? Fei Fu, oh Fei Fu, you are the sovereign of the western dominion of Wanshou Mountain. Why do you fixate solely on the Luohe grassland, neglecting the other regions of Wanshou Mountain? The envoy is unaware. My capabilities are limited. Governing the western territories of Wanshou Mountain is already a formidable challenge, and I am truly unable to extend my influence further. Fei Fu spoke the truth. The Luohe grassland is indeed vast. Although resources are not plentiful, it is fortified by safety. As long as some resources are procured from the forests west of Wanshou Mountain, it would suffice for the Pegasus clan to live in peace without excessive contention. Jinlin glanced at the elders behind Fei Fu. One was counting blades of grass. Another appeared lost in thought, while a third, a great Luo golden immortal, seemed to be admiring his own hooves. His initial plan to discern Fei Fu's true nature, eliminate suspicion, and support the Pegasus clan in seizing full control of Wanshou Mountain now appeared ill-conceived. Alas, the events in Jubao Valley were only reported to Qilin Cliff a century ago, and now Wanshou Mountain, is in utter disarray. How could this information have been delayed for so long? Fei Fu was taken aback. Most beast clans would offer worship to Qilin statues. Any issues could be reported through these icons at any time. Although there may be delays, it should not have taken this long. Alas, this news was relayed by a surviving Tai realm Moonshadow Rabbit. Moonshadow Rabbit? Fei Fu paused, recalling this species, which seemed to be a mid-sized clan allied with the Ling Jiao deer tribe. Indeed, Jinlin nodded. According to its account, it had entered Jubao Valley with the Ling Jiao deer clan, but was excluded from the periphery. Amidst the tumultuous upheaval within the valley, she found herself relentlessly pursued by a howling moonlit wolf, yet fortuitously managed to escape the treasure valley. Although she emerged from this perilous ordeal, she bore grievous wounds. Deep within the confines of Wanshou Mountain, danger lurked at every turn, compelling her to both heal and conceal herself. A process that consumed nearly 10 millennia before she could return to her clan and relay the critical news. Subsequently, Jinlin shared the observations made by Ying with Fibu. Upon hearing the news, Fibu felt a stirring in his heart, sensing the faint whiff of conspiracy. Was the Ling Jiao deer clan also slain by the earthrending beasts? Reflecting upon the massacre of his own Tianma clan, the survivor consumed by the earth's veins, and his rhetoric inciting vengeance. All these events seemed too coincidental. Indeed, the clan leader of the Ling Jiao deer, Qingmu, managed to restrain himself, resolving to confront the leader of the earth-rending beasts face to face. It appeared that Qingmu still possessed a semblance of reason. Yet, if he was rational, then why? In the face of such a significant event as the death of the 3 clan leaders, did none of the informed clans report this? I suspect that the 3 clans learned of the news long before the Moonshadow Rabbit could report it, rather than immediately notifying others. They conspired with the surrounding minor clans to suppress the information, engaging in brutal clashes within Wanshou Mountain, deserving of the gravest punishments. As Jinlin spoke of this matter, his anger flared, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The Qilin clan's population was woefully sparse, with most members disinterested in governance, leading the sovereign Qilin to resort to a feudal system for managing the beast clans. Consequently, the Qilin clan's control over the beast clans was not on par with the dragon clan's dominion over the water clan, nor the phoenix clan's authority over the avian clan. Much like within Wanshou Mountain, the influence of the earth-rending beasts over minor clans such as the mountain mice surpassed even that of the Qilin clan. A frail camel outweighs a horse. Although the earth-rending beasts, Moonlit Wolf, and the clan leader of the Ling Jiao deer along with their elite were no more, the remaining forces within the clan were still formidable. The surrounding minor clans, fearing they might be used as examples in this tumult, were more obedient than ever. After all, with the clan leaders of the 3 clans recently deceased, they were in a state of frenzy. Who would dare provoke misfortune under such circumstances? Fibu could already vaguely envision the situation unfolding in Wanshou Mountain. Clans concealing their actions from the sovereign Qilin, engaging in mutual attacks, venting their grievances, and competing for resources and territory. In my view, it is likely that many smaller clans intentionally refrained from reporting, eagerly anticipating a clash between the larger clans such as the Ling Jiao deer, hoping for mutual destruction to reclaim Wanshou Mountain. Jinlin affirmed Fibu's perspective. Recognizing Fibu's discernment, prudence, and substantial strength, he grew increasingly inclined to appoint him to govern Wanshou Mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Jinlin made his final decision. Fibu, heed my command. I am here to serve. Fibu, along with the clansmen present, knelt on one knee. Jinlin produced a vibrant scroll, emblazoned with the totems of myriad beasts and marked with the essence of the sovereign Qilin. He entrusted the Tianma clan leader, Fibu, to lead the elite of his clan westward from the Luohua grasslands to quell the chaos in Wanshou Mountain and unify Wanshou. Any opposition encountered must be met with lethal force. I shall comply with your decree. Once the Qilin edict was issued, Fibu had no choice but to act. Jinlin rolled up the blank scroll, nodding in satisfaction. The chieftain took the lead, and I shall follow with my troops shortly thereafter. After much contemplation, Jinlin concluded that it would be best to eliminate that group entirely, whether it was due to external instigation or their own selfish motives. They had ultimately violated the edicts of the Qilin, thus tarnishing the dignity of the primordial Qilin. If they dared to deceive and oppress today, tomorrow they would surely rebel against authority. Failing to act decisively might diminish the prestige of the Qilin clan and undermine the very foundation of the realm. His intention was to execute a warning, demonstrating to all creatures of the world that the Qilin clan's adherence to benevolence was not born of weakness. The exercise of authority does not stem from an inability to govern. After all, the path that cleaves a person in two may also be deemed a path of benevolence. Chapter 68. the transformation of spiritual roots to avoid suspicion. Xian Yu and her companions did not linger in the tribe, but instead ventured far from the banks of the Luo River, delving deep into the heart of the grasslands. The boundless emerald expanse stretched to the horizon, where a gentle breeze caressed the landscape, causing waves of grass to ripple like the sea, revealing herds of cattle and sheep grazing peacefully, exuding an indescribable aura of the uncanny amidst the tranquility. Xian Yu's objective for this journey was to explore the mysterious spiritual root that had transformed itself into a manifestation of rules. You shall wait here. I will approach the spiritual root alone. Yuan Ti, Bai Yi, and Jin Huan understood her intention, realizing that only by being solitary could they provoke the spiritual root's attack. Having distanced themselves from the gentle murmur of the Luo River, the sounds of nature were reduced to the rustling of grass in the wind and a pervasive sensation of a heavy gaze watching from all directions. Xian Yu deliberately unleashed her vast aura of complete Daoyuo, walking alone across the grassland. How intriguing! It shows no fear of the Daoyuo's overwhelming pressure. Upon perceiving that Xian Yu had breached the rules, countless weeds surged towards her with ferocity. With a gentle exhale, Xian Yu summoned the winds of Taiyin's silence, which swept across the area, causing the multitude of weeds to wither instantly. The wind then gathered the dried grass into a heap. With a flick of her fingers, she released a strand of Taiyin's true fire, igniting the mound of grass. At the moment the flames erupted, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The surrounding light seemed to be seized by an invisible hand, suddenly dimming. It was not clouds obscuring the sun, but rather pure light being devoured by some unseen rule. Soon after, countless twisted, viscous shadows, as if cut from the deepest of night, silently seeped from the swaying grass tips and the churning earth. These shadows, akin to a school of sharks sensing blood, surged from all directions towards the flickering flames and the figure of Xian Yu beside them. The shadows, formless and intangible, carried with them a chilling aura that froze the soul and a nauseating scent of decay. They disregarded the faint pressure of Daoyuo that Xian Yu had deliberately released, as if it was merely a gentle breeze brushing past the grass tips. Their sole intention was clear: to extinguish the flames and consume the arsonist. How fascinating! A glimmer of silver light flickered in Xian Yu's eyes as her Taiyin divine vision pierced through the illusions. Instead of countering immediately, she glided like a specter amidst the shadow's onslaught, her mind acting as a precise probe, attempting to decipher the essence of these shadows. Neither spirit nor ghost, neither soul nor essence. They appeared to be a manifestation of the rules of this grassland. A revelation dawned upon Xian Yu. She endeavored to employ the technique of sleeve universes to forcibly capture a shadow that lunged towards her. Under the veil of her magical powers, the shadow struggled violently. Yet it was indeed forcibly severed from its connection to the grassland and drawn into a temporarily created microcosm in her palm. However, the instant it detached from the earth, the shadow disintegrated silently like a burst bubble, leaving no trace of energy behind, as if it had never existed. Furrowing her brow, Xian Yu attempted to stabilize a patch of weeds with the starlight cascading from her celestial diagram, then sought to uproot them entirely. The outcome was strikingly similar. Those weeds, immobilized by the starlight and severed from the earth, withered away in an instant, reducing to mere ashes. Their faint essence dissipated into the void, returning to the vast expanse of the grassland. As the source remains unified and the rules intact, there was little that could be done regarding this entity. Xian Yu endeavored through various methods, whether isolating the space, delaying time, or attempting to trace its primordial imprint. Once the target severed its connection with the overarching rules of the Lea grassland, it would promptly vanish, reintegrating into the immense and cohesive system of rules. Yuan Yi and the others, wary of disrupting Xian Yu's research, dared not approach too closely. Days later, Xian Yu stood upon a meadow, charred black by the true fire of the Aeon, observing the rapid spread of vibrant green shoots that swiftly reclaimed the scorched earth. Gradually, he withdrew all his powers. Returning to Yuan Yi and the others, he bore an expression tinged with both wonder and resignation. "How did it go, master?" Bai Yi inquired with curiosity. Xian Yu shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the verdant expanse. Unless the entirety of the Luaha grassland can be refined, it is utterly impossible to locate this spiritual root. Refining the entire grassland. Yuan Yi gasped in disbelief. This is nearly an impossible task. Unless an entity of the Hunyuan level intervenes, this spiritual root remains beyond reach. Xian Yu toyed with two small flowers in his hand, one yellow and one blue. Typically, innate spiritual roots predominantly retain a plant form, such as laurel and star trees. like the laurel guarding the Aeon or the star tree evolving into constellations. These spiritual roots bear the responsibilities bestowed by heaven and are simultaneously sheltered and constrained by celestial laws, making them untouchable. Those who gain their recognition are favored by the heavens. A few spiritual roots, however, abandon their physical forms, transforming into innate sanctity in pursuit of individual transcendence. Xianyu paused, subtly comparing the two small flowers against Jin Huan and Bai Yi. Yet this particular spiritual root had taken an entirely different path. It neither chose transformation nor clung to a singular form. Instead, it utterly dismantled itself, abstracting its essence, will, and even existence into concepts, becoming the rules that governed this realm. The grass and trees became its hair, shadows its claws, and the earth its sinews. It was evolving step by step towards the rules of the Great Dao. Xianyu deftly tucked the yellow flower into the bun of Jin Huan's hair and placed the blue flower behind Bai Yi's ear. The two children exchanged glances and were amused by each other's appearance. I surmised that the power level of this entity, relying on the boundless grassland and its self-contained rules, is likely comparable to an ordinary De Luo Jin Xian. It is this grassland, and this grassland is it. Such evolution is unprecedented. Upon hearing this, all were left in awe, their spirits swaying. The notion that a single spiritual root could relinquish its individual form to become the very rules of a realm is a testament to profound audacity and mystery. As the group, including Xianyu, was deeply contemplating the enigmatic existence of the mysterious spiritual root, preparing to abandon their exploration and depart from the area, a silvery streak of light rushed towards them from the direction of the tribe. Star-Lord, Brother Yuani, Fei Fu descended, briefly recounting the chaotic situation at Mount Wanshou. The Grand Elder of the Qilin clan has issued a decree, commanding the Tianma clan to immediately head west across the grasslands to quell the rebellion. Fei Fu clasped his hands in a respectful bow, filled with profound regret. The situation is urgent and leaves no room for delay. Fei Fu feared he could no longer accompany them, and expressed his apologies for the inadequate hospitality, hoping for their understanding. Xianyu and Yuan Yi exchanged glances, astonished to learn of such turmoil at Mount Wanshou. However, one of them belonged to the Feng clan and the other to the Star-Lord, making it inappropriate for them to intervene in the affairs of the Beast clan. The words of the clan leader are too heavy, Xianyu replied, slightly nodding, his tone serene. We also intend to travel to Baihu Ridge, and we're just about to bid farewell to the clan leader. There is no need for the leader to concern himself with us. Please proceed. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 69. Farewell to Fibu at the moment of parting. Xianyu retrieved a sprig of mint from the Starry realm, along with 2 jade vials, and presented them to Fibu. This herb, known as mint, can be used to brew refreshing tea and is remarkably easy to cultivate. The white jade vial contained Tine True water, while the green jade vial held Yulu. When mixed in a ratio of 1:9, along with the mint, one can concoct a simple cooling tea. Xianyu had previously prepared this uncomplicated version of the tea in Fibu's presence, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. Observing this, Yuanqi took out a large package of coarse salt wrapped in fish skin from his spatial pouch. This was salt from the South Sea, distinct in flavor from the East Sea salt encountered previously. The clan leader might wish to give it a try. Fibu accepted both gifts with great delight. Yet a sense of embarrassment washed over him. He felt it was somewhat inappropriate to accept offerings from guests he had not adequately entertained. This is the Kunyu Earth Heart Milk I obtained from Wanshou Mountain, which is quite beneficial for refining the physical body. I implore you, dear Star-Lord and Brother Yuanqi, to graciously accept it. Fibu produced a warm jade box from his robe. Upon opening it, several drops of milky white ointment, exuding rich Kunyu essence, floated within. It was Yuanqi's first encounter with such a rare substance, and he noted its potent purity, realizing it could be used not only for body refinement, but also for nurturing spiritual roots. Without further hesitation, both men smiled and accepted Fibu's generous gift. How do you plan to journey to White Tiger Ridge next? Let us take the water route and enjoy the scenic grasslands along the way. After a moment's contemplation, Xianyu opted to travel downstream by boat, heading directly to the territory of the White Tiger clan. The young ones, Jin Huan and Bai, had grown weary of their time on Cloud Island, and upon hearing of the water route, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher, does that mean we can feast on grilled fish anytime? Rest assured, you shall indulge to your heart's content. Fibu accompanied Xianyu and the others to the banks of the Luo River. Yuanqi retrieved Cloud Island and placed it atop the river. Xianyu waved his hand, altering the island's form and enhancing it with several formations, transforming the vast Cloud Island into a magnificent vessel complete with sails, anchors, and all necessary amenities. Phoebe was once again astounded by Xuanyue's prowess. With this colossal creation, they could satisfy their needs for travel, cultivation, rest, and recreation alike. Since that is settled, we shall take our leave now. Indeed, I welcome you all to return whenever I return from my western expedition. After Xuanyue and the others flew onto the ship, they turned to bid farewell to Phoebe with a respectful bow. Ha! It is settled then. We shall gather again when time permits. Dear friends, the journey is long. Do take care. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the cloud ship glided smoothly over the surface of the Luo River, creating golden ripples. Phoebe waved farewell to the departing figures as they gradually faded from view. May mountains and waters bring us together again. Until we meet again. Watching Xuanyue and the others depart, Phoebe wasted no further time. With a long, resonant cry, he transformed into a silver streak of light, darting towards the direction of the tribe like an arrow released from a bow. Soon, the rallying horns and the fervent spirit of battle from the Tianma tribe echoed in the air. The cloud vessel sailed steadily down the Luo River, as smooth as walking on flat ground. The hull of the vessel was reinforced by Xuanyue using a celestial formation, shrouded in a hazy moonlight that shielded it from storms and prying eyes, creating a realm unto itself within. On the deck, Xuanyue crafted a rudimentary fishing rod from celestial branches and the remnants of spider silk left behind from the defeat of the Thousand Threads Lady. This silk, once refined into her innate magical artifact, the myriad poison smoke net, had been largely destroyed during their confrontation, leaving just enough for fishing line. Yuan Ti spent considerable spiritual fruits as bait, yet after an exhausting duration of fishing, he had caught not a single fish. Frustrated, he tossed the rod to Bai Yi and transformed into his true form, a colossal pelican, to catch fish himself. Moments later, Yuan Ti returned to the deck, triumphantly holding 3 fish, and set about preparing them for grilling near the cloud pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Xuanyue was instructing Jin Huan in his cultivation. Upon seeing Yuan Ti approach, she advised him to grill the fish further away to avoid disturbing Jin Huan. What is the issue? After practicing for so long, a break is warranted. You fished for half the day and caught only this many? This cannot be blamed on me. The fish in the Luo River are pitifully scarce, and I've scarcely seen any that have awakened their intelligence and begun their cultivation. Perhaps it is influenced by that mysterious spiritual root. Bai Yi remained seated, holding the fishing rod with perfect posture, calmly fishing. The master had taught him that fishing requires a tranquil heart, and a lack of catch is commonplace. Xuanyue produced a drop of Kuan Yuan earth heart milk, diluted it in jade due to a suitable concentration, and handed it to Jin Huan, instructing him to refine and absorb it to enhance his physical strength. This Kuan Yuan earth heart milk could assist in breaking through to the late stage of Great Luo, representing a true spiritual treasure of the Great Luo golden immortal level. Jin Huan demonstrated considerable talent in the path of physical cultivation. Despite his small stature and merely being at the golden immortal realm, his physical prowess was formidable. Even without the advanced techniques like the stellar shift taught by Xuanyue, Jin Huan could hold his own against Bai Yi through sheer physical strength. After all, Jin Huan bore the bloodline of dragons and phoenixes and had been nourished with numerous celestial materials by Xuanyue and Yuan Ti, establishing a solid foundation. Once he resolves the deficiencies in his soul, he is destined to soar to great heights. Yuan Ti generously offered a share of Kuan Yuan earth heart milk to Xuanyue for nurturing spiritual roots. He understood that in the environment of the Great Yin Star, cultivating a spiritual root is no easy feat even with treasures such as the 3 lights divine water and jade dew. Lacking earth-based treasures still presents challenges. If one could obtain the innate breath soil, that would be ideal. However, such divine objects are rare, even absent from the Phoenix clan's treasury. Though the Kuan Yuan earth heart milk may not compare to breath soil, it serves excellently for nurturing spiritual roots. Xuanyue graciously accepted Yuan Ti's gift, incorporating it into the celestial realm and entrusting it to the earth spirit pearl for nourishment. Upon his return to the Great Yin Star, it would be employed to transform the ecological environment. Shortly thereafter, Bai Yi approached, carrying a grass fish nearly his height. Master Uncle, let us roast this fish. The sight of the delighted child brought a smile to Yuan Ti's face. Yuan Ti, I intend to make fish soup. Upon witnessing the grilled fish was ready, Bai Yi decided that a bowl of fish soup would also be delightful, promptly tossing the large fish to Yuan Ti and retreating to his cultivation. Once Yuan Ti realized the situation, she dutifully set about preparing the fish soup. To be honest, Yuan Ti's grilling skills were indeed superior to Fei Fu's. Her selection of ingredients was more comprehensive, and crafting the fish soup was a task she handled with ease. Xian Yu had also concocted 2 types of herbal tea using spiritual herbs from the Starry World, both variations featuring chrysanthemum. Jin Huan, who had been engrossed in his cultivation, was inevitably lured by the enticing aroma wafting from Yuan Ti's grilling, prompting him to exit his meditative state early and lean over the railing of the cloud pavilion, eagerly awaiting the meal. As the vessel sailed for thousands of years, the grasslands along the banks gradually receded, the terrain rising, and in the distance, the undulating mountains became visible. The Luo River bifurcated at this point, one branch flowing northward while the other cleaved through a majestic and perilous mountain range. The imposing Baihu Ridge, now faintly discernible on the horizon. Chapter 70. The fiery beacon of longevity as Yuan Ti and his companions leisurely navigated the Luo River. The scene at the Wanshou Mountain was engulfed in chaos and flames. Led by Fei Fu, the elite of the Tianma tribe, the silver-maned steeds, clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, surged forth like a silver torrent from the Luo River grasslands, charging towards the former territory of the Lingjiao deer tribe in the emerald-hued forests of Chuixiao Mountain. His strategy was clear. The Lingjiao deer tribe was the weakest among the 4 tribes, and with their leader and main forces having perished in the Valley of Treasures, their ranks were left in disarray. A swift and thunderous assault would not only intimidate lesser foes, but also serve as a springboard for attacking the Liegdi bear tribe. Fei Fu donned the Qilin armor, a treasured relic bestowed upon them in the ancestral land of the Qilin, symbolizing the beastly lineage. The League Wind silver spear sliced through the void, its formidable presence released without reservation, accompanied by 3 elders who formed a battle formation, their fighting spirit soaring to the heavens. However, as the silver tide swept into the Chuixiao Mountain, a sense of foreboding weighed heavily on Fei Fu's heart. The situation was graver than anticipated. The once vibrant Chuixiao plain was now shrouded in a sinister dark red mist. The earth was charred, the spiritual flora wilted, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and an unsettling aura of hostility. The Lingjiao deer tribesmen stationed nearby appeared numb and fierce. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Tianma army, they emitted savage roars rather than cowering in fear, their bodies entwined with ominous black-red energy, charging recklessly into battle. Form ranks. Charge. Fei Fu commanded, his spear pointing decisively, and the silver tide transformed into a solid barrage. The iron hooves of the Tianma warriors crushed the attacking deer tribe, and silver spears pierced their bodies. Strangely, however, the slain deer rapidly shriveled, their life essence morphing into wisps of black-red mist that merged with the surrounding fog, adding an eerie quality to the atmosphere. Something was amiss. The state of these Lingjiao deer tribesmen was decidedly unusual. Fei Fu keenly sensed the anomaly. Elder 2. Clear the area and disperse the surrounding red blood mist. Upon hearing the command, the second elder soared into the air, flapping his wings to conjure 2 tornadoes that tore apart the towering trees, causing the red mist to dissipate. Fei Fu's consciousness swept across the battlefield, and at the heart of the tumult, he spotted the newly appointed leader of the deer tribe, a pawn originally placed by Ao Ran, now reinstated among the Lingjiao deer as their new chieftain, rallying the subordinate races and inciting war. At this moment, Lu Qi had long shed his former pristine appearance. He had grown taller, his muscles knotted like rock, his bare skin adorned with dark red demonic patterns, and his antlers had become sharp and black, entwined with a viscous bloodlight. His aura had unmistakably reached the late stage of Great Luo. Though unstable and infused with malevolence, the overwhelming pressure he emitted was undeniable. Fei Fu, you have the audacity to defy the decree of His Majesty the Qilin and invade the territory of my Lingjiao deer tribe. Lu Qi's voice thundered, rebuking Fei Fu as a traitor. Amused by Lu Qi's proclamation, Fei Fu decided to forego a response, charging forth with his spear, the 2 ascending into the sky, engaging in fierce combat. Below, the 2 armies clashed in earnest. The Celestial Horse clan, seizing the battlefield established by the second elder, unleashed the full potential of their cavalry's charge, carving through the opposition with unstoppable force. Lu Qi, adorned in the spiritual armor of the former clan leader, Qingmu, wielded a colossal bone axe, infused with countless vengeful souls, and struck towards Fibu with the might of a mountain collapsing and the sea splitting. The very air seemed to fracture under the weight of the malevolent aura and resentment emanating from the axe's swing. Fibu, brandishing his silver spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, met the attack with overwhelming force, accompanied by a tempest that threatened to tear the heavens asunder. The clash echoed with a resounding clang, the reverberation shaking the very ground, while a violent shockwave sent warriors from both sides flying. You are but a Fade of the late stage of Deluo. After a brief exchange, Phoebe discerned some of his opponent's weaknesses. It seemed that this individual had ascended to the late stage of Deluo through dubious means. Nonetheless, this realization brought forth a new concern. If their conflict were merely a matter of vengeance and internal strife, it would be manageable, but should it involve other peculiar elements, the situation could become dire. In the northern territories of Wanshou Mountain, within the lair of the Howling Moon Skywolf clan, a thick miasma of blood and malevolence enveloped the area, creating a realm of darkness that severed the connection between heaven and earth. Run sat cross-legged upon an altar constructed from bones and vengeful spirits, a black lotus phantom swirling above his head, casting down ethereal light. Suspended before him was the embryo of the slaughtering immortal sword, which had transformed from a small dark red blade into a formidable 3-foot-long sword. Its crimson blade was blinding, and countless contorted faces writhed within its light, emanating a terrifying might. It greedily absorbed the blood and resentment that accumulated from the various battlefields of Wanshou Mountain. Below the altar, the greedy wolf knelt on one knee, his aura reaching the late stage of Deluo, with magical runes flickering around him, his eyes filled with brutality and insatiable greed. My lord, calculations indicate that Lucci has already engaged Phoebe. Xiong Yi is also on guard against the Qilin clan. The greedy wolf lowered his head to the ground, respectfully reporting to Run. Let them fight. The more devastating the battle, the better. The blood and vengeful souls from the former Fire Cloud battlefield, combined with the essence and spirits of the myriad beasts of Wanshou Mountain, will suffice to shape the slaughtering immortal sword. Run remained unperturbed, his mind solely focused on whether the results would meet his expectations, showing no concern for the lives of his subordinates. After all, Lucci's aptitude was the weakest among his followers. Seemingly contemplating the potential repercussions of Lucci's premature downfall on his subsequent plans, Run's thoughts shifted, causing the Black Lotus phantom above him to quietly vanish. It traversed through the void and arrived beside Lucci, leaving behind a hidden power within him. As the Black Lotus entered his being, Lucci felt the demonic energy within him surge wildly. The last vestige of rationality in his eyes was wholly consumed by madness, unleashing a primal roar, as the magical runes on his body erupted with blinding bloodlight. From Lucci as the epicenter, a scarlet mist enveloped the entire Tsuisha mountain forest, obscuring the sky and the sun. Come to battle. Lucci opened his gaping maw, and the corpses of all fallen warriors on the battlefield, be they celestial horses or members of the Deer clan, even those gravely injured yet still alive, had their blood and flesh essence, along with their souls and resentments, forcibly extracted, transforming into a torrent that surged furiously into Lucci's body. The essence of Lucci surged once more amidst agony and ecstasy, his form swelling to nearly that of a half-man, half-demon monstrosity, his offensive becoming increasingly frenzied and violent. Phoebe found it amusing. Did this fool truly believe that brute strength could bridge the chasm between the realms of Deluo? Or perhaps this individual had only breached the Deluo realm through nefarious means, never genuinely grasping the profound subtleties of its essence? At the level of Deluo, the contest lies in one's comprehension and mastery of the Dao. Relying on these blood and malevolent energies to forcefully accumulate power is utterly superficial. Phoebe stands as one of the most unconventional beings among the Tianma clan. While most Tianma are drawn to the winds, typically cultivating the path of the wind and the path of speed, seamlessly integrating their skills with weaponry to become formidable war machines, he, on the other hand, has devoted himself to the path of the earth. With a thrust of his spear, it strikes like a mountain colliding, firmly rooted upon the ground. Resembling an invincible war god, a flash of crimson light sparkled in Lucci's eyes as countless blood rains and sinister winds transformed into phantoms, surging towards Phoebe in an attempt to stealthily corrupt him. Chapter 71. The Dragon Clan's transmission after the events in the Gathering Treasure Valley became known. The scheming Lucci seized the opportunity to display his formidable power at the late stage of the Great Luo, successfully ascending as the new chieftain of the Spirit Horn Deer clan. Upon his appointment, he fervently incited racial animosity, obliterated the laws established by the Qilin clan, and openly targeted neighboring races that exhibited disloyalty, shattering the hard-won tranquility of Mount Wanshou. From that moment on, the diverse clans residing to the south of Mount Wanshou divided into two factions, one steadfastly aligning with the Qilin clan, while the other gravitated towards the Spirit Horn Deer clan. Among those who followed Lucci were some coerced, others enticed by profit, and a few who were inherently ambitious, reveling in the chaos. Conversely, those loyal to the Qilin clan had already been largely dealt with before the arrival of the Tianma clan. It is noteworthy that the elder chieftain of the Moonshadow Rabbit clan had sensed the anomalies within the Spirit Horned Deer clan even before the message was relayed back by Ying. To safeguard his kin, he promptly dispatched the youth of the clan in batches from Mount Wanshou. Upon Ying's return to the clan and conveying the news to the elder immediately instructed Ying to locate the fleeing clansmen and accompany them to the neighboring Huiyun Mountain to evade the impending storm. After Ying and the youth retreated, the elder swiftly informed the Qilin clan of the situation through the Qilin statue, subsequently arranging the affairs of the remaining elderly, infirm, and vulnerable within the clan, quietly awaiting his demise. Once Lu Qi consolidated the surrounding powers, the Moonshadow Rabbit clan became the next target, and true to predictions, the Moonshadow Valley was left desolate. According to Ao Run's scheme, after the Moonshadow Rabbit clan transmitted the message to the Qilin clan, drawing them into the fray, they were to vanish thereafter. Ao Run had initially spared Ying, intending to utilize her perspective as an observer to confound the Qilin clan, leading them to believe that the strife was an internal conflict within Mount Wanshou. Although the Hunyuan Golden Immortals were not to intervene lightly after signing the Dragon Han list. Should the Golden Lin bear the Qilin cauldron into the fray, it would not bode well for Ao Run. The affairs of Mount Wanshou were proceeding admirably. Within the Xiaoya Tianling clan, Ao Run dismissed his subordinates and faced the avatar of Luo Hu alone. Summoning forth the 3-foot-long red-black ominous sword, Luo Hu examined it closely, as if scrutinizing a rare treasure. The dissemination of demonic practices was becoming overly conspicuous, risking attention from the three clans. A more discreet approach was warranted. Rest assured, Demon Ancestor, those practicing demonic arts under Lu Qi are mere sacrifices to the immortal slaughter sword. According to my subordinates' conjectures, most of these practitioners will perish in the Battle of Wanshou, with only a select few managing to escape and scatter throughout the wilderness. Those who survive and flee from the battle will be the true demonic cultivators, and our demonic arts shall flourish through their hands in the vast wilderness. Seated upon the Tianlang throne, with the pelt of the former chieftain Yuanma beneath him, Luo Hu listened intently as Ao Run articulated his plans. Lana, proceed as you see fit. I shall ensure all is covered. After entrusting the immortal slaughter sword to Ao Run, Luo Hu's avatar gently patted his shoulder before dissipating into black smoke. Simultaneously, the true form of Luo Hu, drifting through the river of time, received the tidings brought forth by his avatar. The future is uncertain, and the past is irreversible. What is the true origin of the chaotic mist mentioned in Chapter 32, in the Dragon Palace of Time? To prevent the time-manipulating Candle Dragon from discerning any flaws, Luo Hu personally delved into the river of time, summoning the chaotic mist to conceal Ao Run's whereabouts. He even split his 12th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, which he used to veil the heavenly secrets, into an illusory form to protect him. Meanwhile, emboldened by Luo Hu's support, Ao Run resolved to inform the Dragon Clan of his actions at Mount Wanshou through the Dragon King's edict, naturally omitting any information related to the Demon Clan. The flames and bloodshed of Mount Wanshou transformed into a chilling message, traversing the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea, ultimately reaching the depths of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. At that moment, the Candle Dragon, who typically resided in the Crystal Palace managing the affairs of the Dragon Clan, was absent from the hall, leaving Ao Kuo alone to handle the petitions from various regions. Upon sensing the unusual movement of the Dragon King's edict and learning of the message from his third brother, Ao Kuo wasted no time and rushed to the Guishu beneath the Dragon Palace. Below Guishu, there was neither light nor darkness, only an eternal silence. The boundless waters of the Primordial World carried numerous remnants, merging into the entrance of Guishu. Fragments of shattered stars, unburied remains of the great Luo, and even indescribable chaotic substances floated like impurities suspended in thick ink, slowly rising and falling, colliding, and vanishing within the swirling vortex of Guishu. A chilling emptiness pervaded every corner, as if even the laws of the Great Dao were succumbing to ultimate silence here. Ordinary concepts utterly failed in this place, and as one descended deeper, various laws gradually receded, with even time coming to a standstill. In this core of desolation, where even great Luo Golden Immortals dared not tread lightly, lay the true form of the Ancestor Dragon. Yet, the once mighty sovereign of the dragon race, capable of stirring the seas and realms with a mere thought, now found himself stripped of all his former grandeur. His vast dragon form, reduced to a skeletal shell, curled into an enormous ring spanning countless miles. At the center of the ring, an extraordinarily brilliant and heavy pearl floated, spinning gently. This was the Ancestor Dragon's accompanying treasure, the Ancestor Dragon Pearl. As this pearl incessantly drew the essence blood from the ancestor dragon, he continued to deteriorate further. The scales that once radiated with nine-colored brilliance, embodying the might of a world, had now become desiccated and shriveled. His dragon body resembled an ancient tree parched under the relentless sun for eons, devoid of all moisture and vitality, shrouded in a dull, cracked hide that encased his jagged bones. Once surging like the tides of the four seas, his vitality had waned to the extreme, with a feeble spark of life flickering within his desiccated shell, as if it could extinguish at any moment. His breath was so faint, akin to a dying candle in the wind, nearly merging with the deathly silence of Guatio. The ancestor dragon was undertaking a tremendous gamble, using his supreme Dao fruit and essence blood as kindling, wagering on the possibility of transcending the current realm and securing an eternal future for the dragon race. Above Guatio, the phantoms of the river of time surged endlessly, yet here, they were forcibly distorted and bound by an invisible power. An ancient, weathered palace, seemingly forged from fragments of suspended time, hovers above the flowing river, serving as the primary barrier between the realm of return and the outside world. At the pinnacle of the dragon palace, the candle dragon manifests in the form of an ancient, venerable true dragon, coiled majestically upon its throne. Its scales gleam with a dark, purplish hue, polished by the relentless passage of time, while its eyes, opening and closing, evoke visions of the cyclical dance of the sun and moon, the ebb and flow of eras fading into oblivion. The candle dragon, holding a lantern, unfurls a temporal bubble, isolated from the primordial cosmos, sealing away all that lies deep within the realm of return. Portions of its draconic form dip into the surging currents of time, stirring the waters of temporal flow and creating vast whirlpools and hidden eddies. Any gaze, thought, or celestial calculation attempting to pierce this domain shall become ensnared in the endless maelstrom of time, ultimately obliterated. Beneath the Time Dragon Palace, the azure dragon god silently watches over its family patriarch. Its serpentine form resembles a continuous mountain range, exuding an overwhelming aura that suppresses the ages. With its head held high and emerald eyes vigilantly scanning every inch of the void surrounding the entrance to the realm of return. Upon receiving news from Aeokwa, the two venerable ancestors of the dragon clan exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. Chapter 72. The Scheme of the Abyss at the Pinnacle of the Time Dragon Palace. In the immense dragon eyes of Zhulong, which commanded the sun and moon, a myriad of colors flickered subtly, swiftly assimilating the information relayed by Aeokwa. Mount Wanshou. The elite of the three clans utterly annihilated. The decree of the Qilin shattered. The Western expedition commenced. Meng Zhang softly recited this edict, his voice growing clearer with each utterance. Unexpectedly, Ao Run had concealed his depths quite well. When he was the Dragon King of the West Sea, he appeared rather inconspicuous, yet after witnessing the recent clash between the Tiger and Phoenix, as well as the chaos of Wanshou, Zhulong found himself increasingly admiring Ao Run. He had initially assumed that Ao Run, after being severely wounded by Bai Sha, would retreat to recuperate, but to his astonishment, merely a short time later, he orchestrated a significant upheaval within the Beast clan. To disrupt the affairs of Mount Wanshou to such an extent, inflicting grave damage to the Qilin's reputation, while remaining shrouded in the shadows, demonstrated a remarkable acuity, audacity, and decisiveness that is quite rare among the younger generation of the Dragon clan. Perhaps with proper guidance, this young man could inherit my position. A thought arose within Zhulong's mind. The potential and ruthlessness showcased by Ao Run illuminated the prospect of a future leader capable of bearing the banner of the Dragon clan amidst turbulent epochs. For the sake of the Dragon clan, Zhulong had even sacrificed his own training time. If he could indeed nurture a strategist for the Dragon clan to succeed him, he could retire in peace, focusing on his own cultivation. Second brother, what is your perspective on the matter of Mount Wanshou? Meng Zhang, noticing Zhulong's prolonged gaze upon the leader, could not help but urge him. In my view, we could deploy a grand army from the East Sea to directly assault the Qilin clan, while the South and West Seas harass the Phoenix clan, and the North Sea also joins the fray, with the Xuanwu clan stealthily maneuvering westward to unite forces with Ao Run. Upon finishing the message from Ao Run, Meng Zhang felt his dragon blood surge, and countless strategies for attacks sprang to mind, as if he could once again envision the Dragon clan uniting the world. Cease. The Dragon clan shall not intervene in the affairs of Mount Wanshou, nor have we ever done so. What relation does the internal strife of the Beast clan bear to our Dragon clan? Ao Run has been gravely injured by Bai Sha and is still recuperating in the Dragon Palace. It is fortunate that we have not demanded compensation from that old Qilin. As Zhu Long dismissed the information conveyed by Ao Run, Meng Zhang gradually regained his composure. Under normal circumstances, the situation at Mount Wanshou would undoubtedly be an opportune moment for the Dragon Clan to seize the advantage, delivering a significant blow to the Qilin clan, expanding their influence, and even attempting to lay claim to the resources of Mount Wanshou. Securing Mount Wanshou would enable the capture of Luo River, connecting to the West Sea, thereby allowing the Dragon Clan to make significant strides inland. With the chaos instigated by Ao Run, combined with the Dragon Clan's formidable measures, it would be sufficient to leave the Qilin clan in disarray and severely weaken. However, now is not the time. Meng Zhang's gaze also fell upon the circular depths of the abyss. The aura of the ancestor dragon was as feeble as a candle flickering in the wind. Their own clan was undergoing an unprecedented transformation, yet it was also in a state of unparalleled weakness. This frailty was a condition never before experienced by the ancestor dragon since the dawn of creation. Indeed, the initial signing of the Dragon Han list, which limited the direct intervention of the Hongjun Golden Immortal level of combat strength, also aligned with the ancestor dragoness intentions. Had it not been for this, he would have truly hesitated to take that step. However, the Candle Dragon was acutely aware that the binding nature of the contract was not absolute, especially when confronted with temptations or threats capable of overturning the fate of his race. Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin. The Candle Dragon silently recited these two names, a glint of cold light flashing in his dragon eyes. Should those two old fellows become aware of the current state of the ancestral dragon, the outcome would require no further speculation. If they were to learn that the ancestral dragon was in the most vulnerable moment of his life, even if it meant enduring the tremendous backlash from the Dragon Han ranking or risking their own severe injuries, they would undoubtedly join forces without hesitation to forcefully break through the seals of the returning ruins, delivering a fatal blow to the ancestral dragon. This would utterly obliterate the hope of the dragon race's resurgence and cast them back into the depths of despair. Such a risk was one the dragon race could not afford, not even the slightest. Ao Kwa, regarding the matter of longevity, let Ao Run proceed with caution. Should anything go awry, do not implicate the dragon race. Upon receiving the ancestral message while waiting at the entrance of the returning ruins, Ao Kwa immediately returned to convey the ancestral intent to Ao Run. For this Ao Run, it would be prudent not to reward him overtly, but perhaps to grant him some covert acknowledgement, as the dragon race maintained its silence. The Qilin clan at the foot of Mount Buzhou was equally enveloped in quietude. The sea of clouds billowed, radiant rays of light adorned the sky, and the majestic Qilin Palace stood proudly atop Qilin Cliff. Constructed entirely from mysterious yellow divine jade, the palace exuded an ancient and heavy aura, with eaves that soared like wings, adorned with vivid carvings of auspicious beasts, symbolizing the supreme majesty that governs the wild beasts of the primordial realm. Today marked the Qilin clan's millennial grand assembly. However, what should have been a solemn gathering of the great Taoists within the Qilin Palace revealed an unusual emptiness. The towering black and yellow pillars supported the celestial star map of the dome, and upon the ninth-tier cloud steps, the embodiment of Shi Qilin sat regally upon a grand jade throne shaped like a reclining Qilin. This embodiment was attired in formal robes of black and yellow, crowned with a Qilin diadem, his eyes slightly closed, exuding an air of restrained authority that rendered the entire hall's atmosphere particularly stifling. On either side of the jade throne, positions that should have been occupied by the 5 great elders of the Qilin clan's 5 elemental veins stood empty, save for the solitary figure of the water vein elder, Shui Lin. The elder of the golden vein was preoccupied with the chaos at Wanshou, while the elders of the wood and earth veins remained in seclusion. The once populous Qilin Palace now stood desolately sparse. In the center of the hall, a diminutive yet swift-tailed flying mouse of the Tai realm was prostrated upon the ground, loudly reciting the contents of battle reports in jade slips from the front lines of Wanshou Mountain. Report: the leader of the Tianma clan, Fei Fu, leading his elite forces, breached the perimeter defenses of the Chui Xia Mountain Forest 3,700 years ago, encountering fierce resistance from the newly appointed leader of the Ling Jiao Lu clan, Lu Qi, and his vassal tribes. Urgent report: the remnants of the Lai Di Pai clan, under the leadership of the new leader Xiongyi, have merged with the remnants of the Xiao Yu Tianlang clan, entrenching themselves at the northeastern foot of Wanshou Mountain in the Haishi Gorge, laying down a deadly formation of earth spirits. The flying mouse gulped nervously, growing more apprehensive with each word. They openly tore apart the Qilin decree, claiming that the affairs of Wanshou Mountain were merely a private matter between the Lai Di Pai and Xiao Yu Tianlang clans. hoping that the Qilin clan would refrain from excessive interference. Urgent. 2 millennia ago, Elder Jinlin, leading the valiant warriors of the Qilin clan known as the Gungjin Guard, arrived at the southern foothills of Wanshou Mountain. The elder has dispatched a message commanding Fei to persist in holding the line and to eradicate the rebellious forces of Luqi. He himself, with the main contingent of the Gungjin Guard, is advancing towards the Blackstone Gorge, intent on striking with overwhelming force to eliminate the principal antagonist, Xiongyi, and instill fear among the nefarious. At this very moment, the battle has undoubtedly commenced. As the reports of war resound, the remaining beasts of the hall dared not utter a single breath, the silence more profound than that of the return to the ruins. Chapter 73. The Qilin Court. Within the Qilin Hall, the atmosphere was thick with trepidation, as every breath was taken with utmost caution. Though the Qilin sovereign was known for his benevolence and compassion, he was, after all, a mixed-origin golden immortal. Representatives from various clans, alongside numerous officials, knelt on the ground, their hearts racing with anxiety. Reports indicated that Wanshou Mountain was engulfed in flames and bloodshed, with chaos reigning supreme, trampling the rules set by the Qilin sovereign and rendering his edicts virtually meaningless. Such an unprecedented situation had never occurred since the Qilin clan unified the beast clans. The envoys awaited, anticipating the sovereign's impending fury. The stillness of the moment only heightened their fears. They had mentally prepared themselves to seek permission for battle, even calculating the number of troops they would mobilize. Seated upon the throne, the embodiment of the primordial Qilin remained composed, the dark yellow robe fluttering gently. The matters of Wanshou Mountain are being handled by the golden Qilin. You need not worry, he finally spoke, his voice steady and calm, resonating throughout the grand hall. Those few words fell like a colossal stone, instantly quelling all turbulent thoughts and unease. The anticipated roar of wrath and reprimand did not materialize. As if he were addressing a trivial matter, the ministers and envoys, kneeling below, felt a sudden jolt followed by a wave of relief. Observing the sovereign's serene demeanor, they were reminded of past times when ferocious beasts ravaged the wilderness, staining it red with blood. This sovereign, accompanied by 5 elders and leading the 3,000 Qilin army, had carved a path through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, establishing a firm foothold at Qilin Cliff. Following the calamity brought by the savage beasts, the Dragon and Phoenix clans divided the land, while the Qilin subdued countless creatures of the wilderness, exerting absolute power to ensure the clan's obedience. It was a fact that the Qilin clan was small in number. Yet each surviving Qilin was a true warrior who had clawed their way out of the infernal blood sea, if they so desired. Summoning the former 3,000 Qilin army to flatten the Wanshou tribes would be but a matter of moments, as long as the primordial Qilin remained upon this throne. The Qilin clan would forever be the sovereign of all beasts. Why do all of you remain kneeling? Rise. The tense atmosphere within the court dissipated in an instant. The invisible pressure lifting, and the aura of dread vanished. The clan leaders and envoys raised their heads and stood, their postures respectful. Order was restored in the hall, and the court meeting proceeded methodically. The envoy of the Qingqiu Fox clan requests an audience. A sleek white fox stepped forward, its voice clear and melodious. The Qingqiu clan has enjoyed peace and prosperity, and our spirit foxes have thrived. We present 10 measures of spirit fox saliva and 1,000 spirit flowers for your majesty's gracious acceptance. The white fox handed over the offerings to a Qilin clansman and then respectfully retreated to the side. The envoy of the Xiangui clan pays homage to the Qilin sovereign. An elderly figure with a tortoise shell, avian head, and serpent tail gradually emerged from the ranks. The northern abyss remains relatively tranquil. However, the recent cold currents at sea have been unusually fierce, causing the demise of numerous weaker beings. I suspect the Xuanwu clan may be involved. The Xian Turtle clan and the Xianyuan clan have historically been at odds. In search of protection, the former decisively allied with the Beast clan, thus becoming a rather unconventional entity. The envoy of the Xian Turtle presented their tributes, 100 pieces of the 10,000-year-cold jade, 3 dough of the essence of the earth's veins, and a heaping of deep-sea black pearls. The weighty offerings exuded an astonishing chill, adding a touch of celestial aura to the hall. Your Majesty, the Mountain Grease clan and the Zonglong clan have entered into a dispute. A rare Qilin spoke in the court, specifically a magistrate responsible for the Eastern Beast clan. The two clans had clashed multiple times over a newly discovered vein of spiritual jade, resulting in casualties on both sides, with neither willing to yield. The Qilin assessed the new official with a casual demeanor and stated, such matters should be resolved according to precedent. Both parties shall mine cooperatively and share the spoils according to their labor. Should they refuse, the mine shall be reclaimed, and neither shall extract from it. Understood. This trivial matter ought not to have been raised in court, indicating that the new official lacked experience. Your Majesty, my spirit cat clan. The court session continued for nearly a century, with various clans reporting their circumstances, presenting tributes, and addressing disputes. Everything operated as it had for countless millennia. The towering beacon fires of Mount Longevity and the acrid scent of blood seemed merely a distant wisp of inconsequential smoke wafting from the horizon. Gradually, the hall emptied. The last to depart was Elder Shui Lin. Instead of returning to his dwelling, he turned towards a secluded space deep within Qilin Cliff. Upon passing through an invisible membrane that rippled like water, the world before him became strikingly clear. Here lay the Qilin realm beneath Qilin Cliff, a domain personally established by the Qilin sovereign. Supported by Qilin Cliff and the surrounding mountains, it was interconnected with the ancestral veins of the unbroken divine mountains, fundamentally not belonging to the supreme cave heavens of the primordial world. In the Qilin realm, the spiritual essence was so dense it felt palpable. Streams of spiritual springs gushed forth from the depths of the earth, and even a single breath felt like a slight enhancement of one's cultivation. The space was exceedingly vast, with 5 majestic divine mountains rising from the ground. Each mountain, distinct in hue, corresponded to the primal forces of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 peaks stood like loyal sentinels, guarding a central expanse of lush, fertile plains. Crystal-clear streams flowed melodiously through the mountains, lined with exotic flowers and herbs that exuded an enchanting fragrance. Spirit deer leisurely roamed the grassy fields, occasionally bending down to nibble on dewy celestial herbs. Elegant white cranes gracefully pecked at a napping Qilin cub with their long beaks. Not far away, several small Qilin cubs, their scales shimmering with golden-red hues, frolicked on the grass, playfully chasing one another, spitting tiny flames or water balls, and emitting innocent roars. The adult Qilins were scattered throughout, some resting quietly atop the highest peaks, eyes closed in meditation, their essence resonating with the rhythms of heaven and earth. Others sat alone by the babbling streams, gazing at the swimming fish as if contemplating the true essence of water. A few congregated on naturally formed jade stone platforms, simple tea sets laid before them, engaged in soft-spoken discussions, their expressions serene and peaceful, in harmony with the world. The architecture here is sparse and simple, primarily consisting of spacious caverns hewn from the mountains or vast stone platforms formed by nature, adorned with gentle jade stones. There are no opulent palaces. Everything harmonizes with nature. This is the true homeland of the Qilin tribe, their genuine foundation. Most members of the Qilin clan reside in this tranquil and harmonious world. For them, cultivation and the profound understanding of the principles of heaven and earth are paramount. When wearied by their practice, they may take on roles in the outside world or wander through the vast wilderness in search of opportunities and treasures. Innately, the Qilin tribe detests needless strife, cherishing the serenity and freedom found in the mountains and fields. Due to their limited numbers and their aversion to worldly entanglements, His Majesty the Qilin established a system of fiefdoms. By granting autonomy to various tribes, the Qilin tribe remains aloof from the mundane. They are to be the steadfast anchor amidst chaos, rather than meddling caretakers in every affair. As long as His Majesty reigns, the crown of the Qilin tribe will forever bear down upon the spines of the myriad beasts of the wilderness. In the eyes of Shui Lin, the disturbances on Wanshou Mountain may have arisen from the belief that, after signing the Longhan list, some think that with His Majesty absent and the Qilin tribe few in number and weak, they cannot uphold the mantle of leadership. Shui Lin gazed at the heavens, a subtle smile gracing their lips. Such naivete. The title of the Sovereign of Beasts has never relied on mere numbers. Chapter 74. The White Calamity subdues the fire. The very heart of the Qilin realm is shrouded by a formidable barrier, rendering even ordinary clan members unable to gain entry. Step by step, Shui Qilin approaches the center of the verdant expanse encircled by the 5-colored divine mountains, where an ancient altar of 5 hues stands proudly. The altar's foundation is constructed from the purest 5-element divine jade, with the colors of white, blue, black, red, and yellow flowing in an eternal dance, merging yet distinctly separated, forming an enigmatic cycle. At the altar's center sits the true form of the primordial Qilin, in stark contrast to the majestic embodiment within the Qilin Hall. This true form exudes an air of remarkable simplicity. Clad in a rough hemp garment of indiscernible fabric, its visage is gentle and serene. With hair and beard as white as snow, eyes closed in tranquil repose, reminiscent of an ordinary elder basking in the sun amidst the hills. Surrounding the main altar are 5 smaller altars, arranged according to the 5 elemental directions, each adorned with corresponding colors, their attributes clearly defined. Upon the azure wooden altar, the massive true form of the wood Qilin stands tall at the center. The once magnificent verdant horns atop its head have vanished, replaced by a towering tree brimming with vitality. Its limbs resemble the roots of a giant tree, embedded in the altar, while branches and leaves pierce the clouds, flourishing like an expansive canopy. Countless pure white blossoms burst forth from its boughs. As the wind stirs, the petals cascade like falling stars, releasing a refreshing fragrance that wafts for miles. The giant tree remains silent, as if it were an integral part of the blue-hued divine mountain. Yet, Shui Qilin can keenly sense a trace of profound Dao essence, transcending the great Luo realm, quietly nurturing within the cycle of blooming and wilting. On the other side, the yellow earth altar presents a similarly extraordinary sight. The earth Qilin sprawls across the altar's center, its lower half transformed into yellow-brown rock and soil, nearly merging with the altar itself. Its upper body retains the Qilin form, eyes tightly shut, seemingly in slumber. Though its breath and pulse are imperceptible, an immense, boundless aura, encompassing all things, resides within. Your Majesty, Shui Qilin approaches the 5-colored altar, softly calling out, standing respectfully with bowed head. The primordial Qilin slowly opens its eyes. Ah, Shui Qilin, among the 5 elders, you are the most observant. The primordial Qilin's voice is gentle, akin to a mountain stream flowing serenely over stones. And you possess the most steadfast nature. With a delicate gesture, the primordial Qilin raises a hand, a glimmer of light flickering as a white jade vial and a bay laurel leaf materialize. Take this. The primordial Qilin presents them before Shui Qilin. These are the true Yin water and jade dew obtained from the Lord of the Great Yin Star in days of yore. As you cultivate the path of water, these 2 items will prove advantageous to you. Shui Qilin, not daring to be negligent, promptly accepts them with both hands, storing them carefully. After I depart, the myriad affairs of the clan will be entrusted to your stewardship. The primordial Qilin's gaze transcends time and space, witnessing the frolicking young ones within the Qilin realm, before briefly glancing at the tranquil practitioners, nodding slightly. Rest assured, clan leader, all shall be well with me. In this era when the Honghuang's Hunyuan golden immortals cannot intervene, he must seize this opportunity to advance swiftly. This journey to Mount Buzhou is imperative for him. After a moment's contemplation, ensuring nothing is overlooked, the primordial Qilin retracts the avatar stationed at the Qilin Hall. Very well, let it be so. The Qilin raised the Qilin cauldron, forcefully opening a spatial passage and stepping into it, vanishing from sight. The Qilin realm remained tranquil and harmonious, with celestial herbs swaying and spiritual beasts frolicking. In the distance, the murmurs of several adult Qilins discussing profound philosophies resonated like jade beads falling upon a plate. Everything seemed to be as usual. In the southern wilderness, within the immortal volcano, the scene starkly contrasted with that of the Qilin realm. Scorching winds laden with the scent of sulfur swept across the eternal phoenix trees of the volcano. The primordial phoenix sat gracefully upon the gnarled roots, her eyes gently closed, surrounded by twinkling flames akin to distant stars. Crimson, bright yellow, pale azure, and deep blue, countless sparks of varying strengths danced feebly yet tenaciously. Each flame was a remnant left behind by the avian kin of yore, whether of pure phoenix lineage or other avian races. Those who practiced the art of rebirth could leave behind a final spark of life at the edge of their existence, a beacon for their eventual return. For years, the primordial phoenix had nurtured these rebirth sparks, ensuring their perpetuity. Suddenly, a roar filled with profound anguish and fury erupted from the depths of the volcano like a thunderclap, reverberating through the skies. The entire immortal volcano trembled under the might of this roar. The surface of the magma lake churned violently, splashing waves of searing heat high into the air. Deep within the magma, a terrifying sight unfolded. A colossal white tiger was being mercilessly tormented by the fiery flames. Its eyes burned red as blood, its fur singed and curled by the horrific heat, and its limbs sank deep into the viscous molten rock. Countless intertwining fiery serpents, born from the flames, wrapped around its form, biting fiercely. Each corrosive touch caused the once mighty body of the white tiger to convulse in agony, its aura fluctuating violently. The once mighty body of a primordial golden immortal had now plummeted to the realm of the great Luo. The oppressive might that once commanded the world had vanished without a trace. The flames, like maggots clinging to bone, ravenously consumed its consciousness, dragging it toward the abyss of complete madness and loss of control. In the crimson depths of its beastly gaze, clarity rapidly faded, replaced by pure desire for destruction. White Sha, awaken! A melodious phoenix cry pierced through the roiling magma. Standing at the edge of the volcano was divine monarch Lingguang, clad in radiant golden armor that shimmered in the heat waves. Her brows furrowed, a glimmer of seriousness and urgency flashing in her eyes. Seeing White Sha on the brink of being consumed by the flames of madness, she swiftly raised her delicate hand. A whip formed purely of blazing white flames descended like thunder splitting the night sky. Crack! The southern Ming Li fire whip struck fiercely against the back of White Sha's form, accompanied by a blinding burst of white light. The countless fiery serpents that coiled around White Sha shrieked in terror as if encountering their nemesis, instantly being scorched and purified into wisps of black smoke that dissipated into the air. A sharp cry of pain escaped White Sha, a brief and muffled groan. As clarity surged back into his crimson eyes, the overwhelming intent to kill that had nearly engulfed him temporarily dispersed by this whip imbued with the essence of rebirth. He gasped violently, akin to a fish out of water, his immense form undulating within the molten lava, his eyes reflecting a lingering terror and a faint trace of bewilderment. Lingguang gazed upon this former adversary, now reduced to such a state. It was indeed a form of atonement for Bai Sha to suppress the immortal volcano. Yet the more pressing concern was to conceal the decline of his own realm. Like Lingguang, Bai Sha pursued the path of refining the remnants of divine demons to ascend to the rank of a primordial golden immortal. In the days when he served as the patriarch of the Watchers, he forcibly detached the remnants of the slaughtered divine demons he had refined and entrusted them to the Watchers, hoping they would achieve the Dao of the primordial golden immortal within the 10 Yuan assembly. As for himself, he naturally sought to inflict significant damage upon the Dragon clan while he had not yet fully descended from the primordial realm, collecting some interest in return. Should the Watcher prove worthy of his trust and successfully ascend to the primordial golden immortal, the Baihu clan would boast a half-primordial golden immortal practitioner. Dragon clan, prepare yourselves. I am no longer a mere primordial golden immortal. I can strike whenever I please. Ao run. You had better clean your neck. Chapter 75. The scheme of White Sha. The searing magma churned around White Sha, singeing his fur. He could not help but roar, his crimson tiger eyes fixed intently on the writhing flames. Though his realm had indeed fallen, this body, this sinew, had been forged through the rigorous trials of primordial might. It was significantly stronger than the average perfected Deluo. What was mere fire to fear? As long as it did not consume me, I shall let it burn indefinitely. Suddenly, Lingguang lashed out with another whip, abruptly interrupting White Sha's furious roar. He then felt a piercing pain, his vision clearing slightly. Lingguang, why do you continue to strike me? I fear you may not be sufficiently alert, so I offered you a little reminder. Lingguang reclined on a thick branch of the Wutong divine tree, reveling in his satisfaction. Humph, who told you, you brainless fool, to go mad in the fire cloud mountains? Upon hearing this, White Sha felt a surge of guilt, a mix of grievance and unwillingness flooding his heart. Deep down, he knew he had strayed from the path of primordial essence. If he did not abandon his cultivation and start anew, he would face endless repercussions. After all, which primordial golden immortal would lose control in a fit of rage? He had walked a path similar to Meng Zhang and Lingguang, refining a piece of divine demon flesh to ascend to the realm of primordial golden immortal. However, refining divine demon flesh came with its drawbacks. This path was perilously susceptible to the influences of ancient chaotic demons. When one's realm was low, it was manageable. But as one's cultivation improved and the mastery of divine demon paths became more refined, the susceptibility increased. The consequences could range from a drastic change in personality to a complete loss of self. Thus, Lingguang, Meng Zhang, and others dared not advance to higher realms, fearing the return of the demons and the loss of their own identities. White Sha's decision to abandon the remnants of the divine demon was also influenced by this understanding. His previous susceptibility to the malevolent aura, which led him to commit heinous acts, was partly due to this divine demon remnant. Moreover, the flesh he had refined belonged to the most sinister of the divine demons, the slaughter demon. A moment's negligence could lead one astray into the path of slaughter, reducing them to mere tools of death. White Sha had once experienced the might of a primordial golden immortal, harnessing the malevolence from the spirits of countless beings he had once vanquished. The calamities of the fire cloud battlefield, coupled with the fire malevolence of the indomitable volcano. Perhaps he could carve out a new path akin to that of the clan leaders of the three races. If that old Qilin could forge a new path, then I, White Sha, can certainly do the same. Primordial essence was inherently a path of invincibility, Why should I rely on the bones of others? With a flick of his hand, White Sha crushed a lotus-shaped flame and inhaled deeply, swallowing it into his abdomen, bravely enduring the chaos as it rampaged within him, slowly refining and assimilating it. If that brat Jin Bing could succeed, then my White Tiger clan would at least possess a power at the half-primordial level. White Sha was confident that within the 10 Yuan assembly, he could shape his new path into a nascent form, becoming a quasi-primordial golden immortal. If Jin Bing could successfully break through to primordial golden immortal with the remnants of the divine demon, perhaps the two of them together could launch an unexpected strike. Moreover, as long as Bai Sha does not establish a path between heaven and earth, he cannot be considered a true Hunyuan golden immortal. Even if he acts, it will not violate the Dragon Han list, thereby provoking the heavenly sanctions. Tormented by the malevolent aura, Bai Sha could not help but close his eyes and recline in the magma. Observing this, Ling Guang discreetly cast a strand of South Ming Li fire to assist Bai Sha, allowing him a moment to catch his breath. The reason Bai Sha dared to entrust the remnants of the deities and demons to the Guardian for refinement was that, in his view, the Guardian was the most steadfast among the Baihu clan. He primarily adhered to the principle of gung metal, with the path of slaughter as a supplement. His resolve was as unyielding as gung metal, firmly situated at the center, impervious to destruction, with slaughter serving as a means of protection for the Dao. Perhaps only the Guardian was the optimal candidate to wield the remnants of the deities and demons. Before assuming the role of clan leader, the Guardian had already made a name for himself across the wilderness. He presided over the divine weapons of the Baihu clan, responsible for forging various weapons from the gung metal ores mined within the clan. Many renowned postnatal divine weapons of the wilderness were crafted by his hand, and numerous formidable beings held a bond with the Guardian. Bai Sha was acutely aware that the bloodshed he had caused was too great, causing the myriad tribes of the wilderness to avoid the Baihu clan. However, the Guardian was different. He had dealings with numerous deities and demons, and having him as the leader could ameliorate the relationship between the Baihu clan and the myriad tribes. Under his stewardship, the path of the Baihu clan would be broader. In conclusion, voluntarily relinquishing his status as a Hunyuan golden immortal to the Guardian was a decision Bai Sha made after profound contemplation. The Fire Sha reacted once more, and with a muffled groan, Bai Sha ceased his thoughts and focused intently on combating the bone-eroding flames. In the Baihu Ridge, at the Valley of Weapons and Warfare, clang, a resounding noise echoed, reverberating through the entire valley. Deep within the gorge, a colossal bronze furnace blazed fiercely, the flames a pure white, distorting the very air with waves of heat. Before the furnace stood a man of towering stature, bare-chested, his muscles coiling like ancient tree roots. His skin glimmered with a dark golden hue, and his short hair stood erect like steel needles. Who could have imagined that this Guardian, upon ascending to the position of clan leader, still preferred to hide within the Valley of Weapons and Warfare to forge divine weapons? The Guardian's arms bulged with muscle like enraged dragons, as a colossal hammer transformed into an indistinct shadow in his grasp, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom as it struck fiercely against a red-hot iron block on the anvil. Boom! Sparks erupted like a torrential rain, and a simple axe swiftly took shape. To the Guardian's left lay a boiling pool of blood, where the remnants of countless ferocious beasts soaked, the thick blood congealing like bubbling porridge, swirling with a malevolent aura. He placed the freshly forged axe into the blood pool. Hiss! The crimson blood essence shrieked as if alive, furiously penetrating every groove of the blood axe. Even before the blade was revealed, a fierce, soul-rending aura surged forth, causing the white flames of the furnace to flicker. It is completed. The Guardian let out a low roar, his dark golden face glistening with sweat, yet betraying no emotion. With a firm grip, he seized the menacing blood axe, which was taller than his own body, and it buzzed in his grasp. The thick blood essence continued to flow slowly within the grooves of the axe blade, emanating an ancient thirst for slaughter. The axe handle was crafted from the Migu tree, designed to protect the wielder from the murderous aura of the blood axe itself. With a casual swing, whoosh, as the axe cleaved through the air, it forcefully carved a vacuum into the atmosphere, unleashing a piercing wail akin to the cries of tormented spirits. This cacophony emanated from the vengeful souls of ferocious beasts, ensconced within the blood-forged blade. Yet, the massive axe seemed to have become an extension of the sentinel's arm. The menacing aura did not recoil but instead behaved like a docile yet fierce hound, responding to the contours of his will. The sentinel casually hurled the bone axe into the shadowy recess of the stone wall. With a resounding clang, the blood axe embedded itself deeply into the obsidian surface, its handle trembling incessantly, reminiscent of a lurking predator growling in anticipation. Without a glance back, he pivoted and seized a dark, naturally scaled vertebra of a colossal beast, casting it into the furnace. Outside, the envoy observed the clan leader had forged a divine weapon and hastened to deliver the news. I report to you, esteemed leader. The envoy of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Yi, has come to visit. Chapter 76. The first encounter with the Guardian. The cloud ship glided gently along the Luo River. The verdant grasslands on either side gradually receding as the terrain rose. In the distance, the mountains loomed like dark jade, their contours becoming increasingly distinct. On this particular day, the vessel approached a bend in the river where the current quickened. Yuan Ti leaned against the ship's railing, teasing a few small birds drawn by the ethereal presence of the cloud ship with bits of scattered spiritual fruit. Among them was a small brown sparrow, its wings not yet fully developed, but its gaze lively. It flapped its wings vigorously, daring to flutter close to Yuan Ti's hand to peck at the offering. What a bold little creature. Here I am, a practitioner of the celestial realm, reduced to competing for spiritual fruit with a flock of unawakened birds. Startled by the words, the brown sparrow froze mid-flight, forgetting to flap its wings, and plummeted from the air to land on the deck of the cloud ship, feigning death. Amused by the sight, Yuan Ti felt a stir of intrigue. The destination of Baihu Ridge was not far. He could send this little fellow ahead to deliver a message, ensuring their arrival would not be abrupt. He summoned a gentle, crimson spiritual light at his fingertips, delicately touching the sparrow's head, embedding a brief message of visitation into its spirit. Little one, cease your charade of death. Run this errand for me and deliver this message to the Baihu tribe at Baihu Ridge, stating that the envoy of the Feng clan is nearing. The brown sparrow trembled with excitement, its tiny body quaking with enthusiasm. I shall serve the envoy of the Feng clan with utmost diligence. It could hardly fathom that it had inadvertently found itself in the service of such an esteemed figure. In the next moment, it flapped its wings vigorously, transforming into a gray streak as it darted away, propelled by a speed that seemed to burn its very essence, vanishing into the distance between the clouds and water. What an amusing little sparrow. Unbeknownst to him, Xinyu had awakened from meditation and stepped out of the cloud pavilion. Ah, what a promising creature. Upon its return, it shall be rewarded. The cloud ship continued its leisurely course. As they arrived at the colossal mouth where the Luo River bifurcated, the scenery ahead underwent a dramatic transformation. The majestic Luo River surged forth, as if cleaved by a colossal axe. On either side, towering cliffs rose abruptly, their heights scraping the clouds, their colors reminiscent of iron, jagged and formidable. Not a blade of grass grew upon the sheer cliffs, only fierce winds howled like blades, etching deep scars into the rock face, producing a mournful wail. This was the renowned and treacherous White Tiger Cliff, a formidable natural barrier on the western frontier of the wilderness. Between the cliffs lay a narrow and constricted passage, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The once expansive Luo River was forcibly divided here, one half roaring forth like an enraged dragon, accompanied by a thunderous cacophony, surging through this throat-like gorge. The tumultuous waters churned, sending up sprays of white foam that crashed against the jagged rocks, shattering like fine jade and snow, a sight of overwhelming might. The other half of the river meandered northward like a silver chain, disappearing into the distant mountains. What a strategic stronghold! Bai stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the perilous cliffs and the raging torrents, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. He had long since cast aside the identity of the White Tiger's young master from his past life, and now felt a sense of fresh curiosity, eager to witness the birthplace of the former young chieftain of the White Tiger tribe. As Xianyu's cloud ship approached the gorge, several figures could be seen standing silently atop the iron-like cliffs, their presence exuding a concealed aura of menace, clearly having awaited their arrival. At the forefront stood a towering figure, resembling a great mountain. He was the watchman. Clad in a white jade robe, the watchman exuded an air of elegance and precision. His face, characterized by sharp angles, bore deep-set eyes, a high nose, and firm lips, all of which conveyed a profound and steadfast demeanor imbued with the virility of one tempered by trials. The unique essence of his metal nature radiated a fierce determination, akin to an unyielding boulder, stable and indestructible. The envoy had traveled from afar, and the watchman's voice, resonant like a great bell, echoed through the air, overpowering even the tumultuous sound of the rushing waters below. With a slight movement, he advanced, accompanied by several trusted subordinates, approaching the deck of the cloud ship with an imposing presence. Esteemed clan leader, you are too courteous. Yuan Ti Lang responded with a smile. These two are my friends and their disciples. They travel with me through the vast wilderness, passing through this sacred land. I hope the clan leader does not mind. Yuan Ti first introduced Xianyu and Bai Yi before presenting Jin Huan. The watchman's gaze swept over Xianyu and Bai Yi, pausing momentarily on Bai Yi, where a flicker of subtle surprise crossed his profound eyes. He then turned his attention to Xianyu, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint, metallic smile. I perceive this fellow Taoist possesses extraordinary poise. May I ask who you are? Xianyu, wishing to remain unassuming, clasped his hands and replied, I am but a humble wanderer from the southern wilderness, journeying alongside Taoist friend Yuan Ti. I cannot claim to possess any exceptional demeanor. Oh, a wanderer from the southern wilderness? The watchman's gaze fixated upon Xianyu's face, as if he could penetrate beyond the surface to discern the essence within. He suddenly exhaled softly, his tone casual yet tinged with an inscrutable amusement, glancing at Bai Yi, who stood calmly behind Xianyu. To think, the renowned Lord of the Yin Star has become a wanderer from the southern wilderness. This humility of yours is quite unexpected. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, instinctively wanting to step forward, but was gently restrained by Xianyu. Xianyu bore no embarrassment from being seen through. Instead, he maintained a gentle and serene smile. Responding candidly, the clan leader possesses keen insight. My reason for withholding my identity is merely to seek tranquility during my travels through the vast wilderness. The watchman's gaze naturally noted Bai Yi's protective stance towards Xianyu, observing the face that bore a striking resemblance to the young clan leader from his memories. Though with a markedly different aura, he was momentarily overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Deep within his eyes lay a complex tapestry of nostalgia, scrutiny, and an unresolved discomfort, akin to the displeasure of having a treasured artifact stolen after years of cherished possession. This, in turn, added a layer of distance and subtle hostility to his gaze upon Xianyu, as if he had firmly concluded that this individual had somehow abducted the young clan leader he regarded with familial affection, severing a thread of fate. Xianyu, sensing this veiled animosity, felt helpless, aware that certain entanglements were coveted by others. The watchman withdrew his gaze, restoring his steady and resolute demeanor, and gestured to the side. Lord of the Stars, Taoist brother Yuan Ti, and my young friends, now that we have arrived, it would be inappropriate to converse at the entrance, would it not? Please, allow me to extend my humble hospitality. The warden's voice resonated powerfully, imbued with courtesy. Xianyu and Yuan Ti, accompanied by their two disciples, followed the robust silhouette of the warden as they ventured into the mouth of the White Tiger Gorge, flanked by two towering cliffs akin to the throat of a primordial beast. Below them, the furious waves roared, while the fierce winds howled above. As the cloud ship gradually sailed into this western stronghold, steeped in the pervasive aura of metallic ferocity. Chapter 77. Journey through the White Tiger Ridge. The cloud vessel glided past the throat-like gorge of White Tiger Cliff, leaving behind the roar of tumultuous waves. Here, the Luo River bifurcated into two torrents. One surged northward with great force, while the other plunged into the depths of the mountains like a yellow dragon entering a ravine. The crashing waves struck the rust-colored cliffs on either side, producing a thunderous roar akin to a tiger's growl, hence the name Tiger River. The river's hue was a deep gold, reminiscent of molten copper, swirling with a faint metallic tang, starkly contrasting with the expansive clarity of the Luo River outside the cliffs. Yuan Ti retracted the cloud vessel and, guided by the sentinel, proceeded along a path carved into the sheer cliffside beside Tiger River. Before him stretched a tapestry of lush, verdant mountains, the greenery imbued with a weighty resilience. The rocks were predominantly deep blue or iron gray, adorned with twisted iron pines that bore needles as short and rigid as daggers, standing resolute against the howling winds of the mountains. Expansive groves of ebony bamboo flourished, their dark, glossy stems harder than iron, with leaves elongated like sword edges, producing a crisp sound when clashed together. In the secluded valleys, fragrant orchids and celestial grasses thrived, while clouded leopards and azure apes danced among the trees. The creatures of the forest eyed the intruders warily, their movements swift and silent, gazes sharp as lightning. Perhaps due to the rich essence of the metal element in this place, they possessed a fierce disposition. Yet, amidst this vibrant wilderness, an indescribable chill of desolation lingered. In stark contrast to the serene, harmonious strolls of cranes and deer in the ancestral land of the Chilan, this area resembled a vast, perpetually operating military camp. Caves, either naturally formed or hewn by human hands, dotted the steep cliffs and solitary peaks, resembling the watchful eyes of colossal beasts. Most cave entrances were tightly sealed, adorned with simple yet formidable formations of arrays, exuding an aura of profound seclusion and rigorous cultivation. Occasionally, a cave would open, and members of the White Tiger clan would emerge, regardless of gender, all possessing robust physiques, steady strides, and sharp gazes, tinged with a faint scent of blood and malice. They hurried past, seldom engaging in conversation or laughter. Patrolling squads, clad in formidable armor and exuding a fierce presence, traversed the forest paths with a unique rhythm. The clatter of armor brushing against each other mingling with the sound of stones tumbling beneath their feet, forming the most common melody of this mountain realm. The air was thick with the faint metallic scent of tempered iron, alongside a lingering weariness and pain from battles long past. Evidently, the devastating conflict in the Fire Cloud Mountain range had severely diminished the vitality of the White Tiger clan, which had yet to fully regain its former glory. The sentinel led the way in silence, his imposing figure casting a heavy shadow upon the rugged path. Yuan Ti walked alongside the sentinel, exchanging occasional words. Xinyu, like Jin Huan, surveyed the scenery of White Tiger Ridge as if she were a curious traveler. Bai Yi quietly observed the White Tiger Ridge before him, his gaze sweeping over the clan members who furtively regarded him, grappling with a complex mix of emotions. The expanse of White Tiger Ridge was immense. At the current leisurely pace of Xinyu and the others, it would take several millennia to reach the Grand Hall. Perhaps sensing the leisurely pace of Jin Huan, Bai Yi, and Xinyu, the sentinel offered to escort them further. Xinyu readily accepted, appreciating the convenience of having a mode of transport. As the sentinel raised his hand, a gust of wind suddenly lifted everyone, and amidst the howling gale, they had already arrived at their destination. The ability to command the wind over vast distances is truly remarkable, worthy of admiration. To Xinyu, this power was indeed quite impressive, deserving of praise. The sentinel, noticing Xianyu's discerning nature, couldn't help but regard him with a measure of respect. At the midpoint of the main peak of White Tiger Ridge, a grand hall hewn from a massive block of dark iron rock came into view, the White Tiger Hall. Its entrance soared over 10 zhang, resembling a giant tiger with its mouth agape, fangs bared ominously. The doors, forged from 2 hefty blocks of meteorite iron, were adorned with ancient reliefs depicting a myriad of beasts in submission and the chaos of battle. The interior of the hall was remarkably spacious, yet devoid of excessive embellishments, exuding a sense of rugged practicality. The lofty dome was supported by numerous stout beams crafted from the bones of ferocious beasts, entwined with unprocessed sinews, adding an air of wildness. Flanking the hall were dozens of bronze tiger guard statues, each uniquely posed, some crouching while others stood sentinel. Though not alive, their hollow eye sockets seemed to harbor a gathering malevolence, evidently a set of postnatal artifacts. The sentinel strode directly toward the main seat, while Yuan Ti, as the envoy of the Phoenix clan, was invited to the foremost position on the left. Xinyu, accompanied by Jin Huan and Bai Yi, settled into seats at a slight distance on the right. A servant silently presented a ceramic bowl containing a viscous crimson liquid, exuding a robust scent of pine resin and a faint hint of rust. This was the unique iron pine sap of White Tiger Ridge, known for its peculiar taste. Capable of strengthening bones, invigorating blood flow, uplifting spirits, and warding off the cold damp of the mountains. Upon tasting the iron pine sap, Xinyu discreetly pushed it away, finding it exceedingly unpalatable. Surely the sentinel did not intend this as a jest. Yuan Ti, wishing to discreetly warn Xinyu about the unpleasant taste, was taken aback by the urgency with which he acted. Observing Xianyu's reaction, Jin Huan and Bai Yi also took a sip, almost gagging on the peculiar flavor. In a moment of shared understanding, the 3 cast glances at the 2 individuals above them, who had yet to partake. Yuan Ti, avoiding eye contact, retrieved a tiger claw token from his sleeve and extended it towards the sentinel. Sentinel Chief, this is a token entrusted to me by Chief Bai Sha to convey his message. The chief is well in the immortal volcano and has asked me to inquire about the well-being of our kin. Yuan Ti swiftly diverted attention. The sentinel accepted the token, and upon grasping it and absorbing the news within, he momentarily stiffened, his gaze falling upon the unyielding floor of the hall, a flicker of resignation passing over his face. That brash Bai Sha never consults others before acting. Suppressing a myriad of thoughts, the sentinel slowly raised his head to look at Yuan Ti, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, brother Yuan Ti, for your long journey. It is indeed a blessing for our clan that the old chief remains safe. The White Tiger clan will forever remember the aid of the Phoenix clan. He solemnly stowed the token close to his person. Your words are too gracious. The avian and terrestrial clans have always been allies, and the Phoenix and Tiger clans, neighbors, naturally support one another. Any misunderstandings from the past have been resolved. Well said, brother. Let bygones be bygones, and let the Tiger and Phoenix clans continue to walk hand in hand. The Sentinel understood that for the two clans to further solidify their relationship, there needed to be more substantial exchanges of benefits. Recently, our White Tiger clan has crafted a remarkable array of divine weaponry. This young man is far more astute than that reckless fellow, by Shah. Upon hearing this, Yuan Ti secretly assessed the Sentinel while his face beamed with delight. This is splendid news. Yuan Ti had indeed come with a proposal for a weapon trade to discuss in detail with the clan leader. The avian tribe differs from the beast tribe. Although their wings are sharp, they are not adept in close combat. When faced with the heavily armored and robust dragon clan, it is essential to possess a suitable divine weapon. The divine weapons forged in the Valley of Arms of the White Tiger clan have long been renowned, particularly those crafted through the secret method of blood refinement, unmatched in sharpness and imbued with extraordinary spirit. Might the clan leader allow us to expand our horizons? Please, follow me. The Sentinel rose from his seat, leading everyone out of the White Tiger Hall towards a deeper, more secluded valley downstream of the Tiger River, where the heat was rising in steamy waves. Chapter 78. The exchange of divine weapons as one approaches the Valley of Arms. The atmosphere becomes increasingly saturated with the pungent amalgamation of metal, flame, and blood. The Tiger River churns violently here, its waters roaring into the valley's mouth, where a colossal bronze water wheel harnesses its force, powering numerous hammers of various sizes within the valley. The bellows emit a deep, rhythmic rumble, akin to the heartbeat of a great beast. Stepping into the valley, the scene is even more breathtaking. The valley floor appears as though it has been hewn by the mighty axe of a titan, forming vast platforms of varying heights. These platforms are built against the mountainside, tier upon tier, with countless workshops and caverns embedded within them. The first area traversed by the group is the mining zone. This is the Hongjun mine of our clan. Before a towering cliff, shimmering with a blinding platinum hue, several hundred muscular Tiger clan men, bare-chested with sinewy, iron-like physiques, direct a group of exotic beasts engaged in mining. The beasts here are primarily of two types. One resembles a lizard, swift and large, responsible for transporting stones. The other, akin to an armadillo, is tasked with burrowing and extracting ore. In the distance, besides the guarding White Tiger clansmen, there are those meditating on the essence of the area, and others employing their supernatural strength to crush rock and hone their bodies. Within the mining zone, the cacophony of shattered rocks mingles with the roars of beasts, all contributing to a savage atmosphere. Continuing onward leads to the smelting area. Dozens of massive furnaces, built against the mountains, lie like crouching monsters, their mouths exhaling flames of various hues. There are flames as red as blood, pale and blinding celestial fire, and a few core furnaces burning with a verdant spirit fire, the heat so intense that it warps the air around the furnace walls. Different ores require different divine flames. For instance, this Hongjun mine. The overseer introduces the furnaces to the group while proposing an exchange of divine weapons using the Phoenix clan's divine fire. Yuan Qi readily concurs, as he had contemplated the same. The Phoenix clan may lack in many areas, yet their divine fire is undeniably abundant. The White Tiger craftsmen channel their magical power, casting the selected ores into the furnace. The ores roll and melt in the searing flames, impurities rising as blue smoke, leaving behind pure molten metal. This molten metal is poured into vast ceramic or stone molds, cooling to form rough weapon blanks, swords, axes, spears, arrowheads, and armor pieces, piled high like a mountain. The overseer does not linger long, guiding the group through the sweltering smelting platforms toward a vast underground cavern at the valley's deepest point, the blood refining pit. Upon arrival, the air turns suddenly cold, thick with the stench of blood. The cavern is immensely expansive, its ceiling adorned with countless sharp stalactites, which occasionally drip dark, viscous liquid into a massive, churning blood pool below. The depth of this blood pool is unknown, filled with the bones and shells of countless ferocious beasts, along with massive corpses that have yet to fully decay. The blood plasma is thick as boiling porridge, swirling with resentful malevolence and pure vital essence. The dense sanguine aura almost condenses into a dark red mist, drifting throughout the cavern. Dozens of White Tiger craftsmen, their breath steady and eyes sharp as eagles, busily attend to the forging platforms surrounding the blood pool. The overseer gestured towards a forge, where a blacksmith was violently plunging a massive axe head, freshly retrieved from the smelting area and glowing red-hot, into a pool of blood. A chilling, piercing shriek erupted, sending shivers down the spine. The viscous blood surged like a living entity, countless dark red tendrils wrapping around the scalding axe head, swiftly penetrating its every groove and texture. The axe quivered violently, emitting a dull thrum as if it were lamenting in anguish or ravenously consuming its surroundings. Upon the blade, intricate, vein-like crimson patterns emerged, exuding a fierce, bloodthirsty aura that seemed to reach for the heavens, causing droplets of blood to fall from the stalactites above. Moments later, the blacksmith withdrew the axe from the blood pool. What had once been an ominous red hue now glimmered with a peculiar dark golden sheen. The blade shimmered with a cold light, and the dark red veins appeared to writhe within the axe, radiating an unsettling sentience. This was the secret technique of our clan, known as the blood refinement method, the overseer announced within the dim confines of the blood cavern. By utilizing the essence of ferocious beasts' blood and souls, and tempering it with malevolent energy, the ferocity of the beast spirits was transformed into the weapon's inherent spirit. Such divine weapons, though forged in the mortal realm and lacking the profound mysteries of innate spiritual treasures, excel in their ferocity and sharpness. Moreover, there was an additional marvel. The overseer picked up a completed short dagger, its blade gleaming coldly, and flicked its edge lightly with his finger. A sharp chime resonated as a small notch appeared on the razor-sharp edge. Yuan Ti had heard of the blood-refined divine weapon, while only Xin Yu, Bai Yi, and Jin Huan were unaware of its existence. The overseer then drew forth a drop of his own blood, infused with the essence of metal energy, allowing it to fall into the notch of the dagger. The blood was absorbed instantaneously, much like a droplet sinking into a sponge. Almost immediately, before the eyes of the onlookers, dark red veins spread from the notch like delicate roots, and metallic substance inexplicably materialized, filling the gap. In the blink of an eye, the notch vanished, and the dagger returned to its pristine state, now radiating an even more intense cold light. What an exquisite technique! It mimicked the self-repairing nature of innate spiritual treasures. Though it required the user's blood as a catalyst, it provided a significant advantage compared to ordinary artifacts. Xian Yu quickly discerned the intricacies of the method. The overseer nodded slightly. The blood-refined divine weapon spirit was interconnected with the essence of ferocious beast souls and resonated with the user's bloodline. By nurturing the weapon with the owner's blood, one could invoke the bloodthirsty power contained within, healing any damage. Furthermore, the longer the blood-refined divine weapon was used and the more blood it consumed, the stronger its spirit would become, potentially even giving rise to a faint weapon soul. However, compared to conventional weapons, the blood-refined divine weapon was exceedingly ferocious and difficult to control. Although the overseer merely glossed over the side effects of the blood-refined divine weapon, all present could perceive its sinister nature. Yuan Ti circled the forge, meticulously examining several freshly forged blood-refined weapons, be they heavy battle axes or sharp blades, all exuding an unparalleled ferocity. Setting aside the potential side effects, the self-healing characteristic of this bloodthirsty artifact indeed captivates Yuan Ti's heart. The Phoenix clan, renowned for their rebirth through flames, possesses abundant vitality. Should they wield such a remarkable weapon capable of self-repair, the combat prowess of ordinary clan members would be elevated to unprecedented heights. The Warden's clan leader, with their noble blood-forged divine armaments, truly lives up to their illustrious reputation. Henceforth, our Phoenix clan seeks 100,000 pieces. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and various other standard weapons and armor, all crafted to noble specifications. What say you, esteemed clan leader? Evidently, the Phoenix clan is affluent, as they propose a staggering 100,000 pieces. Upon hearing this figure, the Warden's heart swelled with joy. Since his ascension, he had tirelessly forged divine weapons, all for this very moment. The resources gained from this transaction would sustain the White Tiger clan for many years of recuperation. The quantity you require is indeed vast. When shall delivery be made? And what shall serve as compensation? The timeline is flexible. Deliveries may be made in batches, completed within one gathering. As for the remuneration, he deftly turned his wrist, revealing a finely carved small gourd made of crimson jade. This serves as a deposit, containing numerous spirit roots and celestial fruits. These possess various effects, such as healing, body tempering, and nourishing the soul. As for the remaining compensation, upon the delivery of the divine weapons to our clan, we may exchange them for divine fire. What say you? The Warden accepted the crimson jade gourd without hesitation. Excellent. Given Brother Yuan Ti's generosity, how could I, the Warden, be stingy? Should any of you be enamored with the divine weapons within this valley, feel free to take them. Chapter 79. Depths of the blood pool. The Warden led a group along the edge of the blood pool, venturing deeper. The rocks beneath their feet grew increasingly scalding, while the once pungent scent of blood in the air dissipated, giving way to a heavier aroma of rust and sulfur that burned in their lungs. Previously encountered divine weapons belonged merely to the golden immortal tier. Now, they were to behold the divine weapons of the Tai realm. The warden took Yuan Ti's hand, enthusiastically showcasing the various weapons along their path. Xian Yu perceived a shadow of a past champion in his demeanor. Indeed, when practitioners of the primordial era reached the Tai realm and aspired to attain the Dao fruit of the Great Luo, they inevitably began to prepare their own Dao-inspiring spiritual treasures. A fortunate few, blessed with powerful connections, might possess a congenital spiritual treasure. But most beings lack such fortune and must settle for postnatal treasures. In addition to Dao-inspiring treasures, practitioners venturing outside must prepare several weapons for combat. The blood-forged divine weapons of the White Tiger clan serve as an excellent choice. As for the Great Luo, it corresponds to the congenital treasures. However, these congenital treasures are scarce, and those with insufficient fortune can never obtain them. The blood pool twisted alongside them, its surface no longer boiling and tumultuous, but instead flowing like molten dark gold mercury, heavy and viscous. Through the water, one could vaguely discern countless enormous, grotesque unknown remains settled at the bottom. Apart from the bones of fierce beasts, even the corpses of Great Luo could be seen. The deeper they ventured, the more abundant and densely packed these remains became, each once possessing formidable cultivation. The relentless resentment and malevolence emanating from these endless remains fused with the blood water, creating small, distorted shadowy regions within the pool. Esteemed guests, please observe. The warden paused, gesturing towards several forging platforms engulfed in even hotter flames at the depths of the blood pool, where a few venerable craftsmen, their auras deep as the abyss, toiled. A great Luo-level artifact master was delicately guiding a shimmering mass of metal, sparkling like stardust, above the blood pool, urging the blood water to take the form of a blade, simultaneously refining the blood and malevolent essence into the divine weapon. These divine weapons of the Tai realm were personally forged by several great Luo within the clan, ensuring their quality was beyond doubt. The warden glanced at Yuan Ti and Xian Yu, the flames dancing across his sharply defined features. Such ferocious weapons instinctively thirst for blood and souls. Worn upon one's person, they may enhance combat prowess, yet offer no benefit to comprehending the great Dao or nurturing one's essence. Rather, they become a burden. A moment's carelessness could result in being countered by the weapon's malevolent spirit, a common occurrence. The warden did not merely extol the virtues of the blood-forged divine weapons, but candidly disclosed their shortcomings, leaving the choice to Yuan Ti. Yuan Ti stroked his chin, his crimson eyes surveying the weapon embryos gradually taking shape amidst the malevolence and blood. The fierce and sharp aura, even from a distance, prickled the skin. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively declared, "I shall procure 10,000 of these blood-forged divine weapons from the Tai realm." Among the Aeon clan, there always existed some fiery and untamed descendants who favored this path. He had initially ordered a mere 100,000 pieces of gold fairy-grade divine weapons, merely to test the waters, for such items are peerless, and their cost-effectiveness must be carefully evaluated. However, having witnessed the formidable might of the Tai-grade ferocious weapons firsthand, and understanding their detrimental impact on one's Dao heart, he now deemed them particularly suitable for certain valiant warriors within the Aeon clan, such as the white-headed Kanjiang. The sentinel turned his head, continuing to lead the way ahead, feeling immensely satisfied and elated. The value of this batch of Tai-grade divine weapons far surpassed that of the previous order of gold fairy-grade weapons. As they proceeded further, the passage grew increasingly narrow and constricted. The runes etched upon the cave walls radiated a brilliant glow, intertwining to form layers of luminous nets, exuding a disquieting force of confinement. The oppressive scent of rust and sulfur dissipated, replaced by an indescribable, peculiar atmosphere that mingled the ancient and the sanguine with a metallic chill, heavy enough to render one breathless. At the end of the passage stood an enormous bronze gate, abruptly blocking their path. This gate towered over 10,000 feet high and spanned several hundred feet wide, presenting a somber, dark hue that seemed to have absorbed blood and fire through the ages. The surface of the door bore not auspicious clouds or mythical beasts, but rather an array of grotesque and ferocious creatures in bas-relief. The clawing Qiongqi, the nine-headed Shangliu, and the scaled and armored Huaxi, each vividly rendered, as if ready to leap forth at any moment. Most bizarrely, from each of the creature's singular eyes or gaping maws oozed a viscous, dark liquid, reminiscent of congealed black blood, slowly trickling down to ultimately drip into the blood trough before the bronze door. Drip, Drip. The sound of this viscous black blood falling echoed eerily in the silent passage. Countless tiny streams of blood coalesced on the ground before the door, forming the source of a blood pool. Guan Yu gazed at the bronze door, feeling a profound sense of intrigue. Earlier, as he approached the blood pool to observe the White Tiger Clan's weaponsmith crafting blood-forged divine weapons, he had sensed a strange Dao essence, as if it were out of place within the vast wilderness of the world. Now, standing before this bronze door, he detected an exceedingly familiar aura, transcendent, commanding all paths. This bronze door undoubtedly bore the mark of the Heavenly Dao. The sentinel said little about the door, and Yuan Shi and the others did not inquire further. It was evidently a secret of the White Tiger Clan. The sentinel raised his hand, revealing a talisman shaped like a diminutive tiger claw, entwined with dense metallic malevolence, and gently pressed it into an inconspicuous beast-shaped recess on the edge of the bronze door. With a hum, the heavy mechanism stirred with a sound akin to the awakening roar of a colossal beast, causing the very rocks beneath them to tremble. The countless eyes of the ferocious creature bas-reliefs seemed to momentarily flicker, and the flowing black blood momentarily thickened. The massive door silently slid open, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for a few individuals to pass side by side. A wave of fierce and tyrannical malevolence far purer than what lay outside surged forth, mingled with an ineffable ancient pressure that seemed to emanate from the very dawn of the primordial chaos, crashing like a tangible tide. Bai Yi and Jin Huan turned pale, instinctively taking a half-step back. Guan Yu's sleeve fluttered slightly, and an invisible layer of moonlight radiance enveloped the two disciples, shielding them from the oppressive aura. Bai Yi stifled his racing heart and quietly conveyed his thoughts to Xianyu. Teacher, where is this fellow taking us? Surely, he does not intend to. You know, the memory of countless corpses in the blood pool haunted him, and Bai Yi could not shake the feeling that this towering, fierce individual was far from benevolent. Chapter 80. The blood refining inheritance. Fear not, for I am here with you, my dear disciples. Xianyu gently patted the shoulders of Bai Yi and Jin Huan, drawing the two children closer to her side. Master, does the White Tiger Clan not worry that by selling such ferocious weapons, the mighty beings of the primordial era might acquire them and uncover the secrets of their crafting? Xianyu's gaze swept over the bronze door, which flowed with an eerie black blood, her eyes reflecting profound contemplation. The secrets of blood refining, the methodologies, and the materials are secondary. The true barrier lies within this blood pool and this bronze door. The black blood dripping from this door is extraordinary, incomparable to the blood of ordinary ferocious beasts or living beings. Since the calamity that befell the ferocious beasts, many have perished and others have been sealed away. Today, the ferocious beasts of the primordial world are akin to first-class protected species. Relying on their essence to forge divine weapons is utterly insufficient. Stepping through the bronze door felt like entering an entirely different realm. The tumultuous clamor, the heat, and the stench of blood from the outside blood refining cave were abruptly severed. Inside was an exceptionally vast circular dome space, with walls as smooth as mirrors, shimmering with a dark, cold metallic luster, intricately adorned with flowing, complex dark golden runes. At the center of the dome, a beam of ethereal, pale divine light descended, perfectly enveloping a circular black stone platform measuring 10 zhang in diameter. Upon the platform floated 18 weapons. There were knives, spears, swords, halberds, axes, polearms, hooks, forks, whips, maces, hammers, tongs, staffs, and spears. 18 blood-refined divine weapons of the highest order hovered silently, surrounded by a tangible aura of malevolence, each with unique forms and menacing designs, exuding a palpable murderous intent. Each weapon emanated a chilling pressure that could rattle one's very soul, as though it contained the essence of an ancient demonic beast. Were it not for the myriad intricate runes at the edge of the platform and the pale divine light, these weapons would have long since shattered the skies, unleashing boundless slaughter. Beneath the platform, dozens of other weapons were arranged, also at the level of divine weaponry. Yet they paled in comparison to the 18 ferocious stars above, resembling a pack of wolves surrounding a fierce tiger. The overseer led the group to the edge of the platform, his presence remarkably steady amidst the intertwining auras of the 18 weapons. He gestured towards the platform, stating, "These are the weapons worthy of the gaze of the highest order. However, these ferocious weapons have a penchant for devouring their masters and require rigorous training. Feel free to select your desired weapon," he invited. Yuan Li and Xianyu exchanged a glance before parting ways to examine the divine weapons. Yuan Li, in addition to choosing his own, had the task of procuring several divine weapons of the highest order for his clan. However, he seemed less interested in the ferocious weapons on the platform, casting a few glances before shifting his attention to the weapons below. Suddenly, a uniquely shaped weapon resembling a cleaver caught Yuan Li's eye, prompting him to step forward eagerly. Meanwhile, Xin Yu strolled around with Jin Huan and Bai Yi, akin to a leisurely visit to a museum, merely observing without making any selections. They occasionally paused before peculiar weapons, contemplating and deducing their crafting techniques. Jin Huan clutched the hem of Xin Yu's sleeve, showing little interest in the weapons, frequently glancing back to see what Yuan Li was up to. Bai Yi walked alongside Xin Yu, occasionally posing inquiries. The sentinel approached Xin Yu, observing his apparent disinterest in the formidable weapons that could incite fierce competition among the Deluo, and could not help but inquire. Might the Star Lord find nothing worthy of his attention? He had brought Yuan Ti in with the intent of conducting business for profit, while his purpose in bringing Xin Yu was to repay a karmic debt. Had it not been for the intervention of Xin Yu and Yuan Ti during the catastrophic battle in the Fire Cloud battlefield, the consequences would have been dire. This debt could not be overlooked by the Baihu clan, nor could he remain indifferent. Xin Yu smiled gently, his gaze shifting away from a peculiar crescent-shaped blade, its edge shimmering with a ghostly blue light, to meet the sentinel's eyes. He replied with composure, "One should not accept rewards without merit. My purpose here is merely to accompany my friend Yuan Ti and gain insights into the Baihu clan. Such treasured artifacts are not to be taken lightly." The sentinel's expression shifted subtly, and after a moment of silence, he regarded Xin Yu with newfound respect. "The Star Lord is too humble. If not for your intervention alongside brother Yuan Ti in the past, the Baihu clan may have faced annihilation." He paused, his tone imbued with an undeniable gravity. "On behalf of the entire clan, I extend our gratitude to the Star Lord. Should you require anything within our means, we shall not refuse." As he spoke, the sentinel's gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep over Bai Yi, and within his eyes flickered a complex emotion. He felt genuine gratitude towards Xin Yu, yet there lingered a trace of resentment. The potential and destiny that rightfully belonged to the young master of the Baihu clan had been abruptly severed by Xin Yu. Were it not for the presence of this Great Yin Star Lord, would the young clan leader have returned? Would he have transformed into Star Lord Bai Yi? This fleeting thought was swiftly suppressed by the sentinel's formidable willpower. Gratitude is gratitude, and resentment is resentment. They must not be conflated. Xin Yu keenly sensed the sentinel's brief change in expression and understood his thoughts. Given the circumstances, it would be prudent to resolve this karmic entanglement. "I am deeply drawn to your noble clan's art of transforming malevolence into brilliance and transmuting resentment into the essence of spirit. Might I be permitted to observe your clan's heritage in the art of forging?" He sought no coarse secret techniques, only the foundational principles to broaden his horizons and gain comparative insights. To be candid, Xin Yu was indeed more intrigued by the methods and philosophies of forging. The art of forging? The sentinel's brows arched in surprise. He had expected Xin Yu to request spiritual materials, divine weapons, or even the blood pool's malevolence, but never anticipated a desire for the forging heritage. Gazing into Xin Yu's eyes, the sentinel found them as pure as the moon, devoid of any trace of greed or cunning. "Very well." The sentinel readily acquiesced, producing a white jade tablet. "This is the imprint of our clan's comprehensive guidelines for forging." He presented the jade tablet to Xin Yu with a solemn expression. It contained instructions on material identification, foundational tempering, mastery of divine fire, shaping of the artifact, rune inscription, and nurturing of spirit. The techniques for blood forging were also included. However, the efficacy of blood-forged divine weapons would be significantly diminished if not crafted with the Baihu clan's blood pool water. Xin Yu received the jade tablet, its surface smooth yet imbued with a sharp, radiant energy. The jade tablet felt slightly heavy in his grasp, its golden patterns swirling upon the surface as if imbued with life, emanating faint yet distinct ripples of the essence of metal. As his fingertips brushed over the enigmatic designs, he absorbed the immense wisdom contained within, wisdom that tamed and refined the ferocious aura of gold and iron, his eyes sparkling with wonder. "Thank you, esteemed clan leader. This artifact surpasses countless divine weapons in my humble hands." Xin Yu bowed deeply, genuinely appreciative. To him, this profound inheritance held far greater value than a formidable weapon of destruction. He had contemplated some theories regarding artifact refinement, yet had not pursued their practical application. Observing Xin Yu's engrossed study of the jade tablet, the guard felt the last remnants of his unease dissipate. His gaze shifted once more to Bai Yi, who stood quietly behind Xin Yu. The boy's vaguely familiar features stirred a bittersweet sensation within the guard's heart. He parted his lips, yet ultimately chose silence, instead offering Xian Yu a solemn fist salute. His voice low and robust. The inheritance bestowed upon the Star Lord is a partial repayment of gratitude from the guard on behalf of the White Tiger clan. As for this boy, he paused, fixing his gaze firmly on Bai Yi. Regardless of past events, in this lifetime, as he follows the Star Lord, he shall belong to the Star Lord's fold. I implore the Star Lord to treat this child kindly. Rest assured, esteemed clan leader, I shall diligently teach and protect my disciple. Chapter 81. The divine armor of Gung Metal Yuan Ti circled around the dozens of late-stage, blood-refined divine weapons beneath the high platforms several times, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Yet ultimately, he shook his head and relinquished the pursuit. Although the 18 unparalleled fierce weapons atop the platform were indeed magnificent, his current resources were insufficient to acquire them. With a heavy heart, he diverted his gaze from the high platform and ultimately selected 10 slightly less ominous divine weapons from below. Among these were 3 menacing bone spears, 2 shields capable of absorbing shock, for divine blades glimmering with an ethereal light, and a long spear entwined with lightning patterns. While these were not as formidable as the celestial weapons above, they were nonetheless substantial killing tools of the Great Luo caliber, sufficient to arm a considerable number of elite warriors. Additionally, he chose a blood-refined weapon that resembled a cleaver. This knife was remarkably distinctive, with a broad and sturdy blade. Yet its edge was exceptionally sharp, exuding a raw and primal ferocity that made it stand out amidst the array of bizarre divine weapons. The overseer, noticing his selection, couldn't help but smile slightly. This knife, named the Ox Slicer, was one of his earlier masterpieces. The blade was forged from innate gung metal, sharp and resilient. The handle was crafted from the entire spine of a great Luo beast known as the earth-shattering demon ox, refined through secret techniques. As for the weapon spirit, it was the remnant soul of that very demon ox. He paused for a moment, a glint of mischief flickering in his eyes. This knife possessed a unique capacity to suppress and breach the defenses of any bovine creature, whether beast or cultivator, making it a veritable nemesis. The name Ox Slicer was indeed fitting. Yuan Ti repeatedly caressed the rough handle, feeling the ferocious power it harbored, nodding in satisfaction. Standing beside Xian Yu, Bai Yi showed little interest in the weapons radiating a potent aura of bloodlust. Instinctively, he recoiled from the malevolent energy entwined around these arms, feeling that prolonged exposure could adversely affect one's spirit. The overseer, attentively observing Bai Yi's expressions, understood his sentiments. After a brief silence, he suddenly raised his hand, and a flash of light illuminated his palm, revealing a piece of armor. This armor, entirely silver white, resembled flowing mercury, featuring a simple and ancient design that covered all vital areas of the body. The joints were seamlessly connected, exhibiting no signs of bulkiness. Its surface was engraved with countless intricate and mysterious runes, resembling the trajectories of stars, subtly emanating an aura as solid as a mountain, impervious to damage. Bai Yi. The overseer's voice was deep and solemn, his gaze towards Bai Yi imbued with complexity and a hint of relief. This is known as the divine armor of Gung Metal, a product of my painstaking efforts over several Yuan meetings. It is crafted from the finest innate Gung Metal, complemented by rare treasures such as stardust and void stone, representing the pinnacle of the art of weapon forging. He gently brushed his fingers across the armor's surface, the silver sheen rippling like water. This armor was indestructible, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a great Luo perfection without sustaining damage. Moreover, it possessed a counterattack effect, allowing the absorbed power from incoming attacks to be converted into Gung Metal sharpness that could rebound and harm the enemy, embodying both offense and defense. With his head held slightly high, the overseer spoke of this divine armor with evident pride. The most profound aspect of the Gungjin divine armor lies in its ability to absorb celestial gold and divine iron, enabling continuous evolution, growth, and self-repair. As long as sufficient celestial gold is provided, its power is virtually limitless. In terms of pure defense and growth potential, it is difficult for ordinary innate spiritual treasures to surpass it. This assertion caught the attention of both Xianyue and Yuanqi. The fact that postnatal spiritual treasures can grow to a level comparable to, or even surpassing innate treasures speaks volumes about the extraordinary craftsmanship of the armorer. The armorer's gaze fell upon the Gungjin divine armor, revealing a hint of imperceptible regret and sorrow in his profound eyes. This armor embodies the essence of his lifelong craftsmanship, representing the pinnacle of his skill. Countless Yuan meetings were spent deep within the Valley of Weapons, hammering, smelting, engraving, in pursuit of ultimate defense and growth. He dedicated an inordinate amount of time. So much time, in fact, that by the time the young clan leader faced an ambush and met his demise, this divine armor was still incomplete. In countless midnight reveries, the armorer pondered. If only he had been swifter, had completed the armor 2 yuan meetings earlier, allowing the young clan leader to don it. Would the outcome have been different? This powerful armor has become an irremediable scar in his heart, a heavy regret. Now, gazing at this familiar yet unfamiliar visage, the armorer felt that his profound regret had finally found a means of release. He cradled the Hongjun divine armor in his hands and presented it to Bai Yi. This armor is bestowed upon you, Lord Baihu. May it safeguard you thoroughly and pave your path to greatness. The armorer's deliberate mention of Lord Baihu was intended to alleviate Bai Yi's psychological burden while simultaneously allowing himself to come to terms with the reality. Bai Yi stood momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing back at his teacher, Xianhua. He could sense the immense power contained within the armor and the weighty implications of the armorer's words, leaving him uncertain about whether to accept it. Xianhua, deeply moved, understood the profound significance behind the armorer's gesture. Bai Yi, this is fate. Accept it, and do not disappoint the clan leader's intentions. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi solemnly accepted the Hongjun divine armor. As he grasped it, he felt its warmth, as if it possessed life, resonating subtly with his own essence, instilling within him a sense of reassurance and stability. He bowed deeply to the armorer, saying, I, Bai Yi, thank the clan leader for this generous gift. I shall not fail this armor. The armor, imbued with spirit, instantly adjusted to fit him perfectly, willingly enveloping his form. The armorer gazed upon the silver-armored young warrior, his starry brows and sword-like eyes exuding an air of grandeur. And the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart finally lifted. Seeing Bai Yi forge a benevolent connection with the Baihu clan brought great joy to Xianhua. The armorer then turned his attention to Jin Huan, who quietly stood by Xuanyue's side. Having refined the remnants of the divine devil left by Bai Sha, he had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo realm. His keen perception revealed the child's essence, pure and vibrant, with a solid foundation forged from the mingling of dragon and phoenix bloodlines, evidently well nurtured by Yuanqi and Xianhua with rare treasures. Yet, the stagnation and emptiness at the level of his soul were glaringly apparent to the armorer, shining like a beacon in the night to one of his caliber. This is evidently a case of congenital deficiency in the spirit, akin to being ensnared by an invisible barrier, resulting in an exceptionally dazed demeanor. Is this individual also a disciple of the Star Lord? The sentinel directed his gaze towards Xianyu. No, this is my disciple, Jin Huan. Realizing that his apprentice had nearly been whisked away by Xianyu, Yuan Ti promptly pulled Jin Huan closer, asserting his claim. Yuan Ti gently caressed Jin Huan's head, his eyes betraying a hint of imperceptible sorrow. This child is inherently lacking in spiritual essence, rendering verbal communication impossible, and even mental exchanges prove to be quite arduous. Over the years, it has been solely thanks to Bai Yi's patient companionship, as he diligently communicated through mental connection, gradually guiding him, that some progress has been made. Chapter 82, Blood Refinement of the Suona, Part 1. Xianyu observed the contemplative gaze of the watcher and felt a stir in her heart. She took the initiative to inquire, does the clan leader have some thoughts? Upon hearing this, the watcher turned to Xianyu and nodded slightly, voicing their mutual thoughts, blood-refining magical treasures. Great minds think alike. Ordinary spiritual materials that nurture the soul yield slow results against such inherent flaws, and restoring complete linguistic function may take an indefinite amount of time. It would be far more effective to utilize refining techniques to create a special spiritual treasure to speak for Jin Huan. Xianyu smiled upon hearing this. It aligned perfectly with her own thoughts. I share the sentiment as well. While other refining paths may pose difficulties, this blood refining method, particularly its application to the soul, might just be the key to breaking through. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yi and Bai Yi were instantly filled with surprise and joy. Yuan Yi, in her excitement, pinched Jin Huan under the arm and lifted him before the watcher, leaving him bewildered and dazed. Clan leader, please let us know what materials are needed for this refining. As the guardian of the Phoenix clan's treasury, I have everything. Jin Huan understood the intent of the group and blinked his eyes, displaying an innocent smile at the watcher. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to my refining chamber for a detailed discussion. With a decisive wave of his hand, the watcher conjured a gentle force that enveloped everyone, transporting them through the bronze door. As the scenery shifted, they found themselves in a vast stone chamber that was considerably brighter and cleaner. In the center of the chamber stood an ancient, imposing furnace, drawing upon the earth's fire and the heaven's wind. The surrounding stone walls were carved with numerous compartments, categorically storing various materials that shimmered with precious light. Gathered around a stone table beside the furnace, the group engaged in discussions regarding the crafting of this spiritual treasure. I have an idea. We could forge a blood cranium. The Watcher produced a fearsome and grotesque beast skull from seemingly nowhere. This is the head of an ancient wonderworm, the Echo Worm. We shall harness its innate characteristics to connect with Jin Huan, and then use the blood-refining secret technique to seal a portion of memory and consciousness into the core of the spiritual tool. Once Jin Huan masters this treasure, he will be able to transform vague thoughts into clear speech. It would be akin to possessing an external brain that can speak. Additionally, it could incorporate soul-devouring and soul-capturing offensive capabilities. The Watcher grew increasingly enthused, his thoughts sharpening, and the envisioned end product became ever more sinister. An image involuntarily surfaced in the minds of Yuan Yi, Bai Yi, and Xianyu, the handsome and serene Jin Huan, cradling a bloody, terrifying skull in his hands, with its mouth moving to articulate his words. This scene appeared peculiar, even somewhat frightening. Yuan Yi's lips twitched. Clan leader, I assent this. Imagery a bit too unique? We are upright characters. Bai Yi nodded vigorously, whispering, yes, it would scare the children. Xianyu pondered for a moment before proposing another idea. I have a plan. Why not use sound as the medium? The path of sound directly touches the soul, capable of nurturing spirits silently or shattering stone and gold to intimidate adversaries. To forge a musical instrument as a personal treasure, allowing Jin Huan to wield it with her spirit and resonate with the melody of her heart. Firstly, it serves to nurture and refine her soul through the harmony of sound. Secondly, sound waves are intangible and unpredictable, providing a means of defense. Thirdly, once her spirit merges with the treasure and her soul strengthens to a certain level, she may express her thoughts directly through melody, perhaps even speaking ultimately. A musical instrument? The Watcher mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. The others reflected that while a mute attacking enemies with sound might seem somewhat sinister, it was certainly more aesthetically pleasing than holding a severed head. This idea possesses merit. After a moment of deliberation, the Watcher declared, indeed, the path of sound aligns more harmoniously and elegantly. Seeing no objections from Jin Huan, the group settled upon a general direction. Next came the selection of the instrument. Xianyu's thoughts danced, her fingertips weaving magic to conjure shadows of various instruments upon the stone table. There appeared the serene guqin, the intricate zither, the exquisite pipa, the melancholic eru, the resounding drum, the clear flute, and the plaintive dongxiao, a dazzling array. Yuan Ti approached Jin Huan, pointing at the elegantly shaped 7-string guqin. Jin Huan, look at this one. It is beautiful and suits our Phoenix clan's essence perfectly. Moreover, our esteemed leader plays it beautifully. Xianyu then gestured towards the shang, which resembled a phoenix spreading its wings, its tones bright and akin to the phoenix's call. This instrument, known as the shang, produces a clear and soaring sound that can purify the soul. It is quite fitting as well. To everyone's astonishment, Jin Huan's gaze swept curiously across the myriad of instruments, ultimately landing on one that none had anticipated. She extended her small hand and pointed decisively at the humble suona conjured by Xianyu. This. Yuan Ti was taken aback, staring at the plain-looking suona, which seemed, well, somewhat peculiar. He rummaged through his thoughts, but hesitated to voice the word unrefined. The Watcher, witnessing this for the first time, looked at Xianyu in confusion. Might I inquire, Star Lord, what is this? Xianyu, observing Jin Huan's resolute gaze, felt an unexpected amusement wash over her, accompanied by a peculiar sense of destiny. This instrument is called the suona, reputed to imitate the calls of 100 birds. Its sound pierces the heavens, capable of splitting gold and stone, and most adept at invoking a resonance with the soul. Jin Huan's choice of it may indeed be fated. With another wave of her hand, Xianyu clearly delineated the structure of the suona: a small reed or bamboo whistle, a circular air chamber to secure the whistle, a core connecting the chamber to the body, a sound hole determining pitch, the suona rod itself, and finally, the bowl-shaped bronze bell mouth for amplification and tuning. The construction was not overly complicated. As a grandmaster of crafting, the Watcher discerned its essence at a glance. He pointed at the bronze bell mouth and core, stating, the main body must utilize high-quality spiritual materials, particularly for the suona mouth, which is crucial for amplification and tuning. The reed must be soft yet resilient, capable of vibrating with breath to produce sound. The rod must be stable and resonate well. With the design determined, we may now proceed to select materials and prepare for the forging. The sentinel glanced back at the pool of blood beside the hearth. then turned his gaze towards the crowd, addressing them with grave seriousness. If we were to temper this instrument with the waters of the blood pool, it would undoubtedly endow it with a terrifying ferocity, its power rivaling that of the primordial forces, even granting it the ability to unleash sound-based assaults on the soul. However, the malevolent aura of this blood pool would be akin to deadly arsenic for someone as fragile as Jin Huan, bringing forth nothing but harm. Perhaps we need to consider an alternative. What if we were to utilize Jin Huan's own essence? By employing his blood to forge the Suona, and infusing it with a fragment of his soul's origin, we could create a vessel that is intrinsically linked to his bloodline and harmonizes with his spirit from its inception. Subsequently, he could nurture and refine this artifact daily with his own soul, akin to cultivating a doppelganger second soul, once this treasure attains sentience and merges with his mind. A mere thought from him could evoke the sounds of his heart's desires. Would this not be tantamount to it being able to speak? Furthermore, through the prolonged unity of man and instrument, and the mutual nourishment of their souls, it is conceivable that he might gradually restore the aspects of himself that he is inherently missing. Yuan Yi's words were like a ray of sunlight piercing through clouds, illuminating the minds of Xian Yu and the Sentinel, who both brightened with realization. This method is indeed feasible. Chapter 83, Blood Refinement of the Suona, Part 2, Marvelous. The Overseer could not help but applaud in admiration. Using one's own essence and spirit as seeds, nurturing them within the vessel day by day until they take root and sprout, ultimately achieving a unity of man and instrument. This method is gentle and gradual, truly a path to the spiritual treasure, a treasure of one's very being. Xian Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, although the results may manifest slowly, the approach is remarkably secure and brimming with potential. A slower pace is of no concern. Coupled with Xian Yu's Jade Dew and his own cultivation of the Nirvana technique, Jin Huan's future is assured. With their course set, everyone promptly divided tasks. Yuan Ti lifted Jin Huan, informing him that he would need to endure a significant bloodletting. The Overseer approached the materials rack, meticulously selecting a fist-sized piece of metal radiating a pure, sharp, white light, an essence of innate gung metal. This material would serve as the mouthpiece and core of the Suona, being indestructible and possessing exceptional sound conduction, capable of bearing the power of the spirit. Xian Yu then extracted a branch from the stellar world. I still possess some branches of the Zhou star tree here, infused with celestial radiance, perfect for nurturing the soul and calming the spirit, making it ideal for crafting the Suona shaft and air chamber. As for the most crucial whistle piece, alas, the laurel branches I brought on this journey have all been exhausted. The laurel tree embodies the essence of lunar pathways, renowned for nourishing the spirit, making it an exquisite material for the fabrication of this Suona. Xian Yu glanced at Jin Huan, noticing the bracelet on his wrist, woven from laurel branches and adorned with everlasting osmanthus. This was a small gift given to Jin Huan by the laurel tree on the lunar star. Jin Huan, may I borrow a small segment of laurel from your garland? It does not require much. About an inch should suffice. Trusting Xian Yu implicitly, Jin Huan extended his hand without hesitation, allowing Xian Yu to take what he needed. After plucking a small branch from the bracelet, Xian Yu returned the garland to Jin Huan's wrist. Yuan Ti took on the significant task of drawing blood and extracting the soul from Jin Huan. Initially anticipating that persuasion would be necessary to gain Jin Huan's consent, he was surprised when the lad, understanding the intent of the group, swiftly made an incision in his major artery, blood spraying forth. Once the blood was drawn and the soul collected, Jin Huan succumbed to unconsciousness. Even though it was known that with Jin Huan's golden immortal cultivation, a period of proper rest would suffice for recovery, Bai Yi remained deeply concerned. With all materials prepared, the Overseer turned to Xian Yu. Star Lord, having observed our clan's legacy of weapon forging, you must have some understanding of the blood refinement secret technique. Why not let me be the primary forger this time, with you as my assistant? Xian Yu immediately grasped that this was an opportunity for a close-up experience of the blood refinement method, and he readily agreed. Without further ado, the two assumed a solemn demeanor. The Overseer called out, harnessing the earthly fire and heavenly winds, igniting the enormous furnace with a roaring blaze of pure white flames. He first cast the essence of innate gung metal into the furnace, skillfully controlling the heat with exquisite magical prowess to melt and shape it. Xian Yu stood by, intently observing, occasionally using his own lunar magic to assist in regulating the furnace temperature and eliminating impurities. Under the collaboration of two masters, the Suona's bowl-shaped bell and slender core swiftly took form amidst the blazing flames, its surface shimmering with an innate elegance. Next, the Suona's body and air chamber were crafted. The process of refining spiritual tools differs from that of celestial metal, an aspect in which Xianyue possessed some experience. Having constructed the grand lunar abode on the Tying star with his own hands, he retrieved a branch from the celestial tree of stars, enveloping it with stellar energy for refinement. The extinguishing divine light of the Tying transformed into an exquisitely sharp carving tool, shaping it into a straight, hollow body and a smooth air chamber. The starlight infused within imparted a jade-like warmth to the wood, embodying the essence of the Milky Way. The most crucial component remained, the whistle, which ideally should be crafted from reeds. Unfortunately, none among them could procure reeds of the requisite quality, compelling them to substitute with tender branches of laurel. Fortunately, laurel itself is a manifestation of lunar essence, its branches transcending ordinary flora. Xianyue connected with the lunar path between heaven and earth, guiding the laurel branches to transform into his envisioned form. As all components were preliminarily refined, the overseer uttered a commanding call, forming intricate seals with his hands. The essence of Jin Huan's blood and a fragment of his soul were summoned forth, merging into an extraordinary blood-gold script torrent that instantaneously infused the assembled Suona prototype, suspended above the flames. A resonant vibration coursed through the Suona. Vivid crimson blood gradually melded into the dark golden bell, tracing upward along the starlit wooden body, intricately outlining runes. Where the blood flowed, all components seemed to come alive, their energies harmoniously intertwined, forming a singular entity. Go. With a sweeping gesture, the overseer directed the fragment of soul to merge with the golden-red Suona, becoming its core. A faint yet distinctly clear wave of life emanated from the Suona, suffused with pure starlight, lunar essence, and the unique aura of Jin Huan's soul. Xianyue and the overseer exchanged glances, each reflecting joy in the other's eyes. The most critical step had been accomplished. The ensuing millennia would be a gradual refinement. No longer needing to control the raging flames, they nurtured the creation with gentle fire, allowing the essence of heaven and earth to indelibly imprint upon it. Xianyue frequently infused pure Tying lunar essence and starlight to nourish the nascent spirit of the instrument, while the overseer continued the blood-refining technique, repeatedly performing rituals upon the Suona. Yuan Yi and Bai Yi consistently comforted Jin Huan, who was treated as a blood reservoir, enduring constant extraction. Time quietly flowed amidst the roaring of the earth fire in the Valley of Weapons. 9,000 years, a mere blink for the mighty beings of the primordial age. One day, the Suona, which had been quietly suspended above the nurturing flames, suddenly emitted a clear, resonant hum. Its sound soared, piercing through metal and stone, ascending to the heavens. The golden-red bell radiated brilliance, the patterns on the starlit wooden body flowed like a river of stars, and the laurel whistle emitted a soft, azure-white glow. It seemed as if a slumbering life had finally awakened, breaking free from the restraints of the flames, transforming into a streak of light, eager to fly towards its master. Behold, it is complete, Bai Yi exclaimed in delight. The pale-faced Jin Huan extended his small hand. With a soft thud, the extraordinary blood-refined divine weapon landed in Jin Huan's grasp. It felt warm to the touch, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. Jin Huan gazed down at this uniquely shaped treasure, which evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity, his face brimming with joy and contentment. Instinctively, he brought the mouthpiece of the Suona to his lips, his fingers clumsily exploring the tone holes along the body, gripping it tightly as if he had captured the very essence of the world's light. With a mighty effort, Jin Huan blew into the instrument. However, after an extended moment of exertion that left his face flushed, not a single sound emerged from the Suona. Mastering this instrument required skill, and he would need to find someone well-versed in musical theory to teach him. Indeed, neither I nor the Star Monarch excel in the art of sound. It seems I must seek the expertise of a master. This matter is simple. I shall return and ask the clan leader to assist, allowing Jin Huan to learn under his guidance. Upon hearing the explanations from Xianyue and the overseer, Yuan Ti immediately comprehended the underlying issue. Realizing he could not produce a sound from his own innate spiritual treasure, Jin Huan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 84. The Chaos of Wanshou, Part 1. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. During the time Xianyue spent in the White Tiger clan, approximately 10,000 years, the turmoil of Wanshou Mountain erupted in full force. The air carried a hint of rust, as Fei Fu crushed the blood-red gravel beneath his feet, gazing ahead at the black stone canyon, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. The cliffs, sharply hewn and rugged, cast ominous shadows. The silver gun of cracking wind in his hand hummed and trembled, its tassels swaying without wind. Stop! Fei Fu's voice boomed like thunder, echoing across the charred ridges. Instantly, the silver torrent behind him froze, the Tianma warriors halting in unison. The dark red blood mist swirling at the canyon's entrance momentarily revealed the twisted visage of Lu Qi, adorned with magical patterns, his crimson eyes fixated on Fei Fu, brimming with malice, yet betraying a subtle hint of fear. Fei Fu, are you afraid? The hound of the Qilin, daring only to bark at the entrance? Lu Qi's hoarse voice pierced through the blood mist, laced with provocation. Fei Fu ignored him, his consciousness surging like an invisible tide, silently sweeping over each of his clansmen. Upon receiving the command, the Grand Elder led the clan members to slowly withdraw, pursuing the rebel forces outside the canyon. Deep within the canyon, the greedy wolf licked its ivory fangs, crouched behind jagged rocks, its scarlet tongue brushing its nose. Xiongyi, what is Fei Fu doing? Xiongyi's massive form nearly blended into the dark rock. It appeared he had suspected an ambush lay within the canyon. What now? What is there to fear? If he dares to pursue Lu Qi alone, we shall overwhelm him and force him to stay. If he does not enter, we shall retreat. Before their conspiracy could be finalized, Fei Fu transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the blood mist, racing into the canyon. The silver gun of cracking wind stirred the winds and clouds, its tip aimed directly at the demonic shadow in the mist. Lu Qi, prepare to meet your end. Lu Qi's concern morphed into fury and delight. Fool, if you have the guts, come chase me. He swiftly retreated, speeding towards the darkest depths of the canyon. Boom. Just as Fei Fu plunged into the depths, the sky abruptly darkened. It was neither cloud cover nor mist. A thick, viscous crimson canopy, heavy as lead, enveloped the entire canyon. Countless twisted magical patterns danced frantically across this canopy, igniting and exuding a suffocating stench and a malevolent aura that froze the soul. The earthly kill formation is complete. Roar. Howl. Two thunderous roars erupted simultaneously. To the left, Xiongyi's mountain-like bulk crashed against the rock face, accompanied by the chaotic energy of collapsing mountains. His massive fists, encased in heavy rocky armor, descended like two toppled peaks, crashing down upon Fei Fu. From the shadow on the right, the greedy wolf transformed into a blood-soaked shadow, its claws tearing through the air with a piercing shriek, lunging for Fei Fu's back. Even Lu Qi turned with a sinister grin, his colossal bone axe entwined with the wails of countless vengeful spirits, cleaving with earth-shattering force. Surrounded on three sides, the malevolent energy surged. Fei Fu remained unfazed. Not long after Lu Qi's retreat, he had sensed something amiss. After seizing the opportunity to contact Jinlin, it was revealed that the Qilin clan had long since arrived at Wanshou Mountain. They had already sensed the arrangements made by Lu Qi and his companions in the Haishi Gorge and were preparing to turn the tables, like a mantis stalking a cicada, with a hidden sparrow poised to strike from behind. This time, Jinlin led his kin, stealthily traversing the underground veins, arriving unnoticed. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding clash of metal erupted into a cacophony, a harrowing symphony of demise. He braced himself against the ferocious fists of the bear demon, his spear bending into a breathtaking arc. With a swift counter, he deflected the greedy wolf's lethal claws, sparks flying, the spear's buttocks arched upward, narrowly blocking Lu Qi's descending giant axe. The force of the collision sent him and his steed hurtling backward, crashing violently against the rocky wall, sending debris cascading down. The silver armor was instantly marred by deep claw marks and axe imprints, his vitality surging, a metallic taste rising in his throat. With three formidable figures of the late stage of Deluo joining forces, the malevolent energy surged through him, and he found himself in an absolute disadvantage. Finish him. The bear demon roared, raising his fists once more, the sheer force ready to obliterate everything in its path, intent on a swift resolution. Yet, Fibu clenched his silver teeth, his spear held steadfast across his chest, his gaze betraying no fear, only a chilling resolve. At this critical juncture, a thunderous boom resonated, seemingly emanating from the very heart of the earth, reverberating throughout Wanshou Mountain without warning. Following that were the second and third booms, each one more urgent and resounding than the last. Across the Wanshou Mountain range, countless tribes and villages, regardless of their size or the battles they were enduring, witnessed the Qilin statues adorning humble stone altars and grand altars erupting in a celestial glow of profound yellow light. 1 beam, 10 beams, 100 beams, 1,000 beams. Myriad beams, an infinite array of light pierced through the blood mist enveloping the sky, connecting heaven and earth. Countless beams converged at the apex of the firmament, merging and weaving together, unveiling an unimaginable colossal formation that spanned billions of miles across Wanshou Mountain. At the core of this formation, a majestic Qilin, adorned with the totems of myriad beasts and standing upon clouds, raised its head and let out a resounding roar. The overwhelming essence of the earth, imbued with the boundless energy of Wanshou Mountain's geophysical fortune, surged towards the formation's center like rivers returning to the sea. Jinlin's divine form obscured much of the sky, his hand extending, capable of enveloping the entirety of Haishi Gorge. "This is bad," the greedy wolf shrieked, genuine fear lacing his voice for the first time. "Where did the Qilin clan come from? You fool, bear demon. Didn't you say to keep an eye on the Qilin clan?" By this time, their argument was too late. A colossal claw, covered in dark yellow scales and resembling a mountain, descended from the heavens, wielding the might to upend the universe and compel all beings to bow in submission. Jinlin's immense Qilin form, shrouded in rich hues of dark yellow divine light, radiated an overwhelming presence that transcended the limits of ordinary Deluo perfection, reaching the legendary realm of primordial chaos. Within those enormous eyes burned a fury capable of incinerating the very fabric of existence. Crack! The remarkably solid earth of Haishi Gorge shattered like fragile eggshells. With a single hand, merely a simple hand pressing down, the blood-red heavens shrouding the Valley of Shadows melted away silently, akin to remnants of snow beneath a blazing sun. The trio of Xiong Yi, Tan Lang, and Lu Qi, along with their meticulously crafted earthly death formation and the towering cliffs of the Blackstone Valley, which stood like jagged blades, were rendered as fragile as sandcastles beneath a single strike. Boom! The cataclysmic roar consumed all sound. A blinding, dark yellow light obliterated every hue. The earth trembled, and the universe dimmed. As the devastating radiance and swirling dust began to dissipate, only an unfathomable abyss remained, marked by a colossal handprint with edges as smooth as a mirror. Henceforth, the Blackstone Valley would be irrevocably erased from the map of Wanshou Mountain. Along with it, the insurgents within were reduced to mere dust, vanishing into thin air. Chapter 85. The Chaos of Eternal Longevity, Part 2. At the edge of the abyss formed by Blackstone Canyon, a faint silver light struggled to coalesce. The figure of Phoebu flickered between reality and illusion, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his breath utterly feeble, barely supported by the silver spear he leaned upon. He gazed upon the apocalyptic scene before him, fixating on the towering Xianhuang Qilin avatar looming above the abyss, his eyes filled with reverence and dread. Earlier, when he plotted against Lu Qi and others, Jinlin had warned him to keep his distance to avoid being crushed. He had thought it an exaggeration, not realizing it was a literal warning. In the heavens above, Jinlin detected the revived Phoebu and gave him a slight nod. After bowing in respect, Phoebu transformed into a faint silver light and swiftly retreated, relinquishing this battlefield of slaughter that belonged to Jinlin. The immense head of Jinlin's avatar turned, its giant eyes ablaze with Xianhuang flames, coldly sweeping across the remnants of the three clans, who were already paralyzed with fear at the edges of the palm imprint. Death! With the boundless fortune and geomantic blessings of Mount Eternal Longevity at his command, Jinlin, with the heavenly decree in his mouth, decreed the fate of the traitors with a single word. He raised another colossal claw, casting it down upon the minuscule beings below, sweeping them away as one would brush off dust. The torrent of Xianhuang divine light surged forth, cascading like the Milky Way spilling into the mortal realm. Wherever the light reached, be it the snarling warriors of the cracked earth bear, or the howling moonlight wolves attempting to flee, or even the crimson-eyed members of the Lingjiao deer tribe, all were as if cast into a furnace of ice and snow, unable to emit a single cry, silently dissolving, disintegrating, returning to the void. Having quietly emerged from the river of time, the likes of Xiong Yi and others chose to conceal their presence and feign death. Yet they could not escape Jinlin's discerning gaze. With a splatter of blood, 3 more traitorous leaders fell. Buzz! Far to the extreme north of Mount Eternal Longevity, deep within a cavern shrouded in dense demonic energy, Ao Run suddenly opened his eyes. Countless grievances and malevolent energies coalesced into black lotuses, silently gathering from the shadows. The suspended bloodlight sword of slaughter vibrated intensely, as if intoxicated. The Qilin statue. What a profound formation. Ao Run could not fathom the intricacies of the Qilin clan's array, nor was he adept in the art of formations himself. Yet, this was of little consequence. Regardless of who emerged victorious or defeated, rivers of blood would flow, and that was precisely what he desired. From the current situation, it seemed that the revenues of Mount Eternal Longevity were nearing the target, and it had inadvertently revealed a trump card of the Qilin clan. The foundation of the Qilin clan was indeed formidable. Ao Run gazed into the water mirror before him, beholding the towering Xianhuang Qilin avatar alongside the myriad solemn Qilin statues. His heart filled with trepidation. Little did he expect that the Qilin clan, having dispatched beast tribes and established Qilin statues, harbored ambitions to command the fortune and geomancy of the vast wilderness. Alas, it was nearly time to depart. The illusory black lotus above his head suddenly spun, its ethereal light intensifying, and Ao Run's form quietly disintegrated into ash, vanishing without a trace. Above Blackstone Canyon, the magnificent visage of the golden momentarily paused, gazing towards the north as if sensing something. At the very spot where the three, Xiong Yi, Tan Lang, and Lu Qi, met their demise, the void began to writhe peculiarly. 3 clumps of viscous, foul dark red bloodlight coalesced out of thin air, within which the distorted, tormented faces of Xiong Yi, Tan Lang, and Lu Qi could be faintly discerned. The 3 great Luo had resurrected once more, but this time, they appeared rather peculiar. Strange. Inhuman sounds emanated from their throats, as if they were struggling. Before long, the last vestige of clarity in their eyes was completely supplanted by madness and despair. Die. The trio of Lu Qi swiftly approached, an immensely unstable and terrifying wave of energy surging violently from within them. Insanity, as they prepared to self-detonate their Dao fruits. The golden roared with thunderous fury, its immense claws, imbued with the power to confine space, darting towards the 3 impending explosions of blood light. Yet, in the end, it was a moment too late. Boom! The 3 blinding bloodlights erupted like 3 forcibly crushed suns of foul blood above the Blackstone Canyon. An indescribable cacophony shattered the heavens. The torrent of destructive energy instantaneously engulfed the Golden's massive claws. Crimson blood, bizarre dark magic, and chaotic malevolent energy intertwined into a cataclysmic shockwave, expanding outward in a frenzy. The surrounding space shattered like fragile glass, revealing the tumultuous void's chaotic currents below. The towering visage of the Golden staggered violently, its claws dimming, scales fracturing, as it was forcibly blasted back. With a muffled groan, it endured the self-detonation of the 3 great Luo junctions, clearly suffering. These 3 resplendent fireworks were, of course, the handiwork of Ao Run. Having resorted to such means, the fate of Lu Qi and the others was evidently sealed. In light of this, it would be prudent to retreat, perhaps even dragging the Golden down with them. The fury in the Golden's eyes was nearly palpable. It forcefully suppressed the turmoil of its qi and blood, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of half-step Hongyuan without reservation. Roar! The Xianhuang Qilin raised its head and roared, its voice resounding throughout the primordial expanse. Once more, it raised its colossal hand, and this time, the Xianhuang divine light transformed into countless spears of annihilation piercing through the void. The tips of these spears were aimed at the remnants of the 3 clans, already decimated by the Tianma clan, as well as all tribes within Wanshou Mountain that had conspired and raised the flag of rebellion. Qilin clan, Tianma clan, join me in quelling this insurrection. The voice, cold to the extreme, resonated like the final judgment in the ears of every survivor. When the last vestige of defiance among the cultivators was vanquished by the Qilin clan, Wanshou Mountain finally broke free from the nightmarish bloodshed that had persisted for thousands of years. However, the price of this liberation was a harrowing wasteland, countless crumbled mountains, and rivers nearly drained dry. The vast visage of the Golden had dissipated, its true form standing amidst the desolation of the battlefield, its breath somewhat erratic, its armor marred by the stains of foul blood and demonic energy. Fei Fu leaned silently beside it, propping himself on a silver spear, his silver armor shattered, yet his spine remained resolutely straight. Fibu, I entrust the matter of Wanshou Mountain to you. Jinlin's voice, though tinged with fatigue, still carried an undeniable authority. Fibu clasped his hands in salute and replied solemnly, I shall obey the elder's command. Fibu will thoroughly investigate the truth behind Wanshou Mountain, identify the instigators, and provide an explanation to the Beast clan. After years of warfare, it became apparent to all that the affairs of Wanshou Mountain were far from simple. The inexplicable circulation of a nefarious technique that rapidly enhances strength among the 3 clans, including the Lu Qi, was certainly suspicious. Jinlin nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to lead the Qilin clan members back. Return to the capital. Chapter 86. The aftermath of eternal longevity. The winds of Mount Eternal Longevity carried remnants of blood and fire along with earth-shattering news. sweeping across the vast and boundless landscapes of the primordial world. After the intervention of the Golden, the turmoil on Mount Eternal Longevity was quelled in less than a millennium. The three clans, the spirit-horned deer, the cracked earth bear, and the howling moon wolf, along with their rebellious vassals, were all cast into the annals of history by the Golden with an overwhelming force. For the primordial realm, a millennium is but a fleeting moment, after all. Even a typical Great Luo Golden Immortal would require tens of thousands of years to traverse from the eastern to the western slopes of Mount Eternal Longevity. The soaring statue of the Qilin, the enigmatic Grand Formation, and the venerable elder who stood at the threshold of the primordial realm, effortlessly flattened the black stone gorge with a mere gesture. These details were embellished by countless witnesses, growing ever more fantastical and instilling profound terror in the hearts of many. Those chieftains of the great beast clans who had previously looked down upon the Qilin with disdain, harboring ulterior motives due to the Qilin's inability to intervene, now found themselves drenched in cold sweat. They silently reinforced the offerings to the Qilin statue on their clan altars, issuing stern orders to their kin to remain vigilant and dutiful. In the farthest reaches of the primordial east, beneath the vast expanse of the eastern sea, the entrance to the return to ruins remained, with the Time Dragon Palace suspended above the surging river of time, steadfast as an ancient rock. Within the depths of the Dragon Palace, the shimmering time bubble that separated the return to ruins rippled gently. The figure of Ao, the Dragon King of the East Sea, traversed the distorted light and shadow, respectfully bowing before the hall, still bearing the salty scent of the ocean. His voice resonated deep and clear as he conveyed the final outcome of Mount Eternal Longevity to the two supreme beings within the hall, leaving no detail unspoken. The Golden had utilized the Qilin statue to establish a formation, drawing upon the boundless geomantic energies of Mount Eternal Longevity, resulting in a tremendous surge in power to the threshold of the primordial realm. With a single strike, he leveled the Blackstone Gorge, annihilating the deer, bear, and wolf clans along with their followers into mere dust. Perched atop the Dragon Palace, the Candle Dragon's enormous eyes swirled with a kaleidoscope of colors, as if deciphering the profound mysteries behind that astonishing strike. Beside him, Lord Mengjong slowly turned his massive dragon form, remaining silent for a moment before offering his insights on the matter. Fortunately, I heeded my second brother's advice and refrained from getting involved back then. Esteemed ancestors, it appears that this grand formation is fundamentally rooted in the Qilin statue. Is there a way to destroy the statue? No, your understanding is superficial. The Qilin statue is merely a catalyst. The primordial Qilin established the principles of geomancy, rightfully considered the master of the primordial realm's feng shui. By distributing the myriad beasts and erecting statues, he effectively utilized the various clans as anchors, firmly securing the boundless geomantic energies of the primordial expanse. The Candle Dragon's gaze reflected the vast landscapes of countless light years within the primordial realm, continuously analyzing the intricacies of this grand formation. The Beast clan occupying the geomantic treasures flourished even further, enhancing the primordial Qilin's control over the primordial feng shui, which, in turn, elevated their own cultivation. This was not merely a single mountain or a formation, but rather, a colossal web of feng shui that nearly encompassed the entirety of the primordial land. Mengjong inhaled sharply, his emerald dragon eyes filled with astonishment. No wonder the Qilin clan had so few members. Yet the primordial Qilin could stand alongside my elder brother and Yuanfeng, drawing upon the strength of the myriad clans to nurture his own path. He paused, his tone growing increasingly grave. A grand formation at Mount Wanshou could elevate the Golden to the threshold of the Hunyuan realm, should a more formidable array be employed. Conjuring forth powers of the Hunyuan tier would surely not pose a challenge. Yet, what is even more terrifying is the potential elevation of the primordial Qilin should this formation be conferred upon him. It is not merely the common primordial races one must consider. Even the likes of Mengjong, an entity of Hunyuan golden immortal status, are left to ponder in trepidation. By the way, how fares Ao Run? Mengjong cast a sidelong glance at Ao Kwa, a subtle tension evident in his demeanor. That lad hasn't he found himself ensnared by the Golden-esque grasp, has he? In the eyes of the two venerable ancestors, Ao Run is regarded as a rare technical talent within the Dragon Clan. Ao Kwa promptly bowed and responded, I report to you, esteemed ancestor, that Ao Run has acted with utmost prudence. As soon as the turmoil at Mount Wanshou commenced, he discreetly withdrew, erasing all traces of his presence and making a hasty retreat. The dark purple dragon, head of Zhu Long, slightly inclined in acknowledgement, a rare glimmer of approval shining in his eyes. Well done. although he could not thoroughly disrupt the Beast Clan. Forcing the Qilin tribe to reveal their Feng Shui Great Formation is no small feat. Ao Run has executed this matter splendidly. He shifted his tone, sighing softly. The audacity of the Qilin tribe to unveil such a card indicates they must possess even more formidable secrets in reserve. Moreover, following this confrontation, the internal stability of the Beast Clan is likely to increase, making it more challenging to find openings in the future. Meng Zhang nodded in agreement, his massive dragon head bobbing slightly as his emerald eyes gazed into the depths of the desolate circular realm of Guixiu, falling silent. Within the Zhulong Palace, only the eternal flow of time remained, accompanied by the engulfing silence of Guixiu that devours all. The flames of conflict at Mount Wanshou have extinguished. Yet beneath the surface of the primordial waters, unseen currents seem to surge with even greater intensity. To the west of Mount Wanshou, deep within the Baihu Ridge, beside the fervent earth fire of the Bing Valley, Xianyu, the Watchman, and Yuan Ti, accompanied by two younger generations, had just stepped through the heavy bronze doors of the Blood Refinement Cave. The crisp wind from outside carried the metallic scent of rust from the mountains, bringing news of the settled dust at Mount Wanshou. In truth, during the several millennia spent in industrious crafting, they had sensed the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the direction of Mount Wanshou. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth was agitated, as if colossal beasts were clashing in the distance. Unfortunately, they were engrossed in the critical stage of their crafting and could not extricate themselves. Upon receiving the report detailing the events and outcomes of the battle at Mount Wanshou, the Watchman's chiseled features revealed little emotion. Overestimating themselves, the Watchman uttered with a scoff, possessing absolute confidence in the strength of the Qilin tribe. The golden eliminating the rebel forces at Wanshou was akin to crushing a few ants, utterly inconsequential. Yuan Ti's reaction, however, was far more pronounced. His eyes widened, and before his mind could fully process the information, his mouth spoke out. Who else could it be? The chaos at Mount Wanshou must certainly be the doing of that group of long worms from the Dragon Clan. They thrive on sowing discord and stirring the pot. This has always been their despicable tactic. His voice boomed, asserting with unwavering conviction. Who else in the primordial realm could harbor such disdain for the Beast Clan? At his declaration, all turned their gazes toward Yuan Ti. Even the Baihu clansmen who had reported the news and stepped aside, cautiously casting a glance at Yuan Ti. What worms? The slow-witted Yuan Ti immediately covered her mouth, wishing she could find a crevice to slip into. Ahem. In summary, it is entirely the Dragon Clan's fault. The overseer instructed his subordinates to continue reporting more detailed matters, shifting the focus away to spare Yuan Ti any further embarrassment. Xianyu remained silent, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cuff of his sleeve. He suddenly recalled what he had overheard earlier at Wanshou Mountain regarding the four clans jointly seeking treasure, only to witness their mutual assaults and the destruction of the once bountiful Treasure Valley. His thoughts also drifted to the peculiar scattered cultivators of Baichao Valley in the Huiyun mountain range, as well as the enigmatic Qinxi Nyang with her sinister techniques. Fleeting threads of insight flickered through his mind, ultimately crystallizing upon a shadowy name, Luo Ho. Could it be his handiwork, stirring the winds and gathering malevolence? Yet, at this moment, it was evident that the Qilin clan had employed thunderous measures to forcibly quell this tempest. With the dust settled, further discourse seemed futile. Chapter 87. The Martial Arts Debate, Part 1. As Xianyue and his companions stepped out of the blood-refining cave, they had yet to savor the crisp air outside when they sensed countless gazes piercing through the atmosphere like invisible arrows. From afar, behind the towering pines on the cliffs, and even within the shadows cast by the furnace, numerous members of the White Tiger clan emerged silently, their presence unnoticed until now. Some had just exited their secluded training chambers, still emanating residual waves of magical energy, while others had hastily abandoned their forging tasks, sweat glistening on their brows. With no time to wipe it away, each of them craned their necks, their eyes ablaze, fixated on the silver-armored young warrior beside Xianyue. The guard was currently listening to his subordinate report on the tumultuous events at Mount Wanshou, his brow furrowed in concentration. He was acutely aware of the unusual activity among his kin. As his gaze swept over those who were half concealed, a barely perceptible twitch of his lips betrayed his surprise. To think that for Bai Yi alone, this assembly of reclusive masters had emerged, a thought crossed his mind, presenting an opportune moment for a martial arts contest. Once his subordinate concluded the report, the guard waved him away, ensuring he did not obstruct the onlookers from observing Bai Yi. Xianyue was also keenly aware of the hidden eyes upon them. Noting Bai Yi's unease, he and his companion subtly turned to shield him from view. Please do not hold it against the envoy or the Star Lord. The young ones of our clan are rather mischievous. I hope the Star Lord can be understanding." The guard offered a brief explanation, discreetly kicking a small stone into the nearby bushes, whereupon a white tiger's tail swiftly retreated. "Brothers, nearly all our young warriors have emerged from their seclusion. Such a splendid occasion should not be wasted in idle discourse, as is our White Tiger clan's tradition of forging friendships through martial prowess. Why not establish a stage upon the Tiger River to engage in a contest of skill and philosophy?" With a glint in his eyes, Yuan Ti immediately grasped the intent behind this invitation, aimed at Xianyue and Bai Yi. Regardless of Xuanyue's decision, he wholeheartedly supported it. Xianyue, observing Bai Yi's solid foundation and composed demeanor, recognized this as an excellent opportunity to hone his practical skills and readily acquiesced. Guests should follow the host's lead. However, as blades are blind, we must establish some ground rules. The guard, with a sweeping gesture, resonated throughout the valley, issuing a call for all available clan members to gather at Tiger River Plains for the contest of martial arts and philosophy. The clan leader is wise. Someone's voice rang out, igniting an immediate fervor among the gathered warriors. "How? Let us go. Time for a fight. I too shall witness the spectacle." The suppressed excitement erupted like a volcano. Countless figures sprang forth from their hiding places, transforming into streaks of light as they surged towards the west. The once muted valley was now filled with the exhilarating roars of tigers and the sounds of rushing winds. The guard gestured for Xianyue and his companions to follow him. "Please, allow me to guide you. The Tiger River Plains is not far from here." While he claimed it was not far, the journey spanned over 100 years. The group ambled along, allowing Bai Yi to absorb the scenery of the White Tiger clan and providing ample time for those from distant locations to arrive. The roaring Tiger River bursts forth from the narrow throat of the White Tiger Cliff, akin to a ferocious beast breaking free from its chains. Suddenly plunging into an expansive open space, the river widens dramatically, its flow becoming gentler, revealing a stunning emerald hue. This is the result of countless particles of copper ore, eroded from the riverbed, refracting brilliant rays of sunlight. The river carries these tiny celestial fragments, surging westward with a thunderous roar reminiscent of rolling thunder. The vast plains stretch endlessly, their terrain exhibiting a peculiar dark golden hue. Countless iron wire grasses take root tenaciously, resembling a richly colored carpet. Jagged black stones along the banks stand like the remnants of a colossal beast, silently enduring the river's relentless erosion. At this moment, the shadows of tigers dance along both banks, a cacophony of excitement filling the air. The elder participants have already cleared the space, establishing rudimentary stone platforms for observation. Countless members of the White Tiger clan, young and old alike, either crouch on the stones or stand directly at the water's edge, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Their hands itching for combat, as an exhilarating spirit of battle envelopes the atmosphere. The sentinels, accompanied by Xianyue and others, alight upon a suspended high platform above the northern bank. The sentinel's gaze sweeps across both sides, an invisible pressure momentarily quieting the tumult. Today, Brother Yuan Ti, the envoy of the Phoenix clan, and Brother Xianyue, the Lord of the Dark Moon, have arrived in our clan to engage in friendly martial exchanges. The sentinel's voice resonates like the clash of metal, echoing across the plains. The rules are simple. Contend with those of the same realm, primarily for skill honing, and cease upon contact. There are no rewards for the victors, nor penalties for the vanquished. It is merely a means to validate one's learning and sharpen one's edge. A deafening roar of tiger howls responds, the sound waves nearly overpowering the river's roar. The sentinel speaks no more, pointing like a sword to the Tiger River below and making a sweeping gesture. With a thunderous sound, a colossal black meteorite platform breaks the water's surface. Rising with a resounding crash, the platform's surface is as smooth as a mirror, gleaming with a chilling metallic luster. 12 chains of dark iron, thick as giant serpents, extend from the edges of the meteorite platform, their other ends deeply anchored in the depths of the Tiger River, emitting a dull, taut sound. Simultaneously, a faint golden light envelopes the edges of the meteorite platform, swiftly spreading to form a massive hemispherical dome, encompassing the entire Tiger River plain. The space is fortified by an invisible force, isolating the interior from the exterior. The arena is set. Who wishes to ascend first? The sentinel's voice booms like a great bell. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two figures, like arrows released from a bow, eagerly dart towards the enormous meteorite platform. To the left stands a towering figure, his short hair spiked like steel needles. He is Hulai, the son of the Grand Elder. To the right, a lithe and agile figure with sharp, eagle-like eyes, is Hu Feng, the son of the second elder. Both possess the cultivation of the late Tai, their aura surging powerfully. Hu Lai, it's Hu Lai, Hu Feng. He has also emerged from seclusion. The cheers from both banks erupt instantaneously, the sound nearly threatening to overturn the protective dome. On the platform, the two combatants exchange no pleasantries, their forms flickering before vanishing from sight. In the next moment, two imposing, majestic white tigers collide with tremendous force. Boom. Claws tear at each other. Their tails lash like steel whips. The collision of raw physical strength produces a resounding sound akin to a thunderous drum. The essence of the metal gleamed fiercely, striking sparks upon the iron platform. Each lunge, evasion, and grapple exuded a thrilling ferocity and power. Blood swiftly stained the silvery fur. A deep gash, revealing bone, marred the shoulder of Tiger Lai, while Tiger Feng bore 3 claw marks across his abdomen. The searing pain ignited their primal instincts. With a roar, the two colossal tigers separated, low growls escaping their breaths, their eyes ablaze with ferocity. In a flash, weapons were seized. In Tiger Lai's grasp was a formidable mountain-cutting saber. Thick as a door, its dark red blade entwined with unyielding malevolence, a true blood-forged divine weapon. Conversely, Tiger Feng wielded a slender bone sword, as elongated as a venomous serpent, its grayish-white blade emanating a chilling aura. The clash of blade against blade resounded like a thunderous bell. The weighty arc of the saber resembled mountains collapsing, while the sword's flickering movements were as cunning as a serpent's strike. The surge of magical energy transformed the sharpness of metal into tangible sword winds, crisscrossing and carving deep ravines upon the iron platform, swiftly restored by the array's power. The sparks from their collisions erupted like festive fireworks. Each encounter elicited thunderous cheers and roars from both sides. How fierce was Tiger Lai? How striking was Tiger Feng? The innate warrior spirit of the Tiger clan was ignited in full blaze. They cried out passionately, cheering fervently, their gazes fervent, as if the battle on the platform was a reflection of themselves. After years of relentless struggle, both sides bore numerous wounds, their magical energies nearly depleted. Tiger Lai, with immense force, and Tiger Feng, with swift agility, found themselves at a stalemate. Finally, after a fierce confrontation, Tiger Feng's sword momentum slightly faltered, revealing an opening that Tiger Lai seized upon. Chapter 88. The Martial Arts Debate, Part 2. With a thunderous roar, Hu Lai unleashed his might. His thick-backed blade wielding the force of 1,000 pounds, effortlessly deflecting the bone sword and striking fiercely against Hu Feng's ribs. The impact sent Hu Feng spiraling backwards, blood spewing forth as his true form disintegrated, crashing heavily against the edge of the fallen iron platform, causing the bone sword to slip from his grasp. The victor is Hu Lai, a venerable elder proclaimed with resounding authority. A wave of fervent cheers erupted, drowning out the disappointment of Hu Feng's defeat. Countless adoring gazes were directed towards the blood-stained figure standing resolutely upon the stage. Leaning on his blade, Hu Lai gasped for breath, his body marred by numerous wounds. Silver fur stained crimson, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance. Soon after, 7 young stalwarts of the White Tiger clan, each a master of the Tai realm, could no longer contain themselves, leaping onto the platform to challenge him. Aware of their own inferiority, they nonetheless yearned for a chance to engage, to satiate their desire for combat. Swords, spears, axes, and halberds all displayed their unique prowess. Hu Lai stood like an immovable boulder, confronting them with fierce tenacity. His fighting style was ferocious, trading injury for injury, and through sheer indomitable spirit and the formidable might of his blood-forged blade, he triumphed over each challenger one by one. With each victory, the fervor from the audience intensified. The Grand Elder, seated beside the sentinel on the elevated platform, beamed with pride as he observed his son's valor, his aged face lighting up like a blooming chrysanthemum, nearly dislocating his jaw from the extent of his smile. Yuan Yi and Xianyu, nibbling on fruits provided by the attendants, listened intently to the sentinel's commentary alongside Bai Yi. Who else dares to challenge? Hu Lai exclaimed. Having achieved 8 consecutive victories, his chest heaving violently, his voice hoarse yet imbued with arrogance. His gaze swept over the eager peers below, and at that moment, none dared to respond. Ultimately, his eyes transcended the excited crowd, locking firmly onto the silent figure in silver armor beside Xianyu. Bai Yi, will you descend and face me in battle? A hush fell over the tumultuous atmosphere. Countless eyes converged upon Bai Yi. Hu Lai regarded the face that mirrored the young clan leader's in his memories, his expression fraught with complexity. Within his gaze burned a fierce desire for combat, intertwined with a deep-seated curiosity and an indescribable pang of sorrow and longing surged within him. He and the young clan leader had grown up together, training and brawling side by side. Hulai had always pursued the young leader as a rival, occasionally sparring with him. Once brothers in both rivalry and camaraderie, they had vowed to stand together atop the primordial peak. Yet now he felt betrayed. A tempest brewed within Hulai. He yearned to discern the capabilities of the one who bore this familiar visage. Did he merit the divine armor gifted by the clan leader? More than that, he sought to rekindle a semblance of their former life and death struggles, that exhilarating sensation. Even if it were but a flicker, even if it were merely an illusion. He fixed his unwavering gaze upon Bai Yi, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity, tinged with a barely perceptible plea. I wish to witness the prowess of the esteemed disciple of the Lord of the Dark Moon. Hulai's challenge echoed across the somewhat subdued plain. Countless pairs of eyes, filled with anticipation, turned towards the silver-clad figure upon the elevated platform. In response to Hulai's fervent gaze, Bai Yi felt a fire of battle ignite within his own heart. Over the years, he had been closely following his mentor, gradually absorbing their demeanor and adopting a more carefree disposition. However, this did not imply timidity. One must remember that the essence of the White Tiger Star Lord is, in fact, the White Tiger itself. Bai Yi raised his hand and waved, gently brushing against the indestructible divine armor of pure silver light that adorned him. A flicker of light flashed, and the armor, akin to Mercury, receded into the spatial folds of his sleeve, revealing a simple celestial robe adorned with stars beneath. Along with the ancient and gentle rend sword in his grasp. Gasp! He has indeed stored away the defiance of the divine armor. Truly, just as the young clan leader had once done, sparring was simply sparring, devoid of relying on treasures to dominate. The gazes of the White Tiger clan members toward Bai Yi softened considerably. The scrutiny born from their resemblance gradually mingled with genuine acknowledgement. The sentinels observed in silence, a glimmer of approval flitting across their eyes. Hulai was momentarily taken aback, staring at the familiar face that had shed its resplendent armor, now wielding only an ancient long sword, as if he were witnessing the former young clan leader once again. Hulai abruptly shook his head, dispelling the intrusive illusion, and refocused his gaze on the Star Lord Bai Yi before him. He noticed the flowing luminescence of Bai Yi's celestial robe and sensed the distinct aura of Tai emanating from him, unlike that of the White Tiger clan. Hulai, my friend, Bai Yi soared to the riverbank, refraining from immediately stepping onto the arena, instead performing a respectful gesture toward him. You have engaged in 8 consecutive battles. Your magical energy is greatly depleted. To engage now would not reflect true merit. I implore you to take a moment to recuperate and regain your peak condition, so that we may duel again in due time. Upon hearing these words, the White Tiger clan members in the plains found themselves increasingly enamored with Bai Yi. Hulai, feeling the tumultuous energy and the sharp pangs of his wounds within, gazed into Bai Yi's clear and unguarded eyes, and the resentment-laden battle fervor within him strangely began to subside. No need, I still. Hulai's words were interrupted as the Xianyu Star Lord raised a hand slightly. A droplet, radiating a dreamy tricolored brilliance, akin to the purest morning dew, flew forth from his fingertip and silently merged into Hulai's chest. Buzz, an indescribable coolness, a surging vitality, instantly enveloped Hulai, the myriad wounds crisscrossing his body, regardless of their depth, visibly healed at an astonishing pace, scabbing over and shedding to reveal fresh skin beneath. The exhausted magical energy within him surged forth like a long-awaited rain, flooding him with pure vigor, even more refined than before the battle. The fatigue of his spirit was soothed by a gentle force, banishing weariness and elevating his entire being to a peak state. 3 light divine water. The White Tiger clan members were once again astounded. This Yin Star Lord and his disciple exhibited such magnanimity, with one possessing an extraordinary demeanor and the other wielding such otherworldly artifacts to aid his opponent's recovery. This grace and power significantly enhanced their admiration. Experiencing an unprecedented peak condition, Hulai turned to Bai Yi and Xianyu, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your generous bestowal, Star Lord. Bai Yi, my friend. Now, I humbly request your guidance. Please. After Bai Yi saluted with his sword, he transformed into a stream of light, landing upon the colossal iron arena. Hulai, fully aware of Bai Yi's formidable abilities, unleashed his full power from the outset. He roared towards the heavens, the formidable mana of his late Tai stage erupting without reservation as the overwhelming essence of metal surged skyward. This time, he refrained from manifesting his true form, instead focusing his strength into his limbs, unleashing an even greater force. The dark red blood-forged great knife in his hand tore through the air, exuding the might to cleave mountains as a colossal crimson blade aura, honed to perfection, descended like a celestial scythe, aiming directly at Bai Yi. This was his renowned technique, the mountain-cleaving slash. As the blade aura approached, the terrifying malevolence subtly locked onto the space surrounding Bai Yi. Bai Yi's gaze sharpened, and the Ren sword sang melodiously in his grasp. With a cryptic shift in his footwork, he radiated starlight in an instant. He seemed to merge with the flowing river of stars, his figure becoming indistinct. When the blade aura descended, it merely shattered a dreamlike illusion of starlit remnants, shifting stars and changing constellations. In a heartbeat, Bai Yi's true form had already moved several feet away. With a graceful flick of the Ren sword, a dazzling starlight ignited at the tip, akin to a meteor plummeting through the night sky, silent yet swift as lightning, piercing directly towards Hu Lai's wrist that gripped the knife. The stellar sword energy, refined to its utmost, possessed astonishing penetrative power. Hu Lai's pupils constricted, his reflexes remarkably swift. He forcibly twisted the momentum of his knife, the heavy blade acting as a shield before him. Clang! A sharp, piercing sound erupted. Sparks flew. The stellar sword energy collided with the blade, erupting into a dazzling shower of star-like fragments. Hu Lai felt a remarkable penetrative force surging through the blade, causing his wrist to tingle, and he was inwardly astonished by the refinement of the opponent's sword energy. Chapter 89, Martial Arts Discussion, Part 2, Upon the Arena. The two combatants found themselves in a stalemate. Hu Lai transformed into a frenzied crimson tempest, wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. Bai Yi appeared as a solitary beacon of cool starlight at the center of the storm, flickering intermittently like a lighthouse amidst the tempest, seemingly unsteady yet remarkably resilient, deftly maneuvering through the shadows of blades and blood. This Bai Yi does not seem weak at all, but truly, with such agility and swordsmanship, how many blows could you withstand if you were in his place? Ah, the young clan leader wielded his spear with similar grace in his prime. The spectators below were mesmerized, their astonishment palpable. Hu Lai's blade was overwhelmingly domineering, while Bai Yi's swordplay embodied the harmony of softness overcoming hardness, a perfect blend of strength and gentleness. The overseer watched with rapt attention, and Yuan Ti, grinning, transmitted a message to Xian Yu. What do you think of the sword technique I taught? Indeed, Bai Yi's swordplay was not taught by Xian Yu, but rather passed down from Yuan Ti during their time on Yun Island. It was said to have originated from a master swordsman of the Phoenix tribe, known as the Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens. In the arena, Hu Lai grew increasingly alarmed as the battle progressed. His strength was manifestly superior, and his blade techniques were razor-sharp, yet he was plagued by an inexplicable sense of frustration, akin to striking a fist against cotton. The opponent's movements were too elusive, their swordsmanship too cunning, consistently dissipating his most formidable assaults with minimal cost. To exacerbate matters, it seemed that the adversary was deliberately steering the trajectory of his strikes. At last, during a seemingly perilous clash, Bai Yi was jolted by a powerful horizontal sweep from Hu Lai, causing his vital energy to surge tumultuously. He stumbled backward, retreating hastily, the starlight on his run-to sword dimming noticeably, revealing signs of exhaustion. An opportunity. A fierce light ignited in Hu Lai's eyes. The long-simmering ferocity within him was finally unleashed. Would he allow this once-in-a-lifetime chance to slip away? With a sudden, forceful stomp upon the iron platform, the unyielding surface gave way beneath him, creating a shallow crater. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his blood-forged blade trailing a long crimson tail, embodying an unyielding resolve, merging man and sword into a fearsome, space-rending crimson arc, hurtling toward Bai Yi. Be careful. Oh no, Bai Yi is engulfed by Hu Lai's assault. A gasp arose from the crowd. Many began to worry for Bai Yi's safety. Clang! The ruined sword clashed against the blood-red blade, producing a sharp sound. Just as Bai Yi intended to use the momentum to retreat, he found himself besieged by countless blades of light rushing from all directions, effectively sealing off his escape. You cannot escape. Hu Lai, aware of Bai Yi's elusive evasion technique, had preemptively surrounded the area with his bloodthirsty aura. Amidst the flurry of crimson blades, Bai Yi alternately dodged and withstood the onslaught, scattering a multitude of starlight across the iron platform in his agile maneuvers. The onlookers below were collectively holding their breath for Bai Yi, while the assembled celestial beings remained composed, with Xian Yu's lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile. As the ferocious crimson blades wove into a lethal net, poised to completely ensnare Bai Yi, he maintained an air of tranquility and composure. Strike! Suddenly, Hu Lai lightly tossed the long blade from his hand, transforming himself into a wisp of red light that infused the blade, launching it towards Bai Yi with lethal intent. At the very moment when the crimson blade rainbow was about to descend upon him, Bai Yi's figure abruptly halted. Instead of retreating, he boldly faced the annihilating blade light and raised his left hand. With fingers splayed wide, he forcefully grasped the impending peerless blood light. Array, bind, buzz. The entire meteorite arena trembled violently. The countless starlit points he had quietly set in place during his earlier retreat ignited as if they were stars bursting into flame. Dazzling starlight surged skyward, and innumerable chains forged from pure starlight materialized out of thin air, intertwining and instantaneously weaving into an immense celestial net. The timing and positioning of this net's emergence were remarkably astute. It completely enveloped the unstoppable momentum of Hu Lai, whose ferocity had reached its zenith. Along with his earth-shattering strike, Hu Lai merely perceived a flash of brilliance before an overwhelming force suddenly bore down upon him. The blade force capable of cleaving mountains met the resilient starry chains, as if ensnared in an endless quagmire, its power dissipating layer upon layer. His forward momentum was forcibly stifled, and the raging energy found no outlet, causing his blood to surge backward. Ugh! Hu Lai roared in fury, struggling desperately as the primal metal energy erupted wildly, seeking to break free from the starlight locks. Yet, those chains, though seemingly slender, harbored the vast power of celestial laws, proving extraordinarily resilient. Moreover, they tightened automatically with his struggles, ensnaring him. In the blink of an eye, he and the blood-refined great sword were bound into a colossal starlit bundle, firmly anchored at the center of the meteorite platform. Only his head remained exposed, his eyes filled with incredulous astonishment and frustration. The essence of this duel was, in fact, a comparison of understanding and insight into the Tao. Bai Yi, having refined the fruit of the celestial tree and received guidance from the Xianyu, possessed a profound comprehension of the celestial path. Standing not far away, Bai Yi sheathed the benevolent sword and, bowing respectfully toward the star-bound Hu Lai, said, "Friend Hu Lai, I concede." Silence enveloped the plain. Everyone was astounded by this unexpected reversal. Under the gaze of the spectators, Bai Yi swiftly approached Hu Lai. With a gesture, the resilient starlight chains dissipated like melting ice and snow. He extended his hand toward the still prostrate Hu Lai. Hu Lai gazed at the clean, elongated hand before lifting his eyes to meet the remarkably familiar yet distinctly different visage. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him: unwillingness to accept defeat, astonishment, and a trace of inexplicable grievance and loss. Noticing Hu Lai still dazed, Bai Yi bent down and grasped his hand. Once Hu Lai regained his senses, he leveraged the grip to stand abruptly. Excellent. This handshake seemed to ignite a long-dormant volcano on the plain. Thunderous cheers, whistles, and roars erupted instantly, sweeping across the entire Hujiang plain like a tsunami. The sound waves battered against the pale golden barrier, causing even the rushing Hujiang River to momentarily pause. Hu Lai looked down at Bai Yi, who was a head shorter than him, and suddenly felt that victory or defeat mattered little. As the tumultuous thoughts within my heart unraveled, I was left with a sense of tranquility and an indescribable feeling of closeness. What a splendid display. The White Tiger Star Lord truly lives up to his illustrious reputation. This young Star Lord embodies the spirit of our clan. Indeed. The White Tiger Star Lord is a formidable figure. The spectators from the White Tiger clan erupted in applause for Bai Yi's extraordinary abilities, while also cheering for their own fierce and valiant Hu Lai. Upon sensing the resistance in his grasp, Hu Lai promptly loosened his hold and turned to Bai Yi, offering a respectful gesture of gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered to Bai Yi before striding down the arena, his posture still proud, though his steps seemed considerably lighter. Bai Yi believed Hu Lai was expressing gratitude for his leniency, as he had refrained from employing many of the esoteric techniques his master had taught him. In this confrontation, he had solely utilized the swordsmanship imparted by Master Yuan Ti and the stellar evasion and cosmic locking formations taught by his own mentor. Acknowledging Bai Yi's expectant gaze for recognition, Xianyu nodded slightly. The Grand Elder observed his son, who, despite his defeat, held his head high, and the corners of his mouth curled into a broader smile. This mischievous young man had always been unruly within the clan. When the former young clan leader was present, there were those who could keep him in check, but following the incident with the young clan leader, no one had been able to rein him in. Fortunately, he had encountered someone capable of tempering his spirit once more. A single defeat could serve well to instill in him the understanding that there are others beyond oneself and realms beyond this one. Chapter 90. The enchanting charisma of the White Tiger clan. The arena lay momentarily vacant as Bai stood at its center, his starry robe pristine and unblemished. The Ren sword suspended at his side, quietly awaiting the next challenger. I shall step forth. Allow me to test my mettle. 3 figures eagerly surged onto the stage. All at the late stage of Tai, their eyes ablaze with fervent combat spirit. An opportunity to spar with a formidable opponent like Bai was indeed rare. One after another. Upon hearing their clan leader's command, the 2 slower members of the clan had no choice but to retreat momentarily, choosing to spectate from the sidelines. However, beside the riverbank, a tall and agile figure named Hu Feng stealthily scrutinized the departing 3rd clan member. He recognized this individual as rather dense in intellect. With a cunning glint in his eye, Hu Feng quietly approached. On the arena, Bai welcomed all challengers, facing each with calm composure. The starry iron platform once again shimmered, as sword energy surged, and the roars of tigers echoed. Bai exhibited profound depth, his technique of shifting stars and changing constellations elusive and unfathomable, manipulating the laws of the cosmos with ease, at times transforming into a formidable barrier, at others into binding chains, or condensing into razor-sharp sword energy. Although the Ren sword lacked the ferocity of blood-forged divine weapons, its righteous intent summoned stellar power, wielding astonishing might. Bai decisively vanquished the first 2 challengers with remarkable efficiency. When it was the turn of the 3rd challenger, who introduced himself as Hushan, Bai keenly detected a subtle discord in his aura. The fluctuations in Hushan's energy seemed inexplicably different from when he was below the stage. Moreover, his gaze was sharp, as though he had transformed into an entirely different individual. Xianyu, seated atop the high platform, absent-mindedly cracked open pine nuts from a plate, her brow slightly furrowing, though she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Yuan Ti, engrossed in the spectacle of the arena, observed an actor earnestly imitating Hushan's seemingly naive demeanor, blissfully unaware that her pine nuts were being stealthily devoured. The 2nd elder, seated in the 2nd position to the left of the overseer, adjusted his sleeves, his gaze wandering, consistently avoiding the arena. Noticing that Xianyu had unknowingly finished the plate of pine nuts, the overseer promptly instructed a servant to bring forth more platters. Yuan Ti, relishing the unfolding drama, discreetly nudged Xianyu's elbow, finally realizing her pine nuts had vanished. Oh, at least leave me a few. You can have the iron pine sap to drink, but the pine nuts are mine. On the arena, Bai had already discerned the situation but chose not to expose it. He feigned ignorance and continued to engage earnestly in battle, effortlessly wielding the cosmic communication, the starlight twinkling as his movements flowed gracefully. Hushan put forth considerable effort, his fists and feet striking with vigor, embodying a fierce and intimidating presence. Yet the closer he imitated, the more he constrained his own abilities. In the heat of battle, Bai executed a technique known as star shift, suddenly appearing at Hushan's flank. The Ren's sword, imbued with overwhelming stellar energy, swept toward his opponent's waist like a heavy whip. The angle was cunning, and the speed was astonishing. Hushan was taken aback, hastily attempting to evade, but his movements, forced by the habit of imitation, appeared somewhat sluggish. A resounding thud echoed as the sword made contact with his side. Ouch! A cry of pain escaped his lips, bright and clear, utterly contrasting with Hushan's typically coarse voice. More astonishingly, as the strike landed, it seemed as if something around his waist shattered. A plume of azure smoke erupted, enveloping his entire form. When the haze dissipated, what remained on the arena was no longer the formidable Tiger Mountain. Instead, Tiger Wind, clutching his side, grimaced in pain. Donning the conspicuously oversized garments of Tiger Mountain, his face still aglow with the fading remnants of a forcibly cast transformation spell, revealing his true visage. A profound silence fell over the crowd. In the next moment, uproarious laughter erupted across the plain. Ha ha ha. I wondered why Tiger Mountain appeared so feeble today. It turns out to be Tiger Wind. This rascal. When he cannot win, he simply dons a disguise. Second Elder, your Tiger Wind has become quite the trickster, learning to switch identities. The second elder's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple as he raised his ample sleeves to cover his face, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Even the usually composed overseer could not suppress his laughter. The grand elder, too, pounded his thigh, laughing heartily. His earlier disappointment over his son's defeat swept away in an instant. Tiger Wind, you little rascal, how dare you impersonate me? Below the stage, the genuine Tiger Mountain, clutching the swollen bump on the back of his head, emerged in a fit of rage, cursing vehemently. In the White Tiger clan, once a contender loses in such a match, they are barred from competing again, allowing the opportunity for others. This brat has defied the rules, brothers. Let us teach him a lesson. Before long, a voice rang out, and 7 or 8 young clan members, previously defeated by Tiger Lai or Bai Yi, rushed from the sidelines, eager for revenge, grinning as they charged towards the stunned Tiger Wind on the stage. Hey, wait, let me explain. Realizing the peril, Tiger Wind attempted to flee. Yet, how could he escape the grasp of 7 or 8 vengeful adversaries of equal standing? In an instant, he was overwhelmed, hands and feet grabbing him from all sides. 1, 2, 3, go. Amidst the jubilant cheers of countless clan members, Tiger Wind was hoisted high by his mischievous friends, soaring through the air in a graceful arc before landing with a splash into the roaring Tiger River, creating a magnificent spray of water. The laughter echoed across the plain, nearly lifting the sky. Thus, this youthful contest concluded amidst the joyous cacophony. Xian Yu observed the lively scene, filled with chaos yet vibrant energy, and found it quite delightful. He turned to Bai Yi, who had returned to his side amidst the commotion, and said, "Go on, do not linger here with us old folks. Take Jin Huan and join them in their revelry." He gestured towards the group of young boys and girls of the White Tiger clan by the riverbank, frolicking and drenching one another in water. Xian Yu bestowed upon Bai Yi several precious treasures, such as the 3 light divine water, advising him to engage more with his peers, to offer gifts, and to strengthen bonds. Bai Yi nodded in agreement, took Jin Huan's hand, and, after bowing to the elders and the clan leader, excused himself. As soon as they descended from the high platform, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic young clan members. "Brother Bai Yi, your move, the star shifting technique, was so impressive. Could you teach me?" A spirited young girl from the White Tiger clan nearly toppled Bai Yi to the ground. "Bai Yi, may I have a moment with your Rinda sword?" she exclaimed. "What a treasure you possess, junior brother Jin Huan. Does it make a sound? Could you play a melody for us?" Surrounded by eager faces, Bai Yi basked in their genuine warmth and curiosity, feeling a surge of affection within him. Jin Huan was further drawn in by a handful of playful little tiger cubs, who curiously prodded the Suona nestled in his arms. Yuan Ti observed Bai Yi, who was being adored by the crowd, and felt as if he too was a youthful spirit, ready to join their exuberance. A few small tigers, still retaining their fuzzy animal traits from their recent transformation, tugged Jin Huan towards the riverbank, claiming they were off to catch fish. Xian Yu gazed at the lively scene filled with youthful exuberance, her expression somewhat peculiar. What kind of script has this lad followed? Is it the return of the white moonlight, the true heir, or perhaps a tale of mistaken identity? Chapter 91. The 8 Immortals Cross the River, Part 1. The martial discussions among several young practitioners of the Tai realm had persisted for centuries, and they finally reached a temporary conclusion. According to tradition, after a brief intermission, it was time for the elder members to stretch their limbs. The second elder was the first to succumb to impatience, abruptly rising from his seat, his gaze fervently fixed on the 5th elder, who was seated 2 spaces away, none other than the father of Tiger Mountain. Setting aside the matter of his son impersonating Tiger Mountain, one might argue that the father of Tiger Mountain was not at fault. It was said that the younger generation was merely engaging in playful banter. Yet this individual dared to mock him, and he felt compelled to teach him a lesson that would leave him battered and bruised. Just as the second elder cleared his throat, preparing to issue a challenge, the elder of elders spoke leisurely, capturing everyone's attention. With a gentle stroke of his beard, he surveyed the assembled Deluo, particularly pausing on Xian Yu, Yuan Ti, and the Watcher. If we Deluo were to engage in earnest combat, the commotion would be so great that the Tiger River plains might be reduced to ashes in an instant. Conversely, if we were to hold back, it would not only lack the thrill but also undermine the true essence of our discourse. I believe we must seek an alternative approach. The second elder was puzzled by this notion. What is so difficult about it? If need be, let us tear through the void and battle high above in the 9 heavens. There is ample space. The elder of elders cast a disapproving glance at the second elder, baffled by how such a reckless individual could have sired a clever son like Tiger Wind. Choosing silence, he turned his attention to the Watcher, hoping for guidance. The Watcher glanced at Xian Yu and Yuan Ti, grasping the unspoken implication of the elder's words. The true concern lay not in the venue, but rather in Yuan Ti's identity. Yuan Ti was not merely an individual, but a representative of the Feng clan. Given the delicate state of affairs in the Primordial World, the relationship between the Feng clan and the Baihu clan was particularly sensitive. Should a genuine contest occur, a victory for Yuan Ti would be acceptable, but a loss could tarnish the Feng clan's reputation. Although the Watcher perceived Yuan Ti as carefree and not overly concerned with trivial matters, the dignity of such a prominent clan as the Feng was indeed a matter of great significance. However, allowing the Baihu clan to secretly relent was out of the question. The Baihu clan would rather bend than break, respecting their adversaries and, even more so, themselves, and would never stoop to such disingenuous behavior. If a method could be devised that preserved harmony while allowing for a mutually beneficial competition, it would be ideal. As the assembly pondered, Yuan Ti finished his last pine nut, clapped his hands, and suddenly had an idea. Fighting and killing is rather dull. I have an entertaining proposition. Yuan Ti pointed towards the vast and turbulent Tiger River below and proclaimed, "Why don't we set our respective traps and obstacles upon this river? Then, without employing any spiritual treasures or external assistance, we shall rely solely on our own abilities to see who can cross to the other side first. This way, it would be both a contest and a playful challenge, where the outcome relies on our own merits without straining our camaraderie. What do you think?" Upon hearing this suggestion, everyone found it intriguing. The Watcher clapped his hands and laughed. Indeed, this method not only assesses our magical prowess and comprehension of the Tao, but also tests our adaptability. I believe it is quite feasible. He initially felt that engaging in a life-and-death struggle with Yuan Ti and Xianyu was inappropriate, and this method precisely resonated with his thoughts. Xianyu also slightly nodded in agreement. The several elders of the White Tiger clan exchanged glances, finding this approach both novel and vigorous, and eagerly prepared to participate. Ultimately, the 5 elders of the White Tiger clan, along with the clan leader overseeing the proceedings, and the 2 guests, Yuan Ti and Xianyu, totaling 8 formidable figures, descended into the arena. The phase of setting up the formation was, to some extent, more crucial than the subsequent crossing of the river. If I cannot pass, then neither shall anyone else. In this way, we shall all remain at a stalemate. Observing that their clan leader and esteemed guests harbored no intention of engaging, the eldest elder took the initiative to rise, setting an example. With a low shout, he produced from his embrace a colossal, bloodied and fearsome beast's head, radiating a terrifying aura. The elder cast the beast's head, his blood-refined divine weapon, into the Tiger River. With a splash, a resounding boom, the dark, golden waters of the river instantly roiled, akin to a boiling cauldron. At the point where the beast's head submerged, the river waters surged wildly, coalescing into an enormous form, a bird's head and a dragon's body, but with a multitude of 72 elongated arms sprouting from its abdomen. Except for the core skeletal structure, which was derived from the fearsome beast's head, the rest was composed entirely of the Tiger River's waters, exuding an aura that unmistakably reached the level of a great luo. With a thunderous roar, the beast bellowed towards the heavens, its voice echoing across the plains. This creature possessed no intelligence, only the instinct to kill. As long as the Tiger River flowed, its form could continuously be reborn. Should it ensnare someone, even if they could overpower it, they would be significantly delayed and lose their chance. The second elder, unwilling to be outdone, gestured intricately with his hands, channeling an esoteric incantation and forcefully exhaling towards the Tiger River. A sudden gust of wind erupted, transforming the once tumultuous river surface into a scene of unparalleled ferocity. A hurricane howled, lifting towering waves, with winds so sharp they sliced through the iron arena at the river's heart, producing a hissing sound as metallic shrapnel was stripped away. Should a practitioner of the Tai realm come into contact with even a trace of it, they would likely face immediate annihilation. Even a great Luo golden immortal caught in this storm would suffer excruciating torment. The third elder, remaining silent, raised his palm, summoning a grayish gourd-shaped spiritual treasure of innate caliber. Upon opening the gourd's mouth, a boundless stream of gray mist surged forth, rapidly enveloping the entire river surface, obscuring even the light of the heavens. The brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars vanished in an instant, rendering the entire Tiger River region a blur of chaos. This mist was extraordinary, capable of cloaking a practitioner's spiritual perception and disorienting their sense of direction. Once ensnared, one could easily become lost within its depths, particularly when combined with the cataclysmic winds of the second elder. Truly a treacherous scheme. At this moment, the Tiger River had transformed into a realm of howling winds and turbulent waves, with the sun and stars obscured and mountains hidden from view. The fourth and fifth elders exchanged glances and took action in unison. With a snap of his fingers, the fourth elder summoned countless invisible traps of exquisite metal from the riverbed, sharp and laden with deadly intent. Meanwhile, the fifth elder recited incantations, causing the river's weight to increase 100-fold, and the undercurrents to shift into a chaotic mire. Yuan Ti chuckled, casting forth a small pavilion infused with the sacred Wudong tree. The pavilion, catching the wind, expanded and hovered above the Tiger River, casting down streams of ethereal light. The shadow of the phoenix tree manifested, suppressing this realm and diminishing the efficacy of all escape techniques and spatial displacement, thereby augmenting the difficulty of crossing the river. The sentinel gazed upon the transformed Tiger River, which now resembled a primordial wasteland, his eyes glistening with keen interest, finding this contest truly challenging. Undeterred by the gravity of the situation, he pointed to the center of his brow. Boom! An indescribable aura of terrifying intent surged skyward, manifesting above the Tiger River as a pair of colossal, blood-red eyes, reminiscent of two crimson suns, coldly surveying the world below. As this gaze swept across the surroundings, all living beings felt a chilling dread. Those of lesser cultivation were overtaken by an overwhelming desire for slaughter, teetering on the brink of madness. Even the most accomplished celestial beings, under the prolonged scrutiny of such eyes, would find their minds eroded, gradually succumbing to insanity, rendering them incapable of calmly confronting the perils at hand. Observing this, the sentinel slightly tempered his gaze, directing the crimson eyes solely upon the Tiger River. Xianyu lifted his head to behold those immense scarlet orbs, feeling an unsettling turmoil within his blood and energy, unable to restrain an impulse to challenge the heavens. This sentinel was indeed no ordinary perfected celestial being. His comprehension of the laws of slaughter approached the threshold of primordial unity. From their first encounter, he had sensed the latent, formidable power within the sentinel, estimating it to be on par with his own. What astonished him further was the remarkable similarity of this aura to that of Baisha on the battlefield of Fire Cloud in days of yore. Chapter 92. The Eight Immortals Cross the River, Part 2. Next, it was Xianyu's turn to unleash his obstacles. He extended his fingers like a quill, channeling his magical power to intertwine with the tumultuous winds and mist over the river, conjuring intricate formations out of thin air. As the grand array descended, the various methods laid down by the 7 individuals ahead, such as the fierce winds, the deceptive fog, and the eyes of slaughter, merged seamlessly into an extraordinarily complex and perpetually evolving composite formation. Once the array was established, the previously independent traps and obstacles seemed to acquire a central guiding force, significantly amplifying their power and adding an illusory effect. This grand formation, known as the Cloud and Mist Illusion Array, was conceived by Xianyu with reference to the innate formations of the Fire Cloud Cave Heaven, adapting perfectly to the current environment of the Tiger River. All the great Luo present were discerning individuals, and upon witnessing this, they could not help but cast sidelong glances. Xianyu's effortless deployment of the formation was akin to the finishing touch on a masterpiece, demonstrating his exceptional prowess in the art of array crafting. At this moment, all the spectators from the White Tiger clan, including Bai Yi and Jin Huan, were utterly stunned, collectively petrified, gazing at the terrifying scene of howling winds, dense mists, roaring beasts, and the crimson sun suspended above. They could hardly reconcile it with the grand vista of the Tiger River plains they had witnessed moments before. Goodness! Where's this place? What has become of my Tiger River? It has transformed into this frightful visage. With the formation in place, the Tiger River had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The winds howled, the mist enveloped the river, colossal beasts lurked, and a palpable sense of murderous intent pervaded the air. Above, a pair of crimson giant eyes gazed indifferently, their sinister glare piercing through the fog, reaching deep into the very essence of one's soul, capable of driving the weak-minded into a state of frenzy. The 8 great Luo cultivators exchanged knowing smiles, each reflecting the thrill and competitive spirit ignited within them. Thus, the eldest elder declared, "I shall take the lead." He stepped forward to initiate the formation, eager to test the waters for the others. The elder did not employ any elaborate escape techniques. Instead, he leaped forth, plummeting into the tumultuous waters of the Tiger River like a falling star. With each step he took on the surging waves, the churning river beneath him calmed instantaneously, solidifying into a dark-hued, solid foundation akin to refined gold. The 72-armed water beast roared as it swung its massive limbs toward him. Without a glance, the elder retaliated with a punch, unleashing pure force and the malevolent energy of metal, obliterating a water arm with an explosive impact. However, as the elder ventured deeper, the ominous gaze of the slaughterous crimson sun became increasingly pronounced, unleashing waves of brutal and bloodthirsty intent that hammered against his spirit like invisible wedges. Simultaneously, the grand array crafted by Xianyu began to operate subtly, conjuring illusions in the elder's eyes. Roar! The elder's eyes gradually turned crimson, his breaths growing labored as his strikes became increasingly ferocious and unrestrained, malevolent energy surging forth, occasionally causing him to lash out at the empty air. "Humph, barbarian! The second elder scoffed, transforming into a sharp golden streak, plunging into the terrifying gale and swiftly traversing through it with remarkable speed. However, he soon found that his laughter would not last long. The malevolent intent of slaughter permeated every corner, igniting the restless fire within his heart. The illusion of the Xianyu array was particularly insidious. In his perception, the howling was no longer the wind but the mocking laughter encircling him. Amidst the surrounding mist lay countless ambushers intent on his demise. These hidden adversaries refrained from striking, merely observing him, which only heightened his unease. Humph, what trickery is this? If you dare, come forth and face me. The second elder, known for his fiery temperament, began to lose his sanity under the influence of the situation. He brandished his claws, unleashing a frenzied torrent of metal energy into the surrounding fog, attacking indiscriminately. By sheer coincidence, his chaotic assault targeted the very location where the Grand Elder was engaged in a life-and-death struggle with his arch-nemesis. Another ambush. The Grand Elder, in the heat of battle, suddenly sensed a fierce attack approaching from the side. Through the illusions, he discerned it was indeed the ally of his foe. He roared in fury, abandoning the water beast, and, enveloped in a surge of malevolent energy, retaliated with a powerful punch directed at the second elder. Boom! The furious strikes of the two great elders collided midair, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that instantaneously cleared a significant swath of mist, creating a massive pit in the river below. Both men staggered back a few paces, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, perceiving each other as mortal enemies. And they plunged into battle, disregarding the crossing of the river entirely. The third elder entered the fray just a moment after the second elder, increasingly cautious as he sensed the commotion deep within the mist. Transforming into vapor, he attempted to stealthily navigate the river. But he underestimated the combined power of the bloodthirsty intent and the Xianyu illusion. Under relentless mental assault and illusory disturbances, his abilities, which blended with the mist, began to spiral out of control. He felt as though he were lost in an endless chaos, with nothing but emptiness in every direction, utterly disoriented. More frightening still, the illusions made him perceive every gust of wind around him as malicious, attacking him. This elder, the most adept at concealment, found himself ensnared within his own fog, striking wildly at the surrounding void like a headless fly, unable to progress. The fourth and fifth elders submerged to the riverbed, initially intending to evade the swirling winds and mist, and for a time, they succeeded. However, they soon found themselves ensnared in the illusion and slaughterous intent, akin to wandering within a labyrinth, spinning in place, oblivious to their predicament. Their frantic thrashing of the river finally drew the attention of the undying water beast. The massive creature abandoned its surface target and plunged into the depths, its 72 arms resembling colossal tentacles, lunging at the two in a frenzy. Caught off guard, the two were immediately embroiled in a fierce struggle, leaving them no room to consider anything else. Yuan Ti gave Xianyu a reassuring pat on the shoulder, signaling that it was time to act. He pointed towards the river's surface and shouted, "Now!" A blaze of crimson gold divine fire ignited from thin air, flickering vividly. Yuan Ti turned to Xianyu and the sentinel, indicating they should proceed without him. In an instant, his form blurred, and the next moment, he stepped forth from the dancing flames. This feels a bit heavy. He shook his head, sensing that the surrounding space was akin to solidified amber, with the heavy water beneath him continually pulling at his being. Yuan Ti manifested his pelican form, the immense wings shielding him from the violent gusts of wind. With a wide-open beak, he consumed all the mist within a radius of 10,000 miles, clearing a small patch of space on the river's surface. The cloud pavilion suppressed both the existence of time and heavy water, significantly diminishing the efficacy of his spatial leaps, allowing him to traverse only 1/5 of the intended distance. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, a few more attempts would suffice. Yuan Ti smiled broadly. As long as he could endure the influence of the illusion and the eye of slaughter, continuously igniting the divine flames, crossing this river would pose no insurmountable challenge. However, the scarlet gaze and the chaotic illusions indeed presented some difficulties, requiring considerable effort to counteract. Chapter 93. The Eight Immortals Crossed the River, Part 2. The Overseer stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not rushing into action, but instead taking pleasure in observing the disarray of the elders. They often slacked off during work and shifted blame onto others. Yet when it came to receiving the envoy from the Phoenix clan, it fell solely upon him. After a while of watching the chaotic scene on the Tiger River, filled with turmoil and disorder, the Overseer finally felt inclined to take the stage. Stepping forward, he positioned himself at the riverbank, manifesting the grand form of a white tiger. A surge of vast, pure, and sacred energy erupted from within him. A resplendent light radiated from his being, round and golden, brimming with majesty, determination, and clarity. This luminescence was not a manifestation of magical power, but rather the illumination of his spirit, attained through profound cultivation. Under this radiant glow, all evil retreated. The murderous gaze that could erode the essence of the soul melted away like snow under the sun, unable to shake his resolve even slightly. The myriad illusions cast by the dark moon, under the brilliance of this pure light, twisted and dissipated like mist exposed to sunlight, no longer capable of deceiving his perception. With a mighty roar, the overseer transformed the sacred and solemn form of the white tiger into an embodiment of wrath. A chilling intent to kill surged forth like a flood breaking its dam, as the specter of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared beneath him, while his entire being remained enveloped in the holy light of his divine attire. Wherever the overseer tread, the fierce winds parted, the mists receded, and the water beasts bowed low, completely disregarding the traps and heavy waters beneath his feet. On the shore, the dark moon observed the overseer gliding effortlessly across the Tiger River, as if walking on solid ground, feeling a profound sense of awe at his mastery of life and death. With a heart forged through countless slaughters yet retaining its purity, as clear as diamond, it was no wonder he could wield such terrifying powers of destruction without suffering backlash. Bathed in the light of his own spirit, the overseer strolled leisurely toward the opposite bank. In the end, only the dark moon remained standing in place, as all eyes in the crowd converged upon him, eager to witness how the Lord of the Dark Moon, who had set such a formidable illusion, would navigate the dual trials of spirit and flesh across the perilous Tiger River. Both the obstacles set by the overseer and the dark moon hinged on the mastery of one's character and understanding of one's path. In these aspects, the dark moon was no less than the overseer. Rising from his seat, he gracefully descended onto the river's surface, raising a hand to point, whereupon the power of the dark moon coalesced at his fingertip and gently touched the water. As that faint energy fell into the surging river, a wondrous scene unfolded. Centered on his point of contact, the turbulent dark golden waters, infused with boundless metal essence, were compressed and crystallized by the dark moon's celestial force, forming a translucent bridge that shimmered with a cool lunar glow and metallic sheen. With a thought, a bright moon materialized behind him, and he donned a robe of the dark moon's protective energy. The dark moon strolled across the bridge, casting forth boundless moonlight, unperturbed by the howling winds and swirling mists. The eye of slaughter fixated upon him, an overwhelming murderous intent converging, seemingly seeking to drag him into a frenzy of violence, reducing him to a mindless killer. However, the dark moon shone like a bright platform, with the radiant full moon illuminating the sky, its silvery luminescence flowing and erasing all deadly threats. At this moment, the two sentinels of the dark moon exuded a profound aura, akin to walking embodiments of Tao and reason. Observing them was akin to perceiving the lingering echoes of the great Tao. The onlookers on the shore were already entranced, their spirits swaying as if in a trance. The moon bridge continuously extended forward, leading directly to the opposite bank. The dark moon traversed the moon bridge, enveloped in a serene glow, impervious to all malevolence, and with a composed stride, she crossed the most perilous region of the river's heart, her figure gracefully landing on the opposite shore. Almost in tandem, the sentinels, bathed in the radiant light of the soul, stepped forth from the tumultuous waters, reaching the riverbank. Yuan Ti stumbled out from the last flickering flames of crimson gold, appearing somewhat disheveled. Although her hair was tousled by the fierce winds, she managed to cross the Tiger River unscathed. Goodness, under the spell of illusions, she almost believed she had inadvertently transported herself to the Yin Star. Huh, why are you fixating on my Yin Star? The dark moon was momentarily taken aback by her words. Her illusions were ever-changing, adept at reflecting the desires within others. Alas, it was merely her longing for that chaotic ice jade drink from Yin Star. The dark moon cast a teasing glance at Yuan Ti, who seemed singularly focused on indulgence. Due to technical constraints, this ice jade drink became highly unstable once it left the moon pool, making it impossible to carry. Upon learning about the origins of the ice jade drink from Yuan Ti, the sentinels became intrigued as well. After all, their White Tiger clan's beverage, Iron Pine Sap, was notoriously known for its unpalatable taste. The three, Yuan Ti, the Dark Moon, and the Sentinel, engaged in casual conversation while observing the battle. At this moment, the Tiger River was a scene of chaos and turmoil. The second elder had unleashed his true fury, Completely forgetting the contest under the influence of the Eye of Slaughter and the distortion of the illusion array, he was solely intent on eliminating his foe. As fists and claws clashed, the malevolent energy collided with the fierce winds, producing an incessant roar, while the released energy sent the river water soaring to heights of hundreds of feet. "Fool, do you not recognize who I am?" The Grand Elder bellowed as he threw a punch, barely maintaining a semblance of clarity. "I'm targeting you, you old scoundrel." The Second Elder's eyes blazed crimson. Heedless of anything but his frenzied assault, claws tearing with a maniacal intensity. The Third Elder continued to spin in place, unleashing spells into thin air, depleting his magical energies significantly, his breath growing faint. Below the river, the conditions for the Fourth and Fifth Elders were dire. The 72-armed water beast was indestructible and immensely powerful, thriving in its aquatic domain, ensnaring both elders tightly. The Fourth Elder's golden armor had been rent asunder in several places, while the Fifth Elder attempted to manipulate the currents but was repeatedly interrupted by the beast's brute force. Their injuries primarily stemmed from the traps of golden metal and the heavy water bindings they had set themselves. Within the Dark Moon's illusion, they had long since lost their bearings. The White Tiger clan members on the shore watched with bated breath, while Bai Yi and Jin Huan also felt a knot of anxiety. "Slap. Air Guzzi. Get a grip." The Grand Elder seized an opportunity to deliver a sharp slap to the Second Elder, invoking his youthful nickname. "Huh." The Second Elder cupped half of his face, the bloodshot hue in his eyes fading, gradually returning to clarity. "What are you still dawdling for?" The Grand Elder cast a glance at the Second Elder, who immediately comprehended his intent. After a brief moment of meditation, both inhaled deeply and simultaneously unleashed a resounding and powerful roar of the authentic White Tiger. This was the White Tiger clan's secret sound, capable of dispelling malevolent spirits and cleansing the heart of external evils. The dual roars merged, reverberating as if tangible, causing the dense mist around them to churn and reveal a faint opening. They collaborated, one forging ahead to clear the path, while the other channeled the White Tiger's roar to maintain clarity of mind. Concurrently, the resonant howls infused with awakening intent pierced through the self-imposed turmoil of the Third Elder's consciousness. Was it the purifying roar of his elder brothers? The Third Elder was suddenly jolted awake, his assault abruptly halting. Regaining his senses from the tiger's roar, he quickly recognized the anomaly and retreated from the mist. Upon revealing himself, he realized he had drifted along with the fog, arriving not far from the opposite shore, where he could vaguely see the clan leader and others engaged in conversation. Beneath the river, the Fourth and Fifth Elders also heard the purifying roars, their spirits jolted. "Fifth, forget about that beast. Let us combine our strength and break free." The Fourth Elder bellowed as he surged downstream. The Fifth Elder, understanding the unspoken command, manipulated the water to form a drill, prepared to excavate a tunnel to freedom. Decades passed, and the elders gradually crossed the river. Once liberated, they exchanged apprehensive glances, each reflecting on their harrowing ordeal. Yet, upon witnessing each other's disheveled states, laughter erupted amongst them. Laughter? How can one laugh after being reduced to such a state by their own methods? The Watcher raised a hand, retracting the murderous eye from the heavens, lightly reprimanding the elders. The Xianwei Yuanqi and the elders also withdrew their respective techniques. As sunlight poured down, the Tiger River plain gradually resumed its former glory. A vast expanse of azure above and below, with sandpipers soaring and colorful scales gliding through the water. The banks were adorned with fragrant orchids and lush greenery. Chapter 94. Farewell to the White Tiger clan. The clamor upon the Tiger River did not cease with the conclusion of the esteemed contests among the great Luo. The colossal iron arena remained steadfast in the heart of the river, serving as a vibrant stage for the younger generation of the clan to engage in their spirited exchanges. The sounds of clashing metal, spirited shouts, and laughter harmonized with the roaring river, infusing the Valley of Arms with an unprecedented vitality. Even the youngest, Jin Huan, found himself propelled onto the arena by an enthusiastic group of White Tiger youths. Initially apprehensive, he was soon emboldened by the encouragement of Bai Yi and the playful jeers of his peers, prompting him to join the fray. With the solid foundation laid by Xian Yu and Yuan Ti, coupled with his formidable physique, he held his ground remarkably well against his opponents. To the astonishment of the White Tiger clan, though Jin Huan appeared slight and somewhat daft, his physical prowess was astonishing. His agility allowed him to topple several of the golden immortal youths, eliciting gasps of amazement from the onlookers. After defeating a multitude of golden immortal cultivators from the White Tiger clan, Jin Huan ignited the admiration of those who revered strength. Ultimately, it was the former impersonator of Tiger Mountain, the Tai Realm cultivator Hu Feng, who ascended the arena and, after much exertion, managed to defeat Jin Huan through a superior mastery of the spirit. This outcome displeased Jin Huan, who puffed his cheeks in frustration and sought out Xianyu, Yuan Ti, Bai Yi, and a host of his older brothers and sisters. In the end, Hu Feng found himself on the receiving end of several sound thrashings, ultimately being cast into the depths of the Tiger River, never to be seen again. Xianyu and the supervising elder stood side by side atop the high platform, observing the fervent scene below as Bai Yi, Jin Huan, Hu Lai, Hu Feng, and the other young disciples mingled joyfully. Their eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Noticing the strong bond that had formed between his two disciples and the White Tiger clan, Xianyu decided to grant them the freedom to explore. He summoned Hu Lai and several elder sons, entrusting them with the care of Bai Yi and Jin Huan, imploring them to ensure their well-being as they journeyed through the White Tiger lands. Hu Lai and his companions readily accepted, having already embraced Bai Yi as a brother and taken a particular liking to the clever and gifted Jin Huan. In a magnanimous gesture, Xianyu bestowed upon Hu Lai and the others a generous supply of refined star ore for their crafting endeavors, along with a vial of precious moonlight jade dew, known for its remarkable properties in fortifying the body and calming the mind. The young tiger cubs beamed with delight, promising fervently that they would ensure their two junior brothers would not suffer even a single hair's loss. Xianyu also produced 3 fruits from the star tree, seeking to exchange them with the supervising elder for some water from the source of the White Tiger clan's blood pool to be used in future crafting. Such divine fruits naturally endeared themselves to the elder, who readily agreed, providing not only ample quantities of the sought-after blood pool water, but also a generous assortment of rare materials. Subsequently, the supervising elder and several of the elders personally accompanied Xianyu and Yuan Ti deep into the heart of the White Tiger clan's mining veins for a tour. Yuan Ti, the envoy of the Phoenix clan and guardian of their treasury, was captivated by the sights, and immediately engaged in fruitful discussions with the supervising elder and the elder in charge of the mines, securing several significant orders concerning strategic resources such as Hongjun essence, pine iron, and Tiger Mountain copper. Both parties rejoiced, laying a solid foundation for a deeper cooperative relationship between the Phoenix clan and the White Tiger clan. As time flowed on, thousands of years passed effortlessly by. Xianyu grew weary of the White Tiger clan and yearned to continue his travels through the vast wilderness. In the future, during the conflict of the demonic path, Luo Ho would lay waste to the western lands, rendering all beauty to naught. Thus, he wished to witness firsthand the primordial splendor of Mount Sumeru and the western earth veins before all was destroyed. Yuan Ti, having secured a monumental contract, needed to return swiftly to manage subsequent affairs within his clan. Moreover, he intended to bring Jin Huan back, seeking the clan leader's personal guidance to ensure he genuinely embarked on the path of sound cultivation, hastening the day he would sound his destined swana. As the leader of his clan, the guardian could not linger for long amidst the overwhelming affairs at hand. The time for parting had finally arrived. To the west of White Tiger Ridge, the Tiger River flowed vigorously before merging into the vast, nameless waters. The riverside was adorned with lush grasses that, under the slanting sunlight, were tinged with a warm golden hue, imbued with a hint of autumn's melancholy. The river breeze swept through, causing the long grasses to bow low, revealing the jagged black stones in the distance, silently observing the waters as they journeyed eastward. The guardian, accompanied by 5 elders and numerous core clan members, personally escorted Xianyu, Yuan Ti, Bai Yi, and Jin Huan to this spot. Words were sparse, for all sentiments were conveyed in silence. The guardian produced a dark golden token engraved with the roaring head of a tiger and handed it to Xianyu. This is the token of our clan's guest elder. With this, any faction allied with our clan across the wilderness shall extend their assistance. Though the western lands are barren, there exist some old ties that may lend you a hand. Xianyu solemnly accepted it, tucking it into his sleeve, and bowed, saying, "Thank you, clan leader guardian. And dear friends, let us part here. The mountains are high and the waters long. We shall meet again." Yuan Ti, setting aside his usual levity, bid farewell to each elder, patting the second elder's shoulder with particular vigor, eliciting a wince from the elder. Bai Yi and Jin Huan found it hard to part from youthful companions like Hu Lai and Hu Feng. After thousands of years together, their bonds had deepened immensely. Hu Lai pressed a blood-refined shield, which he had nurtured for years, into Bai Yi's hands, whispering, "Take care. Once I become a great Luo, I will seek you among the stars." Jin Huan, with reddened eyes, was clung to by several little ones still in their incomplete transformations, sporting fluffy tiger ears. Reluctant to let him go. "All right, children, cease this childish behavior. The eldest elder's voice resonated like a bell, dispelling a touch of melancholia. The path of cultivation is long. There will be a time for reunions in the future. Xianyu nodded slightly to Bai Yi and turned first, stepping onto clouds as he soared towards the western horizon. Painted in a splendid yet somewhat desolate sunset, Bai Yi cast one last glance at the group, particularly at the slightly teary-eyed Hu Lai, before resolutely turning and hastening to follow his teacher's figure. Meanwhile, Yuan Ti grasped Jin Huan's hand, offering a final salute to the guardian and the others. Well then, we shall be on our way. Next time, remember to stock up on pine nuts. With that, a flash of crimson gold flames enveloped them, transforming into a radiant arc as they sped towards the southeast, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. The guardian and the others stood still, gazing at the departing figures in both directions until they completely faded from sight. The setting sun elongated their shadows across the verdant meadow while the river breeze wailed, sweeping over the expansive plains and ushering in waves of coolness. The waters of the Tiger River continued their relentless surge, crashing against the dark stones of the shore, shattering into countless shimmering splashes and unhesitatingly racing toward the horizon, as if never pausing for the arrival or departure of anyone. Only the proud iron platform standing resolutely at the heart of the river, along with the faint echoes of clashing gold and iron from the Valley of Arms, silently bore witness to the forging of a profound bond and the bittersweet nature of parting. Chapter 95. Western Scenery bidding farewell to the White Tiger clan. Xianyu and Bai Yi ascended upon a cloud, journeying westward along the ever-rushing Tiger River. The previous Cloud Island, complete with its amusement park, had been gifted to Yuan Ti and Jin Huan, leaving the master and disciple to seek alternative means of transport. Master, why has Xing Kuan yet to awaken? Bai Yi had voiced his concerns about Xing Kuan several times. Since Xing Kuan's absence, the duo felt an undeniable void. Such transformations cannot happen in haste. This metamorphosis pertains to the very essence of bloodlines, Xianyu replied, understanding the need for patience as he had been monitoring Xing Kuan's condition closely. With a graceful gesture, Xianyu summoned a massive cloud and, with starlight dancing at his fingertips, inscribed various array symbols within the mist, endeavoring to create a self-navigating cloud vessel. The pure white mass gradually took form, ultimately transforming into a sleek, ethereal ship composed entirely of solidified cloud essence. The vessel even manifested outlines of pavilions and buildings. Though not as expansive as the previous Cloud Island, it possessed a distinct elegance. For the next myriad of years, the master and disciple spent most of their time aboard this cloud vessel. Xianyu devoted himself to profound cultivation, dissecting and evolving the fragment of Nirvana's true essence he had acquired from Yuan Feng. Rather than merely replicating Yuan Feng's path of Nirvana and comprehending the flames of rebirth, he sought its true meaning, melding it with his own path to evolve a new divine ability. Utilizing the flames of Nirvana to incinerate remnants of impurities, he refined his true spirit, seeking the core principles of transcendence within the void, which resonated with the solitude and eternal essence of his own Yin path. Countless profound symbols emerged and reformed within his consciousness, and a unique divine ability began to take shape, awaiting only the final stroke of brilliance to manifest entirely in the world. However, this step required serendipity. It could not be forced. Over these years, Xianyu also entrusted Bai Yi with various spiritual fruits and roots he had collected and exchanged during his travels through the primordial wilderness. These items, diverse in nature and attributes, were imbued with a rich vitality of flora. Bai Yi, Xianyu called his disciple forth and shared his thoughts, guiding him on how to construct his own Deluo foundation. You are the White Tiger Star Lord, having refined the fruits of the stellar tree. Thus you can command the essence of the stars. The essence of the White Tiger is metallic, sharp and unparalleled, and with the Gung metal divine armor. Alongside your prior accumulations, the metallic energy has already reached a formidable state, making it suitable as a minister to assist the sovereign. Furthermore, you should also seek to comprehend the essence of wood, combining it with your already grasped energies of fire, earth, and water. Together, these four will serve as aids to the sovereign and minister. Thus, the stars combined with the 5 elements will be sufficient to establish a supreme Deluo foundation. Bai Yi shared this sentiment, resonating with his master's vision. Seated in tranquility upon the cloud vessel, Bai Yi cradled a spiritual fruit, closing his eyes in focused meditation, delicately perceiving the verdant essence of wood within, guiding it into himself while attempting to construct a cyclical flow. This process was slow and intricate, often taking decades to refine the essence of a single spiritual fruit. The cloud vessel sailed autonomously through the boundless expanse of the universe, Occasionally, as the two emerged from their deep meditative states, they would descend from the clouds, setting foot upon the primordial earth to stroll leisurely and relax, to witness the breathtaking landscapes of this magnificent world. As the journey progressed beyond the domain of Baihu Ridge, the terrain gradually became flatter, and the water's flow softened. Countless metallic ores and sediment carried by the river began to settle, elevating the riverbed and rendering the river's surface exceptionally broad, with a misty expanse that obscured the view of the opposite bank. The local creatures, witnessing this extraordinary scene, dubbed it the Little West Sea. The mountains on both banks grew increasingly low and rounded, appearing from a distance like colossal mounds of earth sprawled across the vast landscape. At a slightly lower altitude, one could perceive a seamless blend of sky and water, with gentle waves that might lead one to believe they had reached the sea. Surrounding the Little West Sea, the tracks of terrestrial beasts became sparse, while a plethora of peculiar aquatic creatures thrived. Beyond the abundant water resources, a deeper reason lay in the region's distance from the core dominion of the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan, along with the terrestrial beasts of the world, found its center in the primordial heart of the unyielding mountains and the fertile eastern lands. The western frontier relied more on powerful vassal clans like the Baihu to safeguard the western gate of the unyielding mountains. Thus, the aura of terrestrial beasts in this area was relatively thin, allowing the aquatic beings to flourish. The scenery of the Little West Sea was somewhat monotonous, with endless azure waves and vast plains that could become tiresome upon prolonged observation. Xianyu and Bai Yi devoted more time to their cultivation, their cloud vessel gliding silently across the heavens, beneath which lay the eternal mountains and waters. After nearly 10,000 years of such flight, the surrounding landscape began to subtly transform. The mountains on the land gradually diminished, yet each emerging peak appeared increasingly towering and perilous, in stark contrast to the previously low mounts. These mountains were unlike the evergreen Mount Wanshou, which thrived year-round, nor were they akin to the fiery Crimson Fire Cloud Mountain Range, perpetually aglow with the essence of fire. The Little West Sea could be regarded as the central region of the western lands, in proximity to the ancestral peak of Shumi Mountain, where the energy of metal was particularly potent. The metallic nature, characterized by its severity and restraint, prevented the trees in this area from remaining perpetually verdant. Although the primordial world had yet to embrace the concept of seasons, the trees here exhibited similar transformations. Due to the towering height of these mountains, one could witness distinctly different climates and landscapes on a single peak. At the foot of the mountain, one might find babbling streams and lush greenery indicative of a warm spring. Midway up, the atmosphere would shift to a fiery autumn adorned with crimson leaves. While at the summit, snow would blanket the heights year-round, glistening with a piercing cold light under the sun, creating a wintry realm draped in silver. The vibrant forests resembled a vast palette of colors splashed across the majestic mountain bodies. Verdant greens, golden yellows, fiery reds, deep browns, and pristine whites. These hues intertwined and layered, transitioning seamlessly, resembling a magnificent tapestry crafted by a divine artisan. Each mountain stood as a breathtaking colored screen, and when countless such peaks rose and fell in undulating waves, they formed a grand and awe-inspiring expanse, unfurling like a colossal painting that took one's breath away. The cloud vessel glided over this resplendent mountain scenery, instinctively slowing as if reluctant to disturb the tranquility and beauty of this realm. As Xianyue awakened from his contemplation, he stood at the bow of the ship, hands clasped behind him, gazing down upon the unique autumnal landscape of the west. His eyes wandered far, quietly savoring the beauty of this place, and contemplating the profound essence of the universe within this realm. Bai Yi, too, was captivated by the scene below, momentarily pausing his cultivation to join his master. Observing the vibrant hues that blanketed the mountains, he was particularly struck by the transformation of nature, from flourishing to withering, and then from decline to renewal. The essence of wood within Bai Yi gradually coalesced, achieving a state of perfection as if the water had naturally flowed into place. Upon noticing this, Xianyue felt a great sense of satisfaction and pride in his disciple. Chapter 96. The first encounter with Luo Ho. The cloud vessel continued its westward journey, carrying the master and disciple towards the ancestral veins of the west, the sacred realm of Sumeru. It glided slowly through the layers of majestic mountains, beneath which flowed a vibrant tapestry of colors, an extraordinary fusion of ruthlessness and vitality permeating the air. On this particular day, Xianyu sat calmly at the bow, attuning himself to the unique, sharp, and austere energy of the west, while simultaneously feeling the subtle resonance with his own lunar path. Meanwhile, Bai Yi remained inside the cabin, diligently balancing the laws of celestial bodies and the five elements, while also contemplating his path to the Great Dao. Suddenly, Xianyu sensed something and lifted his gaze. Ahead, atop a cliff stained a deep crimson, stood a solitary figure, appearing silently at an unknown moment. Clad in a simple white Taoist robe, the figure was tall and poised, standing with hands clasped behind his back, starkly contrasting with the surrounding red leaves. The person's face was indistinct, shrouded in a veil of shifting shadows. Yet their eyes shone with remarkable clarity. Those deep, bright eyes resembled ancient wells, reflecting the vastness and desolation unique to the western skies, exuding an inexplicable, almost soul-piercing allure. Though the figure did not deliberately emanate an aura of Taoist power, simply standing there, they seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding austere mountains, becoming an extension of the will of this realm, impossible to overlook. Xianyu's gaze sharpened, a flicker of vigilance rising within him. The ability to appear so quietly and subtly influence the surrounding forces indicated that this arrival was no ordinary cultivator. Perhaps they were favored by the heavens. Master? At that moment, Bai concluded his meditation and stepped out, noticing the unusual demeanor of Xianyu. What is it? Following his master's line of sight, Bai too beheld the prominent figure amidst the crimson sea. However, he could discern little, merely perceiving them as an ordinary cultivator. The duo had indeed encountered numerous practitioners along their journey, most merely greeting them to ensure no malice was intended before departing. Occasionally, they would meet amiable souls who, in their hospitality, would invite Xianyu and Bai to their abodes for discussions on Dao. Xianyu generally welcomed such exchanges, often trading resources, particularly the various spiritual roots and plants he coveted. With good fortune, they might even encounter some tribulation cultivators willing to offer everything they possessed for the sake of Xianyu and Bai. Just as Bai pondered the intentions of the mysterious figure, the white-robed cultivator made a move. Behind him, vast and resplendent purple-golden auspicious clouds materialized, adorned with shimmering gems, exuding an extraordinary grandeur. This humble Taoist, Shimu, greets you, fellow Taoist. The self-identified Shimu stepped forward, golden lotuses blooming beneath his feet. Each step a manifestation of merit as he approached Xianyu. Goodness, using merit as a red carpet. Xianyu was momentarily taken aback, only regaining his composure to invite the newcomer aboard the cloud vessel. This humble Taoist, Xianyu, pays respects to fellow Taoist Shimu. Bai followed closely, offering his greetings to the esteemed elder. So it is the sovereign of the Lunar Star in person. Shimu has intruded without invitation. I apologize for disturbing the star's sovereign, he said, bowing respectfully, his voice calm yet imbued with a peculiar magnetism, reminiscent of the aloof and commanding figures of legend. I beheld the cloud vessel traversing this western paradise, imbued with an extraordinary Taoist essence, unlike the ordinary folk. Thus, I was compelled to pay a visit. Xianyu offered a courteous greeting, leading me to the tea room aboard the cloud vessel. The violet gold hue within the clouds of Shimu was particularly rich, indicating that, like Xianyu, he too was favored by the heavens. Although his merits may not rival those of Xianyu, they were still considerable, suggesting he had contributed to the cosmos as well. Such cultivators are indeed worthy of Xianyu's acquaintance. Most importantly, Xianyu sensed no malice emanating from him. Your kind words are greatly appreciated. I am but a humble traveler, accompanied by my disciple Bai, journeying through the primordial wilderness. We must have inadvertently disturbed you. Shimu smiled faintly, the shadows on his visage dissipating to reveal his true countenance. His features were quite handsome, yet a small black mole beneath his lower eyelid lent an alluring, even slightly sinister quality to his otherwise commanding Danfeng eyes. Xianyu couldn't shake the feeling that the attire he wore was ill-suited. Perhaps if he donned red or black garments, it would be more fitting. Disturbance is hardly the case. I too have ventured to the Western realm, sensing a fateful encounter that prompted me to seek a benevolent connection. Little did I know it would be with the Lord of the Dark Moon. Shimu seized the opportunity to compliment Xianyu further, to which Xianyu humbly reciprocated with kind words of his own. Once the mutual flattery subsided, Xianyu began to inquire about this Taoist's origins. Pray tell, from whence do you hail? Shimu readily divulged that he had journeyed from the frigid northern seas, aiming to reach the western Mount Sumeru to pay homage to the legendary recluse, seeking the true scriptures of cultivation. Xianyu's expression turned peculiar. The reclusive figure Shimu referred to must be Rahu. Seeking the true scriptures from the demon ancestor Rahu, I have long struggled with the Great Dao's completion, and I have heard that aside from the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Chilants, there exists a being named Rahu, a primordial golden immortal, who meditates in seclusion upon Mount Sumeru, and I wish to pay him a visit. Shimu identified himself as a wandering cultivator from the northern sea, unwilling to align with the three clans, thereby seeking those reclusive masters. The northern regions are often plagued by fierce beasts, rife with malevolent energy and scant vitality, presenting a harsh environment. Coming from such a land, one may indeed garner merit by vanquishing ferocious beasts and purging the negative energies. Thus, Shimu's background appeared plausible. As they conversed, Xianyu prepared a cup of laurel tea and served it to Shimu. After sampling it, Shimu expressed great admiration, extolling Xianyu's fortuitousness. I have only recently emerged from seclusion and have spent much time among the stars, thus I am unfamiliar with the elder Rahu you speak of. Xianyu feigned ignorance of Rahu, seeking to learn more about him. In truth, he was genuinely unaware, as his knowledge of Rahu stemmed solely from tales of a past life. Hearing is but a fleeting perception, especially when it concerns legends that have traversed time immemorial. Shimu, noting Xianyu's apparent interest in Rahu, felt a sense of satisfaction. Rahu was a figure from the same era as the ancestral dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and beginning Qilan, having emerged even before the three. In the days of the great calamity wrought by ferocious beasts, Rahu had allied with the leaders of the three clans to slay the Beast Emperor, earning the boundless favor of the Heavenly Dao. It was certain that his current strength reached the level of a primordial golden immortal. Shimu subtly guided Xianyue to accompany him in seeking the teachings of Luo, hoping to acquire the method of primordial unity. However, Xianyue was already in possession of the path to enlightenment passed down by Hongjun, rendering a meeting with Lu unnecessary. How could Shimu be so certain that Lu would impart the doctrine of primordial unity? The golden immortal of primordial unity should not be approached lightly. It is possible that a mere visit could lead to our immediate demise. Observing Xuanyue's cautious demeanor, Shimu felt no surprise. Indeed, it was he who had acted impulsively. Aware that he could not sway Xianyue in a moment, Shimu shifted the conversation, engaging him in discussions on the philosophical insights garnered from the Western lands. What do you think of this Western realm? He inquired. The Western lands are bountiful, teeming with life, far surpassing our starry cosmos 100-fold. Xuanyue's words rang true. Shimu took a sip of tea, gazing out the window of the tea room. His eyes traversed the landscape below, where hues of red and yellow intertwined amidst the solemn and oppressive mountains, and he spoke slowly. The West harmonizes with the primal chaos, where gold signifies transformation, embodying renewal. The yellow leaves may wither, yet they nurture the promise of rebirth. The resonances of the Tao here subtly align with the cyclical nature of heaven and earth, embodying the profound principle of destruction followed by regeneration. Presently, the primordial chaos is rife with strife among the 100 clans, thriving to the utmost. While the three clans appear orderly, yet they harbor inner decay, precariously balanced. The primordial chaos must summon the might of thunder to cleanse the universe and reshape the cosmos. And this thunderous force shall emerge from the west. Chapter 97. Discussing philosophy in seated contemplation, Xianyu lifted the tea lid, gently wiping away the froth atop the tea, allowing the crisp fragrance of the laurel to permeate the entire tea room, warm yet not overpowering. The words of Taoist Shimu, akin to stones cast into a deep pool, stirred ripples in the lake of his heart, expanding in ever-widening circles, growing increasingly tumultuous. To cleanse the universe and reshape the heavens. Was the power of thunder emanating from the west? A flash of insight illuminated Xianyue's mind, revealing an astonishing possibility in an instant. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilan clans thrived, yet simultaneously decayed, embroiled in conflict and destruction, evidently losing the favor of the heavens. The battle between the tiger and phoenix in the fire cloud battlefield, the malevolent cultivators of the 100 Herbs Valley, the unrest within the beast clan of Wanzhou Mountain. He, endowed with prophetic awareness, sensed that behind all this turmoil, a hand from the west was likely orchestrating it. Was Luo Hu's actions also in accordance with the will of heaven? This thought, arising within him, made even Xianyu, with his clear Tao heart, shiver slightly. Lowering his gaze to conceal the sudden turbulence within, he felt the cup in his hand grow unexpectedly warm. The astonishment and silence of this celestial sovereign were unmistakably perceived by Taoist Shimu. The smile at the corner of his lips deepened, resembling a fisherman who, noticing a slight movement of the bobber, knew the fish was nearing the bait, becoming even more composed as he awaited the catch. Taoist Shimu continued to savor his tea calmly, his gaze wandering to the vibrant mountain scenery outside the window, patiently waiting for Xianyu to inquire further. After a lengthy pause, Xianyu finally lifted his eyes, their tranquility restored to their usual calm. If Luo Hu's actions indeed aligned with the will of heaven, It would bode well for him, as he too followed this path. My friend, with your extensive knowledge, what insights do you have regarding the recent unrest within the Beast clan of Wanshou Mountain? The matter of Wanshou Mountain had occurred merely 20 to 30,000 years prior. It was not distant in time. Upon hearing this, Taoist Shimu's hand, holding the cup, hesitated imperceptibly. He turned to Xinyu, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, seemingly taken aback by the sharpness of his inquiry regarding the Wanshou Mountain turmoil. After a moment of contemplation, Taoist Shimu's expression revealed a hint of regret. As for Wanshou Mountain, I have only heard whispers. My knowledge of the specifics is limited. The Qilin clan, ruling over the myriad beast clans, possesses vast resources, so internal strife is not altogether surprising. His tone was calm, adopting the demeanor of an outsider observing the unfolding events with disinterest. However, I believe the root of this issue lies in the decree issued by the Primordial Qilin. The Primordial Qilin's forceful command to cease all killings inherently contradicts the natural order of the cosmos. Wolves prey upon sheep, and eagles hunt rabbits. This principle of existence is essential to maintaining the balance of life in the primordial world. To forcibly suppress such actions is akin to obstructing the flow of rivers. It may appear tranquil on the surface, yet beneath lies a tumultuous undercurrent of resentment. The unrest within Wanshou Mountain may merely be the long-simmering contradictions finding an outlet for release, not the result of external manipulation, but rather the decay that had long been festering within. Taoist Shimu added, even before the Qilin clan unified the Beast clan, blood feuds had already existed among many of the beasts. The imposition of a ban on killings will only serve to exacerbate these ancient grievances. In the primordial realm, most beings are endowed with longevity, unlike later generations where the passage of centuries can erase the grievances and enmities borne by several lifetimes. Shimu's statements have indeed garnered a considerable following among the mighty of the primordial age. Although the decree of the initial Qilin only constrains those beasts that have awakened their intelligence and embarked on the path of cultivation, in today's primordial world, the truly ignorant beasts are but a minority. This decree appears, to many cultivators, to be somewhat rebellious against the heavens, overly idealistic in nature. Xianyu listened intently, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Shimu's countenance, noting his natural demeanor, which belied any deceit. The previous verbal probes had yielded no discernible flaws. As she absorbed Shimu's eloquent discourse, Xianyu let out a soft sigh of relief within her heart. Either this individual was indeed an unsuspecting seeker passing through, or his profound thoughts and artful disguise surpassed the limits of her current discernment. To pursue further inquiries may prove counterproductive. It would be wiser to cease at this juncture. Your words, dear friend, are like a cloud parting to reveal the sun, enlightening this humble practitioner, she remarked. The notion of Western gung metal's innovation is particularly thought-provoking. Your insights into the Tao are remarkable, rare in my lifetime. Might we engage in a discussion to mutually affirm our understandings? A long-awaited smile blossomed in the depths of Shimu's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is my desire as well. I would not presume to request it. Xianyu ceased her further inquiries, a flicker of light glimmering at her brow as a radiant celebration cloud ascended above her. Within this cloud, a resplendent moon gradually rose, its luminous essence spilling forth to illuminate the chaotic void, casting a serene silver hue upon the turbulent clouds and the austere mountain landscape beyond. The moon's phases cycled from delicate silver hooks to a full jade disk, embodying the ebb and flow of light and darkness, the solitude and eternity of the lunar essence. The moonlight flowed like gentle streams, soft and tender, yet imbued with an essence so cold and profound it could freeze the very soul. Amongst the luminous radiance, countless ephemeral runes flickered into existence and faded away, manifesting the profound laws of the lunar realm. Upon witnessing this, Shimu performed a hand gesture, and a resplendent purplish-golden celebration cloud erupted above his head, radiant and adorned with jewels, exuding a sense of opulent grandeur. However, at the heart of this celebration cloud stood not a symbol of peace, but an imposing, pitch-black treasure tower. The tower seemed to absorb all light, emanating an unsettling darkness and weightiness. Beneath its base lay a pathway paved with the remains of countless ferocious beasts, a grim landscape of white bones radiating malevolence. Moreover, razor-sharp beams of blood-red light intersected within the celebration cloud, each flicker carrying the fierce rhythm of annihilation, embodying a doctrine of slaughter that seeks to establish order through extreme violence, a resolute emergence from destruction. Two starkly contrasting manifestations of the Tao emerged, one, cold and serene, nurturing creation, the other, fierce and ruthless, commanding transformation. Within this T-chamber aboard the cloud vessel, both forces occupied equal space, their energies colliding and intertwining, testing one another without escalating into conflict, instead forming a peculiar balance and resonance. The silent roar of the Tao reverberated, countless rune symbols spontaneously generating between the two, colliding and dissipating in the void. Bai Yi, standing beside them, was already entranced by the spectacle. He, versed in both the celestial and the metal laws, had dabbled in both these divergent paths. At this moment, under the influence of two formidable cultivators' profound insights, a remarkable clarity enveloped Bai Yi's mind, illuminating the obscurities that had once plagued his practice. Unbeknownst to him, his aura began to circulate autonomously, harmonizing the celestial energy with the innate metal essence within him, subtly resonating with his master's lunar brilliance and the transformative intent of the slayer, Shimu Taoist. He had unknowingly closed his eyes, fully immersed in this rare opportunity, delving into a deeper realm of enlightenment. The cloud boat continued its silent journey westward, piercing through layers of flowing clouds and the twilight shrouding the mountains. Within the vessel, the grand Tao manifested, revealing a myriad of extraordinary phenomena. Outside, the vibrant yet somber autumn essence of the Western world thickened, casting a striking contrast. Chapter 98. The identity of Shimu. The cloud ship glides gracefully, with light flowing silently. For a great Luo golden immortal, 3,000 years are but a fleeting moment. Within the tea room, the aura of the Tao gradually recedes. The Taoist Shimu has long since opened his eyes, his gaze still profound, showing no sign of fatigue, but rather a hint of barely perceptible boredom. Engaging in discourse with Xianyue is for him akin to a giant guiding a child in martial arts, a leisurely stroll devoid of pressure. Instead, it is Xianyue who, drawing upon the aspects of the path of slaughter and transformation that Shimu has manifested, uses them as a whetstone to reflect upon the principles of the lunar silence, unwittingly sinking into a deeper realm of comprehension, finding it difficult to extricate himself. Beside them, Bai Yi, surrounded by the shimmering starlight and the fluctuating essence of metal, exhibits a breath that rises and falls, clearly having been swept up in that torrent of insight earlier, leading to his own understanding. However, his cultivation, ultimately, falls significantly short, preventing him from remaining immersed in such lofty realms of Tao collision for long. After merely a few centuries, he is forced to awaken. Though he has only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, it is akin to a divine revelation, with many past obstacles suddenly becoming clear. And he has gained a vivid outline of the path to the great Luo realm, achieving a remarkable transformation. Upon awakening, the first thing he does is to restrain his aura, standing quietly beside Xianyue, watching over his teacher. Bai Yi's gaze is vigilant as he observes the unfathomable Taoist Shimu across from him, steadfastly resisting the subtle pressure emanating from the latter. It is evident that Shimu is doing this intentionally. His eyes shift to Bai Yi, noting the young tiger's solid foundation, excellent comprehension, and most importantly, his resilient character and respect for his teacher, causing a genuine flicker of regret to pass through his eyes. Such a talented gem, with a connection to the West, ought to be under my tutelage, inheriting my Tao lineage. Alas, it is a pity that the boy from the moon has gotten to him first. A nefarious thought arises within Shimu's heart, an impulse to seize the little white tiger and forcibly corrupt him. Surely, the Baihu Star Lord, once imbued with demonic patterns, would possess an extraordinary allure. As this notion takes root, although his aura does not leak outward, the intangible and formless pressure, stemming from the very essence of life, emanates a malice that jolts Bai Yi's keen senses. Bai Yi feels a chill run down his spine, as if being targeted by an ancient fearsome beast, his very soul trembling slightly. He instinctively draws closer to Xianyue, his fingertips turning pale, continuously praying for his teacher to awaken swiftly. Observing Bai Yi's demeanor, Shimu finds it even more amusing. Thoughts of forcibly claiming a worthy disciple only intensify. He chuckles to himself. What if, by threatening his master, I could compel this lad to submit? What would happen if the Baihu Star Lord discovered his disciple was lost? No, I am a good person. I cannot act in such a manner. I have come to guide the Baihu Star Lord to convert to my side, to join my demonic kin. I ought to seize both of them. Shimu continues to scrutinize the master and disciple duo, his eyes brimming with wicked amusement. They are indeed valuable. Acquiring them willingly would be less gratifying than taking them by force. Xianyue, blessed by the heavens, cannot be coerced. Patience is required. Shimu repeatedly reassures himself that he is not a villain. Unable to act, he rose from his seat, choosing to avert his gaze from the master and disciple to avoid succumbing to temptation. With hands clasped behind his back, he strolled out of the tea room, leisurely wandering across the vast cloud vessel. This cloud vessel, crafted by Xian Yu through divine means, was adorned with elegance and simplicity, yet every corner reflected thoughtful design. As he reached the stern of the vessel, he discovered an extended platform, its railings formed from condensed clouds, exuding an ancient and natural charm. Upon the platform stood a cloud table, flanked by 2 cloud chairs, beside which rested a uniquely shaped fishing rod. The rod shimmered with the twinkling of stars, emanating faint spatial ripples, while the hook. Upon inspection, he raised an eyebrow, for it was fashioned from the essence of innate metal, sharp and chillingly bright. On the cloud table lay a jade bowl containing golden grains that pulsed with vibrant spiritual energy, radiating the pure essence of flora and celestial energy. Quite the indulgence, he thought with a smirk, and without reservation, he claimed the spot. He took the starry fishing rod and tossed a handful of shimmering grains into the cloud sea below, specially crafted bait made from the innate rice produced in the star realm. Then, casting the innate metal hook, he reclined comfortably in the cloud chair, closing his eyes to fish. The vast expanse of the primordial heavens was not merely a singular layer. It nurtured countless extraordinary beings. There were creatures resembling fish and birds. The colorful cloud fish, the fiercely aggressive void rays, feeding on thunder, and the transparent luminescent water mothers, harboring pure spiritual essence. These beings were undeniably beautiful, and Xian Yu had long intended to capture a few rare specimens to bring back to the Yin Star as pets, hence the construction of this fishing platform. Thus, he fished for a millennium. On this day, the cloud vessel had reached the terminus of the Little Western Sea. Below, the vast, boundless marshland was continually divided and obstructed by the towering, perilous mountain ranges that rose abruptly ahead. The Little Western Sea transformed into numerous rushing rivers and streams, akin to the veins of a colossal dragon, meandering into the sacred realm of Shumi, known as the ancestral vein of the West, ultimately merging into the distant Western Sea. The door to the tea room opened, and Xian Yu stepped out gracefully. His aura had become increasingly harmonious and restrained, with a glimmering light in his eyes that hinted at the waxing and waning of lunar phases, clearly indicative of the profound insights he had gained over the past 3,000 years. His gaze swept across the empty tea room, and with a subtle shift of consciousness, he sensed Shimu's presence. Approaching the fishing platform at the stern, he beheld Shimu still in the act of fishing. The starry fishing rod in his hand subtly emitted a resonance that harmonized beautifully with the laws of this realm, as if he were not fishing for mere fish, but rather grasping some profound principle of this western expanse. In simpler terms, he had spent a millennium fishing without a single catch. Xian Yu stood in silence for a moment, his mind clear as a mirror, discerning yet unspoken. 3,000 years of deliberation had unveiled the unfathomable depth of Shimu's cultivation. The source of the essence concealed within the purple-gold clouds, far surpassing that of the great Luo realm, which starkly contrasted with his apparent mastery in the same. All of this indicated that Shimu's identity was anything but simple. Indeed, the path of transformation through slaughter was merely a fragment of his greater truth. Sensing the latent malevolence within, his identity beckoned to be unveiled. However, as Shimu chose not to disclose it, he too would refrain from revealing the truth. He understood better than anyone the adage that calamity often arises from one's words. Just as he was about to express his gratitude with some polite remarks about his companion's protective efforts, an extremely sharp and piercing clang of metal reverberated violently from the depths of the mountain gorge below, accompanied by a tumultuous surge of magical energy. It abruptly shattered the tranquility surrounding the cloud vessel. The words that were on the tip of Xuanyue's tongue were instantly quelled, as both he and Shimu turned their gazes toward the source of the explosive magical outburst below. Shimu, with his hand firmly gripping the fishing rod, remained as steadfast as a rock, not even lifting his eyelids, merely emitting a faint hum of discontent. Chapter 99. The purple cloud Taoist, the vast and powerful magical force, swept away the surrounding clouds, revealing the concealed landscape beneath the cloud vessel. It was the entrance to a deep canyon, filled with ominous energy and swirling demonic clouds, clearly not a place of benevolence. Shimu held the starry fishing rod with unwavering steadiness, not even lifting his eyelids, merely letting out a faint hum, tinged with a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. Let us depart. The squabbles of ants are hardly worth our attention. Upon understanding Shimu's identity, Xianyue was taken aback by his reaction. Could it be that there were individuals or entities below that he wished to avoid? Xuanyue's consciousness swept across the area, yet his brows furrowed slightly. The surging demonic energy was pure and ferocious, imbued with an insatiable desire to devour and corrupt the spiritual essence. Distinctly different from any orthodox cultivation methods he was acquainted with from the primordial era. It bore a striking resemblance to the malevolent techniques of the past practitioners from the Hundred Herbs Valley. What astonished him further was that amidst the dense demonic mist stood an extraordinary figure, enveloped in an ineffable aura of profound mystery. The individual wore a simple purple robe, their features obscured, as if shrouded in myriad runes of the Great Dao, with only a pair of eyes clear as the eternal starry sky. Without any weapons in hand, they unleashed overwhelming power with mere gestures. Boom! A bolt of purple divine lightning, as thick as a palace pillar, cascaded from the heavens, not of this mundane world, but embodying the supreme will to vanquish evil and demons. As the lightning surged forth, the demonic clouds dissipated like snow melting in boiling water, and a host of demon cultivators, unable to even utter a cry of despair, were instantaneously reduced to ashes, their true spiritual marks obliterated by the annihilating laws contained within the thunder. With a flick of his finger, akin to a sword, the purple-robed Taoist sent forth a delicate stream of chaotic energy, silent, yet slicing through the fabric of space, returning it to chaos. Another grand Luo demon cultivator, relying on spatial divine abilities, attempted to flee, only to find their forms suddenly rigid, crumbling to dust like a weathered sand sculpture, vanishing into the void. This was hardly a contest, it was a one-sided massacre. In mere moments, the entire cadre of demon cultivators in the canyon was effortlessly swept away by the purple-robed Taoist, showcasing the exquisite mastery and terrifying power he wielded. Xianyue recognized a familiar aura within that divine thunder. He had encountered this Taoist before. Remarkable. Truly formidable. Bai Yi observed, utterly astounded, feeling both shaken and captivated by the righteous prowess of the purple-robed Taoist. Only Shimu remained expressionless, his earlier languor replaced by a deep and icy scrutiny. He was acutely aware of the affiliations of those demon cultivators below. They were disciples of the branch techniques of the transformation into freedom demonic scripture that he had disseminated. The divine abilities employed by the purple-robed Taoist reminded him of an exceedingly ancient and detestable adversary. At that moment, the purple-robed Taoist seemed to sense the gaze observing from above the clouds. He slowly raised his head, his gaze appearing to pierce through the protective array of the cloud vessel, first landing on Xianyue, offering a slight nod. The presence of Bai Yi beside Xianyue was indeed commendable. In less than a mere month, he had advanced from the late stage of Tai to the perfect stage of Tai, showcasing a solid foundation that was truly impressive. Ultimately, his gaze fixed upon the figure of the Shimu Taoist. In that fleeting moment, the air seemed to solidify. The gaze of the purple-robed Taoist remained tranquil, yet within it, one could sense the subtle interplay of myriad laws being born and extinguished. An aura of supreme Tao emanated naturally, clashing silently yet fiercely with the shadowy malice concealed beneath Shimu's calm facade. The primordial energy of the surrounding world grew sluggish, as though unable to bear the collision of these two invisible forces. Shimu Taoist gradually lowered his fishing rod, finally rising to his feet, a slightly sinister smile re-emerging upon his face, now tinged with a hint of coldness. Such pure purple cloud divine thunder, such formidable chaos, sword chi. Your supernatural abilities are astonishing. May I inquire your name? I am Shimu, and this is the Yin Star Lord, Xianyue. Shimu confidently draped an arm over Xuanyue's shoulder, startling the latter. The purple-robed Taoist furrowed his brow at this sight, and subsequently, the overwhelming aura of the supreme Tao he exuded quietly retracted, becoming somewhat ordinary, yet profoundly inscrutable. I am the purple cloud Taoist. It is an honor to meet the Yin Star Lord and Taoist Shimu. I happened upon this location and, witnessing the havoc wreaked by these demonic entities upon the world, took it upon myself to cleanse the filth. I trust one did not disturb the two of you? Xianyue has encountered the purple cloud Taoist. Xianyue promptly pushed Shimu away slightly, offering a respectful bow to the purple-robed Taoist, his suspicions further confirmed. Unexpectedly, he had first encountered the avatar of the demon ancestor, and now, the avatar of the Tao ancestor. Such fortune was indeed remarkable. The smile at the corners of Shimu's mouth deepened, yet his gaze grew ever colder. The purple cloud Taoist possesses a noble disposition, yet your methods seem rather harsh. All beings of heaven and earth have their paths. Why must you annihilate them utterly? The purple cloud Taoist responded calmly. These vile beings harm the world to enrich themselves, devouring the flesh and blood of all to their advantage. They are indeed the rebels against the Heavenly Dao. Upon encountering them, one must cleanse and purify. Oh, rebels? Shimu's brow arched. According to your words, What constitutes following and what constitutes rebelling? Whose laws do you rely upon? Whose rules? Under the Heavenly Dao, the totality of existence is neither increased nor decreased. It merely shifts from one place to another. On what grounds do you believe that the actions of those demonic cultivators do not align with the heavenly path? The Heavenly Dao is selfless, nurturing all beings. It is said that the path of immortals values life. Thus one must harbor compassion, align with the Heavenly Dao, and follow its will. In an instant, these two supreme beings, upon the western mountain range, engaged in a verbal confrontation regarding the righteousness of the Tao and the malevolence of demons, as well as the order of heaven and earth, leveraging their identities as Shimu and the Purple Cloud. Though they did not engage in physical combat, the clash of their ideologies and the contention over the Tao proved far more perilous than any confrontation of supernatural powers. Xianyue found himself amidst this turmoil. His heart and mind stirred. He understood that he stood on the precipice of a vast vortex. What he beheld before him might well be a foretelling and microcosm of the immeasurable calamities that would soon sweep across the primordial world. Chapter 100. Confrontation in the tea room. As the atmosphere between Zixiao and Shimu grew suddenly tense, it felt as if a fierce conflict between the Tao and the demonic was about to erupt. An invisible resonance of the Tao clashed violently in the heavens and the earth, the sky shrouded in darkness, and within the depths of the Xian moon. One felt a tingling sensation at the scalp. Should these two truly engage in combat here, not only would the painstakingly crafted cloud boat be reduced to dust, but the vast mountains and rivers below would likely meet the same fate in an instant. He and Bai Yi found themselves at the eye of the storm. Even if they were to survive, they would garner no advantage. Esteemed friends, Xianyu forced himself to step between the two, attempting to separate them. To meet here in this remote western land is indeed a fortunate coincidence. Let us share a cup of tea together. Radiating a brilliant golden light of merit, he manifested the favor of the heavens. If these two refused his offer, he would have no choice but to invoke the Heavenly Dao to settle the matter between them. As to whom he would call upon, that would naturally be the celestial Dao itself, to discern which of these two ancestors was in the right. As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Yi. Bai Yi understood immediately and bowed, saying, "I shall prepare some tea and refreshments for the esteemed seniors to enjoy." With that, he hurried off to the kitchen. Xianyu turned to Zixiao and Shimu once more, extending an invitation. "If you two do not mind, might you step aside to savor the specialty of the Great Yin Star, the laurel tea, and take a moment's respite?" A glimmer of amusement flashed in Shimu's eyes. A person of his stature could easily discern the forced calmness and deliberate maneuvering in Xianyu's demeanor. It seemed the Lord of the Great Yin Star had already surmised his and Zixiao's true identities. He was intrigued to see how this Lord of the Great Yin Star would navigate such a situation. Thus, Shimu was the first to retract his cold gaze, adopting a feigned, innocent expression, as if the previously tense atmosphere had never existed. Zixiao Taoist cast a glance at Xianyu, his imposing aura and resonance of the Tao gradually subsiding, for he truly wished to spare Xianyu any discomfort. The three took their seats in the tea room, Xianyu at the head, with Zixiao and Shimu flanking either side. The atmosphere remained delicate, yet at least it had softened on the surface. Bai Yi quietly retreated to the kitchen to attend to his tasks. Xianyu skillfully brewed the laurel tea once more, the crisp fragrance slightly dispelling the earlier tension. However, as soon as Shimu took a sip, he feigned a frown and gently set the teacup down. "Dear Taoist Xianyu, while your laurel tea is indeed delightful, I have been in this place for 3,000 years, drinking it daily. Even the finest nectar may become tiresome. Might I request something different?" Upon hearing this, the corner of Xianyu's mouth twitched imperceptibly. 3,000 years. A change of flavor? How demanding. It was no wonder Shimu was the demon ancestor, his demeanor quite irascible. Before Xianyu could respond, Zixiao Taoist interjected coolly. "It is customary for guests to follow the host's lead. If you, Taoist Shimu, do not wish to partake, feel free to decline. There is no need to put the host in a difficult position." Zixiao's words were clearly intended to bolster Xianyu. Yet Shimu would not relent, instead smiling more broadly as he continued to stoke the flames. "Ah, Taoist Zixiao, you misunderstand. It is precisely because of my affinity with Taoist Xianyu that I speak so frankly. After sipping for 3 millennia, one inevitably grows weary. A change of pace would surely prove more delightful." He intentionally reiterated the span of 3,000 years. Upon hearing that Shimu had indeed been engaged in discourse with Xianyue for 3,000 years, while daily partaking in tea, the Zixiao Taoist was momentarily taken aback. Although his expression remained placid, Xianyue distinctly sensed a hint of displeasure emanating from him. Xianyue felt a lump of unspoken words rise within. One was destined to be the ancestral master of the Dao, while the other was to become the progenitor of demons. Yet at this moment, they resembled petulant children squabbling over a trivial snack, seeking mere attention. This scene was undeniably peculiar. The laurel tea he presented was already the finest he could offer. Being one of the top 10 spiritual roots of antiquity, even formidable beings sought a single leaf in vain. The tea was brewed with the water of the three lights, leaving him at a loss for alternatives. Just then, Xuanyue's gaze wandered across the fruit platter within the room, and a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. It was indeed a lapse on his part to solely serve laurel tea. Such monotony was inevitable. Please, my esteemed friends, allow me a moment. I do possess some novel delights. With that, Xianyue retrieved several vibrant fruits from the celestial star tree, brimming with stellar energy, along with fragrant laurel blossoms, fiery red fruits, and a selection of other sweet spiritual fruits. Channeling his magical essence, he extracted the juices from the various fruits, merging their essences together. He then added a few sprigs of refreshing mint, which he chilled with ice formed from the waters of the Tyne. Finally, he conjured 4 transparent crystal cups, each containing a minuscule realm, ample enough to hold a generous quantity of fruit tea. Moments later, the starry light, lunar glow, and fruity aroma harmoniously intertwined, resulting in 4 cups of ethereal, enchanting, and invigorating starlit fruit tea. As this exquisite concoction emerged, a flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of both Shimu and Zixiao. Despite their vast experiences, having tasted countless innate spiritual fruits, they had never encountered such a wondrous blend of rare materials into a beverage, executed in such a seemingly extravagant yet extraordinary manner. Dear friends, please indulge in this starlit fruit tea. Xianyue offered the cups to them. Shimu, intrigued, raised a cup and took a sip, his eyes lighting up. The flavor was rich and multi-layered. The gentle and mellow stellar energy intertwined with the sweet fragrance of the fruits and the crispness of the laurel, while the cooling mint perfectly balanced the sweetness, and the Tyne ice added a lingering depth. It was truly a unique experience. Zixiao took a sip as well, nodding slightly. Though he said little, his expression softened considerably, clearly indicating his approval. Just then, Bai Yi entered, carrying a tray. On it was a platter of double-headed spiritual fish, roasted to perfection, exuding an irresistible aroma, accompanied by a few exquisite side dishes placed upon the cloud table. This double-headed fish had been specially requested by Xianyue, fearing that the two venerables might bicker over the fish head once more. However, to Xianyue's astonishment, both Shimu and Zixiao's gazes darted past the head of the fish, coincidentally landing on the tail instead. The tail is perfectly crisp and fragrant, just to my liking, Zixiao declared, his chopsticks moving like lightning as he swiftly seized it. Shimu was equally quick, his chopsticks deftly intercepting Zixiao's. I wish to have the tail. Mustn't my friend allow me a taste? As Xianyue grew weary, he decided to relinquish control, allowing the two to engage as they pleased. Silently, he served both Bai Yi and himself a fish head, bowing his head to savor the taste. After all, it was a dish worth enjoying. Eventually, the fish tail was evenly divided between the two formidable beings, each half finding its place on their plates. Zixiao displayed a more measured demeanor, exuding elegance in his every action. In contrast, Shimu was far more relaxed, yet still carried an innate grace, even taking the time to serve Bai Yi, who was engrossed in his meal, a pair of exquisite vegetables with a cheerful smile, remarking, "Little one, your culinary skills are commendable. Eat more to grow strong." This gesture elicited a cool, disdainful glance from Zixiao across the table. What appeared to be an ordinary meal unfolded amidst an oddly nuanced atmosphere. The delectable food and unique fruit tea seemed to have dulled some of the sharpness of their previous tensions. At least on the surface, the discourse of Dao and demons had ceased, replaced by the gentle clinking of cups and the occasional simple exchange concerning the ingredients themselves. Upon finishing the meal, Shimu accepted the clear tea presented by Bai Yi, rinsed his mouth, elegantly dabbed at the corners of his lips, and rose first. Oh, today's unexpected encounter with an old friend was a pleasant surprise. He cast a meaningful glance at Zixiao and then smiled at Xianyue, saying, "Taoist friend Xianyue, thank you for your generous hospitality. This fruit tea and your disciple's culinary skills have greatly pleased me. I must take my leave now, as I have other matters to attend to." He was aware that with Zixiao present, persuading Xianyue and his disciple to depart would be quite challenging. So it was better to depart gracefully and seek another opportunity in the future. Xianyue sighed inwardly in relief and promptly rose to see him off. Safe travels, Taoist Shimu. Until we meet again. Shimu laughed heartily, his figure flickering before dissipating like smoke, leaving no trace as if he had never been there at all. Chapter 101. Current development of the star realm. As the figure of Shimu departed, the Taoist Zixiao also rose to his feet. He addressed Xinhua, saying, "The Star Lord possesses immense merit and profound wisdom, favored by the boundless grace of the Heavenly Dao. Thus, his future is limitless." The Taoist Shimu, whose true name is Luoho, harbors a cunning mind and treads a perilous path. Hence, the Star Lord must exercise caution in future dealings, lest he inadvertently stray into treacherous waters and invite calamity upon himself. His words were imbued with genuine concern and earnest counsel. Xianyue replied respectfully, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I shall heed your words closely." Zixiao nodded in acknowledgement of Xuanyue's deference, implicitly recognizing him as a disciple of Hongjun. "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Zixiao declared, turning to depart. Xianyue hastily produced a small jar containing meticulously preserved laurel tea leaves. "This humble gift, a specialty of the Yin Star, is but a token of my appreciation. I implore you, esteemed elder, do not refuse it." Zixiao's gaze lingered momentarily on the tea jar before he ultimately accepted it. "In that case, I thank the Star Lord," he replied. "There lies a primordial spiritual root in the canyon below. Though it has suffered damage from the demonic cultivators, it can still be salvaged. The Star Lord may take it for himself." Zixiao glanced at Bai Yi, offering a slight nod, then stepped forth, merging with the void and vanishing from sight. With the two great deities having departed, the oppressive aura aboard the cloud vessel dissipated entirely. Xianyue and Bai Yi exchanged glances, both exhaling deeply as if they had just traversed the edge of a precipice. "Master, what shall we do next?" Bai Yi inquired, still apprehensive. Xianyue waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the vast, desolate mountains below. "Let us descend and seize the opportunity." With that, he gathered the cloud vessel, which had served them for millennia, within his flowing sleeve. The master and disciple transformed into two beams of light, descending into the canyon below. Upon entering, they were immediately confronted by an intertwining stench of charred remnants and chilling dampness. The ground lay in disarray, pockmarked by lightning strikes and tainted by the remnants of dissipated demonic energy. Zixiao's intervention had been decisive. The leading demonic cultivator had been obliterated by the chaotic sword energy, reduced to ash, lost to the cosmos. However, the remaining golden immortals, and even those of the Tai realm, did not share the same fate. Several Tai cultivators, caught in the aftermath of Zixiao's divine thunder, either turned to char or suffered shattered forms, leaving behind a multitude of incomplete corpses and damaged artifacts. These remains were still entwined with strands of sinister black energy, exuding a sense of malice and resentment. If left unattended, over time, they could potentially give rise to new malevolent spirits or nurture toxic miasmas. "Master, they are so impoverished, not a single primordial treasure among them," Bai Yi remarked. "Indeed, primordial artifacts are rare. Having any postnatal treasures is fortunate. Go and inspect those damaged artifact fragments. See if there are materials worth salvaging. When traveling, one must practice frugality," Xianyue instructed. "Those postnatal artifacts that have not been utterly corrupted by demonic energy can still be collected and reforged." "Yes, master," Bai Yi replied, taking his leave to meticulously search among the wreckage. He harbored a mild obsession with cleanliness and held a certain aversion to malevolent energies, striving to avoid any contact with such dark forces lest they tarnish his garments. While Bai Yi scoured for resources, Xianyue stood still, her mind delving into the ever-expanding cosmos within her being. In this realm, following the arrival of the Earth's spirit pearl, a harmonious union with the celestial tree had formed. Nurtured by the divine waters of the three lights, gradually evolving towards the grand scale of the primordial starry expanse. With a subtle shift in her thoughts, Xianyue directed her focus to the edge of this world, where, amidst the profound void far from the celestial continent, a previously desolate star suddenly ignited with brilliance. The power of the starry laws surged forth, reshaping this celestial body in accordance with Xianyue's will. Its surface rumbled as an invisible force delineated 5 distinct regions, each corresponding to the blood sea, the flesh mountain, the bone forest, the soul sky, and the repository for entire corpses. The blood-refining materials exchanged from the sentinel, including the essence of the blood pool, were meticulously placed upon this star. Xianyue raised her hand, forming intricate seals to invoke the blood-refining secret art, gradually consecrating this star. As numerous laws and restrictions fell into place, the 5 regions interlinked, and the entire star began to metamorphose into a unique postnatal spiritual treasure. A celestial body dedicated to the storage of extraordinary items was thus formed. This star, forged through Xian Yu's blood-refining techniques, not only served to house corpses, but could also be safely decomposed into various resources, all the while autonomously refining the star itself. She named it the Realm of Bones. In the future, as the calamity of the three clans was destined to result in rivers of blood and corpses strewn across the land, the Realm of Bones emerged as a response to this impending disaster. The remains of cultivators, particularly those of malevolent and dark practitioners, were imbued with heavy resentment and malice. If left unchecked, they threatened to spawn numerous vile entities. By collecting them into the Realm of Bones, subjecting them to a series of harmless treatments, they could be utilized for artifact refinement and as fertilizer, simultaneously cleansing the Primordial World, a truly advantageous endeavor. Decades later, after Bai Yi had thoroughly scoured the canyon, he returned to Xian Yu's side. She had completed the preliminary consecration of the Realm of Bones. With her palm raised, a small, grim starry silhouette, shrouded in gray mist and exuding a faint gravitational pull, began to rotate gently. Collect. In an instant, the scattered remnants, severed limbs, charred corpses, shattered bones, and even the lingering malevolent energy of dissipated souls seemed irresistibly drawn upward, converging into that gray starry silhouette like rivers flowing into the sea. In mere moments, the canyon was cleared of its filth and debris, leaving behind only the pure essence of destruction and the primal scent of earth and stone. At that moment, Bai Yi resembled a scavenger, pouring forth a collection of items, mostly broken swords and shattered blades, a few damaged flag remnants, and several fragments of magic orbs, along with many other nameless objects. Master, how should we handle these? Xian Yu furrowed her brow, realizing that Hongjun, Zixiao, likely never intended to disturb the corpses. With a single strike of the Zixiao divine thunder, nearly everything had vanished. Let us keep them for now. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, she decided. Incorporating them into the spiritual treasure realm, the Lingbao realm, akin to the corpsebone realm, is a unique celestial body within the Starry World, utilized by Xian Yu for the storage of materials for artifact refinement and divine treasures. Additionally, there exists the Baichao realm, dedicated to the cultivation of various spiritual roots, and the Wan Beast realm, which houses a plethora of rare and extraordinary creatures. These four celestial bodies, each serving distinct purposes, revolve gracefully around the central star tree, creating a singularly enchanting landscape within the Starry World. The starry continent itself is adorned with streams of Sanguang divine water that meander forth from the pool at the roots of the star tree, resembling a shimmering satin ribbon encircling the heart of the continent, naturally delineating the inner and outer regions. In the core of the inner circle, beneath the star tree and above the pool of Sanguang divine water, a colossal red egg, transformed from the star koan, hovers serenely, exuding vast starlight and life essence. Pulsating with increasing vigor, the outer circle has been cultivated by Xian Yu into a premier medicinal garden, where the saplings of ginseng trees unfurl their ethereal branches and leaves, and innate rice grains yield a splendid expanse of golden hues. Yet, the branch of the Phoenix clan's Wudong tree remains in a state of near demise. Clinging to its last vestige of life, sustained solely by the Sanguang divine water, a sight that often draws a frown from Xian Yu. Beyond the starry continent lies the boundless starry expanse, where countless stars traverse intricate trajectories, their light interweaving to evolve the cosmic cycle. Over the years, whenever time permits, Xian Yu immerses himself in the management and development of this world. Since the integration of the Earth Spirit Pearl, certain celestial bodies have even begun to nurture veins of postnatal celestial gold, filling him with anticipation. The only source of concern for him is that despite possessing divine entities such as the Star Tree and Sanguang Divine Water, the vastness of the Starry World still results in a slightly lower concentration of spiritual energy compared to the premier caverns and blessed lands of the primordial era. Enhancing the overall level of spiritual vitality in this world has been a conundrum he has long contemplated. How delightful it would be to acquire the Dinghai Divine Pearl in the future. Setting aside these distant musings, Xian Yu continues deeper into the canyon alongside Bai Yi, eager to explore the spiritual roots spoken of by the venerable Hongjun. Chapter 102. The exquisite palace of Shumi. As the evening-eyed Taoist bid farewell to the Xian Yu, his form dissipated like smoke, yet he did not return to the void. Instead, he transformed into a diminutive, obsidian tower of magic, which trembled slightly before tearing through layers of spatial barriers and silently vanishing into the profound depths of the western ancestral vein, the majestic Shumi Mountain. This tower was none other than the spiritual treasure of Luo Ho, categorized as a preeminent innate artifact, known as the Celestial Demon Tower. Deep within Shumi Mountain, an array of earth veins encircled a blood-red orb, which represented an entire Shumi world, suffused with the most pristine, innate malevolence and resentment. Boundless malevolent energy and blood of grievance flowed continuously towards Luoho's formation from various corners of the primordial realm. The predominant hue of this realm was a dark crimson, emanating from a vast central blood pool. The viscous blood within the pool rolled slowly like molten lava, occasionally bubbling up to release a tremendous bubble that burst forth, unleashing an aura of ferocity that could send one's spirit into disarray. Above the blood pool, a 12th-grade dark lotus platform quietly hovered, its petals unfurling, deep as a cosmic black hole, yet radiating an ultimate aura of destruction, magnificent and resplendent, exerting pressure upon heaven and earth. This was the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the 12th-grade world-destroying Black Lotus, which suppressed the entire fate of the demon race. At the center of the lotus platform sat a solitary figure, seemingly the origin of all demonic paths, resonating with the aura of the blood pool and the malevolence of the entire Western ancestral vein. Merely by sitting there, he appeared as an ancient, formidable demon deity, exuding an air of majesty and terror, yet imbued with an eerie quality that suggested encountering him could lead one to madness. This was indeed the true form of Luoho. Before him lay 4 astonishing swords, arranged according to the 4 cardinal directions. 2 of the swords had already taken shape. One exuded an overwhelming malevolence, while the other was shrouded in a sense of death, their blades humming as they thirsted for the essence of the blood pool and the inexhaustible malevolent energy from the depths of the earth veins. The other 2 remained in their embryonic sword form, yet they had begun to take shape, greedily consuming nutrients and causing the surrounding void to collapse and reform. At this moment, Luoho was fervently refining these 4 unparalleled swords of slaughter with his mind and spirit. The celestial demon tower silently descended upon the lotus platform, transforming once more into a stream of light that entered Luoho's brow. Simultaneously, the essence of his avatar, the evening-eyed Taoist, returned to its original form, laden with all memories. Luoho's closed eyes flickered slightly, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against his knee. He swiftly replayed every detail of the encounter between the evening-eyed Taoist and Xianyu, every dialogue, even the subtlest of glances, within his mind. The unique path of Xianyu's lunar essence, the intriguing fruit tea, the innate qualities of Bai, the sudden emergence of Zishao. As this torrent of information flowed, suddenly, Luoho stilled his knees' rhythmic tapping, having arrived at a significant conclusion that knitted his brows tightly. He realized that his next visit to Xianyu must be in his true form. Despite the ingenuity of this avatar technique, it felt rather unsatisfactory, as if he were merely observing an illusion of dining, able to perceive the aroma but unable to savor the essence. This feeling of superficiality stirred an inexplicable irritation within him. Damn it, Luoho muttered under his breath, temporarily suppressing this untimely thought. His attention refocused on the disheveled old Taoist. Zishao. Hongjun. What could this old fellow, who should be enjoying his retirement in the jade capital of Kunlun Mountain, possibly be doing here in my western lands? A flicker of doubt stirred within Luoho. In the days of yore, shortly after the heavens and earth were born, fierce beasts ran rampant. He had encountered Hongjun, and together they traversed the primordial chaos, engaging in profound discussions with the ancestor dragon, the original phoenix, and the first Qilin. Their bond had been strong. Together they cultivated, explored the path ahead, and ultimately established the widely known system of cultivation realms in the present-day world, namely the series of Golden Immortal, Tai, and Aluo. At that time, despite occasional disputes, they generally managed to find harmony in their differences. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, they gradually drifted apart. He perceived the pervasive malevolence in the world, believing that the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was the natural order. It was through destruction that one could rebuild. To stop killing, one must embrace a path of carefree demonic ways, purging the universe. In contrast, Hongjun advocated for the sanctity of life in the celestial path, harmonizing yin and yang, and adhering to the so-called righteous path. Absurd. Am I not aware of the legitimacy of my own path? As their philosophies diverged further, each considered the other incomprehensible, leading to a complete severance, viewing one another as adversaries. The mere fact that they had not clashed upon meeting was a testament to the remnants of their former friendship. What could that old immortal possibly desire in the West? Luoho's thoughts raced. His divine sense, like an invisible web, swiftly spread out, linking to the countless hidden influences, demonic seeds. and clandestine strongholds he had established across the western lands. Yet, upon thorough investigation, he found nothing. His arrangements remained intact, untouched, and undisturbed. As for Hongjun's presence, beyond that conspicuous display in the canyon, there was no trace to be found. This was peculiar, given Hongjun's abilities. If he truly wished to conceal himself, he would not allow someone like Shimu to detect him so easily. Yet, he had revealed his presence before Luoho's avatar and even acted to eliminate a demon. Was it a warning? A provocation? Or did he have ulterior motives? Surely he couldn't fear that I might abduct the Lord of the Dark Moon. An instinct, born from countless years of conflict and perhaps a tacit understanding, led Luoho to conclude that there was something amiss. With a thought, he vanished from atop the world destruction Black Lotus. In the next moment, Luoho's true form appeared at the summit of Mount Shumi. At the peak stood a grand palace, resplendent in shades of deep black and dark red, standing in solemn silence. The palace walls seemed to be constructed from the bones of countless ferocious beasts, yet conveyed a simplicity that echoed the profound truths of the universe. Upon the plaque above the entrance, 3 ominous characters were inscribed in the language of the Great Dao, Shimu Palace. Luoho stepped into the hall. The interior was remarkably spacious, desolate, and empty. At the highest point was a skeletal cloud bed, eerie with white bones and swirling demonic energy. Below it lay 6 ornate cushions, each radiating a different ethereal demonic light. Further back were 3,000 small cushions extending all the way to the entrance of the grand hall. Luoho strode directly towards the skeletal cloud bed, lazily leaning down. He raised a finger slightly, and a small black bell, resonating with an enchanting demonic melody, appeared at his fingertip, which he gently shook. The crisp and piercing sound of a bell resonated throughout the summit of Mount Sumeru. 2 young figures clad in black emerged from the swirling darkness, slowly pushing open the weighty doors of the palace, before taking their positions beside Luoho. Following this, the air was filled with the sound of rushing wind. A crimson and a black silhouette swept through, respectfully kneeling on the 5th and 6th mats at the front. Subsequently, a procession of malevolent and enchanting shadows, seemingly summoned by an invisible force, entered in an orderly manner. They adeptly found their designated places, silently settling upon the 3,000 mats. In the blink of an eye, the once desolate and silent hall was teeming with a dense array of shadows. The formidable demonic energy coalesced, yet dared not overstep its bounds. All submitting to the figure upon the skeletal cloud bed. All eyes among the shadows were filled with reverence as they gazed up towards the highest point, awaiting the decree of the demon ancestor. Chapter 103. The Council of the Demon Palace, Part 1, within the dim confines of the Shimu Palace. Time flowed in a profound silence. Luoho reclined against the skeletal cloud bed, his eyes gently closed, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the frigid white bone armrests. The soft sound reverberated through the vast, desolate hall, striking the hearts of the demon kin below, more suffocating than any thunderclap. Silence enveloped the chamber. 3,000 demon shadows prostrated themselves upon their mats, suppressing even the faintest breath. The dense demonic aura hung in the air like a viscous gel, heavy enough to stifle. All eyes were fixated on the seemingly eternal figure upon the cloud bed. At last, the rhythmic tapping ceased. Luoho slowly opened his eyes, deep as an abyss, reflecting the phantom of a blood sea and a black lotus. His gaze swept across the assembly, appearing capable of piercing into the deepest fears and desires of every living being. The heads of all the demon kin bowed even lower, their postures imbued with a greater sense of humility and reverence. Luoho's gaze passed indifferently over the assembly. The 3,000 mats were not fully occupied. Numerous seats remained vacant. Moreover, the faces present had changed significantly since the last gathering. New, unfamiliar visages occupied the front positions, still tinged with the lingering ferocity of recent ascensions, evidently having just devoured their predecessors. Several familiar faces had vanished without a trace, likely having become the sustenance for others' promotions, their true spirits unable to escape. Luoho remained unfazed by this. The law of the jungle prevailed, survival of the fittest. This was the ironclad principle he had established for the demon kin, the very foundation upon which he imparted the teachings of the demonic path. The strong devoured the weak, rendering the strong even stronger. Under the heavens, there was only increase, never decrease. Those who were consumed did not vanish. They merely became part of the strong, with a portion returning to the cosmos, nurturing other beings. Thus, the demonic path I, Luoho, have established is the true path, while all others are mere aberrations. Worthless entities hold no value for existence. What he desired were fierce wolves capable of tearing apart their enemies, formidable beings capable of unleashing cataclysmic waves. Not sheep that required his resources and care. He was not a caretaker. Why should he expend resources, time, and effort to cultivate a flock of expendable weaklings? Luo Ho's gaze swept past the throng of demons. Their cultivation levels varied widely. Aside from a few in the Tai realm, most who could occupy this place were still at the De Luo demon sovereign level. This constituted the current backbone of his demon kin. Beyond this, many hidden pawns had already transformed into myriad faces, lurking among the myriad races of the primordial wilderness. Beneath the scales of the Dragon Clan, amidst the wings of the Phoenix Clan, in the shadows of the Beast Clan, everywhere, there were his demonic agents. Coupled with the strategically placed nodes across the west and countless spiritual avatars akin to Shimu, the slightest disturbances in the primordial realms, be they grand or trivial, were seldom beyond his perception. Yet, Luo Ho's gaze sharpened slightly. It was still insufficient, still too weak, too few. This seemingly grand assembly, when presented before the ancestral dragon, would likely falter under a mere display of its true form. With just a few swipes of its claws, delivered to the southern Ming's fiery core, it is merely an extension of the burning fuel. Reaching the foot of the unyielding mountain beneath the auspices of the first Qilin, not even a fitting wave could be stirred. The three clans have dominated the primordial chaos through countless epochs, their profound heritage surpassing imagination. Thus, the demonic race must remain dormant, developing discreetly and growing in strength clandestinely. Simultaneously, they must exert every effort to incite strife among the myriad races, exacerbating the conflicts among the three clans, continually draining them and weakening their power. This strategy was established from the very inception and has remained unchanged to this day. His gaze gradually shifted to the forefront, where 6 cushions stood out distinctly. Enveloped in demonic light, they exuded a myriad of phenomena, subtly intertwined with the vast fortune of the entire demonic race. Those seated upon them cultivate at a pace far exceeding their peers. This is a position reserved solely for the most elite among the perfected beings of the Great Luo, representing 6 demon kings, protected by a multitude of demons and bolstered by fate. They are envisioned as the future reserve of Hongjun golden immortals. According to his grand design, the demonic race should possess 6 Hongjun demon lords, alongside himself, forming a septet of unparalleled demon sovereigns, capable of truly suppressing the demonic fate and ensuring the eternal flow of the demonic path. Currently, while the realm has yet to be subdued, it is prudent to cultivate the reserves in advance. His gaze settled upon the first vacant cushion, scrutinizing it closely. This was the cushion of the first demon king, Lan, more widely known as Ao Run, the Dragon King of the Western Sea, presiding over one of the 4 ocean domains. He is the first of the demonic race under his command, personally enlightened by him, the most seasoned, the most powerful, and of the most unique status. Recently, there have been frequent anomalies in the Dragon Clan's ancestral domain. Based on fragmentary information relayed by Lan, it seems that the ancient dragon, that old rascal, is up to something earth-shattering beneath the ancestral ruins. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings have been ordered to remain vigilant, maintaining an internal tightness while allowing some external flexibility. Even the Zhulong, who guards the River of Time, has made several attempts to probe into the Dragon Clan's affairs, seeking any signs of spies. In this tense atmosphere, Lan can only remain obediently within the Western Sea Dragon Palace, unable to venture to Mount Shumi. His gaze shifted to the 3rd cushion, upon which sat a blurred figure, seeming both real and illusory, lacking a fixed form, only a multitude of heart demons intertwining and entangling. The 3rd demon king, the Heart Demon. He is one of his most effective pawns, having infiltrated the Beast Clan to monitor every movement of the Qilin clan. The latest news received indicates that the first Qilin seems to be absent from the Qilin clan, with only the Water Qilin among the 5 elders making an appearance. After the Golden Qilin returned from the expedition to the Mountain of Longevity, he immediately entered seclusion, joined by the already sequestered Wood Qilin, Earth Qilin, and the outward-bound Fire Qilin, leaving the Qilin cliff seemingly unprecedentedly vulnerable. On the 4th cushion, shadows writhed as if gathering all the darkness of the world. This is the 4th demon king, the Shadow Demon. He has supplanted the leader of the Dark Crow clan and successfully infiltrated the upper echelons of the Bird clan. Currently, he is striving to penetrate the core of the Phoenix clan. According to his reports, the Undying Volcano has shown unusual activity recently, and many Phoenix clan members residing externally have been summoned back. Above the divine Wutong tree, 100 phoenixes spiral, seemingly conducting an ancient ritual or plotting a significant matter. The 3rd and 4th demon lords merely sent a projection of their consciousness, arriving last due to the great distance. Luo Ho's gaze ultimately settled upon the fifth and sixth cushions, where two strikingly beautiful, yet distinctly different demon figures were seated. One was a woman in red, her eyes swirling with an allure that stirred the most primal desires of sentient beings. The other, a man clad in black with white hair, wore a charming smile. Yet his eyes resembled black holes, filled with insatiable greed. The man in black is the fifth demon lord, 6 desires. The other is the sixth demon lord, 7 emotions. In terms of cultivation and combat prowess, they may not match the profundity of the first 4 demon lords. However, their mysterious and unpredictable magical abilities are particularly adept at inciting the emotions of all beings, capable of provoking chaos and silence. Together, their power is significantly amplified, barely warranting Luo Ho's attention. These two reside in Mount Sumeru, serving as his administrative overseers, responsible for managing the day-to-day affairs of the demon clan, consolidating and analyzing the vast intelligence gathered from various sources, and executing his numerous plans. Chapter 104. The Council of the Demon Palace, Part 2. Luo Ho's gaze swept across the second mat, which hovered vacantly, shrouded in dim demonic light. This was a position he had long reserved. In his heart, it was meant for Xianyu. The mere thought of the Lunar Star monarch ignited a flicker of intense interest within him. Born of noble lineage, she was the sovereign of the Lunar Star. Endowed with extraordinary heritage, destined to wield the path of the Lunar Dao, and burdened with immeasurable merits of the primordial chaos, receiving profound favor from the Heavenly Dao. She was, in essence, a seed meticulously nurtured by the Heavenly Dao for his demonic clan. In his view, those who practiced the Lunar Dao inherently possessed an air of solitude and chill, exuding an aura that hinted at the underworld. And they could never be as rigidly dogmatic as Hongjun Xianyu ought to belong to his demonic kin. Luo Ho narrowed his eyes slightly. If gentleness proved ineffective, he would resort to force. If persuasion through emotion failed, he would entice with benefits. Should all else falter, Luo Ho had no qualms about personally intervening, employing cunning and deception, and playing the role of a primordial trafficker, not of mortals, but of deities. In any case, he was determined to bring this promising seed into his lair. As the expected attendees gathered, Luo Ho gradually straightened his posture. His gaze, as tangible as substance, scanned all the members of the demonic race below. The atmosphere within the Shimu Palace instantly grew more solemn. "Let us speak," he commanded. As he opened his mouth, the demonic lords below could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground. What has transpired in the primordial world of late? Luo Ho's eyes first fell upon the fifth mat. Lu Yu, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority, rose to salute, reporting to the demon ancestor. "All is well at the headquarters of Mount Shumi. My disciples are diligently cultivating, and their overall strength is steadily increasing." He paused briefly, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "As for the Western Sea, our collaboration continues unabated. Resources from the Dragon Palace have never ceased. Various spiritual materials, celestial gold, and even the essence of aquatic beings have been distributed as needed, greatly enhancing the cultivation of many disciples. Our people have also infiltrated the Western Sea in accordance with our plans. Some serve as guest officials, others as generals, and a few have even formed unions with the descendants of the ancestor dragon, experiencing extraordinary affection." At this point, Lu Yu discreetly glanced at Qi Qing. "Soon, the Dragon Palace of the Western Sea would fall into our hands. Currently, the Western Sea, from the highest dragon king to the lowest shrimp soldiers and crab generals, bore the shadow of the demonic race, thoroughly permeated like a sieve." A few suppressed, sinister chuckles echoed within the hall. The prospect of devouring the dragon race was indeed exhilarating for the demons. Luo Ho listened, his expression remaining inscrutable. It was only after Lu Yu concluded that he uttered a soft hum. His gaze shifted slightly, seemingly penetrating through layers of palace walls to gaze upon the distant eastern four seas. The Western Sea was nearly hollowed out. The ancestor dragon, that old mudfish, had shown no reaction whatsoever. He seemed to be speaking to himself, his voice low. "Although Ao Run's methods were exquisite, and my own ability to conceal the heavenly secrets is formidable, such a scale of infiltration should elicit some anomaly in the dragon race's fortunes. As the progenitor of all dragons, the ancestor dragon was most sensitive to changes in the fate of his lineage. Even in seclusion, one should not remain oblivious. Unless..." A flash of crimson light flickered in Luo Ho's eyes. It was not that he was unwilling to intervene, but rather, unable, or perhaps completely unaware. The hall fell into an immediate silence. All the demon clan members held their breath, comprehending the underlying meaning of the demon ancestor's words. The ancestral dragon might truly be in grave peril. Luoho's fingers tapped the armrest once more, producing a disquieting rhythm. After a brief moment, the sound ceased abruptly. He directed his gaze towards the third and fourth meditation cushions. Heart demon, shadow demon. At your service, two indistinct figures responded simultaneously. I have a task for you. Find a way to inform the Phoenix and Qilin clans of the ancestral dragon's anomaly, and have them investigate on our behalf. Understood. The heart demon and shadow demon readily accepted, for instigating conflict was their forte. After the 6 desires reported, the 7th emotion demon king spoke up promptly. Demon ancestor. Since the signing of the Dragon Han list, the overt war has indeed ceased. The 3 clans have retracted their claws, and the surface of the wilderness appears tranquil. However, the undercurrents have never waned. All clans are vying for people, resources, and territory. Though they fight without destruction, the danger has intensified, and therein lies our opportunity. The voice of the 7 emotions carried a hint of fervor. Countless young men, disguised as wandering cultivators, infiltrated various factions, quietly disseminating demonic arts and secretly planting the seeds of corruption. Greed, slaughter, envy, fury, all serve as sustenance for our kind. Countless cultivators have already succumbed. Embracing our path. Her tone shifted, growing somewhat somber. However, there are also some troubles. Some fools acted carelessly, their bloodlust too excessive, leaving traces behind. In recent years, whispers have emerged, suggesting that certain forces have begun to sense something amiss and are preparing to investigate the origins of this sinister art. Particularly the Phoenix clan. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the hall tightened slightly. Luoho fell silent for a moment. In that case, let us temporarily slow our expansion. He issued a measured command. Have all clan members conceal themselves and cease the large-scale dissemination of demonic arts for the time being. Luoho harbored a foreboding intuition. The ancestral dragon, the primordial phoenix, the first Qilin, their schemes were undoubtedly intricate. Should they succeed, or even fail, it would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. At that moment, a true chaotic era would dawn. That would be the era of blood and fire, the finest age of malevolence. By then, the 2 remaining celestial swords in his possession would surely drink deep of blood and achieve their destined emergence. The trifling gains and minor expansions of the present were insignificant. Until the chaotic times arrive, our demonic path shall remain dormant. When heaven and earth topple, and myriad clans spill blood. Luoho's voice, though not loud, reverberated with a terrifying certainty, echoing deep within the spirit of every demon clan member. That shall be our moment to truly take the stage. To reclaim the mountains and rivers, to govern the wilderness. With our current accumulation, when the time comes and we raise our arms and call, what is there to fear in achieving great matters? In an instant, the eyes of the gathered demons ignited with fervent flames, excitement barely contained, yet they suppressed their enthusiasm, refraining from making a sound. Subsequently, several demon kings and demon lords reported trivial matters in succession, concerning the East, the Kunlun, and the mysterious Beihai Xuanwu. The whereabouts of Hongjun remained shrouded in obscurity. Upon hearing this, Luoho was not taken aback. If the whereabouts of Hongjun could be easily discerned by this group of demonic progeny, then he would hardly be worthy of being his adversary. The purpose of summoning the court assembly today was not to address this matter, but rather to gauge the various murmurs and ascertain if any significant events had transpired. Once the reports were concluded, Luoho waved his hand, reclining once more. You may all withdraw, as per the will of the demon ancestor. The multitude of demons below felt a wave of relief, retreating silently like a receding tide from the Shimu Palace. The heavy palace doors slowly closed, devouring the last vestiges of light. The grand hall was once again engulfed in boundless darkness and silence. Only the faint glow of the blood pool and the black lotus illuminated the solitary and terrifying figure upon the cloud bed. Luoho gently closed his eyes. His spirit traversed the void, quietly arriving upon the river of time. If Hongjun could not be found in the present realm, then he could only be sought in those few places. Chapter 105. Under the Will of Heaven. There is increase without decrease as Luoho plotted the abduction of the Great Yin Star Lord within the Shimu Palace, tens of thousands of light years away. Deep within a desolate canyon, Xianyu, lost in contemplation, suddenly shivered. A chilling, bone-piercing malice, pure to the utmost degree, surged through the endless void of time and space without warning, akin to an invisible poisoned arrow, striking instantly at the core of his spiritual perception. This malevolence was not aimed at his life, but was rather profound and unfathomable, tinged with a sinister amusement. Xianyu halted, his complexion paling slightly, instinctively raising a hand to press against his brow. as if attempting to dispel the discomfort that had enveloped him. Master? Bai Yi, who led the way ahead, immediately sensed the shift, halting his steps to turn back. What is it? Bai Yi instinctively tightened his grip on the Renda's sword, the starlight around him subtly swirling. His keen gaze sweeping the surrounding jagged stones and shadows, wary of hidden malevolence. Taking a deep breath, Xian Yu suppressed the inexplicable anxiety in his heart and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. There are no external foes. It's just an inexplicable sensation. As if great karmic ties have entangled me. One could almost surmise it is Luo Ho's doing. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi slightly relaxed. Yet the concern in his eyes did not fade. At your level, Master, a sudden whim is certainly not without cause. What shall we do next? Let us sit for a while up ahead. My thoughts are somewhat muddled and require clarity. Xian Yu and Bai Yi approached a nearby stream, where the water babbled gently over the rugged stones. The stream, obstructed by rocks, formed a small pool. The two chose a stone platform by the pond and sat down to meditate. Within the pool, numerous fish swam aimlessly, as if floating without purpose, their shadows dancing across the stones beneath the clear sunlight. They remained motionless, then suddenly darted away, as if delighting in their own existence. Gazing at the swimming fish, Xian Yu's thoughts had already drifted far away. He was replaying the harrowing encounter with Shimu and Zixiao, dissecting every detail and every exchange, each worthy of thorough contemplation. Bai Yi, Xian Yu suddenly spoke, seeking his disciple's perspective. Disciple is here, originally intending to dive in to catch fish. Bai Yi returned to his seat upon hearing his master's call. What do you think of that Taoist Shimu? Bai Yi bowed his head, falling into a moment of silence as he carefully reflected on the question. Master, I believe that elder is quite dangerous. After a pause, he cautiously continued. Though he appears affable and carefree, I can sense that beneath that facade lies a reckless disregard for the world, as if everything within it could be mere playthings in his hands. Xian Yu nodded in agreement, pleased with his disciple's discernment. Then take a guess at his purpose for coming here. Purpose? Bai Yi hesitated for a moment before continuing, to stand toe-to-toe with the elder Hongjun. He must also be a supreme being of the primordial chaos. Such an existence would never act without intention. At the outset, he masqueraded as a wandering cultivator from the north, claiming to seek the formidable figure of Luo Ho in the west. Had the esteemed Hongjun not made an appearance later, it is highly probable that he would have gradually led us towards that demonic ancestor. Bai Yi gazed at his mentor, his eyes clear with understanding. Thus, the disciple speculated that his purpose for coming was to recruit his teacher, and perhaps even the disciples as well. A glimmer of approval flickered in Xian Yu's eyes. Bai Yi's observations and deductions aligned almost perfectly with his own thoughts. Xian Yu had witnessed Luo Ho's self-aggrandizing antics. However, what truly perplexed him was another contradiction. According to the narrative etched in his past life's memories, Luo Ho was the instigator behind the calamities that ensued after the three clans' tribulations, unleashing boundless slaughter, and was expected to be ensnared by karmic retribution, cast aside by the Heavenly Dao. Yet, the evening vision he beheld revealed an undeniable abundance of heavenly merit and auspicious energy amidst the celebratory clouds. This was genuine divine favor, something no mere villain could possess. The strife among the three clans stemmed from a contention over the Dao, from the struggle for fortune, and from an innate drive for expansion. This was an objective contradiction. Even in the absence of Luo Ho, a great war would likely be unavoidable. Luo Ho proclaimed his intent to reform the primordial realm and bring an end to the chaotic era. Judged solely from this grand aspiration, seemingly, there was no fault in it. It could even be considered noble. However, achieving such a goal would inevitably involve mountains of corpses and seas of blood, an undeniable reality. Even if this could be rationalized by the three clans' self-inflicted miseries and Luo Ho's alignment with the heavenly will, the next point was even more peculiar. The demonic arts imparted by Luo Ho were exceedingly sinister, often requiring the consumption of living beings, benefiting oneself at the expense of others. While the speed of advancement was swift, the foundations were generally unstable. Perhaps Luo Ho, fortified by divine merit, was unafraid of backlash. But what of his disciples? Recalling the indifferent gaze of the evening vision during the extermination of demons, as if observing refuse being disposed of, a thought suddenly surged in Xian Yu's mind. Could it be that from the very beginning, he never regarded those who practiced his demonic arts as true inheritors? Were they merely tools, kindling for the impending tribulation, ashes to refine the four fearsome swords, and that management style reminiscent of nurturing venomous insects? Led Xian Yu to recall a prior statement made by Luo Ho. Under the Heavenly Dao, the total quantity is ever increasing, merely shifting from one place to another. Xian Yu pondered this statement for a long time, and his intuition suggested that it might conceal a tremendous secret. That evening vision previously stated, under the Heavenly Dao, there is increase without decrease. How? Do you comprehend this statement? Bai was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting his mentor to inquire about this so suddenly. After a moment of earnest reflection, he uncertainly replied, is it because of the primordial starry sky? The stars can withstand the onslaught of chaos, dissipating chaotic energies and transforming them into innate spiritual essence, thus nourishing all things in the cosmos. Therefore, the total amount of spiritual energy in the primordial realm is continuously increasing. Hence, it is said there is increase without decrease. This was his most intuitive understanding based on his own insights into the starry path. After listening, Xianyu remained silent, neither affirming nor denying his interpretation. What Bai articulated was merely a superficial layer, the most rudimentary of understandings. Indeed, the primal chaos is slowly being consumed, transforming into spiritual essence. However, this process simultaneously necessitates the expenditure of the fundamental power of the Heavenly Dao to resist the assimilation and erosion of chaos. Beneath the Heavenly Dao, the totality is ever increasing. But what of the Dao itself? Is this increase solely comprised of spiritual energy and essence? And what constitutes this unmitigated aspect? When the phrase ever-increasing yet never diminishing invaded his thoughts, Xianyu was unexpectedly reminded of the perplexing concept of entropy from his past life, a physical quantity emblematic of the universe's descent into disorder and thermal equilibrium. Could it be that the Heavenly Dao of the primal chaos is, in some incomprehensible manner, battling against a certain dimension of entropy? What roles do the slaughter and transformation of Luo Ho and the order and immortal path of Hongjun play in this grand confrontation? Is the rapid mastery and plundering of demonic arts also a form of extreme yet efficient utilization of energy? Countless questions, like myriad entangled threads, filled Xianyu's sea of consciousness. He felt as if his primordial spirit were on the verge of bursting from the weighty and ethereal nature of these inquiries. He longed to seize the old sage Hongjun and hurl each question at him, demanding clarity. Luo Ho is far too dangerous to provoke. Alas, that esteemed elder came and went in a flash, faster than anyone, leaving behind only a cautionary warning to beware of Luo Ho. Chapter 106. A brief respite by the pool beside the canyon stream. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The only sounds were the whispers of the wind as it caressed the jagged stones and the gentle murmur of the underground river flowing beneath. Xianyu furrowed her brow. The grand enigmas surrounding the heavenly path, entropy, and the true intentions of Rahu weighed heavily upon her heart, akin to massive boulders pressing down, leaving her thoughts in disarray. Bai observed his teacher's grave demeanor with concern, wishing to offer her some solace. His gaze wandered to a pool of clear water trickling from the rocks beside them, its depths mysterious, with shadows of fish faintly visible beneath the surface. Teacher, Bai gently broke the silence. It may be best to set these matters aside for now. In time, clarity will surely come. I see that there are quite a few fish in the pool. Why not catch a few for a moment's respite? Xianyu withdrew from her tumultuous thoughts, glancing at the tranquil pool and then at her disciple's earnest expression, feeling a warmth blossom within her heart. Very well, she conceded. These questions are far too vast for immediate resolution. Remaining here in silent contemplation only serves to amplify my worries. The spirit route lies ahead. It is not going anywhere, and there is no need to rush. Upon receiving his teacher's approval, Bai's face brightened with a smile as he rushed to the edge of the pool, plunging headfirst into the water. With a splash, he soon emerged, triumphantly tossing a palm-sized, wriggling fish onto the platform where they stood. The creature was quite an unsightly sight, its body adorned with hard, blackish-gray spines, a large head bearing a fearsome visage, and a mouth full of crooked, menacing teeth. Bai swiftly caught 4 or 5 more, presenting them to Xianyu, who regarded the flopping fish with a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Are these truly fit for consumption? The creatures near the territory of demon cultivators often seem rather unpalatable. Just as she hesitated, a warm pulse radiated from within her robe. It was a feather left by the Yuan pelican. Intrigued, Xianyu retrieved it. The crimson plumage shimmered with a radiant glow before it slipped from her grasp, transforming midair into a miniature pelican, vibrant and lively. Xianyu, long time no see. The tiny Yuan pelican flapped its wings excitedly, chattering away. It's only been a few thousand years. Look at you, you're becoming less and less like a messenger of the Phoenix clan. Xianyu could only smile helplessly. When she had first met the Yuan pelican, it had maintained a serious demeanor, exuding politeness, but familiarity had led to a complete relaxation of its demeanor. I'm still near the borders of Mount Wanshou, likely approaching Fire Cloud Mountain soon. You wouldn't believe it. Traveling through time and space for thousands of years has nearly scrambled my brain. The Yuan pelican feigned dizziness, tilting its head comically. Where are you now? The environment seems quite serene, it observed, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. In an unnamed canyon, just past the Little Western Sea. We are likely nearing the sacred land of Shumi, Xianyu briefly explained, then pointed to the wriggling fish on the ground. You've arrived just in time. With your vast knowledge, could you discern whether these fish are edible? What might their flavor be? The little pelican immediately approached the peculiar fish, its small eyes wide with curiosity as it scrutinized them for a moment. How unique they are, Yuan Pelican exclaimed. I have never encountered this species before. However, based on my years of experience, the more bizarre these aquatic creatures appear, the more delightful their flavor tends to be. The fiercer they are, the firmer and more delectable their flesh. I believe this one should taste quite good, he asserted with confidence. Soon after, he turned his gaze toward Xianyu, his tone imbued with envy. You two are indeed living the carefree life, traveling and exploring, while effortlessly catching some wild delicacies for a feast. Stop your banter. You wouldn't have contacted me just to complain, would you? There is nothing much, just sharing some news. The mini Yuan pelican perched atop Bai Yi's head, instructing him on how to skin and scale the fish. The Tianma clan has completely taken control of Wanshou Mountain, and Fei Fu has become its master. Oh, Xianyu raised an eyebrow. This news was somewhat expected. After the internal strife within Wanshou Mountain, several powerful clans were severely weakened. Fei Fu, leading his kin, stabilized the situation and quelled the chaos, earning him significant merit. It makes sense for him to assume control of Wanshou Mountain. When we visit Wanshou Mountain again, we shall certainly be treated as esteemed guests. Just imagine the treasures that await. Hearty laughter erupted from the mini Yuan pelican, as if envisioning countless heavenly materials beckoning to him. Xianyu smiled knowingly. Fei Fu is straightforward and generous. His ascension to power is indeed a positive development. The two exchanged a few amusing anecdotes about recent happenings in the Primordial World. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had skillfully ignited a bonfire, expertly scaling and gutting the peculiar fish, threading them onto sharpened branches, and grilling them over the flames. Having gleaned some genuine techniques from Yuan Pelican, his culinary skills were remarkable. Soon, an extraordinary aroma of meat began to waft through the canyon. This scent was unlike any ordinary fish. It carried a rich, charred fragrance, tantalizing the appetite. The mini Yuan Pelican's ethereal form suddenly inhaled deeply, its small eyes fixated on the fish, which was now golden and crispy, sizzling with oil. Its throat audibly swallowed. Gulp. Tears of longing welled at the corners of Yuan Pelican's beak. I can't hold back any longer. I must go get something to eat. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the mini pelican's image dissipated with a soft pop, like a bubble, and the crimson feather dimmed, falling back into Xianyu's hands. Xianyu shook his head with a smile, carefully tucking away the feather. At that moment, Bai Yi presented the first grilled fish to him. Master, please have a taste. Xianyu accepted the fish, deftly avoiding the sharp spines, and took a bite. As the fish meat melted in his mouth, his eyes sparkled with delight. Though the fish was unremarkable in appearance, its flesh was remarkably tender and firm, dissolving upon contact. Rich in flavor, yet not greasy, possessing a unique sweetness he had never encountered before. Excellent, Xianyu praised earnestly. Yuan Pelican was indeed correct this time. The master and disciple gathered around the bonfire, soon devouring the grilled fish entirely. With the delicious food consumed, the burdens of their hearts seemed to dissipate significantly. Rising to his feet, Xianyu found that the chaotic thoughts within him had been temporarily subdued, buried deep within. For the moment, it is imperative to prioritize the immediate tasks at hand and secure the spiritual root. Chapter 107. The spiritual root of Purple Rhyme. As Xianyu's thoughts stirred, her magical power enveloped Bai Yi. Let us proceed. Before her words faded, the surrounding scenery blurred and elongated. The power of the stars subtly rippled. With a mere blink, the two vanished from their resting place, appearing directly at the deepest part of the canyon, the source of the spiritual fluctuations. The sight before them caused a momentary pause. A lone spiritual root, towering to the height of a person, grew in a slight depression within a spiritual cave. Its entire form radiated a dark purple hue, with the main trunk branching into 3 limbs, each adorned with palm-sized, pinnate leaves that grew in pairs. Within the veins of the leaves, a liquid purple light seemed to flow languidly, an extraordinary sight. However, at this moment, the state of this spiritual root was exceedingly dire. The leaves drooped feebly, curled and withered. The flowers that should have bloomed were long gone, their petals scattered on the ground, soaked in blood and ground into dust. Only on the lowest branch of the spiritual root hung a fist-sized fruit, vibrant green, exuding a formidable life force. The vitality emanating from this fruit starkly contrasted with the languor of the entire spiritual root. Xian Yu's gaze sharpened, and she instantly comprehended the situation. Such ruthless means. It was evident that a secret method had been employed to forcibly concentrate the entire essence, origin, and spirituality of the spiritual root into a single fruit, hastening its maturation. Consuming this fruit would allow one to seize all the essence accumulated by the spiritual root, resulting in a significant boost in cultivation. Yet, this was akin to killing the hen for the egg. The moment the fruit detached from the root, it would signify the complete withering and annihilation of the spiritual root. Moreover, with the secret method interrupted and the backlash suffered, the origin of the spiritual root had already lost more than half of its essence. Even if it were to miraculously survive, its rank would undoubtedly plummet, making it nearly impossible to regain its former state. Xian Yu approached slowly, extending her hand to lightly touch the withered leaves, her consciousness gently probing into the interior of the spiritual root. The sight was shocking. Most internal veins were severed, the origin depleted, with only a faint thread of spirituality clinging to the green fruit, barely surviving. Simultaneously, information about this spiritual root naturally flowed into Xian Yu's perception. This spiritual root was named Purple Rime, classified as a top-grade innate treasure. It would blossom once per cycle, bear fruit once per cycle, and mature once per cycle. In one cycle, it could yield 24 purple Rime Dao fruits. Consuming one would solidify the foundation and enhance the innate source of a being. The most marvelous aspect was that the fruit contained a trace of innate auspicious purple aura, capable of significantly elevating the fortune of the consumer within a short period. Xian Yu's eyes instantly sparkled with astonishing brilliance. Strengthening the origin was already rare, but the effect of enhancing fortune was truly extraordinary. In the primordial world, while magical power and abilities were undeniably important, the unseen force of fortune often played a more decisive role in determining a being's ultimate achievement. These evil cultivators had recognized the potential of the purple Rime Dao fruit to enhance the fortunes of beings, yet they were not satisfied with mere temporary elevation. They sought to completely devour and refine this spiritual root through malevolent means. Xian Yu elaborated on the origins and divine effects of the purple Rime Dao fruit to Bai Yi. As he listened, a gleam of understanding shone in his eyes, clearly grasping the preciousness of this object. Yet soon after, a fierce indignation surged across his face, his gaze towards the withering spiritual root filled with sorrow and fury. These damned malevolent forces. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and growled. A fine innate spiritual root has been reduced to this pitiful state by them. Truly, a waste of the heavens. Xian Yu shared his sentiments, sighing inwardly. Without further hesitation, she concentrated her fingertips and extracted a drop of the three-light divine water from the celestial realm. The divine water emanated a tremendous vitality and the essence of creation, silently seeping into the charred soil beneath the Ziyun fruit tree. The boundless Tao essence surged forth like a tidal wave, gently enveloping every inch of the damaged root, nurturing its withered essence. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. The three-light divine water, which had always proven effective, capable of reviving the dead, unexpectedly faltered this time. After a fleeting moment of brilliance, the spiritual root showed only a slight improvement in its leaves, while the overall state remained listless and desolate, devoid of any signs of rejuvenation. The abundant vitality seemed to vanish like a cow sinking into the sea, devoured by some deeper force. Master, Bai Yi hesitated. Could it be that the amount of divine water is insufficient? The essence has depleted too much. Perhaps we need a stronger remedy? Xian Yu furrowed her brow, finding reason in his words. She promptly retrieved another fist-sized, resplendent orb of three-light divine water from the celestial realm. With this quantity, the power of creation it contained could obliterate a perfected Tai practitioner several times over. Xian Yu cautiously infused this orb of divine water into the Ziyun fruit tree. This time, the effect was immediate. Under the watchful gaze of the master and disciple, the Ziyun fruit tree trembled violently. The distressing yellow hue of the leaves rapidly faded, revealing a vibrant new green full of life, while the withered, curled leaves unfurled one by one, and even the branches seemed to straighten slightly. A surge of vitality spread throughout. It worked, Bai Yi exclaimed with joy. Yet, Xian Yu remained fixated on the spiritual root, her brow furrowing deeper. The good fortune was short-lived. Just as the vitality reached its peak, as if on the brink of a miraculous revival, the state of the Ziyun fruit tree suddenly plummeted. The new green dulled swiftly, the yellow re-emerged, and the once straight branches drooped helplessly again, even more decrepit than before, exuding a moribund aura. In a bizarre contrast, the green fruit, having absorbed most of its essence, quietly developed an exquisite purple vein upon its surface. The vitality within the fruit not only remained intact, but surged even more vigorously, transitioning from unripe to ripe. Xianyu instantly comprehended the situation. The malicious sorcery laid by the demonic cultivator had thoroughly entwined with the essence of the Ziyun fruit tree, completing a final transformation that was irreversible. No matter how much vitality was injected, it would be forcibly drawn into that fruit, accelerating its maturation, while the mother tree itself would be drained of its last drop of nourishment even quicker. Yet, in that moment, Xianyu, having interacted with spiritual roots countless times, sensed a faint but clear intention emanating from the depths of the failing plant. The Ziyun Dao fruit mother tree also yearned for the fruit to mature. Xianyu gazed at the Ziyun fruit tree and suddenly spoke. I am aware that your intellect has awakened, enabling you to comprehend our discourse. But is this truly worth the sacrifice? This fruit is born of malevolent sorcery, destined to serve as a mere garment for another. Once it reaches full maturity, the innate auspicious purple aura within you will inevitably detach and merge into the fruit. At that point, you shall lose your essence, your rank will plummet, and you may find it exceedingly difficult to regain your primordial position, perhaps even devolving into a mere mortal strain. Silence enveloped the valley. Only the dying spiritual root stirred gently, its leaves rustling softly against one another, as if it were whispering secrets. A resolute, even somewhat urgent intent, clearly resonated within Xianyu's heart. He remained silent, having perceived the thoughts of the Ziyun fruit tree. It was not ignorant of the consequences, but had already made its choice. This spiritual root possessed a wisdom and decisiveness far beyond his expectations. It understood the peril of possessing a treasure and recognized that in its current state, it could not safeguard that strand of innate auspicious purple aura. Clinging to it would not only be futile, but would also invite greater calamities. It would be wiser to seize this opportunity, relinquish its primordial foundation, and use that strand of innate auspicious purple aura as a bargaining chip for survival, seeking the intervention of this formidable being before it, in hopes of securing a thread of life and a chance for the future. To sever the tail in pursuit of survival, there is no greater act than this. Xianyu cast a glance at Bai beside him, then turned his gaze to the fruit, now adorned with emerging golden-purple patterns. His mind already set on a resolute plan. Chapter 108. The purple rhyme Dao fruit. Xianyu, intent on bestowing this fruit upon Bai, decided to generously enhance its efficacy. With a mere thought, she summoned her auspicious clouds, directing a point of focus from which a dazzling brilliance, suffused with the golden light of celestial merit, emerged and soared forth. Though not vast in quantity, it was enough to capture the attention of even a great Luo golden immortal. Following this, Xianyu retrieved a substantial amount of the three light divine water, merging it with the golden light of merit. The fusion of gold and water transformed into a more extraordinary essence, imbued with boundless creation and blessings from the Heavenly Dao, which gently and gradually integrated into the very essence of the purple rhyme fruit tree. This infusion of primordial energy was not entirely seized by the fruit. The mysterious power of merit began to stabilize the tree's nearly collapsing essence, soothing the backlash and injuries inflicted by dark arts. The three light divine water nourished the remnants of its foundation, halting the tree's decline instantaneously. Although its overall aura continued to diminish, descending from innate sanctity to mere ordinariness. It was a healthy sort of ordinary. Meanwhile, the fruit, nurtured by the combined forces of merit and the three light divine water, swelled and ripened at a visibly remarkable pace. Intricate golden patterns emerged alongside the purple veins, intertwining and evolving, radiating an aura of profound Dao rhythm. An enchanting fragrance enveloped the entire gorge, invigorating the spirit of those who inhaled it. A century drifted quietly by within this secluded valley. On this day, the long-awaited purple rhyme Dao fruit reached complete maturity, detaching effortlessly from its branch and landing softly in Xianyu's palm. The fruit felt warm to the touch, its purple golden radiance subdued. It harbored not only a strand of innate auspicious purple energy, but, intriguingly, was also intertwined with pure merit energy. The efficacy of the fruit was immensely heightened, beyond nourishing the primordial source and strengthening the roots. It could permanently elevate the fortune and divine favor of any being consuming it, truly a miraculous object capable of altering destiny. After a careful examination, Xianyu felt a wave of relief. The merit she had invested was not in vain. Bai, seize the opportunity to refine it, she urged, turning to extend the fruit towards him. Master, this is far too precious. Bai instinctively sought to decline, feeling unworthy of such a divine boon. Before he could finish, Xianyu deftly flicked her wrist, sending the purple rime Dao fruit as a streak of light directly into Bai Yi's mouth. As the fruit dissolved upon entry, it transformed into an exquisitely pure, purple golden energy entwined with merit, merging seamlessly into his limbs and the very depths of his primordial spirit. Bai Yi trembled profoundly, involuntarily radiating starlight and the essence of metal, harmonizing with the purple golden merit energy. He wasted no time, immediately sitting cross-legged, closing his eyes in focused meditation and channeling all his efforts to refine this monumental opportunity. Xianyu, witnessing this, nodded in satisfaction before redirecting her gaze to the purple rime fruit tree. At this moment, it had shed all traces of its innate spiritual roots' miraculous characteristics, resembling a slightly more robust postnatal purple fruit tree. Yet, it stood firmly alive, with clear intelligence. Gently swaying its branches, a wave of gratitude and reverence emanated, clearly expressing its desire to join Xianyu's ranks, pleading for her acceptance. Xianyu possesses a temperament inclined towards tranquility, avoiding complications, and at present, he harbors no intention of accepting disciples. However, he can perceive the sincerity of this spiritual root and recognizes that its opportunity for transformation may lie in the future. Furthermore, he is acutely aware that a catastrophic calamity looms over the Western lands, and he is unwilling to witness such a wise entity perish within it. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyu spoke gently. There is no need for you to enter my sect. However, I can offer you a sanctuary, allowing you to cultivate alongside me. When the time for your transformation arrives, we can discuss further matters. Are you willing? The fruit tree swayed lightly, conveying a sense of disappointment, yet predominantly radiating joy and gratitude. To receive the protection of such a formidable being is an extraordinary fortune. How could it possibly refuse? Observing this, Xianyu smiled faintly, waved his sleeve, and gathered the tree along with its roots and soil, transferring it into the realm of flora within his celestial world. This sanctuary, rich in the essence of nature, is most suitable for its recuperation as it awaits the moment of transformation. Having completed this act, Xianyu glanced at Bai Yi, who remained in meditation, and his thoughts shifted slightly. The various spiritual roots, treasures, and resources in his possession were steadily increasing, and his celestial realm was beginning to take shape. In the future, it may indeed be necessary to enlist a meticulous and trustworthy steward to assist in managing these assets. This purple essence spiritual root, with its commendable disposition and wisdom, is certainly a seed worth nurturing. The gorge once again fell into silence, save for the occasional ethereal purple light and celestial glow emanating from Bai Yi. Deep within the gorge, a millennium slipped away like water. Once, a daring bear human ventured into the gorge, discovering the abandoned lair of the demonic cultivators, and promptly claimed the area for himself. Others, hearing the news, understood that the fierce practitioners had vacated, and this once dreaded territory swiftly transformed into a coveted prize. In no time, numerous scattered cultivators, along with several nearby clans, surged into the gorge, vying for territory and delineating their spheres of influence. Over the course of 1,000 years, this place gradually regained its vitality, becoming even more bustling than during the time of the demonic cultivators. Yet, all this commotion was isolated by the formation laid down by Xianyu. The core region where Xianyu and Bai Yi resided remained untouched by the passage of time, preserving the tranquility of 1,000 years past, with spiritual energy flowing gently and flora growing silently. One day, the previously statue-like Bai Yi finally felt the last wisp of wandering purple-gold fortune completely merge within him. He slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant light shone forth from his gaze, as if the stars of the universe were swirling within, accompanied by a hint of profound purple essence concealed within. He exhaled a deep breath, awakening fully. Awake? Xianyu's voice resonated nearby, calm and gentle. Bai Yi promptly rose, bowing respectfully to his master. Thank you, master. As he sensed the surging power within him and the enigmatic fortune augmenting his abilities, his gratitude towards his master deepened immeasurably. Xianyu, receiving this gesture of respect, regarded Bai Yi with satisfaction and nodded. The effects of the purple essence fruit exceeded his expectations. Suddenly, Bai Yi seemed to recall something, furrowing his brow in confusion. Master, there is something I do not understand. Speak. Since the Ziyun fruit tree possesses an innate auspicious aura, capable of significantly enhancing the fortunes of living beings, it stands to reason that its own luck should be exceedingly robust. Yet, why then did it fall victim to such a grave calamity, succumbing to the hands of demonic cultivators and suffering so greatly? This question had lingered in his mind throughout the process of refining the Dao fruit. He had heard his master's words to Ziyun and understood that it had willingly relinquished its treasure out of fear of attracting misfortune. However, without this treasure, it might not have drawn such calamity at all. This auspicious aura, does it herald blessings or disaster? Xianyu, upon hearing this, was not surprised. For millennia, he had been safeguarding his disciple while simultaneously observing the Ziyun mother tree that had been relocated to the herb realm, contemplating the profound intricacies of fortune's ebb and flow. He too had pondered Bai Yi's question. Do you believe that the spirit root, when harmed, fortuitously encountered the great being Hongjun, and later was rescued by my master? Can this truly be deemed as bad luck? Bai Yi was taken aback and instinctively replied, this is indeed an immense stroke of fortune. What an extraordinary entity is Hongjun, and what divine abilities and compassion does my own master possess? Such an opportunity is nothing short of miraculous for a spirit root, akin to a reversal of destiny. Indeed, encountering demonic cultivators is a tribulation, a downturn in fortune. Conversely, meeting Hongjun and my master is a connection, an upturn in fortune. Losing the innate auspicious aura is a loss, yet gaining life, protection, and the chance for transformation. Surely that is a far greater gain? Fortune is neither immutable nor solely beneficial. Blessings often conceal calamities, while disasters may harbor blessings. In times of strength, it is like sailing downstream with the current, encountering wonders at every turn. In times of decline, it resembles battling against the wind and sand. Beset by tribulations, this current calamity may well represent a low point in its cyclical fortunes. Nevertheless, its solid foundation and a touch of innate spiritual wisdom allow it to attract a glimmer of hope, perhaps even great fortune, even in the depths of adversity. Ultimately, it lost its innate auspicious aura but preserved its life and future. Comparing this to the countless spirit roots that were utterly obliterated in calamity or forever denied the chance for transformation, its outcome is indeed a tremendous blessing. With every gain, there must be a loss, yet when viewed holistically, those with robust fortunes invariably find their life trajectories leaning toward a higher and better realm. This is the fundamental distinction between those of great fortune and ordinary beings. Bai Yi listened quietly, his confusion gradually dissipating. He gazed once more at the strand of purple-gold fortune within him that had fused with his essence, perceiving it anew. It is not an omnipotent talisman for protection, but rather resembles an intangible foundation and probability. It cannot eliminate calamity, yet it can enhance the likelihood of encountering fortuitous turns of fate, even transforming tribulations into opportunities. The disciple has come to understand. Bai Yi solemnly nodded. Xianyu smiled gently, choosing to say no more. Some truths must be comprehended through personal insight. Chapter 109. The Bear Clan with human faces. The intricate array dissipated like flowing water, merging the long segregated energies of the inner and outer realms in an instant. Xianyu, accompanied by Bai Yi, prepared to depart from this spiritual cave that had once nurtured the Ziyun Dao fruit. A millennium had sufficed to erase many traces. The scorched earth and malevolent aura left behind by the rampaging demon cultivators had long since been enveloped by vibrant life. As far as the eye could see, orchids blossomed in the secluded valleys, jade trees adorned with exquisite branches, and extraordinary flowers competed in their radiant display, each thriving in its own nature. The spiritual spring flowed gently, mist swirling in the air, suffused with a rich yet unobtrusive essence of vitality. This treasure cave was indeed extraordinary. Situated at the nexus of the canyon's spiritual veins, gathering wind and energy, forming a unique paradise. It was no wonder it could nurture a spirit root like Ziyun. However, in the course of a millennium, the territory surrounding this treasure cave had changed hands. The cave where Xianyu and Bai Yi had secluded themselves was now nestled in someone else's garden. Almost immediately after the array was dismantled, a low growl filled with rage and astonishment echoed from nearby. Who goes there? Several towering figures swiftly approached, led by an exceptionally formidable presence. This being, with a human head and bare body, bore a visage of age, his hair and beard white as snow. His bear-like eyes widened in shock. Fixated on the two unfamiliar figures emerging from what he considered his domain, his face etched with disbelief and terror. This was none other than Xiongman, the venerable chieftain of the Bear Clan with human faces, who now occupied the canyon. Through a millennium of conflict, the Bear Clan had leveraged their tough hides and immense strength to ultimately claim dominance over this bountiful canyon. Naturally, this spiritually vibrant treasure cave had become a core sacred ground for the clan, serving as the secluded retreat for Elder Xiongpan. He had been preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation when he felt the rudimentary restrictions he had set up being silently breached by an irresistible force. Following that, he sensed the emergence of two unfathomable foreign auras right behind him. How could this not incite a mix of astonishment and fury? Xianyu's consciousness was formidable. He was already aware of the external transformations. He deliberately refrained from concealing his aura, intending to make contact with the local inhabitants and glean insights about the customs of the Western lands and the current state of the Shumi Sacred Realm. After all, the Shumi Sacred Realm was vast and boundless. Centered around the Shumi Divine Mountain, it radiated countless sacred mountains and lands across millions of light years, far exceeding the likes of the Wanshou and Huayun mountain ranges. Only the eastern Kunlun Sacred Realm, with its central Buzhou Mountain, could rival it. This area was also the domain of the demonic ancestor Luo Ho, a place that even the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were hesitant to provoke. The Bear clan with human faces was indeed not under the jurisdiction of the Qilin clan, nor did they belong to the Beast clan, and within their ranks, there were no deities of the Qilin honored. Their ability to establish themselves here must stem from unique attributes, potentially offering valuable information. While Xianyu had previously encountered Luo Ho's avatar, Shimu, and knew him to be merely mischievous and ill-tempered, with no malice towards him, he still harbored a degree of caution. He wished to learn more indirectly to avoid being unwittingly led astray. However, Xianyu could never have anticipated the intense reaction from this mid-stage Luo Bear clan chieftain, Xiongman, who was in the midst of such thoughts. He found himself utterly unable to discern the depths of the two cultivators before him, one large and one small. Their presence felt as profound as an ocean. This was particularly true of the young man in the purple and gold robes who led the pair. When the latter cast a seemingly indifferent glance in his direction, it sent a shiver through his very soul. Had they infiltrated without his notice? When had this occurred? Were they allies summoned by the old leopard from the Black Wind Cave, or assassins dispatched by the insects from the poisonous Miasma Valley? Even in this sacred borderland, having evaded capture for nearly half a yuan meeting, why could he not find respite? Was he to be denied even the last vestiges of peace? With his dwindling kin not spared either? As the thoughts of despair and indignation consumed Xiongman, the weight of old grievances surged forth, overwhelming his reason with the hardships of his fugitive existence and the sorrow of his dwindling clan. A primal roar erupted from him as his aged eyes turned a blood-red hue, an explosive and violent aura bursting forth from his frail body like a volcano. He unleashed his mid-stage Daluo power without reservation, shaking the surrounding mountains and forests. In a reckless display of defiance, he resolved to reveal his true form and confront the enigmatic Xianyu with fervor. Xianyu furrowed his brow. His intention had been to engage the old clan leader in a civil discourse, not to engage in battle. Observing the loss of control in his opponent's spirit, Xianyu hesitated no longer. He raised his hand, slightly adjusted his sleeve, and delivered a palm strike that sought to dispel all hostility. He did not invoke any catastrophic divine power, but rather, the myriad starlight and lunar essence coalesced in an instant, forming a gigantic hand of crystalline clarity, its patterns distinctly visible. In the center of the palm, a cold lunar disk spun, radiating an ethereal light capable of freezing the very soul. Since achieving Daluo perfection, Xianyu had become increasingly adept at wielding various divine abilities, able to combine them at will, far surpassing his former capabilities. Though this hand appeared to move slowly, its speed was swifter than lightning, imbued with immense force and a chilling essence that directly threatened the spirit. With a resounding clap, the starlit hand did not aim to slay Xiongman, but instead landed precisely on his massive forehead. The force was neither too great nor too slight, just enough to dissipate the ferocious energy he had been cultivating. The lunar light swept through him, instantly freezing and purifying the bloodthirsty and violent emotions that churned within his heart. Xiongman trembled violently, his forward momentum abruptly halted. The blood-red hue in his eyes receded like a tide, revealing his once clouded but now awakened gaze. The stark contrast of emotions washed over him, followed by a profound sense of bewilderment and dread. The pent-up grievances, fears, and exhaustion accumulated over half a yuan meeting burst forth like a flood, overwhelming the defenses of this once indomitable clan leader. In the astonished eyes of his arriving kin, the resilient leader who had steadfastly guided them through their trials and tribulations suddenly broke down in tears. Xianyu observed the scene before him. Witnessing Xiongman clutching his slightly reddened forehead akin to a child who had suffered a great injustice, erupting into uncontrollable sobs. Xianyu, Bai. The master and disciple exchanged glances, both taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Xianyu's lips twitched slightly. His palm strike had been executed with remarkable precision, sufficient only to leave the opponent's head buzzing for a moment. Certainly not enough to bring a tear to the eye of a robust and resilient great Luo bear. The other clan members, upon witnessing this spectacle, held no thoughts of ridicule, each one tightly clenching their fists. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Chapter 110. The Sacred Realm of Shumi. Xianyu cleared his throat, a flicker of thought crossing his mind as he retrieved an assortment of spirit fruits from the inventory of the Starry World. These fruits, often neglected or overripe, had lost their palatability. While tasteless to him and Bai, discarding them seemed wasteful, and keeping them in the Starry World felt like a squander of potential. Nevertheless, the spiritual essence contained within these fruits remained a rare treasure for ordinary cultivators and even for those of the great Luo tier. With a wave of his hand, he transformed these spirit fruits into a pure and gentle torrent of spiritual energy, gradually infusing it into Xiong Pan's body. This nourishing flow healed the slight damage to his meridians caused by the emotional turbulence and soothed the minor injury to his primordial spirit, simultaneously dissipating the lingering red mark. As the warm current surged within, it quelled the unrest. Xiong Man's sobs gradually subsided, leaving only heavy gasps as his face flushed crimson, clearly realizing the impropriety of his earlier outburst. Observing this, Xianyu adopted a stern demeanor and spoke first. Who dares to disturb my seclusion? You have built your clan's territory upon the grounds of my meditation, and while I have yet to seek retribution, you hasten to attack. What rationale supports this? Xiong Man was taken aback by the words, casting a sidelong glance at the resplendent cave behind Xianyu, brimming with spiritual energy. He understood the truth in the elder's words. Overwhelmed with shame, he wished he could vanish into the earth. He dared not argue that Xianyu had stealthily appeared in his home. Instead, he hurriedly bowed in apology, his voice still tinged with tears. Senior, please quell your anger. It was my blunder, disturbing your tranquil cultivation. I shall lead my kin to migrate at once, and will never again encroach upon your sacred ground. At that moment, the other members of the bear clan had arrived, all present without exception. Most were the elderly, the weak, women, and young bears of limited cultivation. Hearing the old patriarch speak of migration once more, memories of their arduous escape filled their eyes with tears. A few of the younger ones began to weep softly, creating a scene of sorrow. Xianyu observed the scattered group, totaling barely 30 members of the bear clan, and noted their fearful expressions, subtly suspecting their past experiences were fraught with hardship. He sighed gently, feeling as though he had become a tyrant known for slaughter and land grabbing. Enough, he said, raising his hand to soften his tone. I am a wanderer, passing through this land. Seeing this spiritual cave, I merely took a respite for a millennium. Now, having completed my cultivation, I intend to depart. There is no need for you to migrate. You may reside here in peace. Upon hearing these words, it was as if celestial music had graced their ears. Xiong Man and all his kin could scarcely believe their fortune. The immense joy dispelled the sorrow, and Xiong Man trembled with excitement, bowing deeply once more. Thank you for your great kindness, esteemed elder. Your compassion is boundless. To preserve this last refuge is akin to a rebirth for us. If you do not mind, may I humbly request your presence so that we may prepare some food to express our gratitude and apologize for the earlier disturbance? Xiong Man cautiously, yet filled with anticipation, extended an invitation. However, Xianyu, eager to seize the opportunity to inquire about information, readily agreed. Xiong Man, overjoyed, promptly led Xianyu and her disciple to his spacious dwelling, a vast cave adorned with numerous animal skins and dried herbs. Once the hosts and guests settled, the tribe soon presented exquisite delicacies to entertain their honored visitors. A gigantic stone bowl was brought forth, filled to the brim with golden, translucent honey, thick and rich, exuding a myriad of floral fragrances and a profound essence. Merely inhaling its aroma invigorated the spirit and awakened the appetite. Both Xianyu and Bai, encountering this marvel for the first time, displayed curiosity in their eyes. Following instructions, they sampled the honey, and the moment it touched their tongues, the exquisite sweetness, the fragrant floral notes, and the gentle essence melded into a sublime taste that instantly captivated the duo. This is remarkable, Xianyu exclaimed, for it was her inaugural experience with this primal honey. Bai, unable to resist, indulged in a few more bites, feeling a warm sensation enveloping his entire being, invigorating his magical prowess. Subsequently, They were served honey-infused spiritual spring water and a salad of fresh spiritual fruits mixed with honey. Though these were also delightful, none could rival the ultimate pleasure of the pure honey. Witnessing the guest's fondness, Xiongman's heart swelled with joy, and he cheerfully remarked, "I am glad you enjoy it. This is Qinyuan honey, produced by a formidable clan of venomous bees named Qinyuan deep within the Xumi sacred realm. They gather the essence of myriad flowers, and the honey they produce not only boasts an exquisite flavor, but also harbors boundless spiritual essence, greatly beneficial for cultivation breakthroughs. It is renowned in the Western lands and is seldom encountered. We procured this during the prosperous days of our clan, having stolen it from Qinyuan, and have been reluctant to consume it." Qinyuan. Xian Yu's eyes glimmered as she noted this name. This was one of the demon saints of the heavenly court in later times, rumored to possess a venom capable of injuring even those on the path to sanctity. She had not anticipated such extraordinary properties in its honey. As they savored the sweet nectar, the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. Xian Yu deftly steered the conversation towards the state of the Xumi sacred realm. Upon mentioning this, the smile on Xiongman's face faded, replaced by a heavy sigh, and a deep-seated apprehension flickered in his bear-like eyes. "What you may not know, esteemed elder, is that the Xumi sacred realm is no longer a tranquil and harmonious place," he began, gathering his thoughts. "Long ago, the exact time is lost to history, various mysterious yet malevolent techniques began to circulate from the depths of the Xumi divine mountain. Rumors suggest they were imparted by the lord of the sacred mountain, the demon ancestor Luo Ho, claiming that those who practiced them could swiftly attain divine powers, and practitioners of these methods could call themselves demon cultivators. Most of these techniques indulge in the 7 emotions and 6 desires, acting solely according to one's heart, disregarding moral principles and heavenly order. Many demon cultivators, in their pursuit of rapid advancement, even relish in devouring the flesh and blood of living beings, refining their souls and vital essence, truly ruthless and tyrannical. My clan, the human-faced bears, though not paragons of virtue, understands the constancy of heaven and earth and refuses to wallow in such malevolent deeds. Thus, we have become an anomaly in the eyes of those demon cultivators, mere resources." The voice of the elder patriarch grew somber, imbued with the weight of painful memories. From that moment forth, an unrelenting pursuit ensued, compelling our clan to forsake our ancestral lands. We waged a bloody fight, fleeing from the very heart of the Xumi sacred realm, suffering grievous losses among our kin. Ultimately, only the frail and the elderly remained, seeking refuge on the fringes of this sacred domain, clinging to survival within this canyon. Now, nearly half a millennium has passed. Within the cave, silence reigned, pierced only by the lingering sweetness of honey, now tinged with a hint of bitterness. Bai Yi's expression reflected his discomfort. His perception of the demonic cultivators further darkened. Xian Yu silently nodded, her understanding of the Western demonic forces and their modus operandi becoming more vivid. The chaos and brutality under Luo Ho's command were evident. This feast, initiated with honey, continued amidst a somewhat heavy atmosphere. Xian Yu inquired meticulously about the distribution of power and the geographical features surrounding Xumi Mountain, to which Xiongman readily shared his extensive knowledge. Chapter 111. The secret art of bee refinement. The atmosphere within the cave grew somewhat somber due to the tales recounted by Xiongpan. Yet the sweet essence of the Qinyuan honey lingered delightfully upon their lips, alleviating some of the bitterness. Xian Yu inquired further about the surrounding wonders of the Mount Sumeru, the distribution of powerful clans, and the geographical obstacles, to which Xiongman generously divulged all, not daring to conceal a single detail. During their conversation, Xian Yu's gaze repeatedly fell upon the golden, translucent honey, growing increasingly enamored with it. In his starry realm, where all manner of beasts roamed, flying creatures, terrestrial animals, and aquatic life, adding a group of spirit bees capable of producing such exquisite honey would indeed be a splendid affair. Having gathered sufficient information about the Sumeru sacred realm, Xian Yu finally broached the subject of the honey. He inquired about the extraordinary spirit bees responsible for its production and where one might seek them. Noticing the elder's keen interest in the honey, Xiongman's heart stirred. "What you may not know, esteemed elder, is that the Qinyuan bees reside deep within the sacred realm, exhibiting fierce ferocity, and our clan has a powerful guardian stationed there, making their honey exceedingly difficult to obtain. However, the other bees are more accessible." A proud smile crept across the old chieftain's face. "My clan, the man-bear tribe, can be regarded as one of the noble bear species of the primordial wilderness, born with intelligence and adept in various forms of cultivation and husbandry. I do not wish to hide from you, esteemed elder, that our tribe has long since developed a unique technique for bee refinement. After a brief pause to gauge Xian Yu's interest, Xiongman continued, I am willing to offer you all the honey we possess, and if you do not find it beneath you, I can also impart the secret art of bee mastery. Pray, elaborate, Xian Yu urged. This technique begins with locating a nest of exceptionally promising spirit bees and selecting their queen. Employing a unique secret method, one imprints their soul into the queen. Following this, one utilizes special ritualistic techniques to refine both the queen and her hive. Once the hive and queen are harmoniously integrated into a singular entity, transformed into a remarkable life artifact, the task is deemed complete. The hive can autonomously nurture worker bees that venture forth to collect nectar, and all the spirit bees raised will absolutely heed their master's command. With this hive, one can command the bee swarm with the utmost precision. Should one incorporate various rare materials or recite different esoteric incantations during the refinement process, the resulting hive may exhibit vastly different capabilities, be it offensive prowess, exceptional stealth and reconnaissance, or a specialization in honey production. As Xiongman rose, he invited Xian Yu and his disciples outside the cave to demonstrate. Upon reaching a spacious area outside, Xiongman's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. He raised his hand, conjuring forth an object that glimmered with light. It was a construct approximately the size of a human head, shaped akin to an ancient bell. The entire piece was a dark golden hue, and upon closer inspection, its base was adorned with countless intricate hexagonal holes, from which a faint humming resonated. This is a poisonous beehive that I have painstakingly refined over the years, Xiongman declared. With a flicker of thought, he commanded the hive. A low, eerie hum intensified as the hive quivered slightly. In the next moment, a rustling sound surged forth from the hive's openings like a tidal wave, and then, darkness enveloped the sky. Countless black and yellow wasps surged forth like a deluge, coalescing into a massive, terrifying cloud that loomed ominously above the crowd, casting a shadow that dimmed the very light of day. Each of these venomous creatures was as large as a pair of adult fists. With crimson compound eyes and fearsome mandibles, their tails adorned with glimmering stingers that instilled a profound sense of dread. The aura they emitted varied in intensity, with a few among them possessing the cultivation of Tai, while the majority resided at the level of Xianxian, intermixed with a hint of Jinxian energy. Bai Yi felt a chill run down his spine, contemplating the chaos that would ensue should he find himself ensnared by this malevolent swarm. If their cultivation were to rise any further, even those at the Deluo level would find themselves at a disadvantage. Xiongman, observing the scene, introduced with a hint of pride, I fortuitously integrated a shed from a revered Qi Yuan wasp while refining this hive, adding various essences of toxins collected from the poisonous Miasma Valley, which is why these wasps are exceedingly fierce. However, the honey they produce is rather unpalatable, suited solely for repelling foes. Xian Yu gazed at the swarm of ferocious wasps, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. This secret technique was indeed fascinating, capable of transforming a living hive into such a formidable instrument. A thought flickered through his mind. If he were to amalgamate this technique with the blood refinement method he had acquired from the White Tiger clan, what extraordinary creation might emerge? Upon concluding his demonstration, Xiongman retracted the swarm back into the hive and addressed Xian Yu with solemnity. Respected elder, I wish to exchange this bee refining secret for a formation technique. He finally revealed his true intention. Though my knowledge is limited, I can discern your profound mastery of formations. If I could obtain a formation from you to envelop our Shizugu Valley, it would be as fortified as a bastion. Our bear clan could truly thrive here without the constant dread of enemies encroaching upon us. Upon hearing this, Xian Yu nodded slightly. Since Xiongman was willing to showcase his secret technique, it was evident he sought a transaction. A secret technique for a formation was a fair exchange in Xian Yu's eyes. After agreeing, he promptly retrieved a blank jade slip and inscribed within it the Moon Concealment Great Formation, which had previously concealed the treasured cave. This formation excelled in stealth, obscured heavenly mechanisms, and boasted commendable defensive capabilities, perfectly suited for the Bear Clan's needs. Xiongman, upon witnessing this, was overwhelmed with joy, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the jade slip. A brief examination revealed its intricacies far surpassed the rudimentary prohibitions known to his clan. He was so moved that tears nearly welled in his eyes, and he hurriedly imparted the complete incantation of the bee-controlling secret without reservation. Furthermore, he promptly returned to his dwelling to retrieve 4 specially crafted jade boxes. Esteemed elder, this is a token of my gratitude. Upon opening the boxes, 4 distinct slumbering queen wasps were revealed, alongside 4 embryonic hives that had undergone initial refinement, each emanating a unique aura. This first one is fierce and bloodthirsty, with sharp stingers, excelling in offense. The second is diminutive, silent in flight, and adept at stealth, ideal for reconnaissance. The third and fourth are docile and gentle, proficient in honey production, albeit with differing flavors. One is sweet and refreshing, delightful yet not cloying. The other is rich and aromatic, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Seeing Xian Yu's sincerity, Xiong Man felt a sense of ease in his heart and promptly retrieved several jade slips. In that case, I shall bestow upon you a few additional formations. This is the Spirit Gathering Array, capable of channeling the ley line's spiritual energy to expedite your cultivation. This is the Metal Sword Array, fierce and formidable, suitable for offensive purposes. And here is the Illusion Heart Maze. These are all fundamental formations, yet they possess the merit of being stackable and mutually enhancing, sufficient to safeguard the tranquility of your clan. Although these formations were merely basic ones he casually set up on the cloud vessel, crafted by his hands, how could they be considered ordinary? For the Bear Human clan, they were akin to receiving a priceless treasure. Xiong Man and the gathered clansmen accepted the jade slips, and upon a brief examination, they were overwhelmed with excitement, expressing their gratitude profusely. With these gifts, they could finally attain true stability. The host and guests were in high spirits. The Bear Human clan jubilantly surrounded Xian Yu and Bai Yi, escorting the generous guests to the mouth of the canyon. Xiong Man pointed at the unassuming entrance and sighed. Here, I have renamed it Pebble Gully, hoping it can remain discreet and stable, no longer drawing attention. Xian Yu nodded, understanding the caution inherent in seeking survival amidst chaos. After bidding farewell to the immensely grateful Bear Human clan, the master and disciple flickered and vanished into the vast mountain range. Behind them, the canyon, now known as Pebble Gully, was about to usher in a new era of stability under the stewardship of the Bear Human clan. Yet, could this refuge established in a place once rife with demonic cultivators truly provide sanctuary? Chapter 112. The conclusion of the western journey. Upon exiting the Stone Creek, Xianwei did not summon the cloud boat. He walked alongside Bai Yi, treading slowly along the unnamed crystal stream that flowed from the gorge, meandering between the majestic mountains. The weight of the news received from Xiongman pressed heavily upon his heart. The Sumeru sacred realm, with its 3,000 divine mountains, was meant to be a sanctuary of sacred seclusion and celestial leisure. Yet now, the malevolent power of Luo Ho had spread, stirring the realm into turbulent currents, rife with open conflict. The sanctity of the divine was besieged, and the demonic cultivators roamed freely, shattering the once tranquil existence into fragments. A gentle mountain breeze brushed past, carrying the fragrance of flora along with a faint, ominous aura from afar. The master and disciple walked in silence for a stretch. Suddenly, Bai Yi spoke softly. Master, shall we continue our journey forward? Xianyue did not halt his steps. His gaze swept over the distant peaks shrouded in mist, each displaying a myriad of atmospheres, and he did not respond immediately. He, too, pondered this question. Since descending from the starry heavens and stepping onto the primordial earth, it had been nearly 2 yuan hues. From the peak of the Unzao mountain, acquiring the Zhoutian star tree and beginning his journey with the star Kuan, it seemed to have initiated an indescribable and wondrous connection, resolving Bai Yi's karmic entanglements, pacifying the disputes among the dragon, phoenix, and tiger clans, and cleansing the ancient battlefield to gain celestial merit. Each step had followed the heavenly course, unfolding naturally. Then, from the Fire Cloud mountain range, the true journey commenced. First, guided by the way of heaven, he found the Fire Cloud cave, dispelled malevolence, glimpsed the profound mysteries of the creation jade plate, and engaged in seclusion for a yuan hue, ultimately achieving the great perfection of Deluo. Subsequently, he encountered Hongjun within the cave, learned the secrets of the primordial chaos, and exchanged for the Zhoutian star map, a truly fortuitous connection. Following that, he escorted the Red Cloud Dao to Mount Wanshou, obtained the Earth Spirit Pearl, and acquired branches of the ginseng fruit tree, forging a benevolent connection with the future Zhen Yuanzi. Reuniting with his old friend Yuan Ti, they reveled in a barbecue on the Luo Ho prairie with the Tianma clan, enjoying cool tea and engaging in light-hearted conversation, basking in the joy of camaraderie. Descending along the Luo River to the White Tiger Ridge, he learned the secret method of blood refinement and participated in martial discussions. In that place of weapons and strife, Bai Yi and Jin Huan discovered a semblance of warmth and joy akin to home. Finally, after departing from White Tiger Ridge, crossing the Little Western Sea, they arrived at the heart of the West. They first heard Luo Ho expound on the Tao and later witnessed a quarrel between him and Hongjun over a minor issue, jostling for fishtails. Throughout their journey, the master and disciple had encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities, gathered an abundance of treasures, and refined their cultivation to its current pinnacle, awaiting only a period of introspection to seek further breakthroughs. With Yuan Ti attending to Jin Huan, he was surely enjoying a prosperous life among the Phoenix clan. The goals set upon descending the mountain had been achieved, and even surpassed, often without conscious awareness. It seemed the time had truly come to return. Xianyue halted his steps and turned to his disciple, offering a gentle smile. After such an extensive journey, it is indeed time to return. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nodded firmly, yes. With resolution now in his heart, he no longer hesitated as they strode purposefully through the wilderness. Xianyue placed his hand on Bai Yi's shoulder, and a radiant light enveloped them. In the next moment, the figures of the master and disciple vanished from the stream's edge, transcending stars and shifting constellations. In the years to follow, Xianyue no longer took the time to admire the scenery nor sought out hidden realms with intent. He traversed the vast expanse of the Shumi holy realm with Bai Yi in tow, employing his divine powers to navigate the terrain, each step shifting the stars. After a cursory exploration of nearly half of the realm, they finally arrived near Shumi Mountain. This journey fulfilled a lingering desire to witness the splendor and chaos of the Western Holy Land. Over the millennia, he had encountered numerous demonic cultivators. Some retreated at the first sight, while others boldly approached, eager to pledge allegiance to the Xianyu sect, their words earnest yet their gazes often fervent and unhinged. Xianyu coldly rejected them. Scanning the surroundings with his divine consciousness, he noted that despite the malevolent aura surrounding these demons, there was little bloodshed in their pasts, prompting him to refrain from further violence and simply drive them away. One day, however, a man clad in opulent black attire, his eyes brimming with desire and his striking white hair aglow, obstructed their path. He babbled incessantly, employing every seductive tactic to persuade Xianyu to explore the true essence of the demonic path together and to create an idyllic realm of demons. Growing weary of his incessant prattle, Xianyu's patience waned, and with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. If your demonic ancestor does not intervene, who could possibly hinder me? The white-haired man, caught off guard, felt an irresistible force surge through him, and in a dizzying whirl, he was sent hurtling back to the sacred mountain of Shumi. From that day forth, the journey became notably quieter. It was evident that word of the demon lord's defeat spread, deterring further disturbances to Xianyu and his disciple. As millennia slipped by, one day, Xianyu and Bai Yi ascended a towering peak of remarkable grandeur, a rarity in this region. Gazing into the distance, the sun slowly sank below the horizon, painting the heavens in resplendent hues of gold and crimson. At the edge of their sight lay an immense mountain, its vastness and majesty beyond description. Resembling a slumbering primordial giant, silently sprawled across the western lands. Shumi Mountain. There was no need for recognition. Merely beholding it was enough for the soul to instinctively know its name. Countless sacred mountains surrounded it, appearing as mere mounds beneath the feet of a colossal elephant, tilting southeastward in its shadow. All words that attempted to encapsulate grandeur fell woefully short in its presence. The lingering rays of the setting sun adorned it with a final brilliant golden edge, outlining its profound and weighty silhouette, invoking awe and reverence. Xianyu and Bai Yi stood silently atop the mountain, gazing at the sovereign of the primordial western mountains, rendered speechless by its majesty. As the last vestige of sunlight vanished, the night enveloped the world like an immense velvet curtain. At that moment, two figures quietly emerged at the foot of the mountain. One, a white-haired man, rubbing one side of his face, his expression sulky. The other, a woman dressed in a fiery red gown, her form graceful and alluring. They gazed upward, their eyes crossing the distant expanse to rest upon Xianyu and his disciple at the peak. The mountain winds turned sharper and chillier. Xianyu withdrew his gaze, choosing not to regard the ambiguous presence below. He lifted his hand, and a stream of pure lunar essence flowed from his fingertips, cascading like the Milky Way descending from the heavens. It swiftly coalesced beneath him, extending to form a pristine, radiant white jade moon bridge, its runes flickering, reaching into the clouds and merging with the emerging brilliant stars. They departed. Xianyu softly uttered a few words and was the first to set foot upon the moon bridge. Bai Yi followed closely behind. The moon bridge ascended silently, bearing the master and disciple higher and swifter, traversing the thin layers of cloud, casting the vast and tumultuous western lands far beneath them. Stars swirled around them, seemingly within reach. At the foot of the mountain, The woman in red appeared to chuckle softly, her figure gradually merging into the shadows, disappearing from sight. Only the white-haired man remained, gazing upward at the luminous moon bridge vanishing into the horizon, his hand brushing against his cheek, which still bore a hint of pain. As he murmured something softly, the moon bridge pierced through the fierce winds, resolutely extending toward the highest point of the heavens, where the cold, luminous moon resided. Thus, the odyssey across the primordial earth reached a temporary conclusion. Chapter 113. Return to the starry sky. The moon bridge resembled a silver ribbon traversing the cosmos, carrying the master and disciple as they tore through the layers of the void, racing at a velocity that transcended time itself. The starry river flowed, and myriad phenomena transformed before their eyes. Countless millennia slipped by in this swift flight. The ferocious nine heavens gale suddenly loomed ahead, creating a barrier between the heavens and the earth. Chaotic streams of air, akin to countless invisible celestial blades, ceaselessly twisted and sliced through all entities daring to cross their path. Thunder and fire flickered ominously as hurricanes roared, emanating an unsettling aura of destruction. Xianyu halted the moon bridge, gazing upon this perilous land that had once inflicted considerable suffering upon him, yet also catalyzed his profound transformation. His expression was tranquil. When he first traversed the gale, he was merely at the late stage of the Great Luo, relying on his spiritual treasures and sheer willpower to force his way through, nearly shattering his physical form. Yet, through the life-giving essence born of destruction, he shattered his shackles amidst extreme trials, ultimately attaining a physique of the Great Luo caliber. During his subsequent journeys, he further enhanced his physical strength through the nourishment of various spiritual roots and fruits, such as those from the celestial star tree. Coupled with the reinforcement from his perfected cultivation, Xianyu's physical prowess had now reached the late stage of the Great Luo. Moreover, he was now fortified by the supreme innate treasure, the celestial star map, safeguarding him. For him, crossing this gale was no longer a formidable challenge. With a thought, Xianyu summoned Bai Yi into the celestial star map, allowing him to cultivate within for a time. In the starry realm, the crimson giant egg, transformed from the star Kuan, continued to hover serenely beneath the celestial star tree, absorbing vast cosmic energy. Bai Yi seated himself beside the giant egg, feeling the strange waves emitted during the star Kuan's transformation while continuing to concentrate, sketching out his own foundation of the Great Luo Dao. The external gale, thunder, and fire remained perilous for him. As for Xianyu, he intended to further refine his body using the might of heaven and earth. Taking a deep breath, he reigned in the luminous aura surrounding him, deliberately dissipating much of his protective celestial light, stepping forward with only his pure physical form into the tempestuous gale. Boom! In an instant, it felt as if he had plunged into a seething sea of destruction. The chaotic winds, capable of effortlessly tearing apart ordinary Great Luo golden immortals, enveloped every inch of his skin like countless steel blades scraping bone, producing a disconcerting sound of friction. The dark red innate thunder fire descended like a venomous dragon, erupting into devastating flames that scorched his tendons, bones, and skin. Furthermore, the intangible yet omnipresent nine heavens mysterious wind sought to freeze his thoughts and disperse his soul. Xianyu's form swayed slightly, as countless fine white scratches appeared upon his surface, along with singed marks from the thunder fire. Yet, his eyes sparkled with clarity. He did not retreat, but instead actively guided the wild energies to temper his being. Bearing the immense pressure, he ascended against the tide of destruction, occasionally shattering the materializing wind beasts with his fists and withstanding the torrents of thunder fire. Time lost its meaning in this chaotic realm. Countless millennia passed once more. As Xianyue felt the sudden alleviation of the surrounding pressure, the cataclysmic tides of energy gradually transformed into the gentle power of the stars. He knew he had finally traversed the thick layer of the nine heavens gale. He had arrived in the true primordial starry sky, standing amidst the constellations. Xuanyue's skin glowed like jade, shimmering with a faint radiance, and natural patterns emerged upon his bones. Alas, the gale layer became less significant towards the end. Xuanyue's physical form was merely a hair's breadth away from the great perfection, separated by an insurmountable barrier. This barrier could not be breached by mere accumulation of energy. It required a certain opportunity, or, in other words, a deeper comprehension of the path of the physical body. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, Xianyue summoned Bai Yi from the starry realm. Upon his emergence, Bai Yi instinctively surveyed his surroundings, and upon realizing he was in the serene and vast expanse of the cosmos, he finally exhaled in relief. "Master, are you all right?" Noticing the lingering turbulence of energy within Xianyue and the slightly wrinkled sleeves, Bai Yi inquired. I am fine. This layer of 9 heavens gale is a treasure for physical cultivation. Once you break through to the great perfection, you may try your hand at it, Xianwei replied. Bai Yi glanced back at the destructive gale layer, swallowing hard, and found no amusement in the prospect. Xuan Yue's gaze swept across the boundless river of stars, an infinite surge of stellar energy converging upon him, filling him with an unprecedented sense of ease and strength. After all, this was his domain. Now that he had returned to the starry sky, where did he wish to go next? If you wish to return to your Kisu, I shall escort you and assist in properly arranging your Star Lord's domain. He added, otherwise, if Yuan Ti knows about it later, he will mock me for having a disciple of the Taiyin Star Lord who cannot even establish a domain. Bai Yi, upon hearing this, hesitated and contemplated for a moment before responding, Master, I do not wish to build a domain solely in Kisu. He paused, casting a furtive glance at Xianwei, his voice dwindling. I wish to establish my domain on the Taiyin Star, right beside you, if that is permissible. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yi lifted his face, his clear tiger-like eyes gazing earnestly at Xianwei, striving to adopt a pitiful and obedient demeanor. This was a tactic he had often employed when seeking favors from his master. He had long since discerned that while his master appeared cool and aloof, he was, in fact, quite tender-hearted, especially when it came to him. The ability to be endearing and to feign vulnerability had certainly played a significant role in Xianwei accepting him as a disciple. Xianwei regarded the now much-grown little rascal before him, finding his pretense both amusing and exasperating. He raised his hand and lightly tapped the back of his head. How old are you now, still resorting to such tactics? The vast expanse of the palace of Guanghan can certainly accommodate you, he said with a tone laced with affection, playfully pinching Bai Yi's cheek. Once this lad breaks through to the great perfection, he will undoubtedly become an adult, and then there will be no more cheeks to pinch. Kisu is the foremost of the 7 stars of the White Tiger. As you have been conferred the title of Star Lord, you cannot neglect it. You are the Star Lord, the White Tiger Star Lord. Your main domain must be established in Kisu. As for your daily cultivation, you may certainly come to the Taiyin Star to seek me. Upon hearing that there was a dwelling for him in the palace of Guanghan, Bai Yi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Indeed, as the teacher stated, let us first journey to the constellation of Kuei, establish our sacred ground, and then return together to the moon star. Bai Yi responded with great enthusiasm, his thoughts already soaring towards the moon star. Xian could only shake his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. As they returned to the expanse of the cosmos, Bai Yi felt as if he were a dragon returning to the sea. With a mere flicker of thought, the myriad stars seemed to resonate in response. He shifted the stars and altered their positions. There was no need for flight. The surrounding constellations naturally transformed, and in the blink of an eye, the scenery before him opened up magnificently. A colossal star, radiating a chilling aura of metal and resplendent starlight, hung silently before him. Its mountains rose and fell, as if hewn by the sharpest of blades, exuding a sense of edge and lethal intent. Beyond this celestial body, 7 smaller accompanying stars orbited, forming a natural and fierce battle array. This place was none other than the first star of the Western White Tiger's 7 stars, Kuei, the fief of Bai Yi, the Star Monarch. Chapter 114. The golden month of Gungjin. The moment they set foot on the Kuei star, a sensation both familiar and foreign enveloped them. For the celestial bodies, the passage of 2 epochs is but a fleeting moment. However, the scene before them had transformed significantly since their departure. The once desolate and silent land had quietly burgeoned with an extraordinary vitality. Xian Yu's gaze swept across the landscape, revealing a flicker of surprise and satisfaction in his eyes. Before them stretched a vast expanse of starry soil, dotted with numerous azure luminescent points resembling a sea of stars. These were the celestial mushrooms he had once planted with his own hands. These resilient little beings had taken root and thrived in Kuei, forming a magnificent community. More remarkably, perhaps due to the unique Gungjin malevolent energy of Kuei and the laws of the stars, these celestial mushrooms had given rise to numerous variants. Their caps were no longer merely a singular azure hue, but exhibited a delicate golden tint, harmoniously reflecting the essence of Kuei. They breathed silently, their golden speckles flickering like stars, as if collectively resisting the thin chaotic energy seeping from the depths of the cosmos. The successful ones shone ever brighter, while the failures quickly dimmed and withered, their remnants swiftly transforming into nourishment for their companions, giving rise to new mushrooms that might adapt better to their environment. From a distance, the entire landscape resembled an ocean, pulsating with billions of golden and blue lights. Life and extinction cycled through this realm. creating a serene yet magnificent tapestry of the starry dome. Bai Yi, captivated by the scene before him, crouched down and gently touched one particularly radiant golden celestial mushroom with his fingertips. The moment his fingers brushed against the starry soil, a subtle tremor coursed through him. An indescribable, profound, and affectionate will began to unfurl from the deepest depths of this celestial land, gently enveloping him. This will, though Navi, was vast, imbued with a trace of dependency and a hint of subtle reproach, as if silently narrating tales of prolonged waiting and solitude. It seemed to inquire where Bai Yi had been during these 2 epochs, how long it would take for his return, and what the world beyond was like. Bai Yi stood transfixed, his palm resting against the ground for a prolonged moment. It was only at this juncture that he truly comprehended why his teacher insisted he establish the Taoist temple on Kueishing. This was not merely a duty but a bond of blood connection. He was the Lord of Kueishing, recognized as the master by the will of this celestial realm. His existence was inherently a part of Kueishing itself. Xianyu did not disturb his disciple's realization. He sensed that with Bai Yi's return, the long-dormant core of Kueishing seemed to pulse slightly, becoming more vibrant. Presently, aside from the sea of celestial mushrooms, Kueishing still appeared vast and primal. With a subtle shift in thought, Xianyu transformed the surrounding space. In the next moment, the master and disciple found themselves standing atop a crucial node of the core veins of Kueishing. The scenery before them shifted yet again. A majestic mountain, resplendent with a sharp platinum hue, rises abruptly from the earth, as if forged from the purest essence of innate metal. Its piercing aura ascends towards the heavens, effortlessly dispersing the surrounding chaotic energies. Atop this divine peak stands a colossal tree, no longer the ordinary laurel sapling that was transplanted by Xianyu in days of yore. Its trunk exhibits a dark golden sheen, harder than divine iron. The leaves have transformed into a brilliant golden hue, each resembling meticulously polished metal flakes, their edges shimmering with a sharp brilliance, exuding an intense aura of innate metal. Perhaps it is more fitting to refer to it as the golden laurel. It has become one with the innate metal vein beneath its roots, embodying one of the manifestations of the law of gold energy of the Kueishing constellation. Sensing the presence of Xianyu and Bai Yi, the golden laurel becomes animated, its vast crown swaying vigorously, producing a melodious sound akin to the clash of gold and jade. Countless golden droplets imbued with innate metal energy, along with an accumulation of 2 entire epochs worth of golden osmanthus flowers, cascade down like rain, rushing towards Xianyu, nearly burying him. Xianyu cannot help but chuckle, sweeping his sleeve to collect about 1/3 of the bounty, while gently pushing the remainder towards Bai Yi. Very well. Xianyu retrieves a substantial amount of Sanguang divine water from the starry realm, infusing it into the golden laurel to further nourish its essence. Bai Yi gazes at the mountain of golden dew and flowers, reminiscing about the past. To partake in the dew for cultivation, he had to pledge brotherhood with this tree, then a nascent entity, referring to it as his elder brother and even sharing blood to form a bond. However, times have changed. He is now the disciple of the tree's master, and his status has elevated. With this thought, Bai Yi's pride swells as he strides up to the unyielding dark golden trunk, striking it with a firm hand, producing a sound reminiscent of resonating metal. Oh, dear brother, after 2 epochs apart, you have grown so much. It seems the soil of Kueishing is indeed nourishing. You ought to eat less in the future, lest you become immobile. The golden laurel, now one with Kueishing, has long surpassed its naive youth, and it will not tolerate such impudence from this little white tiger. In response, 2 resilient roots burst forth from the ground, resembling whips of innate metal, striking towards him without hesitation. Simultaneously, several golden leaves detach, transforming into 2 unmatched sword energies of innate metal, crossing to strike him down. Huh, you dare defy me. Bai Yi laughs heartily, unafraid, as he unsheathes the Renda sword, scattering a constellation of sword light. Very well, tree brother. It seems we must engage in a proper contest today to establish our hierarchy. The golden laurel's branches and leaves thrash wildly, seemingly incensed by the term tree brother. More roots erupt from the earth, coiling towards Bai Yi like a giant serpent, intensifying their assault to remind this audacious young man who truly holds the title of elder brother. In an instant, the brilliance of swords crisscrossed, casting intricate shadows, while the resonant clang of metal echoed incessantly. Amidst this vibrant scene atop the golden mountain, a solitary figure and a tree engaged in spirited exchanges, creating a lively spectacle. Xianyu, with a sigh of resignation, shook his head. Indifferent to the clamor emanating from that corner, he withdrew to a secluded spot, gradually extending his consciousness to envelop the surroundings. Within his mind, countless formations, runes, elemental attributes, and architectural layouts began to swiftly unfold and compute. With the return of his disciple, the cultivation ground necessitated meticulous management. What combination should be employed for the protective mountain array? How much of the Kuei-Xing's golden malevolent energy should be summoned? Which spiritual roots could harmonize with the golden aura while embellishing the celestial realm? How should pavilions and towers be constructed in accordance with the terrain to simultaneously reflect the majesty of the astral sovereign while retaining the elegance of the immortal abode? Immersed in thought, he commenced the careful planning of Bai Yi's cultivation ground. Chapter 115. The Kuei-Xing Dojo upon the summit of the Hongjun Divine Mountain. The resonant clangor of metal upon metal has persisted for over half a year, showing no signs of abating. The roots of the Hongjun laurel, reminiscent of serpents, lash against the void, conjuring fierce gales that rend the very fabric of space, their assault unparalleled in ferocity. Anchored in the divine mountain, the innate Hongjun mineral veins bestow upon it an almost inexhaustible reservoir of energy, placing it in an almost invulnerable position. However, Bai Yi, adept in the art of starry evasion, moves with remarkable agility. He does not confront the roots head-on. Rather, he employs a strategy akin to flying a kite. The Ren sword occasionally strikes forth, while the astral sword energy falls like rain. Though it cannot truly harm the laurel's essence, it sends its branches and leaves into disarray, sparks flying in all directions. One remains unfazed, while the other cannot grasp the elusive target. This contest between brothers has evidently transformed into a test of endurance and mindset. Xian Yu has already circumnavigated the divine mountain, surveying the ley lines and strategizing the formation. Upon his return to the summit, observing the ongoing tussle between the man and the tree, he could not help but shake his head. With a gesture akin to a sword, he lightly traced a line towards the heart of the conflict. An invisible yet vast force swiftly descended, akin to a gentle yet irresistible tide, quietly parting the entwined roots and sword light. Enough of this folly. It is time to attend to serious matters. Noticing his teacher's command, Bai Yi immediately sheathed his sword and retreated, playfully making a face at the Hongjun laurel. The laurel, begrudgingly retracting its roots, swayed its branches in discontent, yet dared not provoke further. The dojo must be established promptly. Xian Yu's gaze swept across the mountain, the tree, and the man. I shall arrange the grand formation. As for the specifics of the palace layout, you two shall deliberate and decide. After a brief exchange, Bai Yi and the Hongjun laurel reached a consensus. Xian Yu then addressed Bai Yi, retrieved the flowers gifted by the ginseng fruit tree of the former Wuzhuang temple. Following his instruction, Bai Yi carefully extracted 9 delicate flowers from his storage space. Their pale yellow hue resembled the hands of a child in prayer, exuding a profound essence of earthy vitality, precisely the ethereal flowers bestowed by the ginseng fruit tree. Is the teacher intending to use these flowers as the foundation for the formation? Indeed, Xian Yu nodded, his gaze sweeping across the almost palpable Hongjun aura saturating the surroundings. The golden energy here is abundant, a distinctive trait that must be harnessed. Earth can give rise to gold. However, employing an entire earth-rooted spirit or precious treasure directly might result in an excess of earthy energy, provoking an overly violent gold energy that could disrupt the balance. These flowers, imbued with the essence of the ginseng fruit tree yet light and agile, are perfectly suited for the task. He paused, directing his gaze towards the resplendently golden laurel. Moreover, dear tree brother, while your essence is imbued with Hongjun, your roots ultimately belong to wood. The robust gold energy nurtures water, which in turn can nourish and sustain you. Thus, I intend to establish a falling flowers grand formation. This formation will embody the autumnal essence of desolation, where a myriad of flowers wither and all things fade. When the golden winds arise within the formation, the flowers shall fall, their withering energy transforming into a formidable force for the formation's might. Yet, the falling is not an end. The petals that wither shall ultimately transmute into the purest nutrients, nurturing the core of the formation and fostering the growth of the Hongjun laurel. Thus, in an endless cycle, the essence of life and death emerges, which is the path to permanence. Xian Yu eloquently elucidated the profound principles of the grand formation, captivating Bai Yi and Hongjun Yu with a radiant gleam in their eyes. The former was utterly enchanted by his teacher's extraordinary ingenuity, which encompassed the profound truths of the cyclical nature of existence, while the latter felt a significant benefit from the grand formation, causing its branches to sway joyfully. With the deliberations concluded, Xian Yu wasted no time. With a wave of his sleeve, 9 blossoms from the ginseng fruit tree floated forth, following an enigmatic trajectory to settle upon 9 unique geomantic nodes surrounding the sacred mountain. The moment the blossoms touched the starry earth, they erupted in resplendent brilliance, manifesting 9 ethereal images of nascent ginseng fruit trees, their roots delving deep into the coaxing soil, stirring the abundant essence of the earth beneath. Bai, Xianyu commanded. In an instant, Bai comprehended his teacher's intention and activated his celestial authority, connecting with the stars. In a heartbeat, an endless cascade of brilliant starlight descended from the heavens, akin to the Milky Way overflowing, precisely nourishing the ethereal images of the 9 trees, solidifying their forms and strengthening their connection to the essence of coaxing. Xianyu moved both hands in unison. One hand, with fingers poised, etched intricate patterns in the void, invoking the laws of nature to inscribe numerous complex and profound formation seals into the surrounding emptiness and earth. The other hand retrieved an ample supply of Hongjun Yugui flowers, utilizing them as nodes to channel the formation's power, deftly embedding them in critical positions, rendering them invisible. Simultaneously, he gently stamped his foot, causing the sacred mountain to tremble as channels spontaneously emerged. He summoned the golden dew produced by the Hongjun Yugui, transforming it into a gentle stream flowing down from the mountain peak, nourishing the 9 ethereal trees, harmonizing the essence of earth and gold, and infusing this desolate land with a touch of vibrant life. The process of forming the array persisted for several centuries. Xianyu remained wholly focused, occasionally making adjustments, while Bai Yi and Hongjun Yugui assisted from the sidelines, harnessing stellar power and providing golden dew and flowers. When the final array seal dissolved into the void, the entire formation trembled slightly before merging seamlessly into its surroundings, as if it had been naturally formed. "It is complete," Xianyu murmured softly. Bai Yi, feeling a stirring within, endeavored to command this formation, intricately linked to his bloodline. Buzz. The surrounding scenery transformed instantaneously. The sky turned a dusky yellow, reminiscent of an autumn twilight, while the earth fell into a profound darkness, as if all vitality was being repressed. Countless shimmering petals of Hongjun blossoms materialized from thin air, resembling golden snowflakes, fluttering down silently. Where the petals fell, an aura of decay enveloped the surroundings, evoking the somber essence of autumn. Should any adversary become ensnared within this array, they would find their powers depleted by the ceaseless falling petals, their spirits eroded, ultimately sacrificing their cultivation and vitality to nourish the grand formation, returning to the core of the array, the coaxing star and the Hongjun Yugui tree. Moreover, this formation possessed multifaceted capabilities, including defense, concealment, and spirit gathering, rendering it extraordinarily mysterious. Throughout the centuries of its construction, Bai Yi and Hongjun Yugui remained industrious, utilizing the hardest Hongjun stone from the sacred mountain to collaboratively erect a palace. The palace, while not exceedingly grand, draws inspiration from the architectural style of the Qilin clan, exuding a sense of ancient weightiness, yet radiating brilliance with its golden hue, harmoniously blending with the surrounding environment. Bai Yi named it Kumu Palace, where Kuei signifies the Kuei constellation, representing him as a celestial sovereign. Mu denotes the Hongjun moon laurel, symbolizing his brother, a fellow architect of their shared homeland. Xianyu subsequently established prohibitions throughout the palace, intricately weaving it into the falling blossom grand formation, ensuring that the palace itself became an integral part of the grand array, secure and invulnerable. Upon the completion of the palace, Bai Yi began to enhance the surroundings. The falling blossom grand formation, imbued with the essence of autumn, prompted him to envision maple trees and chrysanthemums. He meticulously planted the seeds of the postnatal spiritual root, the fire cloud maple, brought from the fire cloud mountain at the lush base of the divine mountain. With the aid of golden dew, he nurtured its branches to develop roots, and in less than a century, a modest grove of maple trees flourished. In autumn, the fiery maple leaves harmonized beautifully with the golden hues of the falling blossom grand formation. Next, he planted golden chrysanthemums, characterized by their tall stems and vibrant blossoms, in the sunlit crevices of the divine mountain. Nourished by the Hongjun malevolent aura and starlight, these chrysanthemums astonishingly bloomed in all seasons, creating a radiant spectacle of gold amidst the austere, divine mountain. Several hundred years passed in careful maintenance and embellishment. The master and disciple, alongside the flourishing maple grove, diligently nurtured each chrysanthemum, attracting more spiritual springs and laying down winding stone pathways. What was once a mountain of jagged stones and sharp Hongjun energy gradually transformed into a vibrant tapestry of colors and life. a unique sanctum, seamlessly blending the essence of stars, Hongjun, autumn, and vitality, finally began to take shape. Chapter 116. Returning to the moonlit star before the Hall of Quimagong. The crimson maple leaves and the resplendent golden chrysanthemums melded curiously with the austere Hongjun mountain, creating a picturesque autumn scene. Bai Yi's dojo had taken initial shape. Although it couldn't compare to the countless millennia of renowned caves from the primordial era, it was nonetheless orderly, fortified by intricate formations, and brimming with spiritual energy, embodying the essence and foundation of an immortal abode. Xianyu stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping across the fruits of labor shared with his disciples and the Hongjun Yuegawei. He inquired of Bai Yi once more. The dojo is established. What are your plans henceforth? He recalled how Bai Yi had been eager to accompany him back to the moonlit star. Yet, at this moment, Bai Yi's eyes roamed over the Kueishu land beneath him, sensing the Starry will intertwined with his own bloodline deep within the earth's veins. A marked hesitation appeared upon his countenance. Master, he hesitated to speak. Disciple, wishes to remain in Kueishu for a time. He paused, his gaze gradually solidifying with resolve. I am the Lord of Kueishu. Having returned, I cannot merely guard this mountain and its dojo. I must traverse Kueishu to behold the true visage of my stars. This fiery cloud maple, this golden chrysanthemum, they too should take root elsewhere in Kueishu, not be confined within the formations. Moreover, there is the task of sorting the earth veins and mending the damaged stars. These are all duties of a Star Lord. The more he spoke, the clearer his thoughts became, a sense of unprecedented responsibility blossoming within his heart. Xianyu observed the sparkle in his disciple's eyes and nodded in approval. He could sense that Bai Yi had genuinely come to this realization. I am pleased to see you think this way, Xianyu spoke with a calm tone, yet underscored with rare earnestness. You have become a Star Lord who governs a realm. You are no longer that little child who needed to follow me at every turn. You carry your own responsibilities. The path of enlightenment must ultimately be tread alone. You are on the cusp of confronting the existence of the Deluo Dao fruit, and you must embody this sense of duty and resolution. This earnest counsel stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Bai Yi. Indeed, since his naive emergence into the world, he had drifted alone amidst the starry seas, with the road ahead shrouded in uncertainty. It had been his master, following the threads of causality, who had alleviated his tribulations, introduced him to the vastness of the primordial world, imparted the teachings of the Tao, and shielded him in entirety. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown accustomed to relying on this warmth and strength. Even this dojo, which ought to have been a matter of the Star Lord, had been nearly orchestrated and managed entirely by his master. A surge of mixed feelings, gratitude, guilt, and determination rose within him. He took a deep breath, solemnly bowing to Xianyu. Your teachings resonate deeply, Master. Disciple understands. I plan to remain in Kueishu for a while longer to finalize the remaining details of the dojo, and then I shall survey the stars, sort the earth veins, and once matters settle, I will enter seclusion to strive for the Deluo realm. He lifted his head, his eyes brimming with confidence and anticipation. Once I successfully break through, I shall be the first to convey the good news to you on the moonlit star. Very well. A gentle smile spread across Xianyu's face, and he readily assented. He flicked his fingers, and a wisp of cool lunar essence entered Bai Yi's brow. With this as a guide, he would be able to navigate the vast starry seas to find the moonlit star. I await you at the moon of the Taiyin. Having conveyed his message, Xianyu uttered no further words, turning to step forth, his figure swiftly blurring and merging with the starlight. Farewell, esteemed teacher. Bai Yi, standing behind, offered a profound bow once more. The Hongjun laurel tree atop the mountain also sensed the parting, its branches and leaves swaying violently, rustling as they showered the sky with golden brilliance, expressing its farewell and reluctance in its own manner. The starry expanse was boundless, yet for Xianyu, the path home was strikingly clear. With the operation of his divine powers, the celestial bodies appeared to form a staircase for him. However, with but a few turns of thought, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. An extreme chill enveloped him, an infinite silence prevailed, and a vast silver radiance filled his senses. He had arrived at the Taiyin star. As he set foot upon the familiar lunar surface, the eternal coldness wrapped around him. Gazing outward, glaciers towered, snow-capped ridges stretched endlessly, shrouded in pristine whiteness, untouched by the slightest speck of dust, yet desolate to the point of exhibiting scarcely any signs of life. The true water of the Taiyin, so fervently sought by beings of the primordial world, here existed merely as the most ordinary substance forming the mountains and rivers. The towering iceberg upon which Xianyu stood was entirely composed of the purest Taiyin true water, emanating an exquisite cold that could freeze the very essence of the soul. Ordinary beings, and even celestial entities of lesser cultivation, would find it nearly impossible to survive even a moment in such an environment. Yet Xianyu thrived. As the rhythm of the Tying Dao naturally flowed around him, resonating with the entire star, he walked slowly, heading towards the abode of his cultivation, surrounded by the timeless desolation and silence. After an indeterminate time, the silhouette of a colossal tree gradually became discernible on the distant horizon. Its gnarled branches twisted and turned, resembling jade carved from ice, spanning the void and radiating a gentle luminescence, creating a unique domain amidst this silvery world. As he drew closer to the jade tree, the surrounding vitality visibly intensified at an astonishing rate. First appeared the scattered azure luminescent points upon the icy expanse, starry mushrooms. Here on the Tying Star, they seemed to have embarked on an alternative evolutionary path, unlike those in the constellation of Kuei, which transformed into a pale gold. Instead, their forms grew extraordinarily large. Like tiny umbrellas, they dotted the landscape, coalescing into a shimmering azure sea of light, resiliently resisting the cold while exuding a faint vitality. Continuing onward, the starry mushrooms grew ever larger, some even comparable to small hills, their caps glistening with vibrant colors, a breathtaking spectacle. Passing through an ethereal barrier, soft yet undeniably present, he entered the protective formation of his cultivation abode. The scene before him opened up magnificently. Xianyu had finally returned to his sanctuary. The ancient wooden door stood ajar. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the tendrils of a primordial qingling vine had grown through the crack of the door. The verdant vines and fresh leaves had pushed open the door, as if they possessed an innate understanding, aware of their master's return and eager to welcome him. A subtle smile graced Xianyu's lips as he approached, gently rearranging the mischievous tendrils, carefully guiding them onto the adjacent wall, allowing them to climb naturally without obstructing the entrance. Xianyu pushed open the wooden door. Familiar sights greeted his eyes. First and foremost was the towering laurel tree, now even more lush than when he had departed, its branches nearly obscuring half of the sanctuary. Upon the return of the dark moon, the laurel tree sways gently without a breeze, rustling softly as if joyfully greeting its surroundings. Beneath the laurel, the palace of eternal cold stands quietly, its eaves curving gracefully, adorned with jade tiles and icy walls, untouched by dust, exuding an enduring chill. The moonlit pond in front of the palace shimmers with rippling reflections, gently disturbed by a few fallen laurel flowers. Suddenly, a lively silver fish leaps from the water, precisely consuming a laurel blossom before splashing back into the pond, sending out concentric ripples that shatter the reflected shadows of the palace and the laurel into a dance of luminous spots. Thanks to the nurturing essence of the nine-orifice spirit jade coral at the pond's bottom, the spirit fish, aquatic plants, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish within the pond have become increasingly extraordinary, brimming with vitality. Not to mention, the water of this pond is a confluence of the true water of the moon, the divine waters of the three luminaries, and the essence of the Milky Way, a veritable treasure trove of primordial waters. The moon dwelling by the pond remains unchanged. Yet the sycamore tree, known as the Wraith Flame, across the water has undergone significant transformation. After 2 cosmic gatherings, it has grown far beyond the fragile sapling that once required careful nurturing. Its trunk gleams in a deep purple-black, with robust branches reaching higher than the adjacent moon dwelling. The purplish-red ethereal flames burn quietly among the leaves, emanating a chilling yet powerful aura that perfectly merges with the overall coolness of the lunar realm, while possessing a distinct character of its own. As the dark moon strolls through this familiar sanctuary, the weariness and turmoil from wandering the primordial expanse seem to be thoroughly washed away. Here alone is where the heart finds solace. Chapter 117. The return to the source. Beneath the laurel tree, the moonlight cascaded like a waterfall. Xianyu stood quietly within, allowing the icy lunar radiance to flow over him, as if washing away the weariness accumulated from traversing the starry seas and stepping into the primordial wilderness. He closed his eyes, his spirit quietly connecting with this old companion that had accompanied him through countless epochs. Without the need for words, a vast stream of information naturally surged into his consciousness through the moonlight. For 2 epochs, the Tying Star remained as tranquil as ever. The primordial starry sky operated smoothly, devoid of significant turmoil. The 365 branches of the laurel tree, rooted in the main star, stood as the most loyal sentinels, not only stabilizing the stars, but also extending their perception to every corner of the cosmos. Thanks to these branches tirelessly refining and transforming chaotic energy into pure innate spiritual essence, the evolutionary process of the entire primordial starry sky was significantly accelerated. The essence of the stars grew ever more robust, and the corresponding accumulation of the Star Lord's authority and positions was markedly enhanced. Particularly for the powerful main stars such as Tantalus and Pudgeon, the spiritual essence of the Star Lords they were nurturing had greatly improved, perhaps poised to attain sentience before the conclusion of the Longhorn catastrophe. A slight smile curved Xianyu's lips. The well-being of his home was the greatest comfort. He also expanded his consciousness, sharing the grandeur of the unparalleled mountain, the serene beauty of the Wanshou Mountain, the enigmatic spiritual roots of the Luo River Prairie, the grim atmosphere of the Baihu Ridge, the vastness of the Xiaoxi Sea, and the splendor and chaos of the Xumi Sacred Realm, along with the myriad forms of sentient beings encountered along the journey, transforming them into vivid images of divine thought to share with this old friend who, though immobile, steadfastly guarded the Tyne Star. The branches and leaves of the laurel tree swayed joyfully of their own accord, as if through Xianyu's eyes they greedily beheld the land they could not physically tread upon, the resplendent and expansive primordial earth. After a considerable time, having digested the myriad pieces of information, dozens of vibrant green branches, imbued with the pure essence of the laurel, spontaneously broke off and gently fell into Xianyu's hands. A clear and eager thought emerged. When he next ventured into the primordial realm, he should plant these eyes and tendrils upon those auspicious grounds. It yearned to witness those mountains and rivers and to personally experience the veins of the earth. Xianyu tightly grasped the cool branches in his hand and responded solemnly. Rest assured, my friend, one day I shall let your fragrance waft across the myriad realms. If he truly could spread the laurel branches throughout the renowned mountains and rivers of the primordial domain, leveraging the laurel tree's own lunar pathway, connecting all the avatars through moonlight, and using the miraculous lunar pool on the Tyne Star as a mirror, perhaps there would come a day when he could attain the supreme authority to oversee the primordial realm and reflect upon the heavens. Upon hearing Xianyu's words, the laurel tree rejoiced. 2 leaves floated down, containing a bounty of laurel blossoms and jade dew. Over the course of 2 epochs, aside from the daily offerings to the primordial realm and nurturing the lunar pool, it had indeed accumulated a substantial surplus. For Xianyu, this jade dew proved exceedingly useful, whether for external trade or for restoring his magical power. After collecting the jade dew and laurel blossoms, Xianyu gently patted the sturdy trunk of the laurel tree, his expression turning serious. Old companion, there is still much more for us to accomplish together. However, the moon star is not the mount of eternal life. Its attributes are vastly different. Thus, the formation must undergo significant alterations. His vision is to use the laurel tree as the core of the formation, connecting the scattered laurel branches from the 365 principal stars of the primordial realm, harnessing the power of the celestial bodies to manifest the ethereal shadows of the stars. Once the grand array is activated, it will not only suppress the forces of the moon star, but also amalgamate the immense celestial might of the 365 principal stars. At that moment, even the mighty golden immortal of the primordial chaos would find it exceedingly challenging to extract any advantage. After meticulously contemplating this formation multiple times and confirming its reliability, Xianyue ceased his hesitations. Xianyue ascended into the lofty heights of the moon star, stepping gracefully through the air. With one hand behind him and the other weaving intricate symbols, he drew upon the pure energies of the heavens and the infinite brilliance of the stars, beginning to inscribe a new foundational formation upon the celestial dome. The Kuan Yuan Gui Zong formation belongs to the earth, embodying weightiness and virtue. In contrast, his new formation belongs to the heavens, characterized by its clarity and elevated purity, channeling the formidable forces of the starry expanse. Radiant and resplendent lines, imbued with the phenomena of the celestial bodies, were etched into the void barriers of the moon star through his unparalleled magical prowess. The process was intricate and meticulous, allowing for no errors whatsoever. Centuries slipped by unnoticed. When the final star pattern was inscribed, the entire formation trembled violently. The void beyond the moon star seemed to warp slightly, and the positions of the 365 principal stars brightened for a fleeting moment. The overwhelming star power traversed an endless expanse, drawn through the laurel branches, and perfectly fused with the inherent strength of the moon star. An unprecedented, extraordinary formation that connected to the celestial firmament was fully realized. Xianyue named it the Qian Yuan Gui Zong formation. Qian signifies the heavens, perfectly aligning with the essence of this formation that draws upon the celestial powers. The moment the formation manifested, it spontaneously resonated with the original invitation moon formation of the moon star. The two formations intersected and merged. One drew upon the essence of the moon, cold and desolate, while the other summoned the vast and glorious celestial energy. One was internal and the other external. One yin and the other yang, complementing each other, elevating the profundity of the formation to a new level. Xianyue felt the impregnable and reassuring barrier of the formation after their fusion. He sensed that even a mid-stage golden immortal of the primordial chaos would find it no easy task to breach it. Though Kuan Yuan and Qian Yuan differ by a mere character, they represent the contrast between the earth and the heavens, with entirely opposing principles. Reflecting on his travels through the primordial realm, Xianyue recalled his encounters in deciphering the innate formations of the Fire Cloud Cave, the Kuan Yuan Gui Zong formation of the Mount of Eternal Life, and numerous other formations. Subsequently, he had personally crafted the Falling Flowers and Qian Yuan formations, both of which could be considered pinnacle formations at the Daoyuo level. Xianyue understood that his mastery in the realm of formations had reached an unprecedented peak, or perhaps a bottleneck. The Daoyuo level formations held no secrets for him. To advance further, he would need to delve into the legendary formations that only the saints of primordial chaos could wield, manipulating the powers of the heavenly path. For instance, the first killing formation of the primordial realm, the extermination sword formation. Or perhaps, he could explore the grand formation of the celestial bodies, which operates like a chessboard. Additionally, there is the 10,000 immortal formation, which requires the convergence of myriad immortals to unleash its ultimate power. Only by delving into and deciphering the profound principles of such a primordial realm of formation can one transcend limitations and step into an entirely new dimension of mastery. Xianyu stands atop the laurel tree, gazing up at the increasingly resplendent and vivid celestial constellations illuminated by the Qian Yuan Great Formation, her gaze distant and contemplative. Chapter 118. The Repair of the Dao Field, Part 1. At the moment the Qianyuan Guizong Great Array was completed, the entire Tying Star seemed to tremble gently, not in a violent upheaval, but rather in a profound resonance emanating from the very essence of the stars. Within the Dao field, the already rich starlight suddenly transformed, flowing like a tangible stream, saturating every inch of space. The cool, silvery glow intertwined with the resplendent starlight, enveloping the Guanghan Palace, the laurel tree, and the moon pool in a shimmering, ethereal halo. However, this tremendous stellar energy was not entirely confined within the Dao field. Under the deliberate guidance of Xianyu, the excessive starlight gently surged outward like a tide, breaching the invisible barrier and cascading into the vast, desolate ice plains of the Tying Star. The reason for this was to prevent the overly concentrated starlight from coalescing into the toxic star, light, divine water. Although this water is part of the triad of divine waters alongside the sunlight divine water and moonlight divine water, it is peerless in its isolated form, adept at eroding the magical powers of living beings and corroding the primordial spirit's path. He had no desire for his meticulously maintained Dao field to become a wasteland where even spiritual roots could not survive. Allowing the starlight to overflow would not only invigorate the overall vitality of the Tying Star, but also promote the growth of the colossal star mushrooms in the periphery, while simultaneously averting the emergence of such a calamity within the field. Contemplating the star-light divine water, Xianyu found himself pondering its significance. It is the foremost healing elixir of the primordial world, an unparalleled treasure for nurturing spiritual roots, and potentially a divine object that could be utilized in the future to cultivate humanity. If it could be produced autonomously, it would be nothing short of splendid. Presently, the Tying Star lacked for moonlight divine water, which was abundant on the expansive ice plains outside the Dao field. The star-light divine water, if he relinquished control, could continuously coalesce. Only the sunlight divine water, being of utmost yang, clashed with the intrinsic nature of the Tying Star, making its generation exceedingly difficult. Perhaps, if fortune favored him in the future, he could attempt to cultivate a small sun on the Tying Star. A bold thought flickered through his mind. Although it seemed absurd, it was not entirely devoid of possibility. If he could plant a branch of the Fusong tree in the Dao field, or perhaps acquire one when Emperor Jun had offspring and convince it to dwell in the heavens, it could come to fruition. In such a scenario, with the sun, moon, and stars all present, the Tying Star would naturally establish a cycle, and the triad of divine waters might flow endlessly. Currently, his triad of divine waters primarily depended on the Zhou Tian star tree to draw the sun, moon, and stars from the primordial realm slowly merging them. The efficiency was far from optimal. Fortunately, with the later acquisition of the Great Yin Star map, this treasure complemented the star tree and significantly accelerated the coalescence rate. Coupled with the divine water pool inherent to the Great Yin Star tree, Xianyu indeed found himself well supplied with the triad of divine waters. Reflecting on the Great Yin Star map, Xianyu felt a stir of thought. This exquisite innate spiritual treasure harbored a vast celestial world, serving both offensive and defensive purposes. With boundless applications, many spiritual roots he had gathered in his early years, as well as some rare and extraordinary beasts, were conveniently housed within its realms of medicinal herbs and myriad beasts. Yet, despite its merits, the star map was ultimately a treasure he wielded to ensnare and vanquish foes. And its interior was not absolutely secure. To confine these beings for an extended period is far from an infallible strategy. Should a conflict arise inadvertently, it could lead to their ruin, resulting in significant loss for Xianyu. Thus, it is far more prudent to transplant them back to the Dao field of the Tyne Star. With this thought, Xianyu acted promptly. A flicker of intent summoned the celestial star map from within his sleeve, transforming it into a resplendent scroll of starlight that hovered gracefully above his palm. As the star map unfurled, the cosmic rivers within it flowed, vast and boundless. With a subtle pull of his mind, he carefully extracted the crimson giant egg, which had long been nestled at the core of the star continent, absorbing stellar energy for its metamorphosis. The egg, born of the star Kuan, silently materialized beneath the laurel tree, hovering steadily above the moonlit pool at a height of about a foot. It radiated powerful waves of life energy, continuing to absorb the more refined lunar essence and stellar force present in the area. Next, Xianyu's hands moved in an airy grasp, plucking two celestial orbs from the star map, each the size of a walnut, which settled in his palm. One orb was a vibrant green, teeming with life, derived from the realm of herbs, encapsulating the purple rhythm Dao fruit tree, innate rice, phoenix tree branches, and various spiritual plants he had later acquired. The other orb bore the faint silhouettes of myriad beasts, hailing from the beast realm, containing rare and intriguing creatures he had gathered during his travels. However, most of them were visually appealing yet of limited utility, lacking in intelligence. Otherwise, they would not have remained in their beast forms when encountering Xianyu. Part of the collection was also due to Bai Yi's cravings for their succulent flesh, prompting Xianyu to gather them. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the central continent of the star world. Under the influence of his thoughts, the star map shimmered brightly, from which he extracted two distinct spiritual roots, each pulsating with ethereal light. One was a postnatal offshoot of the ginseng fruit tree from the Wanshou mountain, having established itself to a preliminary degree. The other, a half-dead offshoot of the phoenix tree, sustained solely by the divine water of the three lights. After completing these tasks, Xianyu gently cast the celestial star map towards the moon pool. The scroll transformed into a stream of light, gliding smoothly to the spot directly beneath the star Kuan, unfurling as if it had become a soft yet resilient celestial cradle, tenderly cradling the giant egg. The celestial star map continued to emanate pure stellar energy to nourish the star Kuan. As it operated, it naturally began to draw and condense the energies of the sun, moon, and stars, transforming them into precious drops of divine water, which fell precisely into the moon pool below. Plop, plop. As the divine water cascaded into the moon pool, it sent ripples across the surface, rapidly merging with the water and elevating its spiritual essence and creative power to a new level. The colorful spiritual fish and jade-hued shells were the first to perceive this remarkable change. Having long resided in the jade dew-infused waters, their intelligence had already awakened. Upon sensing the drops of supreme divine water that instinctively beckoned to them, they became utterly agitated. Splash, splash, plump, vibrant fish surged forth from the water, eagerly leaping towards the shore where Xianyu stood, thrashing their tails and heads in a gesture akin to bowing, expressing their gratitude and joy. The large clams gently opened their shells, releasing a cascade of bubbles that enveloped magnificent and resplendent pearls, which floated to the surface and gracefully landed before Xianyu, as if presenting treasures. Observing these lively little creatures, Xianyu couldn't help but smile. These spirited fish and shellfish were brought back initially for their aesthetic appeal, and their innate potential was generally modest, with most of them stagnating at the realm of Xian immortal, making any advancement unlikely. He had never anticipated that they would truly transform and attain enlightenment. It sufficed for them to frolic leisurely in this moonlit pond. Adding a touch of vibrancy to the scene, Xianyu gently returned the splendid pearls to the moon pool, allowing them to serve as stones at the bottom of the pond. Chapter 119. The Repair of the Dojo, Part 2. The dojo of Xianyu is of grand proportions, centered around the towering laurel tree. Its silvery luminescence radiating outward, enveloping an expanse of several hundred light years. In this vast and boundless realm of the Tying Star, he stands as the sole sovereign, the one and only divine presence. The fence formed naturally by the primordial Qingling vines delineates this area into two distinct circles, the inner and the outer. The outer circle remains relatively desolate, preserving the original chill of the Tying Star. Countless star mushrooms sprout across the landscape like a living sea of stars, thriving and proliferating. These colossal fungi shimmer with hues of ethereal blue and silvery white, creating a dreamlike vista that has become a unique spectacle of the Tying Star. Xianyu perceives at a glance the feasibility of utilizing these star mushrooms to arrange an illusionary formation. The formation master harnesses the power of heaven and earth, wielding it with finesse to move mountains and alter seas, to transform the very fabric of reality. Capable of sealing demons and confining malevolence, its applications are boundless. With a mere thought, myriad divine patterns are conjured into existence, settling upon the star mushrooms, as a cascade of luminous formations quietly descends, alongside the two existing major formations. This now constitutes the third layer. Within the Qingling vine enclosure lies Xianyu's meticulously cultivated sanctuary, a scene vastly different from the outer realm. To the south of the laurel tree lies the enchanting moon pool. Initially elliptical, the moon pool has gradually transformed its shape, influenced by the continuous drips of dew from the laurel tree and the irrigation channels that Xianyu has fashioned to nourish the flora. Over the course of several epochs, this once elliptical pool subtly morphed into a crescent shape. The surface of the pool, though seemingly modest, is tranquil as a mirror, concealing within it a profound microcosm of water. Xianyu has deposited all aquatic beings collected from the realm of 10,000 beasts into this pool. Several formidable fish, once imposing in the realm of 10,000 beasts, shrink in size upon entering the moon pool, their forms becoming delicate and colorful, transforming into docile and exquisite ornamental fish that swim gracefully alongside other spiritual fish, jade clams, and colorful crabs, enhancing the vivacity of the scene. Beneath the watery microcosm, nestled within the silt at the bottom of the pool, lies a layer of genuine Tying water, creating a barrier between the upper and lower realms. Within this layer of genuine Tying water resides the primordial essence of a sealed ancient relic known as the Snowy Sprite, which contains the void energy resulting from the obliteration of chaotic auras. This void energy is exceedingly unstable, dissipating with the slightest disturbance, and can only be preserved under such layers of profound pressure and confinement. Beneath the genuine Tying water lies the remnants of chaotic divine demons, sealed in collaboration with the celestial path. After a meticulous examination, Xianyu confirms the integrity of these remains and subsequently fortifies them with an additional 10 layers of diverse seals. By the poolside, a modest moon cottage stands serenely, its entrance adorned with exquisite stone tables and benches sculpted from jade. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyu carefully transplants a branch of the ginseng fruit tree into the area in front of the moon cottage, not far from the stone table. Although this offshoot originates from one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, it remains a secondary growth and will not attain a substantial size. Its presence here does not seem out of place. Rather, it imbues the small wooden cottage with a sense of vitality and auspiciousness. As for the branch of the Phoenix clan's parasol tree, it was planted by Xianyu beside the Mingyan parasol tree. The two share similar attributes, their auras subtly intertwining, and when planted together, they may nourish each other, culminating in mutual enhancement. This arrangement could facilitate the formation of the unique fire within the Mingyan parasol tree while also nurturing the tree itself, preventing it from languishing in a state of half-life. A smooth jade pathway meanders from the entrance of the moon abode, winding around the shimmering moon pool and passing through the garden where exotic flowers and herbs are to be cultivated. The main thoroughfare leads directly to the wooden gate of the Qingling vine wall courtyard, while another branching path heads towards the Guanghan Palace, located to the east of the laurel tree. The Guanghan Palace is a realm of endless majesty, with countless doors and windows, intricately carved railings, and resplendent halls. This expansive architectural complex features soaring eaves and ice-cold corridors, exuding an air of supreme dignity and grandeur, serving as Xianyu's secluded retreat. In contrast, he typically receives guests or engages in daily cultivation at the moon abode. To the due west of the laurel tree lies a garden of 100 herbs, a space designated by Xianyu The majority of the spiritual roots and celestial herbs gathered from the primordial chaos have been transplanted here. Each plant possesses distinct characteristics and varying environmental requirements. Xianyu, employing his extraordinary abilities, meticulously divided and refined this area into dozens of semi-independent small spaces. Although still tethered to the Great Yin Star, the climatic conditions within each space differ dramatically. Some are as fervent as a furnace, suitable for fire-attribute spiritual roots. Others are humid and rainy, evolving into miniature marshlands, while some are arid and harsh, forming desert hills. From deep mountains to secluded valleys, plains, and wetlands, a diverse array of landscapes exists. To perfectly accommodate these delicate spiritual roots, Xianyu devoted immense effort, finely tuning the laws governing each small space according to their unique needs. Merely tending to this garden of 100 herbs consumed thousands of his years. As for the particularly vibrant and aesthetically pleasing spiritual plants, they were artfully planted around the moon pool, harmonizing beautifully with the water and the moon abode. To the north of the laurel tree originally lay the most desolate and barren area within the sanctuary. In the past, the Great Yin Star was impoverished, and even the most skilled hands found it challenging to create beauty from mere scarcity. However, times have changed. Observing the two star orbs, transformed from the realms of myriad beasts and 100 herbs, within his palm, Xianyu conceived an idea. Channeling his power, he fused these two small celestial bodies, each having developed a complete ecosystem, into one and gently cast it forth. With a hum, the two star orbs transformed into a streak of luminous energy, descending directly into the desolate expanse to the north of the laurel tree. As the brilliance surged, a magnificent landscape unfolded. Rolling mountains, rushing rivers, lush forests, and endless grasslands emerged, instantly replacing the previous barrenness with a miniature yet complete world. The scope even extended beyond the inner circle's limits, reaching outwards significantly. Should any living being step within, they would be astonished to discover that this wilderness is far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. This was Xianyu's supreme spatial mastery, artfully folding and compressing an entire world's expanse into this location. From the outside, it appears as a meticulously arranged landscape garden. Yet within it lies a profound universe, an entire world unto itself. When Xianyu finally settled the last spiritual root and adjusted the final subtle creases of space, he suddenly became aware of the passage of time. Unbeknownst to him, a millennium had elapsed. On the moon of the Great Yin, time always unfolds in this manner, silent and protracted, yet fleetingly swift. Chapter 120, Repairing the Dojo, Part 2. The dojo, adorned with lush mountains and rivers, flourishes with pavilions and towers harmoniously arranged, where spiritual flora and exotic beasts thrive in their rightful places. Yet, three peculiar spiritual roots remain unaddressed by Xianyu. One of these is the Heavenly Dao fruit tree, salvaged from the Western Demon Cave, which sacrificed its innate auspicious purple chi essence. Presently, it has shed its celestial anomalies and resembles a moderately elegant postnatal spiritual root, yet its inherent intelligence has become remarkably clearer. When Xianyu initially established the herb garden, she extracted it to accompany her, allowing it to observe her cultivation of various herbs. The Heavenly Dao fruit tree, displaying considerable cleverness, assists Xianyu by utilizing its roots to aerate the soil or construct irrigation channels. The synergy between the two is commendable. Having previously opened its eyes in the starry realm, it witnessed the grand three-light divine water pool and the exquisite primordial spiritual root, the Great Yin Star tree. Now, emerging to follow Xianyu to the Great Yin dojo, its once narrow worldview has once again been shattered. The Heavenly Dao fruit tree has resolved to not seek discipleship under Xianyu, but merely to serve as a gatekeeper. Therefore, as Xianyu cultivates the herbs, the tree exerts itself eagerly, striving to showcase its capabilities. Xianyu is quite pleased with the tree's performance and has determined its future role. Accompanied by the Heavenly Dao fruit tree, Xianyu steps into a spacious and bright side hall deep within the Guanhan Palace. Although this is a side hall, it remains a place blessed by the Great Yin Star's fortune, with dense lunar radiance and distinct Dao rhythm. The tranquility of this space is conducive to stabilizing spiritual intelligence and nurturing one's essence. Xianyu softly addresses the Heavenly Dao fruit tree. Once you attain your form and emerge into the world, you shall remain by my side as the steward of the dojo. Managing such a vast enterprise necessitates someone to oversee the minutiae. The Heavenly Dao fruit tree sways its branches and leaves, bubbling with joy, unable to articulate its excitement, but expressing it through body language. Oh heavens! My esteemed master possesses two spiritual roots, one being an exceptional primordial spiritual root, and the other also of the highest caliber. Xianyu carefully plants the Ziyun Dao fruit tree in the specially designated spiritual soil at the center of the side hall, nourishing it with a stream of living water from the lunar pool. I seem to be ailing, she reflects, gazing at the seemingly worthless array of divine waters beneath her feet, a melancholic sorrow without cause. Recalling the past, tormented by demonic cultivation techniques, she ponders what days those were. Xianyu refrains from probing the thoughts of the spiritual root, but perceives its powerful soul waves, indicating that it is indeed on the verge of transformation. Here, you shall diligently cultivate, nourished by the fortune of the Guanghan Palace and the power of the Yin Star, and your transformation shall undoubtedly be greatly expedited. Given the vastness of Xianyu's dojo, undertaking every task personally would surely lead to exhaustion. Hence, having a wise assistant is indeed most beneficial. After attending to the Ziyun Dao fruit tree, Xianyu shifts her focus to the primordial rice, a matter of great significance to her future plans. Not only can it be used for brewing, but it also pertains to the culinary path and the path of sustenance, both of which hold immense potential, even influencing the future development of humanity. It is not solely the human race that matters. Once the postnatal beings emerge, primordial grains like the innate rice will also prove to be immensely significant. After much contemplation, Xianyu ultimately resolved to plant it in the open space before the moon abode, beside the gentle waters of the moon pool. This land, rich in soil and nourished day and night by the ethereal essence of the moon pool, is most suitable for the growth of rice. With his own hands, Xianyu first sowed the primordial rice. Then, employing the powers of the lunar essence, he tilled the earth and carefully scattered the golden grains, imbued with innate spiritual energy. During this sowing, Xianyu became aware of an intriguing phenomenon. Typically, if one were to cultivate the offspring or seeds of an innate spiritual root separately, the offspring would often exhibit diminished spiritual essence, relegating them to the status of postnatal beings. For instance, the crimson fruits in his herbal garden, originally derived from the innate crimson fruits of the Qilin clan, although they retained similar taste and spiritual energy when cultivated from seeds, had nonetheless fallen in rank to postnatal. However, this primordial rice was an exception. If the newly formed grains remained connected to the mother plant within the same spiritual field, sharing energy and growing in unison, the new rice could retain its primordial rank and essence. Yet, should they be separated and cultivated independently, their quality would immediately decline, descending into postnatal status. How fascinating indeed. Truly fascinating. Xianyu knelt down, his fingertips brushing against the tender sprouts of the rice seeds, feeling the faint, yet harmoniously intertwined innate spiritual essence. This peculiar commonality reminded him of a mysterious spiritual root from his days on the Luo River Prairie, which embodied the laws and transformed the entire expanse into a wondrous ecosystem. Though the paths of the two seemed vastly different, there was an underlying similarity. That enigmatic spiritual root diversified into myriad forms, manifesting as all things, co-creating a world and evolving its principles. In contrast, this primordial rice followed a path of unity among all beings, albeit this unity was specifically among his progeny. Countless offspring, akin to integral parts of a whole, collectively sustained a vast and unified primordial source. Perhaps this represents a unique pathway to enlightenment? Xianyu pondered. He sensed that the future of this primordial rice might extend far beyond mere fermentation or sustenance. After meticulously transplanting and settling this batch of rice, and observing for a moment longer, he finally stood upright, brushing off non-existent dust from his robe, and strolled back into the moon abode. After a millennium of toil and with all matters settled, he found himself at last in a moment of leisure. He took a seat at the jade table and retrieved an item from his bosom. It was a large, plump, and succulent peach, a celestial peach of the Ren water variety. This had been a gift from Taoist Hongjun in the past, from which he had given one to Bai Yi and another to the master and disciple Yuan Ti and Jin Huan, allowing them to savor the experience while he kept this last one for himself. After laboring for millennia, it was now the perfect time to indulge in this sweet fruit during a brief respite. He gently bit into the peach's skin, and the sweet, cool juice instantly filled his mouth. The flesh was delicate and free of pulp, releasing a pure and overwhelming essence of Ren water that invigorated his entire being. Truly, it was a remarkable treasure. Xianyu savored it thoroughly and could not help but exclaim in admiration. No wonder this fruit has become the hallmark of the Heavenly Peach Banquet. It possesses a distinctive allure. Before long, a celestial peach had been consumed, leaving behind only a pit adorned with intricate, arcane patterns. Xianyu, holding this pit that still retained a trace of ethereal vitality, cast his gaze toward the entrance of the Guanhan Palace. He strolled out of the lunar abode and arrived at the expansive area before the palace gates. After a moment of contemplation, he selected a particular spot. With a graceful gesture, he broke the somewhat hardened lunar soil and carefully buried the Ren Shui peach pit within it. Subsequently, he summoned a fist-sized orb of resplendent Sanguang divine water from the moon pool, gently pouring it over the soil where the peach pit lay. The divine water swiftly seeped in, nurturing the remnant life force within the peach pit. Whether it would take root and sprout depended on one's own fortune, Xianyu murmured. Should it flourish, the Tying Star would gain yet another flavor of celestial peach in the days to come. Having completed this task, he stood with hands clasped behind his back before the Guanhan Palace, gazing at the transformed scene before him. The moon laurel swayed gracefully, the moon pool rippled. Distant mountains shimmered with verdant hues, and nearby, the grass flourished lushly. After countless eons of cultivation, this cold and solitary Tying ancient star, long devoid of vitality, had, in his hands, blossomed into a realm brimming with life, resembling a celestial paradise. A profound sense of tranquility and fulfillment enveloped his heart. Chapter 121. The Path of Chaos, Part 1. The grand cold palace stands majestically and solemnly, its main hall's dome soaring high, seemingly connecting to the boundless starry sky above, adorned with countless celestial gems that move independently, embodying the wondrous evolution of the constellations. For colossal ice crystal pillars support the edifice, their surfaces naturally adorned with lunar patterns, emanating a cool, luminous glow. The floor, smooth as a mirror, reflects the stars of the dome, making one feel as if strolling amidst the galaxies. The hall is vast and silent, save for a high platform at its deepest point, where a cloud bed is situated. This is the place of tranquil meditation for Xianyu. As Xianyu steps into the hall, his movements are soundless. He sits cross-legged upon the cloud bed, slowly closing his eyes, regulating his breath, and immersing his mind into a state of profound tranquility. Moments later, he gently draws a finger to his brow. A chaotic radiance, indescribable in color, gradually emerges from the depths of his primordial spirit. Initially, it appears as a mere speck of dust, which then suddenly expands into an irregular fragment of a jade disk, its edges flowing with the brilliance of myriad paths. Suspended before him, this is indeed the fragment of the creation jade disk obtained from the fire cloud cave. As this object manifests, the entire grand cold palace trembles violently, resonating with the laws of the lunar path contained within the fragment. In the void of the hall, endless white lotus flowers materialize and dissipate in a ceaseless cycle. Chaotic energies surge forth, transforming into boundless moonlight that swiftly seeps back into the void, leaving no trace. Numerous indistinct primordial divine shadows swirl around the fragment, resonating with profound and enigmatic melodies of the great path. The surface of the fragment is alive with swirling chaotic radiance, occasionally morphing into the colossal shadow of a primordial axe, or transforming into the tumultuous scenes of earth, water, fire, and wind, and at times coalescing into countless fine particles, each imbued with the essence of great path runes. Xianyu sweeps his sleeve, dispersing these astonishing phenomena, then cautiously probes his consciousness into the fragment, seeking the complete trajectory of the lunar path. Within this jade disk fragment lies the entirety of the lunar path. In the past, within the fire cloud cave, he utilized the power of this fragment to glimpse the opportunity for attaining the perfection of the great Luo, ultimately fulfilling his own path. Now, he must embark on the journey of comprehending how to attain the status of a chaos golden immortal. According to the information received from Hongjun, for a cultivator to break through to the great Luo's perfection, there are essentially two paths. One involves harnessing the power of chaotic divine demons by refining their remains or similar entities to become a chaos golden immortal. The other path entails forging a new path entirely on one's own. Comparatively, the former is simpler, yet carries the risk of being possessed by chaotic divine demons. After all, as long as the Dao fruit of a great Luo golden immortal remains unextinguished, there will always come a day for their return. Not to mention those chaotic divine demons that came into being before the creation of heaven and earth, fully mastering a particular great path. The moment his consciousness penetrates, it feels as though he has entered an expansive river composed of endless icy cold and desolate laws. This is more ancient, primal, and comprehensive than the lunar path he sensed amidst the primordial realms. However, as his understanding deepens, a chilling reality becomes ever more apparent. Just as Hongjun stated, the great paths within the primordial world originate from the fallen chaotic divine demons, They are merely a manifestation of part of their great path, not the entirety. The chaotic divine demons traverse the vast expanse of the boundless chaotic realm, even though their corporeal forms may perish beneath the Pangu axe. Becoming mere sustenance for the primordial world, the profound principles they embody cannot entirely be subsumed by the primordial realm. If one merely comprehends a singular principle within the primordial realm, lacking the entirety of the chaotic essence, it is nearly impossible for beings to attain the status of a Hongyuan golden immortal. The fragments of the creation jade plate may well contain the complete principles or the missing elements of the primordial realm. Should one succeed in deciphering them, the path to becoming a Hongyuan golden immortal may unfold. Nevertheless, the essence of this method resembles the first path, fraught with difficulties. Xian Yu could even faintly sense a cold, silent, yet immensely powerful and vague imprint of will lurking at the source of that principle. This was the mark left by the original sovereign. Should any successor attempt to ascend to the Hongyuan using this path, it would inevitably disturb that imprint, invoking incalculable peril. The first path, indeed, is a dead end. Xian Yu contemplated silently. In the primordial realm, there are indeed a few who have taken shortcuts to achieve Hongyuan through the first method, such as the vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and that one who suppressed the fire demon at the immortal volcano, White Sha. Except for White Sha, the cultivation of these four has stagnated at the initial stage of the Hongyuan golden immortal, with no further advancement. In retrospect, it appears not that they cannot progress, but rather that they are unwilling or too fearful to do so. They must have also sensed the imprint of the original sovereign within their own principles. Until a method to completely obliterate or isolate that imprint is discovered, who would dare to readily elevate their cultivation and deepen their connection to the source of the principles? It would be akin to willingly offering oneself upon the altar of the resurrection of the chaotic divine demons, especially in the case of White Sha. In the past, he was thought to have gone astray due to his pursuit of the path of slaughter or to have been driven mad by the schemes of Rahu. Only after a profound discussion with the Sentinels at White Tiger Ridge did it become evident that he had forcibly merged with the remnants of the slaughtering divine demons, resulting in an unstable foundation, which, compounded by the agony of losing a child, drove him into utter madness, nearly stripping him of his sanity. This serves as a cautionary tale. Therefore, the only path before Xian Yu is to forge a new route through the second method. Withdrawing her consciousness from the Great Yin River, Xian Yu began to harness the authority of the Great Yin, linking with the heavenly principles through the power of the creation jade plate, seeking glimpses of several new paths within the cosmos. This process mirrors that of the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the initial Qilin in their establishment of new paths. Fragments of radiant light swirled, revealing indistinct visions, witnessing the ancestor dragon roaring, commanding the myriad waters, presiding over the aquatic tribes, establishing order, ensuring bloodline continuity, and laying down the path of the dragon, observing the primordial phoenix's long cry. As the flames of rebirth consumed its old form, encapsulating life and death within flames, evolving the path of rebirth, and seeing the initial Qilin treading upon the earth, embodying great virtue, instituting the ethical norms of terrestrial beasts, harmonizing with the earth's veins, bestowing auspicious blessings, and utilizing the earth to uphold the yin and yang of the five elements, establishing the path of geomancy. There are even older existences that Xian Yu dared not pry into too deeply. She discerned that their principles did not emerge from nothingness. Rather, they were enhancements and reconfigurations of the established principles of the primordial realm, ultimately establishing unprecedented and entirely new systems of rules. These new paths, having received the recognition of the heavenly principles, became vital pillars supporting the operations of the primordial realm, thus enabling them to break through and attain the exalted status of the Hongyuan Golden Immortal. The realm of the mixed elemental Golden Immortal is a new dimension deliberately delineated by the likes of Hongjun to differentiate it from the ancient paths of gods and demons. It signifies a unique stage that possesses some of the profound mysteries of the mixed elemental Dao, yet has not completely transcended. The establishment of a new path is no simple endeavor. It primarily necessitates enduring the trials of the Heavenly Dao. The new path must be beneficial to the primal world, capable of complementing the laws and stabilizing the cosmos, before it can be deemed worthy of existence and growth. Should the established path lean towards malevolence or be detrimental to the universe, it will inevitably incur heavenly retribution, resulting in the demise of both body and Dao as a commonplace occurrence. Even if one passes the trials and the new path is initially founded, it remains akin to a tender sapling, fragile and vulnerable. It requires the founder to continuously refine it through personal cultivation and the practices of sentient beings to enhance, fill, and expand it, allowing it to gradually grow and extend from the primal chaos until its essence can envelop the boundless void, becoming a brand new law within the chaos. At that moment, the founder will naturally attain a seamless transcendence, evolving into a mixed elemental golden immortal, indistinguishable in essence from the ancient chaotic deities and demons. As Xian Yu's heart stirred, he slowly opened his eyes. The fragments of the creation jade plate before him gradually dimmed, retreating back into the center of his brow. The myriad extraordinary phenomena within the hall subsided, returning to tranquility. Xian Yu aspired to carve out a new path that belongs solely to him amidst the vastness of the primal world and the boundless avenues. One capable of supporting the cosmos and transforming chaos. The road ahead is long and fraught with challenges, yet in his eyes, there exists only determination and clarity. The gate of mixed elementals has revealed its path to him. Though it is strewn with thorns, it remains the only true way forward. Chapter 122, The Pathway of Mixed Origins, Part 2. However, the establishment of a new path is by no means a simple endeavor. It requires the favor of celestial timing, the confluence of geographical advantages, the unity of the people, and a profound personal insight into the Great Way, coupled with an indispensable stroke of serendipity. Were the creation of a new path truly so effortless, why would figures such as Zhuke Lingwang, Xuanwu Jiming, and Qinglong Mengzhong knowingly embark on the perilous journey of refining the remnants of the chaotic deities, fully aware that it is akin to quenching thirst with poison? Xian Yu comprehends their plight. For the survival of their kin, and in service to the grand schemes of their clan leader, such actions are imperative. Under the mounting pressure of the Dragon Clan, which already boasts several individuals of mixed origin strength, Zhuke Lingwang finds himself with no alternative. Even if the path he treads is fraught with thorns and may lead to an abyss, the power it promises is the tangible reality of the realm of mixed origin golden immortals. The Phoenix clan desperately requires another mixed origin golden immortal to uphold their standing. And the clan leader Yuan Feng is equally in need. In truth, Xian Yu possesses numerous treasures that could assist him in achieving mixed origin. Aside from the remnants of the chaotic deities sealed beneath the moon pool, there are also shards of the creation jade plate. Both of these elements could pave the way for him. However, the remnants stem from the ferocious beast of chaos and bear the traces of the chaotic Great Way. Should Xian Yu refine them, he might seize the opportunity to attain mixed origin golden immortal status through the chaotic Great Way. Yet, this chaotic Great Way does not align with his identity, responsibilities, or authority. To relinquish his fundamental path for the sake of this remnant would be a grave misstep, akin to forsaking one's roots for fleeting gains. Moreover, he possesses a transmission jade slip bestowed by the Taoist Hongjun, which contains the teachings for his path to enlightenment. Hongjun has stated that he must first discover his own path before gazing upon it, lest he be influenced and stray from his true essence. Although Xian Yu has refrained from examining the jade slip, he has formed certain conjectures regarding its contents. It is highly likely that the slip records the method of severing the three corpses to achieve enlightenment, or its preliminary form. According to later accounts, this method necessitates the acquisition of a congenital spiritual treasure that resonates with oneself, using this artifact as a vessel to channel one's aspirations and sever the three corpses' incarnations. In Xian Yu's view, the essence of this method lies in harnessing the three corpses to connect with the intrinsic Great Way contained within the congenital spiritual treasure. This connection would serve to validate and merge with his own cultivation path, ultimately striving to combine and evolve into a wholly new path that is uniquely his own. However, such a new path would merely be a patchwork. Without undergoing the trials of heaven and earth and truly establishing a foundation in the cosmos, it would inevitably falter at the threshold of mixed origin golden immortal, or even struggle to achieve the mid or late stages within that realm. Xian Yu speculates that the complete steps of Hongjun's method should commence with the severing of the three corpses, forcibly merging the Great Way from the spiritual treasure with his own to forge a nascent path, thereby stepping into the realm of mixed origin golden immortal. Once the three corpses are fully severed, the foundation of the path solidified, and the new path strengthened, he would then proceed to the final step of unifying the three corpses back into one, returning to his original form. In this perfect and unblemished state, he would invoke the ultimate dual trial of heaven and chaos, allowing his newly established path to surge forth, permeating the entirety of chaos, thereby attaining the supreme fruit of the mixed origin Great Dao. This method can be regarded as a masterfully crafted shortcut, offering those who once deemed themselves hopeless in forging a new path a glimmer of opportunity to glimpse the possibilities of mixed origin. Those who are already capable of establishing their own paths can summon 3 incarnations to alleviate their burdens, thereby enhancing the likelihood of successfully navigating the ultimate chaos trial. It is evident that the spiritual treasures employed in severing the corpses are of paramount importance. Not only must they resonate profoundly with one's own grand Tao, but ideally, these treasures should also share a common origin or possess a causal relationship. Such interconnected grand Taos can complement one another, allowing for a seamless and natural amalgamation, thus significantly increasing the probability of successfully establishing a path. Although much of this is speculative on the part of Xianyu, it is nonetheless quite plausible. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyu decisively opened the jade slip to comprehend the teachings contained within. As the millennia flowed by, Xianyu finally emerged from the insights of the jade slip. The core essence of corpse severance inscribed within indeed aligned with Xianyu's conjectures, though the particulars diverged considerably. The Taoist Hongjun is truly remarkable. This lengthy sigh encapsulates Xianyu's profound admiration for Hongjun. The Taoist Hongjun has ingeniously reduced the establishment of a new path to the simplicity of arithmetic operations. The act of severing the 3 corpses does not merely yield 3 entities. Rather, the term 3 is figurative, encompassing any attachment that can be severed. Hongjun recorded in the jade slip that he initially aspired to sever 3,000 incarnations, each cultivating a distinct path, ultimately converging those 3,000 grand Daos into the attainment of the Pangu Dao fruit. However, he later realized that the more incarnations he severed, the greater the deficiencies of the original body became, which ultimately proved detrimental to cultivation. Consequently, he abandoned the notion of manifesting 3,000 avatars. Subsequently, through his calculations, Hongjun discerned that severing just the 3 embodiments of good and evil would be the optimal choice. In this manner, he could assist practitioners in reducing excessive distractions, aligning them more closely with the will of heaven, and facilitating their enlightenment, while also ensuring the stability of the severed corpses. Although Hongjun relinquished the desire to fragment himself into 3,000 pieces, he did not abandon his ambition to master the 3,000 grand Daos. Guided by the heavenly principles, he subsequently acquired fragments of the creation jade dish. Thereafter, Hongjun resolutely employed these fragments to sever the corpses, simultaneously cultivating the 3,000 grand Daos. Upon learning of the path traversed by Hongjun, Xianyu remained silent for an extended period. He noted at the conclusion of the jade slip that there remained numerous critical aspects of this method that had yet to be thoroughly resolved, such as how to reintegrate the 3 corpses, which had merged with the spiritual treasures, back into his own being. Despite the uncertain prospects of this method, the humble practitioner still felt compelled to embark upon this journey. Only through experience could one ascertain its viability. This was the final statement left by Hongjun in the jade slip. In the realm of heaven and earth, every action and reaction is governed by a predetermined order. Hongjun has diminished the challenges associated with establishing a new path, lowering the threshold for the primordial golden immortal, yet this inevitably raises difficulties elsewhere. The unification of the 3 corpses may indeed represent the tribulation inherent in the practice of severing the 3 corpses. After caressing the jade slip repeatedly, Xianyu sighed deeply and cast the slip towards the apex of the grand hall. The jade slip transformed into a star, embedded within the ceiling. Chapter 123. The Path of Harmonious Unity, Part 2. Throughout these millennia, Xianyu has diligently studied the teachings of Hongjun Taoist, merging them with his own circumstances to devise a potentially feasible path. His current focus lies upon the grand path of the Yin and the grand path of the stars, with the future trajectory inevitably anchored in these 2 foundations. Should he pursue the method of severing the 3 corpses, he could utilize the lunar wheel of the Yin and the celestial star chart to eliminate 2 of the corpses. Subsequently, he would endeavor to acquire the solar wheel to cultivate the grand path of the sun. Ultimately, he would fuse both the solar wheel and the lunar wheel into the celestial star chart, transforming them into the Yin and the sun within the realm of stars, thus unifying the paths of the sun, moon, and stars. With the synergy of these 3 paths, Xianyu could potentially establish a new path brimming with infinite potential, ultimately leading to the attainment of the Tao of primordial unity. However, after much contemplation, he chose to abandon this route. In his view, the mere amalgamation of the spiritual treasure path, while feasible, proved overly simplistic and crude, lacking the elegance and naturalness he desired. Should he falter at the final step, achieving the unity of the 3 corpses, it could spell disaster. Over the years, he has traversed the vast wilderness, Witnessing the grand formations of Mount Wanshou, the blood-refining secrets of the White Tiger clan, and the enigmatic powers of the Luo Ho. Though these myriad paths vary in complexity, they all encapsulate unique wisdom, offering Xian Yu countless insights. In his heart, he has begun to shape a nebulous vision of his own path to enlightenment. Inspired by the characteristics of the mysterious spiritual route found on the Luo Prairie, Xian Yu has conceived a prototype of a unique method for comprehending the Tao. This involves emulating the transformation of spiritual roots into the Tao, altering the rules, embodying the grand path, and thereby swiftly grasping a particular Tao. This approach could be considered a rapid shortcut, albeit fraught with risks. When embodying the grand path, if one's mind is not steadfast, even a momentary lapse in focus could lead to assimilation by the Tao, returning to the cosmos and dissolving into nothingness. The risks of this method are high, yet so too are the rewards. The insights gained from embodying the grand path are far deeper and swifter than those obtained through conventional comprehension with a solid foundation. Of course, there are strategies to mitigate these risks. The whims of the great Tao are unpredictable in the world, yet the paths within spiritual treasures and roots tend to be more stable. Particularly, one's own spiritual treasures and roots, such as Xian Yu's lunar wheel, celestial star chart, as well as the laurel and celestial star trees, can almost be regarded as extensions of his very being. This notion also draws from various records found in the Hongjun jade tablets. Using the celestial star chart for deduction and simulation indeed proves viable. With a flick of his fingertip, a strand of red and white interwoven nirvana fire quietly manifests. The nirvana fire of the Yuan foam is remarkably wondrous, half brimming with immense vitality, flickering unpredictably, radiating warmth. The other half, however, is eerily silent, chilling to the bone, as if capable of extinguishing all existence. The contrasting essences of life and death coexist subtly within this single flame. To be precise, it is the flame that nurtures and embodies both life and death. Xian Yu has been intermittently contemplating this divine flame for many years, and now, he is nearing a profound understanding. This nirvana fire is the manifestation of the Yuan Feng's nirvana Dao, and serves as the fundamental source of the nirvana techniques practiced by the Phoenix clan. Its essence lies in seeking life through death, first dying, then living, transitioning from death to life. To practice the art of nirvana, one must use the entirety of one's flesh and soul as fuel to ignite the flames of enlightenment. If one can endure the searing heat of the divine fire, they may incinerate all impurities, elevate their essence, and transcend the boundaries of life and death, thus living anew. Upon achieving nirvana, one's cultivation and potential can be significantly enhanced. This path is truly extraordinary, verging on the cusp of reincarnation. The challenge of severing the three corpses lies in the unification of their essence. What if, instead of annihilating the corpses, one were to transcend them? By applying the principle of the nirvana fire, one could eliminate the old corpse and seek rebirth from within death. The new form emerges from the remnants of the old, transforming all that once was into nourishment for the new existence. This is not merely a fusion of forms, but also a synthesis on a cosmic level. Such a convergence is far more refined than the crude dismemberment of the three corpses. Most importantly, this approach eliminates the need to contemplate how the three aspects will eventually unify. Wait, if that is the case, perhaps there is no need for destruction at all. I merely need to entomb myself. A flash of inspiration ignited within Xian Yu, as if the invisible barrier was on the verge of being breached. Come, a call resonated, and the celestial map of the stars manifested before Xian Yu, fragments of the jade plate of creation hovering above, while the lunar wheel appeared behind him, radiating immeasurable brilliance. Even the lunar star seemed to respond. All manner of spiritual treasures joined forces, accompanied by the lunar star and the heavenly path, bestowing their essence upon Xian Yu and assisting him in fully realizing that glimmer of insight to refine his path to enlightenment. Eons passed, and at long last, the long-sealed gates of the Palace of Eternal Chill opened. Xian Yu descended the winding jade steps, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Over the millennia, he had finally completed the final piece of his enlightenment puzzle. The path of his enlightenment had finally emerged. He procured a coffin of exquisite quality, inscribing it with special divine patterns and establishing arrays of restrictions, entombing himself alongside his spiritual treasures within a unique geomantic site. Once inside the coffin, he began the process of returning to the void. Directly pursuing nirvana was far too perilous. Thus, Xian Yu transformed the essence of nirvana into runic formations, inscribing them upon the coffin. The coffin itself served as an array, a crucible that protected the body while gradually refining the essence within. This process is exceedingly slow. Once the impurities of the original form are almost entirely processed, it will transform into a mass of vital energy. This energy, infused with the cultivator's true spirit and flesh, can be referred to as the primordial vital energy or innate vital energy. The transformation into primordial vital energy is known as the shedding of the corpse. Upon returning to the void, one merges with the Tao. The primordial vital energy integrates with the spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, harmonizing with the great principles within and intertwining one's own path with them. To ensure safety, one may invest considerable merit, utilizing this power to avoid assimilation by the Tao. After merging with the Tao, the final step is the dissolution of the corpse. This final dissolution does not merely refer to the original body, but encompasses the primordial vital energy and the Tao within. Everything within the coffin is to be regarded as a corpse. The purpose of dissolution is to emerge from the state of merging with the Tao and step forth from the coffin. As for the physical body, it will be reconstituted only after the dissolution is complete. This method harmoniously integrates the profound essence of nirvana, the technique for severing the three corpses, and the transformative principles of the Loaha's spiritual roots, thereby culminating in the greatness of all three. It unifies the true spiritual essence, the physical form, the path of the great Tao, and all else into a singularity, ultimately attaining the essence of primordial unity. Just as the remnants of the chaotic deities, despite their true forms being vanquished by Pangu and subsequently suppressed by the primordial forces, continue to command the winds and rains. The reason these chaotic beings possess such power is that their physical forms transcend ordinary flesh and blood, embodying the tangible manifestation of the great Tao. Moreover, upon the successful dissolution of the corpse, the great Tao merges, giving birth to a nascent form of a new path, which significantly diverges from the original great Tao. In other words, should Xianyue accomplish the dissolution of the corpse, she will be free to contemplate the Taiyin Tao at the level of primordial unity. This technique shall henceforth be named Taiyin Corpse Dissolution Method. With a single proclamation, Xianyue has established the name of her path to enlightenment. Chapter 124. The lunar corpse transformation. Outside the glorious cold palace, the moonlight cascades like water, retaining its ethereal chill. Xianyue stands alone upon the jade steps before the palace, his gaze sweeping across the sacred ground he has cultivated for countless years. The ancient and tranquil lunar star radiates a silver glow, cloaking the myriad valleys and peaks in a hazy and enigmatic veil. Having comprehended the path ahead, it is now imperative to act without delay. The method of the lunar corpse transformation is profound and intricate, unlike any ordinary practice, necessitating extensive preparations. Foremost among these tasks is the crafting of a coffin that embodies oneself and manifests the essence of the Tao, alongside the quest for an exceptional site where the energies of heaven and earth converge to nourish the fruits of enlightenment. Xianyue raises his hand, calculating with a flicker of light at his fingertips, employing the lunar divine power as a foundation, and drawing upon the geomantic techniques learned from the primordial Qilin of yore. He quietly begins to deduce. Surrounded by the rhythms of the Tao, his breath subtly intertwines with the lunar earth beneath him, as his consciousness weaves a net to perceive the flow of the earth's energies across the entire lunar star and the directions of its spiritual veins. After a brief moment, a glimmer of clarity flashes in his eyes. He has discerned the location. With a slight movement, Xianyue vanishes from the entrance of the glorious cold palace and appears beside the moon pool, which is imbued with the essence of chaos. The water lies still, reflecting the stars of the cosmos and the majestic lunar laurel tree, enhancing the pool's profound depth. Not far from the pool is a verdant field of primordial rice, a site that serves not only as the eye of the lunar star, but also as the very core of his sacred ground. Beneath the moon pool, remnants of chaotic divine demons are suppressed, and a dragon vein transformed from a great Luo divine dragon provides an almost inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy and Tao essence. Coupled with the lunar laurel tree, an exceptional primordial spiritual root that connects with the essence of the lunar source, this fertile field, nourished by primordial entities, brims with vitality and harmonizes yin and yang, stabilizing the earth's energies. Furthermore, the pervasive aura of the Heavenly Dao makes this locale the preeminent place to enact the supreme method of the lunar corpse transformation. With the site determined, Xianyue strides to the base of the lunar laurel tree. Its sturdy trunk, as if sculpted from jade, stands tall, and as its branches sway gently, droplets of silvery light cascade down. Xianyue bends to clear away a few silver leaves that have gathered at the roots, then sits cross-legged, leaning against this old friend that has accompanied him since his transformation. A concentrated essence of the lunar corpse transformation quietly flows into the vast, ancient consciousness of the lunar laurel tree. After a while, the expansive crown of the tree sways autonomously, its myriad branches gently rustling, producing a soft, whispering sound. The moonlight flowing over the leaves suddenly intensifies, revealing the tree's inner turmoil. In the next moment, a gentle thought descends, resonating within Xian Yu's mind. Good. This path is fraught with peril. I shall assist you. Before Xian Yu can respond, the lunar laurel tree continues to convey its thoughts. The coffin serves as the vessel of the Dao, bearing your body and the Dao itself, and must be forged from the purest and most harmonious materials. The stars of the cosmos gather the essence of the celestial bodies, while I embody the lunar source. Both are fundamental to your spiritual roots, connected in the great Dao, and their energies intertwine. Utilizing my branches as material to forge this coffin is most fitting and will enhance your chances of success by a notable margin. As the words linger in the air, a dazzling lunar divine radiance suddenly illuminates the main trunk of the lunar laurel tree. A branch, robust enough for several to embrace and measuring several tens of feet in length, pure white as jade, breaks off and gently descends before Xian Yu. Upon witnessing the scene, Xian Yu felt a profound stirring within. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, the boundless essence of Xian golden virtue surged forth from his being, cascading like a torrential river to nourish the severed branch of the laurel tree. The golden light of virtue intertwined with the silvery radiance of the moon, visibly coaxing tender shoots and new branches to emerge from the injured site, rapidly replenishing the depletion of its essence with a surge of vitality. Under the generous infusion of Xuanyue's virtue, in mere moments, the laurel tree not only recovered from its wounds, but also emanated a more refined and robust aura than before. Xian Yue proceeded with the same meticulousness, exchanging an abundance of virtue to procure a sturdy branch from the celestial tree in the realm of stars, glimmering with the traces of countless starlit paths. The two divine materials hovered above the moonlit pool, one radiating a purity akin to the moon, the other shining brilliantly like the stars, their essences resonating in harmonious cycles. Xian Yue held his breath, his countenance solemn and serene, for the crafting of this coffin allowed for no errors. He exhaled a stream of his vital essence, transforming it into pure white lunar flame, enveloping the two branches. The true fire danced, gradually refining, softening, and merging the branches. With hands as graceful as fluttering butterflies, Xian Yue performed a myriad of intricate and profound seals. With each seal inscribed, a multitude of endless Dao symbols emerged, merging into the gradually forming embryo of the coffin. The intricate formation of arrays, the imprinting of symbols, and the ritualistic refinement of the coffin consumed thousands of years of Xian Yue's time before completion. The coffin's surface, neither wood nor stone, exhibited a chaotic gray-white hue, adorned with swirling patterns of sun, moon, and stars, with the dual energies of yin and yang entwining like dragons and snakes. Within, countless minute array spaces were meticulously crafted, capable of harmonizing the forces of the lunar cycle and the celestial map. Upon the coffin's completion, Xian Yue let out a long sigh, though fatigue lingered in his brow. His gaze sparkled with renewed brilliance. He waved his hand to stow away the lunar coffin, his eyes sweeping over his domain once more. All was prepared, save for the arrival of the favorable winds. Yet, the duration and outcome of his impending seclusion remained uncertain, with lingering concerns in the outside world that required arrangements. His thoughts first turned to his disciple, Bai Yi. This period of seclusion could last anywhere from several tens of thousands of years to multiple epochs. By the time he emerged, the initial calamity of Longhan might have settled into dust. Bai Yi possessed a solid foundation, and his breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm was not far off. A single epoch would suffice. It was wise to leave a message, both to alleviate his worries and to prevent him from recklessly descending into the chaotic world below, inadvertently drawing himself into a maelstrom of calamity. With this thought in mind, Xian Yue retrieved a blank jade slip, infusing it with his consciousness to leave behind a message. Master shall enter a profound seclusion to comprehend the primordial Dao. You must diligently cultivate on the lunar star, stabilizing your cultivation. Do not descend into the wilderness recklessly. Remember this well. Xian Yue also sealed within the jade slip the authority to manipulate certain restrictions of the lunar star. He entrusted the slip to the laurel tree. I trouble you, my friend, to deliver this to Bai Yi. A branch of the laurel tree gracefully drooped, gently wrapping around the jade slip, signaling its understanding. The star Kuan's gestation was nearing completion, and the manifestation of the Ziyun Dao fruit tree was also imminent. He requested his friend to keep a watchful eye on these matters. The laurel tree's leaves swayed once more, conveying a sense of reassurance, as fragrant blossoms gently fell, as if making a promise. At last, Xianyu extracted the red feather of Yuan Ti and conveyed a brief message to Yuan Ti, who was far away in the Phoenix clan, indicating his intention to enter a prolonged seclusion. Subsequently, he meticulously prepared 2 portions of laurel dew. One was ample, meant for Yuan Ti to continue trading with the Phoenix clan, while the other, slightly lesser in quantity, was reserved for Yuan Ti and Jin Huan. With all matters concluded, Xianyu felt unburdened. He walked step by step towards the heart of the primordial spiritual field by the moonlit pool. With a mere gesture, the lunar coffin silently sank into the earth, merging with the dragon vein's essence and harmonizing with the power of the lunar star, quietly claiming the auspicious site that had long been calculated. He cast one last glance at this tranquil expanse, the moon palace, the laurel tree, the moonlit pool, before the lunar wheel materialized behind him. The celestial chart of stars unfolded, as 2 primal spiritual treasures transformed into a silver and a starry stream of light. Swiftly entering the coffin within that auspicious site, Xianyu himself transformed into an exquisitely pure essence of the lunar deity, akin to a weary bird returning to its nest, unhesitatingly plunging into the depths. The coffin lid closed soundlessly, all breath instantly withdrawn, isolated from the realms of heaven and earth. The ground returned to its normal state. Yet the flourishing primordial rice appeared even more verdant, silently guarding the transformative journey of life and death below. The lunar star remained tranquil, as if nothing had transpired. Only the branches and leaves of the laurel tree swayed gently, shedding a cascade of silvery light, resembling a long sigh, yet also a steadfast guardianship. Thus began Xianyu's lunar decomposition. Whether he would attain the Dao or not awaited the unfolding of time. Chapter 125. The transformation of purple rhymes. Time flows like water, quietly coursing through the eternal chill of the Tyne star. As the sun and moon revolve, it has been 8 centuries since the Xianyu plunged into the Tyne coffin and underwent the corpse-releasing method. The Tyne star still hovers high above, casting its vast lunar radiance, while the Guanghan Palace remains silent and the moon pool serene. Only the 7 acres of innate rice, nourished by the divine waters of the 3 lights and the jade dew, quietly welcome their metamorphosis. They have absorbed the essence of the Tyne and the dragon energy of the earth for 800 years. The rice stalks gleam like jade, and the edges of their leaves shimmer with a faint silver glow. Tender ears emerge, brewing astonishing vitality in the stillness. The coldness of the Tyne star delays the growth of all things, prolonging the maturation cycle of this innate spiritual grain. After sprouting and flowering, it takes another 500 years for the grains within the rice ears to become truly plump and heavy, shedding their greenish hue to don a warm and rich golden color. From afar, the 7 acres of golden rice fields resemble a tranquil golden pond, creating a marvelous contrast with the surrounding icy world, as if a warm flame burns brightly in the frozen flow of time. The spiritual consciousness of the laurel tree quietly observes all of this. With a gentle sweep of its branches, a soft, silvery moonlight cascades down from the leaves, flowing like water over the golden rice fields. Where the moonlight passes, the heavy rice ears seem to be lifted by an invisible hand, detaching from the stalks and transforming into countless tiny golden specks of light. Like rivers returning to the sea, they flow gently with the moonlight, ultimately being sent deep into the treasure vault of the Guanghan Palace. On the ground, only the still erect and crystalline rice stalks remain, seemingly awaiting the next cycle of vitality. Time continues to pass silently, and unbeknownst to anyone, 3,000 years have elapsed since the Xianyu entered the coffin. On this day, countless flower buds, the size of rice grains, have already formed on the branches of the laurel tree. As the moonlight flows by, the laurel blossoms quietly unfurl. The cool and distant fragrance of osmanthus once again permeates the air, seemingly richer than before. A few particularly plump blossoms drift down with the wind, landing precisely in the center of the moon pool. In an instant, the tranquil surface of the pool erupts. More than a dozen spirit fish, which usually lurk at the bottom and absorb the jade dew and moonlight for cultivation, suddenly leap from the water, frantically competing for the osmanthus blossoms. Their scales shimmer with various colors in the moonlight, splashing water everywhere, adding a fleeting touch of vitality and excitement to this silent celestial body. The laurel tree observes quietly, as it boasts the highest yield among the top 10 innate spiritual roots, blooming every 3,000 years and bearing fruit in the same span. It is an endless source of the Yin Star's profound essence. In contrast, the likes of ginseng fruit and Hongjun take millennia to mature, rarely glimpsed by ordinary beings. Throughout these 3 millennia, the Yin Star has remained as tranquil as ever. The stars of the cosmos travel along their ancient paths, still resplendent. On the vast primal earth, due to the constraints of the Longhan ranking, the existence of Hongjun golden immortals remains concealed, and the surface appears exceedingly calm. Large-scale conflicts between the 3 clans are rare, as if they are silently accumulating strength or waiting for something to unfold. The absolute dominance of the supreme beings has waned, ushering in a relatively relaxed era for entities beneath the golden immortal level. The winds of cultivation have intensified, and myriad races seem to have entered a phase of recuperation and diligent development. It is said among the populace that under the governance of the 3 clans, the primal chaos shall remain stable until the arrival of the immeasurable calamity. In the blink of an eye, it has been a full 100,000 years since the Xianyu was interred. On this day, the cold and desolate Yin Star has finally welcomed its second permanent resident. Within the side hall of the palace of Guanghan, the Ziyun Dao fruit tree, nourished by the jade dew and the divine waters of the 3 lights, and enriched over 100,000 years by the fortune of the Yin, has finally reached its pinnacle. The originally ethereal purple radiance enveloping the tree suddenly withdrew, and then an abundance of blossoms fell gently without a breeze, resembling a shower of purple snow that blanketed the floor of the hall. Following this, the gnarled branches and verdant leaves erupted simultaneously in a dazzling display of brilliance, as Dao patterns spontaneously emerged and circulated endlessly. Moreover, wisps of azure smoke ascended from the roots of the tree, not mere smoke from mundane fire, but an extraordinary manifestation born from the fusion of purest wood essence and the primordial spirit of the Dao fruit during its metamorphosis. Outside the hall, in the skies above the palace of Guanghan, a natural resonance gathered a majestic, auspicious purple aura stretching for 3,000 miles, enveloping the surroundings like a splendid canopy. From the firmament, sweet rain descended, and around the side hall, spiritual springs gushed forth, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Though this commotion may not rival the earth-shattering emergence of a top-tier power, it is nonetheless an extraordinary phenomenon. After a moment, the resplendent light and azure smoke within the hall gradually dissipated. An elder, adorned in a deep purple Dao robe, with a benevolent visage and gentle gaze, and 3 long whiskers adorning his chin, stepped forth from the depths of the luminescence. He was not particularly tall, yet exuded an aura of tranquil profundity, surrounded by a refreshing fragrance of flora and a rich resonance of the Dao. This was indeed the Ziyun Dao fruit tree, having successfully transformed. Upon emerging from the side hall and standing before the palace of Guanghan, his first act was to adjust his attire, adopting an expression of utmost solemnity as he bowed deeply towards the north, prostrating himself fully in reverence to the heavens. Ziyun expresses gratitude to the Heavenly Dao for its benevolence, allowing me to encounter the Yin Star Lord and the venerable Xianyu, thus granting me today's fortuitous transformation. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly across the Yin Star. Having spoken, he respectfully bowed 3 times. As he completed his homage, the vast auspicious purple aura spanning 3,000 miles and the abundant sweet rain and spiritual springs in the sky seemed to find their destination, merging into a flood that entirely entered the body of Ziyun. This solidified his Dao body and cultivation post-transformation, deepening his foundation. The act of paying homage to the Heavenly Dao after transformation was a specific instruction from Xianyu before his seclusion, indicating that with the accumulated blessings and fortune, a significant opportunity should arise during his transformation. After expressing gratitude to the Heavenly Dao, the elder Ziyun turned to face the moon pool and the laurel tree. Bowing once more, Ziyun bows again to the Yin Star Lord and the venerable laurel. I, the humble elder, vow to serve Xianyu for all eternity. Should I violate this oath, may heaven and earth forsake me. Little did the laurel tree anticipate that Ziyun would make such a solemn vow. The laurel's branches swayed gently, and a beam of pure moonlight descended, gently lifting the prostrated Ziyun elder. Simultaneously, a flicker of spiritual light fell from the treetop, merging into Ziyun's brow. It was precisely as the laurel tree instructed before the retreat of the mysterious moon, that he imparted most of the array restrictions and numerous precautions of the Yin Star's spiritual domain to him. Ziyun, with focused attention, took a moment to absorb this knowledge, then respectfully bowed once more to the laurel tree before turning to depart towards the herb garden. Within the garden, the various spiritual roots and celestial herbs thrived abundantly. Ziyun skillfully grasped a nearby hoe, commencing the task of aerating the soil for the spiritual roots, nurturing the flow of spiritual energy, and guiding the moonlight. Each blade of grass and every tree in this garden was almost a testament to his time spent alongside the mysterious moon, witnessing his master plant them with his own hands. Throughout the entirety of the Great Yin Star, aside from the mysterious moon himself, none could claim a deeper understanding of these spiritual roots than he. The laurel tree gazed upon the young prodigy, who had just achieved the pinnacle of a golden immortal transformation, and within its consciousness stirred a complex sentiment. As a fellow innate spiritual root, was it truly worth sacrificing one's innate essence for the sake of transformation? The laurel tree's thoughts gently echoed in the cool moonlight before fading away. As the years flowed by, the laurel tree remained steadfast, quietly guarding the mysterious moon. Chapter 126. Gathering at the Moon's Shadow, Part 1. After the transformation of Ziyun, the time on the moon star continued to flow serenely. And in the blink of an eye, 30,000 years quietly passed. The laurel trees bloomed and shed their flowers, maturing through several cycles. The pristine blossoms and plump fruits were meticulously arranged by the laurel tree itself. A portion was reserved for Xianyue, while the remainder was graciously bestowed upon the diligent Ziyun, who tended to the spiritual grounds. The blossoms and fruits kept by the laurel tree were primarily intended to nourish the fish. Ziyun had nurtured the few spiritual fish in the moon pool for several epochs and had developed a bond with them. Feeding the fish and shrimp was one of Ziyun's leisurely pastimes. The 7 acres of innate rice beside the moon pool, under Ziyun's careful cultivation, had yielded harvest after harvest. Golden grains piled high in a corner of the Guanghan Palace treasury, exuding a rich essence of innate wood energy. Though Ziyun had relinquished his innate origin to transform into a postnatal form, his mind became more perceptive and clear, his understanding sharper than ever. He diligently tended to the herbal garden, caring for various spiritual roots while not neglecting his own arduous cultivation. The laurel tree, recognizing his industriousness and loyalty, frequently bestowed upon him the dew of the laurel flowers, and the resources within the spiritual grounds were shared with Ziyun, providing him with invaluable cultivation materials rare in the primordial world. After 30,000 years of relentless practice, Ziyun successfully refined the 3,000 miles of purple aura bestowed upon him during his transformation, condensing it into one of the 5 energies within his chest, naturally stepping into the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. This auspicious purple aura subtly resonated with the profound laws of fate within the universe. While it was not inclined towards aggression or adept at defense, it possessed a mystifying power in predicting fortune and misfortune, subtly influencing the flow of destiny. The laws of fate are among the most arcane and challenging branches of the 3,000 pathways. Ziyun's initial mastery of this aura already indicated his extraordinary potential. On this day, as usual, Ziyun sat in quiet contemplation within a side hall of the Guanghan Palace, a faint purple aura swirling around him, slowly absorbing the innate spiritual energy and starlight that suffused the surroundings. Suddenly, an unfamiliar presence surged forth, jolting Ziyun from his meditative state. This presence, vast and majestic, resonating with the laws. Someone is breaking through the Deluo barrier. Ziyun's eyes flew open, a flash of brilliance igniting within. On this moon star, aside from the sequestered elder, who else could it be? Yet, the elder was striving to ascend to the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, and this aura did not align with that endeavor. His thoughts raced, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the meditation mat, transforming into a violet blur, racing towards the source of the grand fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the edge of the moon pool. His gaze fell upon the starry Kuan egg that had been floating in the center of the pool for more than an epoch, now undergoing a remarkable transformation. The once smooth and tranquil giant egg was now covered in intricate fissures, resembling fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Vibrant and dreamlike phosphorescence erupted from those cracks, illuminating the surrounding waters and space with an otherworldly glow. A colossal, ancient presence, imbued with qualities of dreams and void, surged wildly from within the egg, striving to break free from some unseen restraints. The expansive crown of the laurel tree cast down a rich, luminous moonlight, resembling chains of moonbeams that gently yet firmly entwined around the immense egg, endeavoring to stabilize the tumultuous energy within. In that moment, Ziyun comprehended that this was the steed of the master, the star Kuan, reaching the critical juncture of transformation. Should it successfully endure this trial, it would shed its old shell and ascend to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A sense of urgency and concern welled up within Ziyun, prompting him to inquire with the laurel tree using his spiritual consciousness. "Laurel Elder, is there any way I might assist?" "Simply remain by the moon pool, came the response. Ziyun was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing that the purple energy he had comprehended was linked to fate. Unbeknownst to him, he could influence the fortunes of living beings, bestowing good luck upon those in his vicinity. However, as a mere Tai golden immortal, his cultivation was still too low for a significant impact, particularly on those of higher cultivation than himself. Yet, in this critical moment, even the slightest increase in opportunity would be beneficial. Without further ado, Ziyun settled into a meditative posture at the edge of the moon pool, silently channeling the auspicious purple energy within him. Time flowed slowly in the tense wait, a century passing in what felt like an instant. The cracks on the star Kuan's shell multiplied and grew denser, with vibrant phosphorescent colors surging forth, thickening the atmosphere into a dazzling aurora, creating a magnificent dreamscape of overlapping illusions. The aquatic creatures within the pool, having gained some semblance of intelligence, and typically quite lively, were engulfed by the omnipresent dreamlike phosphorescence, becoming ensnared in a myriad of bizarre illusions, some giggling foolishly, others darting about frantically, caught in a trance of intoxicating dreams. In contrast, the ordinary aquatic beings, devoid of awareness and still in their naive state, continued to swim instinctively, unharmed. The laurel tree, feeling a pang of concern for the spirit fish it had nurtured, promptly cast down a curtain of moonlight, ushering all the water creatures into the aquatic realm to spare them from inadvertent harm. Ziyun too summoned a halo of purple light to shield himself from the encroaching dreamlike phosphorescence, his gaze fixed intently on the enormous egg, which seemed on the verge of exploding at any moment. His premonition grew increasingly intense. The star Kuan might very well break free within days. At that instant, the protective formation encompassing the entire Tyne star conveyed a sudden message. The smooth, mirror-like surface of the moon pool shimmered and then revealed the scene outside the sanctum. An imposing figure stood beyond the great formation, clad in radiant silver armor, a 3-foot celestial sword at his waist, exuding a heroic demeanor. Like a jade tree in the wind, disciple Bai pays respects to the master. Ziyun recognized the individual immediately, his heart stirring. He hastily retrieved the token bestowed upon him by Xianyue before his seclusion, gently slicing through the air. The transparent barrier enveloping the sanctum quietly opened a portal. Ziyun adjusted his robes, utilizing the power of the formation. In a flash, he traversed the Qingling vine portal. Stepping out of the sanctum to respectfully bow before the silver-armored youth, Ziyun humbly welcomes the young master back. Bai, gazing at the elder who addressed him as young master, was momentarily taken aback. You are that purple melody Dao fruit tree. Bai has long since refined the innate essence of the purple melody Dao fruit tree, making him intimately familiar with its aura. Chapter 127, Gathering Under the Lunar Shadow, Part 2. Bai gazed at the venerable elder before him. Exuding a serene aura and clad in a purple robe, his face a canvas of incredulous astonishment. To attain transformation, a spiritual root must absorb the essence of the sun and moon, the ethereal energies of the cosmos, and, most significantly, a stroke of serendipity. This arduous journey is far more protracted and formidable than the typical metamorphosis of beast kind. He had merely entered seclusion for a single yuan period, and yet, he had managed to ascend to the great Luo realm, while this Ziyun Dao fruit tree had astonishingly achieved transformation. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's gentle visage broke into a modest smile, and with a graceful bow, he replied, "In truth, it is I who must express my gratitude to the young master. It was through the timely intervention of Lord Xianyue that I was granted this opportunity for transformation, along with the protection of Elder Yuegui, that I have been fortunate enough to attain this state. Furthermore, having shed my innate roots, my transformation has indeed become significantly easier." Bai recalled that his mentor had once mentioned that spiritual roots akin to the Ziyun Dao fruit tree could, under certain circumstances, achieve premature transformation, albeit often at a considerable cost. Ziyun maintained a tranquil demeanor, as if recounting a trivial matter. My unique origins, had I adhered strictly to the conventional path, would have made transformation nearly impossible amidst the countless tribulations. Though I have relinquished my innate roots, I have now attained a liberated Dao body, allowing me to serve my Lord faithfully and cultivate steadily on the Tyne star, which is sufficient for my heart. As he absorbed these words, a wave of complex guilt began to swell within Bai. Had it not been for the initial consumption and refining of Ziyun's innate auspicious purple qi, his own ascent to the great Luo golden immortal would not have been so smooth and swift. Reflecting upon this, a hint of embarrassment crept across his face. Without further ado, he promptly retrieved several jade vials and boxes from his storage treasure. Within the vials resided the resplendent golden essence of Gungjin Yulu. The boxes contained blossoms infused with pure Gungjin moonlight Dao patterns. These precious resources had been sourced from the Gungjin laurel tree in his own sanctuary upon his emergence from seclusion. Apart from the portion he intended for his teacher, he had set aside a considerable amount as a gift for Ziyun. Dear Taoist Ziyun, Bai spoke earnestly as he extended the offerings. At the inception of my sanctuary, I possessed little of value, though the quality of this Yulu and laurel may not compare to the innate laurel essence in my teacher's possession. They harbor the essence of Gungjin that can aid Tai cultivators in coalescing golden energy. In the past, I was bestowed with your innate auspicious purple chi, however. Upon witnessing this, Ziyun repeatedly gestured in refusal, stepping back a pace, and firmly stated, Young master, you must not. My relinquishment of innate roots is a choice of my own Dao path and bears no relation to you. Were it not for Lord Xuanyue's intervention, I would have perished long ago, and there would be no present moment to speak of. The Lord is deeply loyal and benevolent, having taken me in and entrusted his sanctuary to me. This is a tremendous grace and fortune for which I am forever grateful. How could I possibly accept further gifts from you? Please, I implore you to take these back. Bai Yi, observing Ziyun's resolute attitude and sincere words, felt an even greater sense of obligation. Knowing that Ziyun had pledged an oath to the heavenly way to serve his teacher, Xuanyue, for eternity only intensified his conviction to express his gratitude. As Ziyun observed Bai Yi's earnest sentiments, she understood that if she were to refuse, it would surely weigh heavily on his heart. After a brief moment of contemplation, she graciously accepted the offering. In that case, I shall shamelessly accept it. Bai Yi's countenance brightened at Ziyun's acquiescence. However, upon hearing Ziyun refer to him as young master, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. There is no need for such formalities, my friend. We are both disciples under the same master. Let us regard each other as equals and simply call me by my name. The title of young master is too much and feels rather distant. Ziyun smiled and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall heed your words, Bai Yi. The atmosphere between them instantly became more harmonious. Ziyun then led Bai Yi deeper into the Taoist temple, recounting the significant events that had transpired on the Great Yin Star over the past 100,000 years, particularly the matter of Xuanyue's seclusion and her breakthrough to the Hongjun Jingxian realm. Bai Yi's heart surged with excitement, especially upon learning that their master was preparing to attain the Hongjun Jingxian method. A profound sense of pride welled up within him, realizing that his teacher was indeed a genius, taking such a monumental step that countless beings had longed for throughout the ages. However, amidst his exhilaration, a hint of regret and disappointment lingered. He had finally managed to break through to the Deluo level, eager to present himself before his master and bask in her praise, only to find that she had entered a deep seclusion, leaving him uncertain of when she would emerge. Ziyun's cultivation remained at the Tai level, her speed considerably inferior to that of Bai Yi, who had already achieved the esteemed Deluo status. Observing this, Bai Yi waved his sleeve lightly, harnessing the celestial forces of the stars to gather a soft and radiant starlight that enveloped them. The starlight carried them gently, akin to sailing on a luminous vessel, as they drifted towards the towering laurel tree. As they passed through the lush forest of starry mushrooms that adorned the temple's periphery, Bai Yi couldn't help but steal a few glances. These magnificent mushrooms were quite appealing. He thought it wise to bring some back to his own temple. Upon Ziyun pushing open the wooden door entwined with azure vines, they finally arrived at the core of the temple, and Bai Yi was profoundly awestruck. Before him stood the majestic laurel tree, casting an endless glow. The moon pool lay deep and serene, suffused with chaotic energies, in front of the ancient wooden house. A postnatal ginseng fruit tree thrived, and further beyond, before the grand and magnificent Guanghan Palace, a water-type peach sapling brimmed with vitality. What astonished him the most was that nearby the moon pool, the postnatal phoenix tree had actually taken root. It was known that this spiritual root had languished in the Master's celestial realm, barely surviving. To think that under Ziyun's care, it could bloom so exuberantly. Although these spiritual roots were all postnatal, their origins stemmed from exquisite innate spiritual roots, thus their potential and value far surpassed that of ordinary postnatal varieties. The Master's Temple, through this meticulous cultivation, had truly seized the essence of the heavens and gathered the brilliance of the universe. It seemed that even the sacred grounds of Qilin Cliff could not compare to the wonders found here. Bai Yi hastened to the laurel tree, straightened his attire, and respectfully bowed before its grand trunk. I, Bai Yi, humbly pay my respects to the laurel master uncle. The primordial laurel tree of the teacher's sanctuary is, in essence, the ancestral counterpart of the Gungjin laurel residing in his own domain. Moreover, He shares a fraternal bond with the Hongjun laurel by the standards of hierarchy. Bai Yi ought to address the laurel tree as master uncle. The laurel tree's branches swayed gently, casting a cascade of ethereal light that brushed over Bai Yi. A gesture of reciprocation. A jade slip materialized in Bai Yi's grasp, inscribed by Xianyu herself, intended to admonish him to diligently cultivate within the realm of the Great Yin Star and to refrain from venturing into the primordial wilderness lightly. Bai Yi bowed once more to the laurel tree, affirming his commitment to adhere to his teacher's edicts. Subsequently, his gaze shifted toward the colossal egg at the center of the moon pool, marred by cracks and radiating a myriad of resplendent hues. His eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Perhaps sensing Bai Yi's presence, the star Kuan erupted in a magnificent display. A resonant, formless roar of the great Dao reverberated through the mind. Countless radiant, dreamlike phosphorescent lights surged forth like a torrent from the fissures of the eggshell, instantly transforming the expanse above the moon pool into a mesmerizing sea of ever-shifting dreams, vibrant and surreal. The profound essence of the illusory Dao resonated so intensely that even Bai Yi, a great Luo golden immortal, found himself momentarily entranced. In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed, and the star Kuan's egg shattered completely. A long, ancient, and ethereal roar, imbued with joy, suddenly pierced through layers of illusion, resonating clearly across the entirety of the Great Yin Star. Chapter 128. Convergence at the Lunar Pool, Part 2. Above the moonlit pool, a fantastical array of iridescent phosphorescence surged violently, resembling a colossal nebula on the verge of collapse. Within the mesmerizing haze of colors, the silhouette of an immense beast flickered in and out of visibility. Its form resembled that of a gigantic fish, yet it possessed a pair of wings that obscured the sun and sky. These wings appeared to be forged from starlight and phantoms, with scales glimmering in the profound hues of the cosmos, as if draping a tapestry of the night sky over its body. A resounding roar erupted, echoing across the land with even greater vigor. With this bellow, the dreamlike mist that enveloped 100-mile radius, capable of ensnaring even the most exalted of beings, seemed to respond to an unseen force. The phosphorescent fog collapsed frantically towards the center, converging as if all rivers were returning to the sea, wholly absorbed by the colossal figure. As the mist swiftly thinned, the outline of the beast became indistinct, contorting and diminishing. When the last scintilla of phosphorescence melded into its surface, a figure emerged clearly. It was that of a youth adorned in resplendent, multicolored robes. He bore short, azure hair, and within the depths of his eyes, myriad stars flickered in and out of existence, a boundless illusion swirling, exuding an otherworldly ethereality and splendor. His visage retained a hint of youthful innocence, with cheeks still bearing a slight roundness. Yet the overwhelming aura of a celestial being and the ethereal essence that enveloped him were unmistakable. This youth was none other than the Starry Kuan, who had successfully transcended and perfected his transformation. Sensing the ethereal pathways of illusion he had acquired from the dreamflower butterfly coursing within him, the Starry Kuan curiously gazed at his newly formed hands, gently clenching his fists, seemingly satisfied. Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings, his consciousness unfurling like quicksilver in search of his master, Xianyu. This unfamiliar realm was imbued with his master's essence. Yet the figure of Xianyu was nowhere to be found, and a flicker of confusion and despondence crossed the dreamy depths of his eyes. Starry Kuan, you too have transformed. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through. Following the sound, the Starry Kuan beheld a striking young man clad in radiant silver armor, exuding an air of vigor and elegance as he smiled at him. Indeed, it was the face of Bai Yi, albeit with subtle differences. The imposing and sharp aura of a celestial being, combined with his mature and composed demeanor, left the Starry Kuan momentarily uncertain. Is that you, Bai Yi? The Starry Kuan blinked, and in a flash, he teleported directly before Bai Yi, nearly pressing his face against him, curiously inspecting him from head to toe. You've changed so much. You've grown taller and donned such brilliant armor. He recalled that during his slumber, Bai Yi had still appeared as a youth, far from the formidable presence he now projected. Bai Yi regarded the azure-haired youth before him, who stood half a head shorter and still bore traces of youthful naivety, his eyes widening in realization. You can speak now? He remembered that the previous Starry Kuan, due to his bloodline constraints, was unable to articulate words, relying solely on thought or cries to communicate. Xingkuan nodded thoughtfully and explained with a casual demeanor, during my slumber, I meticulously reconstituted the chaotic bloodlines of ferocious beasts and the essence of celestial bodies within me, merging them into a harmonious whole. Consequently, they shall no longer clash or conflict. His nonchalant words left by Yi and the nearby Ziyun momentarily stunned. Was such a profound operation, which pertained to his very foundation. Truly so simplistic and crude. After succinctly articulating his condition, Xingqian promptly inquired about his master, his sapphire-like eyes brimming with anticipation. Bai Yi, where's my master? I can sense his aura permeating this place, yet I cannot locate him. Noticing Xingqian's urgency, Bai Yi couldn't help but smile before elucidating the current circumstances. Do not fret. Allow me to introduce you first. This is Taoist Ziyun, appointed by our master as the steward, currently overseeing the Taiyin Taoist temple. He then gestured towards the majestic laurel tree by the moonlit pond. And this is Master Shu, a preeminent innate spiritual root of the Taiyin Star. By lineage, you ought to address him as Shu. Though Xingqian bore a simple heart, he was not devoid of wisdom and etiquette. Upon learning that Ziyun was designated by their master, he promptly bowed in greeting. Then, turning to the laurel tree, he respectfully executed a profound bow. Xingqian expresses gratitude for Shu's protective grace. He vividly recalled the aid he received during the final, most arduous centuries of his breakthrough, when someone had lent him assistance under the moon's gentle light. It was now evident that it was Master Shu who had intervened. The laurel tree's branches swayed lightly, showering a cascade of silvery brilliance upon Xingqian, a response imbued with a gentle approval. This little chubby fish is commendable. It has not been in vain to nurture him for so many years. The laurel tree had not only come to Xingqian's aid during the latter part of his struggle, but had also, even while he was still in slumber, occasionally enveloped his egg in the fragrance of its blossoms. In subsequent years, whenever it fed the fish, a portion was always reserved for Xingqian. Ziyun led the two to sit beneath the laurel tree. Bai Yi and Ziyun then conveyed to Xingqian the news of their master's seclusion, striving for the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Upon hearing this, Xingqian's dreamlike eyes dimmed slightly. He had hoped to seek out his master to gauge the progress of his transformation. Remembering his own feelings not long ago when he had journeyed a great distance to Taiyin Star, Bai Yi reassured him, "Fear not. Our master possesses immense powers and will undoubtedly succeed in his breakthrough. When he emerges from seclusion and finds both you and me have achieved the great Luo, how joyous that moment will be. Come, you have slumbered for so long. Do you know how many fascinating experiences we have encountered over the years?" With that, Bai Yi began to recount the series of adventures that unfolded after their master departed from Baichao Valley, detailing their treks through the fiery mountains to the northwest, their encounters with the wondrous ginseng fruit tree on Wanshou Mountain, and the emergence of the innate divine Dao. Subsequently, in the western expanse of Wanshou Mountain, Bai Yi joined forces with Yuan Ti and Jin Huan, embarking on a journey westward to Baihu Ridge. There, they encountered the exquisite and unparalleled secrets of blood refinement, as well as the exhilarating art of martial discourse. Bai Yi revealed to Xingqian that the divine armor adorning him was a gift from the chieftain of the Jianbing clan. Ultimately, they traversed the lesser western sea and arrived at the sacred realm of Xumi, where, through a twist of fate, they rescued the Dao fruit tree of Ziyun. Bai Yi spoke with great fervor, captivating both Ziyun and Xingqian, who were utterly engrossed in his narrative. It was as if, alongside his storytelling, they too journeyed through the vast and wondrous primordial land, witnessing myriad extraordinary sights and the profound mysteries of the Tao. Even the stately laurel tree stood silently, absorbing the tale. Its grand canopy swayed gently in rhythm with the ebb and flow of the story, scattering delicate beams of silvery light. Observing the disciples of Xianyu gathered under the Taiyin Star, an indescribable emotion began to unfurl within the ancient heart of the laurel tree. Xianyu indeed. Our Taiyin lineage has found its place among the ranks of the worthy. Chapter 129. The visit from Yuan Ti. After a discussion among Bai Yi, Xingqian, and Ziyun, they resolved to heed the counsel given by Xianyu before her retreat, choosing to remain in the Taiyin Star for quiet cultivation, safeguarding their heritage while awaiting their master's emergence. Following his successful transformation, Xingqian, now the master of the profound illusory path, found himself becoming increasingly lethargic. He often reclined upon the smooth jade stone by the moon pool, absorbing the celestial energies while yawning, drifting into a state of drowsiness. Eventually, Xingqian felt that maintaining his innate Tao body was indeed constraining, far less comfortable than his original form, leading him to revert to his rotund, plump fish appearance. Thus, a blue chubby fish now floated upon the water's surface, gently bobbing with the waves, completely disinterested in even flicking his tail, embarking on a life of idleness. Ziyun, on the other hand, remained diligently occupied with managing the Tao field. It was uncertain whether the auspicious purple aura he cultivated attracted good fortune or if his innate comprehension was simply exceptional. Whether gathering moon laurel fruits, star mushrooms, or tending to the spiritual roots in the herb garden with watering, fertilizing, and weeding, he consistently captured subtle traces of the Tao's operation within these daily tasks, leading to moments of profound enlightenment. Through this repetitive labor and insight, Ziyun's cultivation in the Tai realm steadily advanced, laying a remarkably solid foundation. For him, grasping the intricacies of the laws had become second nature, as effortless as eating or drinking. Conversely, his postnatal transformation, while a remarkable achievement, became a fetter, often leaving him with a sense of lament that his mind could grasp what his body could not achieve. Bai Yi's favored place of cultivation was the vast beast garden established by Xinyu in the north. This sanctuary, with its own unique cosmos, was immeasurably expansive, rivaling a grand world in its scope. Within its bounds, mountains, rivers, plains, and marshes coexisted, allowing Bai Yi to freely wield his powers and practice swordsmanship and Tao techniques without concern for external repercussions, indulging in his training with fervor. The moon laurel tree continued to stand as the guardian of the Great Yin Star, steadfastly resisting chaos day after day, refining chaotic energies, and nurturing the primordial world. Occasionally, the moon laurel would shed blossoms to nourish the spirit fish in the pool, a habit cultivated over countless years. Furthermore, the tree devoted much of its energy to silently watching over the spirit field by the moon pool, protecting the buried Xianyu. As time flowed like water, the Great Yin Star experienced another 60,000 years of tranquility and serenity. One day, the surface of the moon pool stirred without wind, rippling waves emerging, and amidst the intertwining reflections of light, two familiar silhouettes quietly materialized. The slumbering Xingkuan was the first to sense this presence. Lazily flicking his fin, he released two ethereal, rainbow-hued phosphorescent wisps that transformed into delicate, dancing butterflies, swiftly traversing the space. One butterfly flitted into the beast garden, while the other alighted in the herb garden, appearing before Bai Yi and Ziyun respectively. Having just completed a set of techniques, Bai Yi, while Ziyun was pruning a spiritual herb, immediately understood the arrival of guests upon witnessing the illusionary butterflies and promptly set aside their tasks, hurrying towards the Tao field's entrance. Upon their convergence, they activated the grand formation of the Tao field, revealing two figures standing in the void beyond the formation. At the forefront stood an individual adorned in resplendent golden-red feathered attire, with fiery red hair that glimmered like flames. His handsome visage, marked by a playful smile, belonged to Yuan Ti. Half a step behind him followed a youth, shorter than Xingkuan by a hand's breadth, his sleek black hair gathered into a bun, with a few stray strands casually framing his face. Quiet and obedient, he was Jin Huan. Upon seeing the newcomers, Bai Yi's face instantly lit up with surprise. He stepped forward to respectfully bow to them. "Greetings, Master Yuan Ti." Yuan Ti let out a hearty laugh, swiftly advancing to assist the three in rising, his gaze appraising Bai Yi with evident admiration. "Well done, young man. In just a few Yuan meetings, you have managed to break through to the Great Luo realm. Truly remarkable. Your teacher is indeed fortunate to have such an exceptional disciple." Yuan Ti clapped Bai Yi on the shoulder, his joy palpable. As Bai Yi's swordsmanship had been imparted by him, he regarded the young man as somewhat of a disciple himself. Delighted by Bai Yi's significant progress, Yuan Ti felt a swell of pride. Bai Yi, slightly embarrassed by the praise, quickly replied, "You flatter me, master. It is all thanks to the guidance of both you and my teacher." Yuan Ti's laughter grew heartier at his words, and he turned his attention to Xingkuan and Ziyun behind Bai Yi. "And who might these two be? Master, do you not recognize them? This is Xingkuan." Bai Yi gestured towards the blue-haired youth, and then introduced the elder in purple robes. "This is Taoist Ziyun, a practitioner of spiritual roots who manages my teacher's dojo, overseeing all matters of the Tain dojo." Upon realizing that the blue-haired youth before him was the once fearsome beast Xingkuan, both Yuan Ti and Jin Huan displayed expressions of astonishment. "Master, I have refined the bloodline of the fierce beast, broken through to the Great Luo, and successfully transformed." Yuan Ti recalled that Xingkuan had previously lapsed into a coma after devouring a Great Luo-level beast, the Mihua Dai. It seemed that he had now melded his fierce beast bloodline and the essence of the stars with that of Mihua Dai, mastering its profound path. This transformation had notably altered Xingkuan's aura, explaining why he had failed to recognize him. Bai Yi, sensing that discussing matters outside the dojo was inappropriate, led the group inside, making their way towards the Moon Pavilion. Along the journey, the five exchanged stories of their experiences over the years. noting the significant changes each had undergone since their last meeting. Jin Huan, having trained under the clan leader Yuan Feng, had made rapid progress, advancing from the golden immortal stage to the mid-stage of Tai Yi, even brushing against the threshold of the later stage. Yuan Ti marveled at the flourishing scenery of Great Yin Star, now vibrant with life and rich in Taoist essence, a stark contrast to the desolate and silent landscape he remembered. Upon arriving at the elegant moon pavilion, they settled down, with Ziyun graciously preparing fine tea and serving various spiritual fruits, warmly attending to their guests. Yuan Ti accepted the teacup and remarked, "I have long received messages from Brother Xianyu. Regrettably, I have been entangled in clan affairs, unable to find the time to visit this starry expanse. This journey was also undertaken with a mission from the clan. I recall that during my last visit to Great Yin Star, aside from the moonlight tea, there was nothing else to offer our guests. Upon reflection, one cannot help but marvel at the array of spiritual treasures laid out before him. A mere drop of these would suffice to incite a fierce scramble among the lesser clans in the primordial realm." He observed the diligent Ziyun bustling about, then turned his gaze to the spirited Bai Yi, and finally to the seemingly languid yet profoundly enigmatic Xingkuan. A wave of emotions surged within him. The loyal and meticulous butler, the disciples endowed with both virtue and martial prowess, and even the extraordinary steeds, all contributed to a remarkable environment. He too should retreat and seek to transcend the supreme realm. Indeed, Brother Xianyu's domain is flourishing and thriving with each passing day. Yuan Ti felt a genuine joy for his dear friend. Chapter 130. The 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix upon hearing that Jin Huan had ascended to the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Bai Yi felt a surge of joy and curiosity about whether he could now summon his innate treasure to rectify his own shortcomings. "Jin Huan, you have become a Tai Golden Immortal. I wonder if you can speak now?" Bai Yi inquired cautiously, fully aware of Jin Huan's congenital soul deficiency, which was notoriously difficult to mend. It was precisely for this reason that in the past, Xianyu, Yuan Ti, and even he himself had shown considerable affection and pity for this painfully quiet junior brother. At the mention of his name, Jin Huan's adorably innocent eyes curved slightly, and though he did not utter a word, a clear and gentle voice suddenly resonated within the hearts of those present. "Bai Yi, junior brother." Both Bai Yi and Xingkuan were momentarily taken aback, their faces etched with shock and disbelief, while even Ziyun stroked his beard, displaying an expression of astonishment. They had not witnessed Jin Huan's lips move, yet they heard his voice with remarkable clarity. Yuan Ti, observing the reactions of the crowd, couldn't help but burst into laughter, gesturing for Jin Huan to explain himself. Jin Huan's thoughts stirred, and a stream of golden red light burst forth from his being, hovering before him and transforming into an ancient-style suona. This suona, neither entirely metal nor wood, shimmered with ethereal light. Engraved with an intricately detailed 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix design. Upon closer inspection, the lines of the pattern emitted a faint crimson glow, crafted with blood as ink, painstakingly refined drop by drop, deeply permeating the essence of the suona, becoming one with it. This was also a hallmark of blood-forging treasures. Through blood sacrifice, they became intimately linked, akin to a part of one's own body. As Jin Huan slightly channeled his magical power, the design of the 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix on the suona appeared to come to life, as if the ethereal forms of the divine birds were about to take flight. Furthermore, Jin Huan's unique voice resonated once more through the suona's melodic essence, clearly reaching the hearts of all present. "The clan leader helped me to reforge this innate treasure, bestowing upon it the name Feng Ming. Moreover, he composed a melody for me." Exchanging glances, the crowd was astonished to learn that the divine phoenix had personally intervened to refine the suona and compose a melody. Jin Huan revealed that it was through comprehending this melody that he grasped the laws of sound, allowing him to condense a strand of heavenly sound energy and successfully enter the realm of Tai Golden Immortal. Subsequently, through years of accumulation, he mastered the laws of water and fire within a single Yuanhui, gaining the ability to wield the forces of water and fire through melody. To demonstrate, Jin Huan's thoughts shifted once more, and the Feng Ming suona, seemingly on its own, emitted a short yet resounding note. With a clang, as the sound waves rippled through the air beside the moon abode, dozens of agile water serpents formed from the true water of the moon, dancing gracefully. Simultaneously, fiery birds sprang forth, flapping their wings as they soared and twirled in the air. The interplay of steam and heat wove together, yet remained unperturbed by one another, creating a peculiar balance, their power concealed yet palpable, clearly under exquisite control. Through the profound intricacies of the law of sound, Although Jin Huan had yet to completely mend the remnants of his congenital soul, he could finally express his intentions clearly through his innate treasure, Fengming. Bai Yi comprehended the entire process, his excitement prompting him to repeatedly exclaim words of praise. In days gone by, his mentor, Xinyu, had suggested that one might embark on the path of musical harmony to seek an opportunity for Jin Huan to express himself. Now, through his own diligence and fortuity, Jin Huan had indeed accomplished this. Although he still relied on magical artifacts, and his voice bore a slight deviation from that of an ordinary person, it was nonetheless a monumental step forward. Yuan Ti, standing nearby, remarked with a smile, Jin Huan, such a rare opportunity. Why not perform that piece, 100 Birds Worship the Phoenix, for your junior brother? Jin Huan's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he readily nodded in agreement. He took a moment to regulate his breath, positioning the phoenix-sounding suona close to his lips, channeling his spirit and magical power to command it. In the next instant, a lively and exuberant melody erupted, imbued with an indescribable air of nobility and grace. The notes soared high and piercing at times, while at others, they descended into dulcet tones, skillfully mimicking the calls of a myriad of birds. The clarity of the thrush, the melodiousness of the orioles, the joyfulness of the larks, the ethereal clarity of the cranes, each avian sound was seamlessly woven into the composition. The layers were distinct, yet harmoniously unified, collectively enhancing the subtle majesty of the melody that hinted at the sovereign spirit of the avian realm. As the melody unfolded, Bai Yi, Xing Kuan, Ziyun, and even the laurel tree fell into a deep trance. The music seemed to cleanse the very essence of the soul, captivating all, as visions of a grand, serene spectacle emerged, trees flourishing in spring, a multitude of birds gathering to pay homage to the feathered sovereign. When the performance concluded, the enchanting reverberations lingered in the air, still swirling through the moonlit chamber. It took several moments for everyone to regain their composure, their eyes reflecting awe and enchantment. Jin Huan's voice resonated once more through the suona as he elaborated. The clan leader once mentioned that this piece, inspired by the unique qualities of this instrument, mimics the calls of 100 birds, and is named 100 Birds Worship the Phoenix. However, the leader only composed a portion of it, and what I have learned so far is merely an incomplete segment, titled Harmony of Calls, symbolizing the response of birds and the prosperity of the clan in unity. The leader of the Yuan Feng clan once stated that this piece should contain 2 additional sections, yet those remaining sections are not destined to be composed by him. In the future, should I be able to complete it, the emergence of this piece may very well herald my rebirth, achieving the Dao fruit through the path of sound, thus rectifying my inherent shortcomings. Bai felt a genuine joy for Jin Huan upon hearing this. Uncle Master, you mentioned that your visit to the starry sky was for a task within the clan. May I inquire what it entails? Suddenly recalling Yuan Ti's earlier words, Bai posed the question. Yuan Ti produced a spatial jade box and gestured towards the laurel dew that Ziyun had just presented. Several cycles of the yuan have passed, and our clan's supply of the laurel dew traded with Xinyu is nearly depleted. Thus, the clan has commissioned me to procure more. Upon hearing this, Ziyun promptly retrieved a laurel leaf and handed it to Yuan Ti. Senior Yuan Ti, the master instructed me to reserve this portion of laurel dew for the Feng clan. Yuan Ti accepted the laurel dew, appreciating Xianyu's thoughtful consideration, and then presented the jade box to Ziyun. This contains resources prepared by the clan. Please take a moment to verify. With a sweep of her divine awareness, Ziyun discerned that the various fire attributes, spiritual materials, and fruits, along with some rare ores, were of exceptional quality, clearly reflecting the sincerity of the Phoenix clan. The transaction was swiftly concluded, devoid of any haggling. Subsequently, Ziyun produced a considerably smaller jade vial and presented it to Yuan Ti. Senior Yuan Ti, this small portion has been specially entrusted by my master for you. I kindly ask you to accept it. Yuan Ti glanced at Jin Huan and immediately grasped Xianyu's intent, no longer declining and graciously accepting the gift. Having received such a significant offering, I must express my gratitude. Chapter 131. The Lunar Celestial Feast. Upon noticing the rare gathering of friends, Yuan Ti decided to personally host a grand feast. With Ziyun having attained transformation, Bai achieving the Primordial Dao, Jin Huan experiencing a significant rise in cultivation, and Xing Kuan undergoing a remarkable transformation. Such joyous events surely warranted a splendid celebration. Allow me to organize a banquet for us to gather and revel together, he proposed. However, upon hearing this, Bai and Ziyun displayed a hint of hesitation. We appreciate your kind intentions, esteemed master uncle. Yet, our teacher remains in seclusion, and holding festivities here might disturb his tranquility. Though Zi Yun remained silent, her expression mirrored by Yi's concerns. Yuan Ti, far from being offended, burst into hearty laughter, pointing at the two. You both are indeed meticulous in thought, loyal and commendable, but fret not about this matter. With a shift in tone, laced with teasing and a touch of reflection, he continued, your esteemed teacher has already anticipated missing the moment of your transformation. He specifically instructed me in our earlier correspondence regarding this matter. Xian Yu mentioned that should you achieve your accomplishments and gather under the lunar sky, he wishes for me, as your master uncle, to host a splendid banquet in his stead. As his words fell, the previously silent laurel tree began to bear witness to Yuan Ti's words. Its vast canopy gently swayed, casting a soft glow, while a gentle thought resonated in everyone's hearts, confirming that Xian Yu indeed spoke thus. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi was momentarily stunned, followed by a rush of warmth that brought a slight sting to his nose. The realization that their teacher, even amidst the critical juncture of his seclusion to break through the Primordial Dao, remained concerned about the trivial matters of his disciples, considering their needs with such care, filled him with deep emotion. This paternal and mentor-like love rendered him speechless, his throat tightening. Zi Yun, too, was visibly moved, feeling that they had truly arrived at the lunar star. With Xian Yu's intention now clear, all apprehensions dissipated, and joy filled the air. Zi Yun promptly declared her desire to visit the herb garden to gather fresh fruits and vegetables. Bai Yi, eager to assist, approached Yuan Ti. Master Uncle, allow me to lend a hand and, in the process, learn a few of your marvelous techniques in transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. Yuan Ti, delighted by his enthusiasm, waved his hand. Well said. Today, I shall provide you with an eye-opening experience. Meanwhile, Xing Kuan displayed little interest in the culinary tasks. Lazily transforming back into his plump fish form, he flicked his tail and glanced at Jin Huan. Understanding the cue, Jin Huan lightly leaped onto Xing Kuan's broad and soft back. Together, they meandered leisurely around the Taoist sanctuary. However, over the years, Xing Kuan had grown increasingly languid, reluctant to venture far, choosing instead to drift between the expansive branches of the laurel tree, occasionally gliding gracefully or hovering serenely in the cool moonlight. Neither Xing Kuan nor Jin Huan felt inclined to speak, yet a remarkable harmony flowed silently between them. As Xing Kuan swished his tail, brushing past the fragrant osmanthus branches, Jin Huan sat comfortably upon his back, his gaze wandering over the flourishing herb garden below, the tranquil moon pool, and the majestic Guanghan Palace. Moreover, alongside the laurel tree, the fish, the individual, and the tree, despite their lack of verbal communication, share an unspoken understanding, coexisting in a remarkably natural and harmonious manner. Thus, the preparations for the banquet and leisurely pastimes unfold concurrently. Decades have swiftly passed, and all arrangements are now in place. Beneath the laurel tree, adjacent to the expanse of golden primordial rice fields, an extraordinary feast commences. Yuan Ti, indeed, showcases his culinary prowess. The long jade table is adorned with a dazzling array of delicacies. Unlike the singular roasted meats of yesteryears, the present spread boasts an impressive repertoire of steaming, boiling, frying, and braising techniques. There are rare fowls steamed with spiritual herbs, preserving their original taste, a rich and flavorful jade bone soup, exuding a mysterious aura, and star clams swiftly blanched with divine waters, tender and refreshing. The exquisite vegetable dishes are a feast for the senses, their colors and aromas captivating, inviting an insatiable appetite merely by sight and scent. The laurel tree also produces an assortment of uniquely flavored beverages, including cool tea crafted from ancient stores of Xianyu and chaotic iced jade drinks, to accompany the meal. Gathered together, they indulge in food and drink while sharing insights on their cultivation journeys and tales of the primordial world, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. The culinary creations of Yuan Ti thoroughly enchant all present, eliciting continuous praises. As Zi Yun savors the indescribable flavors, a thought strikes him. Such exquisite dishes would be a regrettable loss if the master were to emerge from seclusion without experiencing them. He proposes sealing them with true lunar water, hoping to preserve their essence for Xian Yu's return. Yuan Ti, upon hearing this, chuckles heartily and waves his hand, saying, "There is no need for such trouble. I have already prepared a separate portion for Brother Xian Yu and sealed it away using secret methods." Yuan Ti's meticulous nature even extends to the laurel tree. 3 bowls, each a culmination of various culinary essences, are placed before the grand roots of the laurel tree, their colors and flavors reaching their zenith. Strangely, shortly after the bowls are set, wisps of ethereal blue smoke rise from them, seemingly guided as they slowly merge into the trunk of the laurel tree. Meanwhile, the fish, meat, and shellfish within the bowls quickly lose their luster and fragrance, becoming withered and dull, as if all their essence has been entirely drawn out. The branches and leaves of the laurel tree sway gently, revealing a sense of satisfaction and joy. As Yuan Ti watches the guests relish his creations, engaging in laughter and camaraderie, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and exhilaration fills his heart. Amidst this supreme joy, two peculiar yet profound Tao insights quietly begin to sprout and cultivate within him. One is a fervent delight, akin to a medley of flavors, harboring boundless creativity and bliss. The other is deep and reserved, reminiscent of earthly fireworks, entwined with affection and guardianship. Were Xianyu present at this moment, with his elevated perspective, he would undoubtedly be greatly astonished. Yuan Ti's state clearly indicates that he has glimpsed the nascent forms of new Tao pathways, too. In fact, if the world were to learn that a late-stage Deluo cultivator had glimpsed two new paths, it would indeed be beyond comprehension. With the emergence of this new path, coupled with sufficient opportunities and accumulation, the future shall undoubtedly witness the establishment of a profound doctrine within the cosmos, leading to the attainment of the supreme Tao fruit of the primordial golden immortal. This grand banquet, filled with feasting and revelry, did not extend for an excessive duration. It reached its zenith within mere days. Subsequently, the gathering under the laurel tree, inspired by the delightful communion, sparked a dialogue on the Tao that would endure for centuries, enriching all participants immeasurably. A century swiftly passed, and the moment arrived for Yuan Ti and Jin Huan to bid farewell. The people of the Tying Star escorted them beyond the Taoist temple, exchanging heartfelt wishes of well-being. As they watched Yuan Ti and Jin Huan's figures fade into the depths of the starry sky, the Tying Star returned to its tranquil state. Yet the warmth and insights gleaned from that gathering were indelibly etched in the hearts of each individual. Chapter 132. Matters of the Primordial Wilderness. After Yuan Ti and Jin Huan departed, the moonlit realm returned to a serene stillness. The echoes of revelry and philosophical discourse beneath the laurel trees lingered, yet within the hearts of the attendees, a profound sense of urgency began to take root, compelling them to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. Bai Yi once again found himself in the northern beast garden, a vast expanse where he could hone his divine abilities. Transforming into a white tiger, he traversed the forest, his roar slicing through the air like a blade, invoking the celestial energies of the cosmos, causing the beasts to bow in submission. In this environment, Bai Yi's swordsmanship acquired an inexplicable elegance, gradually shedding the influences of the Feng clan to forge a style uniquely his own. The herbal garden had already developed into a self-sustaining system, no longer requiring constant oversight from Ziyun, which allowed him to postpone tending to its affairs after the banquet. Ziyun sat in tranquil meditation by the moon pool, eyes closed in deep concentration, meticulously contemplating the next step on his path to the Tai realm. The auspicious purple aura he had cultivated within was intrinsically linked to the profound and elusive laws of fortune, forming the foundation of his cultivation. To advance further, he needed to harmonize his understanding of these laws with this foundation, thereby establishing a robust and cohesive system that would solidify his path. Should he pursue ephemeral gains recklessly, grasping at unrelated laws, it might seem to enrich his arsenal and elevate his state, yet it would ultimately tarnish his foundational essence, leading to self-sabotage. During their philosophical discussions, Yuan Ti, Bai Yi, and even Xing Kuan had shared their insights into their respective paths, providing him with immense inspiration. Take Bai Yi, for instance. He primarily focused on the laws of the stars, supported by the elemental principles of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He refined the energies of starlight and the 5 elements within himself, culminating in a balanced harmony of 6 energies. The 5 elements are the bedrock of creation, and the movement of the stars is intricately connected to the world. Thus, their synergy fortified his foundation, promising a grand future, which even the venerable Yuan Ti praised repeatedly. Xing Kuan's path was uniquely extraordinary. Born of a fierce beast lineage, he initially ascended to the Deluo level through his exceptional innate talent and the fruits of the celestial star tree. Subsequently, by a fortunate twist of fate, he consumed the remains of another Deluo entity with a pure beastly bloodline, seizing its essence and mastery over the illusory path of the dreaming flower butterfly. He adeptly fused the essence of the stars with his beastly bloodline, resolving the conflict between them, allowing both his physical body and primordial spirit to attain the Deluo level. Currently, Xing Kuan's strength surpassed that of the other two. Drawing inspiration from the paths of other Deluo beings, Ziyun's clarity of purpose deepened. Having embarked on the journey of the laws of fortune, he needed to align himself with principles such as causality, celestial mechanisms, and destiny. However, these laws were far more intricate and challenging than the conventional 5 elements and yin-yang, making comprehension a formidable task. Thus, this path would undoubtedly demand both fortune and opportunity. Fortunately, while he lacked many things, he was slightly more favored by fortune than the average being. Not only he and Bai, but even the usually indolent Xing Kuan seemed to have been stirred by some latent ambition following the banquet. Xing Kuan took the initiative to leave the moonlit star and ventured into the cosmos to cultivate. Utilizing his unparalleled physical prowess, he boldly enveloped himself in stellar energies intertwined with the essence of chaos, drawing it into his being to temper and refine his body through the chaotic energies. The scales of its entire body shimmered erratically under the chaotic currents, revealing enigmatic patterns. The trio from the Phoenix clan, united in their ambition, were spurred on by the messages brought by Yuan Ti. According to Yuan Ti, mere moments after the return of Xian Yu and Bai Yi to the Yin Star, discord erupted once more among the 3 clans. The Dark Crow clan, under the banner of the Phoenix clan, fortuitously stumbled upon a chaotic celestial mountain named Yuan Xiao in the depths of the boundless southern sea. This mountain radiated an ethereal light, surrounded by a mist of precious energy, adorned with innate spiritual roots, and exuded an unparalleled richness of spiritual essence, far surpassing the known blessed lands of the Primordial World. The leader of the Dark Crow clan, upon witnessing this marvel, was filled with ecstatic joy and immediately sought to claim it as their own. However, the consort of the Southern Sea Dragon King soon arrived with her entourage, leading to a fierce dispute over the ownership of the Celestial Mountain. In the ensuing conflict, the leader of the Dark Crow clan inadvertently killed the Dragon King's consort. The demise of the Dragon Queen instantly forged an unbreakable blood feud with the Dragon clan. To safeguard their subordinate clan and secure control over Yuan Xiao, the Phoenix clan was compelled to dispatch several powerful subordinate leaders to assist. The Dragon King, consumed by rage, mobilized his army of aquatic warriors to besiege the Dark Crow clan. The 2 factions waged a brutal war in the Southern Sea for tens of thousands of years, inflicting mutual losses. Ultimately, the Dragon clan was forced to retreat, and the Dark Crow clan, alongside the Phoenix reinforcements, ascended the Yuan Xiao Celestial Mountain without a second thought. Unbeknownst to them, this played directly into the Dragon clan's treacherous scheme. As the Aeon clan's main forces took to the mountain, the Dragon clan's ambushed elites launched their attack. With 3 great Luo golden immortals self-destructing their Dao fruits, ruthlessly obliterating the mountain's foundational essence. With a thunderous roar, the once magnificent celestial mountain crumbled into countless fragments scattered across the southern sea. The vast majority of Aeon clan cultivators, along with an endless array of heavenly materials and treasures, perished in the calamity, reduced to ashes. Following this event, any remaining semblance of reconciliation between the Dragon and Phoenix clans vanished entirely, reigniting a war of unprecedented scale and severity. Yuan Ti's visit to the Yin Star to procure the Jade Dew was a strategic preparation for the Phoenix clan to confront the impending, larger-scale conflict. This Jade Dew was of paramount importance for the Phoenix clan's cultivation of the Nirvana technique, serving as a means to heal, sustain life, rapidly restore vitality, and enhance the probability of rebirth. Moreover, the Beast clan under the Qilin was also restless. To the north of Zhou Mountain, there existed a beast tribe known as the E-Beast, characterized by a rabbit body and a human face, radiating spiritual energy and appearing innocent and benign. This E-Beast, employing unknown means, managed to instigate a division within the Xuanwu clan, which governed the Northern Sea. One faction of the Xuanwu completely allied with the Dragon Palace, binding themselves to the Dragon clan, while the son of the Bright clan ascended to the role of prime minister within the Dragon clan, second only to the 3 ancestral dragons and 4 kings. The other faction, in fury, rebranded themselves as the Xian Gui and retreated deep into the Northern Sea, disappearing without a trace. Across the primordial lands, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were increasingly active, their frictions intensifying, and the atmosphere in the world thickening with malice. Additionally, numerous innate sanctities and powerful independent cultivators began to emerge. Rumors spoke of a mysterious figure known as Hongjun, who appeared from the east, wielding a green bamboo staff, traveling the lands, and often offering guidance to those of fate. After a cycle of the Yuan, this Hongjun left behind 3 volumes of enigmatic celestial scriptures before vanishing without a trace. Ancient beings, aware of the existence of Hongjun, have emerged to vie for the 3 volumes of celestial scriptures, plunging the already chaotic East into further disarray. The majority of the wandering cultivators remain detached from the major factions, seeking to profit amidst the turmoil. They practice esoteric techniques from the West, resorting to pillage and bloodshed, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for power, relishing in the chaos they sow. In regard to these errant cultivators, the 3 clans largely opt for appeasement, offering modest incentives to enlist them as vanguard forces, relegated to the role of expendable pawns. Upon hearing of the perilous and tumultuous state of the primordial realm, figures such as Bai Yi, Ziyun, and Xing Kuan are filled with trepidation, reflecting on their mentor Xian Yu's foresight with a deep sense of gratitude. A fervent desire ignites within them, the urgent need to elevate their strength. Only in this manner can they safeguard the sanctity of the Tying Star, protect this expanse of starry sky, and perhaps one day lend their support to their mentor, ensuring they do not become a burden. Chapter 133. The Convergence of Star and Moon. On the moon of the Aeon, time flowed quietly in the stillness, and in the blink of an eye. Countless millennia slipped by silently. Xian Yu enacted the method of Aeon corpse dissolution, and the precise location of the buried coffin remained known only to the ever-silent laurel tree, which stood guard. The laurel tree, with its vast spiritual awareness, sensed the slow yet unwavering transformation occurring beneath the ground, and was suddenly struck by an idea. Perhaps, by utilizing the auspicious energy embodied by Ziyun, it could inadvertently grant Xian Yu a modicum of favorable influence at a critical moment, thereby enhancing the likelihood of success. Although Ziyun's cultivation was insufficient to effect such an existence, it could still provide a psychological comfort. Thus, the laurel tree conveyed through its divine thought to Ziyun, instructing him to meditate peacefully by the 7 acres of innate rice beside the moon pool. Ziyun held the laurel tree in great reverence. Though somewhat perplexed by the directive, he did not inquire further and respectfully complied. He promptly set about constructing a humble yet tidy wooden cabin at the edge of the rice field, where he would reside henceforth. From that point on, Ziyun spent most of his time seated quietly before the hut, contemplating the profound principles of fate and destiny. Whenever he felt a twinge of restlessness, he would meander around the sacred grounds, gathering ripe spiritual fruits or weeding the rare spiritual roots in the herb garden, leading a tranquil and fulfilling life. As the day approached for Xian Yu to enter the coffin, marking the completion of 3 cycles of the Yuan festival, a silent yet profound transformation swept through the heavens and the earth. On that day, the celestial canopy of the primordial world seemed to radiate a brightness that was inexplicably more intense, and the trajectories of the stars began to reveal a rhythm subtly different from the past. Should a mighty being of the Hongjun golden immortal level carefully perceive the laws of the universe, they would be astounded to discover that the Aeon path and the star path, which span the cosmos, had begun to exhibit a wondrous change. The 2 paths appeared to intertwine and resonate, as if drawn together by invisible hands, their principles colliding and triggering a series of chain reactions. As a result, any cultivator within the primordial realm who was seeking to comprehend the star path or the Aeon path would find themselves at a disadvantage. Due to Xian Yu's convergence, the stars and the Aeon in the realm now exalted him alone. The once obscure yet perceptible trajectories of the great paths became increasingly blurred and chaotic, as if shrouded by a thick fog, making comprehension exceedingly arduous. The laurel tree, deeply rooted on the moon of the Aeon, was undoubtedly the first to perceive the peculiarities of the environment. It distinctly sensed that the entire moon of the Aeon and the vast starry sky were being stirred by an invisible, immense power. Endless starlight and the pure essence of the Aeon moonlight unconsciously converged towards the innate rice fields by the moon pool. These starry lights and the chill of the Aeon, forcibly drawn together, intertwined, compressed, and solidified above the rice fields, subtly manifesting a vast and hazy tomb-like illusion constructed entirely of light and cold. This tomb took on a triangular mound shape, standing silently amidst the golden waves of rice, exuding an ancient, icy aura, yet paradoxically brimming with infinite vitality. Even more astonishingly, with the violent fluctuations of the Great Dao, glimmers of divine water infused with starlight and moonlight began to materialize out of thin air. However, the chilling cold of the Tying was excessively fierce. As soon as these divine waters emerged, before they could even drop, they were instantaneously frozen into crystalline particles, each containing a terrifying energy, cascading down from the sky like hail. The aura of the Great Dao in this region had thickened to an almost tangible density, severely disrupting the fabric of the present realm. The falling ice particles appeared ensnared in an invisible quagmire, drifting gently downward. This spectacle resembled not hail, but rather the serene descent of white paper money during a silent funeral, imbued with a sacred and eerie tranquility. The laurel tree sensed all of this, rejoicing within, its leaves rustling and showering a celestial glow. It understood that the spectral grave before it and the phenomenon of floating paper money were far from ominous. On the contrary, they signified that the Xian Yu below had successfully transcended the phase of returning to the void, transforming all remnants of the old self into the primordial essence, officially commencing the crucial step of merging with the Tao. Moreover, from the signs of the merging of the Taiyin and celestial pathways, this process was progressing smoothly. Xian Yu was endeavoring to perfectly integrate the Taiyin and celestial pathways he governed within that primordial essence, nurturing the embryonic form of an entirely new pathway. Such a momentous occurrence could hardly escape the notice of the other three individuals cultivating in the Taiyin star. Ziyun Bai and Xing Kuan were almost simultaneously awakened from their meditative states, gazing in astonishment towards the direction of the moon pool, where a strikingly luminous and cold phenomenon soared skyward, accompanied by a disquieting ripple of the Great Dao. Bai Yi and Xing Kuan instantly flickered into view at the edge of the rice fields, their expressions reflecting shock and concern as they beheld the immense triangular light mound and the slowly descending ice paper money. Fortunately, the thoughts of the laurel tree reached the hearts of the three in time. This was an auspicious sign, a merging of the Great Tao, heralding new beginnings. And there was no need for worry. Upon hearing this, the three momentarily paused in surprise, and then, as if a thought had struck them, exchanged knowing glances. Could it be that the master was breaking through here? They refrained from vocal inquiries or probing with their minds, instead collectively adjusting their attire, their expressions becoming solemn and respectful. Facing the towering laurel tree and the triangular mound in the center of the rice fields, which radiated an overwhelming aura of the Tao, they bowed 3 times with utmost reverence. The first bow was to honor the master and the Tao. The second was in gratitude for protection. The third was a wish for the master's success. After rising, the three retreated to Ziyun's humble abode, conversing for a brief moment before parting ways to return to their respective places of cultivation. The Taiyin star remained tranquil, yet the extraordinary occurrences above the rice fields lingered, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, in an unknown segment of time and space along the river of time, a figure clad in a yin-yang robe, with hair divided into black and white, was engaged in a fierce contest with Hongjun. This figure bore the principles of yin and yang. A black and white taiji diagram suspended behind him, with the flow of yin and yang rendering all laws impotent. Yin and yang, what necessity do you have for this? You may evade for a moment, but you cannot escape for a lifetime. Suddenly, the Taoist Hongjun keenly sensed a discord in the harmony of yin and yang within the cosmos, indicating a disturbance emanating from the realm of the Great Yin. The Taoist named Yin Yang also perceived the anomaly. However, before he could intervene, Hongjun seized upon that fleeting opportunity, shattering the Tai Chi shield with a single strike, annihilating both the space and time of that locale. How could such an existence emerge in this primordial world? Observing Hongjun, who wielded a green bamboo staff and was enveloped by the essence of the 3,000 Taos, Yin Yang hastily employed the Tai Chi diagram to stabilize the space occupied by Hongjun and swiftly traversed the timeline to escape into a parallel world. Hongjun, witnessing Yin Yang's retreat, invoked the divine power of causality, transcending immeasurable realms to once again appear by his side. Thus, the two engaged in a relentless pursuit, having clashed for an entire Yuanhui. Chapter 134. The 6 desires visit the West Sea deep within the West Sea Dragon Palace. Beneath billions of fathoms of dark waters, light is scarce, illuminated only by luminous pearls and the flickering glow of the merfolk's candles. Since the inception of the Grand Assembly, the West Sea Dragon King, Aeon, has secluded himself, publicly claiming to be engrossed in arduous cultivation. All matters of the Dragon Palace, both grand and trivial, have been entrusted to a few trusted ministers, who, unbeknownst to many, are covert agents of the demon clan. The tumultuous situation of the primal world has escalated, especially following the incident at the Yuanxiao Immortal Mountain, leading to increasing friction among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. The Candle Dragon had long issued a stern edict requiring all 4 Sea Dragon Kings to remain at their respective palaces, forbidding any unauthorized departure, and mandating full preparations for military readiness and cultivation enhancement. As a result, Aeon's previously devised schemes to frame and undermine the Phoenix and Qilin clans, as well as to seize their resources, have been reluctantly postponed. To ensure his safety, he has chosen to bide his time. quietly residing within the confines of this West Sea Dragon Palace. While utilizing the palace's fortunes and resources for his own cultivation, he has been tirelessly seeking to uncover the true condition of the ancestral dragon. One day, outside a secluded hall at the rear of the palace, two dragon guards stood vigilantly on duty, one of golden immortal rank and the other of profound immortal rank. One was a pure-blood true dragon, while the other was of the lesser Jiao lineage. In the profound silence, a faint purple-black demonic aura suddenly flickered within the depths of the Jiao guard's eyes. Almost instantly, his gaze turned a fierce crimson, fixated intently on his esteemed companion. An unnamed, twisted flame of jealousy and greed erupted from the darkest recesses of his heart. I have toiled for 1,000,000 years to attain golden immortal status. Yet, due to my Jiao lineage, I am condemned to languish as a mere gatekeeper in this shadowy hall for eternity. Why must it be so? The golden immortal Jiao's gaze bore down on his colleague, the raw murderous intent surging forth. If I could consume him, devour this pure-blood true dragon's essence, it would surely transform me. Perhaps I could even break through to the Tai realm. At that time, His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon might recognize my worth and bestow upon me the title of clan leader. Such absurd and malevolent thoughts entwined around his spirit like venomous vines. He could almost envision the exalted vision of himself, his bloodline elevated, lauded by the ancestral dragon. Wielding great power, the Jiao guard became engulfed in an uncontrollable, eerie purple-black flame. This flame did not burn hot. Rather, it emanated a chilling and malevolent aura that unsettled the mind. The true dragon guard observed with cold indifference, watching as his companion was consumed by the dark fire of desire. In silence, the flesh, spirit, and even the dragon bones of his comrade dissolved into nothingness, leaving the pure-blood true dragon's eyes devoid of any emotion, merely flickering with a hint of scorn. The black ashes of the Jiao transformed in the air, coalescing into the form of a young man clad in a black robe with flowing white hair. Six desires gently twisted his neck, as if awakening from a long, dreamlike slumber. Upon witnessing this, the true dragon guard immediately knelt, declaring with utmost respect, Yin Xuan pays homage to the fifth demon king. It turns out this true dragon guard is yet another pawn placed by the demon clan, a rare pure-blood dragon who has willingly succumbed to darkness. The Six Desires avatar cast a fleeting glance at Yin Xuan, speaking in a tone of indifference. Go inform the first demon king, and tell him I have arrived. Although Yin Xuan belonged to the pure-blooded dragon lineage, his temperament was timid, indulgent in pleasures, and fearful of death and pain. Tasking him with managing affairs risked defending others, while sending him to lead troops in battle invoked fears of injury and demise. In the end, he chose to conceal his cultivation and sought refuge in this secluded place, taking on the role of a gatekeeper, claiming it was his vow to protect the Dragon King at all costs. However, the ways of the demon race, beyond the principle of the survival of the fittest, also embraced the notion of following one's desires. Since he was content with such a fate, as a superior being, Six Desires had little inclination to intervene. After all, without diligent cultivation, he would inevitably become someone else's sustenance. Of course, even with effort, safety was not guaranteed. Perhaps possessing too high a cultivation would attract unwanted attention, leading to a swifter demise, serving as a stepping stone for the rise of stronger beings. Upon hearing these words, Yin Xuan hurriedly rose to relay the message. However, before he could ascend the steps leading to the palace, the heavy dark gold palace doors opened silently on their own. Observing this, Six Desires adjusted his robe, the hint of languid mischief on his face fading into respectful composure, and stepped inside. Yin Xuan, practiced in his duty, retreated to his original position, gently closing the palace doors, and resumed his steadfast mission, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Inside the hall, the light was even dimmer than outside. As Six Desires entered, the ever-bright lamps embedded in the surrounding walls flickered to life one by one. These lamps, crafted from merman oil, emitted a delicate and fragrant aroma, aiding others in entering meditation and seclusion. The ethereal blue flames danced silently, illuminating the figure seated upon the crystal throne at the end of the hall, the West Sea Dragon King, Aeons. Aeons slowly opened his eyes, his gaze swirling with golden brilliance and dark waves simultaneously. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, a patch of celebratory clouds above him gradually receded, concealing within its depths the shadow of the 9-grade world-destroying Black Lotus, which ultimately vanished along with the clouds into his being. Six Desires keenly sensed that the aura of this first demon king had grown even more profound and terrifying since their last encounter. Though he remained at the perfect realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, His comprehension and mastery of the golden path and the water path seemed to have reached an astonishing level, with both approaches nearly merging into perfection. From the moment he stepped into this great hall, the essence of the golden path and the water path within this space appeared blurred and peculiar. Gold contained the fluidity of water, while water harbored the sharpness of gold, creating an endless cycle of mutual generation between the two. An overwhelming and enigmatic aura pervaded the entire area, emanating from the immovable Aeon upon the throne. Six Desires dared not be negligent. Taking a few steps forward and bowing respectfully, Six Desires pays homage to His Majesty, the first Demon King. Aeon's gaze settled upon him, his voice calm, yet imbued with an invisible pressure. You come unannounced and yet slay one of my guards. What reasoning lies behind this? Six Desires immediately lowered his stance further, explaining, I beseech my elder brother for forgiveness. This matter is indeed Six Desires' fault. With my meager strength and lacking formidable evasion techniques, the journey from the Shumi Sacred Realm to the West Sea is extensive. It is challenging for ordinary avatars to maintain themselves, and thus I had to rely on external forces to arrive. Six Desires spoke these words with utmost humility. Since the fateful day when Xianyu struck him with a devastating blow, sending him hurtling back to Mount Shumi, Lu Yu has come to comprehend a profound truth. Even among those who have attained the great Luo perfection, there exists a vast chasm of disparity in strength. From that moment onward, Lu Yu has conducted himself with significantly more restraint and caution. Aeon let out a cold snort. Within the West Sea Dragon Palace, the true dragon lineage is scarce. If you continue to slay recklessly, arousing suspicion and jeopardizing the grand plan of the demon ancestor, can you bear the weight of such responsibility? The West Sea Dragon Palace has managed to harbor numerous dark agents of the demon race without provoking a backlash from the dragon lineage's fate. Relying on the fortune-transferring magical formation set by Luo Hu and the illusory shadow of the world-destroying Black Lotus to obscure the heavenly secrets. Upon hearing these words, Lu Yu promptly bowed again in apology, his tone sincere. Observing his submissive demeanor, Aeon chose not to press the matter further. The reason I summoned you here is for Chapter 135. The Union of Dragon and Phoenix, Part 1, Within the Hall. The flickering blue candlelight danced unpredictably, casting a mysterious light upon Aeon's visage. His gaze settled upon the Six Desires avatar standing respectfully below, and he spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. The reason I have summoned you here is to address a matter of great importance. I require you to devise a method to facilitate the union between the Dragon and Phoenix clans. What? A union? The Six Desires avatar suddenly lifted his head, disbelief replacing the habitual languor and mischief etched upon his features. He could scarcely believe his ears. A union between the Dragon and Phoenix? Did this not imply that these two ancient foes would reconcile their hostilities? If that were the case, how could they gather the vast amounts of essence, blood, resentment, and malevolent energy necessary to fuel the creation of the four catastrophic swords by the demon ancestor, Luo Hu, to instigate a conflict between the Dragon and Phoenix? They had previously orchestrated the incident at Yuanxiao Mountain with great cunning. Several Luo perfected demons had collaborated tirelessly to calculate the timing and location of the mountain's emergence. Subsequently, the fourth Demon King, Shadow Demon, transformed into the leader of the Dark Crow tribe, ventured forth to discover the mountain, deliberately leaving traces to lure the South Sea Dragon Queen and her retinue. During the ensuing clash, the surface strength of the Dark Crow appeared to be merely mid-stage Luo, comparable to that of the Dragon Queen. However, with the true prowess of the Shadow Demon at Luo perfected, the manipulation was deftly executed, resulting in a tragic miscalculation. The Yuanxiao Mountain incident successfully embroiled the two clans in a brutal war lasting nearly an entire epoch, significantly diminishing their respective strengths. The Demon Clan seized this opportunity to gather a considerable amount of essence, blood, and malevolent energy. The mastermind behind the Yuanxiao Mountain scheme was none other than Aeon. Seated upon his throne, his objective, beyond exacerbating the conflict among the three clans, was to probe the reactions and states of the three ancestors of the Dragon Clan. Now, why would Aeon suddenly reverse course and promote a union? Observing the unmasked confusion and skepticism on the face of the Six Desires avatar, Aeon did not display anger, but rather explained with a calm demeanor. The union between the Dragon and Phoenix is a direct mandate from the Candle Dragon, unequivocal and non-negotiable. Currently, the three ancestors are all concealed beneath the returned ruins, aside from the East Sea Dragon King Aeon, who is qualified to report significant matters. No one else may approach. Aeon paused before continuing to dissect the deeper implications. We must broaden our perspective. the union would yield numerous benefits. Firstly, if successful, it would enhance my credibility with the Candle Dragon and even the Ancestor Dragon regarding the grand ambitions of our demon clan, with the advantages far outweighing the drawbacks. Secondly, the deeper the love, the sharper the hatred. If we can foster a temporary camaraderie or even a covenant between the Dragon and Phoenix clans, we could later seize the opportunity to dismantle their alliance when their bonds are at their strongest. The ensuing resentment and vendetta would be far more intense than the current ongoing friction. The resulting negative energy would be the true feast the demon ancestor craves. Thirdly, with the leaders of the three clans currently in seclusion seeking breakthroughs and bound by the Dragonhan list, the Hongjun Golden Immortals cannot intervene. The present skirmishes are merely appetizers before the grand banquet, trifling disputes at best. We must allow the conflicts to accumulate and ferment, dragging them into the later stages. In order to truly unify the primal chaos, the leaders of the three clans will inevitably take the field personally. Only a battle of such magnitude can shake the very foundations of the universe, creating a genuine opportunity for our demon clan. Furthermore, facilitating a union between the Dragon and Phoenix clans could also serve to sow discord between the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Even though the Qilin clan is broad-minded and currently biding their time, witnessing the union of allies and mortal enemies will plant the seeds of suspicion, which will eventually take root and flourish. Listening to Aeon's meticulous analysis, Lu Yu's initial shock gradually transformed into enlightenment, followed by a look of admiration. His elder brother's foresight was truly commendable, and Lu Yu felt humbled by his own ignorance, requesting forgiveness for his lack of understanding. Lu Yu straightened up and continued to follow Aeon's line of thought. What his elder brother had previously stated was indeed correct. However, this fourth point perhaps requires more careful consideration. The Phoenix clan is not Na'vi. If the union clearly jeopardizes their relationship with the Qilin clan, it might be exceedingly difficult to facilitate the marriage at all. This matter must be approached with greater subtlety and finesse. It may be possible to promote simultaneous unions between the Phoenix and Qilin clans, with all three clans intermarrying to stabilize their relationships, rendering them complacent and more advantageous for our future endeavors. Lu Yu meticulously pondered various possibilities, his brow gradually furrowing once more. Yet, the age-old enmity between the Dragon and Phoenix clans presents significant challenges. Suddenly proposing a union would be fraught with difficulties, and we must strategize carefully on how to proceed. Indeed, there are challenges, which is why your efforts are essential. Aeon's tone remained unwavering. If these obstacles cannot be overcome, then these demon lords are unworthy of their titles. The fourth point may indeed proceed as you suggest, without intentionally provoking the Qilin clan. As for the Dragon clan, with my presence, I can ensure that they will not oppose the union between the Phoenix and Qilin clans. Once the marriage is established, the subsequent developments will be within our control. Additionally, with my guidance, as long as the conditions proposed by the Phoenix clan are not excessive, the Dragon clan will acquiesce, ensuring the success of this endeavor. With Aeon's assurance and support, Lu Yu's furrowed brow relaxed considerably. In that case, I shall return and immediately confer with Qi Qing, Xian Mo, and Ing Mo to establish a preliminary framework, which I will then present to my elder brother and the demon ancestor for their determination. We must find the most suitable entry point that satisfies the requirements of the Candle Dragon while also planting the seeds of future discord. I shall adhere to your command. If there is nothing further, I shall return to devise our plans. Aeon replied with a quiet acknowledgement, then closed his eyes, signaling the end of their discourse. Clearly, he was dismissing his guest. The establishment of demon lords within the demon clan was indeed beneficial. Now, the clan no longer required his constant oversight, as there were ample capable individuals to handle affairs below. Lu Yu's avatar, feeling it inappropriate to linger, respectfully bowed and quietly exited the grand hall. Outside the hall, Yin Chuan remained standing like a statue. Lu Yu's avatar cast a glance at him before his entire form suddenly disintegrated, transforming into a delicate cloud of black powder. This powder did not dissipate. Rather, it hovered in the air, containing the pure magical essence of the demon Lord Lu Yu, along with a trace of primordial consciousness. Yin Chuan, safeguard this item, lest you find yourself needing to borrow your own body for the next descent. A thought emerged from the powder, playfully teasing this timid soul. Upon hearing this, Yin Chuan swiftly retrieved a jade vial, meticulously gathering all the black powder within, sealing it securely. This substance would undoubtedly save considerable effort should His Majesty, the fifth Demon King, require a manifestation again. It must not be squandered. The Demon King is merciful. He concealed the jade vial and performed a profound bow in the direction of Mount Sumeru. Rising, Yinchuan resumed his impassive stance, as if nothing had transpired. Unbeknownst to him, a guard had silently reappeared at his side. Deep within the shadowy depths of the Western Sea Dragon Palace, the web of conspiracy was stealthily spreading towards the primordial chaos. Chapter 136, The Union of Dragon and Phoenix, Part 2, as the six desires disintegrated within the Western Sea Dragon Palace. The command of Ao Run echoed to his true form. In the sacred realm of Shumi in the west, atop Shumi Mountain, shrouded in perpetual dimness. Within the Hall of Evening Eyes, the six desires slowly opened his eyes while seated on a cushion. A trace of fatigue from meticulous calculations lingered in his gaze. Yet it was overshadowed by an exhilarating thrill. The union of dragon and phoenix, indeed. Ao Run lives up to the title of the first Demon King. Behind the six desires, the grand hall, adorned with 3,000 cushions, stood eerily empty. Even the cloud bed where the demon ancestor reclined was devoid of presence. The Hall of Evening Eyes was the place where Rahu preached, typically convening only for significant matters pertaining to the demon clan. The true form of the demon ancestor Rahu had been wandering the depths of the river of time for many years without return. However, one of his avatars, the Evening Eye Taoist, remained stationed at the base of Shumi Mountain, tirelessly refining the four fearsome swords of extermination. Indicating that the true form of the demon ancestor was not in peril, Rahu seldom graced this palace, rendering the desolate Hall of Evening Eyes a residence for the fifth Demon King, six desires, and the sixth Demon King, seven emotions, who handled affairs within Shumi Mountain. With a flicker of thought, a pitch-black little bell, intricately carved with countless twisted demonic patterns, flew from his sleeve and hovered in the center of the hall. This heavenly demon bell was a gift from Rahu, symbolizing his authority and status, commanding him to oversee the operations of the demon clan and manage daily affairs. The choice fell upon him primarily because the other demon kings were otherwise occupied. The first demon king Ao Run lurked among the dragon clan, the second demon king, Heart Demon, concealed himself within the Beast clan, and the fourth Demon King, Shadow Demon, infiltrated the Avian clan, all residing outside the sacred realm of Shumi. With a snap of his fingers, he infused a surge of magical power into the heavenly demon bell. The bell rang with a crisp sound that pierced through the depths of the soul, crossing boundless spatial barriers. Far beyond countless light years, the second Demon King, Heart Demon, and the fourth Demon King, Shadow Demon, felt a stirring within their minds, clearly receiving the summons from Shumi Mountain. After a brief moment, the magical energy within the Hall of Evening Eyes fluctuated slightly, and two indistinct avatars descended into the hall. One exuded an enigmatic and ever-changing aura, capable of stirring myriad thoughts within the heart. This was the Heart Demon. The other was ethereal and vague, merging and separating with the shadows of the world. Naturally, the Shadow Demon, the seventh Demon King, seven emotions, who had been awaiting their arrival, swayed her graceful waist as she approached from a side hall. Clad in red, she was entwined with invisible threads of emotion, each smile and frown capable of igniting the most primal desires of living beings. Upon gathering all four Demon Kings, the six desires wasted no time and promptly divulged the discussions held in the Western Sea Dragon Palace regarding the plan for the union of Dragon and Phoenix. As the news broke, a brief silence enveloped the hall. The Heart Demon, Shadow Demon, and even seven emotions wore expressions of gravity and contemplation. This matter was indeed of great significance and fraught with challenges. A single misstep could lead to ruin or even expose their very selves. After a long pause, it was the Shadow Demon, who had long been concealed among the Phoenix clan, who sighed softly and spoke first. As far as I know, Yuan Feng has recently been covertly and relentlessly gathering various innate spiritual ores and the remains of fallen avian kin. Should the Dragon Clan proactively provide a substantial quantity of such resources, particularly by returning the bodies of the Phoenix clan acquired in previous battles, it may alleviate some of the resentment harbored by the Phoenix clan and potentially enhance the prospects of alliance through marriage. Is this a form of enticement? It certainly presents a viable avenue. Lu Yu immediately acquiesced. However, these items must be interspersed among a multitude of other reparative offerings. Presenting solely these few items would unmistakably convey to Yuan Feng that the Dragon Clan is acutely aware of the internal dynamics of the Phoenix Clan, implying the presence of a spy within their ranks. The Shadow Demon promptly added, "Rest assured, Ao Run will manage this matter well, ensuring no suspicion falls upon you." Lu Yu nodded, directing his gaze toward the Heart Demon. "Heart Demon, what is the situation with the Qilin clan?" The Heart Demon, concealed within the heart's core of the Beast clan's leader, emitted a sinister chuckle. The Qilin have been deeply entrenched in the unfathomable mountains for several generations without returning. Among the 5 great elders of the Qilin clan, the earth, fire, and wood branches are all in seclusion, leaving only the golden and water Qilin branches to oversee daily affairs, significantly diminishing their control over the vast beast clan. If the dragon clan cooperates, I can disseminate rumors within the beast clan, suggesting that the dragon clan has secretly dispatched envoys to seek an alliance and marriage with the Qilin clan. This strategy will surely incite feelings of vigilance and crisis within the Phoenix clan. Brilliant. Liu clapped his hands. In this manner, to avoid isolation, the Phoenix clan may indeed be more inclined to consider temporarily easing relations with the dragon clan, or even pursuing a marriage for self-preservation. Given this, I shall personally intervene, orchestrating a few star-crossed lovers to foster this atmosphere of alliance. Upon hearing this, Qi-Qing smiled seductively, her delicate fingers gracefully gesturing through the void, releasing countless barely visible threads of emotion that wound through the vastness, entwining themselves with the hearts and minds of living beings. In this world, there is no shortage of lovesick souls. A mere gentle tug at their heartstrings can render them utterly entranced, regardless of their ancestral enmities. The several demon lords exchanged ideas, continuously refining and enhancing the intricate details of this monumental conspiracy, forecasting various potential developments and countermeasures. Before long, a meticulously interconnected scheme had taken shape. Leveraging the current war-weary sentiments of the 3 clans and the strategic anxieties of their leaders. As time quietly flowed by, the common members of the 3 clans, having endured the ravages of war, yearned for peace, while the higher-ups were reluctant to escalate the conflict during their leaders' seclusion. Thus, with the 5 demon lords orchestrating events, skillfully guiding the situation, and the higher echelons of the 3 clans arriving at a compromise, the momentum of the primordial world began to shift towards an astonishingly improbable direction. The dragon clan took the initiative by extending an olive branch, offering substantial resources and sincerity. The shadow demon stirred the pot within the Phoenix clan, while the heart demon spread rumors among the beast clan, creating pressure. Qi-Qing subtly tugged at the threads of emotion among the younger generation of the 3 clans, sowing the seeds of forbidden love. Amidst the accumulation of these various factors, an unprecedented alliance between the 3 clans truly came to fruition. The son of the Azure Dragon Meng Zhong, the remarkable descendant of the Dragon clan, Song Shu, simultaneously weds a princess of the Phoenix clan and a princess of the Qilin clan, symbolizing the harmonious unification of the 3 clans, turning weapons of war into tokens of peace. Between the Phoenix and Qilin clans, several prestigious unions have also been established. In a fleeting moment, the protracted flames of conflict and bloodshed across the primordial land gradually subside. The union of the 3 clans is celebrated with grand feasts, the sounds of gongs and drums resounding through the air, and auspicious omens appearing frequently, heralding the dawn of a new era. The relationship among the 3 clans is restored once more, reminiscent of countless harmonious gatherings of the past, as if despite their inherent contradictions, they can invariably reconcile. In the ensuing tranquility, the primordial realm continues to smoothly traverse 6 cycles of unity. Chapter 137. Lunar Affairs. 2 blossoms bloom, each telling its own tale. As the sun rises and the moon sets, countless cycles repeat themselves, and the lunar star once again traverses the vast expanse of eternity, having endured the lengthy passage of 5 celestial epochs. During these 5 epochs, several intriguing yet not overly significant events quietly unfolded on the frigid lunar star. Firstly, the celestial tree of the infernal flame Polonia, sown by Xian Yu in earlier years, had matured after several epochs of nurturing, absorbing immense lunar energy and the ethereal radiance of laurel. The unique fire that it bore finally took form, manifesting in an eerie shade of blue-violet, burning with a ghostly glow that lacked any semblance of heat, instead exuding an ultimate chill that could penetrate the depths of one's soul. Any ordinary being that ventured too close would first find their thoughts becoming sluggish and slow, as if frozen in place, only to witness helplessly as the icy flames gradually devoured their flesh. The trio of Bai, having studied this phenomenon meticulously, discovered that the primary effect of this fire lay upon the soul, inflicting limited harm to robust physical forms. Not even the formidable body of Xing Kuan, comparable to the Deluo, nor the Tai body of Ziyun could be easily scorched by its surface flames. However, the soul-damaging essence contained within this fire could indeed wound even a Deluo golden immortal, which was rather peculiar. The second occurrence was the complete maturation of the postnatal Lihua Polonia tree, which had grown alongside the infernal flame Polonia. Its branches were lush and its canopy expansive. Furthermore, 2 epochs prior, it bore its first batch of Polonia seeds, These seeds were promptly harvested by Ziyun and preserved in a spirit jade box, safely stored within the treasury of the Guanghan Palace. As this spirit root, born of the essence of the South Ming Lihua, flourished, the surrounding lunar pool, which had previously been steeped in cold attributes, experienced a subtle harmonization, with the fire element energy noticeably enhanced. The most direct change was observed around the Lihua Paulownia tree, where the extraordinary flowers nourished by its aura bloomed with even greater vibrancy and brilliance, adding warmth and vitality to the silvery, frost-covered world. Shortly after the seeds of the Lihua Paulownia matured, Yuan Shi and Jin Huan once again visited the lunar star. This time, Yuan Shi was not there to exchange for Jade Dew, but rather as an envoy of the Phoenix clan, bearing astonishing news of a three-clan union and extending a solemn invitation for the lineage of the lunar star to attend the celebratory feast of the Phoenix clan. Upon learning that the long-standing adversaries, the dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin, had suddenly reconciled and entered into mutual unions, Bai Yi and his companions were taken aback. Yuan Shi, too, felt a sense of helplessness. In his view, such unions would only yield fleeting peace, and once the tranquility dissipated, those who entered into the union would likely face dire fates. Although he held a position of prominence within the Phoenix clan, he remained merely an envoy, unable to influence the highest decisions of the clan. The pros and cons of this matter were clear to several members of the clan, and the princess involved in the union was undoubtedly aware of the implications. Yet for the greater strategy of the Phoenix clan, such sacrifices were deemed necessary. While Bai, Xing Kuan, and others yearned for the grandeur of the occasion, they ultimately declined the invitation, recalling their teacher Xian Yu's stringent decree that no matter of lesser importance could lead to the chaotic realm during his seclusion. Yuan Shi understood their decision, for Xian Yu's breakthrough into the primordial realm was of utmost importance, and safeguarding him was paramount. Had he not been a messenger of the Phoenix clan, burdened with his own responsibilities and missions, he too would have wished to remain on the Tying Star to safeguard his friends. Upon hearing this, Ziyun generously retrieved an abundance of superior spiritual fruits and celestial herbs from her treasury. She also set aside a small cluster of newly cultivated postnatal nether flames, along with numerous rare divine waters and minerals such as the 3 light divine water and moonlight essence, preparing a substantial gift to entrust to Yuanqi for the Phoenix clan. In return, Yuanqi represented the Phoenix clan by gifting a ball of the original source of the southern Mingli fire, along with several exquisite spiritual fruits and fine brews, showcasing mutual courtesy. Yuanqi and Jinhua took this opportunity to linger on the Tying Star for several millennia before reluctantly departing. After several tens of thousands of years, one day, the star Kuan, having absorbed chaotic energies from the edge of the starry void to temper its physical form, returned once more. Approaching the moon pool, Star Kuan instinctively reached to open his exclusive fruit jar, only to discover something peculiar. Ziyun, where are my spiritual fruits? His tone was filled with astonishment and disappointment. This fellow, notoriously lazy, never bothered to pluck the ripe spiritual fruits from the Taoist grounds himself, preferring to wait for Ziyun to harvest and prepare them before indulging in a hearty feast. Eventually, Ziyun, feeling exasperated, decided to prepare a large jar specifically for Star Kuan to store various spiritual fruits, placing it by the moon pool beneath the leaf fire wudong tree for his convenience. Upon hearing the commotion, Ziyun emerged from her grass hut and, upon inspecting the jar, was similarly taken aback. The jar was entirely devoid of fruits, leaving only a viscous liquid of a deep yellow hue. The spiritual energy within was remarkably rich, yet it emanated an indescribable aroma that was somewhat intoxicating. How strange, Ziyun mused, stroking his beard in confusion. The Tying Star, perpetually frigid and preserving all things in ice, was adept at maintaining spiritual items. How could these fruits have transformed in such a manner? With so few individuals on the Tying Star, it was inconceivable that an outsider could be responsible. The current situation could only be attributed to some peculiar transformation occurring within the jar. Could it be the doing of this leaf fire wudong tree? Star Kuan suggested, pointing with his fin at the warmly radiant spiritual root nearby. Ziyun, upon hearing this, carefully sensed the surrounding environment and nodded in agreement. It was likely true. Here, under the influence of the leaf fire wudong tree, the temperature, while not hot, was significantly warmer than elsewhere on the Tying Star. Perhaps this temperature variation, coupled with the mingling essences of the fruits, had unexpectedly resulted in this concoction. What a pity for this jar of Qingyanmei, the spiritual fruit brought by the esteemed Yuanqi back in the day. We have none on the Tying Star yet. Star Kuan too felt a sense of regret, hesitating for a moment before taking a small sip of the yellow liquid, savoring it with a peculiar expression. How does it taste? Ziyun inquired. Not very good. Star Kuan replied candidly, his expression somewhat conflicted. The flavor was odd, an indecipherable blend of sour, astringent, and spicy. Ziyun, curious, took a small taste herself and immediately furrowed her brow, acknowledging that the flavor was indeed peculiar and difficult to articulate. How should we deal with this? Star Kuan gazed at the remaining liquid in the jar, feeling it would be a shame to waste it. Do you wish to keep it? Hee. Shinkuan suddenly let out a sly chuckle and gently tapped the jar with his fin. Though the texture was rather unimpressive, the flavor was indeed peculiar. Perhaps Bai would take a liking to it? Once the old man emerged from his seclusion, he must be allowed to savor this novel delicacy. Upon hearing this, Ziyun turned her gaze, her eyes reflecting a profound significance as she regarded Shinkuan. Goodness, this indolent fish was growing increasingly audacious, daring even to contemplate a trick upon his own master. Feeling a bit uneasy under her scrutiny, Shinkuan chuckled awkwardly, stretched his limbs lazily, and with a sudden movement, plunged into the moonlit pond, creating a magnificent splash. Moments later, a large fish, belly up and utterly devoid of grace, floated on the water's surface, swaying gently with the ripples. Meanwhile, the jar of strange liquid remained securely sealed by Ziyun's magic, still resting beneath the parasol tree. Chapter 138. The Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, Part 1. As the laurel trees bloom and wither, the cool, luminous radiance perpetually bathes every corner of the moon star. And unbeknownst to all, tens of thousands of years have quietly elapsed since the Xian month enacted the method of the moon's corpse dissolution and successfully returned to the void to unite with the Tao. 6 complete cycles of the Yuan have passed. Throughout these 6 cycles, Bai Yi has remained undistracted, wholly absorbed in the cultivation of swordsmanship. Given that the primordial realm lacks a true sword path established within the heavens and earth, the sheer power of sword techniques has its limitations. However, Bai Yi does not merely practice swordsmanship. Rather, he utilizes the Run to sword as a vessel to embody the grand Dao he has cultivated. Bai Yi transcended to the Great Luo Golden Immortal through the star path, aided by the 5 elements principle. Thus, he has comprehended various principles of the Dao he has cultivated, creating 2 unique and formidable sword techniques. One is the star sword technique, and the other is the 5-element sword art. Essentially, both are manifestations and extensions of his own Dao. In pursuit of breakthroughs, he frequently requests Xing Kuan to conjure illusions, engaging in fierce sparring with countless simulated versions of himself within the interwoven realms of reality and dreams. Validating his learning through extreme combat. Through diligent efforts, he has progressively advanced his cultivation, successfully ascending from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Great Luo. In the brilliance of his sword light, he can now draw upon the faint glimmers of the celestial bodies, sharp and unmatched. Xing Kuan's situation is rather unique. His path of illusion stems from devouring and plundering, and his foundation is not entirely stable. Achieving the Great Luo was already a stroke of fortune. Throughout these 9 cycles, he has primarily focused on solidifying this path, with his cultivation remaining at the early stage of the Great Luo. Nevertheless, his fierce beastly physique, infused with the essence of the stars, has not ceased its progress. For years, Xing Kuan has absorbed the thin, chaotic energies of the cosmos, successfully advancing his physical form to the mid-stage of the Great Luo, even subtly brushing against the threshold of the late stage. His boundless vitality allows him to withstand even the most common innate spiritual treasures. Among the 3, the most arduous journey belongs to Ziyun. After 9 cycles of intense cultivation, his progress has only seen him ascend from the early stage of Tai Yi to the mid-stage, a painfully slow advancement. Compared to Bai Yi, Xing Kuan, and even the Feng clan's Jin Huan, the gap has not only failed to close, but has grown increasingly pronounced. The root of this disparity lies not only in the limitations imposed by his postnatal transformation, but primarily in the nature of the path he has chosen. The laws of causation are too ethereal and obscure. In the primordial realm, resources that could aid in comprehending such principles are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a phoenix feather. Yet, Ziyun has not succumbed to despair. He has carved a unique path, spending years observing the growth and decay of spiritual roots and the evolution of various creatures within the Taoist grounds. From the subtle nuances of life and death that permeate all existence, he has distilled a faint yet genuine essence of causation within his being, successfully refining a trace of true causal energy within his 5 elemental breaths. On this day, the primordial starry sky remains dazzling, and the moon star appears unchanged from its usual state. However, an unprecedented, unfamiliar, and vast aura of the Tao suddenly erupts from the heart of the rice fields by the moon pool, rapidly spreading forth like an invisible tide. Wherever this profound essence flows, it exudes an unparalleled air of supremacy. It seems as though within this realm, all previously established laws and patterns have been temporarily subdued and rewritten, as the righteous path awakens from its slumber, heralding the advent of a brand new avenue. Bai, Xingkuan, and Ziyun were simultaneously stirred by this terrifying essence. The three of them converged instinctively, landing at the edge of the rice field. Their gazes filled with shock and anticipation as they turned towards the center of the transformation. Your two masters have united for 6 Yuan meetings. Not to mention the prior 3 Yuan meetings of returning to the void, totaling an impressive 9 Yuan meetings. As the laurel tree awakened, its immense consciousness descended upon the hearts of the gathered, imbued with an unmistakable excitement and a hint of tension. The unfamiliar essence continued to spread, its intensity surging, even beginning to affect the entire Tying star, causing the celestial body to tremble slightly. The torrential flow of essence broke through the confines of Tying star, resonating with the celestial bodies of the universe, casting forth a brilliant light that surpassed the ordinary, showering the surroundings with an overwhelming brilliance of starlight and moonlight. At that moment, a consciousness of utmost fairness, righteousness, grandeur, and indifference quietly descended upon the moonlit pool. It was formless and intangible, yet as heavy as a mountain, seemingly embodying the will of the primordial heavens. The Heavenly Dao. Bai and the others felt a chill run down their spines, a surge of immense concern filling their hearts. They had heard from Yuan Ti about how the Phoenix clan's chieftain had once invoked the Heavenly Dao while establishing the Nirvana path and breaking through to the status of a mixed Yuan golden immortal, which had summoned a terrifying calamity. That calamity had even compelled Yuan Feng to undergo Nirvana on the spot, narrowly escaping disaster. Now that the Heavenly Dao had arrived, was it here to bring forth calamity? Above the center of the rice field, where the essence surged forth, the concentration and weight of the laws had reached an astonishing degree. The essence was on the verge of materializing, so heavy that the very space began to twist and wail, as if unable to bear the burden, threatening to shatter. Boom! The entire Tying star began to tremble violently, the dense essence crashing through the void like a tangible tsunami. Wherever it passed, the space seemed as fragile as glass, cracking open numerous dark fissures, and the scent of devastation permeated the air. Crack! At last, the space above the center of the rice field reached its limit, producing a jarring sound of shattering, suddenly fracturing open. Through the rift, a glimpse of a uniquely textured coffin, dark as ink, could be faintly seen. Upon the coffin were inscribed countless intricately detailed star trajectories and Tying symbols, which began to slowly manifest. Crack, crack! The area of the shattered space expanded, and the black coffin fully revealed itself, quietly suspended above the rice field, emanating an ancient, mysterious, and immensely powerful aura. Creak! At that moment, the tightly sealed coffin lid unexpectedly began to move on its own, opening a narrow gap. Even more magnificent and pure essence, like a flood breaking through a dam, surged forth from that gap, spreading into the primordial heavens. This essence seemed intent on deeply imprinting its existence into every corner of this realm. As the uncontrollable torrent of Taoist essence threatened to utterly shatter the very fabric of space on the Tying star, the consciousness of the Heavenly Dao, suspended above the moon pool, quivered slightly. In an instant, the once fragmented and on the brink of annihilation space appeared as if caressed by an invisible hand, transforming into an immensely stable realm. Despite the terrifying flood of Taoist essence crashing through, no damage was inflicted. With the coffin lid fully ajar, the scene within gradually came into view. Chapter 139. The Verification of the Mixed Primordial Golden Immortal, Part 2. As an invisible force completely pushed open the dual coffin lids of the inner coffin and outer casket, a torrent of newly emerged Tao essence surged forth, reaching an unprecedented zenith. It resonated like the primordial roar at the dawn of the universe, reverberating through the Yin Star and the boundless star realms beyond. The surging Tao essence flowed outward like a tidal wave, gradually dispelling the last vestiges of haze that shrouded the coffin. Before the Tao essence could fully dissipate, Bai, consumed by anxiety, was the first unable to contain himself. With a mere thought, his figure flashed like lightning, arriving before the coffin in an instant. Xingkuan and Ziyun followed closely behind, their hearts equally filled with tension and anticipation. However, the sight within the coffin left the three momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. The vast coffin was utterly empty. Inside lay nothing but a single white bone, a rib, crystalline and translucent, whiter than snow, radiating a soft glow and boundless Tao rhythms, lay quietly in the coffin. Teacher, Bai Yi's mind buzzed, as if thunder had exploded, leaving him in a blank state. The nearly skeletal scene before him instantly conjured the worst possible scenario. A wave of indescribable sorrow and panic seized his heart, nearly causing him to falter. How could this be? Where's the teacher? Bai Yi's voice trembled with fear. He was truly alarmed. Bai Yi. Though Zi Yun was equally shocked, a flicker of rationality remained, and she quickly reacted. Grasping Bai Yi's arm, Bai Yi, calm down. Our fates are intertwined with the Master, and our essences resonate. If the Master were truly in peril, would we not sense it? Zi Yun's words were like a clarion call, instantly awakening the flustered Bai Yi and Xing Kuan. Indeed, as the sole disciple of Xian Yu, their destinies were connected, and if the teacher had truly fallen, he would undoubtedly feel the disturbance. Yet now, apart from the overwhelming and unfamiliar Dao essence that weighed upon him, he sensed no sign of the teacher's presence, nor any ominous portents. At that moment, a gentle and familiar voice resonated from not far away. Bai Yi, your teacher is here. The group turned abruptly to see, beneath the laurel tree, several strands of the most refined new Dao essence slowly converging, outlining a somewhat ethereal humanoid silhouette. The aura, though differing from Xian Yu's usual pure lunar power, seemed grander, deeper, and more encompassing, as if it contained the essence of a nascent universe. Sensing the core fluctuations of the divine soul and the true spirit imprint, Bai Yi and the others instantly affirmed that this was indeed their teacher, Xian Yu. Teacher. Bai Yi, overwhelmed with joy, dashed towards the ethereal figure, unable to contain his excitement. Your physical body. How is your physical body? Physical body? The Dao essence formed silhouette, which was Xian Yu, smiled gently and began to explain to the group. The realm of mixed primordiality emphasizes the unity of all things, blurring the distinctions between inner and outer, between body, soul, and true spirit. The essence of my flesh and blood, spirit and true self, along with all past cultivation, has been thoroughly refined into the primordial essence, transforming into this unique new path that belongs solely to me. This is the Xian Yu Great Dao. Xian Yu paused for a moment, articulating the profound truth of the cosmos. In other words, the Great Dao is me, and I am the Great Dao. As his words fell, the nascent essence of the Dao enveloping this realm surged with vitality. The originally formless and intangible essence suddenly solidified into reality. Countless points of Dao essence flickered, each transforming into a miniature shadow of Xian Yu. In an instant, billions of Xian Yu's shadows filled the heavens and the earth, each radiating an aura that was both derived from the same source and yet existed independently, embodying not only the present but also the past and future. At this moment, Xian Yu seemed to manifest the Great Dao, omnipresent. This astonishing scene left Bai Yi, Xing Kuan, and Zi Yun mesmerized, their spirits entranced. In the next moment, those billions of shadows converged like rivers returning to the sea, gathering towards the shadow beneath the laurel tree. The light flowed, and the essence of the Dao unified, coalescing into a tangible, vivid body of the Dao amidst the clear radiance. Xian Yu was adorned in a Dao robe interwoven with purple and white cloud patterns, on which the stars flowed and the phases of the moon waxed and waned. He wore a jade crown atop his head, holding his snow-white hair, which accentuated his handsome visage, with features as exquisite as a painting, transcending the mundane and seemingly embodying all the ethereal beauty of the universe. At his waist, a celestial belt adorned with stars encircled him, glimmering with starlight. His feet were clad in black shoes threaded with golden starlight, each step resonating with the birth and demise of the cosmos. Simply standing there, he appeared to be the very core of the entire Tying Star and this starry sky, surrounded by the Great Dao, with the laws of the universe bowing in reverence. The onlookers gazed at the transformed Xian Yu, whose aura had dramatically shifted, captivated and unable to avert their gaze for a prolonged moment. I am the humble Xian Yu, humbly paying tribute to the Heavenly Dao. Xian Yu suddenly inclined slightly, bowing to the void above the moon pool, his clear voice resonating throughout the surroundings. Bai Yi and the others, awakening from their reverie, were astonished to realize that the consciousness of the Heavenly Dao had quietly departed, presumably after confirming Xian Yu's successful transformation into a corporeal being without danger. Remembering the earlier moment, they felt a chill of fear, had it not been for the intervention of the Heavenly Dao to stabilize time and space. The Tying Star's Dao venue would have likely suffered severe damage under the torrent of Dao essence. With a mix of trepidation and profound respect, the three hastily followed Xian Yu, solemnly paying their respects in the direction the Heavenly Dao had taken. Xian Yu raised his hand and gently beckoned towards the pitch-black coffin floating in the air. The coffin rapidly shrank to palm size, settling into his hand. docile as an ordinary object. This coffin, having undergone a 6-cycle immersion and refinement in his new Tao essence, had fundamentally transformed into a remarkably special treasure. Xianyu sensed its mysteries and named it the Primordial World Coffin. He weighed this miniaturized coffin, reminiscent of a brick, in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Not only had its material become indestructible due to the baptism of Tao essence, but it could also be enlarged or reduced, wielded as a smashing or defensive tool, proving extremely convenient. The Primordial World Coffin also contained the extraordinary powers of his new Tao. The coffin was divided into 2 layers. The void between the coffin and its lid represents the first layer, imbued with infinite space and profound mysteries, capable of ensnaring adversaries. The second layer within the coffin serves as a true instrument of devastation. In the calculations of the Xianyu, beneath the realm of the primordial golden immortal, any being confined within the second layer of the coffin will, in the span of mere moments, have their cultivation, magical power, and even corporeal form eradicated by the laws of the great Tao contained within. All that a cultivator possesses will revert to its original state, transformed into the purest essence of spiritual energy and Daoic profundity, nourishing the vastness of the primordial cosmos, indeed a display of unparalleled dominance. Subsequently, Xianyu extracted the crystalline rib from within the coffin, carefully storing it in a jade box. This relic, a remnant of his former body's dissolution, is a genuine vestige of the primordial, containing a portion of his original Daoic power. Whether utilized in the forging of magical artifacts or in the cultivation of an infinitely potential avatar, it is an irreplaceable divine material of unmatched caliber. Thus, through the in corpse dissolution method, Xianyu, after enduring 9 cycles of desolation and transformation, ultimately attained the Tao fruit of the primordial golden immortal. From this moment forth, the lineage of the Yin Star is graced with a true primordial golden immortal to preside over its destiny. Chapter 140. A brief discussion on the method of lunar corpse dissolution. Xianyu strolled gracefully to the base of the sweet osmanthus tree, ascending onto the vast natural platform formed by its sprawling roots. Bai Yi, Xingkuan, and Ziyun followed closely behind. As Xianyu surveyed the surrounding open space, a sense of something missing enveloped her. Suddenly, she raised a hand and pointed to the ground beneath them, her thoughts subtly shifting as she harnessed the essence of her lunar path. In an instant, golden cushions materialized from thin air. These cushions, neither grass, wood, nor jade, exuded an enigmatic, chaotic texture. Flowing with gentle Tao patterns, they emitted a tranquil aura that calmed the mind and clarified thoughts. Although conjured effortlessly by Xianyu, these cushions were far from ordinary, imbued with the essence of her primordial Tao. Sitting upon them not only aided practitioners in centering their minds and warding off external disturbances, but also offered a slight enhancement to their temporary comprehension, proving invaluable in their cultivation and enlightenment. The benefits of these cushions bore a striking resemblance to those gifted by Taoist Hongjun in the ancient fire cloud cave. One by one, the 4 settled into a cross-legged position. Bai Yi, feeling the peculiar Tao rhythm emanating from the cushion beneath him, experienced an unprecedented clarity of mind. Concepts that had once eluded him during his practice now began to illuminate his understanding. The 3 companions were utterly in awe of Xianyu's miraculous creation. Unable to contain his curiosity and excitement, Bai Yi ventured to inquire, "Master, have you truly attained the fruit of the primordial golden immortal Tao and established your path within the cosmos?" His disbelief lingered, for he recalled that his master Yuanyan had mentioned that establishing one's path required enduring the trials of heavenly law, facing perilous tribulations. To his astonishment, the heavenly decree had not only spared Xianyu from calamity, but had also offered her protection. Xianyu, upon hearing his words, smiled gently and shook her head. "Indeed, I have condensed a fruit of the primordial golden immortal Tao and stepped into this realm. Yet I have not truly established my path within the cosmos." Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces of her disciples, she patiently elucidated the profound intricacies of the method she had devised, known as the lunar corpse dissolution. This technique distilled the essence of the 3 corpse severing method from Hongjun, while skillfully circumventing the challenges of unifying the 3 corpses. The lunar corpse dissolution emulated the severance of the 3 corpses by seeking the Tao from spiritual treasures and adopting a stepwise approach, continuously merging and refining the new path. Once the new path began to take form, there was no rush to immediately invoke the consciousness of heavenly law and establish it within the cosmos. Instead, one could nurture the new path, waiting for the opportune moment to dissolve the corpse, thereby expanding and perfecting the new Tao. Only when sufficient confidence was attained to safely navigate the tribulations of establishing the path would one take that final step, significantly enhancing safety. Naturally, among those who had also attained the status of primordial golden immortal and established their paths, the ability to command the authority of heaven and earth and receive assistance from the cosmos provided considerable advantages over those who had yet to establish their paths. Xianyu further elaborated on the intricacies of the lunar corpse dissolution method. Theoretically, with each successful fusion of the Dao, one could integrate new insights and rules into their evolving path, rendering it even more formidable. However, the associated risks would escalate exponentially. It is akin to forcibly inserting a structure of entirely different style, one that may even conflict, into a house that has already been constructed and stands on stable foundations. Such an act is likely to result in the collapse of the entire edifice. In addition to the increased difficulty of harmonization, the challenge of disintegration is also magnified. The paramount objective of disintegration is to successfully extricate oneself from the state of harmonization. The more intricate the path, the greater the difficulty of disintegration. Consequently, the method of disintegration cannot be executed infinitely. The notion of disintegrating 3,000 times and merging 3,000 paths is, in practicality, nearly unattainable. Furthermore, through this first-hand experience of harmonization, Xianyu has come to profoundly understand that the establishment of a new path is by no means a simple matter of piling up numerous paths or competing by quantity. It is not necessarily the case that the more paths one integrates, the more profound their understanding becomes. Xianyu illustrated this to his 3 disciples. For instance, the nirvana path of the Phoenix clan leader, Yuan Feng, centers on flames and intricately embodies the cycle of life and death, merging the essence of the paths of fire, life, and death. In contrast, the Feng Shui path of the primordial Qilin is anchored in the principle of virtue, encompassing the 7 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang, ultimately evolving into the path of Feng Shui. Although the number of integrated paths differs between the two, their profundity and power are difficult to rank, each possessing its own merits. The nirvana path boasts immortality and boundless power, while the Feng Shui path skillfully navigates fortune and misfortune, its mysteries unfathomable. Moreover, even if 2 foundational paths are identical, the direction, philosophy, and core of their integration can lead to the emergence of entirely different new paths. Conversely, diverse paths can also combine to evolve similar new paths. Upon reaching the realm of the primordial golden immortal, the previously clear divisions of early, middle, and late stages of the Great Luo realm become less precise. This is due to each primordial golden immortal creating a path that is truly unique. Different paths make it challenging to establish universally applicable quantitative standards. Perhaps your path has developed 90% of its potential, yet it may not surpass my alternative path, which has only realized 30% of its potential. A quintessential example is the Taoist Hongjun, who cultivated 3,000 paths, all of which could reach the threshold of the primordial realm, his depth of understanding and methods unfathomable. The cutting of the 3 corpses technique, transmitted by Hongjun in later generations, uses the number of corpses severed to correspond with the early, middle, and late stages of the primordial realm, serving as a relatively clear and reliable classification method. Xianyu, inspired by this technique, roughly categorized the levels of the Taiyin disintegration method based on the number of successful disintegrations. Each successful harmonization and disintegration propels the new path towards completion, naturally augmenting one's strength, and can be viewed as a step into a minor realm. Xianyu did not divulge the specific nuances of the Taiyin disintegration method. Their cultivation levels were too low, and knowing too much would only become a burden. Therefore, he merely outlined the core concepts and compared the merits and demerits with the cutting of the 3 corpses method, providing them with a clearer understanding of the primordial realm in advance. Finally, he spoke earnestly and with heartfelt sincerity. The technique known as the Taiyin corpse disintegration method is fraught with limitations. It imposes stringent requirements on one's foundational skills, comprehension, fortuity, and protective talismans, rendering it far less universal than the slaying of the 3 corpses method espoused by Taoist Hongjun. This method is suitable only for a select few exceptional practitioners. Should you, in the future, aspire to the Great Dao, you may begin to contemplate your own path to enlightenment. After all, the myriad paths of the Dao lead to the same primordial unity. Only the methods you devise for yourself will truly resonate with your essence. Having spoken, Xianyu cast a contemplative glance over the 3 disciples, refraining from further discourse and allowing them ample time to ponder. Chapter 141. On the Starry World as time passed. Bai Yi and the others gradually regained their composure, temporarily setting aside the profound concepts articulated by Xianyu. Their current strength remained insufficient. Thus, it was prudent to observe their surroundings without venturing too far, lest they lose their own path. After achieving the status of a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, Xianyu intended to impart wisdom to the lineage of the Tying Star, thereby enhancing their cultivation. With a flicker of Xianyu's consciousness, Bai Yi, Xingkuan, and Ziyun, along with the essence of the laurel tree, were drawn into Xianyu's domain. The scenery around them suddenly became a blur, and in the next moment, they found themselves enveloped within an infinite starry sky. This realm was not the chaotic expanse of the primordial cosmos, but rather a starry world derived from the Zhou star map in Xianyu's possession, a manifestation of his domain, or rather, his personal universe. In times past, Xianyu had enacted the Tying Corpse transformation, utilizing the ethereal wonders of the fragments of the creation jade disk to harmonize the Tying moon wheel with the Zhou star map, thereby merging the paths of the Tying and the stellar. Through the arduous refinement over 6 Yuan Huan cycles, he ultimately fused these two paths, giving rise to his unique Xianyu path. This path, grounded in stars and the Tying, served as a foundational framework, akin to establishing a solid base before erecting beams and pillars for a dwelling. Its purpose was to later accommodate and integrate a multitude of paths, embodying limitless potential and growth. This path governs the stars and the moon, possessing immeasurable divine might. Consequently, when the Xianyu path first manifested externally, it resonated with the celestial bodies of the cosmos, eliciting astonishing omens. The Tying moon wheel and the Zhou star map, which formed the foundation of this harmonious path, remained intact after the transformation, undergoing a subtle metamorphosis due to Xianyu's mixed Yuan Dao fruit and the baptism of the new path. The Tying moon will transformed into a luminous orb within Xianyu's profound gaze, allowing his sight to transmute into the annihilating divine light of the Tying. Were it not for Xianyu's restraint, even the most formidable Deluo would struggle to withstand his gaze. The Zhou star map manifested as an ever-flowing nebula pattern upon his Dao robe, making this starry world an intrinsic part of his corporeal being. Even the Tying Dui crown, nourished by the essence of the new path, underwent a slight transformation, enhancing its mystical qualities. In the starry world in which they resided, every inch of the void brimmed with the pure and magnificent essence of the Xianyu Dao. Under the nurturing presence of this omnipresent Dao essence, the countless stars within this realm moved with increasing regularity and stability, forming an immensely intricate and harmonious grand formation. At the center, the vast and boundless starry continent continued to expand slowly. New mountains rose from the earth, rivers were carved anew, and wildflowers adorned the meadows, teeming with life. All of this was a natural evolution born from the essence of the Xianyu Dao. Among the most striking features was the towering Zhou star tree at the heart of the continent. Its trunk was so robust that it defied description, as if it supported the very heavens of the starry world. Its branches spread far and wide, covering an immeasurable expanse, with each leaf cradling one or several miniature stars, radiating dazzling celestial brilliance. Its grandeur continued to grow in proportion to the perfection of the stellar path and the expansion of the world, an awe-inspiring sight. If we were to liken this celestial realm to the primordial chaos, then the cosmic star tree would stand as the unyielding mountain of this world, while the Xian moon represents the supreme heavenly principle of this domain. Bai Yi, Xingkuan, Ziyun, and even the spiritual consciousness of the laurel tree were profoundly awed by the sight of this towering divine tree and the vastness of the world around them, their minds swaying in a state of rapture, struggling to maintain composure. Upon sensing the arrival of the Xian moon's will, the cosmic star tree immediately burst forth with an infinite cascade of gentle starlight. Countless branches intertwined like living beings, expanding and layering upon one another, ultimately forming a magnificent and colossal throne of stars in the void above its crown. Upon this throne, the patterns of the sun, moon, and stars circulated, embodying the essence of the Tao. Xian moon's form shifted, revealing a grand manifestation as he seated himself upon the starry throne, exuding an aura of majesty akin to that of the sovereign of the cosmos. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the countless stars, following intricate trajectories, shifted in response. For clouds composed of myriad tiny stars were summoned by an invisible force and, aligning with Xian moon's intent, quickly condensed into 4 radiant, Tao-patterned cushions of moderate size, arranged sequentially before the starry throne. Bai Yi and the others were effortlessly drawn by Xian moon's power, landing steadily upon the starry cushions. Following suit, They manifested their own grand forms, while the laurel tree continued to maintain its vast spiritual roots' ethereal image. The laurel tree's spiritual consciousness quietly sensed the aura of the cosmic star tree, and understanding dawned within. This companion had wholeheartedly chosen the world birthed by Xian Moon, willingly becoming the foundational support of this starry expanse, destined to coexist and flourish alongside this realm, no longer separate. Now that Xian Moon had attained the Tao of primordial unity and elevated the world, the cosmic star tree also enjoyed immense fortuity, its potential now surpassing that of ordinary supreme innate spiritual roots, verging on the realm of pseudo-chaotic spiritual roots. However, the laurel tree harbored no envy, only sincere blessings. It recognized that each spiritual root possesses its unique path. The star tree has its own grand Tao, and it too is formidable in its own right. Noticing that everyone had adjusted, Xian Moon's expression grew solemn, as auspicious clouds materialized above him, 3 flowers swaying gently. A fragment of the transformative jade dish from the fire cloud heavenly realm floated within, showering chaotic Tao light. Simultaneously, the Xian Moon Tao, birthed from his intent, manifested. A resplendent river composed of boundless starlight and moonlight coiled around Xian Moon, the harmonious resonance of the Tao reverberating through the void. The essence of the Yin, supremely gentle and soft, purified the mortal form through moonlight and forged immortal bones through the subtle radiance. The 3 barriers severed desires to illuminate the heart, while the 9 transformations reshaped existence. Xian Moon's voice gradually emerged, echoing like a great bell, resonating throughout the entire celestial realm. As his words reverberated, countless translucent Tao flowers blossomed spontaneously in the void, fluttering downwards, while golden lotuses continuously opened beneath the gathered. Xian Moon chose to first expound upon the Great Yin Dao, hoping that someone might grasp a fragment of its true essence. Should one be unable to forge a path to enlightenment suitable for themselves in the future, they might still practice his method of Yin corpse transformation. The profound truths of the Great Way flow like a gentle stream, reminiscent of the cascading Milky Way from the heavens above. They eloquently unfold the profound solitude of the moon, the vastness of the stars, the essence of annihilation, and the mystical transcendence, all while deftly guiding one towards the source. This meditation cushion inherently enhances one's understanding, and when combined with the precious fragments of the celestial jade plate, a treasure of enlightenment, the disciples of the lunar lineage find themselves wholly absorbed. Expressions of fascination, realization, and astonishment emerge upon their faces as they successively enter the deep realm of enlightenment, where the distinction between self and other dissolves. Their breaths begin to resonate with the ebb and flow of the Tao's melody, growing, transforming. Chapter 142. Accepted as a direct disciple, 3 millennia slipped away quietly within the celestial realm. As the final profound words of truth spoken by Xianyue gradually dissipated, the myriad phenomena enveloping the starry world began to settle. Bai Yi and his companions gently awakened from their enlightenment, their eyes sparkling with brilliance, exuding an aura of harmonious Tao, clearly having gained immense insights. Even the ethereal silhouette of the laurel tree appeared more solidified, its leaves shimmering with an increasingly resplendent luster. With a wave of Xuanyue's hand, the group was transported out of the celestial realm. They felt the scenery shift once more, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves back beneath the laurel tree, seated upon the bright yellow mat. The 3 promptly rose, bowing respectfully to Xianyue. "Thank you, master." The branches of the laurel tree gently swayed, showering them with an abundance of pure dew and moonlight, akin to a gentle rain, both as a gesture of gratitude and celebration. In this discourse, the laurel tree, being harmoniously attuned to Xuanyue's Tao, naturally garnered the greatest benefits. For it was indeed Xuanyue's accompanying spiritual root. Following closely were Bai Yi, who primarily cultivated the star Tao, and Xingquan, who focused on the illusion Tao with the star Tao as a supplementary path. In contrast, Ziyun's gains were somewhat less substantial. This, however, did not stem from a lack of comprehension. Rather, it was due to the significant disparity in their realms. Xianyue's teachings began at the level of the golden immortal and progressed to the pinnacle of the great Luo, the profundities of which were rather too esoteric and vast for Ziyun, who was merely at the mid-stage of Tai, making it difficult for him to fully absorb and comprehend. With a flick of his robe, Xianyue collected all the dew and moonlight shed by the laurel tree, recognizing their invaluable nature. He then turned his attention to Bai Yi and the others. Although this discourse did not lead to an immediate breakthrough in their realms, their clear minds and solidified energies revealed a deeper alignment with the natural Tao, evidently solidifying their foundations and stabilizing their cultivation. Xianyue's gaze finally settled on Bai Yi. Bai Yi, in the past, upon Mount Buzhou, you repeatedly beseeched to take me as your master. At that time, I only accepted you as a disciple of record. Over the years, what thoughts have you harbored in your heart? Bai Yi was taken aback, unsure of why his master had suddenly broached this subject. Master, though you accepted me merely as a disciple of record, your care for me has been meticulous, akin to that of a father, no less than a true direct disciple. This gratitude and affection I have witnessed and etched in my heart, never to be forgotten. I am willing to follow and serve you through countless lifetimes. Bai Yi met Xuanyue's gaze with clarity and conviction, devoid of any distractions. Excellent, 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 Xianyue exclaimed thrice, his brows relaxing, reflecting a smile of satisfaction. In truth, he had long held a favorable view of Bai Yi's character, comprehension, and perseverance, already considering him as a worthy successor. Initially, Xianyue had hesitated to fully accept him due to his own cultivation being merely at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, which was not particularly distinguished among the ancient powers. Now that he had attained the Dao of Hongjun and stood among the pinnacle beings of the primordial realm, such concerns were no longer pertinent. Therefore, today, I shall officially accept you as my direct disciple. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yi was momentarily stunned, and after several breaths, an overwhelming joy erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. He sprang up from the mat and, reminiscent of his childhood, lunged toward Xianyue, enveloping her in an embrace. Master, you have finally accepted me. Since Bai Yi's breakthrough to the Deluo realm, he had grown significantly taller, making his sudden advance rather overwhelming for Xianyue. Enough of this childishness. You're not a child anymore, she admonished, waving her hand to gently lift the overly excited Bai Yi and place him back on the mat. It was only then that he realized his indiscretion, breaking into a sheepish grin. Please wait a moment, master. I shall return shortly. With that, he vanished in a flash, racing toward the moon abode. Ziyun and Xing Kuan exchanged glances, smiles gracing their faces, genuinely pleased for him. It was well known among the Taiyin lineage that Bai Yi's greatest aspiration was to gain Xianyue's complete recognition and to become her rightful disciple. In merely a short while, Bai Yi returned, his hair meticulously arranged, and in his hands, he held a cup of fragrant spiritual tea. Approaching Xianyue, he set the tea aside and respectfully performed the traditional 3 kneels and 9 kowtows to pay his respects to his master. Disciple Bai Yi, today I enter your esteemed tutelage. I vow to diligently adhere to your teachings, uphold the sect's rules, toil in my cultivation, and bring honor to the sect, never daring to betray your kindness. I implore you, master, to graciously accept me. After the formalities, he raised his hands high, offering the tea. Xianyue smiled and accepted the cup, taking a gentle sip. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple and the eldest brother of the Taiyin lineage. I hope you cultivate diligently and attain the great Dao swiftly, never forgetting today's words. Our sect has but a few rules, the foremost being to respect the teacher and honor the way. This way encompasses not only the teachings I impart to you, but also your own path, and indeed, the heavenly way. Disciple Bai Yi shall faithfully adhere to my teachings. Bai Yi proclaimed with a voice that resonated, wishing for all the world to know that Xianyue was his master. He had long desired to elevate the title of teacher to master. Excellent. Xianyue laughed heartily, a beam of moonlight lifting him up. As you have joined my sect, I must make a gesture. In fact, during my teachings in the stellar world, I had already split off a strand of my divine consciousness to forge a treasure for my direct disciple. Bai Yi, your offensive capabilities are bolstered by the sword of benevolence, and your defenses are secured by the Gung Gold divine armor. However, you lack a supportive spiritual treasure. With that, a stream of blue and silver light emerged from her sleeve, transforming into a banner approximately 10 feet long. The flagpole shimmered with a dark golden hue, resembling neither wood nor metal. The banner itself, woven like moonlight, was both soft and resilient, inscribed with countless intricate symbols and arrays, with starlight and moonshine flowing gracefully across its surface, exuding a mystique. Our Taiyin lineage is humble, with few innate spiritual treasures at our disposal. The best I can offer is this artifact I crafted myself. Do not disdain it. This treasure, known as the Starry banner, is crafted from the branches of the celestial star tree, with its fabric composed of the leaves of the laurel tree infused with the essence of moonlight, refined through my profound path. Within the banner lies a small world, a realm opened by my master, capable of capturing beings and objects, ensnaring foes in the intangible. The fabric is inscribed with the words "the divine light of the extinguished moon," which specifically targets the primordial spirit. Additionally, it conceals a nebula great formation, which, when unfurled, can obscure heavenly secrets, confound the balance of yin and yang, and gather the celestial energies of the stars, assisting you in swiftly recovering your magical power with boundless applications. Though this starry banner is a product of postnatal refinement, its materials are among the finest divine substances of the primordial era, further crafted by the hands of Xianwei. A Pangu golden immortal, its might is not inferior to that of an ordinary mid to upper grade innate spiritual treasure. The most remarkable aspect of this banner lies in its ability to resonate with the celestial bodies, drawing strength from the heavens. As you are the Star Lord, presiding over the constellations, wielding this treasure will indeed complement your essence, allowing you to unleash its power to its fullest potential. Holding the banner in his hands, Bai Yi immediately felt a surge of gentle yet formidable starry and lunar energy merging seamlessly with his own magical essence. As he gently caressed the banner's pole, he felt a profound fondness and promptly absorbed it into his being for nurturing. After bestowing the treasure upon Bai Yi, Xuanyue's gaze shifted to the nearby Star Kuan, who appeared lost in thought, and the somewhat reserved Ziyun. Chapter 143. The Path of Purple Rhyme. Xian Yu's gaze fell upon Xing Kuan and Ziyun. Sensing the master's scrutiny, Ziyun instinctively straightened her back, while Xing Kuan also ceased his languid demeanor, patiently awaiting further discourse. Though I have not taken either of you as my direct disciples, Xian Yu began, his voice gentle. Now that you have entered the Taiyin sect, you are akin to Bai Yi, part of one family, and I shall treat you both equally. With a finger extended like a sword, he lightly pointed at Xing Kuan. In an instant, a beam of ethereal light, infused with the boundless brilliance of stars and the profound symbols of the universe, shot forth from his fingertip, embedding itself into Xing Kuan's brow. Xing Kuan, he continued, I perceive the formidable strength of your physical form. However, you have reached a bottleneck at the mid-stage of Deluo. To advance further, diligent effort is imperative. Your previous endeavor to refine your body using the sparse chaotic energy at the edge of the starry void, while yielding quick results, ultimately proves unsuitable. The method is too crude, leaving considerable latent dangers. Xian Yu's gaze was piercing, having already discerned the remnants of chaotic energy lingering within Xing Kuan. This chaotic energy, disordered and tumultuous, is notorious for eroding vitality and is a great poison to living beings. Even though you possess the bloodline of a fierce beast, which allows you to endure some of it, prolonged exposure is akin to dancing on the edge of a knife, an improper path. Not to mention, should you encounter certain underworld techniques that could provoke the latent injuries within you, the accumulated chaotic energy would be sufficient to spell your doom. Today, I shall impart to you the method of Taiyin Lianxing, which can dispel the residual chaotic energy within your body and augment your physical essence, enabling you to break through to a higher realm. This technique does not rely on external sources. It draws upon the celestial brilliance of the stars and the moon, refining your form gradually from the outer to the inner. Though the progress of the Taiyin Lianxing technique may be somewhat slow, it excels in establishing a solid foundation, devoid of hidden perils. Moreover, the further one advances, the more profound and formidable the cultivated body becomes, making it ideally suited for your path of celestial stars. Xing Kuan closed his eyes in concentration, swiftly perusing the technique that flooded into his consciousness. His previously languorous eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. This method required no deliberate meditation or qi cultivation. Simply bathing in the light of the stars and moon while operating the technique would suffice to refine his body. It was truly an unparalleled method tailored for a languid fish such as himself. Filled with joy, Xing Kuan expressed his gratitude to Xian Yu. Thank you, master. I shall diligently cultivate and soon take you to roam the chaos. Hearing Xing Kuan's aspirations, Xian Yu couldn't help but smile. For the laurel tree had already informed him of this plump fish's tendency to slack in his cultivation. Xian Yu then turned his gaze toward Ziyun, his tone imbued with expectation and solemnity. Ziyun, the path of fate is ethereal and intricate. Since you have chosen this most profound and winding road, you must steadfastly maintain your resolve and persevere. At present, I do not possess any direct resources to assist you in comprehending the path of fate and karma. However, I do know of several innate spiritual treasures within the wilderness that are deeply connected to these two paths. When the time is right, I shall personally guide you beneath the starry sky to seek out that fateful connection. As she spoke, Xian Yu elegantly turned her palm, revealing a fruit the size of a fist, adorned with shimmering starry patterns and exuding a profound aura, which she presented to Ziyun. This was the star fruit born from the celestial star tree, imbued with the pure essence of celestial origins, capable of aiding one in comprehending the laws of the stars. The path of the stars encompasses all things. Its trajectory harmonizes with the celestial order, intertwining intricately with concepts of cause and effect, fate, and the mysteries of destiny. By centering on the principle of cosmic flow, supplemented by the arts of causality and celestial secrets, and further delving into the laws of the stars as an aid, one could solidify one of the 5 elemental energies within, thereby forging a path to transcendence. Xianyu had meticulously crafted a grand design for Ziyun, with the innate principle of cosmic flow as the foundational core, supported by the auxiliary laws of causality, celestial secrets, and the stars. There lay the potential to later incorporate the laws of emotions, allowing one to perceive the ebb and flow of destiny through the waves of human desire. Such a constructed system of paths harbored boundless potential. Moreover, Xianyu had reserved a particularly ancient star for Ziyun amidst the primordial cosmos. Now, they awaited the natural culmination of the star's cosmic sovereign as it aligned with the turn of the heavens, alongside Ziyun mastering the laws of the stars. Upon fulfilling these 2 conditions, Xianyu could invoke the celestial path with the map of the celestial spheres and his esteemed position as the primordial star sovereign, petitioning the heavens to bestow upon Ziyun the title of the sovereign of that very star. At that time, with the authority of the stars at her disposal, Ziyun's journey would surely be more seamless. Listening to her lord's grand vision laid out for her, Ziyun was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes as she prostrated herself on the ground, her voice choked with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for your divine favor. Your considerations for me are beyond measure. I am willing to endure 100 deaths in return. I shall diligently cultivate without rest, never to disappoint your lofty expectations." Although Ziyun possessed a calm disposition, the stagnation in her cultivation over several epochs had inevitably bred anxiety. However, in this moment, all her apprehensions dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented surge of confidence and motivation. Receiving her heartfelt homage, Xianyu gently urged, "Rise. The path ahead is long. Only perseverance and diligence will suffice. I hope you will take care of yourself." Seeing that all matters were settled, Xianyu waved his hand, sending the 3 back to diligently practice and assimilate the teachings and treasures bestowed upon them. Bai Yi, clutching the star banner with uncontainable joy, bowed once more to Xianyu and the laurel tree before transforming into a streak of starlight, eagerly returning to his abode within the beast realm. He had established a dwelling there, where he often resided for cultivation, eliminating the need to journey back to the constellation. Ziyun cautiously cradled the precious star fruit in her embrace, offering a deep bow to Xianyu before turning to return to the grass hut beside the rice fields by the moon pool. With her keen insight, cultivated over 3 millennia of teachings, she had gained profound understanding of the star path. Confidently, she believed that by refining this star fruit, she would undoubtedly grasp the laws of the stars. As the others departed, Xing Kuan unconsciously reverted to his languid demeanor. He shifted his form once more into a plump, round fish. The immense fish twisted its body and plopped into the moonlit pond, floating serenely upon the water's surface, sparing even the effort of paddling. Xingkuan silently channeled the lunar transformation technique imparted by Xianhua. Within the sacred domain, an endless array of starlight and moonlight seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, transforming into visible silver beams that cascaded down, infusing the corpulent fish's body. The celestial luminescence shimmered and danced upon its scales, illuminating the entire pond with a radiant glow, the surface sparkling like a dream, reminiscent of a flowing galaxy. Beneath the laurel tree, Xianhua observed his disciples stepping onto the path of cultivation, a subtle smile gracing his lips in satisfaction. With his disciples well arranged, it was time for him to pursue his own cultivation. Xianhua remained seated beneath the laurel tree, harmonizing with its essence, connecting with the entirety of the Yin Star, wielding the authority of the stars to assist the laurel in repelling the encroaching chaos, while simultaneously contemplating the fragments of the creation jade disk. After attaining the status of a primordial golden immortal, deciphering the remnants of the creation jade disk became increasingly effortless. Chapter 144. The Return of Deities and Demons. After Xianyu achieved the Dao fruit of the primordial golden immortal, the Xianyu Dao he initiated, though not yet formally established within the cosmos, had already begun to radiate its unique essence. Like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, ripples spread across the vast expanse of the primordial universe, instigating a series of subtle yet profound changes. The most significant influence manifested within the boundless starry sky. The celestial bodies appeared to be infused with newfound vitality, significantly accelerating their gestation and evolution. Countless ancient stars shone with increased brilliance, while newly born constellations coalesced at an accelerated pace. The entire celestial barrier's efficiency in warding off the encroaching chaos from beyond also improved remarkably, becoming even more robust. It can be asserted that Xian Yu's new path brings substantial benefits to refining the laws of the cosmos and enriching the primordial Heavenly Dao. This is precisely why the Heavenly Dao places immense importance on Xian Yu, even personally visiting the Great Yin Star to safeguard his path. Ordinary beings in the primordial realm may simply perceive the starry sky as extraordinarily luminous, oblivious to its deeper significance. Yet, those exalted beings who have transcended and attained the fruit of the primordial Tao can distinctly sense the implications of this nascent path. Meanwhile, in the depths of the chaotic mists that traverse the continuum of past, present, and future, three Taoists walked side by side. The Yin-Yang Taoist was exerting all his strength to activate the black and white Taiji diagram above his head, dispersing streams of Yin and Yang energy to fend off the all-pervasive, assimilative chaos surrounding them. Under his protection, apart from the true body of the Hongjun Taoist, stood an elderly figure clad in a pale yellow Taoist robe, his hair and beard as white as snow, with a visage that exuded ancient wisdom. This elder, named Qian Kuan, was an old acquaintance of Hongjun, much like Yin Yang. Yin Yang, are you certain that Yang Mei truly hides in this ghastly place? Hongjun, holding a green bamboo staff, surveyed his surroundings with a hint of skepticism. I can only speculate. You know well that Yang Mei cultivates the path of space, the most enigmatic and unfathomable of all. If he sincerely wishes to remain concealed from the world, in this vast chaos and endless time, who could easily track his whereabouts? Hongjun offered no response, casually raising his staff to lightly tap the chaotic mist ahead. With a resonant hum, the chaotic void before them shattered like a mirror, transforming into an absolute void of earth, water, fire, and wind. The cataclysmic force sent shivers through both Qian Kuan and Yin Yang, as they felt as if they too would be obliterated in the next instant. However, before the shattered void could unleash its full devastation, Hongjun waved his hand gently, invoking an irresistible force of creation. The vast emptiness was swiftly smoothed and restored, returning to its original guise of chaotic mist, as if nothing had transpired. Qian Kuan and Yin Yang, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chill run down their spines, rendered mute in trepidation, and dared not utter another word, pressing on cautiously. They sensed that Hongjun's casual gesture had not only cleared their path, but also served as a silent warning and deterrent. Observing the slightly stiff figures of his companions, a flicker of imperceptible complexity and sighing sorrow passed through Hongjun's eyes. These old friends of his had ultimately changed beyond recognition. The current realm of chaos, where the principles of Yin and Yang have long been usurped by the chaotic deities, fills Hongjun with indignation. These few individuals, both inept and frivolous, have strayed from the path diverged by Hongjun and Luhu. They have not chosen to forge a new path towards the elevation of the primordial golden immortal, but instead tread the old path left by the chaotic deities, attempting to ascend to the status of the great Luo golden immortal through the avenues of Qian Kuan and Yin Yang. They believe that wielding the innate treasures bequeathed by the Panga deity, along with the formidable powers of the Qian Kuan cauldron and the Taiji diagram, would suffice to suppress their own beings and shield them from being overtaken by the remnants of chaotic will. Alas, they ultimately underestimated the primordial beings born of the Tao. Little did they anticipate that upon their breakthrough to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, they would be silently usurped. Had it not been for Hongjun receiving a divine warning, foretelling the return of three chaotic deities, he would have remained oblivious to the situation. Upon learning of these developments, Hongjun resolved to take matters into his own hands, following the guidance of the heavenly path to seek out Qian Kuan in the west. During this journey, his avatar, the Zixiao Taoist, also took the opportunity to eliminate a group of demonic cultivators and encountered the Moon Lord of the Great Yin Star, as well as crossing paths with Lu's avatar, the Shimu Taoist. After an amicable exchange of philosophical discourse and persuasion, Hongjun swiftly won Qian Kuan's allegiance once more, reaffirming their bond as elder brother and younger brother. Hongjun was acutely aware that among the primordial deities capable of cultivating to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal, besides himself and Luhu, only his old friends Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, and Yang Mei remained. Following his successful acquisition of Qian Kuan, Hongjun wasted no time in seeking out Yin Yang. Aware of his own inadequacies compared to Hongjun and with no refuge available, Qian Kuan was compelled to betray Yin Yang's whereabouts to avoid being completely sealed and suppressed by the combined might of Hongjun and the heavenly path. Thus, Hongjun and Qian Kuan conspired, spending 2 full epochs to successfully lure and subdue Yin Yang. The celestial scriptures left by him on Kunlun Mountain were intended to draw out Yin Yang. The usurpation by the chaotic deities occurs at the most fundamental level of the Tao, seamlessly inheriting not only the entirety of the original being's cultivation and path, but also their karmic ties. The deep-rooted friendship among Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, and Hongjun naturally became an inextricable bond that the chaotic deities could not sever. The chaotic deities had initially sought Hongjun to resolve their karmic entanglements, only to find themselves ambushed by the alliance of Hongjun and Qian Kuan. Even retreating into the river of time could not shield them from being unearthed. Hongjun's relentless pursuit to suppress the two is fueled not only by a desire to account for his 3 deceased friends, but also due to their current identities as chaotic deities. These beings, returning from the very source of the Tao, possess the strength of the primordial golden immortal upon their revival. In their quest to restore their former realms, they must annihilate the primordial world to reclaim the portions of the Tao that were severed by the Panga deity and absorbed into the primordial realm. Therefore, neither the primordial heavenly path nor Hongjun shall allow any returning chaotic deities to escape unscathed. In order to exert control over the two, Hongjun harnessed a portion of the power of the Heavenly Dao, employing the causal divine abilities of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian level to impose the most stringent causal constraints upon Yin Yang and Qian Kuan. As long as Hongjun remains alive and continues to publicly regard them as old friends, they must reciprocate and consider him a friend as well, bound by loyalty and deception. This divine ability is insidiously cunning, yet it stands as the most effective means to regulate these 2 peerless entities. "Fear not, my old friends," Hongjun said, observing the 2 leading the way ahead, a gentle smile gracing his face like a spring breeze. "Our journey is solely to retrieve our companion Yang Mei and guide him back to the right path. I implore you both, in light of our past camaraderie, to lend your brother a helping hand." Yin Yang and Qian Kuan turned back to gaze at Hongjun's smile, which seemed to lack genuine warmth, sending a chill coursing from their feet to the crown of their heads. They managed to force out smiles more grotesque than tears, nodding in agreement. As the chaotic mist billowed and the river of time flowed silently, the 3 figures gradually vanished into the depths of the haze. Chapter 145. The Conspiracy of the Dragon Clan. In addition to Hongjun, Yin Yang, and the 2 supreme beings of the mixed yuan, who sought the whereabouts of Yang Mei amidst the chaotic mist downstream of the river of time, Luoho also wandered upstream along the same river. The 5 deities stirred the fabric of time and space, creating a tempestuous atmosphere that rendered the river of time inscrutable, much to the chagrin of another entity, the Zhulong, who presided over the authority of time. The river of time represented the present moment of the primordial world. Above the surging waters of time, 3 resplendent stars hung, shining with an eternal brilliance. They symbolized the 3 supreme mixed yuan golden immortals of the dragon clan, the ancestor dragon, Zhulong, and Mengzhong. Surrounding these colossal stars were countless shimmering lights, akin to loyal subjects, encircling and guarding them. This luminous display manifested the fortunes of the vast dragon clan and its subordinate races, signifying the zenith of the dragon clan's glory at that moment. Originally, the Zhulong Hall, which served to suppress the fortunes of the clan and conceal the secrets of heaven, was situated at the very center of these 3 stars. However, it had long been relocated by Zhulong through unparalleled divine powers. He transformed this illusory hall, constructed from fortune and the great Tao, from the ethereal into the tangible, drawing it forth from the river of time and placing it beneath the dragon palace in the eastern sea of the primordial world, within the realm of ultimate tranquility. The elaborate effort was undertaken for a singular purpose: to conceal the state of the ancestor dragon, to shield against the potential repercussions of a battle between powerful beings like Hongjun and Yin Yang. Zhulong had to forcibly carve out a phantom tributary of the river of time, threading through the realm of tranquility. The Zhulong Hall and this ethereal tributary combined to form a protective shroud over the realm. Simultaneously, Zhulong's true form spanned the 2 realms, entwining with the pillars of the Zhulong Hall, while his tail dipped into the river of time, and his head held the Zhulong lamp, illuminating the realm of tranquility. This lamp, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure under his command, emitted a pale flame capable of illuminating the past and future, as well as incinerating time itself. Coupled with the illusory tributary and the unique environment of the realm that severed all methods and silenced all things, these measures were sufficient to obscure and conceal all heavenly calculations, ensuring the safety of the ancestor dragon. At this moment, Zhulong's colossal dragon form coiled tightly around the majestic pillars of the Zhulong Hall. with his head lowered. He vigilantly monitored the flow of time and the movements of the outside world. Meanwhile, another mixed Yuan golden immortal of the dragon clan, the Qing Long Mengzhong, manifested his vast azure dragon form. His body stretched like an endless mountain range, guarding the entrance to the realm of tranquility, resonating with Zhu Long, both dedicated to protecting their ancestral leader. This vigilant guardianship of their patriarch, the ancestor dragon, had persisted for over a dozen epochs. Deep within the realm of tranquility, the once mighty silhouette of the ancestor dragon, which towered like a mountain and exuded boundless majesty and dragon might, had long since vanished. Along with it, his innate supreme treasure, the ancestor dragon pearl, had also concealed itself, engaged in an unfathomable transformation. At that moment, the portal to the realm of tranquility shimmered slightly, and a figure passed through numerous prohibitions, respectfully flying deep within, arriving before the Zhu Long Hall. The newcomer was Ao Qua, one of the core elders of the dragon clan. He respectfully greeted the candle dragon, who occupied the throne, and Meng Zhang, who guarded the entrance, before reporting, "I beg to inform the two esteemed ancestors that the princesses of the Phoenix and Qilin clans are both nearing their time of childbirth. It is estimated that within a few tens of thousands of years, the two dragon offspring shall be born." Upon hearing this, Meng Zhang's enormous dragon eyes, reminiscent of the sun and moon, slowly opened, revealing a flicker of complex and inscrutable light. This was his grandson, a descendant flowing with his direct bloodline. He did not respond immediately but turned his gaze towards his elder brother, the Candle Dragon, who resided in the Candle Dragon Hall. "Good. Excellent." The Candle Dragon's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide, as if two miniature rivers of time were flowing ceaselessly within his gaze. The ethereal currents of time surrounding him accelerated, reflecting his inner joy. Once they successfully come into the world, the bloodlines of the Phoenix and Qilin clans will truly merge into the exalted lineage of my dragon clan. This seemingly amicable union, intended to ease relations, holds a deeper significance far beyond mere peace. The Candle Dragon's actions were primarily to align with the Grand Dragon's grand scheme. To gather the bloodlines of countless races, the Grand Dragon fervently supported intermarriage between the dragon clan and foreign clans, allowing the blood of all beings to flow into the dragon lineage, imprinting the essence of the dragon clan upon them. Of course, such unions were not merely casual marriages. Only those of pure bloodlines, such as princesses and saintesses, were deemed worthy. Throughout countless epochs, our dragon clan has intermarried with the myriad races of the Primordial World, yielding new bloodlines. With the addition of the bloodlines from the Phoenix and Qilin clans, the path to ascendancy for the clan leader would be forged. The voice of the Candle Dragon resonated with a long-suppressed excitement and anticipation. After a moment of silence, Meng Zhang's deep voice echoed in the void. "Elder brother, once this is accomplished, how shall we address the two of them?" He understood well that the ultimate clash between the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix and Qilin clans was inevitable. When the Grand Dragon ultimately stepped forward, wielding the power to crush all, what fate awaited these two daughters-in-law of special status, hailing from enemy clans? Despite his fearsome reputation, Meng Zhang knew that both daughters-in-law had remained compliant since their marriage into the Dragon Clan during these epochs. Moreover, they shared a deep bond with Zhang Shu and had not strayed from their path, which stirred a hint of reluctance within Meng Zhang's heart. The Candle Dragon cast a glance at Meng Zhang, instantly discerning his concerns. His dragon whiskers twitched slightly, and his voice remained calm. "Since they have married into our dragon clan, attained the esteemed position of dragon consorts, and enjoyed the nurturing of dragon fortune, they are naturally of our dragon clan. As long as they can recognize their true identity in the future, turning their hearts towards the dragon clan and severing ties with their maternal kin, they shall remain our lofty dragon consorts, enjoying boundless honor. Should there be any transgression," the Candle Dragon's words trailed off. Yet the cold implication was clear to Meng Zhang. He sighed softly but understood that this was the best course of action for the time being, preserving their lives and status. He nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Ao Kwa then respectfully reported various matters concerning the internal and external affairs of the Dragon Clan. However, in the eyes of the Candle Dragon, these were mere trifles compared to the Grand Dragon's elaborate plans. The Candle Dragon waved its claw, allowing Ao Kwa to deliberate and make his own decision. Meng Zhang had always refrained from involving himself in such mundane affairs. After dismissing Ao Kwa, the depths of the Return ruins once again fell into a suffocating silence. The Candle Dragon and Meng Zhang, one ensconced in the divine temple monitoring the passage of time, the other guarding the entrance with an ancient authority, continued their silent vigil over the ancestral dragon. Yet, It was not only the Candle Dragon and Meng Zhang who awaited the imminent birth of the two dragon offspring. Another figure in the depths of the returned ruins was also in anticipation. An ancient portal had mysteriously materialized in the depths of the returned ruins. Chapter 146. The Awakening of the Ancestral Dragon. Sensing the unusual commotion deep within the Guoxiu, Meng Zhang and the Candle Dragon immediately manifested a humanoid incarnation, swiftly approaching the colossal portal. As they drew nearer, an unprecedented and soul-stirring gigantic portal began to slowly reveal its outline from the boundless darkness of the Guoxiu. This portal towered immensely, as if forged from countless ancient divine mountains, exuding a somber sheen of chaotic divine gold and a strikingly vivid texture reminiscent of flesh and blood. The surface of the portal was adorned with robust and twisted dragon patterns, each scale gleaming with resplendent light, swirling with the profound powers of the Great Dao. At the pinnacle of the portal, a gigantic dragon head loomed, its eyes akin to the celestial cycles of the sun and moon, reflecting the scenes of the birth and demise of all things. Its fierce horns pointed towards the heavens, radiating an awe-inspiring authority capable of rending the very fabric of the universe. Even more astonishing, beneath the carved supreme dragon form, innumerable figures of the primordial myriad races were intricately etched. Birds, beasts, fish, insects, and even the flora and fauna were all encompassed, as if the entirety of primordial life had been inscribed upon it. Additionally, on the two towering divine pillars flanking the portal, the forms of a phoenix and a qilin were meticulously sculpted, both displaying a posture of reverence, as if jointly safeguarding and venerating the supreme dragon above. Within the dragon head's mouth, it held a radiant pearl emanating boundless dragon energy, the ancestral dragon pearl. At this moment, the ancestral dragon pearl cascaded down myriad auspicious lights, resembling a chaotic waterfall pouring from the Milky Way, constantly refining the dragon gate. Surrounding the dragon gate, the void continued to shatter, erupting with deafening thunderous roars, exuding an extraordinary grandeur that overwhelmed the ages. Upon the arrival of the Candle Dragon and Meng Zhang, the ancestral dragon pearl within the dragon head flickered slightly, and a phantom figure stepped forth from the pearl. It was a divine thought incarnation of the ancestral dragon. "Brother, you have awakened. Has this dragon gate been successfully refined?" The Candle Dragon could hardly contain his excitement. Though the ancestral dragon appeared weary, his gaze burned with intensity. Only when the two children of the Zangshu are born and the bloodlines of the Phoenix and Qilin clans bear the imprint of my dragon lineage shall this dragon gate be utterly perfected. To refine this dragon gate, the ancestral dragon had paid a price far beyond what outsiders could fathom. He resolutely relinquished his primordial physical form, merging all his blood essence and skeletal essence into the dragon gate. Simultaneously, he inscribed his entire Dao upon it, transforming this portal into a symbol of the dragon Dao. This sacrifice had caused his own strength to plummet to its nadir, leaving him only the temporary refuge of the dragon gate. Exchanging glances filled with joy, the Candle Dragon and Meng Zhang realized that at this juncture, no one could thwart their brother's progress. The two then conveyed the news relayed by Ao Kuo to the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon nodded slightly. Everything was as anticipated. "There is another matter regarding my awakening." His tone shifted, taking on a weightier note. "Within the primordial realms, someone has attained the status of a Hongjun golden immortal. Who could it be? Could it be one of those 5 old fellows from the Qilin clan?" The Candle Dragon instinctively speculated. In his perception, the closest entities to the realm of primordial unity were undoubtedly the 5 profoundly knowledgeable grand elders of the Qilin clan, followed by the 4 dragon kings of the dragon clan. It was not the Qilin clan, however. The ancestor dragon shook his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the void of the returning ruins, gazing towards the boundless starry sky. The starry sky? The starry sky? Meng Zhang furrowed his brow, and the image of the celestial figure who had repeatedly thwarted the dragon clan's fortunes flashed in his mind. Could it be that celestial lord of the dark moon? The avatar of the Candle Dragon was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. How could this be possible? He had achieved the great perfection of the Dao, and it had only been roughly 10 yuan meetings since then. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Meng Zhang felt equally incredulous. In his quest to attain the status of a primordial golden immortal, he had resorted to the shortcut of refining the remains of divine demons. Yet, even so, he had expended several decades of yuan meetings. Indeed, he did not rely on external objects. He forged his own path to attain the fruit of the primordial golden immortal. The ancestor dragon added, "Forging one's own path." This statement struck like thunder, leaving both the Candle Dragon and Meng Zhang speechless. They understood all too well the arduousness of forging one's own path. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to the ancient path of divine demons. This cannot stand. We must ascertain his true nature. A fierce glint flashed in the eyes of the candle dragon, and he immediately formed a hand seal to commune with the essence within the river of time. The candle dragon lamp, hovering above, radiated a brilliant light, ready to journey upstream through the river of time and forcibly glimpse the secrets of the dark moon. No, the ancestor dragon, seeing this, urgently called out to stop him. But it was too late. With a splatter, as soon as the ancestor dragon's words fell, the avatar of the candle dragon trembled violently, his face turning ashen, and he opened his mouth to spew forth a stream of silvery dragon blood. Far within the river of time, the candle dragon's true body suffered grievous injuries. His dragon scales shattered, emitting a muffled groan of agony. "Second brother, have you lost your senses?" Mengjong exclaimed, both shocked and furious. The fact that he could evade our perception and quietly attain enlightenment indicates that he must possess a divine power veiling the celestial mechanisms. How could one forcibly pry into such matters? Mengjong was indeed correct, as the candle dragon's consciousness surged upstream through the river of time. Attempting to reach the temporal node where the dark moon's enlightenment lay, it collided head-on with an incomprehensibly vast and supremely just barrier of consciousness. He could not even discern the precise appearance of the dark moon. In a fleeting glance, he merely caught sight of a corner of a pitch-black coffin radiating an aura of obliteration and transcendence. In the next moment, the candle dragon was suppressed by the power of the Heavenly Dao, suffering severe repercussions. The avatar of the candle dragon steadied itself, ultimately letting out a long sigh, resigning to the truth. The new path he had forged seemed to have a profound impact on the vastness of the primordial starry sky. Deeply favored by the Heavenly Dao, should he choose to assist the Phoenix clan in the future? The ancestor dragon slowly shook his head, seeking to comfort his younger brother. "It is of no concern. From what I perceive, although he has achieved primordial status, he has not yet established his path within the earthly realm. His Dao essence currently pervades only the starry sky. To extend his grand Dao power to the primordial land and directly intervene in earthly disputes is still somewhat premature. Furthermore, with the Dragon Han list in existence, a primordial golden immortal cannot easily intervene. The ancestral dragon's reluctance to intervene in the cosmos is not without reason. Rest assured, Wang Shu, Demu, and Yuying have not perished completely. Those ancient beings will not idly watch as Xianyue seizes control over the vast celestial domain." Upon hearing this, Zhulong and Mengjong immediately regained their composure. Indeed, the foremost objective of the Dragon Clan is to utilize the Dragon Gate to ensure that their elder brother attains the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. The utmost priority remains to ensure the successful birth of the two dragon grandchildren, completing the final step of the Dragon Gate. The ancestral dragon's voice resonated with unwavering certainty. Everything shall be addressed once the Dragon Gate has achieved its completion. The gazes of the three incarnations once again fixated upon the magnificent Dragon Gate, which exuded boundless spiritual energy. Deep within the return to the void, silence reclaimed its dominion, save for the thunderous roars and the faint intertwining of dragon chants, heralding the approach of a tempest. Chapter 147. The earthly unicorn visits the Phoenix clan in the realm of Xianyue. The essence of the Tao is palpable, resonating with the heavenly path. Yet, the brilliance of the stars shines brightly, and the moonlight casts its luminous radiance across the landscape. It is indeed peculiar that the candle dragon Mengjong remains at the Guishu. Yet the existence of the ancestor dragon and the original Phoenix is acutely aware of the celestial achievements within the cosmos, recognizing that someone has attained the status of a mixed Yuan golden immortal. At the Qilin Cliff, the primordial Qilin has returned quietly, seated regally within the magnificent and ancient Qilin Hall. The aura surrounding the primordial Qilin has grown increasingly profound, as if it is intricately linked to the pulse of the vast wilderness and harmonized with the forces of nature. Since his return, the long-secluded Wood Qilin and Earth Qilin, the two venerable elders, have emerged from their retreats, taking over the responsibilities of clan affairs from the Water Qilin. Following the relinquishment of his burdens, the Water Qilin has also promptly entered seclusion for further cultivation. Meanwhile, the Fire Qilin and Gold Qilin continue their arduous training deep within the Qilin clan's secret realm, seeking the opportunity for a breakthrough. Upon sensing the new Daoic aura emanating from the starry expanse, a barely perceptible smile graced the aged visage of the primordial Qilin. As the Lord of the Dark Moon, he embodies neutrality and order, and having forged a modicum of goodwill with the Qilin clan, any being that is not an adversary deserves congratulations. Thus, The primordial Qilin felt genuine joy at the prospect of gaining a new companion in the mixed Yuan path. For many years, the outside world has assumed that he, like the ancestor dragon and original phoenix, has secluded himself for an extended period to strive for a higher realm of mixed Yuan. However, this is not the case. Unlike the ancestor dragon's steadfast ambition and the original phoenix's patient concealment of their brilliance, the primordial Qilin's desire for the unification of the wilderness is not as fervent as theirs. He is acutely aware that the Qilin clan is unable to contend with the dragon and phoenix clans in terms of strength over the long term. Therefore, his primary objective in visiting the Unzao mountain is not to elevate his cultivation, but rather to seek a path of retreat for the Qilin clan. Oh, such is the time, such is the fate. A soft sigh reverberates through the vast hall. Perhaps it is because his ambitions do not burn as fiercely as those of the ancestor dragon and original phoenix that the primordial Qilin perceives the future of the wilderness with exceptional clarity. He understands that the ancestor dragon and original phoenix, in their pursuit of their respective paths, will never relinquish their ambition to unify the wilderness. After all, only by achieving true unity of the wilderness and gathering its immense fortune can one harness the power of the entire cosmos to navigate the most formidable tribulation on the path to enlightenment. For beings to attain the fruit of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal path, they must endure the tribulation of establishing their Dao and subsequently complete the Daoic transformation into chaos. The so-called Daoic transformation into chaos involves extending one's newly established Dao into the chaos, eroding and assimilating the boundless chaos to create a new law within it, thus attaining the supreme fruit of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal path. This process entails confronting the suppression and backlash of the 3,000 chaos Daos, the peril of which is incomparable to establishing a Dao within the wilderness. Without the support of the entire cosmos, the hope of success is bleak. Regardless, I am of the same era as the original phoenix and the ancestor dragon. Although the road ahead is fraught with challenges, I must strive with all my might. A glimmer of determination flickers in the eyes of the primordial Qilin. As the first Qilin to emerge at the dawn of creation, and a contemporary of the original phoenix and ancestor dragon, he resolutely refuses to succumb to defeat, despite the arduous journey that lies ahead. Perhaps, if the dragon and phoenix clans were to engage in a mutually destructive conflict, the light from outside the hall streamed in, perfectly dividing his visage, one half illuminated, the other shrouded in shadow, mirroring the complexity of his current emotional state. At that moment, a steady sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall, accompanied by the resonant voice of the elder of the Earth Qilin. Clan leader, the Earth Qilin has arrived. Come in. The Earth Qilin strode into the hall, bowed respectfully, and inquired directly, the clan leader summoned me. What commands do you have? His pragmatic nature was well known, emphasizing efficiency. The beginning Qilin composed himself, calculating the time. That reckless Baisha had been suppressing the heart fire of the undying volcano for 10 full cycles of Yuanwei. It was time to bring him back home. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through the eyes of the Earth Qilin. Baisha was a formidable figure, a mixed Yuan golden immortal, and during these years trapped within the Phoenix clan, many unfavorable rumors had circulated. The beginning Qilin continued, moreover. Feng Shi and Wu Yan's child is also about to be born. Your journey to the Phoenix clan will involve discussions with Yuan Feng. After all, that child is also my clan's grandson. Feng Shi, the Phoenix clan princess wed to the Dragon clan's Zhang Shu, held a noble status, being the daughter of the clan's elder and a standout among the third generation of the Phoenix clan. Wu Yan, likewise married to Zhang Shu, was a princess of the Qilin clan, of the same generation as Feng Shi, possessing pure bloodlines from the third generation of Qilin. The Earth Qilin meticulously noted the clan leader's instructions. Understanding the urgency, he prepared to depart. Go forth, and exercise caution in all matters. The Earth Qilin exited the Qilin Hall without delay. A flash of yellow-brown light enveloped him as he sank into the earth, utilizing the primal powers of the land to swiftly hasten toward the undying volcano in the south. This was the innate divine ability of the Earth Qilin lineage, allowing them to traverse the Earth's veins with remarkable speed and elusiveness. Aeons flowed by as he journeyed through the subterranean realms. When the Earth Qilin re-emerged from the ground, he had arrived at the vicinity of the undying volcano in the south. A dense aura of fire spirits greeted him, the air thick with the scent of sulfur and charred remnants. Alas, after over a decade of seclusion, my realm remained stagnant at the peak of the Great Luo, with a hazy path ahead and no sight of dawn. In truth, had it not been for his years of closed-door cultivation, he would not have reached the undying volcano so swiftly. During his seclusion, He had honed his mastery of the earth path and various divine abilities to their utmost. Yet the chasm to mixed yuan remained an elusive goal. Just as he pondered this, a bright and cheerful voice rang out from ahead, Taoist friend Tu Lin. It is good to see you. The Earth Qilin looked up to see Yuan Ti waiting nearby, accompanied by several elders of the Phoenix clan, clearly having sensed his arrival. The Earth Qilin steadied his mind, stepped forward a few paces, and cupped his hands. I pay my respects to Envoy Yuan Ti. The name of Yuan Ti resonated throughout the primordial realm. His extensive connections and close relationship with Yuan Feng warranted the Earth Qilin's utmost respect. Moreover, Yuan Ti had once resided at Qilin Cliff for a time, establishing a familiarity between them. After exchanging pleasantries and formalities, the Earth Qilin presented the prepared gifts on behalf of the Qilin clan. Yuan Ti accepted them with a smile and then gestured for him to follow. Esteemed friend, your arduous journey has not gone unnoticed. The clan leader is already aware of your intentions and has entrusted me with the honor of welcoming you. Please allow me to guide you, for the venerable Baisha awaits at the mouth of the undying volcano. Tuli nodded and followed Yuan Ti, soaring towards the colossal, flame-imbued phoenix tree that supports the southern firmament. As they approached the core of the undying volcano, the temperature escalated, and the laws of the Great Dao coursing through the air grew increasingly fervent and dynamic, rendering even a formidable earth elemental like Tuli somewhat uncomfortable. Along the way, countless members of the Phoenix and Avian clans were observed, either meditating amidst the flames or soaring through the skies. Their demeanor imposing and their vigilance far more stringent than he had anticipated. Tuli mused to himself. Indeed, the depth of the Phoenix clan's heritage is unfathomable. The Qilin clan must strive even harder. Before long, the venerable Phoenix tree came into view. As the two entered the volcano, the canopy of the tree obscured the sun. Beneath it lay a relatively flat, expansive crimson platform, surrounded by surging magma. A figure sat cross-legged upon the molten rock, enveloped in an aura of fiery energy.